Legend has it that the cold and abstinent empress has always kept her distance from men, but on her happy day, you brought 2 little children to her door and claimed that she was an unfaithful woman. This scene directly stunned the 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. What is even more unexpected is that the war god temple, which has always been indifferent to worldly affairs, has gathered its high-level members today. Whether it is the archangel who shakes the heavens or the Sulai who dominates the 8 wildernesses, they all kneel down to you one after another. It's because you were originally the strongest war god in the heavenly realm, but you were besieged by the 5 great heavenly emperors during the tribulation. Although you successfully killed 4 of the heavenly emperors, you also lost your memory and cultivation from then on. Until a spring dream 3 years ago, your memory gradually recovered, and even the long-broken primordial spirit was inexplicably restored. In an instant, an extremely terrifying battle surged from within you. Heavenly realm, I'm back. The next moment, your divine sense instantly released outward, not knowing what it touched. Your pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? How could there be my bloodline in this world? 3 figures are walking towards you, and 2 of the children look remarkably similar to you. Dad! The girl's eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy when she first saw you. Once this is said, your heart is almost melting, and the blood in your body is boiling incessantly. The old woman beside them, however, stood there dumbfounded. Didn't the master say that Yun Tianchen is a Miss Putua who doesn't know martial arts? Young master, you wait here for a while. Your father and I have something to discuss. After a conversation, you were somewhat shocked to find out that the night back then was real, not a dream, and the woman was the empress of the southern palace in the fairy world. But when you asked why she only brought the child now, the old lady avoided eye contact. At this moment, Han Han stopped the old woman and said, "It was my mother who asked us to find you. She said you would protect us. Wealth and nobility also spoke to you. Mother, does she not want me anymore?" Hearing this, your heart ached. No, your mother loves you very much. She just has very important things to do now, but your father will always protect you. The woman from that year meant a lot to you. If it weren't for her, you would never have recovered so quickly. Then you turn around and say to the woman beside you, "Han Han and Fu Gue, my children, I will protect them." As you finish speaking, you exude an aura of a superior. You hugged 2 children and smiled. Han Han, Fu Gue, shall daddy take you to find mommy? The 2 little ones immediately got excited when they heard it. Great, great, we live in the sunset immortal palace, but our mother only allows us to stay in the courtyard and doesn't let us go out. On the other side, the falling sunset fairy palace now appears dead silent. All because today is the day when the golden sect is seeking a marriage proposal from Princess Mu Hongxia of the South Palace Tianyin. At this critical moment, Nangong Tianyin emerged, and the pressure of the 3 stars and 5 emperors instantly swept the entire scene. Who hurt my master? It was me, Zhao Feiyu, the young master of the Jinxing sect. What? That person caught your attention. It's your good fortune. Mu Hongxia brought it upon herself. Can't blame me for hurting my master. Looking for death. Nangong Yijian swung her sword. Although her cultivation was slightly lower than Zhao Feiyu's, her momentum was not weak at all. After a fierce fight, Zhao Feiyu fell heavily to the ground, covered in injuries. The legendary innate holy fetus is indeed well-deserved of its reputation. Several elders inside the flying boat of the Jinheng sect in the sky couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Quanlong, who was in the lead, saw Zhao Feiyu seriously injured, and his veins bulged instantly. "You have a lot of guts. You have seriously injured the young master of my Jinheng sect. Are you trying to destroy the Luoxia Immortal Palace?" In the next moment, the pressure of the 5 emperors' titles suddenly pressed down, and Nangong Tianyin instantly felt it difficult to breathe. He killed my master first. I showed mercy by not killing him. At this time, there came mocking voices from afar, truly worthy of being the Empress of Tianyin. "I bet you are pregnant before marriage. I wonder if the nobles of the Jinheng sect are aware of it. You are really cunning, able to keep the entire Luoxia Immortal Palace silent for you." At the next moment, dozens of figures appeared. It's the Extreme Heaven sect, the Martial sect, and 2 of them have actually descended here. The disciples below the stage were all amazed at the sight. "Zhuowei, what nonsense are you talking about?" Nangong Tianyin saw the visitor, and an unprecedented killing intent surged in his heart. He had suspected that he was the young master of Jitian's sect back then, but he had never had any evidence. But Zhuowei's mouth corner slightly lifted. The young master knows much more than you can imagine. Zhao Quanglong beside him. Upon hearing this, his face instantly darkened. The pressure of the titled martial emperor locked Zhuowei tightly. "Kid, explain things clearly, otherwise your father won't be able to protect you." Zhuowei was pressed to the ground under Zhao Quanglong's pressure, and in fear, he finally revealed all the causes and consequences of drugging Nangong Tianyin 3 years ago. "Shameless villain, it's really you. Nangong Tianying's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot eyes when he heard this, and his breath began to surge frantically. At this moment, there was actually a sign of being possessed, and a terrifying power close to the 7-star War Emperor surged wildly from his body. Zhuowei, you will die today. His figure flashed, turning into a stream of light. The speed was so fast that even Zhao Quanglong, the titled martial emperor, couldn't help but be moved. In almost an instant, the formidable power of the 2nd-star martial emperor Zhuowei was cut in half at the waist. The head of the Qitian sect, Zhua Hongyuan, saw the scene and couldn't contain his anger. He quickly formed hand seals and a huge beam of energy blasted out from his palm. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Nangong Tianin had already appeared by his side, and with a backhand sword, directly pierced Zhua Hongyuan's side abdomen, shocking everyone present. Even the crowd of powerful men from the Golden Penalty sect couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had never seen such a crazy way of fighting, much less a 3-star martial emperor, who was able to erupt with such terrifying power. However, just as Nangong Tianin was about to continue her pursuit to completely remove the hidden danger, an even stronger force slapped her back violently, and it was none other than Zhao Maniacal Dragon who struck. Zhao Maniac Lon's face was gloomy. Thick anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that a junior in the district would be able to continuously injure someone under his nose. This was not only a provocation to his majesty as a sealed martial emperor, but also a disgrace. Humph, a mere 3-star martial emperor. How dare you act recklessly in front of this seat? Zhao Maniacal Dragon snorted coldly, and the might of a sealed martial emperor came overwhelmingly, firmly confining Nangong Tianin in place. Zhao Maniac Long knew very well that this Zhuowei couldn't die yet. He had to ask about the whereabouts of Nangong Tianin's children. Nangong Tianin's heir most likely inherited her innate saintly child, and if he brought it back to that lord, their Golden Penalty sect might be spared. But Nangong Tianin was already possessed at the moment. Her reasoning was consumed by anger and hatred. Where else could she listen to Zhao Maniacal Dragon's threats? She tried with all her might to break free from Zhao Maniac Long's bonds, and the red light around her body became more and more dazzling, as if it was going to burn everything. With a mournful hiss, Nangong Tianin actually did forcefully break free from Zhao Maniacal Dragon's bonds. Her figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Zhuowei. Zhuowei, who only had the upper half of his body left, had not yet regained his senses from the extreme pain before he was struck by Nangong Tianin with a palm strike, and was directly turned into flying ash, without even a single chance to struggle. Immediately after, Nangong Tianin turned to Zhua Hongyuan, who was seriously injured on the ground, and without the slightest hesitation, her long sword swiftly swung out, and the sword light was like a pike, directly chopping away. Zhua Hongyuan, a 6-star martial emperor, seemed to have been stunned silly and did not have the slightest intention to dodge. Seeing that Zhua Hongyuan was about to be beheaded on the spot, Zhao Maniacal Dragon dodged and appeared, shattering all of Nangong Tianin's attacks with a single strike while also sending Nangong Tianin flying out, seriously injured. The appearance of this scene caused the scene to fall into dead silence once again. Everyone was shocked by Nangong Tianin's madness and power. Even Zhao Feiyu, the young master of the Golden Penalty sect, couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that he hadn't completely enraged Nangong Tianin earlier. Zhao Maniacal Dragon once again firmly imprisoned Nangong Tianin. His face was horribly gloomy. He never expected that a mere 3-star martial emperor would be able to forcibly break free of his confinement and once again kill someone in front of his eyes. Junior, you've managed to enrage this emperor, then I'll repay you for your series of actions with the destruction of the fallen Cloud Immortal Palace. Zhao Maniac Long's stern gaze swept over Mu Hongxia and the other people of the Laka Immortal Palace. His tone was as cold as cultivator, his substantial killing intent locking down the entire Laka Immortal Palace, ready to go on a killing spree. The entire falling Cloud Immortal Palace was shrouded in a layer of death. But right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge flying boat that was gorgeous to the extreme appeared out of thin air. Suspended thousands of meters in the sky, its magnificence exceeded the knowledge of everyone present. Compared to it, the Golden Penalty sect's flying boat was like a child's toy, completely incomparable. At the front end of the flying boat, there stood a man, dressed in silver-white robes, with a wind and godlike jade, and a dusty temperament, as if he was an exiled immortal coming out of a painting. The man's left hand was holding a boy, and his right hand was pulling a girl. Both children were 2 or 3 years old, powder and jade. Very cute. The person who came was no other than Yun Tian Duan, who had brought a pair of children to look for Nangong Tianin. As early as 100 million miles away, Yun Tian Dust used his spacetime divine eyes to pierce through endless space and clearly saw everything that was happening outside the mountain gate of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and he maneuvered his shuttle with all his might to arrive at the fastest speed possible. Yun Tian Dust saw Nangong Tianin up close, and her appearance completely overlapped with the woman in his dream. Her hideous and desperate face revealed determination, her eyes contained fury without losing their beauty. She was moved by the fact that she had no sense but still clung to a certain conviction. A chill surged out from Yun Tian Dust. His deep eyes were soul-stirring, cold with the majesty of a supreme god of war, and the power that consciously emanated from his body seemed as if it could freeze everything in the world. Even Zhao Maniac Long, who was a sealed martial emperor, trembled under this invisible pressure, and his bones made unbearable crunching sounds. Chapter 6, A Sealed Martial Emperor is Like a Griffin. Yun Tian Dust's Oath. Zhao Berserk Long did his best to calm himself down, arching his hand and asking, "Who is your excellency?" "I'm the supreme leader of the Golden Penalty sect." Noisy. Zhao Maniac Long was halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by Yun Tian Dust's chiding voice. Yun Tian Dust didn't even look at Zhao Maniacal Dragon as majestic and endless pressure erupted from him, locking everyone present. The flying boat of the Golden Criminal sect slid down like a meteor under this pressure, falling into pieces on the spot, and the people of the Golden Criminal sect who stood on it were all dying from serious injuries. Zhao Feiyu, who had already been seriously injured by Nangong Tianin, fell into a fainting spell on the spot. Adding to his injuries, if he hadn't been a martial emperor powerhouse, he was afraid that he would have already died. Even Zhao Maniac Long, who was a sealed martial emperor, was completely unable to withstand Yun Tianwan's pressure, and in an instant, he was crushed to the ground in a dog-eat-dog manner, completely unable to move. Onlookers could clearly hear the friction between the joints on Zhao Maniac Long's body. As for the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, they were not much affected, and when they saw the shocking scene with their own eyes, they all looked at Yun Tian Dust with respect. What kind of existence is he? How could there be such a terrifying sense of oppression? The crowd was full of questions, not knowing why the person in front of them wanted to help them, and there were also people with burning eyes that seemed to have guessed something. Yun Tian Dust did not pay attention to anyone. His eyes as vast as stars landed on Nangong Tianin, although his face was expressionless. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign of anger to the extreme. At this moment, Nangong Tianin, with blood red in her eyes that had not faded, her clothes in disarray, and a raging aura around her that she could not control, had obviously fallen into a deep demonic barrier. Even the appearance of a pair of children, whom she missed the most, did not see a ripple on her face, enough to prove the depth of her demonization. Little Shir and little Wuhan had never seen their mother look like this before, and endless fear and sadness surged in their hearts. The tears of the two little ones rolled and slid down like broken pearls, and their mouths kept calling out, "Mother, Mother, wake up! What's wrong with you?" Oh, that childish, helpless cry moved everyone in the room. Yun Tian Dust's gaze tenderly skimmed over the two children. An indescribable pain surged in his heart. He gently waved his hand, a soft force wrapping the two children, soothing their frightened hearts. "Hey, little Trace, don't worry. With father here, your mother will be fine." Yun Tian Dust softly soothed his voice, only to see his figure flicker and had already reached Nangong Tianin's side. Die. Nangong Tianin had already completely lost her mind. Seeing someone appear in front of her, she barely hesitated. The long sword in her hand emitted a harsh and cold light as she wiped towards Yun Tianwan's neck. In the face of Nangong Tianin's forceful strike, Yun Tiandan did not make any movement to resist, and the longsword was less than half an inch from his neck before it could no longer advance the slightest bit. With such a shocking scene, it was a sight to see the jaws of the people in the arena staring at each other, their eyes almost glaring out of their mouths. That was the demonic heavenly voice empress, an existence comparable to a 7-star martial emperor. How could she be as weak as a baby in front of that mysterious man? Yun Tian Dust ignored the shock of the crowd. He slowly stretched out a finger and gently touched Nangong Tianin's forehead. A warm and pure power from his fingertip did not enter Nangong Tianin's body. This power transcended everything and wandered through Nangong Tianin's limbs and bones, stabilizing her burgeoning spiritual energy and soothing her disturbed mind. As Yun Tian Dust's power was injected, Nangong Tianin's uncontrollable body gradually returned to calmness. Her tightly locked brows gradually unfurled, and her blood-red eyes slowly regained their clarity. When Nangong Tianin opened her eyes again, what met her eyes was an unfamiliar yet familiar, stunningly beautiful face that was looking at her with a soft gaze. A trace of confusion flashed in Nangong Tianin's eyes. The person in front of her inexplicably made her feel familiar, but she couldn't recall it for a moment, and almost subconsciously, the long sword in Nangong Tianin's hand unconsciously tightened its grip as she looked towards Zhuang Yuan, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground and shivering, and there were blood filaments emerging from her beautiful eyes, and her monstrous killing intent surged like a tidal wave, and she was about to directly kill. In Nangong Tianin's subconscious, Zhuang Yuan must die, but just as Nangong Tianin was about to make a move, a soft and incomparably reassuring word exploded in her mind. "Tianin, it's alright. A few simple words, but as if it contains infinite magic, Nangong Tianyin really calmed down. After a moment of stabilization, the moment she raised her eyes to meet Yun Tianxin's gaze, Nangong Tianyin's delicate body shook, somewhat unable to believe her eyes. You are? Nangong Tianyin subconsciously inquired out loud, her thoughts once again cluttered. Mother. Before Yun Tian Dust could reply, little Sheer and little Wu Tian, who were lying on the flying shuttle, were the first to cry out, tear stains still hanging on their little faces. Mother, it's father, we've found father. The two little ones jumped with excitement, both showing only half their heads. Hearing that tugging voice, Nangong Tianyin then noticed the magnificent flying shuttle suspended in the 9 heavens, and after seeing those two bulging little heads, she completely couldn't hold herself back, and tears unconsciously slid down her cheeks. Hey Trace dash. Nangong Tianyin's voice trembled, and she couldn't wait to fly in the direction of her children. In this moment she seemed to forget everything and just wanted to take her child into her arms. Just as Nangong Tianyin was approaching the shuttle, a golden light curtain lit up on the shuttle, and as Nangong Tianyin froze, the light curtain automatically dissipated, and she managed to arrive on top of the shuttle. Mother! The two little ones jumped right into their mother's arms and burst into tears. Hey Trace dash. Nangong Tianyin's voice was hoarse, just 2 days apart, but it was as if many years had passed. She thought that in her life, it was impossible to see her child again. Only after a long time did the mother and son gradually separate, and Yun Tian Dust came behind them silently. Looking at the two small and one large in front of him, a strong sense of responsibility surged within Yun Tian Duan's heart, and the moment he saw Nangong Tianyin, he already knew what was going on. It turned out that the reason why he was able to recover from his injuries so quickly and recast his supreme foundation was all because of the innate sacred tire of the woman in front of him. Nangong Tianyin was not only his benefactor, but she had also given birth to such a lovely pair of children for him. Yun Tiandan secretly vowed in his heart that he would spend his entire life guarding their mother and son, and everything that happened to Nangong Tianyin today had to be repaid with the blood of the person who started it. As Yun Tian Dust thought this, a majestic and endless killing intent faintly emanated from him. In an instant, the entire sky of the Xiantian continent seemed to darken as if it had sensed Yun Tian Dust's emotions, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunderous explosions, with the air of the sky about to tumble. When the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, including Mu Hongxia, saw this scene, they were all silenced and their bodies could not stop trembling. Nangong Tianyin was violently startled, and when she got up to look behind her at the magnificent figure that was like a god approaching the world, her entire person stood frozen on the spot. Yun Tian Dust's facial contour overlapped with the vague and ordinary face he remembered at this moment. Despite looking the same, Nangong Tianyin still couldn't believe that the exiled and magnificent man in front of her would be that soft villager from Qingfeng Valley. You really are. Nangong Tianyin brooded for a long time before she inquired. It's me. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly, his eyes filled with softness. Don't be afraid. I'm here. A few simple words, heard in Nangong Tianyin's ears, but caused her delicate body to tremble violently. For some reason, she suddenly had a kind of peace of mind that she had never had before. Chapter 7, Casually Giving Pills. Female Emperor breaks the boundary. Nangong Tianyin's gaze darted back and forth between Yun Tianwan and the two children. The shock and disbelief within her intertwined into a complex web that bound her tightly. With a trembling voice, she reconfirmed, Are you really the one from the Qingfeng Valley Yun Tian Dust? Yun Tian Dust revealed a warm smile. Those deep eyes seemed to harbor the secrets and gentleness of the entire universe as he nodded heavily. It was me, but at that time, my situation was a bit special, so I'll explain it to you later. Although Nangong Tianyin had heavy doubts, she was no longer skeptical because she detected a subtle trace of sensation in Yun Tianwan that seemed to be related to her own innate saintly fetus. And what made Nangong Tianyin most unbelievable was that Yun Tian Dust was clearly an ordinary person with no power in his hands 3 years ago. How could he suddenly become so powerful? In particular, the transcendent aura emanating from Yun Tian Dust was by no means something that could be formed overnight. But now was clearly not the time to discuss this issue. It was important to solve the immediate crisis first. Seeing the worry in Nangong Tianyin's eyes, Yun Tianduan softly comforted. I'll call you Tianyin from now on. You can rest assured. With me here, no one can hurt you or the child. After saying that, Yun Tian Dust flipped his hand, and in his hand there was an additional greenish-colored Dan pill. The luster of the elixir was warm and moist like jade, with a clear fragrance, containing a strong natural vitality power. Inhaling a mouthful of the elixir fragrance would make people's minds and souls tranquil, and the injuries and pains would seem to dissipate with it. Nangong Tianyin's pretty face changed slightly, with just a single elixir being able to emit such a rich life qi. This elixir definitely surpassed the 9th rank. Tianyin, you still have injuries on your body. Take this pill first. I will protect you. Nangong Tianyin was still in shock when Yun Tianxin's gentle voice rang out. No, it's too expensive for me. Nangong Tianyin, who was honored by the world as the heavenly voice empress, actually acted a bit at a loss for words at the moment, although she had skin-to-skin contact with Yun Tianwan. The two sides were strangers. Back then, after she noticed something wrong with her body, she escaped to Qingfeng Valley by her tenacious will and met Yun Tianzuan, unable to control herself. She made a move to seal Yun Tianzuan's consciousness before it completely dissipated. Logically, Yun Tian Dust shouldn't know about her existence. And now, Yun Tian Dust could come to her rescue even if it was merciful. How could she accept such a valuable elixir? Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust laughed frankly. Don't be so polite with me. Not only are you my benefactor, but you are also the mother of Shir and Shaoshang. So what's the harm in having 1,000,000 of them? Not to mention a single ordinary elixir? Also, you can't let Shir and little Trace worry about you, right? Yun Tian Dust said, reaching out to touch the two little ones' little heads with a loving expression. Yun Tian Dust had spoken to this point. Nangong Tianyin could not afford to be excusing herself, and immediately took the pill and swallowed it. As the elixir entered her body, Nangong Tianyin only felt that her whole body was warm, and a surging life force quickly penetrated into her limbs and bones. Not only did her injuries heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, but even her originally depleted true essence began to gradually fill up. Nangong Tianyin closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling the changes within her body. However, what shocked her even more was that the power seemed endless, not only healing her injuries, but also surging and pushing her cultivation to a higher realm. Without any hindrance, Nangong Tianyin's bottleneck of that 4-star martial emperor's realm instantly shattered, followed by the 5-star martial emperor. In just a dozen breaths of effort, Nangong Tianyin had not only recovered from her injuries, her cultivation had also broken through from a 3-star martial emperor to an 8-star martial emperor in one fell swoop before stopping, and all of them were very solid. This scene really stood out to everyone. Such a miraculous elixir was unheard of and unseen by them. On the contrary, the golden penalty sect's crowd's fear of Yun Tianduan became even stronger in their hearts. When Nangong Tianyin opened her eyes again, it was as if the entire world was different. Everything in heaven and earth became clear, and she was able to invoke the great power of heaven and earth when she raised her hands and threw her feet. How is this possible? Nangong Tianyin's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Even though she was very confident in her talent, if she wanted to break through from a 3-star to an 8-star martial emperor, it was simply impossible to do so without 5 years of hard training. However, an elixir that Yun Tian Dust had casually taken out would have such a heaven-defying efficacy, which had simply overturned her knowledge of elixirs. What kind of elixir is this? Getting up to look at the smiling Yun Tian Dust, Nangong Tianyin couldn't help but ask out in curiosity. It's just an ordinary elixir. You take care of Shir and little Trace first, and watch me seek justice for you mother and son. As Yun Tian Dust said that, he stepped out in the air and walked towards Zhao Maniac Long, who was crushed to the ground. Every step he took triggered the resonance of the heavens and earth. The space trembled, accompanied by rolling thunderous sounds, frightening the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect, including Zhao Maniacal Dragon. Into silence. Daddy, go for it. The bad guys bully mommy. Daddy, beat the bad guys. Little Shir cheered from the sidelines. She only felt that her daddy was so handsome at this moment. Little Wuhan secretly clenched his small fleshy fists, his eyes unblinking as he looked at Yun Tianduan. Nangong Tianyin subconsciously protected the two little ones by her side, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Yun Tianxin's back with a complex expression. The Yun Tianduan in front of her was too mysterious, giving her an unreal feeling. Is this the real father of the two little ones? In the crowd below, Mu Hongxia's gaze was dumbfounded as she murmured in a low voice. How could such a terrifyingly strong person appear in the Xintian continent? In front of the mountain gate of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, the elders and disciples of the Golden Penalty sect, who were originally high above the ground, were all prostrate on the ground at this moment, their faces pale, and their bodies unable to stop trembling. Speak, confess all the people related to this matter, and I might give you all a hard time. Yun Tian Dust ignored the panic of the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect as he stood proudly in the void. His tone could not be heard as joyful or angry, but it revealed that it was not to be questioned. In the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect, an elder of a 2-star martial emperor plucked up his courage and said, Your Excellency, we are from the Golden Penalty sect. Be a man and leave a thread, and we'll meet again in the future. However, the man's voice ended abruptly before he finished speaking, accompanied by a cold snort from Yun Tian Dust. The hallowed 2-star martial emperor died so silently. When the rest of the Golden Penalty sect people saw this, they were all chilled to the bone. Yun Tian Dust's power and determination was completely out of their expectations. Nangong Tianyin was also startled by Yun Tianwan's actions. Even though she was already an 8-star martial emperor, she still could not see through Yun Tianwan's realm. Zhao Maniac Long, who had previously been in control of other people's lives and deaths, towering over them, was also completely subdued by Yun Tian Dust's methods, and his fear of death continued to spread in his heart. Yun Tian Dust turned to look at Zhao Maniacal Dragon, immediately releasing his pressure on him and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to hear nonsense. It's better for you to speak." Even though he wasn't suppressed anymore, Zhao Maniac Long didn't dare to give birth to any resistance. The person in front of him gave him the feeling that he wouldn't be weaker than that lord. Zhao Maniac Long's brain was racing, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure. In the situation before him, he mustn't provoke the other party any further, or else he would be seeking his own death. For today's solution, the only way is to stall this person first, and then ask for help from the clan. If that lord knows about the situation of this place, he will definitely come in person. Immediately, Zhao Maniacal Dragon's attitude made a 180-degree turnaround, and he hurriedly arched his hand at Yun Tian Dust with a respectful tone. "My lord, please rest your anger. We did not know that the Heavenly Tone Empress was your woman, and that is why we have offended. As long as you make an offer, I, the Golden Penalty Sect, am willing to make compensation." Chapter 8 The Culprit, The Heavenly Powers. Yun Tian Dust's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Zhao Maniac Long as if he were looking at a mole cricket. "Compensation? Do you think I would care?" Zhao Maniacal Dragon's heart flinched as fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he was still undaunted. "My lord, my Golden Penalty Sect is the head of the 5 great sacred sects, controlling the flying heavenly platform and having countless resources. So as long as you open your mouth, my lord, we in the Golden Penalty Sect will definitely do our utmost to satisfy your lord's request." "Humph." Yun Tian Dust snorted coldly. "Just a bunch of jumping clowns. How dare you call yourself a holy sect? Name everyone related to this matter, or die." "You." Zhao Maniac Long's face was ugly, knowing that today's matter could not be settled, but he was not willing to be taken advantage of like this. But when he thought of the lord behind their Golden Penalty Sect, Zhao Maniac Long's bottom spirit came back up. "My lord, I advise you not to go too far. The backer behind my Golden Penalty Sect is not someone you can mess with." Zhao Maniacal Dragon said stiffly. "Oh, then why don't you tell us?" Yun Tian Dust's eyes narrowed slightly, signaling Zhao Maniacal Dragon to continue, but he would not spare anyone who had anything to do with this matter. Seeing that Yun Tianwan appeared to be scornful, Zhao Maniacal Dragon's heart grew even stronger and he deliberately raised his voice and said, "Behind my Golden Penalty Sect stands a powerful dynasty in the heavenly realm." Zhao Maniacal Dragon observed carefully, and when he saw that Yun Tian Dust never spoke, he thought that Yun Tian Dust was afraid, and immediately became bolder as well. "With all due respect, Your Excellency is indeed very strong, but it is only in the Xian-Tian continent, in front of the heavenly realm powerhouses. Your Excellency is nothing more than a slightly larger mole cricket. I hope you can see the situation clearly. Offending the dead heavenly realm lord will only bring about your doom and that of those around you." Towards the end, the threat in Zhao Maniac Long's words became very obvious. Yun Tian Dust, who had been expressionless all this time, had his face completely sunk the moment he heard Zhao Maniacal Dragon threaten the person beside him. On the contrary, Nangong Tianyin and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were all shocked after hearing what Zhao Maniac Long had said. They didn't expect that the already incredibly powerful Golden Penalty Sect would have the forces of the heavenly realm behind it as a backer. They knew what the heavenly realm meant, and it was no exaggeration to say that the heavenly realm sending a random person down to the realm was a descending blow to the Xian-Tian continent. At this moment, endless despair enveloped the hearts of Nangong Tianyin and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, the might of the heavenly realm's martial artists. That was an existence they could not imagine. Only Yun Tian Dust always disdained it. Seeing that Zhao Maniac Long was so unmemorable and even dared to make a threatening remark, Yun Tian Dust immediately glared at him. An invisible chi energy burst out from him. Zhao Maniac Long's cultivation of a peak 9-star martial emperor fell to a 1-star martial emperor in an instant. Such a frightening scene shook everyone's heart and soul. "Ah, my cultivation!" Zhao Maniacal Dragon roared out in anger, his expression terrified as he couldn't accept such an outcome. He finally realized how foolish he had been to dare threaten such a terrifying existence. However, it was also because of this that made Zhao Maniac Long decide that Yun Tian Dust didn't dare to kill himself because he was relying on the heavenly realm forces behind him. Today's Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace could be described as a great ups and downs. Seeing hope from despair, and after hearing the background of the Golden Penalty Sect, this hope turned into a deeper despair. When the Golden Penalty Sect's Supreme Elder was deprived of his cultivation, the matter had been completely blown out of proportion, and there would no longer be a possibility of reconciliation. In front of the invincible heavenly realm powerhouses, The fate of their sunset cloud immortal palace was already doomed. Seeing what Yun Tianwan had done, Nangong Tianyin completely froze. She did not expect that Yun Tianwan would actually dare to waste Zhao Maniacal Dragon's cultivation after knowing that there was a Heavenly Realm powerhouse behind the Golden Penalty sect. If the Heavenly Realm's retaliation was drawn, the entire Xiantian continent would suffer an undeserved disaster. Nangong Tianyin had completely panicked. Even if she had already broken through to the 8-star martial emperor, she wouldn't be able to put up half a fight in front of a Heavenly Realm powerhouse. And the only thing she could think of right now was to let Jin Tian Dust take Sheer and Xiaotrace to run for their lives. And as long as her children could grow up safely, it wouldn't be wrong to let them be ordinary people. However, at that moment, Zhao Feiyu, who had briefly fallen into a coma, woke up. After hearing the voice transmission from the elder beside him, Zhao Feiyu instantly grimaced and looked towards Yun Tian Dust, who was standing in the void, and sternly rebuked. "Kid, you're dead. Bearing some strength you dare to be so bold. The energy behind my Golden Penalty sect. Exterminating you is like stepping on a noisy." Halfway through his sentence, Zhao Feiyu was grabbed by Yun Tianwan through the air and ruthlessly smashed onto the lapis lazuli floor, setting off a sky of smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust cleared, one could only see Zhao Feiyu lying on his back covered in bloodstains in the huge pit that had been smashed out by him. His entire body was like mud, dying and directly fainting. The hallowed emperor body was broken into pieces by the hard fall. Yun Tianwan's ruthlessness had completely shocked Zhao Maniac Long and the crowd of the Golden Penalty sect, and Nangong Tianyin and the crowd of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were completely stunned. Seeing Yun Tian Dust's icy cold eyes looking over, Zhao Maniacal Dragon was completely scared and instantly gave his entire account. It turned out that the dynasty standing behind the Golden Penalty sect was the Heavenly Sea dynasty, and Yun Tianwan still had some impression of this dynasty. This Heavenly Sea dynasty was only a medium dynasty in the Jade Sky Heavenly domain, and in Yun Tian Dust's eyes, it was completely unseemly, and the War God Palace could easily wipe it out by casually sending out one of its War God guards. According to Zhao Maniacal Dragon's narration, the reason why they had set their sights on Nangong Tianyin was also because of that Heavenly Sea Prince. The flying heavenly platform controlled by their Golden Criminal sect was precisely what the Heavenly Sea dynasty was protecting. So the Golden Criminal sect had to pay tribute to the Heavenly Sea dynasty year after year, which included all sorts of scarce resources and special physique women. Especially in the last few years, Prince Tian Hai was desperate to raise his cultivation level, and ordered the Golden Penalty sect to use the entire strength of the sect to search for all kinds of women with special physiques for him in the Xiantian continent. Forced to do so, their Golden Penalty sect had to comply, and their first target was the 8 top-tier forces, including the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. After an in-depth investigation of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, they discovered that Nangong Tianyin's physique was that of an innate sacred fetus. After deliberation, they still truthfully reported it to the Heavenly Sea dynasty. After learning of the existence of the innate sacred fetus, the Prince of the Heavenly Sea was said to have directly given up the great opportunity that was within his grasp and rushed back to the Heavenly Sea dynasty before personally coming down to the realm. And now, the Heavenly Sea Prince was within the Golden Penalty sect. The 15-day appointment previously set with the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was waiting for the arrival of the Heavenly Sea Prince. Nangong Tianyin's pretty face was instantly covered in frost after hearing Zhao Maniac Long's explanation. She didn't think that the Golden Penalty sect, which was the head of the 5 great sacred sects, would do such shameless deeds that were infuriating to the gods and people behind their backs. And those women who fell into the clutches of the Heavenly Sea dynasty had a predictable fate. Mu Hongxia seemed to think of something, her eyes instantly red, her body trembling violently, pointing at Zhao Maniac Long, hissing and questioning. 25 years ago, my sister inexplicably disappeared. Isn't it you? Zhao Maniacal Dragon did not reply, but under the shock of Yun Tian Dust's pressure, he admitted to the matter. You guys. When Mu Hongxia received Zhao Maniac Long's affirmation, she felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her body staggered for a while, and she couldn't stop the tears from sliding downwards. Her face was filled with endless sadness and hatred. The Golden Punishment sect is calling itself a holy sect in vain. You are a bunch of animals that aid and abet the enemy. You deserve to die. Mu Hongxia hissed with hatred. If she wasn't the palace master of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, even if she were to die together, she would have damaged the bodies of this group of shameless livestock. Palace master. Seeing Mu Hongxia's state, the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were worried, and extreme anger surged to their hearts, itching to fight to the death with the Golden Penalty sect. Master. Nangong Tianyin's beautiful eyes were red. Since she was 5 years old when she worshipped the master had always treated her as if she were his own. Not only did he take good care of her, but he also passed on his life's learning to her. She hadn't seen her own mother since she was a child. So in Nangong Tianyin's mind, she had long taken Mu Hongxia as her mother. She empathized with the master's pain, Chapter 9 Heavenly Realm Powerhouse. One Finger Crushes. Zhao Maniac long ignored Mu Hongxia's angry scolding. He looked at Yun Tian Dust with a serious face, his tone pleading, "My lord, I've said everything I need to say, can you?" Before Zhao Maniacal Dragon finished speaking, Yun Tian Dust directly agreed. However, just as the moment when his face had just shown joy, Yun Tian Dust waved his sleeve, and Zhao Maniacal Dragon was lifted out of the air. As it flew backwards, it crashed and blew up several mountains. Just as Zhao Maniacal Dragon was about to hit the ground, he was again taken over by Yun Tian Dust through the air and casually thrown onto the ground. The crowd looked at them in unison. All of them were silenced. At this moment, Zhao Maniac Long, which still has a little bit of human appearance. What shocked them even more was that there was no semblance of a cultivation aura on Zhao Maniac Long. There was only one possibility that Zhao Maniac Long's cultivation had been completely nullified. "Ah, little, you're killing yourself." Zhao Maniac Long, who only had one breath left, had a tidal wave of hatred in his heart and roared hysterically, "His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely avenge me, and you and everyone related to you will die without a burial place." Nangong Tianyin came back to her senses from her panic, and after busily explaining a sentence to the two little ones, she flew to Yun Tianduan's side and said in a trembling voice, "Yun Tianduan, if you still recognize Sierra and Little Trace, can you grant me a request? Hurry up and take them away and never come back." Nangong Tianyin's eyes were pleading. Her tone was tinged with a sobbing voice. She was not afraid of death, but she could never let her own child suffer along with her. "Tianyin, you believe me?" With a calm face, Yun Tian Dust smiled and comforted. "With me here, everyone will be fine." "You?" Nangong Tianyin's pretty face sank. She didn't expect that, even at such a time. Yun Tianchun was still saying such irresponsible words, and her heart became even more anxious. A flash of tears rolled out uncontrollably from Nangong Tianyin's eyes, and with red eyes, her tone pleaded, "Even if I beg you, you hurry up and take Sheer and Xiao Trace away. Don't ever let them fall into the clutches of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty, if there is an afterlife. I, Nangong Tianyin, would be willing to be an ox and a horse for you." Mu Hongxia also stood out, urging Yun Tianduan to leave with a serious face, while announcing that the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was disbanded, allowing everyone to flee for their own lives. However, although the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was weak, it was exceptionally united, and aside from a very few disciples who had wavered, almost no one was willing to leave. Looking at Nangong Tianyin, who was filled with despair, Yun Tianduan inwardly shook, indicating his identity she would inevitably not believe. Since that was the case, then he would prove it with practical actions. Yun Tian Dust handed Nangong Tianyin a reassuring look, and immediately raised his hand and made a stroke. And under the gaze of countless gazes from across the room, space was forcefully sliced through an opening by him. "Wait for me to come back." After leaving a few words behind, Yun Tian Dust stepped inside. "Is this opening a spatial passageway with your bare hands?" Mu Hongxia had been completely dumbfounded, and the people of the Golden Penalty sect, including Zhao Maniacal Dragon, were appalled to the extreme. Nangong Tianyin, shocked, dashed and flew back to the side of her pair of children, her entire body in a state of restlessness. "Mother, where did father go?" Little Sheer watched with her own eyes as Yun Tian Dust walked into that black hole and then disappeared, worry written all over her little face. "Hey, be good. Your father, he'll be back soon." Nangong Tianyin squatted down and gathered a pair of children into her arms to comfort them. "Really?" Little Sheer's eyes lit up and she smiled childishly. Little Trace didn't say anything, but he always stared at the gaping hole, his fleshy little fists clenched tightly. "Of course it's true. When has mother ever lied to you?" Nangong Tianyin replied under her breath. But inside, she was frantically thinking of countermeasures. However, once she thought of the might of the heavenly realm, she suffocated for a moment, despair and helplessness spreading in her heart. She didn't think that Yun Tianduan could fight a heavenly realm powerhouse. "Mother, it's father dash. Daddy's back." Nangong Tianyin was still thinking like this when Little Sheer's surprised voice entered her ears, interrupting her thoughts. Nangong Tianyin also noticed it at the first moment and hurriedly turned to look, just in time to see Yun Tiandan walk out of the spatial crack. For some reason, when Nangong Tianyin once again met Yun Tianchun's soft eyes, her originally desperate heart gradually returned to peace, only to see Yun Tian Dust carrying one person in one hand and throwing him down like garbage. Zhao Maniac Long only felt that these two people were very familiar, but right after he got a good look at the face of the gold-robed figure among them, his eyes glazed over as if he had seen something frightening. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" Zhao Maniac Long's voice trembled and his face was full of disbelief. When the rest of the Golden Penalty sect's crowd heard Zhao Maniacal Dragon's shout, their faces changed drastically and were filled with horror. Before they could slow down from their fear, another person stood up with difficulty, and Zhao Maniac Long suddenly had a bad feeling. Because the figure, it seems to be. The man staggered and turned around under Zhao Maniac Long's horrified gaze. What unfolded in front of everyone's eyes was a young face covered in blood. He was slightly hunched over, and his tattered purple robes were already soaked with blood. His seemingly upright body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with blood, and he exuded unspeakable fear, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight in the world. In the moment this person turned around, Zhao Maniac Long's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his entire body was incoherent. Duh! Lord! How is this possible? No, that's not possible. The rest of the golden penalty sex crowd was even worse. Some people were scared to the point of incontinence, hissing and screaming out. This person was no one else but the Heavenly Realm Lord Prince Tianhai that Zhao Maniac Long had spoken of. What the hell are you? The Heavenly Sea Crown Prince looked up at Cloud Heavenly Dust in mid-air. The fear in his eyes could not be suppressed as he trembled and inquired out. You are not qualified to know. You only need to know that the Heavenly Sea Dynasty will cease to exist. Yun Tian Dust stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the Heavenly Sea Crown Prince, his tone calm but containing infinite majesty. The Heavenly Sea Crown Prince was just about to speak when he was crushed by Yun Tianwan's finger, dissipating into nothingness on the spot. Seeing with his own eyes that the so-called Heavenly Sea Prince had been casually obliterated by Yun Tian Dust, the entire arena was plunged into a deathly silence. The crowd of the Golden Punishment sect instantly collapsed to the ground, trembling. They didn't realize until this moment what a terrifying existence the Golden Penalty sect had messed with. Nangong Tianyin stared blankly at Yun Tianwan, her heart filled with unprecedented shock. The Heavenly Realm powerhouse was so easily obliterated by Yun Tian Dust that he couldn't even give birth to the thought of resistance. Yun Tianwan's power made Nangong Tianyin feel too illusory and unreal. Little Sheer and Little Wuhan stared at Yun Tian Dust with big, dark eyes, both excitement and admiration in their eyes. The two little ones were both less than 2.5 years old and didn't know much, but they were happy to see their daddy beating up bad guys to take the heat off of their mother. After a short period of silence, the Golden Penalty Sect Patriarch gradually came to his senses as well. He looked up with his cloak of hair and saw Zhao Feiyu, who was alive or dead, and Zhao Wildlong, whose cultivation had been wasted, and was obviously not too surprised by either of them. This lord, we already know our mistakes, but my Golden Penalty Sect has also paid the price it deserves. I implore you to leave the Golden Penalty Sect a way out. Don't drive them to extinction again. The Golden Penalty Sect's Patriarch had a sad face as he finished and directly knelt down. The scene that happened today was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. They had been shocked to the point of numbness, and they didn't even know what to say. Yun Tianchen ignored the Golden Penalty Sect Patriarch as he slowly turned around to look at Nangong Tianyin and the two children with a smile on his face and a gentle tone. Tianyin, you decide. What should be done with this Golden Penalty Sect? Nangong Tianyin opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. She had mixed feelings in her heart, both gratitude towards Yun Tianwan and worries about the future. After all, Yun Tianwan had killed the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty. Daddy! Daddy is awesome! Little Sheer jumped for joy, her little face filled with excitement. Yun Tian Dust flashed to the top of the flying shuttle and held his daughter in his arms with a loving face. When Nangong Tianyin saw the scene in front of her, her heart was full of thoughts. She didn't know how to face Yun Tiandan. She had also thought that she would never have any interactions with Yun Tiandan in her life. What Nangong Tianyin never dared to dream of was that at her most desperate moment, a Yun Tianduan who was contrary to her memories appeared. And everything that had happened today had truly frightened Nangong Tianyin. The Empress, she didn't even dare to imagine what the final outcome would have been if not for Yun Tianduan's strong appearance. But when she thought of all the things that Yun Tian Dust had done after he showed up, she couldn't help but be mesmerized for a while, and her heartbeat quietly accelerated, sending up layers of ripples. Chapter 10 Overthrow of the Golden Penalty Sect. Confession. Above the shuttle, a cozy picture of a family of 4 is presented. Yun Tian Dust wrapped one arm around his daughter, locked eyes with Nangong Tianyin, and slowly said, "The Golden Torture Sect has been evil, and the strongest martial emperors above the martial emperor level in its sect have already been killed by me. I've sealed their entire clan with a formation. The Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace can send strong men to take over, and you can decide for yourselves what to do." Although Yun Tian Dust's words were light, they were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene, and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were all stupefied when they heard such amazing news. The Golden Torture Sect had hundreds of martial emperors, as well as great powers beyond martial emperors, and they were all killed in such a short period of time? Nangong Tianyin was similarly stunned beyond words. Yun Tianduan had left in less than 50 breaths of time, right? The distance between the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace and the ancient road to heaven. Even if a martial emperor powerhouse were to rush at full speed, it would take at least several hours. And yet Yun Tian Dust had done so much in just a few dozen breaths of time? The more Nangong Tianyin thought about it, the more meticulous she became. Yun Tianzuan's power had refreshed her perception time and time again. Zhao Maniacal Dragon and the others felt a thunderbolt after hearing Yun Tian Dust's watery words, and they all looked at the Golden Penalty Sect Patriarch, wanting to hear different news from him. However, when the crowd saw their patriarch's sad and disoriented appearance, they had already guessed the answer. Endless despair spread in their hearts. After seeing all of Yun Tian Dust's tactics, Mu Hongxia was convinced of Yun Tian Dust's words, and complex emotions flashed in her eyes, both gratitude and determination. Mu Hongxia deeply knew that today's matter, if not for the mysterious strong man in front of her, the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace would be plunged into a place of no return. Immediately, Mu Hongxia took a deep breath, stepped forward a few steps, and made a deep bow to Yun Tianduan, her voice firm and strong. I, Mu Hongxia, on behalf of the entirety of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, thank your excellency for saving my life. Yun Tian Dust waved his hand with a bashful expression. There is no need to be polite, Palace Master Mu. In the face of such a crisis, all of you from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace are still willing to stand by Tianyin's side. This is all what I, Yun Tian Dust, should do. The people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace similarly bowed to Yun Tian Dust, and after a moment of contemplation, Mu Hongxia once again bowed and said, My lord, this golden penalty sect is full of evil. I implore your lordship to give me a chance to avenge my sister. There is no need to be formal, Palace Master Mu. You are Tianin's master. Just call me by my name directly. Yun Tian Dust acted casually, in contrast to his previous killing and decisive appearance, and turned to glance at the crowd of the Golden Penalty Sect, indifferently saying, As for these people, Palace Master Mu can dispose of them as he pleases. Yun Tian Dust stood on top of the flying shuttle and quietly watched, not intending to intervene. He believed that this Mu Hongxia was a person with courage and would handle the matter of the Golden Penalty Sect well. If Mu Hongxia couldn't handle it well, he wouldn't mind striking out once more, wiping out this unrelenting puppet clan completely, daring to harm the mother of his child, and even hitting on Sheer and Xiao Trace. It would be a great mercy for Yun Tian Dust not to slaughter them all. With permission, Mu Hongxia's figure unfolded and rushed towards the Golden Penalty Sect's crowd like a blistering wind, her face full of rage. Golden Penalty Sect, pay for the lives of my sister and the women persecuted by you. Mu Hongxia's movements were swift and vicious. Every move and every style contained endless anger and determination. The people of the Golden Penalty Sect already had their hearts and guts cracked, and at this moment they were even more powerless to resist, and could only watch as death approached step by step. With a scream of despair, all the dozens of people from the Golden Penalty Sect were killed except for the Golden Penalty Sect's patriarch and Zhao Maniacal Dragon. Zhao Feiyu, who had already fainted, was also affected by Mu Hongxia's sword chi and died on the spot. As if he was also relieved, tears of remorse flowed from the eyes of the Golden Penalty Sect patriarch, and after a final look at Yun Tian Dust, the hallowed half-step celestial realm powerhouse committed suicide. In his despair, Zhao Maniac Long was killed with a sword by a Zun Shi realm disciple of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. As for the seriously injured and dying Extreme Sky Sect patriarch Shuo Hongyuan, he was temporarily taken into custody to settle the score with the Extreme Sky Sect after settling the matter of the Golden Penalty Sect. Killing these people, Mu Hongxia felt no guilt. If it wasn't for Yun Tian Dust's appearance, the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was afraid that it would have already been destroyed. She wouldn't have been able to know the truth about her sister's disappearance, and avenging her sister's death would be even more unthinkable. At this point, all the dust had settled, and Mu Hongxia once again bowed to Yun Tianduan. Many thanks, Lord Yun. I, the entirety of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, cannot thank you enough. Yun Tian Dust nodded his head gently and said sincerely, There are no longer any martial emperors sitting within the Golden Penalty Sect. With this item, it can help you break the array I laid down, and the territory and resources of the Golden Penalty Sect are enough to take the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace to the next level. As Yun Tian Dust spoke, a jade slip slowly flew towards Mu Hongxia. Mu Hongxia received the jade slip, her heart complex. She should have been happy with such a heaven-defying chance, but when she thought of her sister's tragic fate, she couldn't help but feel sad. Nangong Tianyin stared at Yun Tian Dust in a daze. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Yun Tian Dust had not only saved her, but also saved the Lakha Immortal Palace and the Nangong family. Without Yun Tian Dust, she was afraid that she would not even be able to keep her two children. Mu Hongxia was also a decisive person. After explaining that Nangong Tianyin had taken good care of Yun Tianduan, she directly led a dozen elders and thousands of disciples, riding a flying boat, and vastly heading towards the ancient road to heaven. Looking at the departing crowd of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nangong Tianyin wanted to speak, her face showing concern. Seeing Nangong Tianyin's concern, Yun Tianduan smiled and explained. Don't worry. That golden torture patriarch had explained that because of that heavenly sea prince, the martial emperors of the golden torture sect who were walking around outside were all recalled, and they also happened to be taken by me in one fell swoop. What's more, I've left some means in that jade slip. No one can threaten them. Upon hearing Yun Tiandust's explanation, Nangong Tianin's face showed gratitude and a trace of unnameable emotions flooded her heart. Amidst the cheers of her two little ones, she summoned up the courage to invite Yun Tiandust to her zither hall to catch up. As night fell, the candlelight inside the Qinin residence swayed, and the atmosphere was cozy with a slight hint of tension. In the courtyard, little Xier and little Wuhan were happily playing. The hall was simply decorated, with two sandalwood chairs placed on the left and right sides of the main seat. Yun Tiandust was seated at the first position on the right side, and Nangong Tianin was making tea on the side. However, her gaze fell on Yun Tiandust from time to time, with both curiosity and apprehension in her heart. Carefully putting down the teacup, Nangong Tianin wanted to speak. Seeing Nangong Tianin walk across the room and sit down, Yun Tiandan symbolically sipped his tea, his voice steady and gentle. Tianin. Thank you. Ha, thanks. For what? Nangong Tianin was slightly stunned and blurted out. Thank you. If it wasn't for your rescue, I might have kept sinking. Yun Tiandust had a sincere face and a calm tone. I save you? Nangong Tianin was at a loss. When had she saved Yun Tianduan? Suddenly, Nangong Tianin seemed to have thought of something and instantly blushed. Not knowing how to answer, she had already guessed that perhaps it was related to her innate sacred fetus. The atmosphere became awkward for a while, and Yun Tiandust hurriedly steered the topic to the two children. Finally, after brewing for a long time, Nangong Tianin still asked, Can you tell me about you? When Yun Tiandust heard this, he immediately straightened his color and slowly opened his mouth. Truth be told, I was originally a person from the heavenly realm, but due to a change of events I was displaced to the Xian Tian continent, and before you went to the Qingfeng Valley, I had no memory or cultivation at all. It's also because of your innate Saint Tyre that allowed me to reshape my roots, and I was able to recover so quickly. Hearing about the innate sacred fetus from Yun Tiandust's mouth, Nangong Tianin's face flushed red. Yun Tiandust pretended not to see it and continued. As for my identity in the heavenly realm, I will tell you later. When Nangong Tianin heard this, her heart was disappointed, but she also understood Yun Tianduan's bitterness. Chapter 11, Sudden Change. Yun Tiandust saves people by making pills. Nangong Tianin lightly bit her lower lip, complex emotions flickering in her gaze, and finally summoned up the courage to ask with a slightly trembling voice. Then what are your next plans? Her words were filled with apprehension of the unknown, as well as a hint of imperceptible dependence on Yun Tianduan. Yun Tiandust tenderly looked towards the two children frolicking outside the hall, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes as he slowly said, I intend to accompany Xier and little Trace for some time, and when they grow up a little, I will return to the heavenly realm to take care of some matters. After all, I have been away from the heavenly realm for a long time, and a lot of things must have happened during that time. When Nangong Tianin heard this, her heart had expected it. She didn't know what to say and could only smile awkwardly, trying to alleviate the sudden silence. Just then, little Xier and little Wuhan ran into the hall one after the other, innocent smiles on their little faces, clamoring for dinner. Father, Mother, we're hungry. Can we eat now? Little Xier blinked her big eyes and pulled on Nangong Tianin's coat corner to pamper her. Mother, I'm hungry too. Little Wushu also spoke at the side, anticipation written all over his little face. Seeing the two adorable children, Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianin looked at each other and smiled, all the embarrassment and heaviness dissipating at this moment. Yun Tiandust stood up and said with a smile, Why don't I do it? Let the children taste my handiwork as well. Yes, Xier also wants to eat Daddy's cooking. Between Nangong Tianin's slight freeze, little Xier instantly became excited with an expectant expression. A flash of astonishment passed through Nangong Tianin's eyes. She had never thought that a powerful person of the heavenly realm would also cook, but she quickly came back to her senses. Yun Tiandust was living as a mortal in Qingfeng Valley until he regained his memory, so naturally he needed to cook for himself. Nangong Tianin was still thinking like this when Yun Tianduan had already walked out. Inside the kitchen, the lighting was dim and cozy. Yun Tiandust was wearing an apron and skillfully handling the ingredients, while Nangong Tianin was playing a role on the side, occasionally handing over the needed seasonings or tools. The two little ones hid outside the kitchen door, poking their little heads out from time to time, curiously looking at their parents' busy figures, and occasionally giggling at some of the little gestures. Not long after, a table of colorful and fragrant dishes was presented in front of the crowd. Yun Tiandust personally served the two children with rice and vegetables, and little Xier and little Wuhan ate with gusto. letting out sighs of contentment from time to time. Yummy! Daddy's cooking is so delicious. Little Sheer praised as she ate, her little face filled with happiness. It's tastier than mother's cooking, little Wushu added with a serious face. Nangong Tianyin was a little embarrassed, but her heart was filled with unprecedented peace and fulfillment. Everything in front of her made her feel like she was dreaming. So unreal. But right in the middle of this cozy atmosphere, a sudden change occurred. Little Wuchen suddenly turned white, and her petite body trembled violently before she fell softly unconscious on the chair. Nangong Tianyin and Yun Tianduan were startled at the same time and rushed forward to check. Trace! Nangong Tianyin anxiously called out, only to find that little Wuhan had lost consciousness and passed out. Yun Tiandust quickly probed little Wuchen's physical condition, and a moment later, his gaze condensed as he said in a deep voice, all of little Wuchen's meridians have burst into pieces. Bursting into pieces? Nangong Tianyin was instantly struck by lightning, and her entire body completely panicked. She couldn't believe her ears and couldn't accept such a fact. However, before she could come back to her senses, little Sheer also suddenly cried out, and then similarly went limp, with the same symptoms as little Wushu. Hey Nangong Tianyin exclaimed in shock and hurriedly held both children in her arms. Looking at the pair of children who were in a coma but still showed pain, her tears came out of her eyes, and her heart was filled with helplessness and fear, as if the whole world had collapsed. Yun Tiandust quickly stabilized his mind and carefully probed the two children's bodies. He finally realized that in addition to the bursting of his meridians, there was a hidden sealing power hidden within both children. This seal was extremely deeply hidden, and previously, Yun Tiandust hadn't purposely probed it, which was why he hadn't noticed it. But it was also the seal that caused the two children's meridians to suddenly collapse. Tianyin, what's going on? How could there be seals inside Sheer and Trace? Yun Tiandust's face did not look too good, and there was an involuntary chill radiating from his body. It's me. Nangong Tianyin trembled as she explained. Sheer and Trace were just born at the Zunshe realm. This is too shocking. I'm worried that they won't know any better and strike out to injure others, and I'm even more afraid that they'll be targeted and be in danger. So, together with my master, I secretly sealed their meridians. This seal will gradually be lifted after they are 10 years old. How could this happen? Speaking here, Nangong Tianyin was already sobbing uncontrollably. She knew that she had made an unforgivable mistake, and when she saw the pair of children who had fallen into a coma, Nangong Tianyin felt unprecedented self-blame and despair. Nangong Tianyin knew that the broken tendons and veins could still be renewed. However, Sheer and Trace's meridians were completely shattered, and it was simply impossible to cure them. In other words, even if the lives of the two children could be saved, it would be impossible for them to get back on their feet. Thinking of this, Nangong Tianyin felt a sudden rush of anger and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, her body staggering with a shock. Yun Tiandust reached out to support her and softly comforted her. Tianyin, this is not your fault. It's also my fault that I didn't notice it before and added some physique-enhancing herbs to the meal, and the medicinal power collided with the seals in their bodies, which led to this result. The most important thing now is to save the children, Yun Tiandust said and was also chagrined. Nangong Tianyin tearfully raised her head to look at Yun Tianduan, her eyes filled with helplessness and expectation. Can you save them? Yun Tiandust nodded and said in a firm tone, don't worry, with me here, the children will be fine. Seeing Yun Tianzuan's confident face, Nangong Tianyin gradually became calm and unconsciously felt at ease. After Yun Tiandust threw Nangong Tianyin another reassuring look, he was seen casually tossing out hundreds of precious medicinal herbs, each of which exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. Nangong Tianyin watched from the side, somewhat unsure, but in the very next moment, her entire body froze on the spot, her jaw dropping. Hundreds of rare medicinal herbs were suspended in mid-air, and Yun Tiandust made a seal with both hands, directly offering a cluster of light blue flames. This flame was extremely high in temperature yet not too soft. Yun Tiandust shielded the high temperature within a certain range, or else with Nangong Tianyin's cultivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand even a wisp of flame breath. Under Yun Tiandust's control, the flame wrapped hundreds of medicinal herbs in it and rapidly melted, in just a dozen breaths of effort. Those medicinal herbs all turned into liquid essence and condensed in an orderly manner in midair. As the fragrance of the pills came out, 2 pills were formed. The whole process was smooth and seamless, without the slightest hint of procrastination. Nangong Tianyin watched in awe, her mouth open wide and her eyes almost glazed over. As a martial emperor powerhouse, she had never even seen such a miraculous alchemy technique. Compared to Yun Tiandust's alchemy art, those so-called Dan emperors of the Xian-Tian continent were no different from laymen. Nangong Tianyin was still in shock, but Yun Tianchen had already completed his alchemy. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, 2 crystal clear, fragrant pills appeared in his hands. Without half a moment's hesitation, he directly stuffed the pills into the mouths of each of the two little ones, while probing out his power to roam around in their bodies, reshaping new meridians for them. Nangong Tianyin nervously watched this scene, her hands clenched into fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms for fear of the slightest slip-up. However, as time passed, Nangong Tianyin noticed that the look of pain on the two children's faces gradually faded, replaced by a faint blush and a peaceful smile. It worked! Yun Tiandust finally breathed a sigh of relief as he carefully withdrew his power, turned to look at the anxious Nangong Tianyin, smiled and comforted. Don't worry, the children are already fine, let them have a good sleep and they will be fine when they wake up. Really? Really? Great! Nangong Tianyin cried out in joy, hurriedly picking up little Sheer and walking towards the next bedroom. Yun Tiandust followed up with little Wushu in his arms. Chapter 12, Waking Up. Sons and daughters become emperors. The Qinin residence was not big. The ancient palace and the emerald green courtyard contrasted with a sense of tranquility and peace. Although Nangong Tianyin was honored as the goddess of the sunset cloud immortal palace, she did everything herself, so much so that there wasn't a single servant in the entire manor. Yun Tianduan could think that she was protecting Sheer and Xiao Trace. Yun Tianduan followed behind Nangong Tianyin, crossing the courtyard and arriving at the door of her bedroom, pushing open the flower-carved wooden door. What met his eyes was an antique and elegant rosewood bed, which was covered with light silk bedding, and the white transparent veil swung with the wind. At the head of the bed stood a lamp made of pearls that gave off a soft glow. Beside the bed was a small dresser neatly lined with cosmetics and accessories. The window was decorated with exotic flowers and plants, emitting a faint fragrance, and the moonlight spilled through the window pane, making it a quiet place. Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin, one after the other, placed the two little ones on the bed and couch, covering the bedding all with seemingly careful care. Nangong Tianyin looked at her rosy-cheeked pair of children, and she breathed a sigh of relief as if she were relieved. Turning her head to look at Yun Tianchen, Nangong Tianyin's tears once again came out of her eyes. Thank you for saving the children. But don't say that. They are also my children. Whatever I do is proper. Yun Tiandust looked at the two children favorably, a faint smile hanging on his face. Seeing Nangong Tianyin's tired face, Yun Tianchen said softly, Tianyin, you go rest first. I am here. The children will be fine. Nangong Tianyin shook her head, a determined light flickering in her eyes, her face full of heartache as she said, I want to see them wake up with my own eyes. It's my incompetence as a mother. Not only am I incapable of protecting them, but I also let them suffer the pain of their meridians bursting into pieces at such a young age. At this moment, the Nangong Tianyin, where was half the appearance of an empress? She was just an ordinary mother. Looking at the strong yet fragile Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan sighed longingly in his heart. Over the years, she had endured the pressure of having an unmarried child, endured the pain of having her flesh and bones separated, and experienced the despair of being forced into marriage, going to the devil to protect her child, and so on. With the series of changes that happened to Nangong Tianyin, an ordinary person would have collapsed long ago. Looking at Nangong Tianyin, who was sitting on the edge of the bed pretending to be strong, a touch of heartache flashed in Yun Tiandust's eyes. He knew very well that the pressure and suffering that Nangong Tianyin had endured was far beyond what anyone could imagine. Yun Tiandust did not persuade. He walked out of the bedroom with light footsteps, sat down in front of the stone table in the courtyard pavilion. His heart was full of thoughts. Without realizing it, Yun Tiandust took out a dark-colored ancient zither and gently placed it on the table. As he plucked his fingertips, the melodious sound of the zither instantly filled the air, just like gurgling water and a fresh breeze from the mountains, allowing one's mind to be cleansed and tranquilized like never before. Nangong Tianyin gradually felt an unprecedented comfort and relaxation in the sound of this zither, as if all the fatigue and worries drifted away with this note. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes and fell asleep on the edge of the bed, her breathing gradually becoming even and long. Soon after, Yun Tiandust walked in. He carefully picked up Nangong Tianyin and placed her on the bed and couch, then carefully covered the quilt for the three of them. He acted cautiously for fear of waking them up. His eyes once again fell on the two little ones on the bed, and Yun Tiandust's eyes were filled with softness. If he wasn't concerned about the safety of his brothers in the War God Temple, he would have really wanted to stay in this Xin Tian continent forever and accompany them. No more thinking, Yun Tiandust walked to the door and sat down on the spot with his knees crossed, slowly closing his eyes. Early the next morning, warm sunlight pierced through the clouds and poured into the room. When Nangong Tianyin opened her eyes and realized that she was the only one lying on the bed, her heart tightened. She sat up violently and ran out of the bedroom without being able to clean up. She was anxious and wanted to be the first to know how Sheer and Trace were doing. The moment she stepped out of her room, Nangong Tianyin detected a movement in the kitchen. With trepidation, Nangong Tianyin walked over, but when she saw the scene taking place in the kitchen from afar, Her entire being completely froze. Inside the clean and tidy kitchen, Yun Tian Dust was very skillfully busy with breakfast. The two little ones were not idle either, seemingly giving Yun Tian Dust a hand. Nangong Tianyin didn't rush in and stood in place watching in fascination. Within a few moments, little Wuchen walked out from the inner room with his short little legs, and in his little fleshy hands, he was carrying a plate of steaming hot dishes. At less than 2.5 years old, he was only as tall as the dining room table. Just as Nangong Tianyin was still worried that little Wushu wouldn't be able to bring the dishes to the table, a scene that shocked her played out. The little guy stopped 2 meters away from the dining table, only to see his hands loosened and the dish just hovered in midair without falling straight down. Under Nangong Tianyin's dumbfounded gaze, little Wuhan unexpectedly used his spiritual power to manipulate the dish and steadily flew onto the dining table without any half-hearted procrastination. Nangong Tianyin unconsciously probed her baby son's physical condition and was frozen in place. 9-star peak martial emperor? How is this possible? Nangong Tianyin was dumbfounded, and an unspeakable shock surged through her heart. A sealed martial emperor who was less than 3 years old was simply heavenly. In the history of the Xiantian continent, those who were able to break through to martial emperor before the age of 20 were all exceptional demons that would not be encountered for 10,000 years. Rumor has it that the Xiantian continent was not originally called by this name. The reason why it was renamed Xiantian was because of an extraordinary person from 1,000,000 years ago. Millions of years ago, the Xiantian continent was known as the Demon Continent. It was a dark era where the demon race and the devil race dominated the world, and the human race could only be reduced to slaves. It wasn't until the birth of a supreme demon that this darkness was ended. That person was only 16 years old when he broke through the sealed martial emperor. He also transcended the sealed martial emperor at the age of 20 and fought all over the world, fundamentally ending the scourge of the demon and devil races, truly achieving a world of horizontal suppression. That person's name was Di Xiantian, and it was in order to glorify his accomplishments that the people officially renamed the Demon Continent to the Xiantian Continent. Di Xiantian was also known as the #1 wizard of the ages, and it was such a stunningly brilliant person who was not even comparable to her son, right? A 2.5-year-old seal martial emperor would scare people to death if they said it. Nangong Tianyin was still in deep shock, and little Wuhan seemed to have sensed something. He had just turned his head when he saw his mother frozen in place. "Mother, you're awake? Come and eat. Daddy personally cooked for you." The little one's voice was crisp and pleasant, full of childishness and joy. Nangong Tianyin came back to her senses. Looking at her son's innocent smile, the shock in her heart was gradually replaced by warmth. "Mother," accompanied by a clear and pleasant voice. Little Sheer similarly walked out with a plate of dishes. After she similarly used her spiritual power to manipulate the dish to fly steadily onto the dining table, she trotted over and pulled Nangong Tianyin towards the dining table with an excited look on her face. Entering the house, Nangong Tianyin slowly squatted down and gathered the two little ones into her arms, tears welling up in her eyes. "Sheer, little Trace, how did you do it?" Little Sheer blinked her big eyes and said in a milky voice, "Mother, we don't know yet. Last night I suddenly felt so much power in my body, and I woke up like this. Mother, it was Father who taught us to use spiritual energy so that I could protect Mother." Little Wuhan added from the side, her pink fists clenched tightly, her little face filled with determination. After spending time with Yun Tian Dust, the little guy had also become more cheerful. When Nangong Tianyin heard this, she immediately knew what was going on. The scenes of Yun Tian Dust's alchemy and rescue yesterday were all fresh in her mind now. The Nangong Tianyin at this moment was both relieved by the amazing growth of the children and terrified by last night's events. Without Yun Tianduan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 13, A Family. For great sacred sex doorsteps. At that exact moment, Yun Tian Dust walked out from the kitchen with the last two dishes. His eyes were firm and warm as he said softly, "Tian-yin, don't worry, with me here, no one will be able to harm you, mother and son. You also don't need to be concerned about anything anymore. You can tell me at any time if you need anything. We are a family." The three words family were simple but as heavy as 1,000 pounds, hitting Nangong Tianyin's heart. Her eyes instantly reddened, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily raised a happy smile. Although no words were spoken, the recognition and dependence that welled up from the bottom of the heart was already worth 1,000 words. With Nangong Tianyin's gentle nod of her head, all the constraints and defenses dissipated at this moment, leaving only a heart full of warmth and happiness. Just as the atmosphere was becoming more subtle, an untimely grunt sounded. Little Wuchen hurriedly covered her stomach with both hands, her little face flushed and cute. "Little Trace, this stomach of yours is too uncontrollable, isn't it? It's actually screaming at this time." Little Sheer looked at her brother with some hatred, seemingly blaming him for disturbing her father and mother. "I didn't mean it," the little guy said, his face reddening even more. In the face of such a cute pair of living treasures, Both Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianyin involuntarily laughed. At the table, there was a lot of fun and laughter. The two little ones competed to give their father and mother dishes, showing Nangong Tianyin their newly learned tricks every now and then. In the world of martial arts, martial artists can maintain their bodily functions by absorbing various forms of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The more powerful the martial artist, the less likely they would resort to eating to replenish their energy. It was inefficient and costly. A martial artist of Nangong Tianyin's level wouldn't feel hungry without eating or drinking for a year. It was also to accompany sheer and trace that she gradually learned to cook. Glancing at Yun Tianwan and seeing the happy appearance of a pair of children, Nangong Tianyin's heart felt unprecedentedly satisfied. So, is this what home feels like? Nangong Tianyin murmured in her heart. If she could, how she wished that time could stop at this moment forever. Yun Tian Dust, on the other hand, smiled gently at the side, also adding food and chucking rice for the children from time to time. The picture was cozy and beautiful, as if all the troubles in the world had been isolated, while the Qinin residence was cozy and peaceful. The Xiantian continent was in turmoil. The news of the destruction of the Golden Torture sect shook the entire Xiantian continent like a thunderbolt, setting off an uproar. All forces were on edge and were secretly investigating the truth behind this. As the news of the falling cloud immortal palace occupying the entire Golden Torture sect spread, this very low-profile sect became the center of attention overnight. The destruction of the Golden Torture sect caused the remaining four great sacred sects to sit up and take notice. Faced with an unknown threat, the Greenwood sect, the Water Moon sect, the Fire Cloud sect, and the Thick Earth sect, the four great holy sects could not hold back their uneasiness in their hearts after all, and decided to pay a joint visit to the fallen cloud immortal palace to find out what was going on. They were ostensibly visiting, but they were secretly hiding. If the destruction of the Golden Penalty sect was truly related to the fallen cloud immortal palace, they would then discuss it in the long run. If it had nothing to do with the Sunset Cloud immortal palace, they would take this opportunity to overthrow it, and then divide up the huge resources left behind by the Golden Penalty sect. How deep was the Golden Penalty sect, the head of the five great sacred sects? The district's falling cloud immortal palace was not yet qualified to get its hands on it. Early this morning, the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had received an invitation to pay homage from the four great sacred sect. How could the top echelons of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace not know about the intentions of the four great sacred sect? In the face of this crisis, Mu Hongxia knew that the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace simply did not have the ability to face it on its own, and she had no choice but to personally travel to the Qinin residence to seek the help of Yun Tianwan. Only Yun Tianwan could help the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace resolve this crisis. With trepidation, Mu Hongxia arrived at the Qinin residence and directly explained her intentions. Nangong Tianyin hadn't wanted to trouble Yun Tianwan again, but before she could speak, Yun Tianwan was the first to speak. Palace Master Mu doesn't need to worry. Nothing will happen to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Nangong Tianyin looked at Yun Tianwan, and was again moved inwardly. Many thanks to Mr. Yun. Mu Hongxia respectfully thanked him and acted restrained. Nangong Tianyin could not help but feel a pang of emotion when she saw how nervous her master was when facing Yun Tianwan. She wanted to say something, but did not say anything. When the two little ones heard that there were bad guys, they both yelled that they would go together to fight the bad guys and protect their mother. Yun Tian Dust's eyes doted on them. He didn't want to reject them. What's more, the two little guys were already sealed martial emperors, so it wasn't a bad idea to grow up. Nangong Tianyin did not stop either. With Yun Tianduan around, she unconsciously felt at ease. Without much delay, the group of people easily and happily walked towards the meeting room of the Falling Cloud Immortal Palace. Inside the gorgeously decorated parlor, the Supreme Elder Ancestor Mu Yuanshan was seated on top of his throne. On the lower left position, sat a group of executives from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. On the right side sat a dozen or so powerhouses from the four great sacred sects, all led by the Supreme Elders of the sealed martial emperors. Mu Yuanshan, who was only a 6-star martial emperor, faced the pressure of the four sealed martial emperors, and although he tried his best to remain calm, he still acted a bit vain, and the atmosphere was oppressive and dull. An old man in a fiery red robe with white hair was the first to break the silence. This person was none other than the Firecloud sect's Supreme Elder, Di Qingyun. His voice was loud and direct as he questioned, Mu Yuanshan, is the destruction of the Golden Torture sect related to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace? Mu Yuanshan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, nodding his head to acknowledge the matter. Ridiculous. Seeing Mu Yuanshan nodding his head, a 7-star martial emperor from the Thick Earth sect immediately shot up, his eyes widening in anger, his face full of disdain. How can a mere fallen cloud immortal palace have the strength to overthrow the Golden Penalty sect? Tell me more. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Yuanshan's body, and the pressure came in like a tidal wave. making the crowd of the sunset cloud immortal palace almost unable to withstand it. Under the burning gazes and heavy pressure of the four great sacred sect powerhouses, fine beads of sweat seeped out from Mu Yuanshan's forehead, but he had a firm gaze and did not shy away from the stage. Just as Mu Yuanshan was about to open his mouth to explain, a clear and pleasant child's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the suffocating silence. "Father, Mother, there are so many people here." As the words fell, the family of four, hand in hand, walked into the parlor filled with people. Mu Hongxia followed behind without any semblance of being the head of a palace. Upon seeing Yun Tianduan's arrival, Mu Yanshan and the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace hurriedly rose and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. Yun. Greetings, Goddess." Other than Mu Yuanshan, the rest of the elders saluted Nangong Tianin in a respectful manner. Yun Tiandus slowly nodded his head and swept his gaze over the people of the four great sacred sect without speaking. "Mr. Yun, please take a seat. Mu Yuanshan wanted to give Yun Tianduan a seat, but he waved his hand to stop him. All of the top executives of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had moved their positions, allowing Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianin to sit in the prime position with their pair of children, coincidentally opposite the sealed martial emperors of the four great sacred sect. Chapter 14, Nangong Wuwen's power. Shocking the whole scene. Inside the parlor, the atmosphere became subtle due to the sudden intrusion of Yun Tiandust's family of four. The four great sacred sect powerhouses had cast scrutinizing gazes at Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianin, only to find that they could not see through them at all. As for the two little ones and Mu Hongxia, they were automatically ignored. After a short period of silence, the four sealed martial emperors glanced at each other, their faces unconsciously becoming grave and filled with doubt. In their eyes, this Mr. Yun, who had made Mu Yuanshan and all the people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace salute and respect him, did not have any semblance of cultivation at all, and although he had a dusty aura, he was no different from an ordinary person who did not know martial arts. But this was also the strangest thing, even an ordinary martial emperor could not be calm and relaxed in front of them, let alone a mortal. Nangong Tianin and Yun Tianduan were separated by two children. Her gaze was clear and cold, occasionally sweeping over these towering four great sacred sect martial practitioners, and a feeling of loathing arose in her heart. Little Wuhan and little Sheer snuggled up next to their parents with an innocent look, curiously surveying the crowd across the street. At that moment, little Wutsun became angry when he noticed that there was a red-haired monster across the street that had been staring at his mother. "Mother, that red-haired monster is looking at you." Little Wuhan's little face instantly wrinkled into a bun shape, reaching out and pointing at a red-haired youth across the street, puffing and puffing. "Yes, Mother, he's so rude. Didn't his daddy teach him that he can't keep staring at others?" Little Sheer stood up and crossed her arms, her words clueless but exasperated. Nangong Tianin glanced at the red-haired youth. Her face showed displeasure, but she didn't take offense, and she whispered to pacify the two little ones. On the contrary, the red-haired youth, after hearing the words of the two little ones, his face suddenly turned ironic, and there was a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yun Tiandust sensed the killing intent and his face instantly became gloomy. He had thought of giving this group of people a chance, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. If you dared to show your killing intent towards Sheer and Trace, there was only one word for what would happen: death. However, just as Yun Tiandust was about to directly obliterate that person, the Fire Cloud Sect's Supreme Elder Di Ching Yun also reacted. He glared fiercely at the red-haired youth and hurriedly stood up, arched his hand at Yun Tiandust and made amends. "Mr. Yun, the old man Di Cheng Yun, on behalf of my clan's young master, apologizes to you and the Divine Maiden. The young master is young and doesn't know how to be courteous, so please bear with the two of you. Is he 3 years old? And he wants others to apologize for him." Before Yun Tiandust could speak, little Sheer was the first to speak, her tone indignant. Little Wuhan stood up and raised his hand to point at the red-haired youth, his little face written with childish innocence and anger. "You hurry up and close your eyes and apologize to my mother in person, or else I'm really going to beat you up." Being threatened by two milquetoast hairy children, the red-haired youth's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water, and if he wasn't concerned about the occasion, he would have wanted to do it himself. Di Qingyun's face was equally unsightly. As the supreme elder of the Fire Cloud sect, when had he ever been subjected to such disregard and provocation? But before knowing the depths of Mr. Yun, he didn't dare to snap out of it. If this so-called Mr. Yun was truly related to the destruction of the Golden Torture sect, then perhaps the sealed martial emperor of his might not be quite enough. "Mr. Yun, I know that you have a noble status, but the child is ultimately young and needs more discipline." Di Qingyun's words carried a few imperceptible threats, attempting to remind Yun Tianzuan with the posture of an elder. The corner of Yun Tiandust's mouth hooked up a faint smile, but there was not the slightest bit of temperature in that smile, and he indifferently said, Your Excellency's words are not good enough. To personally apologize for doing something wrong is something that a child would know. The young sect master of the holy sect of the church. Doesn't he still have the consciousness of a 3-year-old child? Di Qingyun was dumbfounded, not knowing how to retort. Noticing the two little ones who wouldn't relent again, he turned his head to the red-haired youth and said in a deep voice, Ming Xian, apologize. When Di Mingxian heard this, the anger in his eyes intensified. He thought highly of himself, and as the young master of the Firecloud sect, when had he ever suffered such humiliation, let alone being forced to apologize by two milquetoast children? If this matter were to be rumored, then he was afraid that he would lose all the face in his life. Di Qingyun also knew this. The reason why he told Di Mingxian to apologize was just a superficial act. The Firecloud sect couldn't afford to lose this face yet. For such an episode, the other 3 great sacred sect powerhouses were happy to see it. It would be better if there was a little more conflict, so they could also examine the situation. Sister, these bad guys are so rude. Especially that red-haired monster. I'm going to beat him up. Seeing that the other party refused to apologize, little Wutong once again reiterated his determination. His fleshy fists clenched as if they would explode with astonishing strength at any moment. Little Sheer nodded her head like garlic and said with a serious face, Aha! Daddy has said that we can be powerful now, but we can't just bully people. But if others dare to bully Mother and us, then we have to let them know how powerful they are. Getting his sister's support, little Wutong immediately followed his father's teachings and slowly channeled the power in his body to the tip of his fist while imagining that he was very powerful. Just as the crowd was unimpressed, a miracle happened. Spiritual energy burst out around little Wutong. As if a bright star suddenly bloomed, the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire parlor, and even the air was filled with a palpitating fluctuation. Immediately afterward, the little guy's figure actually disappeared abruptly in the crowd's stunned gaze, leaving only a faint residual shadow. Before anyone could regain their senses, with a deafening roar, a thick pillar inside the hall collapsed, driving the entire hall to shake violently. Everyone's faces were startled, and they hurriedly looked over. Their eyes glazed over, only to see the smoke and dust dispersed. Di Mingxian was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His mouth full of teeth were all knocked out, and his face was still imprinted with bloody small palm prints. He looked horrified, and his eyes were full of unbelief. On its back were pressed half of the pillar he had broken and the sandalwood chair that had been shattered into splinters. The two youths sitting beside Di Mingxian looked at the young figure standing in front of them in a daze. Their bodies could not stop trembling, and chills unconsciously arose within them. And the scene, which had fallen into dead silence. That's Di Mingxian, the young master of the Firecloud sect, a supreme genius who had broken through to the 3-star martial emperor at less than 40 years of age, would actually be seriously injured by a milquetoast brat. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? But it is this kind of shocking scene, actually really happened. No matter what they do not believe. Little Wuhan seemed to have not noticed the shock of the crowd. His tender face hung with a few moments of childishness and incredulity. He examined his fist very carefully, as if the collapsing pillar and the chaotic scene had nothing to do with him. Sister, look, father didn't lie to us. We seem to be really powerful. Little Wuhan turned his head to look at little Sheer, pointing at the red-haired monster that was still lying on the ground, with an excited gleam in his eyes, as if he was waiting for an approving hug. Little Sheer was astonished and also looked eager to try, running over and pulling up her brother's hand. Little Trace is really powerful. In the future you have to protect your sister too. Aha! Little Trace will definitely become as powerful as daddy and protect sister and mother. Little Trace clenched his fists with a serious face. Nangong Tianyin looked at the pair of children in front of her in a daze, an unspeakable feeling of happiness surging through her heart, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The two little ones smiled at each other and walked back to their seats, hand in hand, with a tacit understanding and innocence that moved everyone present. How is this possible? They are actually all sealed martial emperors? Just moments after the two little ones had just sat in their chairs, the green-clothed old man sitting in the first position stood up abruptly, his entire body incoherent. This person was none other than the Greenwood sect's supreme elder, Yang Pengyi, whose pupils were wide with disbelief as he stared at little Sheer and little Wu Shang, as if he had seen the most unbelievable sight in the world. Chapter 15, Unsubmissive. For sects unite. As Yang Pengyi's words landed on the ground, the entire parlor seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, and everyone's breathing was stagnant. All eyes, as they surveyed the past again, found that they could not see through it again. But for the eyesight of the Greenwood sect's Taishan elder, they had no doubt that just the fact that the other party was able to seriously injure Di Mingxian without him even reacting was enough to prove that what Taishan Yang Pengyi said was not false. A sealed martial emperor who was less than 3 years old? This was not only absurd, it was a complete reversal of common sense in martial arts. For a while, Everyone's faces were written with complex expressions of shock, doubt and fear. They looked at each other, but saw the same answer in each other's eyes. This world may really be crazy. The powerhouses of the four great sacred sect looked at each other, their faces frozen to the extreme. Among them, they were basically all strong people who had cultivated for hundreds of years before barely stepping into the realm of the martial emperor. And as far as talent was concerned, they were still far inferior to Di Mingxian. And now, two children who were still less than 3 years old had already reached heights that countless people who had been cultivating hard for their entire lives might not even be able to reach. They couldn't help but wonder if they were wrong to begin with. The martial way, too, could be achieved overnight? In the parlor, the top brass of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were similarly dumbfounded. Their eyes glazed over. Mu Hongxia, on the other hand, was even more shocked. She was aware of the talent of the two little ones. Being at the Zunshi realm at birth was unprecedented. Unable to resist glancing at Yun Tenjuan, the shock in Mu Hongxia's heart was completely concealed. She had already guessed that it must be Yun Tenjuan who had lifted the seals for the two little ones. But for Yun Tian-Dus to be able to raise the cultivation of the two little ones from Zunshi to sealed martial emperor in one night was somewhat appalling. Seeing Di Mingxian standing up with a pale face, his heart was humiliated to the extreme. Being injured by a milquetoast child would be a lifelong disgrace. Di Qingyun forced down the shock in his heart and bowed deeply to Yun Tianwan as he spoke with difficulty. Mr. Yun, my Fire Cloud sect is willing to apologize to your party for today's actions and promise that we will no longer be enemies with the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace in the future. As for the resources and industries left behind by the Golden Torture sect, my Fire Cloud sect will not interfere, and only seeks. Is it as simple as that? Yun Tian-Dus interrupted Di Qingyun's words, an undeniable majesty in his tone. We all know the intentions of your people. Do you think that you can solve the problem by giving in and apologizing? I wonder what Mr. Yun wants? Please also make it clear. The Water Moon sect's supreme elder slightly arched his hand and spoke bluntly. You guys listen up. I won't beat around the bush. If you four clans don't want to follow in the footsteps of the Golden Torture clan, there's only one way to submit. Yun Tian-Dus's tone was flat but unquestionable. With these words, the faces of the powerhouses of the four great sacred sects became even more ugly. Although they knew that Yun Tianduan's strength was unfathomable, but they had been accustomed to being on high, so how could they be willing to submit to the feet of others? This was undoubtedly a great trampling on their dignity. For a while, the air was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder, as if a shocking battle would break out at any moment. Mr. Yun, so what if it was you who exterminated the Golden Penalty sect? Our four great sacred sect united together will still be able to easily destroy the Golden Penalty sect. The sealed martial emperor in earth-colored robes coldly spoke out. This person was none other than the Thick Earth sect's supreme elder, Chong Jiuzhong. He wanted to use the deterrent power of the four great sacred sects union to suppress Yun Tianzuan's temper. But one could only say that he had underestimated Yun Tianzuan and overestimated himself. So, you have already made your choice? Yun Tian-Dus remained indifferent. If it wasn't for the consideration of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, he wouldn't bother bothering with such a group of mole crickets. Your Excellency, do you really want to make things worse? The Water Moon sect's supreme elder rose up with a sudden, gloomy expression. When Yun Tian-Dus heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a contemptuous smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as if he could penetrate the deepest fears of the human heart. Doing away with it? You guys are wrong. I am merely giving you guys a chance to choose. Since you guys don't cherish it, then you can't blame me for being ruthless. Before the words fell, Yun Tian-Dus didn't even move a bit, only a low cold snort, like thunder exploded in the parlor, shocking the people of the four great sacred sect with painful eardrums and a trance. The four sealed martial emperors were the first to bear the brunt, only to feel an unspeakable force surging from all directions, like a million huge stones pressing down on them, instantly crushing them to their knees, spitting out blood from their mouths, their faces as white as paper. Di Mingxian was even more miserable. He was already seriously injured. At this moment, he was even more directly shocked by this force. His meridians were broken. His cultivation was destroyed. His eyes were wide open, full of anger and despair. Aside from the four sealed martial emperors being there, the rest of them were all seriously injured and dying, lying on the ground, unable to move, their hearts horrified. Where exactly are you? You? Heavy Nine Rivers opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice carrying a tremor that was hard to hide. Yun Tian-Dus smiled indifferently, as if he had done something trivial and insignificant. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that you guys made the wrong choice. Mr. Yun. Yun rests his anger. The matter of subjugation is a big matter. We alone cannot be the master. Please allow us to report. Yang Pengyi similarly opened his mouth to beg for mercy, his voice trembling, the fear on his face could not be concealed. Very well, I'll give you time to send a message, inform your higher-ups that my conditions remain unchanged. Submit or perish. Your choice. Yun Tian Dust said, immediately releasing the pressure on the four sealed martial emperors. The four of them looked at each other, and in the end, they could only unwillingly take out their summoning jade slips and truthfully inform their respective clans of everything that had happened today, as well as the conditions that Yun Tian Dust had proposed. Tong Tian Ancient Road. The four great holy sects received the transmission at the same time, and immediately raised their sects in anger. Although their five-element sacred sect is known as the Sacred Sect, it is essentially an ancient race with the longest inheritance, overriding the Xiantian continent for hundreds of thousands of years. It has never been so provoked. After sending a message for Di Qin Yun and the others to stall the other party first, the four holy clans conversed across the air. After a short period of communication, the four great sacred sect executives unanimously decided to show the world the true depths of their sacred sect. So what if the other party could destroy a golden penalty sect? They didn't think that someone from the Xiantian continent could threaten their four great sacred sect joining forces. As for that Mr. Yin being able to crush the four sealed martial emperors with his breath, how could they believe that? In the Xiantian continent, a half-step celestial was the limit. They took it for granted that the other party was just a half-step celestial who had mastered a special magic treasure, and that he could still turn over the sky under the joint efforts of their four great sacred sects. Thus, the four holy sects quickly gathered their armies, vowing to flatten the sunset cloud immortal palace in one fell swoop, and completely erase that Mr. Cloud. The four great sacred sects moved quickly, and the four armies quickly merged together, exceeding 100,000 people. Dozens of warships swept in and set off towards the fallen cloud immortal palace. Wherever they passed, they covered the sky and were as powerful as rainbows. Among them, there were thousands of Zun Shi powerhouses, more than 300 martial emperor experts, and even dozens of sealed martial emperors pressed into action. And the 9 half-step celestials were the absolute core of this team, whose might was enough to shake the entire Xiantian continent. As the news of the four great sacred sect joining forces to kill the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace spread, the entire Xiantian continent was shaken. Various forces had sent out powerful people, choosing to wait and see what would happen in the shadows, while some were secretly calculating, attempting to make a profit from this storm. Chapter 16, The Four Great Sacred Sects Descend. In the falling cloud Immortal Palace, the sky was dark and heavy, with dark clouds rolling in at the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if the end was coming. For different styles of magnificent warships shuttled out from the thick clouds, stretching across heaven and earth, surrounding the mountain gate of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Above the battleship, the flags were hunting, the war drums were thundering, and the army of nearly 100,000 martial artists was standing by, with a magnificent momentum that shook the entire Xiantian continent. The 9 great half-step celestials were suspended in the air, their faces majestic, their breaths were like 9 lofty mountains, suppressing the space around them, causing heaven and earth to change color. More than 50 sealed martial emperors stood apart, each with a torch-like gaze, cold and sharp, as if they could pierce through all the illusions in the world. In the distance, when the martial practitioners of the various forces on the Xiantian continent saw the four holy sects in such a formation from afar, all of them were trembling in their hearts and minds. They knew that the falling cloud Immortal Palace, which had stood for 10,000 years, was going to fall today. Some lamented, others gloated. In the crowd of spectators, a black-robed old man stared at the direction of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, a thick killing intent flashing in his eyes. This person is precisely the old ancestor of the Extreme Sky Sect. He learned from the mouth of the elders in the sect that the death of his great-grandson Zhuowei must have nothing to do with this falling cloud Immortal Palace. His grandson, Zhua Hongyuan, should also still be in the hands of the Sunset Immortal Palace. If he hadn't heard that the destruction of the Golden Penalty sect might be related to the Fallen Cloud Immortal Palace, he would have killed the Fallen Cloud Immortal Palace a long time ago. Now that the four great holy sects were pressing in, it was his chance. He didn't believe that the Fallen Cloud Immortal Palace could make any waves in front of the four great sacred sects. For those martial artists from all sides who were watching from afar and hiding in the shadows, the four holy sects paid no attention to them. Today's move also has the intention of shocking the world. The more people who came, the better the deterrent effect would be, so that the world would know the true depth of their sacred sect. Outside the mountain gate of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, the atmosphere was oppressive and dull. Falling Cloud Immortal Palace, quickly hand over the people of my Fire Cloud sect before you obediently come out to claim your death. A torrential voice emanated from the mouth of the Fire Cloud sect's old ancestor, Di Luofeng, like rolling thunder, shaking everyone present to the point where their eardrums filled with blood and their hearts trembled. That voice contained endless majesty and unquestionability, as if a heavenly god had descended to the world, proclaiming judgment. Humph! A mere Fallen Cloud Immortal Palace dares to provoke the majesty of my four great sacred sect. Today I will definitely let you know what despair is. The water moon sex old ancestor was named Shin Songzhou, and his stern voice followed closely behind, like cold ice piercing the bones, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Anyone who offends my sacred sect will be executed. The old ancestors of the Greenwood sect and the Thick Earth sect also shouted angrily in unison, their voices like rolling torrents, reverberating in the air and stirring everyone's hearts. But the most surprising thing was that although there was shock in the eyes of the several mountain guard disciples, they were not alarmed. At this moment of extreme tension, within the main hall of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, a dozen figures were suddenly thrown out by an invisible force, tumbling through the air like kites with broken strings, and smashing towards each of the four main battleships. It's the Supreme Elder, and the young lord in them, someone exclaimed out in shock, and when the crowd fixed their eyes on it, they were instantly enraged, because those who were thrown out were clearly Di Qingyun, Yang Pengyi, and the others, blood hanging from the corners of their mouths, all of them in a sorry state, their eyes filled with panic and despair. After picking the people up, the crowd realized that not only were their bodies severely traumatized, what was even more frightening was that their mental states were all extremely low. Everyone was stagnant, their gazes were lax and lifeless, and their breaths were atrophied as if their souls had been drained out of them. Even Di Qingyun and the other four sealed martial emperors were no exception. Their eyes had lost their former sharpness and confidence, leaving only deep fear and helplessness. What is going on here? When the top echelons of the four great sacred sects saw this, they were all horrified, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. Qingyun, what exactly happened? The old ancestor of the Fire Cloud sect, Di Luofeng, looked at Di Qingyun with an iron face and asked in a deep voice. A stern killing chant slowly released from his body as the temperature around him plummeted. Upon hearing his grandfather's voice, there was a hint of color in Di Qingyun's lax and lifeless gaze. Zhou. Di Qingyun's lips trembled and he was just about to open his mouth to speak when 24 figures stepped into the air from the depths of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. The man at the head had a fluttering robe, just like an immortal god descending, and it was Yun Tian Dust. His face was cold and his eyes were deep, as if he could see into everything in the world. Behind him, followed Mu Yuanshan and the other top echelons of the Laka Immortal Palace. As for Nangong Tianin, she was holding the two little ones and watching the scene from afar, without a trace of worry on her face. She believed that Yun Tianduan could solve everything. Gazing at Yun Tian Dust's side face from afar, a shallow smile hung at the corner of Nangong Tianin's mouth. Perhaps she herself hadn't realized that this man who was perfect in every aspect had caused her to develop a sense of dependence. After seeing the terrifying lineup of the four great sacred sect, the top brass of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were unconsciously terrified in their hearts. If he had seen this kind of lineup a day ago, he was afraid that everyone in the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace would have been scared out of their wits. But it was different now. With Mr. Yun the big brother backing him up, the four great holy sects were not worth mentioning at all. They had witnessed the scene where Yun Tian Dust had obliterated a heavenly realm powerhouse like killing a small chicken. As strong as the heavenly realm powerhouses did not have the slightest resistance, the so-called four great sacred sects were even more worthless in front of Mr. Yun. The moment they saw Yun Tianduan, the eyes of those dozen or so people who had been thrown out became even more fearful, and they were all silenced. Even Di Qingyun and the other four sealed martial emperors had the sign of being scared out of their wits, their lips trembling to the point of being unable to speak. When the four great sacred sects' old ancestors saw this, their faces were so gloomy that they could almost squeeze out water. Their gazes were like sharp swords shooting towards Yun Tian Dust and Mu Yuanshan and the others as they spoke out coldly. Good Falling Cloud Immortal Palace. How dare you treat my sacred sex people in such a manner? You are simply looking for death. Today, I will make the Falling Cloud Immortal Palace get rid of its name in the Xian continent, and an inch of grass will not be born. It seems, you high and mighty ones seem to have already made your choice. Yun Tian Dust's profound gaze swept over the crowd of the four great sacred sect, his tone filled with disdain and indifference. Although his voice was soft, it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's heart, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. The Greenwood sect's elder ancestor, Yang Taixian, had white hair and a cloudy gaze as he coldly sank his face. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? Why did you injure my sacred sect elder? With a slight understanding of the art of deduction, he was extremely keen to unknown dangers. The instant Yun Tian Dust arrived, Yang Taixian detected an intense crisis. Cautious, this inquired out loud. As soon as Yang Taishuan's words fell, the cold voice of the Thick Earth sect's old ancestor rang out. What's the point of wasting words with him? In the Xian continent, no one has dared to defy my five elements sacred sect so much. Take him down first. I agree with old man Chang's proposal. If you dare to mistreat my four sacred sect's elders like this, why do you need to talk to them? The Water Moon sect's elder ancestor's tone was stern and his eyes were sharp. The fire cloud sect's old ancestors similarly spoke out in agreement, and at their signal, 8 sealed martial emperors instantly stepped forward, their gazes like electricity as they aggressively approached Yun Tian Dust. Ignorant junior, roll over and suffer death, a sealed martial emperor shouted angrily, his body's spiritual energy surging, transforming into a sharp sword blade that slashed towards Yun Tian Dust. The rest of the 7 people also struck out, and their mighty pressure came from all over the sky, compressing and distorting the entire space. Chapter 17, Half-Step Celestial? They're just ants. The people of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had retreated violently. They had the self-awareness to stay and would only get in the way. Instantly, all eyes were focused on Yun Tianzuan, wanting to see how he would respond to the attacks of the 8 sealed martial emperors. The 4 great sacred sects had sent out 8 sealed martial emperors, also wanting to test the depths of Yun Tian Dust. Ugh, why bother? Facing the 8 sealed martial emperors who were killing from different directions, Yun Tianjuan let out a long sigh, not even having the desire to strike. The next instant, only to see Yun Tian Dust gently flick his sleeve. An invisible chi energy surged out from his sleeve, sweeping away like a raging wind and rain, instantly dissolving the 8 sealed martial emperors' powerful attacks into nothing. The remnants of that chi energy continued to sweep towards the 8 sealed martial emperors. No good. The 8 of them changed color at the same time and offered up their defensive means. However, all of their defenses were fragile in front of that chi, and they couldn't even block it for a moment. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the 8 sealed martial emperors spat out blood and flew backwards, their faces as pale as paper, their eyes full of unbelief. How is this possible? The crowd of the 4 great sacred sect were all horrified when they saw this. They had never seen such a bizarre power that could so easily defeat the 8 sealed martial emperors. For a moment, the crowd looked at Yun Tian Dust with completely different gazes. Even the 4 great sacred sect ancestors couldn't help but look heavy. They had always watched carefully but had not seen the other party's cultivation at all. But just based on the hand that this person had just displayed, it was not something that a half-step celestial could do. Yang Taishuan's inner uneasiness grew stronger as he clasped his fists in the air at Yun Tianjuan and once again inquired out. Your Excellency is able to have such strength. You must not be from the Xian Tian continent. Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting my 5-element sacred sect? You're not qualified to know who I am. All you need to know is that the fallen cloud immortal palace, it's not something you can move yet. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly, but his tone was filled with unquestionable majesty. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, or die. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The 4 great sacred sect ancestors' faces were grim, and the entire space was shrouded by an aura of solemnity. Even all the elders and disciples of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were shocked by Yun Tian Dust's overbearing words. To have the 4 great sacred clans submit to their Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace's feet was something they would never dare to dream of, especially those major power martial artists who were hiding in the shadows and observing from afar. The shock within their hearts was incomparable. Although this person was able to easily defeat the 8 sealed martial emperors, the total number of sealed martial emperors of the 4 great sacred sects added up to more than 50. What's more, the 9 half-step celestials hadn't even made a move yet. Facing the 4 great holy sects with all of their underpinnings, that young man actually dared to speak out in such a manner. It was simply an act of looking for death. They didn't think that someone could fight against the 4 great sacred sect with their own strength, because it was simply impossible. And just when the atmosphere was the most depressing, a furious roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Little you dare to waste my son. This seat will damage your body and skin you. The crowd followed the sound and realized that the person speaking was none other than the Fire Cloud sect's patriarch, Di Honlai. Beside Di Honlai, a young man lay on the ground with a bloodless face. His eyes were lifeless, and his breath was weak to the extreme, as if he could die at any time. After seeing that it was none other than the young master of the Fire Cloud sect, Di Mingxian, the crowd was stunned. Die! Di Honlai roared, and the aura of a half-step celestial was violently released, and the entire space trembled. Only a flash of his figure transformed into a fiery red light, heading straight for Yun Tian Dust. Brother Di, we've come to help you. The remaining 3 great patriarchs glanced at each other and responded, the 4 great patriarchs joining hands to strike, determined to suppress this damned berserker on the spot. Still wanting their 4 great sacred sect to submit to a trash force like the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was simply delusional. Little give this seat death. Fire Cloud sect patriarch Di Honlia's rage was monstrous, his entire body soaring like a fiery phoenix. The flames around his body churning and turning into a sea of fire in the sky. Each flame contained the might to burn mountains and boil the sea, and it came straight at Yun Tianjuan. The Greenwood sect patriarch waved his hands lightly. Countless vines grew wildly out of thin air, interweaving into a net, wanting to bind Yun Tianjuan in it, which contained vitality and poison, interweaving into a trap of death. The Water Moon sect patriarch was a young woman's appearance. Her figure was as agile as water, and an icy blue light surrounded her body. She lightly opened her vermilion lips, and a cold ice tornado was born out of thin air, carrying a bone-piercing coldness and a sharpness that cut through everything, pointing directly at Yun Tian Dust's heart vein. The thick earth sect patriarch was stout, his feet stepped on the sky, and with a deep voice, he shouted, and immediately, space trembled, and the mountains and rocks flew, transforming into a 1,000-foot-high earth giant, which raised its enormous palm and pressed down on Yun Tian Dust with a roar. Is this the strength of a half-step celestial realm? Voices sucking in cool air resounded from the crowd of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Such a terrifying attack was enough to raise the entire Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace to the ground. The martial artists from all sides who were watching the battle from afar were equally horrified. However, in the face of this heaven-destroying attack, Yun Tian Dust remained calm and self-contained, and a glint of disdain flickered in his eyes, quite uninterested. Half-step celestial? It's just an ant. Yun Tian Dust didn't even bother to move a bit as he directly ignored the attacks of the four. The four people's attack directly dissipated when they were less than 3 meters away from him, not even making the slightest ripple. How is this possible? The four great patriarchs were confused, and the crowd was dumbfounded. Everyone didn't know what had happened. How did that powerful attack that was enough to destroy the entire Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace disappear out of thin air? Before they could regain their senses from the shock, Yun Tian Dust struck out, only to see him gently raise his hand. A terrifying force surged out from his palm, transforming into a golden hand that covered the sky and suppressed towards the four great patriarchs. One could only see that wherever that large hand passed, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting a burst of ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. When the four great patriarchs saw this, all of them changed color. They tried their best to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they were unable to shake that big hand in the slightest. No! Firecloud Sect Patriarch D. Lai bore the brunt of the roar of despair. Humph! It's you! The Firecloud Sect! Who screams the loudest? Die! As Yun Tian Dust's cold words came out, D. Lai's figure instantly burst apart under the crushing of the large hand, turning into a roiling mist of blood and bones. This scene shook the entire audience, and everyone was scared out of their wits, their eyes almost glaring out. The big hand went on, and the remaining three great patriarchs realized with horror that their bodies were unable to move. No! Don't! Old ancestor, save me! As they watched the large hand approach, the three great patriarchs were completely emboldened and begged for help in terror. Chapter 18, Still too weak. Not good. Quickly save them. Yang Taixian was the first to come back to his senses from the shock of Di Honglia's death, and as he shouted out sternly, he had already dashed out. His hands quickly formed a seal, only to see a distortion in the void above his head, and an ancient and vicissitudes of the greenwood scepter slowly emerged. It was entwined with wisps of life force, clearly an extremely extraordinary ancestral weapon. Xianbing, the Water Moon Sect's old ancestor, Shen Tsongzhou, and the Thick Earth Sect's old ancestor were also instantly awakened and simultaneously offered up their respective ancestral weapons. As for Di Luofeng, he completely froze on the spot, completely unable to believe his eyes. The Water Moon Sect's ancestral artifact, an ice moon sword that emitted an ethereal blue cold light all over its body, and the Thick Earth Sect's old ancestor offered a yellow earth shield that was as thick as a mountain. The three ancestral artifacts Xianbing intertwined into a brilliant curtain of light in the air, attempting to resist the golden hand that covered the sky. A Xian weapon was in existence that transcended above spiritual weapons. The Shen Tian continent's very best imperial weapons also belonged to the category of spiritual weapons, and their power was also far inferior to Xian weapons. With the three great ancestral weapons, Celestials could also fight. However, what made everyone's jaws drop in shock was that the curtain of light transformed by the three ancestral weapons Xianbing instantly collapsed and disintegrated as if it was made of papier-mâché the moment it met the large golden hand. What was even more frightening was that the three great ancestral weapons at the Xian weapon level were not even spared, and were annihilated into flying dust and dissipated into nothingness before they even touched the golden hand. How is this possible? The three great sacred sect ancestors simultaneously suffered a backlash and spat out blood as they retreated backwards. Their hearts were even more horrified and filled with disbelief. That was their five great sacred sects' town heritage. How could it be so fragile? Until this moment, they finally realized what a terrifying opponent they and the others were facing. Seeing that golden hand continue to crush away, just when everyone thought that the three great patriarchs were about to follow in Di Honglia's footsteps, the golden hand that suppressed everything suddenly dissipated. It was Yun Tian Dust who deliberately withdrew his hand. He did not intend to create more killings. He also just wanted to take this opportunity to support the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace and prepare for his departure in the future. The three of them noticed that the pressure on their bodies disappeared, and their figures violently retreated violently away. If that huge palm hadn't been followed by a lack of strength, they were convinced that they wouldn't have survived. they wouldn't have dreamed that it was Yun Tian Dust who had intentionally stayed his hand. Feeling the crisis of death from a close distance had left an indelible psychological shadow on the three of them. When they looked at Yun Tianwan again, an unprecedented fear surged within them, the hallowed lords of the sacred sect. And at that moment, Di Luofeng, who had witnessed the tragic death of his first grandson, came back to his senses from his extreme anger. He stared angrily at Yun Tianwan, his eyes crimson and maddened as if they were about to drip blood. "Little you dare to kill my grandson. Today, I will break you into pieces to sacrifice my grandson's spirit in heaven." Di Luofeng roared, directly burning most of his essence blood, transforming into a blazing flame that shot up into the clouds. "Three of you, quickly summoned the clan's dragon veins and set up the four-elephant immense formation in order to behead this thief." Di Luofeng hissed, his tone filled with determination and madness. Yang Taishan and the other three great sacred sect ancestors nodded heavily as they heard this. Things had developed to such an extent that it was already a matter of life and death for the four great sacred sect. The four of them moved extremely fast, standing in four polar positions, surrounding Yun Tian Dust in the center, each biting the tip of their tongues and spraying out a mouthful of blood, their hands quickly forming seals, invoking the aura of heaven and earth and summoning the dragon vein spirit of their respective clans. One could only see four giant pillars of dragon-like aura breaking through the air from the ancient road to the sky, encircling the sky above the sunset cloud immortal palace, intertwining with the dark clouds in the sky to form a shocking picture. Those four dragon vein spirits were exactly where the roots of the 10,000-year-old inheritance of the four great holy sects were located, containing an incomparably large amount of power. The four elephants returned to their positions. "Limitless birth and death. Give me the town." As the four of them chanted in unison, the four dragon vein spirits tumbled and danced in the air as if they had been given life. It eventually transformed into four huge formation bases, enveloping the entire sunset cloud immortal palace with Yun Tian Dust and the others. The moment the formation began to form, the four great sacred sect martial artists present all stepped in and injected all of their spiritual energy into the formation, and the might of the four-elephant infinite formation once again skyrocketed by more than a few times. A stream of terrifying power burst out from the formation base, interweaving into a complex and incomparable network of runes, locking the entire space shut. This was the four-elephant immense formation, a peerless formation that had been laid down by combining the strength of the four great sacred sect dragon veins and 8 half-step celestials, dozens of sealed martial emperors, and nearly 100,000 martial artists. A wisp of breath spread out at random could easily obliterate a sealed martial emperor. The martial artists from all sides looked at it in their eyes, and all of them were chilled to the bone. The five elements sacred sect's depth had once again refreshed their cognition. "Little, this seat will thwart your bones and ashes, and all the people related to you will be buried with my grandson." As the fire cloud sect's old ancestor hissed, the might of the four-elephant infinite formation was pushed to the extreme. The sky for thousands of miles around became dark, accompanied by rolling thunder, as if the entire world was trembling. Seeing such a powerful extermination formation, many of the disciples of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were also a bit flustered. If Mr. Yun couldn't block it, their entire Sunset Immortal Palace would be wiped out. Nandong Tianyin looked up at the terrifying killing formation that covered the sky. Her face didn't show half a bit of panic. She was unconsciously reassured by the presence of that man. Yun Tian Dust did not let her down. Facing the killing formation laid down by the four great sacred sect based on the dragon vein, his figure did not move a single bit. He just gently spat out a word, "Break." As soon as the word break was uttered, the entire space trembled. As if the word followed the law, the ferocious four-elephant immense formation began to tremble violently. Ka-ching! A crisp cracking sound rang out, only to see the runic veins on the four-elephant infinite formation begin to crumble inch by inch, as if they were being torn apart by an invisible force. When the four Saints sect martial practitioners saw this, they all showed shocked expressions. They couldn't believe that the formation that they and the others had put their best efforts into would be so unbearable. "No! This is impossible!" The four great old ancestors cried out in shock as they tried their best to stabilize the formation, only to find that all the efforts they and the others had put in were in vain. That terrifying power seemed to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and it was simply impossible to resist it. Finally, with the collapse of the last rune network, the four-elephant infinite formation completely disintegrated. All of the four Saint sect martial practitioners were affected by the backlash, spitting blood from their mouths and falling with serious injuries, and very few of them were still able to take to the air, especially Di Luofeng and the other four great old ancestors. They had suffered the most severe backlash and had even injured their fundamentals, their cultivation showing signs of regression. At this moment, the entire space was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Yun Tian Dust that they couldn't take care of themselves in their own lives. The ones who were the most alarmed were none other than the crowd of the four great sacred sect. It was then that they realized what kind of existence they were facing. It was truly invincible and powerful to the point of despair. It was no wonder that Di Qingyun and the others, who were sealed martial emperors, were frightened to the point of losing their minds. It turned out that their four great sacred sects' underpinnings were nothing in the eyes of the other party. Any other means? Use them all. Yun Tiandust's gaze was like electricity as he swept over the four great sacred sect martial practitioners, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. Yang Taishuan's few people glanced at each other, all of their faces bloodless. Chapter 19 3 Sect Submission. Fire Cloud Sect extinguished. Under Yun Tiandust's unquestionably majestic gaze, the three great old ancestors of the Greenwood Sect, Water Moon Sect and Thick Earth Sect were trembling inwardly, their faces as pale as paper, and their foreheads were beaded with cold sweat. It was only at this moment that they completely came to their senses. In the face of the mysterious powerhouse in front of them, any resistance on their part would be futile, and in the end, what would be ushered in would only be the destruction of the clan. My lord, I, the Greenwood Sect, would like to submit to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace for all eternity, and only look to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace as my head. Yang Taixian was the first to speak, his voice trembling slightly. Seeing this, the Water Moon Sect and the Thick Earth Sect's old ancestors also took a stand and swore their allegiance to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Although there was resentment in their hearts, more than anything else, it was a deep fear of Yun Tianduan's strength. Very well, you will not regret your choices today. Yun Tiandust nodded slowly. This was the result he wanted. In the face of this kind of high and mighty power, it is necessary to deter with absolutely powerful strength, and then slowly subdue. The effect will be better. His gaze was like an ice-cold sharp blade, shooting straight towards the already dead silent crowd of the Fire Cloud Sect. As for your Fire Cloud Sect, since you have already made a deadly enemy, then I will not be able to keep you. Yun Tiandust's voice was cold and determined as he waved his large hand, only to see an invisible force instantly envelop the entire Fire Cloud Sect's team. In a blink of an eye, all the strongest people above Martial Emperor, regardless of their cultivation level, were controlled by this force and lifted to the midair like puppets on strings. The disciples of the Fire Cloud Sect were horrified and watched as their elders, who were incredibly powerful in their eyes, were so easily manipulated without the slightest ability to fight back. Die! Don't be so self-righteous in your next life. Yun Tiandust coldly spat out a few words as his large hand fiercely clenched, and more than 90 Martial Emperor powerhouses instantly turned into flying dust and dissipated into nothingness. Di Luofeng and the other half-step celestial realm old man didn't escape either, and were no better than ants in front of Yun Tiandust. Ever since the moment that Di Mingxian had developed strange thoughts towards Nangong Tianin and had moved to kill Sheer and Xiao Trace, Yun Tianduan had no intention of letting the Fire Cloud Sect go easily. Originally, after scrapping Di Mingxian, if the Fire Cloud Sect was sensible, he wouldn't have killed all of them. It's just a pity that this Fire Cloud Sect is all a bunch of people looking for death. This scene caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble violently in horror. Many people in the Fire Cloud Sect's team chose to run for their lives. Yun Tiandust did not stop there, and with the lift of his hand, he wiped out the cultivation of the more than 20,000 people present in the Fire Cloud Sect. After losing their cultivation, the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sect either sat paralyzed on the ground or fainted on the spot, their eyes filled with endless panic and despair. The most miserable ones were those who chose to escape, and after having their cultivation wiped out by Yun Tiandust, they all fell from mid-air. Some people were killed on the spot, others were crippled, and even being an ordinary person became a luxury. The Five Elements Sacred Sect was originally a family-style sect, and for these people to be able to come here today on high, they had no innocence in Yun Tiandust's eyes. If he wasn't here, the Lakai Immortal Palace would have been littered with corpses, whether it was the Celestial Realm or a small world like the Xian Tian continent. Both adhered to the cruel rule of the weak and the strong. Yun Tiandust was able to establish a behemoth like the War God Temple in the even more brutal Heavenly Realm. So how could his methods be ordinary? Fire Cloud Sect, removed from the name today. Yun Tiandust's voice was cold and merciless. His words were like a judgment, causing the Fire Cloud Sect to completely fall into the dust of history. What happened today shocked everyone present. Whether it was the disciples of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace or the martial practitioners from various forces watching the battle from afar, they were all deeply shocked by Yun Tiandust's thunderous means. They had never seen such an overbearing and powerful existence before. The crowd of the three great sacred clans that were forced to submit were even more shocked by Yun Tiandust's overpowering tactics that sent chills down their backs. In their hearts, they were secretly glad that they and the others had made the right choice, otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up much better than the Fire Cloud Sect. My lord, we will definitely follow your will and guard the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and we will never dare to slack off in the slightest. Yang Taixian and the other three great sacred sect ancestors stated their positions, their tones filled with awe and submission. Yun Tian Dust nodded his head indifferently, satisfied with their attitude. Although the three great sacred clans have submitted, you can still operate independently. Yun Tianduan's voice echoed in the air. You and the others will each send 2 sealed martial emperors to reside in the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace as a guardian force. If the Immortal Palace is in trouble, you 3 sects must support it with all your might without fail. Upon hearing Yun Tianduan's request, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the 3 great sacred sect ancestors. This request was already considered extremely generous to them. In their hearts, they were secretly glad that they and the others had not completely lost their freedom and dignity. As you command, we will definitely do our best to guard the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. The 3 great sacred sect ancestors answered in unison, their tones filled with determination and loyalty. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, his eyes sharp. For the aftermath of the Fire Cloud sect, you 3 clans helped to deal with it. You shouldn't need me to teach you what to do, right? Please don't worry, my lord. We will definitely take care of it and never let the Fire Cloud sect have any chance to turn around. The 3 great old ancestors solemnly guaranteed, acting in a very formal manner. Subsequently, Yun Tian Dust had the strongest martial emperors and above from the 3 great sacred clans leave behind their soul blood as a guarantee. Although the 3 great sacred sect martial emperors were unwilling, they didn't dare to put up the slightest resistance in front of Yun Tian Dust's despairingly powerful strength. After doing so, Yun Tianduan directly turned around and left. As for the rest of the mess, it would be handed over to the 3 great sacred clans in the Fallen Cloud Immortal Palace, and I believe that they would quickly take care of it. When he was in the heavenly realm, he basically wouldn't personally manage the affairs of the War God Temple. All the small and large affairs within the temple were generally handled by Mo Feng, one of the 12 blazing angels. Mo Feng couldn't handle it. There were the 4 great war kings, the 2 great protectors, and then on top of that, there was the Vice Hall Master. He, the Hall Master, was a complete throwaway. Yun Tian Dust had gone to accompany the child, and Mu Yuan Shan, as the old ancestor of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, he approached Yang Taixian and the others with trepidation, and all of them were courteous and respectful to him. Mu Yuan Shan was overwhelmed with emotion. Their Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had become the most powerful clan in Xiantian continent overnight. After a brief discussion, Mu Yuan Shan and Yang Taixian and the others reached a consensus that the 3 great sacred patriarchs would personally accompany Mu Yuan Shan and the others to eliminate the Fire Cloud sect from its roots. As Yun Tian Dust and the crowd of the 3 great sacred sect left one after another, the atmosphere of the scene gradually eased, but the shock and awe was as deep as a brand in everyone's heart. The martial artists from all sides who were watching the battle from afar looked at the backs of Mu Yuan Shan and the 3 great sacred sect ancestors walking side by side, and all of them felt an indescribably complex emotion in their hearts. They knew deep down that the pattern of the Xiantian continent would be completely rewritten due to the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Truly things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace would be backed up by such a powerful person, becoming the peak existence of the Xiantian continent in one fell swoop? An old man was overwhelmed with emotion, both envy and awe in his eyes. Yeah, with the resources of the 2 great sacred clans, the Golden Penalty sect and the Fire Cloud sect, coupled with the great assistance of the 3 great sacred clans, the rise of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace has become unstoppable. Another martial artist chimed in, his tone filled with sighs. Go up and say hello. With mixed feelings, the crowd went up to greet Mu Hongxia, who was making good. Mu Hongxia felt the various gazes cast around her, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. She had never imagined that the Sunset Immortal Palace would have such a glorious day. Those forces that had once disdained the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were now coming forward, switching to curry favor in an attempt to ease relations. Palace Master Mu, congratulations. We'll have to rely on the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace to take care of us more in the future. A sect elder stepped forward and expressed his goodwill with a big smile. Mu Hongxia smiled bashfully and was not surprised by this. She knew well that in this world where the strongest were honored, there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. She still responded politely, trying not to make either party feel left out. Chapter 20, Nangong Ding. Just as Mu Hongxia was dealing with the endless stream of martial artists from all sides, she inadvertently caught a familiar figure, Nangong Ding, the head of the Nangong family, who was also the father of Nangong Tianyin. Nangong Ding was of medium stature, with a beard on his slightly thin face, dressed in purple robes, and walked towards Mu Hongxia with a nervous expression. Mu Hongxia's heart stirred and she immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to greet him in a warm and unobtrusive manner. Nangong family master, what brings you here? Mu Hongxia's voice was gentle and kind, trying to ease Nangong Ding's tension. Palace Master Mu. Nangong Ding arched his hand at Mu Hongxia and saluted, saying, Mu Palace Master, is Tianyin Shi. Okay? I've been here for a while, but I haven't seen Tianyin. Is she alright? Nan Gongding said, his eyes flashing with thick worry. After hearing the news that the four great sacred sect had besieged the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nan Gongding felt like the sky had collapsed. It was only then that he rushed to the Sunset Immortal Palace in a hurry. Originally, he thought that what he saw would be a ruin, but he just happened to see a scene of a mysterious powerhouse suppressing the four great sacred clans. However, what made Nan Gongding feel flustered was that all the top management of the Laka Immortal Palace had appeared, except for his daughter, Nangong Tianyin, who was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Nan Gongding's worried look, Mu Hongxia smiled and comforted. There is no need for Nangong family master to be worried. Tianyin, she is fine. I will take you to see her. Many thanks to Palace Master Mu. Hearing Mu Hongxia's words, Nan Gongding instantly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him respectfully. After Mu Hongxia led Nan Gongding into the parlor, she didn't forget to urge Nan Gongding to remain calm no matter what he saw later. After saying that, Mu Hongxia walked out. When Nan Gongding heard this, he became even more nervous inside. The first thing that came to his mind was that the reason why Tianyin hadn't come home for 4 years, couldn't it be that something had really happened? Thinking of this, Nan Gongding's heart was gradually taken over by nervousness. Inside the parlor of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nan Gongding waited anxiously alone, fidgeting, but just as he wanted to walk out, two little heads poked out from outside the main door. Little Xier and little Wuwen stared with big, dark eyes, curiously surveying the grandfather that their mother was talking about. The moment Nan Gongding saw the two little ones, his entire body completely froze, especially that little girl, who was a complete replica of Nangong Tianyin's childhood. As for that little boy, a few moments of Nangong Tianyin's shadow could also be seen between his eyebrows. This is. Nan Gongding's voice trembled slightly, completely unable to believe his eyes. Nan Gongding seemed to have thought of something and was filled with consternation. However, it was also at this moment that Nangong Tianyin appeared in his line of sight, and she smoothly picked up the two children and slowly walked into the parlor. Father, long time no see. Nangong Tianyin's voice was soft, her eyes slightly reddened with guilt. Tianyin, they are. Nangongding looked at his daughter and then back to the two little ones and couldn't help but inquire. Before Nangong Tianyin could speak, little Xier walked up to Nangongding with her short little legs, pulling on his sleeves, her eyes wide. Grandpa, my name is Nangong Xier. He's my younger brother Nangong Wuhan. We're both your closest grandchildren. When Nangongding heard this, his body trembled violently, and his shock surged like a tidal wave, drowning his entire being. He stared blankly at the two powdered little people in front of him, looking at their innocent smiles. A flash of love unconsciously flashed across his face. The tender voice of the child, the sentence grandpa, as if the spring breeze melts the rain, will be a little bit of his apprehensive heart melted. Nangongding slowly squatted down, his gaze tenderly brushing over little Xier's tender face. His large, slightly trembling hand gently fell between little Wuchen's eyebrows that were similar to his daughter's, as if he was confirming whether this sudden surprise was real. Your name is Heier, right? It's exactly the same as when your mother was a child. Nangongding's tone was gentle and loving. Really? Little Xier sniffed and looked up at her mother, her eyes curving into the shape of a crescent moon. Very cute. Nangongding looked at the little Xier in front of him, seemingly caught up in memories, a smile always hanging on his face. But soon, the smile faded from his face. His daughter's child was so old and he actually had no knowledge of it, which made Nangongding's mood extremely complicated. Tianyin, how did you get married without saying anything to your family? Nangongding's voice carried a few points of reproach, but more than that, it was a loss. Nangong Tianyin lightly bit her red lips and stammered. Father, I am not married. Nangong Tianyin said, a hint of gloom flashing in her eyes. What's going on? Nangongding inquired with a sullen face, glancing at the two little ones again, his eyes unconsciously turning scarlet. Father, the thing is like this, I was backstabbed by a villain back then, and then. What? Halfway through Nangong Tianyin's words, Nangongding was instantly struck by lightning, and the entire person staggered backward, his face turning white, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. At this moment, Nangongding's gaze towards little Xier and little Wuhan became unfriendly. Father, calm down first, things aren't what you think, Nangong Tianyin hurriedly explained. But how could Nangongding still listen? Nangongding's eyes were red with determination. Tianyin, tell me, who is that beast? Even if I have to spell out this old life, I will seek justice for you. As Nangongding said that, his cultivation at the Zunshi realm exploded out with a roar, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Little Xier and little Wushu stared blankly, not daring to make a sound. And right at this moment, Yun Tianduan slowly stepped into the parlor from outside the door. as if there was an invisible force that instantly solidified the originally noisy atmosphere. "Daddy!" the two little ones shouted as they ran over with their short legs when they saw Yun Tian-dust come in. Yun Tian-dust squatted down and unfolded his arms to gather the two little ones into his arms with a doting face. "Daddy, you quickly persuade Grandpa. Grandpa, he's angry." Little Sheer tilted her head, childlike innocence written all over her little face. Nangong Ding looked at the scene in front of him, his entire body frozen on the spot, his eyes glaring round, especially after hearing the two little ones address Yun Tian-duan. Nangong Ding's brain resounded with a roar. What he couldn't even dream of imagining was that this overwhelmingly fierce man who had overthrown two great sacred clans one after another was actually the same scum who had defiled his daughter. The person in front of him was powerful, an existence that made behemoths like the Five Elements sacred sect feel despair in their hearts. How could he, who was only at the Zunshi realm, seek justice for his daughter? Yun Tian-dust sensed Nangong Ding's dissimilarity and slowly got up, signaling the two little ones to return to Nangong Tianin's side first, and turned to look at Nangong Ding, his tone sincere and serious. "Nangong family head, regarding this matter, I want to apologize to you and Tianin." Chapter 21 Misunderstanding, Traveling the Continent. Yun Tian-dust's words, like a fuse, instantly ignited Nangong Ding's long-suppressed anger, as if he had forgotten everything and only wanted to speak out for his daughter. "Apologize? Do you think a single apology can make up for what you did to my daughter?" Nangong Ding's voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Yun Tian-dust took a deep breath, his gaze firm. "I understand that this matter has caused irreparable harm to Tianin. I, Yun Tian-dust, hereby promise you that I will guard their mother and son for eternity, not allowing them to suffer any harm." Nangong Ding froze. He did not expect Yun Tian-duan to say something like this. He looked at Nangong Tianin, wanting to find the answer in her eyes, but realized that his daughter was glistening with tears. Nangong Ding's heart was once again clenched. He thought that his daughter was under duress, and once again, his anger rose from his heart. You simply bully people too much, relying on cultivation to be unscrupulous, are not afraid of the wrath of heaven? If you dare to harm my daughter in the slightest again, I, Nangong Ding, will make you pay for it even if I put my life on the line." Nangong Ding's face was blue with determination in his words, as if he was going to rush forward to fight Yun Tianzuan for his life in the next second. Nangong Tianin knew that her father's misunderstanding had gotten deeper, and immediately aggravated her voice. After casting Yun Tian-dust an apologetic look, Nangong Tianin looked at Nangong Ding with a serious face and said, "Father, listen to me first. Things are not what you imagined. The one who drugged me was Zhuwei. As for big brother Yun, he has never done anything to harm me." Hearing Nangong Tianin address herself, the corner of Yun Tianduan's mouth lifted in a slightly imperceptible arc. With Nangong Tianin's simple narration, Nangong Ding's expression was indescribably wonderful. He looked incredulously at Nangong Tianin and then turned his head to look at Yun Tianduan, as if he was trying to digest this sudden information. In that case, he had misunderstood Yun Tian-dust from the start. Nangong Ding finally reacted. The person in front of him is a ruthless person who personally overthrew the two holy clans, and he actually rebuked such a strong person to his face, almost instantly kung fu. Nangong Ding's forehead constantly have cold sweat oozing out, inwardly nervous to the extreme, hastily stepped forward a few steps. To Yun Tian-dust deeply bowed, voice with difficult to conceal the trembling and sincerity. Yun Gongzi, in my eyes have no eyes, wrongly blamed you, but also please Yun Gongzi." Before Nangong Ding finished speaking, Yun Tian-dust raised his hand to help him up and said in a warm voice, "Nangong family master is overstating things. I can understand your feelings, because I also have a daughter." Yun Tian-dust looked favorably at his pair of children and solemnly assured, "Please also rest assured that as long as I, Yun Tian-dust, still have a breath left in me, I will definitely protect their mother and son's well-being." Nangong Tianin's eyes reddened slightly as she slowly stepped forward and gently held her father's hand, softly saying, "Father, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it from you, making you worry." Nangong Ding looked at his daughter. The waves in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. He sighed softly, his eyes full of pain. "Child, these years have been difficult for you. Father, it's all in the past." Nangong Tianin gently shook her head, her soft gaze sweeping over the two children and Yun Tianduan, a contented smile appearing on her face. Nangong Ding nodded, and his gaze fell on little Sheer and little Wu Shang, once again becoming softer as he instructed. "In some time, take Sheer and little Shang home. Your grandmother she misses you from time to time." "Father, I will." At this point, the atmosphere in the parlor gradually eased. Nangong Ding was very fond of both Sheer and little Trace, and the two little ones were very understanding. After a cozy conversation, Nangong Ding decided to go back. Before the trip, Nangong Ding looked deeply at Yun Tian Dust and buried some words in his heart, because he understood that there were some things that could not be forced, and it was good to let nature take its course. Tian Yin, remember to come home often. Nangong Ding's voice had a few chokes in it as he turned around and walked out of the parlor. Looking at her father's departing back, Nangong Tianin's complicated heart was difficult to calm down. She lost her mother at a young age and it was her father who gave her all the love she needed. Yun Tian Dust looked in his eyes and felt some heartache in his heart. Daddy, Mother, shall we go out and play? Just as the atmosphere was slightly dull, little Shear's tender voice rang out, her little face filled with longing. Daddy, I also want to go out and play. Little Wuhan also chimed in, curious about the outside world. Seeing the expectant and curious gazes of the two little ones, Yun Tian Dust instantly had an idea and proposed. Tian Yin, all the crises have been lifted. Since the children want to see the outside world, how about we take them on a tour of the Xiantian continent? Nangong Tianin turned to look at Yun Tianwan, revealing a shallow smile that made heaven and earth lose color. Gently nodded her head and uttered the word good. Her voice was as thin as a thread, so the average person really couldn't hear it. Great, we can go out and play. Seeing that their mother and father had agreed, the two little ones were so excited that they jumped up and down, bouncing and running out of the parlor. Inside the parlor, Yun Tianwan and Nangong Tianin looked at each other. Both of them seemed to be hiding 1,000 words in those soft eyes, but they didn't know how to say them. In the end, it was Nangong Tianin who broke the silence. Yun, Big Brother Yun, thank you. When she shouted out the words Big Brother Yun, her face unconsciously flushed. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly and said softly, Tian Yin, the one who should say thank you should be me. Brother Yun. Nangong Tianin was touched in her heart, and Yun Tianduan frankly said, I, Yun Tianduan, grew up without a father or a mother, and have never experienced what affection is. Until the moment when Xier and Xiao Sheng appeared, I gradually understood the meaning of the existence of affection. I was able to recover because of you too. Nangong Tianin listened in her ears and memorized the words fatherless and motherless in her mind, and a hint of tenderness flashed under her eyes. Looking at Nangong Tianin's clear and soft eyes, Yun Tianduan felt his heartbeat speed up. He hastily looked out the door and changed the topic. That, Xier and Xiao Trace have already gone far away, so you should first let your master know, and the children and I will wait for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Tian Dust turned around and walked out, rather like he was fleeing. Gazing at Yun Tian Dust's tall and resolute back, Nangong Tianin recalled every moment after Yun Tian Dust had appeared and unconsciously smiled. Soon, after explaining the situation to Mu Hongxia, Nangong Tianin also stepped onto Yun Tianduan's flying shuttle and silently left the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. And nowadays, the prestige of the Falling Cloud Immortal Palace had been thoroughly established. With the assistance of the three great sacred clans and the deterrence of Yun Tian Dust, the future path of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace was bound to be smooth. Those forces that had grudges against the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace were all sitting on pins and needles, and the extreme heavenly sect, which was the first of the 8 major forces on the Xiantian continent, was like that. The extreme heaven sect's old ancestor was even more frightened after seeing Yun Tian Dust's terrifyingly monstrous strength. Not long afterward, the old ancestor of the extreme heaven sect personally carried a heavy gift and visited the Laka Immortal Palace in person to apologize. He also promised to use half of the clan's reserves to try to ransom the captured Zhuo Hongyuan. What Zhuo Hongyuan's father and son had done to Nangong Tianin. It would have been merciful for the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace not to launch extermination retaliation against the extreme sky sect. Still wanting to redeem Zhuo Hongyuan is really delusional. Mu Hongxia was a woman, but she also had thunderous means. How could the old ancestor of the extreme heaven sect dare to have half a word of complaint? And left the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace in ashes. Chapter 22, Farewell After 2 years. All the grudges in the Xiantian continent seemed to have nothing to do with Yun Tian Dust, and he who traveled the continent with his pair of children and Nangong Tianin was as leisurely and relaxed as he could be. During the tour, they intentionally went back to the Nangong family. Yun Tian Dust did not deliberately conceal his identity, and his identity called out to him. For a time, the rumor that powerful and mysterious Mr. Yun and the Heavenly Tone Empress were Dao couples swept across the entire Xian heaven continent like a wild wind sweeping away leaves. The reputation of the Nangong family was also pushed to the top in one fell swoop. The various forces that came to the door to flatter and curry favor with the Nangong family also became incessant. After leaving from the Nangong family, they once again embarked on a journey to see all the magnificent mountains and rivers of the Xiantian continent and experience the customs of different regions. During the journey, they left laughter in all parts of the Xiantian continent, and encountered all sorts of interesting things along the way, leaving too many warm memories for them. With such a peaceful and beautiful time together, The hearts of both Yun Tian Duan and Nangong Tianin were also inadvertently getting closer and closer together. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, the Xian-Tian continent had become a pattern of 2 dominant families. The Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace had already developed into the strongest hegemon of the Xian-Tian continent. The Nangong family had also completely risen to become the veritable number 1 family of the Xian-Tian continent. Both Mu Hongxia and Mu Yuanshan had relied on the huge resources of the 2 great sacred clans to break through to sealed martial emperor within these 2 years. A large portion of the underpinnings left behind by the Golden Penalty sect and the Firecloud sect had fallen into the hands of the Nangong family, causing the Nangong family to produce 3 more martial emperors in one fell swoop, with underpinnings comparable to the 8 major powers that had once existed. During these 2 years, Yun Tian Dust, who had changed the pattern of the Xian-Tian continent with his own strength, gradually faded out of people's view. Just 2 months ago, Yun Tian Dust returned to Qingfeng Valley with Nangong Tianin and a pair of children. The Valley of the Clear Winds. This was the beginning of Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianin's destiny, and it held an extremely special significance for both of them. Here, they completely forget the chaos and clamor of the outside world and enjoy the serenity and happiness of a family. 2 years was nothing more than a snap of the fingers for cultivators, but for the 2 little ones, it was 2 years of rapid growth. Even without deliberate cultivation, both little ones had naturally broken through the limit of the half-step celestial realm, and the same was true for Nangong Tianin. In order to prevent them from continuing to break the boundary and attracting a heavenly tribulation, Yun Tian Dust had to step in to help them temporarily suppress their cultivation. The situation in the Xian-Tian continent had stabilized, and no one could threaten the 2 children in Nangong Tianin anymore. Yun Tian Dust could also return to the heavenly realm with peace of mind. After 2 years of living comfortably, Yun Tian Dust had never forgotten the burden he carried. There was no doubt about the power of the War God's palace, but those people were able to assassinate even him, let alone the others. Yun Tian Dust didn't even dare to imagine if the War God Palace still really existed. Therefore, he had to settle Nangong Tianin and the children down and be prepared to throw his life away. On this day, Yun Tian Dust stood in front of the bamboo hut that was once there, looking at the refreshed several bamboo houses in front of him, listening to the children's laughter, and feeling the tranquility and beauty of this place. Yun Tian Dust suddenly felt frustrated. It's also time to go back, Yun Tian Dust murmured in a low voice. And when he spoke of this decision to Nangong Tianin and the children, the 2 little ones instantly became teary-eyed and hugged Yun Tian Dust tightly, unwilling to let go. Nangong Tianin buried the worries in her heart deeply. She didn't want to sway Yun Tianshan's decision and chose to support it silently. Big brother Yun, you, go without worry. I will take care of the children and wait for you to return. Nangong Tianin's voice carried a bit of firmness and gentleness. Yun Tian Dust gently stroked the heads of the 2 little ones, unwillingness and determination flickering in his eyes. Sheer, Wu Hun, you have to be good and listen to your mother and wait for daddy to come back. After speaking, he turned to look at Nangong Tianin, his eyes filled with warmth and apologies. Tianin, I'm sorry, Nangong Tianin interrupted and smiled faintly. Big brother Yun, don't say sorry, I know your responsibility and mission. No matter how long it takes, the children and I will wait for your return. Yun Tian Dust looked deeply at Nangong Tianin before nodding solemnly. I, Yun Tian Dust, hereby promise that I will definitely return within a year. No matter what happens, I will come back for you all. Nangong Tianin gently nodded her head, trust and expectation flashing in her eyes. Yun Tian Dust's gaze pierced through the clouds of Qingfeng Valley, as if he could see into that distant and unfamiliar heavenly realm. Tianin, take care of yourself. Yun Tian Dust's voice was low and gentle as he slowly walked forward, gathering the courage to embrace Nangong Tianin into his bosom, as if he wanted to engrave the warmth of this moment in his heart forever. The moment she was hugged by Yun Tianshan, Nangong Tianin suddenly felt her brain go blank, her heartbeat sped up violently, and her cheeks involuntarily reddened. Yun Tian Dust's warm and powerful embrace made her feel unprecedentedly at ease and happy, as if the entire world had stood still, leaving only each other's heartbeats and breathing. Sister, Daddy is hugging mother. Little Wuhan's voice broke the tranquility and coziness, and Yun Tian Duan gently let go of Nangong Tianin, his face also slightly flushed. Nangong Tianin's gaze was evasive and she was still somewhat at a loss for words. She had never imagined that Yun Tianshan would actually act in such a manner. Although they had lived together for 2 years, they had always respected each other and had never confided in each other. Yun Tian Dust's move had undoubtedly pierced the last layer of window paper between them. At this moment, the emotions within Nangong Tianin could no longer be suppressed, and her gaze towards Yun Tianduan was filled with tenderness. Hey, take care of your brother. Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look at the child, leaving behind a gentle sentence before his figure flashed and shot straight up into the clouds. His back gradually blurred in the sight of Nangong Tianin and the children until it disappeared. Inside the Qingfeng Valley, only Nangong Tianin's gentle gaze and the two little ones' unwilling cries echoed for a long time. Yun Tian Dust was certainly unwilling to give up, but he did not turn back. Heavenly Realm. A world that was countless times more vast than the Xian Tian continent, and for mortals, it was even more of an unattainable dream. The so-called sealed martial emperors of the Xian Tian continent placed in the Heavenly Realm were only a little bit stronger than ordinary people. In the Heavenly Realm, there were 9 realms of martial arts. They were the 9 realms of Celestial, Earthly Xian, Heavenly Xian, Heavenly King, Heavenly Monarch, Heavenly Lord, Heavenly Ultimate, Heavenly Father and Heavenly Emperor. Among them, the Celestial Realm was also known as the Entering Xian Realm. The Xian force cultivated by Heaven Realm martial artists was a more advanced force than spiritual force. Because of this, the Heavenly Realm martial artists were all godlike in the eyes of those in the lower realm. There are 2 ways for lower realm martial artists to ascend to the Heavenly Realm. One of them was that one's own cultivation broke through the limit of the half-step Celestial Realm, condensing Xianli to allow the rules of the Heavenly Realm to sense it, and only then would a heavenly tribulation be sent down to receive it. The second is to transmit through the flying platform. The first one required a heavenly tribulation, and the process was 9 deaths. However, if one succeeds in crossing the heavenly tribulation, there will also be great rewards. As for the flying platform, it was essentially a cross-border teleportation array. It requires the Heavenly Realm's array masters to step in to open the channel with the lower realm, and it also costs a huge amount of money to maintain it. Every time a person was teleported through the flying platform, a lot of source crystals were consumed. Chapter 23, Breaking the Heavenly Realm Barrier, Destroying the Heavenly Seed Dynasty. However, apart from the 2 conventional ways of transmigration and teleportation, there was a third way to ascend to the Heavenly Realm from the lower realm. As long as one had enough strength, one could forcibly break the Heavenly Realm barrier. This way was the simplest and most brutal, and it was impossible for an ordinary Heavenly Exalt to do so. To Yun Tian Dust, there was also only the third route to choose from. With his cultivation level, transmigrating and ascending was no longer possible. A normal flying platform wouldn't be able to carry his power. What's more, the flying platform controlled by the 5 Elements Sacred Sect had been cut off by him as early as when he destroyed the Golden Penalty Sect. Now, Yun Tian Dust would have to forcefully break the Heavenly Realm barrier and return to his own world. After leaving from the Xian Tian continent, Yun Tian Dust crossed the endless void until a white borderless wall appeared in front of him and he stopped. Heavenly Realm, I, Yun Tian Dust, have returned. Yun Tian Dust whispered to himself as his gaze fell on top of the transparent barrier in front of him, and a majestic power was slowly released from him as the entire space trembled. As if it had a consciousness, the boundless transparent barrier quickly solidified to ward off the threat, and the white mist became even more intense. Yun Tian Dust closed his eyes and concentrated. His power condensed into his fingertips, transforming into an invisible giant sword that pointed straight at the boundless barrier in front of him. Break! With a soft shout, Yun Tian Dust raised his hand and slashed violently, and a brilliant arc-shaped sword aura broke through the air, instantly dispersing the blankets of white mist and striking directly at the Heavenly Realm barrier, only to hear a giggle crunch. The seemingly solid and incomparable Heavenly Realm barrier was cut out by the sword chi with a dozens of meters long opening. Without any semblance of procrastination, Yun Tian Dust's figure abruptly exploded and flew in before the Heavenly Realm barrier completely healed. After passing through the barriers, what came into view was the vast and boundless chaotic void, with stars scattered like dust, and light and shadow intertwined into a magnificent and mysterious scroll. Yun Tian Dust's body was like a meteor as he traveled through the endless void at an astonishingly fast speed. Not long after, Yun Tianduan felt the familiar heaven and earth yuan qi. With a movement in his heart, Yun Tianduan steeply accelerated his speed. Finally, he crossed the boundless void and truly stepped into that long-lost world. Yun Tian Dust stood above the void, overlooking this strange yet familiar land, the bright sunlight reflecting on his face. His heart welled up with infinite emotions. As his massive divine thoughts were released, Yun Tian Dust quickly confirmed the suspicions in his heart. This was indeed the Jade Heavenly Sky and the 9 Heavenly Realms. Before Yun Tian Dust founded the War God Temple, the Heavenly Realm was divided into 9 heavenly domains, named after the 9 heavens. In addition, there was a chaotic starfield that was independent of the 9 heavens, until the War God Temple took root in the chaotic starfield and completely integrated it. The chaotic starfield was also officially renamed the War God Domain. This chaotic and unorganized huge starfield was well organized under the governance of the War God Temple. In a short span of 10 years or so, the War God Domain had developed into the strongest domain in the Heavenly Realm in one fell swoop, far surpassing the Divine Heaven at the head of the 9 heavens. The Jade Heavenly Sky ranked 7th among the 9 heavens, and was considered to be relatively backward. Yun Tianduan, who had wanted to leave directly, suddenly remembered that there was still a small matter that had not been completed. This Jade Heavenly Sky also had a death-seeking third-rate power, the Sky Sea Dynasty, and if this evil dynasty was not removed, it would always be a threat to the Xian Heavenly Continent. And when that Heavenly Sea Prince dared to hit Nangong Tianin with his idea, the fate of this Heavenly Sea Dynasty was doomed. Without stopping too long, Yun Tian Dust's eyes flashed with a cold light as he broke through the air and left. At the same time, far away in a huge territory hundreds of millions of miles away, stood a slightly sized city in the sea, surrounded by the sea on all sides. The city covers an area of thousands of miles in circumference. The streets of the city are well connected, with stores and pedestrians in abundance, making it bustling with activity. The center of the city was the most prosperous, standing with hundreds of golden and majestic palaces with carved beams and paintings. This is exactly the imperial city of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty, and within a territory of tens of thousands of miles, the Heavenly Sea Dynasty has the absolute right to speak. At this moment, within the Dynasty Hall of Tian High Palace, a dozen people were sitting opposite each other. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. On the golden dragon chair, the majestic-looking emperor of the Heavenly Sea had a gloomy face, his gaze sharp as a knife, looking straight at the green-robed old man below. Master Ma, are you sure you can repair the flying platform leading to the Xian Heavenly Continent? Emperor Tian Hai's voice was low and powerful, each word revealing an unquestionable majesty. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Although the old immortal doesn't dare to say it's foolproof, he's at least 90% sure. The green-robed old man known as Master Ma bowed and saluted, his tone dripping with confidence. Very good. Emperor Tian Hai's face was like frost, and he said in a deep voice, I'll give you 3 days to make sure that the flying heavenly platform is repaired and intact. I'm going to make the entire Xian Heavenly Continent accompany my son to his funeral. Please also ask Your Majesty. Just as Master Ma had just opened his mouth to speak, the entire hall suddenly trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any time. What's going on? Emperor Tian Hai droned lowly in a deep voice, taking the lead and dodging out. The rest of the people's faces changed slightly, and they flew out of the great hall right after him, only to see the entire sky of the palace become dark. A giant hand that covered the sky descended from the heavens, shrouding the entire Heavenly Sea Dynasty under its massive shadow. What's this? For a time, the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace was in a state of panic, and the cries of panic were endless. Above that giant hand that descended from the sky, it contained a power that destroyed the sky and the earth, as if it could turn the entire Heavenly Sea Dynasty into pieces with just a light grip. At the same time, in the deepest part of the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace, 5 powerful figures rose up into the sky. It's the 5 old ancestors. Seeing those 5 pale figures, many people shouted out excitedly as if they had seen the backbone. Raise the formation. The 5 of them bellowed in unison. They were dressed in ancient robes. Their whiskers and hair were white, but their eyes were like torches, and a rich Xianli fluctuation surrounded their bodies. They were obviously experts who had reached the heavenly monarch realm. However, in the face of that giant hand that was dropping down from the sky, their faces were unprecedentedly grave. With the simultaneous sealing of the 5 great ancestors of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty, surging Xianli surged out wildly, directly triggering the guardian array of the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace, only to see the 4 poles in the central position of the Heavenly Sea Imperial Palace. 5 colorful pillars of light rushed up at the same time, with array patterns intertwining to form a guardian barrier covering the entire palace, attempting to block the huge palm that was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Seeing this, Emperor Tian Hai immediately ordered all of them to join together and send power into the guardian formation, maximizing the power of the formation. Nonetheless, that crisis of death never dissipated. Which senior is it? What exactly has my Heavenly Sea Dynasty offended? Please show yourself and we will definitely make amends. Emperor Tian Hai's voice trembled as he attempted to resolve this crisis by begging for peace. As soon as the Heavenly Sea Emperor's words fell, an icy cold sentence that came from all directions resounded through the entire palace. Heavenly Sea Dynasty, be executed. Along with the fall of those icy words was the huge palm that was like a titanic pressure, instantly destroying the guardian array that the Heavenly Sea Dynasty regarded as its backbone. The palaces, pavilions, and palace walls of the Heavenly Sea Dynasty, everything, including the Emperor of the Heavenly Sea and the 5 great old ancestors, all turned into nothingness under the crushing of that giant hand. The entire Heavenly Sea Dynasty was thus overthrown by a mysterious powerhouse with a single palm in full view of everyone. This scene shocked the entire Sky Sea Imperial City. Chapter 24, Wild Sword Knight Mad Cloud. The news that the Heavenly Sea Dynasty had been destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse with a single slap swept across the entire Jade Sky like a raging wind and rain. For a while, all forces caught wind of the situation and dispatched scouts in an attempt to uncover that mysterious powerhouse. However, That mysterious strongman seemed to be like a ghost without a trace, and the only thing that remained was the Heavenly Sea Palace that had become ruins. Asking the martial artists of the Heavenly Sea Imperial City yielded different answers, and there was simply no way to find out. Yun Tian Dust was oblivious to the sensation in the jade heavenly sky. Overthrowing the Heavenly Sea dynasty was a trivial matter of lifting a finger to him. After casually erasing the hidden danger that was the Heavenly Sea dynasty, Yun Tian Dust embarked on his journey to the War God domain. The truth of that year could be investigated slowly. What he desperately wanted to know now was the situation of the War God's palace. Yun Tian Dust quickly passed through the jade heavenly sky, and just as he was passing through the purple heavenly sky region, a familiar and long-lost aura entered his range of perception. Yun Tian Dust's heart stirred and he jerked to a halt. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. It was none other than the Night Mad Cloud, one of the 12 blazing angels of the War God Temple. The Night Mad Cloud is known in the heavenly realm for its wild and unruly sword technique, called the Mad Blade, ranked 7th among the 12 blazing angels, and is a famous fighting maniac in the Battle God Temple. After 15 years, to be able to meet the brothers of the War God Palace here, Yun Tian Dust's heart involuntarily clenched. As one of the 12 incandescent angels of the War God Temple, Night Mad Cloud must know the true state of the War God Temple. I hope everything is fine. Yun Tian Dust endeavored to calm his heavy heart and mind, and then he changed his course and broke through the air in the direction where the Night Madness Cloud was. What made Yun Tian Dust feel surprised was that the direction that Night Frenzy Cloud went to seemed to be Divine Soldier Valley. And Yun Tian Dust also realized that there were a large number of martial artists in every direction, all heading towards the Divine Soldier Valley. Can it be that the Divine Soldier Valley is organizing some kind of event? Yun Tian Dust thought like this and immediately accelerated his speed. This Divine Soldier Valley was famous in the heavenly realm for its art of refining weapons, and that old valley master was one of the 3 veritable 9th grade refiners in the heavenly realm, so naturally he was sought after. A 9th grade refiner was in existence that could refine godless soldiers. There was no excuse for so many people to respond to the Divine Soldier Valley's event. 15 years ago in the heavenly realm, there were only 3 people: the president of the Refiners Guild, the old master of the Divine Soldier Valley, and Qing Xuanzi of the Battle God Palace, who were able to refine godless soldiers. But what everyone didn't know was that Qing Xuanzi's art of refining weapons was all taught by Yun Tian Dust. Before he was about to arrive at the Divine Soldier Valley, Yun Tian Dust changed his appearance and mingled amongst the crowd, inquiring from a cultivator who was also rushing on his way. "Dare I ask you, brother, what is the reason for so many people rushing to the Divine Soldier Valley?" The cultivator glanced at Yun Tian Dust, his face showing suspicion. "Brother, you really don't know?" Yun Tian Dust shook his head and politely arched his hand. "Truth be told, I happened to pass by this place by chance, seeing so many people heading towards the Divine Soldier Valley. I couldn't help but be curious." The cultivator once again took a glance at Yun Tian Dust. Seeing that he was dressed in extraordinary clothes, he whispered, "Brother, you should have just left the gate not long ago, right? It's normal that you haven't heard about it. The Divine Soldier Valley Master is recruiting for his daughter." "Recruitment?" Yun Tianduan was astonished. This fellow, Night Frenzy Cloud, wouldn't be here to participate in the marriage recruitment as well, would he? Who doesn't know in the War God Palace, the most repulsive thing about the Mad Sword Night Mad Cloud is women, often saying that women will only mess up the way of his sword. Seeing Yun Tian Dust's surprise, the cultivator explained, "Brother, you don't know. It is said that the Divine Soldier Valley obtained a piece of obsidian immortal crystal and refined it into a peerless sword. Whoever can become the aunt of the Divine Soldier Valley, that sword will be the dowry." Upon hearing this, Yun Tian Dust suddenly realized that Guy Night Frenzy Cloud didn't come to participate in the marriage recruitment. He came for the sword. "Thank you for informing me." Yun Tian Dust arched his hand at the cultivator and thanked him before mingling in the crowd and walking forward. Outside of the Divine Soldier Valley, there was a sea of people, bustling with activity. Under the leadership of the Divine Soldier Valley elders, the various celestial pride gathered at the Divine Soldier Valley Square. Yun Tian Dust was right in the middle of it. He was quietly observing everything and saw that Night Frenzy Cloud fellow as well. At this moment, the Night Madness Cloud, a light gray robe, was as plain as possible. His figure was not too tall, and he was not eye-catching even when hidden in the crowd. However, underneath his deep gaze, it seemed as if he was hiding 1,000,000 pounds of power, giving people a sense of sharpness. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed. With the temperament of this fellow, Night Frenzy Cloud, he might make some kind of mess. He didn't quite believe that this battle maniac would honestly go and become the son-in-law of the Divine Soldier Valley. On the Divine Soldier Valley Square, tens of thousands of people gathered here, either confident or eager to try, all wanting to make a splash at this recruitment conference. Becoming the aunt of the Divine Soldier Valley. Not only can you hold a beautiful woman, but you can also take that world-renowned sword for yourself. and you can also get a big backer like the Divine Soldier Valley, so it can be said to be a triple win. Because of this, many geniuses who were not good at using swords also came here. After all, the Divine Soldier Valley did not stipulate that only sword cultivators could participate. With the order of the Divine Soldier Valley's Grand Elder, the recruitment conference officially began. A simple, rough and tumble ring match was instantly staged. Above the ring, all the heavenly prides took turns to show their strengths. At first, it was only some heavenly lord realm heavenly prides who went up to the stage to spar, but as time passed, the martial artists who went up to the stage became stronger and stronger, and the battles became more and more intense. 3 hours later, a young swordsman who called himself the Little Dagger Immortal stood out, and he was almost unrivaled with his powerful and overbearing blade technique and peak heavenly extreme realm cultivation skill. The geniuses that went up to the stage to fight against him were all hard-pressed to carry the Little Dagger Immortal for 3 moves. The crowd also thought that he would most likely be the ultimate winner of this recruitment conference. However, at this time, a stern blade suddenly broke through the air from the sky, aiming at the Little Dagger Immortal in the center of the ring. The Little Blade Immortal reacted quickly, raising his long blade and chopping down, attempting to defeat the incoming powerful blade on. However, his resistance was ultimately futile. There was a hint of law power hidden in that blade on, and the attack of the Little Dagger Immortal was instantly crushed, and he himself was heavily injured on the spot, no longer able to fight. This sudden turn of events drew an outcry from the entire audience. The crowd looked in unison, only to see a magnificent flying shuttle break through the air and steadily stop in the sky above the Divine Soldier Valley Plaza. On top of the flying shuttle, a young man dressed in fancy clothes with an arrogant aura slowly stepped out, followed by an old man with white hair by his side. Both of them had an extraordinary aura. Divine Sword Sect Young Master Qiu Xiaotang, someone exclaimed in shock, recognizing the identity of this youth. In this way, the identity of the old man beside him was revealed. The Divine Blade Sect's Provision Elder, and also Qiu Xiaotang's protector. The Divine Blade Sect, as the overlord of the Jingshao Heavenly Domain, with Qiu Xiaotang's status, he was indeed qualified to drive the shuttle into the Divine Soldier Valley. The Divine Soldier Valley was certainly powerful as well, but in front of an overbearing force like the Divine Sword Sect, it was also a step weaker. And at this moment, Qiu Xiaotang's arrival had undoubtedly added more variables to this marriage-inviting assembly. Qiu Xiaotang's identity aside, the crowd's favored Little Dagger Immortal had been killed in a single move, so who else would dare to compete with him? Chapter 25 Night Frenzy Cloud Strikes. Strongly crushes. Under the eyes of all, Qiu Xiaotang paced in the air and landed proudly on top of the ring, his gaze sweeping the entire arena. The corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Qiu Xiaotang looked contemptuously at the Little Dagger Immortal who was still lying on the ground, and then spoke. Anyone else want to come up and try my sword? At these words, the room fell silent. Those Heaven's Pride who had originally wanted to go up to the stage to challenge them all caved in at the moment, and no one dared to respond. After all, Qiu Xiaotang's strength was there, and it would be nothing more than self-defeating for them to go up. But in front of that triple temptation which is enough to change the destiny, there are still people who can't resist and want to go up to the stage to have a fight. However, in the end, it was not to be, and of the few people who came on stage afterward, no one was able to catch Qiu Xiaotang's move, and they all ended up with serious injuries. Until this moment, no one had dared to go on stage anymore. Regarding Qiu Xiaotang's appearance, the Divine Soldier Valley's senior management was also happy to see it. If they could form a marriage with the Divine Sword Sect, it would be considered an alliance in disguise, and it would do no harm to the Divine Soldier Valley. Just when the crowd thought Qiu Xiaotang would successfully become the Divine Soldier Valley's aunt, another figure descended from the sky and landed on top of the ring. This person was dressed in a brown brocade robe, holding a long sword, the tip of the sword lightly tapping the ground, emitting a faint sword intent. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Shui Yang, what are you doing here? Qiu Xiaotang's tone was slightly low when he saw this person, his face not looking too good. It's really him, Sky Sword Villa Young Master Shui Yang, the crowd once again exclaimed. The Heavenly Sword Villa was the overlord of the Purple Sky Heavenly Domain, and its strength was not inferior to the Divine Sword Sect. But what surprised the crowd was that the Heavenly Sword Villa were all sword cultivators, so they shouldn't be interested in that precious sword, so they could only be running to the people. Shui Yang looked at the senior members of the Ice Soldier Valley, turned his head to look at Qiu Xiaotang, and spoke in a calm tone. Battle! Let me see if your sword is as fast as the rumors. Qiu Xiaotang's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard this. He also knew that Shui Yang was not easy to deal with, but for that sword in the Divine Soldier Valley as a booster, Qiu Xiaotang was determined to win, and anyone who stood in his way should be removed. Since Brother Shui is so eager to test my sword, then Mr. Qiu will do as you wish. Xiao Xiaotang's voice carried an unquestionable confidence. A battle in the void. Xiao Xiaotang droned lowly in a deep voice. His figure rushed up to the sky, and in his hand, a long black blade steeply appeared. The blade was about 3 feet long, and a cold aura surged out under the sunlight. Shui Yang flew high into the air with a catapult and confronted Xiao Xiaotang in the air. War! With Shui Yang's bellowing cry, the silver longsword held in his hand resounded with a crisp sword sound, emitting a majestic sword intent. His eyes were firm and calm, with a vague hint of determination. The crowd below held their breath in anticipation of the start of this peak duel. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaotang moved. His speed exceeded that of lightning, and the long knife in his hand cut through the air with an icy cracking sound, pointing straight at Shui Yang's vitals. Shui Yang was not panicked. His long sword lightly danced. The sword light surrounded his body like flowing water, easily defusing Xiao Xiaotang's attack. The battle between the two was instantaneous, and the swords struck each other, emitting a continuous sound of gold and iron. Xiao Xiaotang's sword technique was overwhelmingly powerful. Each blade carried the momentum of opening mountains and cracking rocks, while Shui Yang's sword technique was agile and ethereal. Each sword was like a gazelle hanging from the corner, without a trace. In the sky above the ring, the silhouettes of the two men were constantly interlacing with each other, and the light of swords and shadows dazzled the eyes. Although Xiao Xiaotang's sword technique was overbearing, Shui Yang's sword technique was just as exquisite, and he was able to defuse the crisis at critical moments every time, and even managed to make strong counterattacks. As time passed, Xiao Xiaotang and Shui Yang had both used their respective skills, but it was always difficult to distinguish between the winners and the losers, and it was obvious that they had reached a stalemate. If they continued to fight like this, they were afraid that they would fight for 3 days and 3 nights until they were both exhausted. Boring. However, just as both of them were in the middle of their battle, a contemptuous and disdainful word instantly broke the evenly matched battle. The night frenzy cloud in the crowd moved. Appearing in midair like a ghost, he only gently waved his hand, and an invisible force came out like a tidal wave, actually lifting Xiao Xiaotang and Shui Yang off the ground at the same time. The two were in a sorry state, each flying backwards for thousands of meters before barely stabilizing. Who dares to intervene? Xiao Xiaotang shouted angrily, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. Unbridled. When Xiao Xiaotang's protector saw the scene, he thought that an older generation powerhouse had intervened, and immediately bellowed out. The aura of a 9-heavy heavenly father was steeply released as he slapped his palm at Night Frenzy Cloud. Humph! With you dare to clamor in front of me? The corner of Night Frenzy Cloud's mouth hooked into a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain. Although his words were light, they were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the crowd. The Tao Protector's face became even more unsightly, and his palm force became harsh. Get lost! Night Frenzy Cloud didn't even look at the Taoist Protector. A wide broken blade instantly appeared in his hand, only to see him slash a wisp of blade chi downwards with his backhand. Not good. The Protector of the Tao sensed a strong crisis, but it was already too late. Accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound, before that Taoist Protector could react, his arm had already been chopped off by Night Frenzy Cloud's blade, and blood gushed out, staining the lapel of his coat red. The entire room was deathly silent, and everyone was deeply shocked by the scene. Who the hell are you? The Protector's face turned blue as unprecedented fear surged in his heart. He never thought that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared would be so terrifyingly strong that, from the power of that blade just now, it was simply not something that a heavenly father could issue. Xiao Xiaotang forcefully suppressed his agitated chi and blood, his eyes staring at Night Frenzy Cloud, his face equally unsightly. You're not qualified to know. Night Frenzy Cloud glanced at the wretched to the core protector of the Tao and faintly spat out a few words. He stood majestically in the void, his gaze deep as if he could see into the hearts of people. The whispers in the crowd were like a tidal wave as a single gaze focused on Night Fierce Cloud, trying to guess his identity. That's a ninth heavenly father. To have an arm chopped off so easily. The other party was definitely a heavenly emperor powerhouse without a doubt. Such a young heavenly emperor would never be unknown. For a while, many people were already making wild guesses. In the eyes of Yun Tianduan, who was hidden in the crowd, there was also a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This fellow, Night Mad Cloud, had actually broken through to the second heavenly emperor, which was a bit beyond his expectations. In 15 years' time, Night Frenzy Cloud had broken through from the 5th level of the heavenly sovereign realm to the second heavenly emperor, so he should have gotten some kind of chance. At this moment in the audience, Divine Soldier Valley's master Hua Tiandu's brows were locked, and after his gaze lingered for a moment on Night Frenzied Cloud's wide, broken blade, he seemed to have thought of something, and instantly inquired out, "Is your excellency the frenzied blade, Night Frenzied Cloud?" What? Hua Tiandu's words stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire room erupted in an uproar as the chatter instantly reached a crescendo. Chapter 26, The Prestige of the War God's Palace. As the 5 words Mad Sword, Night Mad Cloud exploded like thunder in the sky above the Divine Warrior Valley, the entire square seemed to be shocked by an invisible force, and everything was silent. A moment later, a deafening clamor erupted again. In today's heavenly realm, the mighty reputation of the War God Temple shook the 9 heavens and 10 regions. Although they didn't claim to be honorable, they definitely had that strength. Since the disappearance of that legendary Hall Master 15 years ago, the War God Hall had been silent for a few years, with the 2 great protectors, 3 great war kings, and a number of blazing angels leaving the hall. The War God Temple, which only had the War King Dongfang Yu and the 5 blazing angels in attendance, had immediately become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of many forces. However, the prestige of the War God's palace was especially strong, and all parties did not dare to be a standout. It wasn't until 2 years later that the Bishio Heaven's overlord, the 10,000 Poison Sect, was the first to be unable to hold back and instructed a number of subordinate forces under their command to provoke the War God Palace, all of which came and went without a return. Driven by desire, the patriarch of the 10,000 Poison Sect and a group of elders secretly struck out, attempting to attack the Battle God Hall with the strongest poisonous techniques, seizing the resources of the Battle God Hall and the secrets of its soaring rise in the first place. But the 10,000 Poison Sect never dreamed that the early return of the ghost Dr. Muli among the 12 blazing angels of the War God's palace would cause the 10,000 Poison Sect, which was founded as a sect with poisonous arts, to plant a heavenly heal. The antidote-less poison they used miraculously bounced back to them, and several elders were killed on the spot at that time. Several of the less poisoned elders and the 10,000 Poison Sect leader, on the other hand, with their own powerful cultivation and understanding of the poison road, forcibly suppressed the toxins in their bodies and returned to the sect, but all of them also ended up with half of their bodies in a paralyzed state. After that, no one dared to think of the War God's palace. It was said that later, the 10,000 Poison Sect mobilized the power of the entire sect and took 7 years to develop an antidote, which eradicated the toxin from the bodies of several people. Ghost Dr. Muli became famous from then on, causing countless cultivators to lose their nerve. After this battle, the departed executives of the War God Palace returned one after another in a dominating manner. Because of the need to stay at the root of the War God Temple and suffocated for a long time, the War King Dongfang Yu, but also single-handedly killed on the Wan Poison Sect. Rumor had it that Dongfang Yu, with the cultivation of a second heavenly emperor, had strongly defeated the 3 great ancestors of the 10,000 Poison Sect, who were 4 heavenly emperors. In front of everyone from the 10,000 Poison Sect, after decapitating the 10,000 Poison Sect master and those few elders from back then, they all left. This happened 3 years ago, and at that time, in the War God Temple, only the Dark King Balian of the 4 great war kings had returned, and 3 of the 12 blazing angels were still out there. The 2 strikes of War King Dongfang Yu and Ghost Dr. Muli had also allowed the major forces in the heavenly realm to truly realize that not only was there only one Cloud Tianwan in the War God's palace, but that every single one of them was a pervert. The reputation of the War God Temple had also reached its peak since then. It was only later that there were rumors that the 2 great protectors and the 3 great war kings and a number of blazing angels had left the temple one after another, all secretly searching for that missing Battle God Temple Master, Yun Tian Dust. In fact, not only was the Battle God Temple Master the only one who disappeared 15 years ago, but 5 other bigwigs in the heavenly realm had also disappeared inexplicably, because none of them left behind soul tags and other things that could prove life or death. Even the core executives of their respective clans didn't know if they were alive or dead. All the major forces also did not make any noise, but only sent people to secretly investigate, but they always had no clue. It wasn't until after Dongfang Yu killed the 10,000 Poison Sect that the one from the 10,000 Poison Sect didn't even show up. Only then did the parties realize that what had happened 15 years ago, I'm afraid it wasn't that simple. Although they were also secretly searching for the disappeared old ancestor, it was impossible for them to raise a large crowd like the Battle God Temple, and they even had to try their best to hide the truth of the old ancestor's disappearance. And because of that, until they found their top man, those few powers were keeping a rather low profile. The only exception to this was the Temple of War. Ever since the return of Dark King Balian, the War God Palace with 2 great war kings in attendance was like a powder keg under high temperatures that would explode at the slightest point of others. First, there was Dongfang Yu killing the Wan Poison Sect and forcibly beheading its patriarch. Later, there was Bailey Yen beheading the Dao Heavenly Palace young lord in public. However, the Dao Heavenly Palace, which was the overlord of the divine heavens, unprecedentedly chose to hold back after its young lord was killed, causing countless people to drop their jaws in shock. But soon after, even more shocking news came out, and people realized why the Dao Heavenly Palace was holding back. It turned out that not too long ago, Lu Evil Yang, one of the Yin and Yang protectors of the War God Palace, had broken through to the 4th rank of Heavenly Emperor, and had forcefully killed one of the Tao Heavenly Palace's 5 heavenly emperors in a site of the ancient secret realm. When this news came out, it even shook the entire heavenly realm. While heavenly dignitaries had 9 realms, heavenly emperors only had 5 tribulations, and every breakthrough in the heavenly emperor realm need to experience the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The process of 9 deaths, non-great perseverance, generally will not take the initiative to cross the tribulation. Especially those heavenly emperors whose lifespan was nearing its end would only make a break for it when their lifespan was about to expire. A heavenly emperor of the first calamity could enjoy a lifespan of 100,000 years, and as long as he could successfully pass through the first calamity, his lifespan could be increased by another 10,000 years. The so-called 5 hailed heavenly emperors would already be the strongest realm in the heavenly realm, and could enjoy a lifespan of 150,000 years. For tens of thousands of years, there hadn't been a precedent of a 5th tribulation heavenly emperor being killed by someone. It was precisely because of this that the shock brought to the world by the news of Lu Shiyang's beheading of the 5 hailed heavenly emperor was so strong. In the 2 years that followed, it was rumored that He Gem and Sikong Xian had picked the Tantai family alone, an ancient family with a 4th heavenly emperor at its helm, once again proving to the world the terror of the war god's palace, as foreign protector and king of killers Dekuro Sword. Although they hadn't rumored any earth-shattering events, no one dared to underestimate them. In particular, the king of killers, Dekuro Sword, was even more talked about. Rumor had it that Dekuro Sword was a complete madman. He might not be able to see anything in normal times, but once he got mad he even cut down his own people, and was the craziest person in the war god's palace. And now, it was said to be the most fully staffed time for the war god's palace. Although they didn't have a hall master sitting on their side, their prestige had far surpassed that of 15 years ago. And at this moment, when one of the 12 blazing angels of the war god temple, Night Mad Cloud, appeared in front of the crowd, who would dare to underestimate him? The name of the mad sword Night Mad Cloud was equally as loud as thunder. It was rumored that Night Frenzy Cloud made a crazy move 5 years ago. He actually wanted to challenge the Northern Heavenly Blade Emperor with his cultivation of a 9 heaven spear. Without any suspense, Night Frenzy Cloud was defeated by a random strand of the Northern Heavenly Saber Emperor's Saber Chi. However, his name as the first madman of the War God Temple was not for nothing, and Night Mad Cloud admitted his defeat. He was not discouraged by this. Instead he broke his own sword and left a bold statement. He would come back in 10 years to defeat the Emperor of the Sword with a broken sword. Otherwise he would never change his sword. Right now, with Night Frenzy Cloud appearing here, the crowd had guessed a possibility. He defeated the Northern Heavenly Blade Emperor. In the crowd, some people exclaimed with trembling voices, their eyes filled with unbelief. The Northern Heavenly Blade Emperor had been famous for more than 10,000 years, and was a renowned veteran powerhouse in the heavenly realm, with a cultivation level of at least a 2nd heavenly emperor. Wouldn't that mean that Night Mad Cloud already had the strength of a 3rd heavenly emperor? The shock brought to the crowd by the appearance of Night Frenzy Cloud was not an ordinary shock. Xiao Xiaotang looked at the protector of the Tao who had lost an arm, and his face grew more and more ferocious, but he didn't even dare to say a harsh word. This madman, Night Frenzy Cloud, wouldn't care about his identity as the young master of the Divine Sword sect. Xiao Xiaotang had no doubt that if he dared to force his way out, he was afraid that his blood would be splattered on the spot in the next second. Chapter 27, I'm here for the sword. My ass. After the protector took the bleeding stopping Dan, his left hand pressed against the edge of the wound on his right shoulder, his body slightly hunched over. He looked at Night Frenzied Cloud in horror, and tremblingly inquired out, "Are you really Night Frenzied Cloud?" "Humph." Night Frenzied Cloud snorted coldly, his afterglow glancing at the Taoist protector, his tone indifferent. "You should feel fortunate that our Hall Master's disappearance has little to do with the Divine Sword sect. Otherwise, the hand you broke wouldn't be a hand." As Night Frenzy Cloud's icy words echoed in the air, the atmosphere of the entire Divine Soldier Valley Square instantly dropped to freezing point. These words would be enough to indicate their identity. At this moment, the protector of the Tao was silent. There was no hatred in his eyes. There was only remorse. A broken arm could still be renewed, but if he dared to dwell on it, he would only leave his life here. After a moment of marveling, someone seemed to have thought of something, and their hearts couldn't help but rise in anticipation. With Night Frenzy Cloud's age, he really belonged to the younger generation, and was completely in line with the Divine Soldier Valley's recruitment conditions. But the rumors about Night Frenzy Cloud were that this guy was not close to women. If the rumors are true, it's going to be a good show. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but look at the Divine Soldier Valley's crowd of executives, wanting to see how they would handle it. However, before the Divine Soldier Valley's top brass could speak, that Shui Yang, who had been shaken away by Night Frenzy Cloud's wave of his hand, was the first to step forward. "I, Shui Yang, still have a battle to fight. he slowly stepped forward in the air. His voice was weak but carried an unquestionable determination, as if he was declaring war on fate. What? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and clamor. Knowing that his opponent was the Mad Sword Knight Mad Cloud, Shuai even dared to take the initiative to challenge him. What was he who was only at the third level of heaven's respect if he wasn't seeking his own death? Isn't that Xiao Shaotan's protector a living example? Shuai, are you looking for death? Xiao Shaotang uttered in shock. He didn't know what Shuai was smoking. Shuai did not pay any attention to Xiao Shaotang. His gaze always fell on Night Frenzy Cloud, firm and persistent. Shuai, right? Night Frenzy Cloud's face was calm and said, I've heard of you. Your father may be able to fight me, but you don't have that qualification. Night Frenzy Cloud's words were wildly arrogant, yet no one thought he was talking big. If he had truly defeated the Northern Heavenly Saber Emperor, it would really be justified for him to say such words, but right at this moment, a silhouette swept by like a light swallow, flying out from the inner courtyard of the Divine Warrior Valley, and it was none other than the Divine Warrior Valley's third young lady, Hua Yushi. As soon as she appeared, she went straight to Shuai, with tears hidden in her eyes, urgently persuading Shuai, hurry up and back off. Don't you want to lose your life? Shuai gently shook his head, his eyes flickering with an undeniable light. Fei Shi, my mind is made up. Today, I will never let anyone take you away from me. You. Hua Yushi wanted to speak but stopped. Tears can no longer control. Rustling down, she knows Shuai temperament. Once decided, 9 cows cannot pull back. Yun Tian Dust stood in the crowd. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile of interest. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that between this Shuai and Hua Yushi, he was afraid that they had already made a private arrangement. I just don't know how this Night Frenzy Cloud guy will handle it. The Divine Soldier Valley executives seated on the high platform were all completely unable to sit still when they saw this scene. Hua Tiandu, in particular, had a sigh of relief in his heart. The matter of recruiting a bride was a unanimous decision by all the higher-ups of the Divine Warrior Valley, and Hua Yushi, who was out, was simply unaware of it. As the news of the Divine Soldier Valley's recruitment spread, everything became final. Hua Yushi had also made his scene, but it was unlikely to change anything. To hastily revoke the recruitment would cause the Divine Soldier Valley to lose face while also severely damaging its credibility. If the executives had known that Hua Yushi and Shuai were in love, they would naturally have been happy to see it. After all, the strength of the Heavenly Sword Villa was there. After much placating by Hua Tiandu, he finally persuaded Hua Yushi to let her know that Shuai had come to the ring. With Shuai's talent and strength, he was also bound to be the ultimate winner, and he would be able to accomplish something great at that time. But who knows? It's just as well that Xiao Shaotang was killed halfway. Even Night Frenzy Cloud from the War God Hall jumped out. This sudden turn of events caught Hua Tiandu and the Divine Soldier Valley's top brass off guard. But at the same time, their gazes flickered over Night Frenzy Cloud, and they instantly had an idea. As a War God Temple Blazing Angel, Night Mad Cloud's status and strength were far beyond Xiao Shaotang and Shuai. If Night Frenzy Cloud was allowed to become the son-in-law of the Divine Warrior Valley, it would undoubtedly be a huge leap for the Divine Warrior Valley. After a few people nodded their heads in greeting, the Taishang elder at the head apologetically looked at Shuai, his tone calm. Little friend Shui, please also stop. The rules of my Divine Soldier Valley are unbreakable. And since little friend Knight has taken a liking to Yushi, he will look up my ass. I only came for the sword. Before the Supreme Elder could finish his words, Night Mad Cloud's domineering voice rang out. He only looked at Hua Yushi with a look of disgust. Night Frenzy Cloud's reaction was eye-opening. There were even countless celestial pride who were so exasperated that they pounded their chests and nearly spewed out old blood. This Divine Soldier Valley recruiting. How many people dream want to become the Divine Soldier Valley ant? This Night Crazy Cloud is still a face of dislike. In the end there is no justice? A sentence that came only for the sword simply rubbed the dignity of the Divine Soldier Valley and Hua Yushi, a great beauty, on the ground without giving the slightest bit of face. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Divine Soldier Valley's top brass were instantly gloomy, their eyes glowing with a ghostly light. Hua Yushi's eyes were even more red, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation surged to her heart. Night Frenzy Cloud, you are far too arrogant. Hua Tiandu finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and snapped. Night Frenzied Cloud, however, only smiled faintly. The broken knife in his hand gently swung, and a stern knife aura instantly filled the air. Master Hua Valley, I, Night Frenzied Cloud, have always acted like this. That knife, I aspire to obtain. If you guys take the initiative to offer it up, then it will be counted as my Night Frenzied Cloud owing Divine Soldier Valley a favor. Although his tone was calm, the threatening intent was unmistakable. The people of Divine Soldier Valley all looked at him angrily, but they didn't dare to act rashly. And in today's heavenly realm, Who would dare to touch the mold of this group of lunatics from the war god temple? However, after Shui Yang saw the humiliating tears in Huayushi's eyes, he completely lost his mind and his gaze gradually turned scarlet. Night Frenzy Cloud. You have bullied people too much. Accompanied by a bellowing cry, Shui Yang swung the longsword in his hand and chopped out a fierce sword chi at Night Frenzy Cloud. The extreme fury contained in that sword chi caused countless people at the scene to be moved. Humph! Night Frenzied Cloud snorted out coldly, and immediately a strong aura swept out from him, directly crushing Shui Yang's attack. Shui Yang was shaken back a dozen steps before he managed to stabilize himself. Yoko! Huayushi cried out in shock and hurriedly flew over, asking him with an anxious face if he was injured. Yu Shi, I am sorry to. You. Shui Yang, who had come to his senses, had an incomparably disheveled face, in contrast to his previous spirited appearance. When Night Frenzy Cloud saw Shui Yang's appearance, his inner thoughts became even more determined. A woman can mess up the way of the sword, and can even mess up people's hearts. He, Night Frenzy Cloud, must stay away from women in this life. Chapter 28 Old Valley Master's Choice. Night Frenzy Cloud's gaze flicked between Shui Yang and Huayushi, the corner of his mouth curling up with a faint trace of contempt. To even give up his life for the sake of a woman. He, Night Frenzy Cloud, couldn't see this kind of person the most, but seeing as this Shui Yang was also quite daring, he didn't bother with it. He turned around, gazing straight at the Divine Soldier Valley's crowd of executives as he casually tossed out a storage ring, raising his voice. I, Night Frenzied Cloud, have always disliked beating around the bush. This is 500 million extreme source crystals. Consider it as a deposit for me to buy that sword. If it's not enough, you can send someone to the War God Hall at any time to retrieve it. Anyway, that knife, I'm aiming for it. Night Frenzy Cloud's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, and that dominance and confidence made everyone present feel an invisible pressure. The top brass of Divine Soldier Valley looked at each other with gloomy faces, but they were all forcing down their anger. Yun Tian Dust took it all in, his tense mind gradually easing. The mention of the War God Temple made the crowd and the Divine Soldier Valley executives at the scene scornful to this extent. This was undoubtedly good news for Yun Tian Dust, and a single Night Frenzy Cloud was able to deter the entire Divine Soldier Valley, Divine Blade Sect, and Heavenly Sword Villa, a tripartite force, and it seemed that the current Battle God Palace was even more prestigious than it was 15 years ago. Thinking like this, Yun Tian Dust was a little impatient to grab Night Frenzy Cloud over and ask for a clear answer. The senior members of the Divine Soldier Valley looked at the storage ring hovering in front of them and didn't reach out to pick it up. In their minds, this was a humiliation for the Divine Warrior Valley and them. 500 million extreme source crystals was considered a huge amount of money for a power like the Divine Warrior Valley, equivalent to the income of the Divine Warrior Valley for the majority of the year. However, that blade was crafted from obsidian immortal crystal and was worth at least 1 billion extreme source crystals. Most importantly, that sword was a matter of the reputation of the Divine Soldier Valley. Nowadays, it was feared that the entire heavenly realm had already known about the Divine Soldier Valley's dowry of a supreme treasure sword. If they just let Night Frenzy Cloud take the sword away, it would be a huge blow to the Divine Warrior Valley's face and credibility. Night Mad Cloud, you're a bit too overbearing. Is the dignity of my Divine Soldier Valley something you can trample on at will? A white-haired Divine Soldier Valley Supreme Elder stood up abruptly and stared angrily at Night Frenzy Cloud, the aura of a first heavenly emperor on display. Bullying? I think I've been very polite. Night Crazy Cloud was unimpressed and arrogantly said, Today, I, Night Crazy Cloud, will put my words here. If someone from Divine Soldier Valley can win over me, I will turn around and leave, and will never mention the matter of this sword again. If I can't, then I will give the sword with both hands. How? Do you Divine Soldier Valley dare to take it? As Night Frenzy Cloud's words fell, the atmosphere of the entire Divine Soldier Valley square instantly tightened to the extreme. Huo Tiandu, who had an iron face, instantly dashed out and confronted Night Frenzy Cloud across the air. As the Divine Soldier Valley Master, how could he let the Divine Soldier Valley lose face? Night Mad Cloud, you have underestimated my Divine Soldier Valley. I, Huo Tiandu, would like to receive a high level of instruction. Before the words fell, Huo Tiandu's right hand clenched in the air and a long spear appeared in his hand, the tip of the spear pointing directly at the Night Madness Cloud. The might of a first happening heavenly emperor was revealed to the fullest extent. Seeing this, Night Frenzy Cloud couldn't help but gently shake his head, a meaningful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Huo Valley Master, with all due respect, you aren't really a match for me. Let the stronger ones come. Arrogant. Huo Tiandu shouted out angrily and was about to snap, but he saw that one of the Taishan elders below had already moved his body and transformed into a stream of light, pouncing straight at Night Frenzy Cloud. That Supreme Elder's cultivation of a second tribulation heavenly emperor was in full swing. and it was as if the entire heaven and earth had changed color at that moment. Night Frenzy Cloud, let me meet you, that Supreme Elder shouted angrily. His body shape abruptly stormed up, both palms slapping out at the same time, carrying the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth as he blasted towards Night Frenzy Cloud. When Night Frenzy Cloud saw this, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Without moving his body, the broken blade in his hand gently swung, and a powerful blade chi sliced through the void, colliding head-on with the attack of that Tai Shang Elder. Boom! Accompanied by deafening explosions, the two men's attacks collided together, and space was torn apart, forming a shocking crack. Shockingly, that Supreme Elder of the Divine Soldier Valley was shaken back hundreds of meters, while Night Fierce Cloud never moved at all. What? That Supreme Elder's face changed drastically. How could he have never imagined that his own second-jacked Heavenly Emperor's pouring strike would be so easily defeated by Night Fierce Cloud? You're not good either. Night Frenzy Cloud shook his head helplessly, and between the swings of the broken sword once again, the light of the sword was like a dragon, and a random strike contained enough power to tear apart the heavens and the earth. However, despite that Supreme Elder's best efforts to fend off, he was still one move off in the end, and was sent flying by a strand of Night Frenzy Cloud's saber chi, falling heavily to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. How is this possible? The people of Divine Soldier Valley were all dumbstruck, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Huo Tiandu's pupils even shrunk, and an unprecedented shock surged in his heart. Only then did he realize that he had severely underestimated Night Frenzy Cloud. Only then did Night Frenzy Cloud look at Huo Tiandu and faintly inquired, "Huo Valley Master, do you still want to fight?" Huo Tiandu was in a dilemma as he wanted to speak, and right at this moment, an old and majestic voice rang out from the depths of the Divine Soldier Valley. The War God Palace's honored guest has come to the door, so the old man has been remiss in welcoming him. The crowd followed the sound and saw an old man dressed in ancient robes stepping into the void, and with every step he took, he was able to roll up ripples of energy. The old man's face was wrinkled yet majestic, and under his slightly stooped body, it was as if there was 1,000,000 pounds of strength buried. Greetings to the old Valley Master, Grandfather. Seeing the old man step into the void, the Divine Soldier Valley crowd and Huo Tian all saluted. The person who came was none other than the Divine Soldier Valley's old master Huo Shuren, who nodded gently at the crowd and turned to look at Night Frenzy Cloud, his deep eyes seeming to be able to see through everything. Frenzied Blade, Night Frenzied Cloud. It really is true to its name. Seeing this old master of the Divine Soldier Valley, Night Frenzy Cloud wasn't surprised as he slightly arched his hand. Elder Hua. I, Night Frenzy Cloud, am not intentionally provoking. What is the value of that sword? Please also make it clear. I won't let Divine Soldier Valley suffer. Although Night Frenzied Cloud was polite, it was not hard to hear from his words that he already considered that blade as his own. Just when everyone thought that the old Valley Master would personally take action to preserve the dignity and honor of the Divine Soldier Valley, he made an unexpected move, only to see old Valley Master Huo Shuren slowly raise his hand and gently wave it. The precious sword made of obsidian immortal crystal emerged, as if pulled by an invisible force, slowly flying towards Night Frenzy Cloud. This scene caused the entire Divine Soldier Valley square to fall into dead silence. The old master of Divine Soldier Valley, one of the 3 ninth-grade alchemists, had just gone soft? For a moment, all eyes were focused on the slowly moving sword, their hearts filled with disbelief. Little friend Knight, a precious sword matches a hero, so this sword will be gifted to you. Consider it making a friend. Huo Shuren's voice was calm and firm, without the slightest hesitation or reluctance. Huo Shuren's words were like a spring breeze, light enough to stir up layers of ripples. Chapter 29, The End. Take the sword with you. Night Frenzy Cloud reached out to hold the floating sword, feeling the lingering severity emanating faintly from the blade, a satisfied look on his face. But when he looked at Huo Shuren, he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled as well. He didn't believe that the other side would be so generous. But in the next moment, Night Frenzy Cloud seemed to have thought of something, and after turning his head to look at Huo Yushi, he emphasized again, Master Huo Valley, I only came here for the sword. I have no intention of asking for anything else. This move by Night Frenzy Cloud caused the field to once again resound with clamor and murmurs. This guy, he's really a straight man of steel. Don't people who's big beauty want to lose face? The crowd whispered, not forgetting to look at Huo Yushi with sympathetic faces. Only Huo Yushi's petite body was trembling slightly, obviously suppressing her anger. This Huo Yushi is still considered good-tempered. In the case of ordinary women, I'm afraid that they would have rushed up to fight for their lives. There were also people who were curious if old Valley Master Huo would get angry. However, when Huo Shuren heard these words from Night Frenzy Cloud, his face was devoid of waves as he smiled and nodded his head, saying, Don't worry, little friend Knight. She already has her heart in the right place. This marriage invitation shouldn't have been held in the first place. so just treat it as if you were organizing a heroes meeting. After a pause, Huashuran's gaze fell on top of the precious sword in Night Frenzy Cloud's hand. His tone solemn. As for this sword, it also truly belongs to little friend Night. Night Frenzy Cloud looked deeply at Huashuran and directly put the precious sword into his storage ring, a flash of complex emotions in his eyes. Night Crazy Cloud does not like to owe favors. This old man, if he is with him, painfully fight, and regardless of win or lose, but also felt comfortable. After a moment of silence, Night Frenzy Cloud threw the 500 million extreme source crystals from earlier towards Huashuran, his voice firm and powerful. Elder Hua, Night Frenzy Cloud, oh divine soldier, valley a favor. I'll see you later. After saying that, Night Frenzy Cloud no longer stayed, and with a sway of his body, he turned into a stream of light and broke through the air, only leaving behind a faint blade intent that lingered in the air for a long time. Seeing this, the corners of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked up into a smile that seemed to be there, and with it, his figure was hidden in the void, silently following him. No one at the scene noticed Yun Tian Dust's departure. On the Divine Soldier Valley Square, the hearts of the celestial pride were mixed. This big mountain of the War God's palace, I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult to cross over. The Divine Soldier Valley disciples and the top brass looked in the direction that Night Frenzy Cloud had left, unable to return to their senses for a long time, and the stifling of their hearts was even more difficult to describe. Today's matter, I believe it will soon spread, and Divine Soldier Valley will be reduced to a laughingstock for the world as a result. At the same time, their gazes towards Huashuran all carried disbelief. If he, a third tribulation heavenly emperor, were to make a move, then Night Frenzy Cloud would definitely not be an opponent. It wasn't until Night Frenzy Cloud's aura completely disappeared that Huashuran withdrew his gaze, his face devoid of joy or sadness. After his sight paused on Shuiyang for a moment, Huashan turned to look at the crowd of heavenly pride on the scene, his voice carrying a few moments of vicissitude and helplessness. Gentlemen, today's matter is the fault of my Divine Soldier Valley, and the old man hereby apologizes to all of you. Elders' words are too much. We'll take our leave. The crowd arched their hands and excused themselves. They took it as a good show. Even without the appearance of Night Madness Cloud, the Divine Soldier Valley's end wouldn't have been their turn at all. If one wasn't blind, they wouldn't be able to see Shui Yang's relationship with Hui Yushi. Don't look at Shui Yang being so unbearable in front of Night Frenzy Cloud, but he was at least the young Villa Master of Heavenly Sword Villa. Other than the group of perverted lunatics from the War God Palace, how many people in the Heavenly Realm would dare to offend the Heavenly Sword Villa? Seeing the crowd leave one after another, Xiao Xiaotang also took his leave of the Divine Soldier Valley crowd with a heart full of resentment and indignation. The precious sword that he considered to be in his pocket had been taken by Night Frenzy Cloud, so he was guilty of fighting Shui Yang for his life. With the stance Shui Yang had shown previously, this guy would really put up a fight. Xiao Xiaotang left, but the three words Night Frenzy Cloud were dead in his mind. As the crowd dispersed, Shui Yang was the only outsider left, and the Divine Soldier Valley Square fell silent, the atmosphere becoming oppressive for a time. Especially those Divine Soldier Valley disciples, they were all too afraid to breathe. All are afraid of getting in trouble and being used as a punching bag. Huo Tiandu was the first to break the silence and asked out loud, "Grandfather, why are you that night mad cloud? It's not as simple as you guys think." Huashuran directly interrupted Huo Tiandu and said in a grave tone, "If we really have to fight to the death, the one who dies in the end will definitely be me." What? Huashuran's words really shocked everyone at the scene, and the sound of sucking in cool air rose and fell. Everyone in the Divine Soldier Valley knew that the old Valley Master was in existence with 1 foot in the 4th Heavenly Emperor. Wouldn't it mean that Night Frenzy Cloud's strength was already comparable to that of a 4th Heavenly Emperor? After Huashan sighed lightly, he slowly looked at Shui Yang, his tone becoming much softer. "Little friend Shui, I agree with you in Yushi's matter. Today's matter is really unavoidable, but my Divine Soldier Valley will not treat you poorly. The old me will personally refine a sword for you as a dowry for you and Yushi. What do you think?" When Shui Yang heard this, a trace of excitement and gratitude flashed in his eyes as he bowed deeply to Huashuran and said, "Thank you, senior, for completing this. Shui Yang will live up to his expectations and take care of Yushi for the rest of his life." Huashuran gently nodded his head, revealing a pleased smile. With Shui Yang's talent and background, handing Yushi over to him was definitely the best choice, and they were still in love with each other, so it was a match made in heaven. Afterward, Huashuran turned around and commanded a few words to the Divine Warrior Valley's top brass before flashing away. The crowd looked at the old Valley Masters departing back. Their hearts were very complicated, and they once again had a new perception of the strength of the War God Temple. A single Night Frenzy Cloud was comparable to a 4-jacked Heavenly Emperor, but the War God Palace had 12 blazing angels, as well as the even more powerful 4 great War Kings, and 2 great protectors. War God Palace, not to be messed with. A Supreme Elder left words of amazement before flying away. All of them also returned to their own residences with heavy and complicated feelings. Only Hua Tiandu stayed behind to arrange his daughter's affairs and clean up the mess. As for Yun Tian-dust at this moment, he followed the Night Frenzy Cloud to leave the realm where the Divine Soldier Valley was located. Finally, upon reaching the sky above a barren mountain range, the extremely fast-flying Night Frenzy Cloud violently stopped in its tracks. He turned around expansively and coldly spat out a few words. "Your Excellency has been following for so long, and you still don't intend to show yourself?" Night Frenzied Cloud said. His face was incredibly grave, and a killing chance flickered in his eyes. When he had just left the Divine Soldier Valley, he had sensed a hint of something wrong, always feeling that there were eyes behind him that had been staring at him, and that feeling was extremely uncomfortable. He thought it was an illusion and instantly sped up. However, the feeling of being watched was always still there, and it was getting stronger. He, on the other hand, had not been able to detect the presence of the other. But just now, he finally sensed a hint of an aura that seemed to have been deliberately emitted by the other party. For some reason, that aura gave him a familiar feeling, yet he couldn't recall who it was. The only thing that was certain was that the man was strong. Chapter 30, Meeting Outside. Everything's fine. Night Frenzied Cloud's words echoed in the empty sky, carrying a bit of gravity and anger. His figure was solid, and his gaze was like a torch staring intently at the nothingness in front of him, as if he wanted to penetrate through all the fog and see the opponent that was hidden in the invisible. Seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, Night Frenzy Cloud was suddenly tense. The thickness of that aura just now made him, a blazing angel known for his arrogance in the War God's temple, have to put away his contempt and go all out. Humph, the generation that hides their heads and tails. Villainous behavior. Night Frenzy Cloud snorted coldly, and between the flip of his hand, the broken blade emerged. The aura of a second-jacked heavenly emperor spread out from him, and within a radius of dozens of miles, wood and stone tumbled, and space shook. "Get out!" Night Frenzy Cloud shouted out violently, splitting a 10,000 feet long stern saber blade into the void in front of him, wrapped in the might of tearing the sky, sweeping towards the direction in which he was perceived to be heading. However, right at this moment, a sigh came from the void, and Night Frenzy Cloud could only feel a vast and boundless power surging in from all directions, wrapping his entire body in it. The 10,000 feet of blade-ons that he chopped out also dissipated with that sigh, not making a single ripple. Immediately afterward, Night Frenzy Cloud only felt an irresistible force acting on his body, and his entire body became unable to move. With his eyes dead set on the void in front of him, Night Mad Cloud's eyes were filled with unbelief and horror. Even a five-hailed heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to do this, right? The opponent's power was completely beyond his knowledge. Taking a deep breath, Night Mad Cloud forced down the inner vibration and said in a deep tone, "Which high person is it?" "I Night Mad Cloud." Halfway through Night Frenzied Cloud's words, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice slowly sounded in the void, as deafening as a morning bell or a twilight drum. "Mad Cloud, it's been 15 years, and you're still as quick-tempered as ever." That voice was gentle yet magnetic, and even more so, it carried a few imperceptible tensions. When Night Frenzy Cloud heard this familiar voice and tone, his heart trembled violently and his pupils contracted violently, only to see a flash of light in the void. A white-clothed figure appeared out of thin air and landed on top of the opposite mountain peak. Night Frenzy Cloud felt his brain roar when he saw the familiar clothes and figure, but when he saw the person's face, he froze, because he had never seen this person at all, and the other party's voice, clothing, and figure were all so similar to the temple master. Dared to impersonate the hall master, looking for death dash. Without warning, Night Mad Cloud burst out in fury, the killing opportunity in his eyes undisguised, only to see the broken knife in his hand come off, instantly replaced with that rare and precious knife he had just obtained. Without any delay, Night Frenzy Cloud directly utilized the strongest killing move, and was determined to kill this person impersonating the hall master on the spot. The white-clothed figure was clearly Yun Tian-dust. Looking at the furious killing Night Frenzy Cloud, he couldn't help but shake his head with a helpless expression. Cultivation has grown quite a bit, but his brain hasn't grown much. As the words fell, Yun Tian slowly raised his arm. Under Night Frenzy Cloud's unbelieving gaze, the other party simply curled his finger and flicked it, destroying all of his attacks and shattering them. How is it possible? Who the hell are you? Sensing that familiar aura from close range, Night Frenzy Cloud's eyes went wide, his entire body breathing heavily as he looked at Yun Tian in disbelief. Ugh! Yun Tian sighed lightly and directly transformed his true appearance. Hall Master, is it really you? Seeing Yun Tian who had restored his true appearance, Night Mad Cloud's cerebellum instantly shriveled. His voice trembled and the sword in his hand nearly fell. Their War God Palace's missing palace master for 15 years had actually appeared just like that? Night Mad Cloud couldn't believe his eyes, and his entire body stood in place for a long time. unable to return to his senses. What? It's only been 15 years and you've disowned me as the Hall Master? Yun Tian-dust smiled and joked, his tone carrying endless emotions. Night Mad Cloud's body trembled as if it was shaken to the depths of its soul by an invisible force. In the next instant, the Night Madness Cloud flashed and flew to the front of Yun Tian-dust, fiercely kneeling on one knee, the sword in his hand inserted into the ground with a resounding clang, stirring up a circle of energy ripples. Hall Master, my subordinate has eyes without a pearl and failed to recognize you at the first moment. Please punish Hall Master. There was a hint of choking in Night Mad Cloud's trembling voice, and he was even more excited inside. Yun Tian-dust took a few steps forward and gently helped up Night Frenzy Cloud with a smile on his face. Frenzy Cloud, get up. There's no need for all this red tape between you and me as brothers. Night Mad Cloud stood up, his eyes slightly red, and couldn't help but inquire. Hall Master, where exactly have you been all these years? All of us thought. Night Mad Cloud's words carried worry and incomprehension. With the strength of the Palace Master back then, who could hurt him in the heavenly realm? They were also all convinced that the Hall Master would never leave without saying goodbye unless something happened. Yun Tian-dust gently patted Night Frenzy Cloud's shoulder. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Frenzy Cloud, let's talk about the War God Palace first. Are all the brothers alright? Yun Tian-dust was still nervous inside when he asked. He was worried about hearing bad news from Night Frenzy Cloud. Seeing the worry in Yun Tian-dust's eyes, Night Frenzy Cloud threw him a reassuring look and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Everything is fine with everyone. It's just that they're all especially worried about you. In the 15 years since you lost track of us, we've practically turned the entire heavenly realm upside down and never found any trace of you." Speaking of which, Night Mad Cloud's gaze toward Yun Tian-dust was filled with curiosity, and there was also a hidden hint of complaint. Worried everyone? Yun Tian-dust sighed lightly and said, "I was assassinated back then and caused my cultivation to be wasted. Even my memory was lost, and then I was stranded in the lower realm in a haze, and it was 15 years in a blink of an eye." What? Night Frenzy Cloud's face revealed a ferocious light, and a stern killing chant burst out from him as he angrily shouted out, "Hall Master, tell me, which dog thief dares to backstab you? I'll go exterminate his 10 clans." The anger in Night Mad Cloud's eyes seemed to burn like a flame, with an appearance of wanting to go on a killing spree. Yun Tian-dust waved his hand and smiled helplessly. There is no hurry in this matter. There are still many doubts that need to be cleared up. Hall Master, you don't need to be concerned about anything. Night Frenzied Cloud thought that Yun Tianwan had scruples, so he immediately stated, "With the current strength of our War God Palace, it is enough to defy everything." Oh, as if Yun Tian-dust came to be interested, he signaled him to speak on. Mentioning the War God Temple, Night Mad Cloud said with a haughty face, "Your Highness doesn't know that all the brothers have set foot in all the major monuments and Jedi in the heavenly realm for 15 years in order to search for you. Although they didn't find any traces of you, everyone has gained a lot of opportunities. Protector Yang has long since broken through to the 5th Heavenly Emperor. Protector Ian and the 4 great battle kings have all broken through to the 4th, and pulling out just one person from amongst them would be able to sweep through the heavenly realm. Even among our 12 blazing angels, 5 of us have broken through to the 3rd Heavenly Emperor, and all of us have the absolute strength to cross over and defeat a 5th Heavenly Emperor. According to our War God Palace's current strength, any one of the 4 legions sent out would be enough to flatten the Daotian Palace, the head of the 9 hegemons." The more the Night Mad Cloud said, the more he felt his heart surging, and in the end, he did not forget to persuade Yun Tianwan in a serious tone. "So Palace Master, you really do not need to have any more scruples. As long as you have a word, the entire heavenly realm will be subjugated at our feet." Chapter 31, Burning Sky Valley, Red Fire Ancestor. When Yun Tian-dust heard Night Frenzy Cloud's resounding words, emotions such as emotion, relief and shock surged in his heart. But when he heard Night Frenzy Cloud's last sentence, he was speechless. Although the War God Palace was already powerful enough, he always felt that the major forces in the heavenly realm wouldn't be that simple either. No one knew that 15 years ago, he wasn't as simple as a 5-hit Heavenly Emperor. It was said that a 5-jacked Heavenly Emperor was the strongest realm in the heavenly realm, but he managed to break the limit and break through to an 8-jacked Heavenly Emperor. 15 years ago, Yun Tian-dust stepped into the Death Canyon alone, deciding to cross the 9th Heavenly Tribulation there in order to step into the ranks of the 9th Heavenly Emperor. It was all very smooth at first, but just at the moment when he had successfully crossed the Heavenly Tribulation and had let his guard down the most, the 5 Heavenly Emperors who had hidden around early joined hands to activate the absolute killing formation, catching him off guard. In reason, those people couldn't hide from his senses at all, but he never realized that something was wrong from the beginning to the end. Not only that, the power of that overwhelming killing formation was such that even he, who had managed to break through to the 9th Heavenly Emperor, was nearly unable to resist it. Plus, The last weapon they had sacrificed had clearly surpassed an extreme Tao Emperor's armament. No one in the heavenly realm should be able to refine it other than him. Therefore, Yun Tian Dust concluded that there were many unknown secrets ironically hidden behind this. Even though those 5 had used secret treasures to conceal their faces, when they died, the secret treasures would be useless. After spending a large price to counterkill the 4, Yun Tianduan also knew their identities. They were all a few old acquaintances from the heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust concluded that the few people who had surrounded him were afraid that they were also just other people's pawns. Seeing Yun Tian Dust fall into deep thought, Night Frenzied Cloud was just about to open his mouth when Yun Tian Dust's gaze suddenly became deep, as if it had penetrated the barriers of space and time, as he slowly asked, "Frenzied Cloud, my elder brother Zhuge Tai, how is he now?" When Night Mad Cloud heard this, his expression changed slightly, but he still answered truthfully, "Palace Master." Vice Palace Master Zhuge also suddenly lost track of you shortly after you disappeared, and his whereabouts are still unknown. We had sent out multiple parties to search for him, but they all sank into the sea without the slightest clue. A complex emotion surged in Yun Tian Dust's heart as he heard this. Zhuge Tai, the one who was like a brother and father in his heart, was one of the people he trusted the most. Yun Tian Dust was unwilling to believe that Zhuge Tai, the one who had taken care of him in every way, would be the one to betray him. As early as when Yun Tian Dust had just spiritually penetrated the heavenly realm not long ago, he had gotten to know Zhuge Tai. At that time, he was less than 10 years old, even less able to do martial arts, and had no relatives, so it was impossible to survive in a cruel world like the heavenly realm. If it wasn't for Zhuge Tai's care and protection, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live until now, let alone create the War God Temple. Thinking like this, Yun Tian Dust again felt that Zhuge Tai had no reason to betray him, and immediately shook his head, trying to expel this distrust from his mind. Seeing Yun Tian Dust's color changing, Night Mad Cloud's heart was even more doubtful. As he was about to open his mouth to ask, Yun Tian Dust took the lead and spoke in a deep voice. "Mad Cloud, you should go back first, but don't divulge the news of my return for the time being. I have some things that I need to investigate in secret, and when everything is clear, I will show myself." Although Night Mad Cloud was filled with disbelief, the orders of the Palace Master could not be disobeyed. He forced down the curiosity and excitement in his heart and respectfully asked for orders. "Hall Master, let my subordinate follow you. At any time, I'll be waiting for your highness dispatch." "No need, it's convenient for me to act alone instead." Yun Tian Dust directly refused. "Then, Temple Master, take care, my subordinate will leave." After saying that, Night Frenzy Cloud's body flashed, transforming into a stream of light, and sped away in the direction of the War God Palace, but his heart was like a river turning over, difficult to calm down. Yun Tian Dust looked at Night Frenzy Cloud's departing back, a flash of determination in his eyes. He knew deep down that he had to find out the truth about that year as soon as possible, or else it would always be a threat to him and his brothers in the War God Temple. Yun Tian Dust's first target was then locked onto the Burning Sky Valley in the Fire Sky Heavenly Domain. Among the 5 people who surrounded him were the old ancestors of the 4 major forces, namely the Tao Heavenly Palace, the 10,000 Poison Sect, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, and the Demon Emperor Palace. The one who had fled specialized in the laws of fire, and his identity was self-evident if he was able to harness the power of flames so skillfully. Yun Tian Dust's figure moved slightly, a faint cloud surrounded his body, and his entire body seemed to merge into the heavens and the earth as he noiselessly advanced towards the Fire Sky Heavenly Domain. His speed was extremely fast, yet he didn't have the slightest breath leakage, so that even a 5th Heavenly Emperor couldn't possibly detect his whereabouts. The Heavenly Realm was still very large, and it had taken Yun Tian Dust 3 hours to come from the Purple Heavenly Realm to the Fire Heavenly Realm. He quietly descended in the sky above the Burning Sky Valley, overlooking the valley surrounded by blazing flames, an icy chill welling up in his heart. Burning Sky Valley, a force that had once not crossed paths with him, had dared to perform an assassination attempt on him, so don't blame him for being merciless. Just after arriving at this place, Yun Tianduan sensed a faint and familiar aura, transmitted from a secret room in the deepest part of the Burning Sky Valley. "Red Flame Old Ancestor, it's really you dash." Yun Tian Dust's eyes were icy cold, and between the flashes of his figure, he had already appeared in the clouds above the attic where that secret room was located. The entire pavilion was guarded by Emperor-level formations, but Yun Tian Dust was not the least bit concerned. The Emperor-level formation seemed as if it didn't exist in front of Yun Tian Dust as he directly dodged and stepped in without making a single ripple. When Yun Tianduan stepped into the secret room where the Red Flame Old Ancestor was located as if no one was there, the Red Flame Old Ancestor, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, woke up with a start, and a strong sense of crisis surged up from the bottom of his heart. "Who?" The Red Flame Old Ancestor snapped, the aura of a 6th Heavenly Emperor bursting out from him. shaking the entire pavilion. The red flame old ancestor opened his eyes violently, only to see Yun Tian Dust, who was dressed in a white robe and had a face like an immortal, floating in mid-air, and his eyes, which were as cold as sharp blades, were staring at him. How is it possible that you... The moment the red flame old ancestor saw Yun Tian, his eyes glazed over, his body involuntarily trembled. His body was like falling into an ice cave. Yun Tian Dust's face was bland, his deep abyss-like black eyes staring straight at the red flame old ancestor. His calm and indifferent tone did not contain a trace of emotion. Red flame old ancestor, goodbye. Yun Tian, how is it possible? You actually didn't die? The red flame old ancestor's voice carried an undisguised shock and trembling, as if he had seen Ashura returning from hell. The red flame old ancestor couldn't believe it. He had seen with his own eyes back then that Yun Tian Dust had executed a forbidden art and died with those 4 people, and at this moment, Yun Tian unexpectedly appeared alive. The shock brought to the red flame ancestor could not be described as small. Humph, with your little tactics, you also want my Yun Tian Dust's life. You're not qualified yet. The corner of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. The coldness contained in that smile caused the temperature of the large chamber to plummet, and the red flame old ancestor felt a chill all over his body. Speak! Who are the people behind you? Yun Tian Dust's cold gaze stared at the red flame old ancestor as a majestic and endless pressure erupted from within him, locking the red flame old ancestor firmly in place. This power seemed to come from the 9 heavens above, carrying an aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, instantly shrouding the entire secret room. Can. Chapter 32 Wuji Immortal Region. The truth of that year. The red fire old ancestor only felt his body sink, as if he was carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds. His knees bent involuntarily, and his entire body was actually hard pressed to the ground by this pressure, unable to move. How is this possible? The red flame old ancestor's heart was in a state of shock, and the clothing on his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The feeling Yun Tian gave him was even more terrifying than 15 years ago. The red flame old ancestor did not expect that he, a 6th tribulation heavenly emperor, would be so unbeatable in front of Yun Tian, without the slightest bit of resistance. A stern killing chance exploded out of Yun Tian Dust's eyes as he looked straight into the red flame old ancestor's eyes that were filled with fear. You'd better not be hiding anything, or else I don't mind extracting your soul and refining your spirit before making the entire burning sky valley bury you. Yun Tian Dust's voice was low and powerful. Each word was like a heavy hammer that struck the red flame old ancestor's heart. The red flame old ancestor's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, cold sweat beating down on his forehead, and he had no doubt about Yun Tian's determination. Who in the heavenly realm didn't know that the war god's palace was all a bunch of lunatics? And yet, Yun Tian Dust was able to make so many lunatics swear to follow him to the death. So his methods were not ordinary. Once again locking eyes with Yun Tian Dust's sinister eyes, old ancestor Red Flame's mental defenses completely collapsed. All the more so as he could not become the burning sky valley's eternal sinner. After a struggle, the red fire old ancestor's face was full of disheveledness, and his voice trembled. Yun Hall Master, back then, we were indeed instructed to assassinate you, but we were also forced to do so. Every word uttered by the red flame old ancestor seemed to drain him of all his strength, and the fear within him increased instead of decreasing. Yun Tian Dust's eyes became even colder, as if he could penetrate the deepest secrets of the human heart. The red flame old ancestor took a deep breath. It is someone from the outside world, where it is called Wuji Immortal Domain. After revealing this secret, it was as if the red flame old ancestor had lifted 1,000 pounds of burden. But what followed was an even deeper despair. The infinite immortal region? Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly, signaling him to speak on. Old ancestor Redfire didn't dare to hide anything and truthfully said, that is a world that is even more vast and powerful than the heavenly realm, and they call themselves immortals. Seeing that Yun Tian Dust's face did not look too good, old ancestor Red Flame took a deep breath and continued. The realm division of the Wuji immortal realm is roughly the same as that of the heavenly realm, except that the word heaven has been replaced with the word immortal. The rules there are complete, but their immortal emperors has 9 realms and doesn't need to cross the tribulation every time he breaks through. In the peerless immortal realm, there are also stronger realms above immortal emperors. It's said that immortal emperors are not as good as our heavenly realm's heavenly honored ones there. A flash of gravity flashed in Yun Tian Dust's eyes. He had expected this, so he wasn't too shocked. Turning to look at the red flame old ancestor, Yun Tian then withdrew his intimidating pressure, and his tone became even lower. You still haven't said who the people behind you are. The red flame old ancestor only felt that the mountain pressing down on him had disappeared, but he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resisting, and immediately arched his hand at Yun Tian Dust. Back to Hall Master Yun. That person claimed to be from the Wuji immortal domain, the Wang family. And is the young master of the Wang family? Wang family? Very good. Yun Tianduan. Remember it. Yun Tian Dust coldly voiced out, his face grim. A stern killing chance flashed. How much do you know about this Wang family? 15 years ago, that young master of the Wang clan was also only a first immortal emperor, but he had a ninth immortal emperor protector by his side. We were also coerced and had no choice but to strike at you, the red flame old ancestor said, purposely putting on an appearance of being unable to do anything, in an attempt to exchange this for a ray of hope. Yun Tian Dust sneered in his heart. He wasn't a little cutie. This red flame old ancestor had been heavily injured by him back then, and it was unlikely that he would recover at all without hundreds of years, let alone breaking through to the sixth heavenly emperor. However, in order to stabilize this old thing, Yun Tianduan did not reveal it for the time being and gestured for him to continue. Seeing that Yun Tianduan was in deep thought, the red flame ancestor thought that there was something in store for him, so he simply said it all outright. Hall Master Yun, regarding everything that happened to you, the originator was your War God Hall's Vice Hall Master, Zhuge Tai. As soon as the words of the red flame old ancestor had just fallen, a powerful chi energy was violently emitted from Yun Tian Dust's body, which actually directly shocked the red flame old ancestor into spitting out blood. Ignoring the red flame old ancestor's shock, Yun Tianduan spoke out coldly, you better not have a single false word. Despite his inner fear, the red flame old ancestor still negotiated terms with Yun Tianduan. Yun Palace Master, if I tell you all of Zhuge Tai's secrets, can you leave Burning Sky Valley a way out? Yun Tian Dust's gaze was like a cold and sharp blade, shooting straight into the red flame old ancestor's eyes that were covered in fear. His voice low and powerful, you can choose not to say anything, and I will be able to know everything from you. Of course, you can also try to explode yourself and see if you have that chance. The red flame old ancestor trembled. He felt like he was facing a devil. If he could do it all over again, he would rather die than mess with Yun Tian Dust. Strongly suppressing the fear in his heart, old ancestor Red Flame carefully replied, Zhuge Tai is a man of unfathomable depths, as well as a madman. He masters the art of deduction that can peer into the heavens and predict a corner of the future. However, but he has fallen on his sword when it comes to you. What do you mean? Yun Tian Dust's tone was low and his face was puzzled. The Red Flame elder ancestor continued to explain. Back then, when Zhuge Tai first met you, you were still just a 10-year-old child with no hands. Yet, he sensed an unusual aura from you. Driven by curiosity, Zhuge Tai tried to explore your future with the art of deduction. However, instead of succeeding, he suffered a severe backlash and almost died. This caused him to take great interest in you, believing that there must be unknown secrets in you. The Red Flame old ancestor recounted in detail, and with every word, it was as if he was unveiling a layer of dusty secrets. Yun Tian Dust's eyes grew cold, signaling him to speak down. The Red Flame old ancestor nodded his head like garlic and continued. Indeed, the reason why you encountered evil people so often before you were 15 years old was all because Zhuge Tai was secretly looking for someone who wanted to push you to your limits so that he could explore the secrets in you. Only what he didn't realize was that you didn't explode with the power he wanted to see until you died. Ever since you were chased by the villains to the point of desperation and jumped off the cliff, Zhuge Tai thought that you wouldn't survive, and that's when he shifted his interest away from you. But who knew that you would find Zhuge Tai after more than a decade and even establish the greatly famous War God Temple and invite him to become the Vice Temple Master? When Yun Tian Dust heard this, he also couldn't help but fall into reminiscence. He would never have thought to death that the truth would be like this. Perhaps it was his Yun Tian Dust's destiny that was undeserved. After jumping off the cliff that time, he unexpectedly fell into a mysterious space. Not only unharmed, but also gained an amazing chance. After Yun Tian Dust woke up in that space, there was a mysterious little tower by his side. It was also because of that small tower that he had awakened a very powerful martial Dao physique. Yun Tian Dust later realized that the physique he had awakened was clearly the legendary, chaotic body, because he couldn't find a way out. Yun Tian Dust cultivated in that mysterious space for 8 years, and even directly broke through from an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts to the realm of heavenly dignity in one fell swoop. Regarding that mysterious space, Yun Tian Dust always had a sense of awe. It was a vast and boundless starry sky, with a long celestial river stretching across the vastness. Boundless, there were spatial cracks and harsh winds everywhere. Chapter 33, Brutal Truth, Fury. The level of danger in that mysterious space was so great that Yun Tian Dust had a shuddering feeling even now when he thought about it. If it wasn't for the guardianship of the mysterious little tower, even a heavenly emperor powerhouse entering there would be churned to slag in an instant. Later, Yun Tian Dust relied on the guardianship of the small tower and walked on top of the heavenly river looking for a way out to return to the heavenly realm. In the end, the way out is not found, but he comes across a crystal coffin on the river of heaven in which 2 people are sealed. Before Yun Tian Dust could react, the little tower swallowed that crystal coffin. What made Yun Tian Dust even more shocked was that after the crystal coffin was devoured by the small tower, the two people in the coffin were spat out. While Yun Tian Dust was still in a daze, the small tower instantly shone brightly and he gradually lost consciousness. Before closing his eyes completely, he saw the small tower cut a slit in that space, rolled up him and the two men in the coffin and flew in. Vaguely, Yun Tianduan also saw a black, puppy-like thing flying after him. It wasn't until Yun Tian Dust woke up again that he had appeared in the territory of the heavenly realm, and beside him, he was sleeping two people. It was the two main protectors of the later Battle God Palace, the siblings Lu Shiyang and Lu Ningyue. Also, the little black dog was there. Later on, he also became the Little Nine, one of the 12 blazing angels of the Temple of War, with the title Fierce Star. Thinking of all this, Yun Tian Dust could not help but let out a cold laugh as he once again looked at the red flame old ancestor. The red flame old ancestor gulped down his saliva and continued. When Zhuge Tai once again saw you, who had a powerful cultivation and was the lord of the Battle God Temple, the shock within his heart was incomparable. He naturally wouldn't refuse to become the deputy temple master of the War God Temple, which was undoubtedly a heaven-splitting affluence for Zhuge Tai at the time. Seeing your strong rise with your own eyes has made Zhuge Tai even more determined in his heart to guess that there must be a big secret in you. The Battle God Palace was only small in the beginning, but you developed it into the topmost power in the heavenly realm in just a few years, and Zhuge Tai has seen your energy with his own eyes. Zhuge Tai is cautious and careful. Although he had countless opportunities to sneak up on you, he gave them all up. He realized long ago that your cultivation level exceeded that of a fifth tribulation heavenly emperor, so he concluded that you would still be crossing the tribulation. So he started planning early. It wasn't until a chance encounter that Zhuge Tai was mistakenly caught in a spell formation in an ancient ruin, and by chance he was transported to the Wuji immortal region, and brought back the young master of the Wang family. After a pause, the Red Flame Elder Ancestor continued his narration. The plan to ambush you 15 years ago was orchestrated by Zhuge Tai and that Wang clan's young master. Their intention was to waste you so that they could find out the secret you were carrying. Zhuge Tai seems to be very jealous of your strength. He didn't dare to take the risk, nor did he dare to let the people of the Wang family get involved in danger. So he found us. That killing formation and weapon used to deal with you, as well as the secret treasure to conceal our breath, were all given to us by that Wang family's young master. That young master of the Wang clan has put out a threat to exterminate several of our great sects if we don't do what they tell us to do. Under the intimidation of that 9 immortal emperor, we dare not disobey. Upon hearing these words, the killing chance in Yun Tian Dust's eyes almost condensed into substance as he asked in a cold voice, why didn't that 9 immortal emperor make a move when I was seriously injured? Yun Tianduan had no doubt that if that 9th immortal emperor took the opportunity to make a sneak attack, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to cast a forbidden art. The Red Flame Old Ancestor was silent for a moment and slowly said, when you were casting the forbidden technique, I clearly saw that the young lord of the Wang clan's face suddenly changed drastically after he took out a token that was about to be shattered, and then he left with his protector of the Dao and Zhuge Tai. Later on, I purposely went to that relic that Zhuge Tai talked about and found that the teleportation spell formation had completely collapsed. That's why I guessed that they should have left in a hurry because they sensed that the spell formation was about to collapse and were afraid of being trapped in the heavenly realm forever. When the Red Flame Old Ancestor said this, he even directly knelt down to Yun Tian Dust, his face full of pleading. Hall Master Yun, this is all I know, and I definitely don't dare to hide anything. I am willing to pay for what I have done, and I only beg you to spare the other people of Burning Sky Valley. Is the story finished? Yun Tian Dust stared coldly at the Red Flame Old Ancestor, his tone chilling. Story? The Red Flame Old Ancestor's voice trembled with uncertainty. Yun Tian Dust's face was ancient, and he said sternly, then you might as well explain why you know everything Zhuge Tai has done, including his inner thoughts? Hardly. Or did he tell you himself? Or maybe you can read minds? Speaking here, Yun Tian Dust stretched out his large hand and clutched the Red Flame Old Ancestor's neck through the air, lifting him up. Yun Hall Master, rest his anger. Please listen to my explanation. The Red Flame Old Ancestor's face instantly became paler than paper and did not have the intention to struggle. He knew deep down that once Yun Tian Dust became angry, it would definitely be difficult for him to escape death, let alone preserve Burning Sky Valley. Yun Hall Master, I am not the one who can see through people as hearts. A year before you crossed the tribulation, Zhuge Tai approached us individually, trying to convince us to deal with you together. Everyone knows about your relationship with Zhuge Tai, and we are all very curious about why Zhuge Tai wants to deal with you. So we secretly investigated you and Zhuge Tai. The Red Flame Old Ancestor's voice carried a few tremors. Ever since Zhuge Tai returned to the War God Palace with you, he feared that everything he did to you would be exposed and secretly killed all those who knew about it. But what Zhu Gatai doesn't know is that one of them managed to survive and happened to be saved by my Burning Sky Valley scouts, and they're all still in my Burning Sky Valley now. If you don't believe me, I can call that person here. Seeing the red flame old ancestor's solemn look, Yun Tian Dust then put him down. What the red flame old ancestor said, Yun Tian Dust naturally would not believe all of it. He is not a little cutie. How could these so-called overlords of the nine heavens rest assured that the war god palace would keep growing? However, regarding everything about Zhu Gatai, Yun Tian Dust believed that the red flame old ancestor had not lied, and that the only person who knew that he had transited the Death Canyon was Zhu Gatai. And Yun Tian Dust associated it with the various evil people he had encountered before the age of 15. It was indeed too suspicious. Those people could clearly wipe him out easily, yet they always left room for maneuver, which just happened to coincide with what the red flame old ancestor had said. Especially when one is asleep, one will always feel an irresistible force traveling through one's body. Both wake up the next day with a sore back. The previous Yun Tian Dust did not think much, but now it seems that it must be that Zhu Gatai. Gu Tai. With one word, Yun Tian Dust had already sentenced Zhu Gatai to death in his heart. This was far more infuriating than pure betrayal, and Yun Tian Dust had never wanted to kill someone so badly. Chapter 34, Going Back in Time and Seeing It All. Yun Tian Dust slowly loosened his grip, and the red flame ancestor landed heavily on the ground like a dehydrated fish. He gasped for air, his eyes filled with a deep fear of Yun Tian Dust's strength. Cloud Heavenly Dust's gaze was like a torch as he gazed at the red flame old ancestor, that coldness tinged with a bit of scrutiny and curiosity as he questioned, "You, how did you break the cultivation bond of a sixth-order heavenly emperor?" The red fire old ancestor sniffed, arched his hand and said with a straight face, "The reason why I was able to break through the sixth happening heavenly emperor was an accident. After the end of that great battle back then, I folded back again. I found the magic weapon that young master of the Wang clan provided to several of us in that broken wall, and even though it was broken, I managed to put it all away. After returning to Burning Sky Valley, I utilized these broken magic artifacts to set up a spell formation. That spell formation was able to extract the residual power of the immortal Tao from the magic artifacts, and I was able to miraculously break through the realm by washing myself with immortal chi day and night. Not only that, I didn't attract a heavenly tribulation during my breakthrough. That's why I'm guessing that the fact that our heaven realm's martial artists have to cross the heavenly tribulation for every breakthrough is most likely related to the Xian force we cultivate." After listening to the red flame old ancestor's narration, Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but secretly slander that this old thing was rather ghostly. Seeing that this old guy was so uptight, Yun Tian Dust decided to keep him alive for the time being and wait until he found out everything. Glancing at the red flame old ancestor, Yun Tianduan spoke out indifferently, "Hand over the soul blood. If I detect half a word of falsehood from you, you know the consequences." The red flame old ancestor sniffed and cleanly squeezed out a drop of soul blood from his brow, respectfully presenting it in front of Yun Tian Dust. Yun Tian Dust did not see half a bit of struggle in the eyes of the red flame old ancestor. On the contrary, there was a kind of relaxation after the robbery. Seeing that the red flame old ancestor didn't even half hesitate to hand over such a big taboo as soul blood, Yun Tian Dust also froze for a moment, but he still lightly waved his sleeve and collected the soul blood. Soul blood is connected to their respective soul origins, and once the soul blood is controlled by someone, then the life of the body and family is at the other party's whim, completely disregarding the realm and distance. As long as Yun Tian Dust destroyed the soul blood on his hand, the red flame ancestor would die with it. If he looked towards the red flame old ancestor with deep meaning, Yun Tian Dust faintly said, "You should remember that if there is any leakage of today's matter, both you and Burning Sky Valley will be doomed." The red flame old ancestor was as if he had been pardoned, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Hall Master Yun, and please rest assured that there will never be a third person who knows about this." Seeing that Yun Tian Dust was about to leave, the red flame old ancestor wanted to speak. Yun Tian Dust's tone was low and unquestionable. Old ancestor Redfire arched his hand and respectfully said, "Hall Master Yun, the Tao Heavenly Palace is not simple. They seem to have a connection with a certain power in the peerless immortal region, and even the young lord of the Wang clan is wary of the power behind them." Yun Tian Dust's eyes narrowed slightly and there was a flash of ghostly light, only to see him raise his hand and slice through space, stepping in under the shocked gaze of the red flame old ancestor. When the red flame old ancestor saw this scene, his eyes glazed over. The array formation he had set up was as if it didn't exist in front of Yun Tian Dust. None of it was even half-sensed. This caused old ancestor Red Flame's scorn for Yun Tianduan to be pushed to the peak once again. He had a strong intuition that Yun Tianduan might have surpassed the ninth immortal emperor and reached the unknown realm. Standing in a daze for a long time, the red flame old ancestor let out a long sigh. "The heavenly realm. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful." Until Yun Tian Dust left, The entire Burning Sky Valley did not know that they had already walked through the gates of hell. If Old Man Redfire hadn't been wise enough, Burning Sky Valley would have become history. I'm afraid. After a period of rushing, Yun Tian Dust arrived at the town he lived in before he was 15 years old. However, the town where hundreds of families lived is now deserted. The smoke and laughter of the past have long since disappeared, leaving only broken walls that tell of the vicissitudes of the past. Yun Tian Dust stood on top of the ruins, his face as gloomy as water. Back in time, the scene reappears. As Yun Tian Dust let out a low cry, he closed his eyes and concentrated, his hands moving in unison as his martial power and spiritual power simultaneously burst out, performing the time retrogression technique. In a flash, the air around them seemed to freeze, and time became slow and heavy at this moment. A mysterious light enveloped the entire ruin, and gradually, it seemed as if time had begun to rewind. Those broken walls began to be put back together, collapsed houses slowly rose, and tender green grass grew back on the barren land. As time flew back, Yun Tian Dust saw the quiet night sky of the town. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the night sky. The man was in his mid-20s, of medium build, dressed in azure robes, and exuded a heroic aura between his eyebrows. He stood at a height of 1,000 meters and looked down at the town below, his eyes revealing ferocity and indifference. This was none other than the vice-lord of the war god temple Zhuge Tai, and the great benefactor of Yun Tian Dust's heart. Back then, Yun Tian Dust had no relatives, and in a cruel world like the heavenly realm, it was difficult to survive. Until Zhuge Tai appeared, not only did he offer money to buy Yun Tian Dust the small courtyard he relied on, but from time to time he would also send people to send him money. When Yun Tian Dust was bullied, Zhuge Tai would also defend him. Because of these, despite Zhuge Tai's grievances in the war god temple, Yun Tian Dust still supported him as the deputy temple master. All kinds of cultivation resources are also at their disposal. Even if he was almost killed by the backstabbing, Yun Tian Dust did not want to point the finger of suspicion at Zhuge Tai, and at this moment, Yun Tian Dust's fists were clenched tightly as his gaze was fixed dead center on all of this. He had witnessed Zhuge Tai coldly and mercilessly slapping out 3 palms, directly obliterating the entire town. Those innocent civilians turned to dust in despair, and some didn't even know how they died. Yun Tian Dust forced himself to hold back his emotions and continued to retrace his steps. The scene shows the town once again coming back to life. Yun Tian Dust accelerated the process of backtracking and saw the scene of being chased and jumping off a cliff at the age of 15. When he jumped off the cliff, Zhuge Tai did appear. The few people who were chasing him were all wiped out again after being reprimanded a few times by Zhuge Tai. This scene of images was like a sharp blade, constantly cutting into Yun Tian Dust's heart. Wanting to know everything, Yun Tian Dust forced himself to endure the great exertion to continue backtracking, and he saw the scene of children laughing and playing in the streets of the town. See your hungry, cold, lonely self. The whole process of him and Zhuge Tai meeting and getting along. He had been chased by evil men countless times in scenes and the like, and while those evil men could easily take his life, they always managed to pull back at the critical moment and leave him alive. Behind all of this, there was indeed Zhuge Tai's shadow. What was most unbearable to Yun Tian Dust was that he actually saw Zhuge Tai appear beside his bed, probing his body site with some mysterious power. Phew! The retrospective was forcibly terminated, and Yun Tian Dust only felt that his entire body was drained, falling from midair due to the difficulty of navigating the air, and barely standing on his feet when he landed. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Yun Tian Dust found a relatively flat boulder to sit on and began to regulate his breathing on the spot. It wasn't until a month later that Yun Tian fully recovered. A small completion realm's law of space and time. Retracing such a large area of time is still a bit of a stretch. Yun Tian Dust whispered in his heart as he slowly stood up, a flame seemingly burning in his eyes. Chapter 35, The Heavenly Bell Rings, The War God's Palace in Peril. Yun Tian Dust did not linger too long and spent half a day to arrive at the Death Canyon. The place where he had crossed the threshold 15 years ago was devastated within a radius of hundreds of miles, with barely a single intact mountain. Collecting his complicated mind, Yun Tian Dust once again performed a time rewind and saw the day of his own tribulation. He catches little details in the battle footage. That is, those 3 old things from the Tao Heavenly Palace, the 10,000 Poison Sect, and the Celestial Dragon Dynasty did not look like they were forced into it. That kind of determination and ruthlessness, with no intention of leaving anyone alive. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but think of the sentence that Old Man Red Flame had reminded him of, that the Daotian Palace's backstage was even harder than the Wang family. In the flashback image, both the Red Flame ancestor and that Demon Emperor Palace powerhouse seemed to have reservations. When the scene shifted to before Yun Tian Dust's tribulation, he saw that 9 immortal emperors setting up a killing formation. With Yun Tian Dust's current strength, casting time retrace could only make out the faces of those he recognized. while the rest of them could only make out their clothing and body shapes. Even less sound can be heard, and the images are all shaky. Because of this, that 9 immortal emperor was just a vague form in the retrospective image. Yun Tian Dust could not see the person's face at all, but judging by his figure and attire, he should be a middle-aged man. As time continued to go back, Yun Tian Dust saw Zhu Guotai once again. While that 9 immortal emperor was setting up the array, Zhu Guotai and the Red Flame Old Ancestor, among 5 others, were talking with a young man in fancy dress with a blurred face. Although that youth's face was unclear, his hands and feet revealed nobility and majesty. Backtracking to this point, Yun Tian Dust felt like he was about to be drained. He had to stop going back in time and tune in on the spot. There was another drawback to time retracing: the stronger the person retracing it, the greater the drain on the caster. If one spied on certain forbidden powerhouses whose cultivation was far higher than his own, he would also suffer severe backlash, and death on the spot was possible. This time, Yun Tianduan had prepared in advance. It was voluntarily terminated before it was drained, so he was fully recovered after only 10 days of conditioning. After this exploration, it was enough to show that the Red Flame Ancestor wasn't lying. As it turns out, that Zhu Guotai is indeed a wolf. There was also that young master of the Wang family. He wouldn't let go, and if he wanted to go to the peerless immortal region, he was afraid that the only way was the Dao Heavenly Palace. And based on the Red Flame Old Ancestor's narration and his observation of the battle footage, this Dao Heavenly Palace was indeed hiding a great secret. Yun Tian Dust stood up, his gaze looking in the direction of the divine heavenly realm as an overpowering killing opportunity rose to the sky, shaking the heavens. Within a radius of thousands of miles, mountains collapsed, the earth was sunken, and rolling smoke slowly rose, causing a layer of haze to cover half of the Death Canyon. Just as Yun Tian Dust was about to take a walk to the Dao Heavenly Palace, a thick bell ringing came from the distance. The sound of the bell seems to be able to penetrate the clouds and crack the rocks, penetrating into the sky, as if the heaviest sigh in heaven and earth. People unconsciously give birth to feelings of sadness. When Yun Tian Dust heard the sound of the bell, his face suddenly changed drastically, and an unprecedented sternness and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was familiar with the ringing of this bell. It was the shocking heavenly bell. The heaven-shaking bell was something he had acquired by chance in his early years, and it contained an ancient and mysterious power within it. Once it was rung, it could transcend the boundaries of space, and the entire heavenly realm would be able to hear his roar. Yun Tian Dust placed it in the War God Temple, and the only time it could be sounded was when the War God Temple reached the point of life and death. At that time, any disciples or executives who were traveling outside were required to return unconditionally in order to deal with the extermination crisis. The ringing of the shocking bell at this moment indicated that the War God Palace had encountered a crisis of extermination. Who dares to violate my War God Temple? Looking for death dash. The killing machine on Yun Tian Dust's body almost condensed into substance as he lifted his hand and tore through space, flashing in. At the same time, the disciples of the Battle God Temple were the powerful people with whom they had friendships in all parts of the heavenly realm all changed their faces drastically the moment the heaven-shaking bell rang. They put down their hands and either flew with their swords or harnessed their shin beasts, converging on the War God Palace as fast as they could. For a time, the heavenly realm was in turmoil. All forces were surging in the dark, speculating on what kind of secrets were hidden behind this sudden change. The War God Palace, a behemoth that had risen to prominence at breakneck speed, had rung the heaven-shaking bell 3 times, and in the end, it had crushed the incoming enemies. And now, with the War God Palace being completely invincible, which other power in the heavenly realm would dare to provoke the War God Palace? Everyone's faces were puzzled, and at the same time, they all had their own ideas. Especially in the past few years, the War God Palace could be said to be dominant, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was overpowering the heavenly realm. An opponent that could make the Battle God Palace ring the heaven-shaking bell was bound to be frighteningly strong. Some people even speculated that it should be the War God Temple that had attracted the siege of the 9 hegemonic forces. If it was 1 or 2 forces, the War God Temple would not have rung the shock bell. At this moment in the War God domain, the entire sky was covered in a layer of gloom, especially where the War God Temple was located. It was even more dense with war clouds, with all sorts of intense battle fluctuations surging like a tidal wave, spreading to hundreds of thousands of miles of the sky. The sudden siege by the 5 hegemonic forces of the Dao Heavenly Palace, the 10,000 Poison Sect, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, the Qiankuan Palace, and the Divine Sword Sect, and even more top-tier powerhouses from outside the realm, had caused the Battle God Palace to be in a precarious position. The 2 great protectors, the 2 great war kings and the 2 great blazing angels teamed up with a purple-clothed middle-aged man in the middle of a fierce battle, and every one of their exchanges was accompanied by a deafening roar. With space distorted and the stars dimmed, Yang Protector Lu Xian was facing the enemy head-on. Behind him, There seemed to be a great sun rolling over, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he was able to induce the power of the sun, shaking the heavens. Protector Lu Ningyue held a silver longsword to match it, and any sword could cut out the moonlight light and tear the sky and the earth. War King Dongfang Yu held his halberd in his hand. His surging battle intent rushed straight into the sky, and each halberd had the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Dark King Bailey Yan's body was ghostly. It was difficult to capture his figure, and from time to time, he gave that purple-clothed middle-aged man a fatal blow. There were also two major blazing angels such as Shadow Soul and Fierce Star assisting from the side, each displaying their own abilities as they fought with that purple-clothed middle-aged man. However, it was such a powerful formation, but it was never able to harm that purple-clothed middle-aged man in the slightest. Battles swept across the entire Battle God Temple, with the four blazing angels, including the underworld, Battle Dragon, Black Tiger and Blood Lin, leading the 4 legions of soldiers in a bloodbath that stained the heavens with blood. The remaining few great blazing angels such as Judgment, Watch, Ghost Doctor, and so on, similarly brought the many disciples of the War God Temple to participate in the great battle, and there was no doubt as to the degree of the gruesomeness. Yun Tiandust's personal guard on the spot, Chu Ting, also led the 800 War God guards to fight in the battlefield. They all faced enemies several times their size as well, and they did not flinch, fighting for their lives, vowing to defend the glory and dignity of the War God Temple. Overlord Si Kong Xian, dressed in light gray robes with long hair flying, he fought a young powerhouse in midair with his bare hands and empty fists. The two men's silhouettes intersected with such speed that it was dizzying. With each collision, it seemed as if it could tear apart the heavens and unleash a power that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Although Si Kong Xian suppressed his opponent, he was never able to truly harm him. The other side, the killing king Dugu Jian was dressed in a long flowing robe, black and red. He had sword brows and starry eyes, holding a blood-colored longsword, facing the siege of the 4/6 heavenly emperors alone. Yet he appeared to be at ease. The long sword in his hand seemed to have a spirit. Each swing was precise and accurate, aiming straight for the enemy's vitals. Under his sword, those 4/6 heavenly emperors also felt an unprecedented pressure. Chapter 36, 5 Parties Besiege, Tragic Battle. With the Battle God Temple as the center, the entire Battle God domain seemed to be covered by a thick layer of blood and sadness, with blood staining the sky. On top of that, dozens of heavenly emperor powerhouses from the 5 hegemonic forces were still watching from the sidelines and could strike at any time. They stood in all directions, firmly sealing off the retreat of the Battle God Temple crowd. Fronting the strong attack were the Daotian Palace and Immortal Domain powerhouses. Seeing Lu Xiang looking over, a red-haired old man whose cold gaze swept across the field, admiring the killing, said in an ice-cold tone, "Lu Xiang, when you killed my third brother, did you ever think that you would have this day? Humph, that old thing assassinated me and was killed in return, and you have the face to say such words?" Lu Xiang's stern gaze swept over the 4 major forces such as the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty and coldly spoke out, "And you guys, thinking that there are people from the infinite immortal domain who intervene, you dare to pop up and seek death, and you really think that my Battle God Palace is a soft persimmon?" The 4 hegemonic higher levels sneered in their hearts, as if they had seen the scene of the Battle God Palace's destruction. "Yes?" The red-haired old man's gaze was deep and full of disdain as he said, "Then this seat would like to see how you, the War God Palace, can still turn around in front of Lord Immortal Domain." The red-haired old man was none other than Dao Xian, the second ancestor of the Dao Heavenly Palace, who was now a 6th Heavenly Emperor. Despite breaking through the 6th tribulation, Dao Xian was well aware of the terror of the War God Palace. If there were no Immortal Realm powerhouses to assist him, he wouldn't have dared to provoke the War God Palace in such a manner if given 100 guts. But this time, with the presence of a great figure from the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, even if the cloud heavenly dust from back then was present, he couldn't turn over a single wave. Humph. Dao Xian was still thinking like this when a cold snort sounded beside him. Why bother talking nonsense with it? Fight quickly. The speaker was an old man in a blue robe, the third elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty and the strongest person present. When Dao Xian heard this, he immediately shifted into a respectful attitude and swore, "Don't worry, my lord. With all the lords of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty holding Lu Evil Yang and the others in check, the rest of them are not enough to be feared. We will join the battle and clear the battlefield as soon as possible." As soon as the words fell, Dao Xian took a step forward and successively looked at the remaining 4 hegemonic higher-ups, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Gentlemen, today, let's let this Battle God Temple not grow an inch of grass. Kill." With Dao Xian's words, the 60 or so immortal emperors who were previously still watching from the sidelines all moved, and the 3 supreme ancestors of the 10,000 Poison sect were the first to lock onto Dongfang Yu, who was still in the middle of the battle, and shouted out sternly, "Dongfang Yu, take your life." A few years ago, Dongfang Yu had single-handedly killed the Wan Poison sect, forcefully beheading their Wan Poison sect patriarch and several elders, and they had long hated Dongfang Yu to the bone. Dongfang Yu had just been slapped away by that purple-clothed middle-aged man, when the three great fourth circumstance heavenly emperors of the 10,000 Poison sect had already killed. Dongfang Yu narrowly dodged the attacks of two of them, and just as the third person's poisonous palm was about to blast on his back, Bailey Yen appeared like a ghost. Only a bared sound was heard, and an arm flew out. Seek death. Reacting, Dongfang Yu turned around and stabbed out a halberd, directly piercing through that person's chest. The destructive power of the laws ravaged in his body. The Hall of a Forjacked Heavenly Emperor directly died horizontally on the spot. Old 5. The other two great elder ancestors of the 10,000 Poison sect were enraged, roaring in anger. Their poisonous skills were fully utilized, and the poisonous mist in the sky surged towards Dongfang Yu and Bailey Yan. Dongfang Yu and Bailey Yan's figures quickly retreated violently, but three more heavenly emperors killed over a few heavenly emperor ancestors from the Qinkuan Palace. Almost at the same time, the four great battle kings of the Battle God Temple and the 12 blazing angels were all surrounded by multiple heavenly emperors. The Lu Shiyang siblings were on fire and cooperated well, and even fought with the purple-clothed middle-aged man. The entire Battle God domain's forces of all sizes had actually chosen to remain on the sidelines. The Battle God Palace was in charge of the Battle God domain, with thousands of affiliated forces, large and small, and now there were less than 10 that chose to coexist with the Battle God Palace. How ironic was this? In a corner of the void battlefield, Night Frenzied Cloud was holding a blood-stained long sword, bathed in bloodlight as he fought the 9 heavenly emperors alone, his entire body covered in large and small wounds. Dead. With a long roar, Night Frenzy Cloud chopped out an absolute killing slash, and a second Tribulation Heavenly Emperor was cleanly split up on the spot by him. However, Night Frenzy Cloud was also unable to dodge in time and was chopped by a sword chi, flying tens of thousands of meters on the spot and leaving a shockingly huge sword mark on his back. The sword marks that were about half a meter long were deep enough to be seen in the bone, but Night Frenzy Cloud didn't let out half a muffled grunt, and his opponents couldn't help but respect him when they saw such a Night Frenzy Cloud. Lord Knight. Some of the Battle God Hall disciples were shocked and furious when they saw that Night Frenzy Cloud was seriously injured to this extent. Night Frenzy Cloud's gaze was like a torch as he scanned the entire battlefield. He had witnessed one of his brothers fall in battle, and his heart burned with rage, hating that he couldn't immediately break the enemy into pieces. He gripped his long sword tightly, and lightning flashed above the bloodstained blade, as if it would erupt at any moment with a power that would destroy the heavens and the earth. Good Tao Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, 10,000 Poison Sect, Jiankuan Temple, Divine Blade Sect, you're asking for your own deaths. When our palace master comes back, we'll make sure that no chickens or dogs will be left behind for you and the others. Night Mad Cloud's scarlet cold eyes stared at the entire field, his angry and infinite killing intent-filled voice resounding through the sky, causing the surrounding enemies to tremble. Moments later, all kinds of arrogant jeers followed. Ha 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 ha, fool, Yun Tian Dust died long ago, in vain. You, Night Frenzy Cloud, are famous in the heavenly realm, but to expect a dead man to come to your rescue is still really stupid. Of the 9 people who surrounded Night Frenzy Cloud, 5 of them were from the Divine Blade Sect, and one of them, a third Tribulation Heavenly Emperor, sneered out, his face full of disdain. Night Frenzy Cloud ignored these people's mockery as he levitated in midair, his body slightly hunched over, the blood on his body flowing down his limbs. He paused for just a few breaths of effort before blood dripped down his arm past the tip of the blade in a heart-stopping manner. Brothers, please still hold on. The Palace Master has returned, the heaven-shaking bell has been rung, and I believe he will soon arrive to exterminate this group of mongrels. Night Frenzied Cloud almost hissed out, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the scene, and when the people of the Battle God Palace heard his words, they all didn't believe them at first as well. As for the people of the 5 great overlords, they were even more disdainful. It was only taken as Night Frenzy Cloud's deliberate words to inspire people, and everyone was unimpressed. Lu Xiang and the others all thought the same thing, except for Xiaojiu, whose heart involuntarily skipped a beat, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. Not far away in a side of the battlefield, the Divine Blade Sect's young master Qiu Xiaotang stared at Night Frenzy Cloud with a deadly gaze, his face full of resentment. Old ancestor, let's leave him alive for now. I'm going to personally mutilate him into a million pieces. After the Divine Blade Sect's old ancestor nodded at Qiu Xiaotang, he flashed out first. His cultivation of the 5th Tribulation Heavenly Emperor erupted to the extreme, and he chopped out a heaven-destroying blade at Night Frenzy Cloud, which the Night Frenzy Cloud in his heyday wouldn't be able to block, let alone right now. Bang! The blade chi that Night Frenzy Cloud had brought up his entire body to chop out was instantly crushed, and as he blocked his body with his long blade across his body, he was cleaved and flew hundreds of thousands of meters on the spot. crashing and blowing up several mountains before smashing into the ground again. Cough cough cough. Night Crazy Cloud with strong willpower to hold up the body, only to feel that the internal organs have been shattered like, on the spot vomited a few mouthfuls of thick black blood. Chapter 37 Igniting Anger. Frantic counterattack. Noticing his own condition, Night Frenzy Cloud let out a bitter smile. His bloodstained face flashed with resignation. Big brother, if you don't come again, you'll only be able to see my corpse. At this moment, Night Frenzy Cloud's breath was shriveled to the extreme, relying on the support of his precious sword to barely half kneel. Lord Night. The scene resounded with the angry hissing of the Battle God Temple disciples. All of them were enraged with their eyes wide open. Noticing the situation of Night Frenzy Cloud, Lu Xian looked toward the black-robed youth not far away and shouted out sternly, Xiaojiu, quickly go and help old 7. Xiaojiu title Fierce Star. Hearing Lu Xian's words, he boldly turned his head and captured Night Frenzy Cloud. After seeing its miserable condition, Xiaojiu's eyes instantly became scarlet, and he said word by word, a group of mongrels. You guys, this is looking for death. Xiaojiu's figure expanded dramatically in the crowd's shocked gazes. His originally slender body instantly transformed into a black shadow that covered the sky, and his 9 pairs of gigantic feathered wings slowly unfolded, each feather flickering with an ethereal light like the brightest stars in the night sky. This huge body, as high as 10,000 feet, seemed like an ancient great evil descending, causing all the living beings present to feel unprecedented shock and fear. Is this what Big Brother is talking about, the 9-winged harvest? Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Legend has it that the 9-winged harvest possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and is one of the overlord among the ancient divine beasts. The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's face was horrified. The moment he saw Xiaojiu's main body, he thought of a possibility, and his eyes glazed over. When the people of the War God Palace saw this scene, they were all stupefied. It wasn't until this moment that the crowd realized why he was called Fierce Star, Xiaojiu. Good job, Jiu. Not far away, Xikong Xian noticed Xiaojiu's change and immediately laughed out maniacally. Let this group of scumbags know that even if the palace master is not present, my War God Palace is never to be bullied. So what if it's the limitless immortal region? Anyone who dares to offend my War God Palace must die. Xikong Xian's dominating voice spread throughout the entire arena, and as if he had been stimulated by Xiaojiu, his aura steeply surged. A hegemonic aura that far surpassed the previous one swept out from Xikong Xian's body, shaking the 10,000 miles of the sky. The young man who was fighting against Xikong Xian's face changed drastically, and before he could say anything, he was punched out by the fiery Xikong Xian, and the rain drifted away. The crowd was dumbfounded. That was a 7th immortal emperor of the limitless immortal region, and he would be blown away by a single punch? This son. When the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a thick color of shock. At this moment, he suddenly had an indescribable emotion of regret, as if he had invoked a terrifying existence, and suddenly felt his heart palpitate. The other side, Xiao Xiaotang saw the heavily injured and dying Night Crazy Cloud, and was instantly pleased. He walked towards Night Crazy Cloud in the air, with a victor's stance, and mocked out, Night Crazy Cloud, you also have this day. However, before Xiao Xiaotang finished saying the word heaven, Xiaojiu's huge body trembled violently, his 9 wings unfurled, and with the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, he slapped his claws over. Xiaotang, come back. The divine blade sex old ancestor bellowed out, instantly dodging out in an attempt to block the monster's enormous claws. However, a jaw-dropping scene emerged. Xiao Xiaotang, who had been arrogant and domineering in the previous second, along with the divine blade sex old ancestor, were all instantly reduced to pieces under Little Nine's giant claws, without even uttering a scream. Xiaotang, old ancestor. When the crowd of the divine blade sect saw this shocking scene, they were all dumbfounded. And there were even people who were so frightened that they lost their minds and peed on the spot. Under the gaze of the crowd's horrified gazes, Xiaojiu once again raised his claws and slapped them at the few people who had surrounded Night Frenzy Cloud. Just as Xiaojiu's giant claws that covered the sky were about to fall again, the destructive power made the air freeze, and the few people who surrounded the Night Madness Cloud couldn't even rise up to resist, and they fled in fear. Bunch of losers, accompanied by a cold shout. A cold and cold to the extreme sword chi cut through the sky from the heavens and came straight towards Xiaojiu. This sword chi contained the terrifying might of an 8th immortal emperor, and it was clearly the strongest member of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty who had plundered the battlefield from the sidelines who had struck. Humph! Sinful animal! Don't be reckless! That 8th immortal emperor's voice resounded once again, like cold ice cracking, resounding through the clouds. However, in the face of this strike that was enough to shake mountains and rivers, Xiaojiu did not have the slightest fear. It roared up to the sky, its 9 wings flapped violently, and it actually hardened that sword chi and fanned it into all directions, turning it into nothingness. And that mountain-sized claw continued to slap down at the group of heavenly emperors that surrounded Night Frenzy Cloud. Apart from 1/4 tribulation heavenly emperor who managed to escape, the remaining 6 heavenly emperors were all blown up by Xiao Zhou's claw, and the scene was so bloody that it was creepy. Sinful animal, go to hell, that Lu Yuni mortal dynasty powerhouse uttered out in shock and anger. A powerful and unparalleled sword intent erupted from his body, instantly condensing a 10,000-foot sword aura and chopping down violently at Xiao Zhou. However, only to see the 9 wings on Little Nine moving in unison, he hissed up to the sky and used his huge body to drive his front claws, slapping at that Lu Yuni mortal dynasty's 8th immortal emperor. Bang! With a loud sound, the 10,000 feet of sword chi chopped out by that Lu Yuni mortal dynasty powerhouse dissipated, and Little Nine's claws that were as big as mountains continued to slap down without decreasing its momentum. How will it be? That 8th immortal emperor's face suddenly changed, and his figure retreated violently, but it was already too late. Xiao Zhou's huge claw followed him like a shadow, carrying the terrifying power of tearing through space, shattering the long sword he used to block before slapping him hard on top of his chest. Only heard a loud boom. That 8th immortal emperor like a broken kite flew out backwards, heavily smashed on the ground, spitting blood, breath withered, obviously has been seriously injured. This scene completely shook the entire arena. Even those powerhouses of the peerless immortal region who prided themselves on being above the rest couldn't help but display horrified expressions. Xiao Zhou's toughness was far beyond their expectations. Inspired by Xiao Zhou's encouragement, it was as if the people of the Battle God Temple were infused with infinite power. They were like chicken blood. Determination and madness flashed in their eyes. Lu Xiang also no longer hesitated. The sun's sacred body in his body fully erupted. The golden light wrapped his entire body like a blazing sun in the sky. Great Sun Divine Fist. With a loud shout, Lu Xiang's figure stormed up and blasted out with a fist. The golden fist aura cut through the sky, carrying the terrifying might of burning mountains and boiling the sea, directly smashing into the purple-clothed middle-aged man who was entangled with him. That purple-clothed middle-aged man was a genuine peak 8th immortal emperor with strong strength. Nonetheless, under Lu Xiang's full-force outburst, the purple-clothed middle-aged man's attack was instantly crushed, and along with him, he himself was also smashed by a punch, spitting out blood from his mouth, his face pale. The great protector is mighty. When the people of the Battle God Palace saw this, they all cheered, and everyone's morale was greatly boosted. By this point in the battle, they had suffered over 40,000 casualties, and the number of enemies who died at their hands exceeded as many as 200,000. At this moment, the bloodlust of everyone in the Battle God Temple was ignited, and they frantically counterattacked in extreme rage. Even those female disciples sank into the killing with bravery. The disciples of the 5 powers were completely cowed and were beaten back. Chapter 38, War breaks out. Massacre begins. At the same time, Lu Ningyue was also not willing to show weakness. The power of her Taiyin sacred body erupted in full force, and a faint silvery light surrounded her body. Just like the moonflower condensation, she was holding a long sword with a flickering cold light. The tip of the sword flicked, and the sword was pointing directly at a 7th level immortal emperor. I don't like to kill, but you are being deceitful. Lu Ningyue lightly opened her vermilion lips and swung out her longsword. A silver-colored sword aura cut through the void with a speed as fast as lightning, directly taking the head of that 7th immortal emperor on the opposite side. So strong. The 7th immortal emperor, although shocked and unruffled, also condensed the strongest killing moves, trying to resist, but only heard a click sound. The long sword in his hand shattered. Lu Ningyue chopped out of the sword on unabated, directly penetrated his chest. Will be killed on the spot. This strike by Lu Ningyue once again caused the entire audience to be in an uproar. The terror of the Taiyin saint body was evident. On the other hand, Dugu Jian was completely in a state of madness. He was holding a long sword, the tip of the sword dripping with blood, but with every sword strike, an enemy would fall. At this moment, Dugu Jian seemed to be transformed into the messenger of death, and his sword would see blood. Die! Dugu Jian lowly shouted. The long sword automatically flew back. The tip of the sword lightly tapped. The sword light was like a weave, instantly enveloping the 3 major 6th immortal emperors. Only between the flashes of sword light, the 3 major 6th immortal emperors fell one after another, leaving only a terrified scream echoing in the air. When the remaining immortal emperor saw this, his entire body was stunned. Bailey Yen, on the other hand, was transformed into a merciless reaper of darkness. His figure was ghostly, like a ghost in the night, silently traveling between the battlefields. Whenever anyone sensed his presence, heads were often already on the ground and blood was spilled on the spot. The heavenly emperor realm powerhouses of the 5 hegemons, as long as they were locked by Bailey Yen, all became like lambs to the slaughter. not even having the chance to fight back. Every strike of Balian was like the pronouncement of the god of death, chilling the hearts of people, and an unprecedented fear spread amongst the top 5 hegemonic lords. Dongfang Yu, on the other hand, was getting braver and braver as his battle intent was burning like a blazing fire, setting the air around him ablaze. He held the heavenly desolate war halberd. His body was like a dragon, and every swing of the halberd was accompanied by a deafening roar. The two 10,000 poison sect ancestors and the 3 heavenly emperors of the Qiankuan temple who had surrounded Dongfang Yu. Under Dongfang Yu's full force outburst, 4 died and 1 was injured, with the remaining 1 still fleeing in fear. Anyone who offends my war god palace will be executed. Dongfang Yu's roar echoed over the battlefield, inspiring every disciple of the war god palace. In the battlefield in the other direction, the battle dragon envoy, Dragon Broken Sky, similarly displayed the power to crush the 8 directions, a majestic and endless bloodline force filling his entire body. Every punch that Long Body and smashed out was accompanied by the roar of the golden dragon's shadow, and the void in a radius of tens of thousands of miles was shaken by it. The golden dragon silhouette was lifelike, as if it had actually come to life, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The heavenly dragon dynasty ancestor and the others who fought against him were not spared by Long Boshan's full force, and were smashed to pieces by the punch. This scene shook everyone to their core. Worthy of being the 4th ranked of the 12 incandescent angels, Long Boshan's strength was equally strong beyond the crowd's imagination. The Battle Dragon Legion led by Long Busted Sky had the same explosive combat power, killing the 5 power alliances to the point of retreat in fear. At this moment, not only was Long Bao Tian, but the rest of the major blazing angels were also on fire. Ruler Mo Feng, the first of the 12 blazing angels. All the things that the War God Palace normally did were dispatched by Mo Feng, and they all joined the battlefield as well. Holding the sword of judgment in his hand, he stood in a corner of the battlefield, surrounded by a faint blue light. It was the materialization of the power of judgment, each ray of light containing unquestionable justice and judgment. His eyes were like torches, scanning the chaotic battlefield, but his heart was clear, the light of judgment. Mo Feng's voice was like thunder, and the sword of judgment transformed into a brilliant blue light that cut through the sky, pointing directly at a 5th immortal emperor who wanted to flee. Giggle. Wherever the sword light passed, space seemed to be split in 2, and that 5th immortal emperor was horrified. But before even the thought of resisting rose, he was already split in half by the light of judgment, and his soul was annihilated in the blue light. The spectral envoy Long Wuxie, the 3rd in the ranking of the 12 blazing angels, he held the blade of the blood moon, like a god of death in the underworld, silently traveling through the battlefield, each appearance accompanied by the fall of an enemy. The underworld legion under the helm of Lang Wuxie were also all like the deepest nightmares in the night, weaving through the battlefield, making it impossible to defend against them. In front of Lang Wuxie, all 4 or 5 heavenly emperors could only tremble and wait for death. Blood Lin envoy Lin Tianqi, ranked 5th among the 12 blazing angels, is in charge of the Blood Lin Legion. He held a blood-colored lance, the tip of the lance dripping with blood, but there were already countless dead souls wailing. He was as athletic as a cheetah weaving through the forest, and every time he stabbed out with his spear, it carried the shadow of a qilin, and the enemy would surely fall under the spear. Even when faced with enemies whose cultivation was several steps higher than his own, Lin Tianqi took the initiative and killed each and every 4th or 5th level immortal emperor under his gun as easily as slaughtering a dog. The Bloodliner Legion, led by Lin Tianqi, were all brazen and fought until the final chapter. The 6th ranked Vidra Black Tiger, ruling the Black Tiger Legion. At this time of life and death, the Black Tiger finally revealed its true form, the Ink Jade Black Tiger. The Black Tiger that appeared in his true form had gnarled muscles and emitted a metallic luster, and his 100-foot body was completely incomparable in front of Xiaozhou's true body. However, who dares to underestimate his energy? In a deafening roar up to the sky, a 5th immortal emperor was swallowed by him in one gulp. That immortal emperor didn't even have a chance to struggle in the huge mouth of the Black Tiger before he turned into nothingness. The Black Tiger Legion under Black Tiger was equally brave and invincible, undoubtedly adding a touch of indelible terror to the War God Temple and making the enemy fearful. The 8th ranked Shadow Soul Envoy, Soul Wu Yen, is even more daunting. He specializes in soul strangulation, often when the enemy is unaware of the time, has quietly taken the other party's life. A number of heavenly emperors didn't even have a chance to react before they died without a sound, their souls scattered. When the 5 hegemonic forces multitude of executives were in front of Soul Mayan, they would unconsciously give birth to the fear of being dominated by death. The 10th ranked Ghost Dr. Muli, a Dan doctor. The silver needles that she usually used to heal the sick and save people had now become the deadliest weapon on the battlefield. She stood at the edge of the battlefield, her eyes like a torch, watching every enemy that needed his hand. Just seeing her jade fingers flicking, A silver needle was like a small snake with spirituality, accurately shooting at the enemy's vitals. Those enemies who were struck by the silver needles would often lose their fighting ability in a short period of time, or even die outright. Ghost Dr. Muli had entered the path with medicine and became famous with Dan. Yet no one dared to underestimate her combat power. Chapter 39, Solar Sacred Body, Pouring Out Your Power. Amidst the bloody scene that stretched for tens of thousands of miles around, the 11th ranked illusory Dance of a Thousand Moons was another bright sight on the battlefield. With her delicate posture and light dance steps, she seems to be able to tickle the heart with every spin and every jump. However, underneath this beautiful exterior lies a deadly killing machine. Thousand Moons carried the body of 1,000 illusions and was good at utilizing illusions to kill people, and she could introduce her enemies into the dream world she wove with just a flick of her dance. There, the enemy will experience all sorts of horror and despair, and eventually have a mental breakdown and die in his own hallucinations, allowing the enemy to see another form of horror and beauty. Guardian Angel Tenshin ranked second. As the wisdom of the War God's temple, her combat power was not as dazzling as the other blazing angels though. However, in battle, she can always accurately find the enemy's cracks and deliver a fatal blow. At the same time, she was also one of the most pivotal figures in the War God temple, concurring with the ruling envoy, Mo Fong, to jointly manage the Great War God Temple. The reason why Yin Tian Dust was able to be a shirker was because of the presence of Mo Fong and Tian Xin, Celestial Master Qing Xuanzi. As the only old man in the Battle God's palace, his combat prowess might not be outstanding. However, he was proficient in all kinds of formations and talismanic arts, and was often able to turn the tide of battle at critical moments. In this great battle, Qing Xuanzi had laid down several powerful formations, which not only provided a place of refuge for the disciples of the Battle God Hall, but also dealt heavy blows to the enemy on several occasions. Qing Xuanzi was even one of the 3 greatest 9th-grade refiners in the heavenly realm. His existence had greatly increased the overall strength of the War God Palace. In this way, the entirety of the Battle God's palace was determined to give up their lives. Up to this point in the battle, more than 20 immortal emperors of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty had already fallen on the spot, and more than half of the celestial emperors of the 5 hegemonic forces had been killed or injured. This bloody and shocking scene chilled everyone to the bone. Those martial artists who were watching from afar were all shivering, while those affiliated with the War God Temple who chose to stand by and watch had even more mixed feelings. Although the War God Palace had temporarily turned the tide of battle, they were facing a powerful immortal domain force. In the eyes of martial artists from all sides, they still didn't think that the War God Palace would have the last laugh. On the contrary, the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty, after seeing the energy of the War God Palace, he then realized that their Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty had truly kicked the bucket. This was not a newborn force. This was simply a nest of monsters gathering. Until this moment, the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty finally stopped being calm. He knew deep down that since he had completely offended the War God Temple, he had to strangle it in the cradle. Otherwise, within a few years, this Battle God Palace will definitely become a great danger to the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. The 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty no longer hesitated as he directly struck out to kill the strongest Lu Xiang, attempting to decapitate Lu Xiang in order to demoralize the Battle God Palace and break down its fighting spirit. Kid die. As the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty bellowed, the aura of a peak 9th immortal emperor swept across the entire field on his body, and he slapped his palm at Lu Xiang. Sensing an intense crisis, Lu Xiang turned around and blasted out a great Sun Divine Fist, colliding with the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty's palm force. Bang! With a deafening explosion, Lu Xiang's fist momentum was destroyed as a powerful chi swept towards him. Lu Xiang could not dodge, was swept by the aftermath of the energy. The body uncontrollably flew out backwards, only to feel that the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are about to shift like unbearable pain. A trace of bright red blood spilled out from the corner of Lu Xiang's mouth, and his gaze became grave as he looked at the 3rd elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Lu Xiang's body stumbled, each step heavy, just based on a collision just now. Lu Xiang knew the terror of the person in front of him. The other party was by no means as simple as a normal peak 9th immortal emperor. With his own strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight against it. Looking at the brothers who were still fighting in blood, the conviction in Lu Xiang's heart was like a blazing fire, not allowing him to retreat half a step. War! Lu Xiang gritted his teeth and shouted furiously. His eyes flashed with an unyielding light, and his whole body's power surged crazily, preparing to fight to the death. Humph! To have such strength at such an age, if I let you continue to grow, you might actually become a great danger to the heart of my Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Noticing the power that Lu Xiang had erupted, the 3rd elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty couldn't help but marvel in admiration before coldly uttering, "It's just a pity that you won't have that chance." Lu Xiang suspended in midair. bathed in blazing golden light. Cold eyes looked straight at the three elders of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Icy cold and bone-chilling words stirred the sky. A good Lu Yun immortal dynasty. As long as Lu Shiyang does not die, he will certainly want you and others to go up and smoke in the day. Big talk, looking for death. The great elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty laughed disdainfully and coldly. The moment he made a move, it was a killing move. This group of people from the Battle God Palace counterattacked too swiftly, killing everyone by surprise. They, the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, and the 5 parties allied army all suffered heavy losses. The only way he could turn the whole situation around was to obliterate Lu Shiyan with absolute strength. The loss of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was already big enough, and if he couldn't obtain that so-called supreme treasure, he, as the person in charge, would definitely be unable to absolve himself of the blame. Facing the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty who was killing at breakneck speed, Lu Shiyan showed determination on his face and directly erupted the sacred body divine ability blazing sun burning sky. In an instant, it was as if the heaven and earth were covered by a blazing sun. An endless fiery rays of light blossomed out from Lu Shiyan's body, and that light was like a sharp sword, stabbing into the surroundings. When the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty felt this powerful force, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes, but the killing moves in his hands did not stop. Instead, they attacked even more vigorously towards Lu Shiyang. In the midst of this blazing light, Lu Shiyan's figure appeared more and more magnificent, and the aura around him continued to climb, as if he wanted to become one with this heaven and earth. However, the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was, after all, a peak 9th level immortal emperor, and his attack was like a storm that hardened and broke through the light emanating from Lu Shiyang's divine ability. Just at the moment when the two sides' powers were about to collide, Lu Shiyang fiercely shouted and gathered all the power of his entire body into one point. Only a loud sound was heard, and the earth and sky trembled as the surrounding mountains instantly collapsed. Boulders rolled down, and smoke filled the air. The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty stood still while Lu Shiyang was shaken out by this powerful force. A large mouthful of scarlet blood spewed out from Lu Shiyang's mouth. His face turned pale, and the only thing that remained burning in his deep eyes was the unyielding flame. The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was also not as relaxed as he appeared to be, forcibly suppressing the agitated and disordered chi and blood in his body. He looked at Lu Shiyang in a daze, the murderous intent in his eyes even more prevalent. He completely did not expect that a 5th immortal emperor was just a 5th immortal emperor, but his true battle power could be as strong as this. I never imagined that a character like you would appear in this forsaken land. All the more reason to keep you. Flowing cloud immortal snorted coldly towards the third elder. Humph. Lu Shiyang snorted out coldly. Even if I die today, I'll drag you old dog along with me. A vision. The sun god glow. Only Lu Shiyang's body glowed around him, and a golden and hot xianli surged out like a tidal wave. In an instant, Lu Shiyang's body was as radiant as a small sun. Under the scorching sun divine radiance, the heavens and earth for hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius were colored. Chapter 40 Yin and Yang combined attack. Pursued with anger. At this moment, Lu Shiyang, as if he had really transformed into a round of terrified great sun. For a moment, the crowd in the field had the feeling that they were about to be melted. Can it be that it's the legendary Sun Saint body? When the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty saw this scene, his eyes went wide with horror. The sun's sacred body was an absolute front-runner among all the thousands of special physiques, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was 1 in a billion. This kind of physique was also bound to be coaxed by all parties when it was placed in the infinite immortal domain, and was a truly exceptional physique. Kid, who exactly are you? Immortal Lu Yun questioned towards the third elder in a deep voice. He didn't believe that the abandoned land would give birth to such a genius. Lu Shiyang bathed in the sun god's radiance. His battle power instantly soared several times, and his cold words swept across the sky. I'm your grandpa, die for me dash. 9 suns divine chain. As the violent shout fell, Lu Shiyang had already struck out. Dozens of golden chains poked out from the void behind Lu Shiyang and attacked towards the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Don't know what to do. Lu Yun immortal dynasty third elder uttered out morosely and coldly. His face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water, and he instantly used his own famous stunt, the great sky covering hand. As the great sky covering hand of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty blasted out, an astonishingly large hand crushed towards Lu Shiyang, and wherever the palm wind passed through, space was distorted, as if even time was frozen by its powerful force. As their attacks collided together, deafening explosions erupted. Lu Shiyang's law chains that contained the power of the sun god crumbled one by one under the great shadow of heaven of the third elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. Break! Just as that sky-obscuring hand was about to blast Lu Shiyang, he violently bellowed, and an even thicker golden chain violently probed out from the void, instantly piercing through the suppressive hand, and pushing straight towards the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Nonetheless, Lu Xiang was still blown away by the remnants of the poem, spraying out several mouthfuls of blood one after another, his face pale and bloodless. The sun god radiance that enveloped Lu Xiang's body was also hardened and dispersed, and his aura gradually became shriveled. The other side, the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was similarly not doing well, and on his left shoulder, a burnt and bloody hole could be clearly seen. When the crowd in the arena saw this scene, their eyes were almost glazed over, especially the crowd of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, who were filled with disbelief. The third elder was an absolute powerhouse amongst all the 9 immortal emperors. He once had the proud record of killing 2 major 9th immortal emperors in a strong battle with 1 against 2. Now, the third elder was injured by a 5th immortal emperor. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. When the people of the War God Palace saw the severely injured Lu Xiang, a heart instantly rose to their throats, and the battle became more and more frantic. "Brother!" Lu Ningyue's cold and firm voice cut through the air. After she forced back her opponent with her sword, her body transformed into a silver lightning bolt and instantly appeared beside Lu Evil Young. "Brother, how are you?" Lu Ningyue's face showed worry as she anxiously inquired. "Little sister, I'm fine." Lu Xiang shook his head and reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, turning to look at the opposite side of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. His face somber. A flash of determination flashed in Lu Xiang's eyes, and he turned to look at Lu Ningyue, saying softly, "Little sister, it's time to use that move." "Brother, can you still hold out?" Lu Ningyue inquired in a condensed voice, her eyes flashing with intense worry. Lu Xiang nodded slightly, his eyes full of unquestioning. Lu Ningyue knew that there was no other choice. She gave up the long sword in her hand, and the power of the Taiyin Saint body in her body erupted to the extreme, perfectly fusing with Lu Evil Sun's Sun Saint body to form an unprecedentedly powerful might. Under the combined attack of the Sun Saint body and the Taiyin Saint body, it was as if the heavens and earth were enveloped in an ancient and mysterious power. Yin and Yang are intertwined, and the cycle of life and death. A powerful force erupted from them, forming a radiant aura that firmly trapped the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Taiyin's sacred body. How is this possible? The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's face changed drastically. He never expected that the woman in front of him would be a Taiyin Saint body, and this fusion of one Yin and one Yang attack was able to erupt with such a terrifying power. The third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty felt the crisis of death from that halo. He struggled and tried to break free of that terrifying aura, but every effort was like a clay ox going into the sea, to no avail. Yin and Yang wheel of life and death. Kill. With Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue's unanimous low voice, that power finally reached its peak, only to see the aura contract violently, like a huge net, wrapping the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty tightly within. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the halo violently exploded, and a powerful energy shockwave instantly swept across the entire battlefield. All the attacks of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty were destroyed by the Yin-Yang life and death wheel, and they couldn't even slow down the speed of the Yin-Yang life and death wheel. He looked incredulously at Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue, his eyes filled with unbelief and fear. At the critical moment, the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty offered an ancient shield to block the frontal attack of the Yin-Yang life and death wheel, but he, himself, was still shaken out by the irresistible energy. After his body crashed and blew up a dozen or so mountains, the entire body of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was embedded into the stone wall, and his breath completely withered. This scene completely shocked everyone present, whether it was the disciples of the Battle God Palace or the martial artists of the 5 hegemonic forces. They all stopped their movements and looked at this scene in shock. When the martial artists of the 5 hegemonic forces saw this, they were all horrified and lost their battle intent. The only remaining 10 or so strong members of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts as well, as they began to realize that they might have really kicked the bucket. The defeat of the third elder of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was like a fuse that instantly ignited the fear and despair in everyone's hearts. The remaining 400,000 or so allied forces of the 5 major powers fell apart at this moment, and all of them fled in fear, fearing that their parents hadn't given them 2 more legs. A 7th immortal emperor from the flowing cloud immortal dynasty executed his strongest strike, forcibly shaking Dongfang Yu back, and then dodged and flew towards the dying third elder, taking him with him as he fled from the battlefield. They had originally thought that with the powerful strength of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, it would be enough to easily crush the newborn force that was the Battle God Palace. However, reality has given them a resounding slap in the face. They began to regretting that they had gullibly believed the demonic words of the Dao Heavenly Palace and coveted the so-called supreme treasure of the Battle God Palace, and even more regretting that they had been involved in this unwarranted disaster. When the disciples of the War God Temple saw this, they erupted into earth-shattering cheers. They knew that they had finally defended their homes and the beliefs in their hearts. Those who offend my war god temple will be killed without pardon. With Sikong Xian shouting up to the sky, the remaining 60,000 or so people of the war god palace didn't care, as they were like tigers descending from the mountain, frantically chasing after those fleeing and scattering enemies. Blazing angels such as Long Busted Sky, Mo Feng, and Lang Wuxie were even the first to lead their respective legions, and like sharp blades, they madly slaughtered those who escaped. They didn't stop until they had chased and killed hundreds of thousands of miles, and the allied forces of the 5 hegemony lords, who had no desire to fight, were slaughtered by as many as 100,000 in their escape. Chapter 41, After the Battle. Yun Tian Dust returns. Not to mention the people of the 5 major forces. Even the crowd watching the battle from afar had chills in their hearts. At this moment, the allied forces of the 5 great hegemonic powers were truly defeated under the onslaught of the war god palace, with countless deaths and injuries. In the end, this unprecedented battle ended with the complete victory of the war god temple. The allied forces of the 5 hegemonic powers had more than 800,000 people, and only 300,000 or so managed to escape. Although the war god's palace had won, it had done so at an unbearable and tragic cost. Of the 130,000 people of the war god temple, more than 60,000 died in this battle, and those who were still alive at this moment were all injured to different degrees. Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud had the most serious injuries. Lu Xiang, who had forcibly executed the combined attack forbidden technique under severe injuries, although he had completely dealt a heavy blow to his opponent, he himself had suffered an extremely severe backlash that added to his injuries. As for Night Frenzy Cloud, he had already fallen into a coma. This was the heaviest loss since the establishment of the War God Temple. With a heavy heart, under the orderly arrangement of ruling envoy Mo Feng, those with lesser injuries began to clean up the battlefield, while the rest returned to the hall to heal their wounds. It was a good thing that there were guardian spell formations to protect them, or else in such a battle for the ages, it was feared that the entire battle god's palace would go up in smoke. Inside the God of War Hall, various buildings towered majestically. The golden dome reflected the sun, and the majestic giant pillars surrounded the surroundings, supporting a sacred space. However, at this moment, everything in the entire battle god temple seemed to be tainted with grief, and a layer of gloom hung over the battle god temple, lingering. Despite the fact that the war god palace had achieved absolutely brilliant results in this battle, killing to the point where the entire heavenly realm and even the strongest members of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty were chilled by it. This time, the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty had suffered heavy losses, and it would definitely not stop. For the heavenly realm forces, they could care less. However, the power of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty pressed down on the crowd, which caused the mood of all the people in the Battle God Palace to be heavier than ever before. Inside an elegant pavilion, Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud were sitting side by side with their naked bodies, and Muli was treating both of them at the same time. Outside the door, the 3 great war kings excluding Dongfang Yu and the 7 great blazing angels were waiting anxiously, each with a saddened look on their faces. The silver needles in Muli's hands were like dancers traveling between life and death, deftly and precisely jumping on the backs of Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud. Each needle and each thread contained her deep understanding and reverence for life. The silver needles shimmered coldly in the candlelight, as if they could channel the arcane power of heaven and earth. Under the dual effects of the elixir and the silver needle, the damaged meridians and bones in Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud's bodies were slowly being repaired. Lu Xiang, who carried the sun's sacred body, had a strong self-repairing ability in itself. Under Muli's treatment, he had recovered most of it in just 3 hours. Muli, on the other hand, was still wholeheartedly applying needles to Night Frenzy Cloud. At this moment, Night Frenzy Cloud's back and head were densely packed with silver needles, no different from a hedgehog. The Night Frenzy Cloud, who had fallen into a coma, relied on Muli to help him maintain his sitting position with his Xian force. Muli, how is old 7 his injury? Lu Xiang noticed that all the silver needles on his body had been pulled out, and hurriedly put his clothes on. His eyes looked towards the Night Mad Cloud, who was covered in wounds and unconscious, and immediately asked out loud, 7th brother's injury this time. It's too serious. Muli's eyes were slightly red as he pulled out the needles and returned. I can only heal his physical injuries, but his Yuan Shin is severely damaged. Before finding the 9-turn soul restoring grass, it's not possible to exercise strenuously. Lu Xiang was relieved when he heard this. As long as he could save his life, he could think of another way for everything else. And the next moment, Lu Xiang fell silent, his face full of sorrow. He didn't know how to lead the War God Palace through this crisis. It wasn't until half an hour later that Muli was able to remove all the silver needles from Night Frenzy Cloud's body. As the last silver needle was pulled out, A golden aura began to emanate from Night Frenzy Cloud's body. When the light dissipated, the various injuries on Night Mad Cloud's body miraculously healed, not even leaving half a scar. Lu Xiang was not surprised by this. Ghost Dr. Muli's methods were well known to everyone in the War God Palace. After simply adjusting her breathing, Lu Xiang signaled Muli to go rest first. The exertion of applying needles at such a high intensity was not small for her. Muli nodded slightly and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead as he walked to the door and pulled it open. Muli, how are they? Seeing the door being opened, the crowd eagerly inquired. Muli briefly described the situation of Lu Xiang and Night Frenzy Cloud, and while the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, they directly swarmed in. However, at this time, Night Madness Cloud slowly opened his eyes, and although there were still a few moments of fatigue in those deep eyes, they had already regained their old fortitude. Old 7. You're awake. How do you feel? The crowd inquired out loud, their eyes flashing with intense worry. Night Mad Cloud nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth barely squeezing out a smile, but he couldn't hide the pallor on his face. He turned his head to look at Muli and said gratefully, thanks to Sister Muli, I've gotten my life back. Muli gently shook his head with a grave expression. Seventh brother, although your injuries have been stabilized, the damage to your Yuanshan is not trivial. Before finding the 9-turn soul restoring grass, remember not to move your Xianli, or else. She hadn't finished her sentence, but the warning was unmistakable. Night Mad Cloud nodded heavily, somewhat unimpressed. I understand. I'll be careful. Noticing that he was naked and surrounded by people, Night Frenzy Cloud hurriedly put on his clothes. As Night Frenzy Cloud tried to stand up, intense pain violently spread throughout his body's limbs and bones, causing him to grimace. Your meridians have just been renewed. You need to recuperate. Seeing this, Muli reminded with a serious face. Night Mad Cloud heard, immediately straightened his waist, looking at the worries and sorrows under everyone's eyes. He smiled and comforted. To tell you all good news, the Hall Master he really has returned. I personally saw him more than a month ago. Night Frenzy Cloud's words exploded like thunder. Everyone stared at Night Frenzy Cloud with serious gazes, and Lu Xiang said in a deep voice, Old 7, you really aren't joking? Night Frenzied Cloud smiled helplessly and immediately recounted the scene of his meeting with Yun Tian Dust, as well as why Yun Tian Dust had suddenly disappeared and so on. After hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but they were still somewhat half-hearted. If what Night Frenzy Cloud had said was true, then the heaven-shaking bell had already rung, and why had the Hall Master not returned yet? Just as everyone was immersed in complex emotions, a killing intent so powerful that it was suffocating suddenly swept in, as if even the air was frozen for it. The faces of the people suddenly changed, and they dodged out. However, when they looked up into the sky, each of their eyes were glazed over with disbelief. Hall Master, Big Brother, the crowd shouted out in excitement, still unable to believe that this was true. Their temple master who had disappeared for 15 years had returned. Chapter 42, Whoever violates the War God Palace will be executed. The sky was already dark, and a figure stepped on the clouds, clad in a silver-white robe, surrounded by a fierce to the extreme fury. It was that missing 15 years, causing the entire Battle God Palace to search diligently for the palace master, Yun Tian Duan. His eyes were as crimson as the abyss, as if he could see into the essence of everything in the world, and that aura of a returning king caused everyone present to feel an unprecedented peace of mind and shock. It really is the Hall Master. Si Kongxian's lips trembled and he was incoherent. Humph. A cold snort came from Night Frenzy Cloud from inside the house, and he walked out with a slightly stiff stride, saying indignantly, I said long ago that Palace Master he's back, but you guys just don't believe me. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses, as Lu Xiang, Lu Ningyue, Si Kongxian, Bai Liyan, Dugu Jian, Long Zhantian, and a dozen others half kneeled on the ground at the same time, shouting in unison, Welcome the return of your highness. Welcome back your highness. Welcome back your highness. 3 sentences in a row, loud and clear. At the same time, including Mo Feng, Dongfang Yu and Tianxin, who were dealing with the aftermath of the battle, as well as all the ministries of the War God Palace, all saw the suspended in mid-air Yun Tianduan. They were even more excited than they could hold themselves, and they all fell to their knees, shouting the name of the Hall Master, and their cries resounded through the clouds. At this moment, the gloom that had shrouded the sky over the Battle God Temple vanished with the appearance of Yun Tian Dust. Not only was Temple Master Yun Tian Dust the founder of the War God Temple, he was also their faith, and an invincible existence in everyone's hearts. And now that the Palace Master has returned, he will be able to solve all incoming enemies. Yun Tian Dust's sharp gaze swept across the entire field, his huge divine thoughts encompassing tens of millions of miles in a radius, his face terribly gloomy, only to see him gently raise his hand. A soft force lifted everyone up at the same time, and his tone was filled with self-blaming. All brothers, Yun Tian Dust, came late. When the crowd heard this, their words were impassioned. With the return of the Hall Master, the god of war will surely prosper, the war spirit will not be extinguished, and the will live on forever. Divine thoughts swept through the densely packed spirit tags in the battle soul hall. Yun Tian Dust's mood was heavy and his tone austere. Everyone rest and recuperate at ease. The blood debt of the battle god temple shall be paid in blood. When Yun Tian Dust's icy cold words fell, it was as if the sky changed color, and a killing machine that made space tremble spread out from his surroundings, causing everyone to stand in awe. A few moments later, within the council hall, the two major protectors of the war god temple, the 4 great war kings and the 12 blazing angels were gathered. Shu Ting, as Yun Tian Duan's personal guard commander, was naturally present. The crowd looked at Yun Tian Dust with burning eyes as the atmosphere became oppressive and solemn. Yun Tian Dust didn't say anything, only to see a purple fruit containing the Soul Dao origin steeply emerge as he flipped his hand, delivering it to Night Frenzy Cloud with Xian force. Yun Tian Dust faintly explained, "This is the heavenly origin sacred fruit, and it has a miraculous effect on Yuanshan damage." "Thank you, Your Highness." Night Frenzy Cloud excitedly received it, his face full of gratitude. Sikong Xian was the first to speak out. "Big brother, I heard old Seven say that you were assassinated 15 years ago. What happened?" The rest of the crowd, including Lu Xiang, also cast inquiring gazes. Yun Tian Dust's gaze slightly condensed as he took a deep breath and told the story of how he was backstabbed while crossing the Death Canyon, as well as the things he had found out about Zhuge Tai. When they heard what Zhuge Tai had done, all the people present turned pale. They didn't realize that a person could be humane to such an outrageous degree. Damn it all. This ill-bred, white-eyed wolf. The hot-tempered Longbodian directly slapped the table and said in a murderous manner, "I've long said that Zhuge Tai is not a thing. It's best not to let me meet him, or else I will definitely pick his skin. I can't believe that's why." Lu Xiang looked as if he had thought of something, his face showing curiosity. "Big brother, you were injured to that extent. How did you recover in a place like the lower realm?" The rest of the group also looked curious. Under the burning gaze of the crowd, Yun Tian Dust's face flushed slightly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed under his eyes. So he actually didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell everyone that his hallowed lord of the war god temple had been forcibly pushed. Could he? The crowd froze when they saw Yun Tianwan in this state. What did they see? That calm and majestic hall master was actually being shy? For a while, the crowd became even more curious. Seeing this, Black Tiger, who always had a big grin, couldn't help but flirt. "Boss Yun, there's something not quite right about you. You wouldn't have secretly found a sister-in-law for us, right?" At these words, the atmosphere instantly froze. All sorts of scrutinizing gazes looked at Yun Tianwan in unison, and even the 4 women, Lu Ningyue, Tian Xin, Mu Li and Qianyue, had their beautiful eyes staring at Yun Tianwan without blinking, their faces showing astonishment. Cough cough. Yun Tian Dust covered up his embarrassment with a cough. His eyes dodged, and he vaguely changed the topic. "Since you have rung the heaven-shaking bell, the enemy should not be from the heavenly realm, right?" When the crowd saw this, they all felt that there was something fishy going on. However, when Yun Tian Dust mentioned the main event, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became heavy, and Lu Xiang straightened his face, telling the truth about the fact that the allied forces of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty and the 5 great hegemons had laid siege to the War God Temple. Mo Feng coldly added, "It is said that this Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty is a hegemon even in the peerless Immortal region and is very powerful, because of the compulsion of the Dao Heavenly Palace. The Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty sent more than 40 Immortal Emperor powerhouses across the borders to covet the secrets of my Battle God Palace." Lu Xiang nodded his head and said grimly, "If they hadn't been too gullible, it would have only been us who would have lost in the end." This time, the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty and the 5 great overlords were both heavily defeated by us. They will not let it go. If a powerhouse beyond the Emperor realm crosses the border, it will be really troublesome. Speaking of this, the air in the entire council hall seemed to freeze, and a dull atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Lu Xiang stood up with a solemn face and said, "Big brother, you say it, we'll all listen to you. There isn't a single coward in the War God Temple." Yun Tian Dust's gaze was like a torch as he scanned each and every one of his brothers within the council hall, his heart surging with unprecedented firmness and determination. Yun Tian Dust's gaze was icy cold, his voice steady and powerful. "Our War God Palace has never been a generation that allows people to bully us, rather than sitting on the sidelines. It is better to take the initiative and stifle any potential crises in the cradle. How's that for proactive?" The faces of the people were firm and inquisitive. Yun Tian Dust spoke in a low tone. "Those who commit crimes against my War God Palace will be executed. If those 5 great sects dare to commit extermination against my war god palace, then there is no need for them to exist any longer. When the crowd saw that domineering Yun Tian dust, they all stood in awe, unconsciously generating trust and grandeur in their hearts. Yun Tian dust rose abruptly and shouted in a deep voice, "Pass on my orders, Underworld, Battle Dragon, Vajra, Blood Lin, my subordinates are here." With Yun Tian dust's order, the 4 of them, Long Wu Xie, Long Xie Tian, He Hu, and Lin Tian Chi, rose one after another and arched their hands solemnly. "The 4 of you will lead the legions under your respective command, and make sure to uproot the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, the Qiankuan Palace, and the other 4 clans, with the 4 great war kings accompanying you." As soon as Yun Tianduan's words fell, the 4 of them, Dongfang Yu, Xikong Xian, Beili Yan, and Dugu Jian, rose at the same time and respectfully answered in the affirmative. Yun Tian dust swept his gaze across the crowd, his tone resounding, "My war god palace has been silent for too long, and others still think that we can be deceived. Since this is the case, then let the world see the true means of my war god palace. War! War! War!" The 8 men shouted in unison. "Hall Master, what about the Dao Heavenly Palace?" Mo Feng inquired out with a heavy face. "Humph." Yun Tian dust's face was frosty and calm. "Since this Dao Heavenly Palace is the originator, I will personally go there and put an end to the future troubles forever." Tianxin hurriedly opened his mouth with a grave tone. "Your Highness must not. That Dao Heavenly Palace is colluding with the immortal domain forces. This time, it has suffered a great defeat at our hands. I'm afraid that there will be even stronger people crossing the border to come here. So once we meet them, we'll be in trouble." "Hall Master, what Tianxin said is very true." Mo Feng had a serious look on his face and a low tone. "If a powerhouse beyond the Emperor realm or above crosses the border, the consequences will be unimaginable. There's no harm in it. I've got it covered." Yun Tian dust gently waved his hand with an air of confidence. Chapter 43, Blood is repaid in blood. Soldiers divided into 5 groups. Seeing Yun Tian dust in such a state, the crowd did not persuade. They unconditionally chose to believe. Lu Shiyang, Night Frenzy Cloud, Muli, and the few others who hadn't been placed there, all stood up with a determined light in their eyes. "We are willing to follow your highness and swear to defend the war god temple to the death." The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the sky, manifesting their fearless determination. Yun Tian dust nodded heavily and ordered again. "Muli accompanies the 10,000 poison sect in case of emergency." Muli nodded slightly and did not say much, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Yun Tian dust's words were forceful and unquestionable. "We will set out early tomorrow morning. Xiao Jiao will come with me. The rest of you will stay at the war god temple. No mistakes. By the order of the Hall Master, the 2 great protectors, the 4 great war kings, and the 12 blazing angels arched their hands in unison." Yun Tian dust sealed the deal, and the crowd obeyed unconditionally. Just as everyone was ready to leave, Xikong Xian's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, your cultivation level today is?" Xikong Xian's words were filled with anticipation and curiosity. This was because he realized that the Yun Tianduan in front of him was like a bottomless abyss, completely impenetrable. Upon hearing Xikong Xian's words, the crowd stopped in their tracks, their faces showing curiosity. Yun Tian dust smiled faintly and said softly, "Even though I am a heavenly emperor, it seems that something is not quite the same, so let me figure it out before I talk to you all." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Yun Tian dust didn't explain too much as he smiled blandly and instructed, "For this operation, make sure to fight quickly and don't give the enemy any breathing room. After completing the mission, you can come to the Dao Heavenly Palace to meet up with Xiao Jiao and I." The people took orders and went off to prepare themselves. Yun Tian dust looked at their departing backs as a stern and cold aura flashed in his eyes. It wasn't until the crowd had all left that Night Frenzy Cloud turned back, indicating that he wanted to go along. Yun Tian dust glared at him and decisively refused. Night Frenzy Cloud was filled with depression and left with a gray head. After the crowd left, Yun Tian dust came to the Battle Soul Hall alone and sat here for the night. Early the next morning, clouds and mist surrounded the sky above the war god's temple. War drums beat, and trumpets sounded. In the plaza, everyone was ready to go. Beili Yan and Lang Wuxia led the underworld legion of about 3,000 people, targeting the Qian Koan Temple in the Luangshao Heavenly Domain. Dongfang Yu and He who led the Black Tiger Legion, around 4,000 men, and their target was the 10,000 poison sect in the Bishio Heavenly Domain, with Ghost Dr. Muli accompanying them. Xikong Xian and Long Bodian led the War Dragon Legion, nearly 6,000 men, and their target was the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. Dakan and Lin Tianchi led the Bloodlin Legion of more than 4,000 men and set out for the Divine Blade sect in the Jingshao Heavenly Domain. The original 4 legions combined totaled more than 40,000 men, and less than 20,000 were still alive today. After a day's conditioning, all of them were also refreshed, and all of them held a breath in their hearts that was the seed of hatred. Under the watchful eyes of Yun Tian Dust and the others, the four armies embarked on their journey in high-level warships. They all carry the conviction of vengeance and vow to remove those betrayers one by one. On the other hand, Yun Tian Dust brought Xiao Jiao and stepped onto the flying shuttle, turning into a stream of light and breaking through the air, heading straight for the Divine Heavenly Domain where the Tao Heavenly Palace was located. The Divine Heavenly Domain was located in the center of the Heavenly Realm, separated from the Battle God Domain by the Danshao Heaven. The overlord of this Danshao sky was the illusory Sound Pavilion, and even though it was neighboring the Battle God Temple, well water did not offend river water. Yun Tian Dust and Xiaojiao rode the shuttle and arrived at the Divine Heavenly Sky half a day later, heading straight for the Tao Heavenly Palace. As Yun Tian Dust and Xiaojiao approached, the sky of the Divine Heavenly Realm seemed to be shrouded by an invisible layer of dark clouds. The original tranquil and peaceful atmosphere was replaced by a sudden wave of depression. The flying shuttle that the two of them were traveling on cut through the sky, leaving behind a brilliant trail like the brightest star in the sky, heading straight for the lofty mountain range where the Tao Heavenly Palace was located. Tao Heavenly Palace is built on the mountain. Magnificent. Palace buildings and pavilions are staggered. Brilliant, like a miracle. However, at this moment, the Tao Heavenly Palace was sad. In order to attack the Battle God Palace, the Tao Heavenly Palace had almost poured out its troops, but in the end, it failed miserably, causing the entire Tao Heavenly Palace to cast a layer of shadow, and several of the Mountain Guard disciples were also acting listless. But at that moment, their Mountain Guard disciples seemed to have sensed something. A small black dot was enlarging in their eyes, and in the twinkling of an eye, it had appeared in front of their eyes. It was clearly a huge and magnificent flying shuttle, on which stood two people. It was the two of them, Yun Tian Dust and Xiaojiao. One of the Mountain Guard disciples slowly took a few steps forward and lazily arched his hand. Two people? The Tao Heavenly Palace has recently closed its doors to guests. Please. Before that mountain guarding disciple finished his words, Xiaojiao's figure flashed and had already leaped out of the flying shuttle, surrounded by a faint golden aura. Every step he took was accompanied by a slight distortion of space, as if he wasn't walking on mortal dust, but rather traveling between nothingness. His clear eyes flickered with a killing opportunity that was intense to the extreme as he stared straight at the lofty mountain gate of the Tao Heavenly Palace. Tao Heavenly Palace. When destroyed, Xiaojiao's tone was icy cold, and under the horrified gazes of several Mountain Guard disciples, he raised his hand and slapped a palm at the domineering and incomparable mountain gate of the Tao Heavenly Palace. Only a majestic force erupted from his palm, transforming into a radiant golden giant claw that ruthlessly slammed into the mountain gate of the Tao Heavenly Palace. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone could clearly feel the terror and vastness of that power. This mountain gate of the Tao Heavenly Palace, which had endured countless storms and witnessed the rise and fall of the Tao Heavenly Palace and the turnover of the Tao Heavenly Palace, was as fragile as papier-mâché at this moment, instantly collapsing and disintegrating into a sky of debris and dust, scattering in all directions and splashing in the air. Several of the Mountain Guard disciples suffered an unmitigated disaster. One was shocked to death on the spot by the aftershocks, and the remaining four were seriously injured and dying. Horrified, Xiaojiao's overpowering killing chants spread out like substance, sweeping across the entire Tao Heavenly Palace, causing every corner of the palace to be shrouded in an atmosphere of unspeakable terror. Inside the Tao Heavenly Palace, there was a state of panic. After returning from the attack on the Battle God Palace, 60% of the Tao Heavenly Palace's top management had died in battle, and the rest had returned with injuries, and all of them were reacting in the first place at this moment. The second ancestor Dao Xian, who was in seclusion to heal his wounds, sensed the change in the mountain gate and violently opened his eyes, a flash of anger and killing intent flashing through his eyes. With a flash of his figure, he had appeared outside the mountain gate. At the same time, the 6 remaining heavenly emperors within the Tao Heavenly Palace and the dozen or so immortal emperors of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty also appeared, all of their gazes like torches, locked onto Xiaojiao. It's you! Dao Xian recognized Xiaojiao at first glance, and his face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. He never expected that this son would actually dare to come to his door at such a time, and immediately said in a cold voice, "Ninth incandescent angel of the War God Temple, how dare you send yourself to the door alone?" They all saw the flying shuttle suspended in mid-air, and after seeing that there was only one person on top of the shuttle, they all automatically ignored it. "Who said I came alone?" Xiaojiao shrugged his shoulders, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised, and, "How can you be sure that we are not here to send you and others to hell? Just you? Simply big talk." Dao Xian's face was full of disdain as he cut his teeth in anger. "Today, I will make sure you have no return." Chapter 44, Terrified Dao Xian. One finger crushes 8th Immortal Emperor. Right at this moment, a sharp-eyed Dao Heavenly Palace elder suddenly recognized Yun Tianduan, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, his eyes almost glaring out of their sockets as he cried out with a face full of horror. You are Yun Tianduan? The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Everyone's gazes fell on Yun Tiandust in unison. Their eyes glazed over. That battle god palace master, who had once shaken the heavenly realm with his fame and terrorized countless powerhouses, had unexpectedly reappeared in their sights after being missing for 15 years. This shock and impact was almost too much for the people of the Dao Heavenly Palace to bear, their bodies trembling and their minds shaking. The reason why the War God Palace had become the #1 hegemon in the heavenly realm in just a few decades was all because of Yun Tiandust in front of him. Because of its divinely assisted rise, it caught everyone off guard. When the major hegemonic forces realized the threat, they had also all secretly joined forces a few times in an attempt to completely eradicate the threat of the War God Palace and Yun Tiandust, which all ended in failure. Especially Dao Xian. He was the only one in the entire Dao Heavenly Palace who knew exactly what happened back then. 15 years ago, Zhuge Tai and that what's-his-name young master of the Wine Clan found them and discussed them working together to deal with Yun Tiandust. Their Dao Heavenly Palace was firmly seated as the strongest hegemon in the heavenly realm for hundreds of thousands of in, and would not be willing to be pressed over their heads by an emerging power, and had long wanted to get rid of the War God Palace. What Zhuge Tai offered them was nothing more than an opportunity. They also all firmly believed that as long as Yun Tiandust died, the War God Palace would fall apart. After learning from Zhuge Tai that Yun Tianduan had long since surpassed the fifth happening Heavenly Emperor, it strengthened their killing intent. Not only would he be able to eliminate a major problem at the same time, he would also be able to obtain the secrets on Yun Tiandust, a secret that allowed the Battle God Palace to rise up in flames and still continue to break the realm in defiance of the rules of the heavenly realm, who would not be moved. Because of this, in order to exterminate Yun Tianduan, the 5 great ancestors, with the support of that Wang clan's young master, could be said to have made all the preparations. However, Yun Tianduan's strength was truly beyond everyone's knowledge. After Dao Xian had sensed that his elder brother was dead, he had even personally been to Death Canyon to check out the scene. He came to the conclusion that the 5 great ancestors had died with Yun Tiandust. However, he didn't dare to be certain, so he decided to observe for a period of time and not move the War God Temple for the time being. However, he didn't expect that the War God Temple without Yun Tiandust had risen at the same terrifying speed. The so-called 4 great war kings and the 12 blazing angels. None of them were good. Lu Xieyang was even more terrifying. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the second Yun Tiandust. After 15 years of patience, it was only after receiving the support of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty that they made up their mind to completely erase the Battle God Palace. He had wanted to unite the remaining 8 overlords of the heavenly realm, but the Illusory Sound Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword Villa had both decisively refused. What made Dao Xian even more surprised was that even Burning Sky Valley and Demon Emperor Palace, who had participated in that incident back then, had rejected themselves. However, once he thought that there was a 9 immortal emperor from the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty in attendance, Dao Xian didn't care much. In this battle, not only was he going to destroy the Battle God Palace, but he was also going to let the remaining 8 hegemons see the energy of his Dao Heavenly Palace and thus unify the heavenly realm. But yesterday's battle completely shattered Dao Xian's beautiful dream. An army of 800,000 that had united hundreds of Emperor Realm powerhouses would fail miserably to this extent. Even the peak 9th immortal emperor of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty had nearly fallen on the spot. The true depth of the War God Palace had overturned everyone's perception. In this battle, the strength displayed by the 2 major protectors of the War God Temple, the 4 War Kings, and the 12 blazing angels had caused the entire heavenly realm to tremble with fear. And at the moment, that Yun Tiandust, who had single-handedly created the War God Temple and was supposed to be dead, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and the shock that he brought to Dao Xian could be imagined. His eyes fixed on Yun Tiandust, a flash of unprecedented fear flashed in Dao Xian's eyes as his body trembled violently, the chill of death rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. Rubbish! A mere 2 people give you such a fright? In the crowd of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, an 8th-level immortal emperor glanced at Dao Xian's appearance and spoke out in contempt with a face full of disdain. Turning to survey Yun Tianduan, that 8th immortal emperor put on an air of superiority and spoke out coldly. Your Excellency is the War God Palace Lord Yun Tianduan? I am 13th Elder Lu Cheng of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty of the Limitless Immortal Domain, and now the only way left for you to live in the Battle God Hall is to lead the Battle God Hall. Noisy! Before the man finished speaking, Yun Tiandust's clear, cold, frost-like voice rang out, only to see his fingertips lightly move, and an indescribable power surged out from within him. That force transformed into a thin, invisible stream of light that instantly crossed the boundaries of space and time, directly targeting that self-proclaimed 13th Elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty. Liu Chang. His strength of 8 immortal emperors was as fragile as a mole cricket in front of Yun Tian dust, and before he could even utter a scream, he was easily crushed by that finger, turning into a sky of blood mist that dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Such a frightening scene shook the hearts and minds of everyone present. The entire Dao Heavenly Palace was dead silent up and down, and the only sound that could be heard was the whimpering sound made by the breeze brushing through the void, as well as the rapid breathing of the crowd due to their excessive shock intertwining together to form a bizarre picture. Xiaojiao also couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The corners of his mouth kept twitching as his heart turned over. He knew that the boss should be very strong, but he still felt incredulous after witnessing this scene with his own eyes. That was an 8th immortal emperor, to be crushed all the way through with such ease, to be extinguished at the drop of a hat. Such tactics were simply appalling. Dao Xian's face was even paler than paper, fear spreading throughout his body like cold ice. His voice trembled as he shouted urgently, "Quickly! Everyone retreat into the mountain gate and open the guarding spell formation." Between the words, Dao Xian had taken the lead and turned around, his body like electricity, retreating into the interior of the Dao Heavenly Palace, clearly wanting to use the clan's underpinnings to fend off Yun Tian dust, as long as they could hold out until the true greats of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty crossed the border and came. Even someone as strong as Yun Tianshan would surely die. The remaining dozen or so immortal emperors of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty were also shocked when they saw this. The 13th elder was the strongest among them, but they were all so unbeatable. Yun Tianduan's power was truly beyond their imagination. Almost without any hesitation, all of them flashed and retreated to the Dao Heavenly Palace, sacrificing their magic treasures and exploding their entire body's cultivation, reinforcing the guarding spell formations together with the people of the Dao Heavenly Palace. For a time, the light over the entire Dao Heavenly Palace was so bright that the runes flowed, as if even heaven and earth had changed color. Suffered. Xiaojiao saw this, immediately roared angrily. His figure steeply soared 10,000 times, instantly transformed into a behemoth with 9 wings on its back, glittering with a ghostly cold luster. And that was precisely his body, 9-winged harvest. The lofty mountain range where the Dao Heavenly Palace was located also looked less majestic in front of Little Nine's main body. Xiaojiao walked with heavy steps towards the illuminated formation of the Dao Heavenly Palace, and with every step he took, the earth shook for tens of thousands of miles in a radius. Various sounds of landslides rose and fell, as if it could not bear its weight and was about to collapse completely. Only the mountain range where the Dao Heavenly Palace was located was not half affected. Chapter 45, Soul Extraction. Immortal Domain Patterns. Xiaojiao several big steps to the Dao Heavenly Palace mountain gate, raised his hand that huge claw violently hammered down, with the momentum of destroying the sky and earth, fiercely slapped to that radiant light of the spell formation. However, what shocked him was that his claw, which was almost at full strength, was like a clay ox entering the sea when it touched the formation, and even a ripple failed to stir up. Ow dash! Xiaojiao roared lowly in disbelief as he unbelievably launched another fierce attack, pouring out his full strength with every attack, but it turned out to be futile. Above the spell formation, the runes flowed even more rapidly, as if mocking his incompetence. Just as Xiaojiao was still bombarding him wildly regardless, Yun Tian Dust smiled helplessly and signaled him to back off. Xiaojiao immediately regained his person and acted a bit furious, turning to look at Yun Tian Dust, only to see him looking calm, as if everything was under control. Xiaojiao looked at the huge formation that lit up behind him again and said with a face full of indignation, "Boss Yun, this turtle shell is not simple. I'm afraid it's not easy to break through." No harm done. Yun Tian Dust had already made his move before his words fell, only to see him gently raise his hand, and in the center of his palm, Xianli gathered into a brilliant river of stars. Under Xiaojiao's astonished gaze, Yun Tian Dust slowly launched a palm, that seemingly light palm, but it seemed to contain the power of tearing the heavens and cracking the earth, and the entire space trembled. Break! As Yun Tian Dust let out a soft shout, the impenetrable guardian spell formation even shattered under this palm, with fragments splashing in all directions, as brilliant and short-lived as fireworks. All of those who had stepped in to protect the spell formation, including the immortal emperors of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, were all hit hard by the sudden force, spitting blood from their mouths and flying backwards, their faces filled with unbelief and despair. Is this so strong? Xiaojiao was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was so open that he could stuff an egg. He had never seen such a terrifying power before, as if the boss Yun he had only met today was incredibly powerful. At this moment, inside the Dao Heavenly Palace, everyone was horrified, already in chaos, each fleeing in fear. Yun Tian Dust ignored the shock and confusion of these people as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, and everyone present was all confined by a mysterious force, unable to move. Everyone's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair, but they were simply unable to break free, and could only watch as their fate was dominated by others. Die. Spatial strangulation. As Yun Tian Dust's cold and determined voice rang out, the imprisoned space violently distorted, as if large invisible hands were kneading paper, constantly folding and squeezing it to the point of deformation. In just a few short breaths of effort, other than Dao Xian and one of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty immortal emperors, the tens of thousands of people on the scene were all completely shredded into nothingness. Not even a trace of them remained. The only thing that proved that everything that had just happened was real was the heavy smell of blood in the air and the chilling scent of death. Xiaozhou watched in disbelief from the sidelines. Yun Tian Dust's means had truly shaken him to the core. Yun Tian Dust lifted his spatial confinement and shot his gaze like a knife at Dao Xian and that sixth immortal emperor of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty as if he were looking at ants. Although the two men could not move, everything that had just happened was clearly collected in their eyes. Such a frightening sight had already scared Dao Xian and that immortal emperor of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty out of their wits. At this moment, the two people, eyes filled with endless fear, eyes lax and godless, which still have half a strong appearance, looking at the two people in front of him, Yun Tian Dust unconsciously recalled the countless spirit cards enshrined in the battle soul hall, and a touch of ferocity and sternness flashed in his eyes. My battle god palace doesn't easily cause trouble, and has never thought of dominating the heavenly realm, but if you and the others must seek death, you will have to endure my battle god palace's true methods. As soon as Yun Tian Dust spoke, he raised his hand and ingested the Dao Xian duo like little chickens. In the center of his palm, Shen energy surged madly, instantly manifesting a large invisible hand that directly tore out the Yuan Shen of these two people. The miserable screams of the two men resounded for millions of miles around, causing countless people who heard the sound to feel their scalps numb and their hearts and minds go out of focus. Gollum! Grunt! Seeing this, Xiaozhou could not help but gulp down his saliva, and in his gaze toward Yun Tian Dust, a fake awe flashed. I don't like to draw souls and refine souls of others, but if you dare to touch my bottom line, you should bear this. Yun Tian Dust's voice was icy cold and bone-chilling. Each word was like a heavy hammer that struck between heaven and earth. Amidst the pig-killing screams of the two Daoxian men, a scene about the memories of the two men all surfaced in Yun Tian Dust's mind. Yun Tian Dust's face also grew more and more somber, but before he could read all of it, both of their Yuanshan collapsed one after another because they couldn't withstand it, and their souls flew apart in the true sense of the word. Although he hadn't read all of the memories of the two, Yun Tenjuan knew quite a few things. From Dao Xian's memories, Yun Tian Dust knew many secrets. The 8 overlords in the heavenly realm other than the illusory sound pavilion had all had blood debts against the war god temple. At the same time, it also confirmed what old man Redfire had said. But most importantly, Yun Tianduan also knew everything about the teleportation array from Dao Xian's memories. From the memories of that Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty's immortal emperor, Yun Tianzuan also had a certain understanding of the general situation of the peerless immortal region. The infinite immortal realm was a world that was countless times larger than the heavenly realm, divided into 13 immortal realms. The eternal immortal domain was the strongest, and the remaining 12 immortal domains were subdivided into the upper 3 domains, the middle 4 domains, and the lower 5 domains according to their strength. The East Heavenly Immortal Domain was the weakest of the lower 5 domains, with a territory area that was comparable to 2 heavenly realms, and the martial artists were even too powerful in general. In the peerless immortal realm, the realm above Immortal Emperor was Divine Palace. After a martial artist reached the limit of a 9 Immortal Emperor, it was impossible for their cultivation to progress the slightest bit further, yet they could continue to cultivate the power of laws. Once the power of the laws under one's control metamorphosed to the extreme, one would touch the power beyond immortality. That kind of power was called divine power, and since divine power was too powerful, the 9 Immortal Emperors Dantian couldn't even withstand it. Therefore, it is necessary to open up a carrier in one's own Dantian that can store divine power. And this carrier is the Divine Palace. The realm of Divine Palace was derived from this. According to how many Divine Palaces were opened, the Divine Palace realm was further divided into 1 to 9 steps. In the rumors, the Immortal Realm was someone who opened up the 10 paths. However, it was difficult to produce one of these wizards for tens of millions of years. So over time, the 9 steps of the Divine Palace was already the strongest realm in the Immortal Realm. Normally, hundreds of 9th Immortal Emperors joining forces wouldn't be a match for a Divine Palace realm powerhouse. Even if that person only opened up a Divine Palace, it would be enough to crush everything. The Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, on the other hand, was the strongest hegemon of the middle heavenly immortal domain among the lower 5 domains, and possessed a powerful person of the 4th step of the Divine Palace in attendance. From the memories of the two of them, the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty was sent back to the Immortal Realm after he was severely injured by the joint efforts of the Lu Sheyoung siblings. With the style of work of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, After knowing about the situation of the War God Palace, they would definitely send God Palace realm powerhouses across the border. After knowing these things, Yun Tian-dust's eyes grew colder and colder, and his heart was filled with unprecedented anger and killing intent. Chapter 46, Killing the Three Great Ninth Immortal Emperors in Seconds. Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Tianwan's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's as he swept over the devastated Dao Heavenly Palace and said in a deep voice to Xiao Jiao, "Xiao Jiao, I'll leave this place to you. Make sure to clean it up. I'll go and settle the cross-border passageway matter first." Xiao Jiao snapped back from his shock, a flash of determination in his eyes as he nodded heavily. "Don't worry, boss. I won't spare a single one of the Dao Tian Palace's scumbags." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Jiao's figure swayed and directly pounced on those surviving Dao Heavenly Palace disciples and elders, beginning a merciless and bloody massacre. With Xiao Jiao's cultivation level of a third tribulation Heavenly Emperor, it was enough to fight against sixth tribulation Heavenly Emperors even without a transformation. Once he changed his true body, his attack power was comparable to that of an eighth immortal emperor. However, in his true body state, his speed was a shortcoming, and if the eighth immortal emperor didn't go hard with him, he wouldn't be able to do much against them, and would instead drag himself down. As for the Dao Heavenly Palace at this moment, all of the top echelons were dead or injured, and there were not even a few people to be found in the Heavenly Extreme Realm. Xiao Jiao rushed into the crowd, completely descending strikes. Everyone became lambs to the slaughter. Even escape became a luxury. In the midst of endless despair and remorse, many chose to cut themselves off and still be left in one piece. If they had a chance to do it all over again, they would honor the battle temple. Yun Tian-dust took it in his eyes, his face unperturbed. If the brothers of the War God Temple were not strong enough, the scene in the Dao Heavenly Palace today would be the War God Temple of yesterday. However, just as Yun Tian-dust was about to go forward and destroy that cross-border passage, several powerful to suffocating auras suddenly surged from the deepest part of the Dao Heavenly Palace, like an ancient beast awakening, carrying a terrifying might that swept the heavens and destroyed the earth. Xiao Jiao's face suddenly changed, looking back towards the source of that breath, his eyes full of unbelief. What a strong aura, beyond the Emperor realm! Xiao Jiao exclaimed out in shock, no longer caring about the remaining thousands of minions. He dashed to Yun Tian-duan's side, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging in his heart. Yun Tian-dust frowned slightly, his gaze fixed dead center on the location where the scent came from, a trace of gravity flashing under his eyes. In Yun Tian-dust and Xiao Jiao's line of sight, they only saw four figures, like guests from the heavens, breaking through the air from the depths of the Dao Heavenly Palace. The old man at the head was dressed in flowing cloud robes, his beard and hair were white, but he was hale and hearty, and his eyes flashed with the wisdom of insight into world affairs and the arrogance of disdain. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, Shan Hongzhang, a genuine divine palace realm powerhouse. Behind them, there were 9 immortal emperors with thick breaths, each of which was enough to shake a side of heaven and earth. Between the flickering of their figures, the four of them stopped 200 meters across from Yun Tian-dust. Their cold and stern gazes swept over Yun Tian-dust and Xiao Jiao, who thought that it was a representative of the Dao Heavenly Palace who was greeting them, and they ignored it. Noticing the strong smell of blood, the 3 ninth immortal emperors released their divine thoughts at the same time, enveloping the entire Dao Heavenly Palace, and their faces instantly sank. Grand Elder, this Dao Heavenly Palace has been overthrown. Even the aura of Lu Chang and the others has disappeared. One of the 9th immortal emperors looked towards Shan Hongzhang, his face as gloomy as water. A stern killing chance was released from his body, completely locking onto Xiao Jiao and Yun Tian-dust in front of him, his tone chilling. "Speak, what happened in this place?" He didn't think that all of this would be done by the two people in front of him. "Humph, there's no need to ask. It must be the work of that so-called Battle God Palace, a mere ant from the Forsaken Land. How dare you provoke the authority of my Lu Yun immortal dynasty? You simply don't know how to die." Another 9th immortal emperor's voice was cold and majestic, as if it came from above the 9 heavens, causing everyone present to feel their souls tremble. At this time, among the surviving crowd of the Dao Heavenly Palace, a Heavenly Lord realm martial artist stood out tremblingly, pointing his trembling hand at Xiao Jiao and Yun Tian-dust, and said in fear and trepidation, "Great Lord, it's them. They're the ones who killed everyone. They are the people from the War God Temple. He is." The man didn't finish his sentence, but fainted on the spot from too much fear. Almost at the same time, the gazes of Shan Hongzhang and the 3 great immortal emperors instantly locked onto Xiao Jiao and Yun Tian-dust, and it was as if those eyes were able to penetrate through all the falsehoods and look straight into the deepest secrets of the human heart. "Good boy, you are actually the people of that so-called War God Palace? Daring to kill the elders of my Lu Yun immortal dynasty. This emperor will first charge you 2 as interest before exterminating that death-seeking War God Hall." One of the crane-haired immortal emperors was the first to be unable to hold back his anger, and his figure stormed up, transforming into a stream of light that went straight for Yun Tian Dust and Xiaojiu. The opponent was able to kill Lu Chang and the others, so he didn't dare to be careless and used his weapon right from the start. It was an emperor's weapon with a dark body that emitted a cold and chilling aura, clearly wanting to kill with one blow. However, in the face of this unrivaled immortal emperor, not only did Yun Tian Dust not dodge, a flash of disdain and coldness flashed across his eyes. Just as that immortal emperor was about to approach, he was no longer able to advance the slightest inch, and was instead shaken away by the invisible chi energy that erupted from Yun Tian Dust's body. Humph! Looking for death. Yun Tian Dust let out a cold snort, and without waiting for the other party to react, he slapped out a slap in the air. Bang! With a loud bang, that ninth immortal emperor's body was actually like papier-mâché, and was slapped into mush by Yun Tian Dust, blood splattering everywhere in a shocking scene. When the remaining Dao Heavenly Palace crowd saw this, they were even more scared out of their wits, and many of them were directly scared until they fainted. How is this possible? Shan Hongjiang uttered in shock, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes, but before he could speak, the two beside him had already moved. This sun is not simple. Strike together. With a loud shout, the two ninth immortal emperors simultaneously sacrificed their respective accompanying imperial armaments, and under the shock of anger, the two of them directly utilized their strongest killing moves, joining forces to launch an attack on Yun Tian Dust. One could only see the sky shining brightly, with magic treasures interlacing, releasing a heaven-destroying might. However, Yun Tian Dust remained indifferent, and before the two ninth immortal emperors could kill him, his figure suddenly disappeared. At some point, he had already appeared behind those two great immortal emperors. Beware of, as Shan Hongjiang reminded in horror, he blasted a palm through the air at Yun Tianduan in an attempt to help the two of them out. But in the end, he was still half a step too late. Yun Tian Dust's hands had already imprinted on the backs of the two men at some point. Only hearing a bang sound, the bodies of the two nine immortal emperors completely shattered, turning into a sky full of blood mist, dissipating into the air. As for Yun Tian Dust's figure, he also dodged and retreated before Shan Hongjiang's attack descended. This scene caused even Shan Hongjiang to be shocked. He never expected that such a terrifying existence could be born in this abandoned heavenly realm. When he looked at Yun Tian Dust again, Shan Hongjiang tightly locked his brows as unprecedented gravity and uneasiness welled up in his heart. As for Xiaojiu, who was on the side, he was completely dumbfounded, his lips involuntarily trembled, wanting to say something but not saying it. Chapter 47, Is the Divine Palace Realm so weak? Not detecting divine power fluctuations in Yun Tian Dust's body meant that this sun must not be a Divine Palace Realm powerhouse. However, what puzzled Shan Hongjiang was that he detected a faint hint of crisis from the other party, which was really bizarre. Shan Hongjiang didn't act rashly until he knew what was going on. Kid, who exactly are you? How could someone like you be born out of this abandoned land? Shan Hongjiang stared at Yun Tianduan dead in the face, his face so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water, his icy cold and bone-chilling words carrying a hint of incomprehension. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Yun Tian Dust spoke out coldly, gazing at the Divine Palace Realm powerhouse in front of him, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes while he was still somewhat eager to try. Through reading the memories of that sixth immortal emperor, Yun Tian Dust only knew that Divine Palace Realm martial artists were frighteningly strong, and had a slight yearning for that so-called god's power. At this moment, Yun Tianduan, on the contrary, was somewhat looking forward to it, because he was in a very special realm. Yun Tian Dust wasn't particularly clear about his own strength until he had fought a truly strong person. That was why he was also eager to battle a Divine Palace Realm powerhouse so that he could verify his own strength. When Shan Hongjiang heard Yun Tianduan's icy words and saw the battle intent in his eyes, he immediately showed disdain and snorted. I admit, you do have some tricks up your sleeve, but all ants under the Divine Palace are ants. Since you want to seek death so badly, this seat will fulfill you. With that, Shan Hongjiang's breath swept out from his body. Not good. Xiaojiu suddenly felt an irresistible force acting on his body, lifting his entire body out hundreds of thousands of meters, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Damn, how could it be so strong? After Xiaojiu dried the blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze landed on Shan Hongjiang, a heart in his throat as he couldn't help but worry about Yun Tianduan. If Boss Yun couldn't block it, the War God Palace would really be finished. At this moment, Yun Tianduan stood still under the powerful pressure of Shan Hongjiang, and he watched as the people of the Dao Heavenly Palace turned into flying dust under this pressure, with no one being spared. In response, Yun Tianduan was unmoved. In his opinion, the Dao Heavenly Palace was to blame. The most puzzling thing that makes Yun Tian Dust feel puzzled is that the pressure of the strongest person in the Divine Palace realm seems to be really not very strong. War. As the word battle was spat out, Yun Tian Dust's figure transformed into a stream of light and took the initiative to attack Shan Hongjiang. However, just as the attacks of the two collided together, Yun Tian Dust completely froze. He had thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but he did not expect his opponent's power to be so unbearable. Both sides of the tentative move. Shan Hongjiang was actually Yun Tian Dust easily shot flying out. The body bumped and blew up dozens of mountains, and then heavily smashed on the ground, after spraying out a few big mouths of old blood in succession, has been seriously injured and dying. How? How is this possible? Shan Hongjiang's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. He wanted to brace himself to get up, but he was simply unable to do so. No, my dantian, is actually shattered? Only then did Shan Hongjiang notice that his own meridians and dantian were both shattered, with almost no possibility of recovery. Unable to accept this fact, he directly fainted after spewing out a large mouthful of blood once again. Xiao Jiao, who was still worried about Yun Tian Dust, was instantly confused on the spot, her expression not to mention how wonderful it was. Yun Tian Dust retracted his palm and looked at the fainted Shan Hongjiang with a surprised face, also a little confused. The Divine Palace realm is so weak? Yun Tian Dust muttered as he looked at his palm, his gaze filled with incomprehension and doubt. Just now it was just a tentative attack. He only used 70% of his strength, but he had not expected that a hallowed Divine Palace realm powerhouse would not be able to carry it off. At this moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, and even time stopped at this moment. Xiao Jiao dashed forward and surrounded Yun Tian Dust, his eyes wide open as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Boss Yun, you are actually this strong? His voice trembled slightly from shock, his face full of disbelief. That was a supreme powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor realm. He couldn't even withstand the other party's pressure, but it was such a top-tier powerhouse that was actually disabled by Boss Yun's slap? Yun Tian Dust just turned his head, only to hear snap crunch. Xiao Jiao, that guy, actually a slap greeted in his face. Instant pain to show teeth, but the bottom of the eyes of the shock is more intense. What are you doing? Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but stare. In just a few breaths of time, the 5 fingerprints on Xiao Jiao's face were instantly visible, and even half of his face began to swell. Hearing Yun Tian Dust's inquiry, he reached out and gently rubbed his face as he cried out, I thought I was hallucinating. Isn't this an attempt to wake myself up? You guys. Yun Tian Dust was completely speechless, crying and laughing, but not to mention Xiao Jiao. Even he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Boss Yun, could it be that you have also surpassed the Emperor realm? Xiao Jiao covered his face with one hand and asked with a curious stare. Yun Tian Dust gently shook his head, deep thoughts coalescing between his brows. Then what is your current cultivation level? Xiao Jiao once again pursued the question, with a look of vowing not to stop. Heavenly Emperor Realm. Yun Tian Dust replied without thinking, his face serious and not half joking. The 9 happening Heavenly Emperors? Xiao Jiao blurted out, and then looked skeptical. But the 9 tribulation Heavenly Emperor? It shouldn't be that outrageous, right? It's not the 9 tribulations. Yun Tian Dust shook his head, a trace of depth flashed in his eyes. He was about to speak when he sensed what appeared to be a strange movement in the depths of the Dao Heavenly Palace. Precisely the location of the cross-border teleportation array. You stay here first, I'll go seal the teleportation channel. After leaving a sentence behind, Yun Tian Dust disappeared from Xiao Jiao's line of sight as his figure flickered. Xiao Jiao did not think much about it and began to clean up the battlefield. Dao Heavenly Palace had stood in the Heavenly Realm for countless years, and its heritage would not be simple. Just as both of them were busy, the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, which was far away in the middle Heavenly Immortal Domain, was experiencing a sudden change in the wind and clouds. First, the soul lamps of Lu Chang and a dozen other immortal emperors were extinguished, and then the 3 great 9th immortal emperors, causing the entire Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty to be thrown into unprecedented panic and chaos. Even the soul lamp of the Divine Palace Realm Grand Elder Shan Hongjiang had become dim and shaky at this moment, signaling that the Grand Elder's life was already hanging in the balance. Inside the Great Hall of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, a majestic and inviolable middle-aged man looked down at the crowd below with an ironclad face. Furious, a district of abandoned lands, how dare you provoke the majesty of my Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty? Just what kind of person is it that is so capable that he can even heavily injure a Grand Elder of the Divine Palace Realm? This person was none other than the Immortal Lord of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, and under his anger, he directly ordered the State Master Yu Hangzhen, who was at the 3rd step of the Divine Palace, and the Great General Gu Xuanzhen, who was at the 2nd step of the Divine Palace, to personally lead the 800 Heavenly Shadow Guards, which consisted of immortal exalted realm powers, to head to that abandoned land, vowing to wipe out all of them. Even though teleporting so many powerful people at once would consume a large amount of immortal crystals, As long as that abandoned land was plundered clean, everything would come back. However, when the group of people headed to the cross-border transmission array in great numbers, they realized that the transmission array could not be activated. The other end of the teleportation array was actually completely sealed by a mysterious force, and even the three-step jade balance realist of the Divine Palace personally attempted to break the invisible barrier. How is this possible? How could there be someone with such powerful sealing techniques in a district abandoned land? Realist Yu Heng's brows tightened as a flash of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Chapter 48, Unbreakable. Words of Hegemony. After many fruitless attempts, Yu Hangjinjin took out a transmission jade slip and reported the matter of the cross-border passage to Immortal Lord Lu Yun. ********. Great General Gu Xuanjin gritted his teeth, an icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. No matter who that person is, if he dares to provoke my Lu Yun immortal dynasty like this, when the seals are broken, this general will definitely thwart him. This seal is not simple. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to break it. Realist Yu Heng's face was grave, and a strand of sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Humph! How could such a character appear in a district abandoned land? Gu Xuanjin snorted coldly and said in a chilling voice, even the Grand Elder of the Divine Palace realm is no match for him, and to be able to lay such a seal, it must be the work of someone from the immortal domain. But no matter who he is, if he dares to go against my Lu Yun immortal dynasty, he will have to die. Moments later, dozens of powerful figures broke through the air. At the head of the group was none other than Immortal Lord Lu Yun, whose side was followed by a plain-robed old man with white hair, whose body emanated powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. Elder Mu, I'll leave that seal to you. The Lu Yun Immortal Lord looked at the plain-robed old man beside him, and with an ironclad face, he said in a chilling voice, this time, my Lu Yun immortal dynasty has suffered heavy losses, and we will break it open at all costs. So I think it's time to clean up that abandoned land. Please don't worry, Immortal Lord. I will definitely do my best. Elder Mu replied calmly. As the only divine formation master of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, he was confident in his formation Dao level. Under the gaze of the crowd's anticipation, Mu Lao walked towards the teleportation channel, only to see his hands gently lifting up, his fingertips condensing a complex and arcane rune, which seemed to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth, slowly heading towards the seal. However, when these runes touched the invisible barrier, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, without the slightest reaction. This art of sealing is actually so profound. Mu Lao withdrew his hands, his face unable to hide his shock, strongly suppressing the astonishment in his heart. Elder Mu exerted his means to pull out the runes that pervaded the invisible barrier. The runes flowed non-stop, presenting an endless stream of life. The trend of each pattern contained a complexity and subtlety beyond imagination, as if it was the crystallization of the oldest wisdom between heaven and earth. Gazing at the profound patterns in front of him, Elder Mu frowned, unprecedented gravity and curiosity flashing in his eyes. Unconsciously, his whole body fell into it. Several hours passed and still no progress. The crowd also held their breath for fear of disturbing the broken formation. At this moment, Immortal Lord Liu Yun's face gradually became gloomy, and he said with some dissatisfaction, Elder Mu, is there a solution? If it's really not possible, then we'll concentrate the strength of all the people and forcefully break it. Mu Lao slowly opened his eyes. There was both fatigue and the light of epiphany in his eyes. He sighed lightly and slowly said, Immortal Lord, this seal is extraordinary. The Tao rhythms and laws contained within it are very advanced. If it is forced to be broken by brute force, it will destroy the entire passageway, and the gains will not outweigh the losses. Immortal Lord Liu Yun's face became even more unsightly. A flash of sternness flashed from the bottom of his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, then what do you say? What should be done about this matter? Elder Mu looked deeply at the complex patterns floating at the mouth of the passageway, arched his hand at Immortal Lord Liu Yun, and said with a confident expression, please, Immortal Lord, give me a year's time, and I'm sure that I'll be able to penetrate the mysteries of these runes and decipher them. Immortal Lord Liu Yun sniffed. His brows coalesced with unquenchable anger and unwillingness. A year's time placed in the cultivation world, passing in the blink of an eye. But if this matter were to spread out, their flowing cloud immortal dynasty would definitely have their reputation destroyed. Reporting to Immortal Lord, the situation of the Grand Elder is not optimistic. If we wait for a year, I'm afraid that something will go wrong. Someone arched his hand, a flash of worry flashing in the depths of his eyes. Humph, what can you do then? Can't break it by brute force and reopen the passage? Immortal Lord Liu Yun snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone cold and majestic. What a bunch of losers, forced to this extent by the ants of the district's abandoned land. After a pause, Immortal Lord Liu Yun slowly looked at Mu Lao, his tone low and majestic. Mu Lao, you are given 1 year's time. You must find the method of cracking it. After 1 year, This monarch will personally set foot on that abandoned land. After saying that, immortal Lord Liu Yun whisked his sleeves away. Looking at immortal Lord Liu Yun's indifferently departing figure, the people at the scene looked at each other in disbelief and all left with anger in their hearts. Elder Mu was the only one who remained here, his eyes blossoming with a refined aura. On the other side of the heavenly realm, the same winds rose. Shortly after the rumor had just spread that the overlord of the Bixiao domain, the 10,000 Poison sect, had been overthrown, the Qiankuan palace had also been tragically exterminated. However, before the crowd could regain their senses from their horror, the news that the Divine Blade sect and the Heavenly Dragon Imperial dynasty had been overthrown was spread again. It wasn't until the 4 legions of the War God Palace converged towards the Dao Heavenly Palace that the crowd realized that it was the War God Palace that had retaliated against the 5 great overlords. For a time, the entire heavenly realm was on edge. Especially those forces that had grudges against the War God Palace were on pins and needles, fear spreading in everyone's hearts. As the 4 legions of the War God Palace headed towards the Dao Heavenly Palace like a stream of iron, the sky seemed to be shrouded by a heavy battle intent, with every strand of wind carrying indomitability and determination. Many admiring martial artists watched from afar, as well as scouts from various forces, who had gathered not far from the Dao Heavenly Palace to watch. Just outside the mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace, 2 youths stood in the air with extraordinary auras. As for the Dao Heavenly Palace's mountain gate, it was already dead silent, with no half of the martial artist's breath coming out. People coincidentally thought of a possibility, that the Dao Heavenly Palace with the longest inheritance had also been overthrown. Among them, there were also people who vaguely felt that those 2 young men were familiar, as if they had met them somewhere. Before they could think much, the 4 magnificent warships of the War God Palace arrived at the Dao Heavenly Palace almost simultaneously, and the iron blood fury emanating from each of them was chilling. Many people also recognized that it was none other than the 4 battle kings and 4 legions of the Battle God Temple. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the entire audience, everyone on the 4 warships, including the 4 great war kings such as Dongfangyu, actually coincidentally half-kneeled at the 2 people outside the mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Palace, shouting in unison, "Greetings to your highness. We will not dishonor our mission." The sound shook the sky and earth, like thunder breaking through the sky, making everyone watching from afar feel an unprecedented shock, like being struck by lightning. Hall Master? Can't it be that person has returned? Someone's voice trembled with a horrified expression, his eyes glaring out as his gaze fell on the 2 figures, one black and one white. That founder of the Battle God Temple had disappeared for 15 years, but his might had not diminished in the slightest. Under everyone's complicated and shocked gazes, Yun Tian Dust slightly raised his hand. His tone was calm but not too dignified. "All brothers are exempt from salute. Quickly clean up the battlefield," Yun Tian Dust said, lightly waved his hand, slowly lifted up the crowd, turned to look at those onlookers in the distance. A hegemonic aura arose. His voice shook the 9 heavens. "Since today, my War God Palace, when the king of the world, anyone who has had a blood debt with my War God Temple, limit you and so on for 3 days. Do not take the initiative to come to the door to pay back the debt. My War God Temple will personally come to the door." Chapter 49. As Yun Tian Dust's overbearing and absolute words fell, the entire heavenly realm changed color, and the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. With these words, Yun Tian Dust's identity was revealed. For a moment, the world was quiet. Among those onlookers, there was both awe at the shock of the return of the former overlord of the Battle God Palace, as well as trepidation at the approaching storm. Those power martial artists who had made grudges with the War God Palace were even paler, and when they looked at each other, they all saw the despair and struggle in each other's eyes. After explaining to the crowd to clean up the battlefield, Yun Tian Dust led the 4 major legions and left, leaving countless onlookers messed up in the wind, some of which were in a state of dead silence and shock. The 4 legions of the War God's Palace swept in like a black storm and retreated as silently as a ghost. And at this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was not even an inch of grass in the Dao Heavenly Palace. Within a day, the news of the return of the War God Palace Lord Yun Tian Dust and the War God Palace's soldiers splitting into 5 to exterminate the 5 hegemonic lords spread throughout the entire heavenly realm like wildfire starting a prairie fire. The news of the great defeat of the 5 great hegemons besieging the Battle God Palace had just spread out for a day, and the Battle God Palace's feat once again refreshed everyone's knowledge and allowed the world to truly see their methods. Without exception, all the forces throughout the heavenly realm held an emergency meeting. The Burning Sky Valley. As the overlord of the Fire Sky Heavenly Domain, the atmosphere within the valley at this moment was also grave to the extreme. Red Flame Elder Ancestor, this once mighty and powerful top-level powerhouse, was currently sitting at the first place of the council hall, his face heavy and his gaze full of worries. The Valley Master and the other elders sat on both sides, all of them looking tense, and there was a lot of talk. But none of it was about how to deal with the Battle God Palace's thunderous wrath, because they already knew that the disappearance of Battle God Palace Lord Yun Tiandust was directly related to their Burning Sky Valley ancestor. Gentlemen, back then, it was the old me who made an error in judgment and trapped my Burning Sky Valley in danger, the Red Flame old ancestor said, his eyes flashing with strong remorse and self-blame. Old ancestor, that Yun Tiandust and the War God Hall, are they really that unbeatable? Someone inquired out loud, with suspicion in his tone. Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to destroy the 5 great hegemons in 5 different directions? Humph! Yun Tiandust was already a 9 tribulation heavenly emperor 15 years ago. How could it be something you can speculate on? The Red Flame old ancestor's tone was deep and powerful, and the awe in his eyes was hard to hide. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. The 9 tribulation heavenly emperor was truly beyond their knowledge. Seeing the look of awe on the face of his own ancestor, no one dared to question it anymore, and the fear in his heart became even stronger. With the ironic methods of the War God Temple, do we still have a way to live? An old man said, his eyes flashing with intense worry. The Red Flame old ancestor shook his head, his tone revealing helplessness and determination. I will personally prepare a generous gift and head to the Battle God Palace to ask for forgiveness, and perhaps there will still be a slight chance of a turnaround. If not, I will die to thank for my sins and bear the karmic consequences of the past. Old ancestor. The crowd wanted to say something else, but they were stopped by the Red Flame ancestor waving his hand, his face full of unquestioning. At the same time, the Purple Sky Overlord's Heavenly Sword Villa was also shaking up and down. Inside the Heavenly Sword Villa, Villa Master Xue Changming and the Blood Sword Old Ancestor stood on the top of the sword peak, and the Blood Sword Old Ancestor sighed longingly, his face showing sadness. I, the Heavenly Sword Villa, established the world by the sword. The sword would rather bend than bend, but the situation at the moment. Speaking of this, the Blood Sword Ancestor fell silent. Elder Ancestor, Xue Changming respectfully arched his hand. A hint of incomprehension flashed in his eyes. Although my Heavenly Sword Villa has had minor friction with the Battle God Palace, there are no major grudges. So isn't it a bit of a fuss if we take the initiative to come to the door? The Bloodsword Ancestor's eyes were deep as he murmured, prepare the gifts. This is the time to head to the War God Hall. While both Burning Sky Valley and Heavenly Sword Villa were making moves, the atmosphere within the Demon Emperor Palace, which was the hegemon of the Green Sky, was equally oppressive. The entire Green Sky heavenly domain was the world of the demon race. As the Demon Emperor Palace, which is the co-respect of the demon race, and commands thousands of demon beast races. If we talk about the overall strength, it is not too far off from the Dao Heavenly Palace in its heyday. However, as strong as the Demon Emperor Palace was, it was still not even remotely comparable in front of the current War God Palace. The few people with the highest status in the Demon Emperor Palace knew what happened 15 years ago, and now that they were gathered together again, their moods were unprecedentedly heavy. The domineering words that Yun Tiandust had uttered in the Dao Heavenly Palace had stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone. Whether it was the remote mountains and fields, or the prosperous cities and pools, or even those hidden sects or ancient clans, they all appeared to be in a state of fear and turmoil, and they were all discussing ways to deal with it. The entire heavenly realm was surging with dark currents, but Yun Tiandust, the originator, was oblivious to it. He stood at the front end of the shuttle with his arms folded, looking at the scenery along the way, and thinking of yesterday's Battle God's Palace and today's 5 great overlords. His heart welled up with infinite emotions. In this weak and strong martial arts world, there was no eternal splendor, nor was there absolute invincibility. If you want to be immortal, you must not stop strengthening yourself. And he, Yun Tianduan, also had someone to guard. Yun Tiandust couldn't help but think of the pair of children on the Xian Tian continent and Nangong Tian as a sense of urgency surged in his heart. This threat of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty had to be removed as soon as possible. He wanted the heavenly realm to be a clean slate when the 3 of them ascended, much less an external threat. When the crowd saw that Yun Tiandust was in deep thought, they were also very sensible and did not come forward to disturb him. However, the 8 people, including Dongfang Yu, Xikong Xian, Dugu Jian, Bailey Yan, and Long Badian, were gathered together, listening to Xiaozhou's colorful recounting of Yun Tianduan's feat. What a finger to crush the 8th immortal emperor, casually slapping the Dao Heavenly Palace Guardian formation, spatially strangling tens of thousands of people, ripping out the Yuanshan of 2 major powerhouses with his bare hands, etc. The more he said, the more excited he became, until the later instantaneous killings of the 3 great 9th immortal emperors, the scrapping of the Divine Palace realm powerhouses with a single palm strike, and so on. They were all vivid and evocative in Little Nine's mouth. When mentioning the Divine Palace realm powerhouse, Xiaozhou did not forget to glance at Shan Hongjiang, who was lying on the side like a dead dog. As the crowd listened in, they were all dumbfounded, as if they were in the middle of that thrilling battlefield, and their hearts were in awe of Yun Tian Dust. I really didn't expect that Big Brother's strength has been terrifying to this extent. Dongfang Yu couldn't help but sigh, an excited light flickering in his eyes. Yes, the War God Palace with Big Brother in it shall be invincible. Si Kongxian clenched his fists with great pride. By the way, little nine, are you sure? This person is the Divine Palace Realm powerhouse you were talking about? Lin Tianqi turned his head to look at Shan Hongjiang with a skeptical expression. Xiaojiu nodded solemnly and said with a face full of indignation, "Don't you guys see that this old thing is now ruined? But I couldn't even carry a single wisp of his breath before. A powerhouse of the Divine Palace Realm that transcends the Emperor Realm is definitely not to be underestimated. This old thing, it seems that he's still the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty. It's a big fish." Hearing Xiaojiu's grave words, Black Tiger couldn't help but flirt. "Say, Xiaojiu, you didn't even carry the breath of a fish. You're a bit weak. You good?" Before Xiaojiu could say anything, Long Bodian, with a speechless face, added, "If you're really capable, change your real body and touch Xiaojiu?" Hearing this, the Black Tiger involuntarily recalled yesterday, the scene where that eighth immortal emperor was slapped into a dead dog by Xiaojiu's paw, and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 50, Repentance of All Parties. Soul blood pays the blood debt. The roar of the four great legions' triumph gradually approached, and a spectacle was staged in front of the originally silent battle god temple's mountain gate. Thousands of patriarchs and elder ancestors from various forces in the heavenly realm had been waiting here for a long time, kneeling or standing. Their figures looked solemn in the evening haze, penitence and disquiet written on every face. These usually high and mighty people were as humble as frosted eggplants at this moment, hanging their heads low and waiting for the judgment of the War God Palace. The War God Palace, which was already powerful to the point of despair, ushered in the return of Yun Tian Dust. The overthrow of the five hegemons seemed to be announcing to the world that he, Yun Tian Dust, had returned, and Yun Tianduan's next step was to settle old scores. This move had the intention of deterring the heavenly realm, but looking at the heavenly realm nowadays, which power would dare to disobey the War God Palace? Outside the mountain gate of the War God Temple, there was a silence, with only the occasional sound of the wind in the distance, which seemed to speak of the coming storm. For the humble gathering of forces from all sides, Lu Shiyang and the other senior members of the Battle God Palace turned a blind eye. Finally, four magnificent battleships appeared in the distant sky. They were like four steel dragons, piercing through the clouds and fog, carrying an unrivaled might as they hovered before the mountain gate of the War God Temple. Above the battleship, the iron armor was thick, and the battle flag was hunting. The four great war kings and the four great blazing angels stood at the head of the four ships, and their eyes flickered with a stirring killing gas, as if they could sink into the iron blood killing at any time. As the battleship grounded, inside the War God Palace, Lu Shiyang, Mo Feng, Tian Xin, and a host of other executives broke through the air and solemnly greeted each other outside the mountain gate. Yun Tian Dust slowly stepped out of the battleship, each step seemingly stepping on the hearts of the crowd, the invisible pressure suffocating everyone present. His figure elongated under the afterglow of the setting sun, like a god of war that had walked from the ancient times, unrivaled and looking out of the world. "Greetings, Your Highness." The two major protectors of the War God Temple, the four war kings and the 12 blazing angels shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds and shaking everyone's heart and soul, especially the crowd of generals from the four legions of the War God Temple. Their eyes were filled with adoration and fervor, as if Yun Tianduan was not only their leader, but also a deity in their hearts. And those old ancestors and patriarchs of the various forces that were present and waiting for a long time were even more shocked by the iron blood fury of the four legions. The four legions of the War God Palace had long been famous in the nine heavens. It wasn't until yesterday's battle of the Palace Protector that they completely showed their absolute sharpness. And once again, their retaliation shook the world. Among the crowd at the scene, the Red Flame Old Ancestor of Burning Sky Valley, the four great demon emperors of the Demon Emperor Palace, as well as the Blood Sword Old Ancestor and Lord of the Manor of Heavenly Sword Villa were among them. They were also all hegemons of the heavenly realm, but under the invisible shock of Yun Tianduan and the four great legions, they also all had a feeling of insignificance. Yun Tian Dust spread his hands to signal the crowd to be excused. His gaze swept across the room and finally rested on Mo Feng as he said indifferently, "Mo Feng, take them to the plaza first." After leaving behind an indifferent sentence, Yun Tian Dust's figure abruptly disappeared, and the four magnificent warships slowly swept past from above the heads of the crowd, all of them feeling unprecedentedly depressed. Mo Feng respectfully received the order and signaled for the crowd to follow. Under Mo Feng's leadership, thousands of sect patriarchs and ancestors from various sects walked towards the Battle God Palace Square with their heads bowed and their feet heavy. They had mixed feelings in their hearts. both the fear of the impending punishment and the shock of the powerful strength of the war god temple. The square of the war god temple was vast and sprawling, and ancient sculptures stood around it, each one seeming to contain endless power and stories. When thousands of patriarchs and old ancestors from all sides of the heavenly realm were led here, the air was filled with an indescribably oppressive and solemn feeling. The afterglow of the setting sun poured over the square, gilding everything with a golden glow, but it was hard to hide the aura of the coming judgment. Yun Tian Dust stood on top of the high platform in the square, a silver-white battle robe fluttering lightly in the wind, his silhouette appearing exceptionally lonely and powerful under the reflection of the setting sun. His gaze was deep, as if he could see into the deepest secrets and fears of the human heart. Below, to the left and right, the two great protectors, the four great war kings, and the 12 blazing angels were separated on both sides, their expressions indifferent. The tens of thousands of disciples of the war god palace were neatly arranged around the square, vaguely forming a closed circle. Those major power talkers who were usually high and mighty were all trembling under the divine might of the war god's palace at this moment. Yun Tian Dust and the rest of the battle god hall crowd took it in, their eyes flashing with thick disdain. Since you all have come to my war god palace, there is no need for me to say more about what to do, right? Yun Tian Dust's voice was not high, but it clearly penetrated into everyone's ears, as shocking as thunder. His words did not carry the slightest fluctuation of emotion, but had a supreme majesty that dominated the sinking and floating. The patriarchs and ancestors bowed their heads, unconsciously feeling an oppressive sensation that was so powerful to the extreme that almost no one dared to look directly into Yun Tinzuan's eyes. In the end, it was the Red Flame Elder Ancestor who was the first to step out of the queue, and with a shameful expression on his face, he bowed to Yun Tian Dust and all the higher-ups of the Battle God Hall in a pious manner. Burning Sky Valley Red Flame, who brought half of Burning Sky Valley's heritage with him, has come here to ask for forgiveness from the Battle God Hall. And then, the Red Flame Old Ancestor spoke of everything that Burning Sky Valley had committed against the War God Palace in front of everyone. As soon as the Red Flame Old Ancestor's words fell, he directly offered a dozen storage rings and waited for the judgment with a relieved face. Yun Tian Dust did not rush to deal with it, his cold gaze looking towards the others, signaling them to continue. With the successive statements of the Heavenly Sword Villa and the Demon Emperor Palace, the various other forces' old ancestors, seeing this, also stated everything they had done to the Battle God Palace one by one on the spot. Apart from Yun Tian Dust, all the people of the War God Palace heard it in their ears, and all of them turned blue in the face. It turned out that many of the forces with whom they were explicitly well motivated had also either explicitly or implicitly targeted the War God Temple. Until everyone had finished stating their case, Yun Tian Dust let out a cold snort, and that voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens above with endless majesty and anger, instantly reverberating over the entire Battle God Temple square. Put. The sound of spitting blood rose and fell, regardless of cultivation level. Thousands of people all staggered and suffered serious injuries. No one was spared. This hand of Yun Tian Dust's really shook everyone, and they were so horrified that they didn't dare to take a breath of air. Even the people of the War God Temple were deeply shocked by this hand of Yun Tian Dust's. Among these thousands of people, the weakest cultivation was at the Heavenly Exaltation Realm. There were more than 1,000 people at the Heavenly Emperor Realm alone, including a 6th Tribulation Heavenly Emperor like the Red Flame Ancestor. All of them were actually shaken into serious injuries by a wisp of Yun Tian Dust's breath. The Hall Master's power was beyond their cognizance. Ignoring the crowd's horror, Yun Tian Dust said in a cold voice, "The blood debt owed by you and others shall be paid back in blood." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts and minds tightened, and a strong sense of fear arose. Sweeping his icy gaze across the crowd, Yun Tian Dust spoke in a chilling tone. "Any power that has ever laid a killer on a War God Temple disciple or secretly plotted to cause death, those who hand over their soul blood on the spot and swear to subjugate to the War God Temple for eternity can live." The square was dead silent, and everyone's face was ashen. Once they surrendered their soul blood, then they really wouldn't have a single chance to turn around, and even their martial heart would be affected. After a short period of silence, the vast majority of the forces on the scene chose to give in and honestly handed over their soul blood. Chapter 51, Shock and Submission. Unification of the Heavenly Realm. However, there were also so many stubborn people who believed that the friction between juniors should not be borne by their entire clan and protested in public. "It seems that you have made your choice." Icy cold words without a trace of emotion rang out from Yun Tian Dust's mouth, only to see him sweep over with a single sharp glance, and those dozens of people burst apart on the spot, their bodies turning into nothingness. Only a mist of blood that was about to dissipate was left behind, proving that they had once existed. Hiss. Those talking heads from the various parties who had handed over their soul blood all sucked in cool air when they saw this frightening scene, and they all also felt as if they had been pardoned. If they hesitated for a moment longer, their fate could be imagined. However, that was not all. Only to see Yun Tian slowly look towards Lang Wuxia and majestically edict. Lang Wuxia, listen to the order. You are limited to 3 days. Be sure to clean it up. Lang Wuxia took a step forward and half-kneeled to receive his orders. And his stern killing machine swept across the entire field as his figure surged into the air and said in a loud voice, "Where is the Underworld Legion? Kill, kill, kill." Just as Lang Wuxia's words fell, 3 loud shouts of murder rang out from the scene, shaking everyone's hearts and guts. Depart! Lang Wuxia didn't have a word of nonsense. A huge warship was summoned out by him, and thousands of black-clothed figures flashed up. The fury emanating from each of them was chilling. Without any half-hearted procrastination, the Underworld Legion broke through the air under Lang Wuxia's leadership. Yun Tianduan's iron-blooded methods caused the Blood Sword Ancestor and the 4 demon emperors of the Demon Emperor Palace to feel trembling in battle. After a brief internal struggle, the Red Flame Elder Ancestor bowed deeply to Yun Tian on the high platform. His tone determined. "Hall Master Yun, I, Burning Sky Valley, am willing to submit to the War God Hall." The crowd looked at the Red Flame Elder Ancestor with complex expressions. Not far away, the Blood Sword Old Ancestor let out a long sigh in his heart, and immediately expressed his submission as well. When Villa Master Xue Changming saw this, his face instantly turned pale. He had never imagined that their Heavenly Sword Villa inheritance of nearly 1,000,000 years would also have today. But in the situation at hand, they have no choice. The depth and means of the War God Palace was no longer something they could disobey. Until finally, all showed submission. Dead silence once again returned to the plaza of the War God's temple, leaving only the evening breeze gently brushing by, bringing up a burst of subtle rustling sounds. Yun Tian's gaze skimmed over everyone's faces, eventually nodding his head gently as if everything was within his grasp. "I hope that you will remember what you said today. The majesty of my Battle God Palace is inviolable, and anyone who tries to provoke it will face extinction." His voice was not high, but it was like ice piercing the bones, causing everyone present to feel a chilling chill. After saying that, Yun Tian gently waved his sleeve and a soft force lifted the crowd up, signaling that they could leave. All the major power sovereigns and ancestors looked at each other in dismay. But in the end, they lowered their heads and slowly exited the War God Hall. The expressions on everyone's faces were as heavy and complicated as they could be. From this day forward, the entire heavenly realm will be under the rule of the War God Temple. A strong sense of remorse hung over the crowd. They also all knew that the reason why the heavenly realm was in the situation it was in today was because the major powers had forced it. If they could coexist peacefully with the Battle God Temple, even if the Battle God Temple was stronger, they wouldn't have made such a crazy move. After the crowd left, the sky was already dark. Yun Tian summoned all the senior members of the War God Palace to gather in the council hall to discuss important matters. Inside the Great Hall of Deliberation, the lights were on, and the atmosphere was excited and tense. Everyone knew that the next council would determine the direction of the fate of the War God Temple and even the entire heavenly realm. Yun Tian went straight into the topic and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, while the pattern of the world has changed drastically, since keeping a low profile won't work, then I, the War God Palace, will be at the top of the world. Please command the Palace Master. We vow to follow to our deaths and forge immortal splendor together." The crowd responded in unison, their tones respectful and resolute, each one boiling with fervor. Yun Tian nodded slightly, his gaze deep and majestic. "I have decided to create a brand new heavenly realm, one that belongs exclusively to the War God Temple." At these words, the hall was in an uproar. "Your Highness, go ahead." Dongfang Yu stood up and said excitedly, "The brothers have long wanted to do something big." Yun Tian nodded slightly and said, "Firstly, the first step requires the selection of 36 outstanding disciples from within the temple to form the 36 war generals, who will be under the command of the dispatcher. Hall Master, leave this matter to me." Night Frenzy Cloud stood up and patted his chest to guarantee, "Give me half a year's time, and I'll definitely return you 36 gifted, loyal, and qualified war generals, who will become the backbone of the new generation of the Battle God Palace, and support us towards an even more glorious future." Yun Tian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze flickering with approval. "Good. This matter will be handed over to Mad Cloud to take charge of, learning from our mistakes. If our Battle God Palace's intelligence network was tight enough, yesterday's incident wouldn't have happened. Therefore, we need to start building up a tighter intelligence network throughout the entire heavenly realm to ensure that we are the first to know of any windy movements." As soon as Yun Tianduan's words fell, Bailey Yen stood up, his tone resolute. "Your Highness, the matter of forming an intelligence organization, leave it to me." "Well, there's no one better than you." After nodding his head at Bailey Yen, Yun Tianduan spoke out and instructed, "But you have to remember that the establishment of the intelligence network is not just as simple as collecting information, it will be our eyes and ears, our early warning system, which must be precise, swift, and pervasive. Each member needs to be gifted and thoughtful. And more than that, they need to cultivate their loyalty and tacit understanding so that they can become the sharpest dark blades of the Warlord Temple. When Bailey Yen heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. My subordinate will live up to the high expectations of the Palace Master, so that the intelligence network of the War God Palace will spread to every corner of the heavenly realm, and any wind and grass movements will not escape our eyes. This matter is quite important. Yun Tianduan reminded. When Innocent returns, you can seek his help. There should be quite a few natural intelligence officers in his underworld army. Thanks for the reminder, Hall Master. I guarantee to complete the task. Bailey Yen swore with an air of confidence. Yun Tiandust's gaze skimmed over the faces of all the people one by one, finally settling on Lu Evil Yang and Mo Feng as he said in a deep voice. Evil Yang, Mo Feng, the two of you are responsible for tidying up the order in the hall, optimizing the allocation of resources, and ensuring that every disciple receives the best possible environment for cultivation. At the same time, launch a large-scale enrollment program, and open up a wide path of talent without any restrictions. Whether it's a rookie with outstanding talent or a casual cultivator who has gone through many vicissitudes of life, as long as they have a heart of justice, are like-minded and are willing to serve the War God Temple, they can all be included in the door wall. Lu Xiang and Mo Feng looked aghast as they bowed and said, Please rest assured, Palace Master, that we will ensure that we complete our mission. Yun Tiandust nodded slightly, his gaze turning to Tian Xin and Xian Yu as he continued to command. Tian Xin, Xian Yu, the two of you are responsible for integrating the resources within the temple, while at the same time proceeding to set up a chamber of commerce in the 10 regions of the 9 heavens, to ensure that the Battle God Temple has a constant supply of resources to support it. Tianxin and Xianyue glanced at each other and simultaneously rose to answer. Chapter 52 Strange Experiences. Shocking people. Yun Tianduan glanced at the cultivation levels of the crowd and said after a moment of silence, I'm sure everyone is interested in how to break through to the 5th Heavenly Emperor, right? When the crowd heard this, they all became interested, their eyes burning. Oh, right, Temple Master. What is your current cultivation level? Black Tiger inquired with wide eyes, curiosity in his eyes. The Hall Master was able to disable even that what's-his-name Divine Palace Realm powerhouse, so he must have exceeded the Emperor Realm as well. The rest of them nodded heavily as well, the curiosity in their eyes unable to be concealed. Actually, I'm also in the Emperor Realm. Yun Tianduan smiled mysteriously and said, It's just that. My current realm is somewhat special. How special? Xikong Xian blurted out. Yun Tiandust's eyes were deep as he slowly opened his mouth. Because my current realm is 12 robber heavenly emperors. What? 10, 12 jinxes? The moment these words came out, the entire deliberative hall instantly fell into dead silence, as if even the air had frozen. How is this possible? The crowd exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief, and then they looked at each other. Their hearts turned over, and it was difficult to quell the shock. 12 heavenly emperors of the 12 heavens. It was simply heavenly. It was well known that 9 was the extreme number of the martial Dao, just as cultivations below the Emperor realm were basically 1 to 9 realms. Even the immortal Emperor realm of the immortal domain was clearly 1 to 9. And what the hell was Yun Tiandust's 12-jacked heavenly emperor? For a moment, the crowd all revealed a dumbfounded expression, looking at Yun Tiandust with a completely different gaze, as if they were looking at a monster. Hall Master, how exactly did you do that? Is it hard to believe that it is because of the special environment of the lower realm? Long Boshan's expression was a bit dull, and he couldn't help but speak out to inquire. Well, a trace of embarrassment flashed through Yun Tiandust's eyes. I'm not really sure. Somehow I made a breakthrough. Nope. Black Tiger observed carefully. He stood up violently and looked up and down at Yun Tianduan, saying with some consternation, Why do I feel that as soon as we mention the lower realms, Boss Yun is not quite right? Boss Yun, you won. Really give us a sister-in-law in the lower world, right? Black Tiger's words had really reminded the crowd as well, and they were all curious to know what Yun Tiandust had experienced in the lower realm. Cough cough cough. Yun Tiandust dryly coughed a few times as a way to hide the embarrassment in his heart, and under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he began to recount his experiences in the Xian Tian continent. At first, the crowd also listened solemnly, but just when Yun Tiandust spoke of that spring dream he called, the entire council hall had fallen into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide with astonishment. A heavenly emperor powerhouse having a wet dream would be laughed out of the room if he said it. Your Highness. Then what? Xikong Xian's eyes burned, but his heart was guessing wildly now. Since that spring dream, my memories in cultivation have gradually recovered, and I've also recast my supreme foundation. Hearing Yun Tiandust's words, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. tsk, tisk. Si Kong Shen sked and couldn't help but flirt. Boss Yun, look at you with a red face. It's not a dream come true, right? When Yun Tian Dust heard this, his cheeks instantly reddened, his embarrassment overflowing. He coughed lightly and nodded slightly. Gentlemen, truthfully, that spring dream was not a falsehood. I also only realized it later, that the woman was carrying an innate Tao fetus. It's also because of her innate holy child that I was able to forge a supreme foundation, which is why I was able to break through my current realm. Yun Tian Dust's words carried a few unspeakable emotions, and at this moment, within the council hall, each and every one of their eyes were glaring out. Hall Master, you're not kidding, right? Dongfan Yu was also stunned out, his face full of incredulity, as if he had heard a strange story for the ages. When Yun Tian Dust thought of Shir and Xiao Trace, a touch of tenderness and nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and immediately, without embarrassment, he smiled and said, that woman is called Nangong Tianin, and she also gave birth to a pair of adorable dragon and phoenix babies for me. Speaking of this, Yun Tianwan's tone was filled with warmth, a far cry from his previous image of dominating the sinking and floating dragon. LW? This is okay? The entire council hall instantly exploded. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief as they looked at Yun Tianwan as if they were looking at a heavenly visitor. Even Lu Xieyang and Mo Feng, who were usually as calm as a mountain, couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths at this moment with a stunned expression. That temple, Hall Master, this experience, it's simply more bizarre than a storybook. Muli was the first to break the silence, her wide-eyed beauty, full of curiosity. That Nangong girl, she should be very pretty, right? Yun Tian Dust smiled awkwardly, for even he felt that there would not be a more bizarre situation than this in the world. Ha 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 ha, Hall Master, your trip to the lower realms was truly rewarding. Si Kongshan laughed out loud as he slapped the table as if applauding Yun Tianduan's strange encounter. Not only has your cultivation greatly improved, you have also embraced a beautiful woman and added a pair of adorable children. You are truly envious of others. Yun Tian Dust coughed lightly, pulling the topic back on track, his voice steady and powerful. Gentlemen, back to the topic, regarding breaking through the shackles of the 6th Heavenly Emperor. I do have some speculations to share with you all. The crowd, too, squared their shoulders and shuffled to listen. Yun Tian Dust didn't make any nonsense and said gruffly, the Heavenly Realm is said to be an abandoned land by the people of the Immortal Region. There must be some kind of secret hidden within it that is not known to the public. The reason why Heaven Realm martial artists can only break through 5 Heavenly Emperors and need to go through a heavenly tribulation for every breakthrough should be related to the rules of the Heaven Realm and the Xian force that everyone cultivates. And because of that, everyone might as well switch to practicing the power of the Immortal Tao, or they might be able to reap unexpected rewards. Seeing that the crowd was eager to give it a try, Yun Tian Dust continued to add, do you all remember the Red Flame, old ancestor of Burning Sky Valley? That old fellow only refined some remnants of immortal chi and broke through the shackles. Hall Master, are you saying that we can break through our existing realms by refining any cultivation resources that contain the power of the Immortal Tao? Night Mad Cloud was the first to speak, a hint of trembling in his voice, clearly shaken by this sudden news. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, his tone affirmative. Not bad. It was also that Lu Yun immortal dynasty that made a fool of itself, giving us so much loot for nothing. The bodies of dozens of immortal emperor powerhouses, and even the storage rings of divine palace realm powerhouses. You must utilize them well and raise your cultivation as soon as possible to have the qualifications to fight against the immortal domain powerhouses. The crowd was thrilled at the words, their eyes glittering with an unprecedented light, as if they had seen a well-trodden path to a higher realm. Great! Night Frenzy Cloud's fists clenched as his eyes flashed with a refined aura. I must break through the realm as soon as possible and not be left too far behind by the Hall Master. Only one day had passed since he refined the Heavenly Origin sacred fruit, and his Yuanshin had already recovered most of it, and he would be back as good as new in 10 days at most. The thought of being able to quickly break through the realm made it hard for Night Frenzy Cloud to hide his excitement. The rest of the crowd also showed looks of anticipation. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust was also pleased in his heart, and spoke out to caution, gentlemen, this is an opportunity for the rise of my war god temple. But also keep in mind, the road of cultivation, not a day's work, need to be down to earth, can walk steadily and far, and now as the war god temple is a troubled autumn, you and others need to arrange for matters within the temple, before you can wholeheartedly close door cultivation, and strive for an early breakthrough in their own shackles. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes filled with longing and determination for the future. Chapter 53, Opening a Cross-Border Transmission Formation. After a few pleasantries, everyone dispersed and got into the intense preparations for the retreat. Yun Tian Dust left Ching Xianzi alone. Seeing this, Although Qing Xuanzi had some doubts in his heart, he respectfully walked up to Yun Tianduan and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness. Please do as you wish, Elder Chang. I have a matter that I need your help with." Yun Tiandust's gaze burned, but it was hard to hide the determination in it. "I want to open up a cross-border teleportation channel to the Xian Tian continent, to receive my pair of children and Nangong Tianin to fly up to the heavenly realm." Yun Tiandust's profound gaze looked out of the hall, as if it had penetrated the barriers of space and time, looking straight into that distant Xian Tian continent. With a light sigh, Yun Tiandust slowly said, "Elder Chang, this matter is not trivial. The two little ones are both very young, yet they have long since reached the conditions for transiting and ascending, and it was me who stepped in to help them temporarily suppress it. If I allow them to cross that tribulation on their own, my heart will not be at peace. The only way to ensure they are safe is to open up a safe path." A heaviness welled up in Qing Xuanzi's heart as he sniffed. He was well aware of the difficulty of opening a cross-border teleportation channel, which not only required profound attainments in formations, but also a unique understanding of the laws of space. After bowing to Yun Tiandust, Qing Xuanzi's tone was resolute. "Please command the palace master. My subordinates will certainly do their best to assist you in welcoming the master mother and the two young masters home." Yun Tiandust smiled faintly, signaling that there was no need for Qing Xuanzi to be formal, only to see Yun Tiandust lightly waving his sleeve. A simple and ancient jade slip appeared in his palm, a faint light flowing from it as if it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. "This is something I obtained by chance, and it contains the essence of a spatial teleportation array, which may be able to help us." Qing Xuanzi's eyes flashed with excitement as he heard this. Although he was a ninth-order array master, he had never actually opened a cross-border teleportation array. The general teleportation array was at his fingertips, but the difficulty of a cross-border teleportation array was undoubtedly countless times more difficult. To be able to set up a cross-border teleportation array with Yun Tianduan, he begged for it. Yun Tiandust gently passed the ancient jade slip into Qing Xuanzi's hands, unquestionable firmness flickering in his eyes. "Elder Chang, as soon as possible, you will learn the core mysteries of the teleportation formation. I need your assistance, and will never tolerate any half-hearted failures." Qing Xuanzi received the jade slip with both hands, feeling the warm spiritual energy flowing on it. His heart could not help but surge with an inexplicable excitement. He knew deep down that this was not just a mission, but also a trust and entrustment to Yun Tiandust, the legendary Hall Master. Taking a deep breath, Qing Xuanzi closed his eyes and concentrated, sinking his mind into the jade slip, and began to carefully comprehend that ancient and complex spatial formation path. As Qing Xuanzi delved deeper into the contents of the jade slip, a mysterious aura gradually permeated the council hall. Within a moment, Qing Xuanzi opened his eyes. "Elder Chang, are you ready?" Yun Tiandust raised his eyebrows and asked out loud. "Hall Master, you may begin." Qing Xuanzi's eyes glittered with wisdom and his face showed anticipation. Yun Tiandust nodded slightly and turned towards the door. Qing Xuanzi followed closely behind, and the two of them stood side by side, coming straight to the center of the square. Yun Tiandust's massive divine sense was released, guiding the fluctuations of Xian force between heaven and earth, preparing for the upcoming opening of the passageway, only to see his hands forming seals, his mouth softly chanting ancient incantations. Each word seemed to be able to shake the void, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Rise!" With a low shout, Yun Tiandust's hands violently pushed into the void, and immediately, countless points of Xianli light erupted from his palms, transforming into a brilliant band of light that intertwined and entwined in the air, forming an extremely complex pattern. That pattern contained the mysteries of the laws of space, as if it was able to bridge the two worlds. Seeing this, Qing Xuanzi was not willing to lag behind, as he quickly pinched his hands together to incorporate the essence of the formation recorded in the jade slip into his own Xian energy. Then with a fierce wave, a dazzling light shot out from his fingertips and merged into the band of light constructed by Yun Tiandust with unerring precision. When the two merged, an even more dazzling light erupted, illuminating the entire void as if it were day. Rumble! With a deafening roar, it was as if a hole was torn open in the void, and a powerful spatial storm swept out, enveloping everything around it. Many of the Battle God Palace disciples sensed the terrifying fluctuations and were attracted to the area, but everyone chose to watch from a distance and did not come forward to disturb them. Yun Tiandust and Qing Xuanzi looked grave, as if they didn't hear, as they each pushed their entire body's Xian force to stabilize the cross-border teleportation channel that was about to take shape. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and every second was filled with tension and anticipation. Finally, under the unremitting efforts of the two of them, that void crack gradually stabilized, forming a huge passageway that was 5 feet long and wide and deep. Within the passageway, there was a stream of light, and the fluctuations of the spatial laws were clearly visible. as if it was a rainbow bridge connecting the two worlds. It's done! Yun Tian Dust and Qing Xianzi exchanged glances, both revealing joy in their eyes that was hard to hide. They knew that the successful opening of this cross-border teleportation channel not only meant that Yun Tian Dust's pair of sons and daughters would be able to safely come to the heavenly realm for a reunion, but it also signaled that the Battle God Palace had more possibilities in its future confrontation with the immortal realm. However, they did not let up. Yun Tianhuan knew that the stability and safety of the teleportation channel was of utmost importance, and once there was even the slightest discrepancy, it could trigger an unpredictable disaster. Thus, he once again mobilized the enormous spiritual energy within his body and began to reinforce and stabilize the passageway, only to see his figure move, transforming into a stream of light, shuttling within the passageway, his hands continuously forming seals, each seal accompanied by a burst of spatial ripples spreading. Qing Xuanzi wasn't willing to lag behind as he used his deep understanding of formations to lay down layers of defense and reinforcement to ensure that the passageway was foolproof. The process lasted a full month. During this month or so, Yun Tian Dust and Qing Xianzi were busy almost without rest, their figures shuttling back and forth in and out of the passageway, as if they had become messengers connecting the two worlds. And as time passed, the cross-border teleportation channel became more and more solid and secure. When the last reinforcement formation was completed, both Yun Tian Dust and Qing Xianzi felt a wave of exhaustion hit them, but their faces were beaming with satisfaction. This was because they knew that the successful opening and reinforcement of this cross-border teleportation channel, in addition to being of great significance to Yun Tianhuan, would also be of great benefit to the Battle God Temple in the future. After a few more days, when the last rays of sunlight spilled into the sky, Yun Tian Dust and Qing Xianzi finally finished reinforcing the cross-border teleportation channel. They stood at the entrance of the channel, looking at the flowing and stable interior of the channel, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. Elder Chang, hard work. Yun Tian Dust turned around and said politely. Qing Xuanzi smiled faintly and shook his head. Your Highness is overstating things. It is my honor to personally participate in the opening of the cross-border transmission array. At the same time, Qing Xuanzi was in awe of Yun Tianhuan's attainments in formations and his proficiency in spatial laws. A cross-border passage of this size would take at least a year for anyone else, and it would not be as wide and solid as this. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, based on his feelings of personally laying the formation. The cross-border passageway occupied by the Heavenly Sea dynasty at that time was feared to be a remnant of some ancient power. Otherwise, with the depth of the Heavenly Sea dynasty, it would not be enough to set up a cross-border teleportation array. Without thinking much about it, Yun Tian Dust's gaze passed through the teleportation channel, as if through endless space, and saw that pair of children in Nangong Tianin who were far away in Qingfeng Valley. For a moment, a smile involuntarily spread across the corners of Yun Tian Dust's mouth. Chapter 54, 1 billion Source Crystals, Teleportation to the Lower Realm. Yun Tian Dust retrieved his thoughts, his gaze once again focusing on the cross-border teleportation channel in front of him, an indescribable excitement and anticipation surging in his heart. Elder Chang, I'll leave the next matter to you. After I go down to the realm, you will move the transmission altar opening to a relatively safe place and assign someone to guard it so that nothing goes wrong. Yun Tian Dust's tone was gentle, yet it was characterized by an unquestionable firmness. Please rest assured, Hall Master, my subordinates will make proper arrangements. Qing Xuanzi respectfully arched his hand, respecting the palace master in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Decades ago, he was nothing more than an invalid who had been hunted down by his enemies to the point of desperation. If Yun Tian Dust hadn't saved him and passed on his supreme art of refining and array formation texts, how would he, Qing Xianzi, have had the chance to take revenge in person? Much less the supreme glory of today. Although he has lived for more than 10,000 years, Yun Tian Dust is as kind to him as he is to him again. And even more so, he has taught him, and the atmosphere of the War God Palace made him feel at home again. So Qing Xuanzi had long ago sworn in his heart that his entire life would be lived for the War God Palace and he would have no regrets in death. Seeing Qing Xuanzi's slightly reddened eyes, Yun Tianhuan smiled helplessly and slowly walked towards the center of the formation altar, each step as if he was stepping on a cloud. Light and powerful, Qing Xuanzi slowly retreated to the side, his gaze filled with respect and anticipation. Yun Tian Dust stepped onto the formation altar, took a deep breath, and then threw out hundreds of millions of crystal-clear extreme source crystals from his storage ring in a brain. These were all extremely high-grade source crystals, and each one contained a huge amount of Xian power, enough to make an ordinary cultivator go crazy. 300 million extreme source crystals should be enough to start this cross-border passage. Yun Tian Dust thought in his heart as he waved his hands once again, and another 200 million extreme source crystals poured out like a meteor shower, transforming into a brilliant light that surged into the passageway. However, A scene that left Yun Tian dust and Qing Xianzi stunned appeared. With the investment of 300 million extreme source crystals, the passageway was unresponsive and didn't even show the slightest sign of starting up. Hall Master, your cultivation is too strong. The energy of 300 million extreme source crystals is not enough to support your power. Qing Xuanzi laughed out, his face showing admiration. The 12 heavenly emperors of the 12 calamities could be called the only ones in all of history. With Yun Tian dust's strength, not only would a normal teleportation array not be able to carry his power, the amount of source crystals required for its teleportation would inevitably be staggering. Yun Tian dust nodded his head gently. He was also well aware of this. That was why he had taken out 300 million extreme source crystals in one brain. However, he didn't expect that there would be no repercussions at all. Not far away, a few passing disciples just happened to see the scene of Yun Tian dust putting in 300 million extreme source crystals, and their jaws dropped. In the heavenly realm, apart from being used for cultivation, source crystals were also a common currency, and according to the grades, from low to high, they were lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. Among them, the ratio of lower to middle grade, middle to upper grade, and upper grade to extreme grade are all 100 to 1. As disciples of the war god's palace, the resources they enjoyed were as much as 5 times that of the major hegemonic forces. However, a heavenly monarch realm disciple like them could only receive 3,000 mid-grade source crystals per month in addition to their daily pills, based on the ratio of 1 to 10,000. One extreme grade source crystal was their resources for more than 3 months. 300 million extreme source crystals was even more astronomical to them, and it is such a huge amount of extremely high-grade source crystals, but cannot even start the formation. Simply appalling. But in Yun Tian dust's view, hundreds of millions of source crystals were just a piece of cake. The corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's spice it up a bit. With a thought, Yun Tian dust's mind moved. Mountains of extremely high-grade source crystals gushed out from his storage ring, surging like a river breaking its banks. 400 million, 600 million, 900 million. When the 1 billionth extreme source crystal was put into the channel, the entire space seemed to tremble, and an unprecedented energy fluctuation came from the depths of the channel, instantly wrapping Yun Tianduan in it. Rumble, accompanied by a crisp roar, the cross-border passageway was finally activated completely, and a dazzling light shot out from the depths of the passageway, wrapping Yun Tianzuan's figure and disappearing moments later. Those few disciples felt their scalps numb when they saw Yun Tian dust throw out 1 billion extreme source crystals like garbage. They had also all heard that the Hall Master was going down to the realm to pick up a few very important people, but at this moment, a few more disciples came over and said excitedly, Li Yuan, why are you guys still here? I heard that all up and down our battle god palace, the cultivation resources have quintupled, and many of our brothers and sisters have received them. The few youths beside Li Yuan heard the words, and only then did they come back to their senses from the Hall Master's grand gesture, and all of them were overjoyed after hearing the man's words. Brother Zhang Tao, but I've heard that your cousin has been chosen by the Mad Sword Elder and has been selected as one of the 36 war generals. Yeah, it's just a pity that my talent is so poor that I won't be able to catch up with my cousin in this lifetime. Aren't you good at tracking? Why Don? We go to Lord Dark King to sign up and see if we can pass the Skynet test. If we can join the Skynet organization, then we are not a salted fish anymore. That's what we thought, and we're ready to go as soon as we collect our resources. Well then, come along. A dozen disciples, talking and laughing, left. Qing Xuanzi couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile even as he listened to their conversation in his ears. This was the war god's palace. Without that so-called trickery and deceit, even those relatively ordinary disciples had their hearts set on this palace. Only such a power can be invincible and stand for ages. Gathering his mind, Qing Xuanzi began to shift the formation altar. The process wasn't difficult, but it required enough concentration. Xiantian Continent, Qingfeng Valley. This is a secluded place surrounded by mountains, with 4 seasons of spring, flowers and birds, a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. In the deepest part of the Qingfeng Valley, there are several elegant bamboo houses with fine workmanship, which are located by the mountains and surrounded by bamboo, as if they are works of art carefully carved by nature, quietly telling the quiet and peace of the years. Although the bamboo house is simple, but reveals an extraordinary atmosphere, the roof is covered with verdant bamboo leaves, swaying gently with the wind, emitting a rustling sound, like heavenly music. Let a person relaxed and happy. In a pavilion in front of the bamboo house, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in snow-white plainclothes was sitting in front of a guqin, her 10 fingers lightly plucked, the sound of the zither like a stream gurgling, and like a mountain stream waterfall, sometimes low and gentle, sometimes jumping happily, sometimes lingeringly sentimental. like the undulating emotional waves in the sea of the heart, quietly waiting for the return of the person who can touch the depths of the heart. She is the Nangong Tianyin who is known as the Heavenly Voice Empress, and at this moment she is uncontested with the world. As if all the disturbances in the world have nothing to do with her. Only this Qingfeng Valley's grass and trees could tug at her heartstrings. I don't know how long it took, but Nangong Tianyin gently raised her delicate fingers, and the heart-stopping notes slowly dissipated in the air. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Nangong Tianyin unconsciously raised her eyes and looked towards the azure sky, a touch of sadness flashing across her eyes. However, at that moment, a sudden spatial fluctuation broke the tranquility of the valley. Nangong Tianyin stood up violently, a hint of vigilance flashing in her eyes, but she saw a spatial portal slowly emerge, and a white-clothed figure walked out from it. After seeing the visitor, Nangong Tianyin's breathing became rapid. Her heart was excited and nervous, and she was obviously a bit at a loss for words. Chapter 55, Reunion, Proposal Successful. The person who came was none other than Yun Tian Dust, who was dressed in a silver-white battle robe, with a fluttering coat and long hair tied up in a crown, as if he was an exiled immortal man who had stepped out of a painting, with a hint of a transcendent aura. Yun Tian Dust had just stepped out from the spatial portal, and the first time his gaze fell on Nangong Tianyin, his deep eyes filled with tenderness. Big brother Yun. Yun. Nangong Tianyin stared at Yun Tianduan in a daze, only squeezing out a few words half a day later. His face flushed slightly and his heartbeat unconsciously sped up. It's me, Tianyin. I'm back. Yun Tian Dust's voice was gentle and powerful, as if he had traveled across thousands of mountains just to be together at this moment. He paced in the air, slowly walking towards Nangong Tianyin, each step seeming to span countless years of waiting and anticipation. He slowly marched to Nangong Tianyin, and the distance between them was so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Nangong Tianyin's face was colored with a blush due to her shyness. She hung her head low, her hands were nowhere to be placed. Her previous calmness and composure was gone at this moment. Big brother Yun, how did you come back so quickly? Nangong Tianyin's voice was as thin as a gnat, somewhat not quite daring to look at Yun Tianduan's eyes. Yun Tianchen smiled tenderly, reaching out his hand to gently stroke over the tips of Nangong Tianyin's hair. That action filled with doting and compassion. I came back after the matter came to an end. I was worried that the seals imposed on you guys would loosen and it would be troublesome to attract the heavenly tribulation in advance. Yun Tian Dust's words were like a spring breeze that soothed Nangong Tianyin's complicated heart. Indeed, she could feel that even though she hadn't practiced much, her own cultivation was always growing slowly, and if Yun Tian Dust didn't come, she wouldn't be able to suppress it in 4 or 5 months at most. She herself was not afraid, but the heavenly tribulation was no joke. Sheer and Xiao Trace were too young after all. How could she be assured of letting them face the heavenly tribulation? But as long as Yun Tianduan was there, she inexplicably felt at peace. Thank you, brother Yun Dash. Nangong Tianyin's eyes were slightly red, and a touch of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Yun Tian Dust was silent for a moment, suddenly reached out and pulled over Nangong Tianyin's soft jade hand. His eyes contained deep emotion, and he said with a solemn face, Tianyin, let's get married? Our family will always be together and never separate again. With these words, time seemed to freeze. Nangong Tianyin completely froze, her entire body at a loss for words. Her eyes, which were as clear as water, instantly rippled in layers and flickered with disbelief. The 3 words get married were like the gentlest whispers in the spring breeze, but they stirred up shocking waves in Nangong Tianyin's heart. She had never imagined that Yun Tianduan would even say such words in such a situation. Nangong Tianyin tried to open her mouth, but found that her throat seemed to be choked by something, and her voice was so thin that she could barely hear it. Big brother Yun, what did you say? Her voice trembled and her eyes involuntarily misted with water. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust gently stepped forward, looking at Nangong Tianyin with a firm and solemn gaze, and directly embraced her into his arms, letting her skinny body completely snuggle against his broad chest. Tianyin, you are the one who gave me a new life, a sense of my home, and more than that, you made me realize what affection is. Feeling the body temperature of the person in his arms, Yun Tianduan was apprehensive inside and summoned up the courage to say, Tianyin, being able to meet you is my Yun Tianduan's greatest fortune in this life. Can you give me a chance? Let me take care of you mother and son for eternity. His voice was low and magnetic, and every word was like a firm oath, branding Nangong Tianyin's heart. At this moment, Nangong Tianyin felt unprecedented peace of mind and happiness in Yun Tianxin's embrace. She closed her eyes and let the tears flow freely. It wasn't until Yun Tian Dust had left for the past 3 months or so that she had completely realized her feelings. It turned out that in her heart, she had long been inseparable from him. Big brother Yun, I am willing. Finally, Nangong Tianyin summoned all the strength in her body and spoke the answer in her heart. Although her voice was small, it was firm and incomparable, as if it was a promise and determination for all future storms. Yun Tiandust smiled with a gentle smile on his face as he gently wiped away the tear stains on Nangong Tianyin's face, his eyes glittering with happiness. Tianyin, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I, Yun Tiandust, will use all that I have to guard you and our home. Yun Tiandust's solemn promise was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Nangong Tianyin's path forward. Brother Yun. Nangong Tianyin didn't know what to say, and there was a sobbing tone in her voice. Yun Tiandust once again swept her into his arms, and the two embraced each other under the pavilion of Qingfeng Valley. Everything around them seemed to stand still, leaving only each other's heartbeats and breaths, intertwining into the most melodious melody. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, an unprecedented satisfaction and happiness surged in Yun Tiandust's heart. He lowered his head and gently imprinted a kiss on Nangong Tianyin's forehead, like the most precious oath, promising eternal protection. Tianyin, I will let everyone know that you are my Yun Tiandust's wife, the mistress of the War God Palace. Yun Tiandust's voice was gentle and firm, each word revealing an unprecedented dominance and determination. Nangong Tianyin's face was flushed. A warm current surged in her heart and her voice was soft. Big brother Yun, having you, hair and little trace is my greatest happiness. She looked up at Yun Tiandust's deep eyes, happiness shining in them. Oh, right. Yun Tianchen looked at Nangong Tianyin with a soft gaze and asked curiously, Tianyin, where are the children? Them. A touch of helplessness flashed across Nangong Tianyin's face as she said with a bitter smile, ever since you left not long ago, they've been clamoring to form a force, saying that they wanted to give you a surprise. Yun Tiandust sniffed and burst into tears. 2 5-year-old little guys actually had to form a clan, which was a bit of a novelty. Nangong Tianyin noticed Yun Tianwan's expression and added with a smile, that force they formed is called Cloud Alliance. You wouldn't believe it, I'm afraid. Cloud Alliance is now one of the topmost forces in the Xintian continent. After a pause, Nangong Tianyin continued, at first, I only thought they were children playing house, but I didn't expect that they would go to my master for help, recruiting countless scattered cultivators and clans, and even some sects have defected. In just over 2 months' time, the Cloud Alliance already has over 30,000 members, and there are no less than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses. The two little guys are sitting firmly in the position of alliance leader, and the entire Cloud Alliance is actually in good order, Nangong Tianyin said, also somewhat incredulous, and at this moment, Yun Tiandust was already dumbstruck. He never expected that he had only been away for more than 3 months, and the 2 5-year-old little guys had managed to make such a big commotion. I guess this word Cloud Alliance was also their own idea, right? Yun Tiandust felt both gratified and amused in his heart, causing him to somewhat want to go and take a look at that so-called Cloud Alliance. Chapter 56, The Cloud Alliance. When Yun Tiandust heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline a smile, and his eyes flickered with a light of doting and amazement. Gazing softly at Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan laughed. These two little fellows, they are really surprising. Let's go to the Cloud Alliance and take a look. I'd like to see how they run the Cloud Alliance into the ground. Nangong Tianyin gently nodded her head, a gentle glint flashing through her eyes. They had lived together for 2 years, and Nangong Tianyin knew Yun Tianduan's character well. Every decision he made was out of love and responsibility for his family. Thus, the two of them smiled at each other and decided to head to the Cloud Alliance immediately to witness the children's moment of glory. In the Qingfeng Valley, a gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, seemingly sending off the duo who were about to travel far away. Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin walked out of the bamboo pavilion hand in hand, and after he casually threw out a huge flying shuttle, the two of them set off on their way to the Cloud Alliance. According to Nangong Tianyin's narration, the Cloud Alliance established by the two little ones was also in the extreme west. Within a short time, the two of them arrived at the place where the Cloud Alliance was located, only to see a vast territory. The buildings were staggered and magnificent, no less than the Lakha Immortal Palace back then, and from time to time, there were cultivators traveling to and from, busy and orderly. Obviously, the Cloud Alliance is no longer the place where children used to play, but a truly powerful party. When the flying shuttle that Yun Tianwan and Nangong Tianyin were traveling on appeared in the sky above the Cloud Alliance, the entire Cloud Alliance instantly quieted down, and most of the Cloud Alliance martial practitioners were attracted to it. All around the square, the disciples of the Cloud Alliance stopped the affairs in their hands and looked up, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin stood side by side. Their appearance was like the brightest stars in the sky, instantly lighting up the entire Cloud Alliance sky. Nangong Tianyin was dressed in plain clothes like snow, clear and elegant, while Yun Tianduan was silver-robed and heroic. The two of them stood together as if they were divine couples made in heaven, which made people yearn for them. Great! It's father and mother. A clear and pleasant voice pierced through the tranquility, only to see a little girl of about 5 years old rushing out of an exquisite attic like a silver-colored lightning bolt. She was dressed in a delicate silver silk dress with a bow tied in her hair, like an elf under the moonlight, and her big round eyes were glittering with excitement and joy. It was none other than Nangong Shear. Immediately behind him was a young boy who was also about 5 years old. He was dressed in a green-trimmed brocade robe. His pace was steady, and between his eyebrows there was a calmness and wisdom that did not match his age. It was clearly Nangong Wuhan. He didn't say anything, but the same thought of his parents shone in his eyes, with a small hint of hidden pride. Hey whooshing! Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianin dashed down from the flying shuttle. Yun Tian Dust opened his arms and embraced the two children tightly into his arms, a soft smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He stroked the two children's little heads, his eyes filled with doting and relief. You two little fellows, you're really getting better and better. Yun Tian Dust's voice carried a hint of imperceptible pride, yet it was also filled with affirmation of the children's growth. Nangong Tianin watched from the sidelines with a light smile on her face. Father, mother, look, this is our Cloud Alliance. The two little ones broke free from their embrace, and little Sheer pulled Yun Tian Dust's hand and pointed around excitedly. Confidence and pride shone in her eyes, as if she was showing her parents her most proud work. Yun Tian Dust looked around and saw that the buildings within the Cloud Alliance were strewn together, with each palace and pavilion revealing an extraordinary aura. In the center of the square, a huge stone monument stood up, on which was engraved the crooked word Cloud Alliance. But under the messy brushwork, it hid a majestic momentum. At a glance, Yun Tianduan could tell that it was exactly little Sheer's handwriting, and at this moment on the square, has gathered a lot of cultivators, whether it is cultivation or temperament, are far from ordinary loose cultivators can be compared, obviously are after strict screening and training of the elite. Throughout the Cloud Alliance, all kinds of cultivation facilities were readily available, and it was clearly an extremely well-developed place for cultivation. What surprised Yun Tianduan even more was that there were as many as 13 strong martial emperors he had sensed in this Cloud Alliance, with the strongest reaching 7-star martial emperors. Aside from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace and those 3 great sacred clans of the ancient road to heaven, there was no other power that had a heritage as good as that of the Cloud Alliance. Not bad, really good. Sheer and Little Trace are making a name for themselves. Yun Tian Dust smiled and praised. He completely didn't expect that it had only been more than 2 months, and the two little guys were really human children, and were able to create a force of this size in the Xiantian continent. Little Sheer raised her little head proudly and said arrogantly, "Of course, we're going to be big heroes like Daddy." Little Wu Shang, on the other hand, said with a serious look on his face, "Daddy, you're finally back, and the Cloud Alliance is the surprise that my sister and I gave you." Yun Tian Dust stroked Little Wushu's skull, his face curious. "How did you guys do it?" The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and Little Sheer explained, "We went to seek the help of our senior ancestor, and not only did she help us recruit a lot of loose cultivators and clans, but she also imparted a lot of knowledge on how to manage the clan. It's mainly the Grand Elder who helped us the most." Little Trace added from the side, his gaze looking towards a grey-robed old man not far away, his face showing gratitude. Yun Tian Dust followed Little Wushu's gaze and realized that it was none other than the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. As for what it was called, he didn't know. It was thought that Mu Hongxia had arranged for him to stay in the Cloud Alliance and come as a hard laborer for the two little ones. If not, how would the Cloud Alliance be where it is today? Seeing Yun Tianduan looking at himself, the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. He Yuan Feng, pay my respects to Lord Yun, meet the Divine Maiden. There is no need to be polite. During this period of time, Sheer and Xiaoshang have been taken care of. This is what you deserve. Yun Tian Dust said, only to see him flick his wrist, and a milky white-colored elixir appeared out of thin air, slowly floating towards He Yuanfeng. Lord Yun. He Yuanfeng was a bit at a loss for words, but after seeing Yun Tianduan's unquestionable eyes, he trembled and put the elixir away, his heart excited and apprehensive. After a few moments of silence, Yun Tian Dust's voice resounded once more, his gaze landing on He Yuanfeng, his tone majestic. From today onwards, you are the Vice Alliance Master of the Cloud Alliance. In the absence of Sheer and Little Trace, the Cloud Alliance is under your full responsibility. This, He Yuanfeng hesitated inwardly, as he was originally the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and he came here on the order of Palace Master Mu Hongxia. He Yuanfeng had grown up in the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, and it was difficult for him to accept it for a moment when he was suddenly asked to detach himself from the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace. Seeing He Yuanfeng's thoughts, Yun Tian Dust spoke out and added, I didn't let you completely detach yourself. You're still the Grand Elder of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, but your person must be in the Cloud Alliance. How about that? Hearing these words from Yun Tianduan, Yuanfeng's heart was relieved and he directly agreed. Many thanks for your trust, Lord Yun. My subordinate will do his best to carry the Cloud Alliance forward. Very well, I hope you can do what you say. Yun Tian nodded slightly, his tone low. Chapter 57, Under the Banner of the Emperor. In January, the surrounding Cloud Alliance crowd took it all in, and hearing their conversation, they were in an uproar. It was only then that the crowd suddenly realized that the man with extraordinary temperament in front of them was actually that Mr. Yun, who was said to have overthrown the 2 great sacred clans and made the 3 great sacred clans subservient with his own strength. And that clear and elegant woman was naturally the goddess of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace, Nangong Tianin. For a while, all of the senior members of the Cloud Alliance stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to Nangong Shir and Nangong Wuan, shouting in unison, "See the 2 Alliance lords." Little Shir looked like a small adult and signaled them to be excused. Afterward, the crowd turned to Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianin in unison, bowing deeply with incomparable reverence and awe in their voices. "We pay our respects to Lord Yun, Lord Tianin." Yun Tian nodded gently at the crowd, then said in a deep voice, "Since you have joined the Cloud Alliance, you should work together to make it stronger. Truth be told, I am the Lord of the Heavenly Realm's War God Temple. From now on, this Cloud Alliance will be considered a stronghold of my War God Palace in the lower realms, and anyone who has done great deeds to the Cloud Alliance or has excellent talent will be guided to fly up to the Heavenly Realm through my War God Palace's flying platform after their cultivation reaches the level of a sealed martial emperor." Yun Tian's words caused the entire room to fall dead silent. Then, an unspeakable shock swept over them like a tidal wave, and disbelief and ecstasy were written all over everyone's faces. Although they didn't know how strong the War God Palace was, as long as it was a heaven realm power, it was absolutely powerful. And just hearing the 3 words War God Palace was enough to make one's heart feel on reverie. The crowd also came to a sudden realization. No wonder Mr. Yun's strength would be so terrifying. If he was originally a heavenly realm powerhouse, then nothing would be surprising. Although Yuanfeng had guessed it early on, he was inevitably shocked when he heard it from Yun Tian's own mouth. The people in the arena looked at each other with excitement and anticipation shining in their eyes. It was as if they saw the day when they would set foot in the heavenly realm through their tireless efforts in this land. After a short period of shock, the Cloud Alliance's presence, which numbered in the thousands, saluted Yun Tian to express their gratitude and loyalty. They knew deep down that the Cloud Alliance, with the forces of the heavenly realm as its backing, had an unlimited future. For a while, the atmosphere within the Cloud Alliance became unusually warm and solemn. Everyone silently made a vow in their hearts to fight for the Cloud Alliance's tomorrow and for their own dreams. After giving a deep salute to Yun Tian, all of them actively engaged in their cultivation and work. From this moment onwards, the crowd's sense of belonging to the Cloud Alliance reached its peak, even fanaticism. In this regard, Yun Tianduan was also quite satisfied. He had wanted to incorporate the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace into the War God Palace, so that it could continuously feed talents to the War God Palace. However, it seemed that there was no need for that now. The 2 little ones were crooked and helped him instead. Seeing this, Nangong Tianin had a shallow smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and she couldn't help but yearn for that legendary heavenly realm. Little Shir and Little Wuhan heard the Battle God's palace in their father's mouth and were instantly filled with curiosity. The 2 of them kept exchanging glances and playing a little game. Yuanfeng still wanted to set up a banquet, but was rejected by Yun Tian. Under the guidance of the 2 little ones, Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianin followed to a courtyard. The general layout of this courtyard was basically similar to Nangong Tianin's Qinin residence in the Sunset Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Yun Tian was very satisfied in his heart. His opinion of that Yuanfeng couldn't help but be a few points higher. As the family strolled through the courtyard, Little Shir and Little Wuhan took turns recounting the development of the Cloud Alliance over the past 2 months. Talking and laughing, hearing the many ways that the 2 little ones did when they encountered problems, Yun Tian and Nangong Tianin were very much in tears. They're not solving problems, they're just being naughty. So much for the family enjoying a rare reunion. Little Shir and Little Wuhan, who had their parents by their side, no longer pretended to be small adults and began to play and joke around, filling the entire courtyard with laughter. As night fell, Yun Tian once again cooked. But just as the family of 4 sat down at the table and were just about to start eating, something strange happened. An intense aura fluctuation emanated from Little Wuhan, and his face instantly turned white. Fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, and a pained look appeared on his face. Nangong Tianin and Yun Tianduan saw it at the same time, and the 2 of them fiercely got up and came to Little Wuhan's side. Yun Tian hurriedly checked up on Little Wu Shang's body, and after a moment, he let out a deep sigh of relief. It turned out that it was because the little guy's realm was already infinitely close to the celestial realm, and he had to break through the realm as soon as possible. If not, the meridians would certainly not be able to withstand it. Yun Tian Dust still somewhat underestimated the power of the chaotic body. Since the last time he remodeled their meridians, both little guys had awakened their physiques. Little Wuhan directly inherited Yun Tian Duan's chaotic body. As for little Xier, but she had awakened the innate Tao body, which was perhaps created by mistake after the combination of the chaotic body and the innate sacred fetus. There was no need to mention the power of the chaotic body. As for the innate Tao body, it was known as the physique that was most affinity with the heaven and earth great Tao, and if one were to talk about the speed of cultivation alone, it would definitely rank among the top 10,000 physiques. Big brother Yun, is little Trace alright? Nangong Tianin's heart was instantly relieved when she saw Yun Tianduan breathing a long sigh of relief, but she was still a little anxious and was busy asking, "Don't worry, little Trace is fine." Yun Tian Dust cast her a reassuring look and then said in a condensed voice, "Only, the meridians in little Trace's body are about to reach their limits. It is imperative to break through the realm as soon as possible and cannot be delayed any further." When Nangong Tianin heard this, the big stone in the bottom of her heart finally fell. As long as the child was fine, everything would be fine. Little Trace, concentrate and calm your breath. Don't utilize your spiritual energy for the time being. As Yun Tian Dust instructed in a warm voice, he probed out a force that smoothed out the breath within little Trace's body. After some contemplation, Yun Tian Dust turned his head towards Nangong Tianin. A trace of apology flashed in his eyes as he softly said, "Tianin, I see that Heir's realm is about to be unable to suppress it, so I have to take them to the heavenly realm to break through their cultivation first." "Okay, I'll wait for you guys." Nangong Tianin gently nodded her head, her voice as thin as silk. Hearing the conversation between their father and mother, the two little ones secretly glanced at each other, a hint of cunning flashing in their eyes. Yun Tian Dust's eyes were firm and his words were gentle. "Tianin, please give me a month. I will personally come to the Nangong family to propose marriage." Nangong Tianin blushed slightly and nodded imperceptibly. The two little ones jumped up and down with excitement when they heard that their parents were going to be married, but at the same time, the two men had some regrets. If it weren't for the two of them playing smart, father and mother's wedding wouldn't have to be postponed. Noticing the somewhat regretful look in the eyes of the two little ones, Yun Tian Duan instantly knew what was going on. It was thought that it was because they wanted to travel to the heavenly realm earlier, which led them to actively absorb the outside aura. Yun Tian Dust looked at the two little ones if he had a deeper meaning, and they indeed revealed a heartfelt expression. Their behavior like this was quite dangerous, and if they were not careful, their meridians could be broken. Yun Tian Dust wanted to chastise them for a few words, but when he saw them all staring at him with innocent glares, he didn't know what to say. Chapter 58, Lifting the Seal, Breaking the Realm one after another. In the Cloud Alliance at night, the moonlight was like a practice, sprinkling the courtyard. In front of the dining table, Yun Tian Dust looked at the pair of children who were human children. His heart was speechless for a while, but what else could he do? His own children could only be spoiled. Nangong Tianin vaguely also noticed that something was wrong, but she didn't think about the children. Early the next morning, dawn was breaking in the sky. In the courtyard, Yun Tian Dust waited quietly at the side. Nangong Tianin was saying goodbye to the two little ones. Little Xier tightly gripped Nangong Tianin's big hand, unwillingness and strength flashing in her eyes. "Mother, we'll be back soon." Nangong Tianin tenderly stroked little Xier's hair and whispered, "Mother is waiting for you at home. Remember to take care of yourself and your brother." Her words were filled with both worry and expectations for the children's future. "Mother." The two little ones pounced into Nangong Tianin's arms, their tone full of reluctance. Nangong Tianin stroked their little heads and said with a smile, "Heir, little Trace, it's time for you to set off." When little Xier and little Wuhan heard this, they immediately collected their expressions and replaced them with a serious look, nodding their skulls heavily. Seeing this, Nangong Tianin was still a bit worried, and could not help but seriously instructed, "After you go to the heavenly realm, you must listen to your father's words. The heavenly realm is different from our Xiantian continent, so you can't run around anymore. Do you know that?" "Mother, don't worry. I will keep an eye on little Trace and never let him mess around." Little Xier raised her hand and clenched her pink fist, her face full of serious assurance. Little Wushu sniffed, and immediately his little face darkened. He was tempted to say, "Every time I run amok, it's not my idea," but thinking that his sister would surely settle the score, he held back and took the blame in silence. Nangong Tianin looked at little Xier's trusting appearance. The more she looked at it, the less reliable she became. In short, ever since Yun Tian Dust appeared, the two little ones seemed to have completely unleashed their natural instincts. Hey especially is getting more and more playful. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust smiled and comforted. Tian, don't worry, they will only be safer in the heavenly realm. And the heavenly realm today is all under the control of the War God Temple. Although there was a potential threat in the form of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, he was also more confident in his own strength after going head-to-head with a Divine Palace Realm powerhouse. Against the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, he was still very confident. After everything stabilized, he would personally head to the Immortal Domain to resolve this trouble with the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty. There was also that Zhu Getai and the Wang family, which had long been on Yun Tian Dust's death list. Looking at Yun Tian Dust's confident look, Nangong Tiani nodded heavily, her tone soft. Big brother Yun, take care of yourself all the way. We'll wait for you. Yun Tianchen smiled and nodded, his gaze softly looking at Nangong Tianin as he slowly spat out 2 words. Wait for me. 2 simple words. But they made Nangong Tianin unconsciously feel at ease. She nodded her head slightly. Her face flushed a little. Bye-bye mom. The 2 little ones waved their little hands at Nangong Tianin and slowly walked towards Yun Tianwan. And at the thought of the heavenly realm, a small flash of excitement flashed through the eyes of both of them. Yun Tian Dust did not say anything more, and immediately sacrificed his flowing cloud shuttle and flew up with the 2 little ones. After casting a gentle look at Nangong Tianin, Yun Tianwan maneuvered the shuttle and disappeared in the blink of an eye into the sky above the Cloud Alliance, embarking on his journey to the heavenly realm. It was only until the flowing cloud shuttle that Yun Tian Dust had harnessed completely disappeared from sight that Nangong Tianin embarked on her journey home with a complex mood of reluctance, nervousness and anticipation. The home she was going back to was, naturally, the Nangong family. Within a short time, Yun Tian Dust brought the 2 little ones to Qingfeng Valley and prepared to take the teleportation array here. When the time was ripe, he would then rearrange a cross-border passage to the Cloud Alliance. As for the Qingfeng Valley, Yun Tianduan did not want to move it. Along the way, Little Sheer and Little Wushu were excited. They pestered Yun Tian Dust and asked from time to time about the various legends of the heavenly realm, the innocence and curiosity of which filled Yun Tian Dust's heart with warmth as well. Inside the Qingfeng Valley, as Yun Tian Dust's fingertips moved, a white light suddenly lit up on a stone platform on a side not far from the bamboo house. A spatial portal emerged from the sky above the stone platform, and a mysterious and vast spatial aura emanated from within, as if it was a bridge connecting 2 worlds. Yun Tian Dust carefully probed out his Xian force and escorted the 2 children to stand on the teleportation array altar. After investing 1.2 billion extreme source crystals in a single brain, the teleportation array was activated. With a flash of light, a white light wrapped around the 3 of them and instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a fading spatial crack. The vast and boundless heavenly realm. The Yuan Qi is dense, peaceful and contains endless power and mystery. The War God Temple, which was already the overlord of the heavenly realm, was as solemn and sacred as it could be, revealing majesty and dominance everywhere. In the deepest part of the War God Temple, when the teleportation formation altar lit up, the few disciples who were secretly guarding the formation altar were immediately alerted. Only a white light flashed, and 3 more figures appeared on the formation altar. Yun Tian Dust held Little Sheer in one hand and pulled Little Wu Sheng in the other as he walked out from the formation altar. A light smile on his face, respectfully welcomed the return of your highness. A few of the formation guard disciples saw that it was Yun Tian Dust, and they all showed up and saluted respectfully. Their eyes were filled with both awe for this legendary hall master, as well as curiosity and surprise for the 2 little ones. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, signaling the crowd to be excused. Daddy, is this the heavenly realm? Little Sheer stared around curiously with wide, oozy eyes, filled with a sense of freshness at everything around her. Little Wuhan, on the other hand, had a serious face as he carefully perceived the majestic and endless Yuan Qi around him, excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly, his gaze full of love, gently touching Little Sheer's and Little Wuhan's head melons, and said in a warm voice, "That's right, this is the heavenly realm, where our battle god's palace is located, and also our home in the future." Seeing their beloved legend being so gentle, several of the formation guarding disciples could not help but freeze, and it was only after hearing the conversation between Yun Tian Dust and the 2 little ones that several of them snapped out of their shock, and busily bowed to Little Sheer and Little Wutian in a respectful manner. Greetings to the 2 little masters. Little Sheer curiously surveyed these uncles and uncles, her little head filled with questions. Several uncles, are you all from the War God Temple? What do you do in your spare time? Is the heavenly realm fun? Hearing Little Sheer address them, several people felt a sudden sense of fear and cold sweat, and hurriedly explained, "Little princess, please don't shout like that, we can't afford to be addressed like that." Yun Tian Dust smiled helplessly, signaling several people to retreat first, and turned to look at the 2 little ones with a serious face. "Sheer, Little Trace, are you ready? Father will help you guys unseal this time." After the two little guys brooded for a moment, they looked at Yun Tian Dust with serious faces and said with a nod of their heads, "Daddy, I'm ready. I'm ready too." Yes. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, then his hands moved in unison. A soft but powerful force surged out from his palm, gently brushing over the petite bodies of little Sheer and little Wuhan. The seals imposed on them were easily lifted, but also at that moment, a dazzling light emanated from the two, a sign that the energy that had been latent in their bodies for a long time had exploded in an instant. Boom! With a soft sound, the bottlenecks of the two little ones' realms shattered with a bang, and they both logically stepped into the celestial realm. But this was far from stopping. The aura on their bodies was still skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Celestial Realm 1, 2. In just a dozen or so breaths, the two little ones' realms had both reached the 9th level of the celestial realm before the signs of breakthrough gradually stopped. Such a breakthrough speed really shook the several disciples guarding the formation from afar, and several of them were all jaw-dropped and filled with disbelief. Even if one was just starting out in the entering Xian realm, there was no such breakthrough, was there? Not to mention it was still such two little bitty ones. Chapter 59, Preparing for the Wedding. Mingling. Right at this moment, it seemed that he had sensed Yun Tian Dust's aura, or was attracted by the movement of the two little ones breaking through. Several powerful figures had already broken through the air, and it was none other than Lu Shiyang, Dong Fengyu, Xikong Xian, He Hu, Xiao Jiao, and Long Zhantian and the rest of the senior staff. "Greetings, Your Highness." When the crowd landed, they immediately saluted Yun Tianduan. When their gazes landed on little Sheer and little Wuhan, they all couldn't help but freeze. These two children, whether it was the charisma between their brows or that innate aura, all bore a striking resemblance to Yun Tian Dust. Ha ha, what a tiger father. The black tiger was greatly grinning and was the first one who couldn't help but open his mouth, walking towards the two little ones with a smile on his face. Come, let Uncle Tiger take a look. Our war god palace's little baby." However, before He Hu finished speaking, Xikong Xian had already dodged and appeared behind him, kicking him out while chiding. "You ram, a tiger's father does not have a dog's son is also something you can say? Believe it or not, Boss Yun will skin you?" In an unguarded situation, He Hu was kicked in the dog's ass by Xikong Xian's kick, and he was about to break out into curses, but he was choked on the spot by Xikong Xian's words. He realized then that he had said the wrong thing. Black Tiger didn't dare to get up for the first time. He secretly turned his head to look at Yun Tian Duan, and sure enough, he saw that Yun Tian Duan was gazing at himself with a dark face. Black Tiger instantly shrunk his neck and quickly stood up, looking at Yun Tian Dust with a smile on his face as he stammered, "That, Yun, Boss Yun, Black Tiger, definitely didn't mean that. Mistake of mouth. Humph." Before Yun Tian Dust could speak, Xikong Xian snorted out coldly. He looked at Black Tiger with a bad smile on his face and snickered. "Just tell me, should you take this kick, or not?" "You." When the Black Tiger saw Xikong Xian's dejected appearance, he was infuriated and gnashed his teeth, but he still nodded his head heavily and said, "It was me who deserved it. I shouldn't have mouthed off." "Hey, that's right." As Xikong Xian spoke, he turned around expansively to look at little Sheer and little Wuhan, revealing a warm smile. "Two little nephews, my name is Xikong Xian, and I'm your father's bestest and finest brother. In the future, in the heavenly realm, with Uncle Xikong covering you, you will be able to walk completely sideways." The crowd looked at Xikong Xian, all of them showing contempt, but little Sheer spoke up, asking with a serious face, "Uncle Xikong, how do we walk horizontally? Teach us." "Ha!" When Xikong Xian heard this, the expression on his face was instantly awkward. When he said walking sideways, he wasn't walking? When the crowd saw Xikong Xian's embarrassing behavior, they all burst into laughter. Yun Tian Dust glared at Xikong Xian and Black Tiger, turned to little Sheer and little Wu Shang, and softly said, "Sheer, little Shang, quickly meet a few uncles. They are all father's brothers, and all your elders. When you see your elders you must salute. Understand?" Little Sheer and little Wuhan sniffed and immediately bowed deeply to the crowd in a well-behaved manner, sweetly shouting, "Hello, uncles." That clear and pleasant sound made everyone present feel a sense of relief. Under that warm sunlight of the war god's palace, little Sheer and little Wuhan were like two bright new stars, quickly attracting everyone's attention and affection. Their arrival not only added a bit of liveliness and warmth to the solemn battle god's palace, but also made every member of the battle god's palace feel unprecedented joy and anticipation. "Big brother, where's sister-in-law? Why didn't she come?" Lu Shiyang spoke out to break the laughter at the scene, his voice carrying a few moments of curiosity and concern. When Yun Tian Dust heard this, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and he immediately briefly explained the situation of the two little ones. When the crowd heard that the two little ones had reached the peak of their cultivation in the lower realm at less than 3 years old, they were all stupefied. However, when they saw little Shear's and little Wuhan's 9th level of Xian realm cultivation, they couldn't help but suck in their cool breaths, and became curious about the physique of the two little ones. Just after talking about Nangong Tianin, Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look at Mo Feng, who was silently listening at the side, and a few more points of solemnity were added to his tone. Mo Feng, make some arrangements. In a month's time, I'm going to go down to the realm in person and go to the Nangong family to propose marriage. I'm going to organize a grand wedding for her at the War God Palace. Mo Feng respectfully led the order. Yes, Hall Master, my subordinate will go prepare. When the crowd heard this, they all wore joyful faces and congratulated Yun Tianduan. This sudden happy news caused the air of the War God Palace to be filled with a festive flavor. The crowd left one after another, while Yun Tian Dust brought little Shear and little Wu Shang, and leisurely toured around the War God Palace. Inside the War God Hall, the pavilions were staggered, each revealing splendor and solemnity. Little Shear and little Wuhan stared wide-eyed, curiously surveying everything around them and letting out exclamations of surprise from time to time. Yun Tianduan, on the other hand, patiently explained the origins and stories of each attraction to them, giving them a deeper understanding and knowledge of the War God Temple. Instead, Mo Feng summoned all the people who were not on duty for the time being to gather in the council hall and started discussing the preparations for the wedding. Everyone was actively involved, offering their suggestions and ideas to make this wedding the best it could be, with no regrets. The meeting proceeded enthusiastically and orderly, and time passed unnoticed. Only when everything was properly arranged did the people disperse and get busy. In just a day's time, the entire heavenly realm had spread the news of the impending marriage of Battle God Palace Lord Yun Tian Dust. This news quickly spread to every corner of the heavenly realm like the wind sweeping away the leaves, causing a huge sensation. Any power or individual who thought they could get a wedding invitation began to prepare congratulatory gifts. As time passed, little Shear and little Wuhan gradually became familiar with every corner of the Battle God Temple. The two little ones traveled from palace to palace from time to time, mingling with everyone. Battle God Palace up and down, but also on the two little guy favor. Not only often accompany them to play, but also from time to gift all kinds of precious gadgets and self-defense treasures to them. Even that normally cold and unsmiling king of killers, Dugu Jian, revealed his long-lost smile in front of little Shear and little Wuhan. He would occasionally personally instruct the two children on their doubts in cultivation, allowing their strength to increase again without them realizing it. Even the Night Frenzy Cloud and Thousand Moons, who were far away in other heavenly realms on business, had rushed back as fast as they could after learning of the news of the two young lords, to meet the two young lords of their War God Palace. Of course, there will be no shortage of all sorts of rarities. In just over 20 days, once the treasures on the two little guys were poured out, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were piled up. What made even Yun Tian Dust feel surprised was that neither of the two little guys had cultivated much, yet their cultivation had broken through the Earth Xian realm. Chapter 60, Bridal Party. Shocking the continent. A few days passed, and the entire Battle God Palace was immersed in a festive atmosphere, with red silks hanging high and lanterns shining brightly, as if even the air was filled with the scent of sweetness and happiness. Yun Tian Dust was dressed in an elaborately sewn large red wedding dress, the lapel of which was embroidered with intricate golden cloud patterns, every stitch and every line containing the heartfelt efforts and blessings of the heavenly artisans. In front of the transmission formation altar, with Yun Tian Dust's order, Lu Shiyang, Lu Ning Yue, Dong Fong Yu, Si Kong Xian, Bei Li Yen, Dugu Jian, Hei Hu, Long Zhantian, Night Frenzy Cloud, Sol Wuyin, Xiao Jiu, and Muli were among the top echelons of the hierarchy, all dressed in uniform battle robes, with the aura of a rainbow. Chu Ting also led the 800 elite war god guards right behind him, and they teleported in batches, stepping into the cross-border teleportation array with great vigor. The current war god temple was so wealthy and generous that Yun Tian Dust didn't even blink an eye at the teleportation fee of consuming tens of billions of extreme source crystals. It was a good thing that no one else was as perverted as Yun Tian Dust, who needed to consume a billion extreme source crystals alone. Xian Tian Continent. Inside the Qingfeng Valley, as the teleportation arrays emitted light one after another, the Battle God Palace's welcoming team of more than 800 people teleported out one after another. Into the eyes of the crowd were several chic bamboo houses, riding in the deep canyon, surrounded by lush green bamboos. Early morning sunlight through the sparse bamboo leaves, sprinkled with dappled light and shadow. The air is filled with fresh natural fragrance, refreshing and invigorating. Occasionally there are a few crisp and pleasant birdsong, adding a bit of tranquility and harmony, as if this is a paradise away from the hustle and bustle of the world. The crowd was stunned when they saw the surroundings of this place. Night Mad Cloud looked around and inquired out with a surprised face, Boss Cloud. This is the place where you have been living for more than 10 years? That's right. After that great battle 15 years ago, I woke up here. Yun Tian Dust slowly nodded his head, looking at everything in front of him in deep thought. In the back of Yun Tian Dust's mind there had always been a question. He was fighting someone in the Death Canyon, and why did he end up here? In the process, he was surprisingly not even half impressed. Upon receiving Yun Tian Dust's reply, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. All of them scared and wondered that there could be such a place in the lower realm. The crowd had even thought of the cozy scene of Yun Tian Dust's family of 4 living here, and all of them showed envy. Yun Tian Dust glanced at everyone's reactions and was speechless in his heart. It wasn't until the last batch of war god guards teleported over that this luxurious to the extreme welcoming procession began to depart. Yun Tian Dust wore the gorgeous shuttle reflecting the stars in the sky. Under the 8 slightly smaller but equally imposing shuttle rows on both sides of the back position, like 9 dragons across the sky, vast and majestic departure from the Qingfeng Valley, pointing directly to the land of the Nangong family. Above the shuttle, the red silk is fluttering, and every detail reveals honor and extraordinary. Yun Tian Dust stood at the forefront. A big red wedding dress glittered under the sunlight. His eyebrows were both majestic and gentle, and his eyes were full of longing and determination for the future. Little Sheer and Little Wuan stood on either side, dressed in special children's clothes embroidered with delicate cloud patterns. Their little faces were beaming with excitement and pride, as if they couldn't wait to be the brightest children at this wedding. The news that a great figure from the heavenly realm was going to marry the heavenly tone empress had already spread throughout the continent. But when people saw these 9 behemoths with their own eyes, they were all shocked beyond words and their mouths went dry with excitement. Just as the shuttle gradually approached Songnan City, where the Nangong family was located, Yun Tianwan and the others were the first to be shocked. In their line of sight, Songnan City, which covered an area of hundreds of miles, was overcrowded at the moment. Even the hundreds of miles outside of Songnan City were crowded with people, and some had even set up their tents long ago just so they could see the great figures of the heavenly realm with their own eyes. Witness this unprecedented cross-border marriage. There are even countless people who have set up stalls on the spot to do business. The number of people inside and outside the city would not add up to less than 1 billion. Even the always steady Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch when he saw this kind of scene. TSK, is this half of the continent coming? Si Kongxian marveled out, his eyes flashing with intense curiosity as he gazed into the depths of Songnan City. What kind of woman is it, to be able to subdue someone like Boss Yun? Not only Si Kongxian, but everyone in the War God Palace was eager to see the elegance of that future master mother. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed out in shock, pointing at the 9 flying shuttles that flew like geese in front of them. The speed of the shuttle was so fast that before the crowd could react, the shuttle, which was just the size of a palm, passed over their heads in the blink of an eye, like 9 flooded beasts spanning the sky and the earth. Everyone looked up at the behemoth above their heads and murmured, their eyes filled with marvel and envy. Deep in Songnan City, the Nangong family has already been decorated with lights and red carpets, and every brick and tile reveals the importance and anticipation of this marriage. It was only when Yun Tian Dust and the other shuttles crossed the city wall and arrived above the Nangong family that the 9 shuttles slowly came to a stop. The spectacular sight that covered the sky and sun made countless people below gasp for breath. Nangong Ding and the other senior members of the Nangong family, and the strongest members of the Sunset Cloud Immortal Palace led by Mu Yuanshan and Mu Hongxia, all gathered here. The ancestors and patriarchs of the 3 holy sects of Greenwood, Water and Moon, and Thick Earth were all there, waiting solemnly. It was no exaggeration to say that 99% of the great powers in the Xiantian continent were shaken by this cross-border marriage. The air of the entire Songnan city was filled with an ineffable solemnity and sanctity, as if even heaven and earth were blessing the pair. Lu Xiang stood on top of the flying shuttle, exercising his power. The rolling flood of sound instantly spread throughout Songnan city, and even the entire Xiantian continent. Today's good day, the heavenly realm's battle god temple lord, Yun Tian Dust, personally led the 2 great protectors, the 4 great battle kings, and the 6 great blazing angels in person, to propose to the Nangong family to marry the main mother, Nangong Tianin. May this good fortune shine as brightly as the sun and the moon, forever shining in heaven and earth. When these words came out, everyone inside and outside the city was shocked. Even those powerful people who were usually well informed couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air at this moment. Even the aura that was faintly emanating from the group of soldiers seemed to be able to collapse mountains and rivers, crumbling the Qiankuan. It was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of the power that was the war god's palace. The crowd was still in shock when Dongfang Yu stood out and announced the list of gifts prepared by the war god palace. That litany of treasures, medicinal herbs, heavenly materials, and the number of lower-grade source crystals left the crowd dumbfounded. And the senior members of the Nangong family were even more horrified, their mouths drying up. These could all be heavenly realm items. Even if some edges were to flow out, it would be enough to make the entire Xiantian continent shake. And at this moment, the gift given by the war god palace was to make the entire Nangong family raise their clan to soar? The crowd was all dumbfounded, and the various forces, such as the patriarchs and ancestors, all had their own little thoughts. Must have a good relationship with the Nangong family. From the Nangong family casually outflow some edges, can change their fate. Chapter 61 Vows and Promises. Returning to the war god's palace, as Dongfang Yu's words fell, the entire Nangong family and even Sungnan city fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of the wind intertwined with the faintly audible cheers in the distance, as if even nature was applauding this unprecedented event. However, at this time, a melodious and mysterious musical sound slowly resounded from the depths of the Nangong family, like heavenly music that pierced through the clouds and went straight to the heart. The crowd followed the sound and looked. Nangong Tianin, dressed in phoenix Xiaopi, stepped out from her boudoir surrounded by 4 maids dressed in colorful clothes and holding immortal musical instruments. Her posture was exquisite. Her steps were light. Each step seemed to be stepping on the clouds, and a faint spiritual light surrounded her body, just like a goddess from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. The clothing that Nangong Tianin was wearing was not something mundane. It was embroidered with fine and intricate gold silk phoenix patterns. Each stitch flickered with a shimmering light, as if it contained the power of the stars. The hidden skin was a warm jade color that made people not dare to look directly at it, and they couldn't help but want to look at it a few more times. Her hair was pulled up in a high bun and embellished with a phoenix crown inlaid with pearls and precious stones, adding a bit more nobility and holiness. Seeing this, the corner of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked up into a gentle smile as he gently leapt, his feet stepping into the void as if he were walking on the wind as he slowly walked towards Nangong Tianin. That stance had the majesty of a heavenly war god without losing the tenderness for his lover. When the two in midair hand in hand the moment, as if the most perfect combination of heaven and earth, people look up only feel dry mouth. The heart is full of envy and blessing for this beautiful love. Tianin, I didn't go back on my word. Yun Tianchen's voice was gentle and firm, his deep eyes showing his deep feelings. Nangong Tianin raised her head to look at Yun Tianwen, happiness shining in her eyes. Big brother Yun, I will always wait for you. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything lost its color, except for this pair, who became the most dazzling existence in the world. Finally seeing Nangong Tianin's true face, the eyes of Si Kongxian and the rest of the Battle God Palace crowd went straight. Even Lu Ningyue and Mu Li's eyes flashed with a flash of amazement. Is this the sister-in-law? Yes, it's beautiful. TSK, 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 no wonder you can subdue Boss Cloud. Long Bao Tian and a few others were all in awe, but I heard Black Tiger muttering in a small voice, why do I feel that the flower is stuck in cow dung? Although Black Tiger's voice was low, it was heard by Si Kongxian and the others. They all gave a thumbs up to this stupid tiger, daring to talk about the hall master like that. It must be that the tiger's skin is itching again. With Yun Tian Dust's strength, he had heard Black Tiger's mutterings. On another occasion, he really had to loosen the tiger's skin a bit for this guy. Otherwise this guy's problem of having a broken mouth would never change. The two of them landed hand in hand, and Yun Tianduan signaled Little Xier and Little Wuhan to come down. And the two little ones leapt down from the flying shuttle and excitedly flew to their parents' side. Today's Little Xier, wearing a little pink cloud pattern dress, is as innocent as a flower in spring. For his part, Little Wushu was dressed in a light green power suit, looking heroic. The two little ones followed closely on either side of their parents with happy smiles on their faces, as if they were feeling immensely proud to be witnessing this moment. Under the attention of all the people, the family of 4 took a step towards the Nangong Ding. As Nangong Tianin's father, Nangong Ding saw that his daughter was able to find her own happiness. His face was full of relief and he blessed her from the bottom of his heart. When the 4 of them arrived in front of Nangong Ding, Nangong Tianin and the two little ones knelt and bowed together to Nangong Ding, expressing their respect and gratitude to the family elders. On the other hand, Yun Tian Dust bowed deeply to Nangong Ding, his tone sincere and firm. Uncle, please rest assured that you will leave Tianin to me. I, Yun Tian Dust, hereby swear that in this life, I will protect her and not let her suffer a single grievance. If I violate this oath, I am willing to be punished by heaven. Nangong Ding's eyes were slightly red, and after reaching out to help Nangong Tianin up, he gestured with a loving face for the two grandsons to hurry up. Stepping forward to gently assist Yun Tian Dust, Nangong Ding's voice choked but full of trust. Yun Xian nephew, please get up. I feel relieved to leave Tianin to you. Saying that, Nangong Ding slowly pulled up Nangong Tianin and handed her hand over to Yun Tianwen's, his tone low and soft. I only hope that you can work hand in hand and be happy forever. As Nangong Ding's words fell, Thunderous cheers rang out around them, and countless people sent their sincerest wishes for the couple. As Nangong Ding's words fell, the entire Nangong family and even Sunnan city boiled over, with cheers and applause intertwined as if they were going to shake this heaven and earth. However, this is just a prelude to the wedding of the two. After completing her official visit and commitment to Nangong Ding, Nangong Tianyin began to bid farewell to her relatives and prepared to travel to the war god's palace for the wedding. Father, grandmother, you must take care of your health. I will come back to see you. Nangong Tianyin choked a little, her eyes brimming with tears. Uncle, father-in-law, if you are willing, I can help the Nangong family relocate their clan to the heavenly realm and guarantee that no one will harm you. Yun Tian Dust had a solemn face, his tone confident and firm. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly in an uproar. All sorts of envious and jealous complex eyes looked at Nangong Ding, which really confirmed the saying, when one man gets a government, a chicken and a dog gets a government. Nangong Tianyin was deeply touched inwardly when she heard Yun Tianwan change his words in public and make such a promise, but she knew deep down that raising her clan to ascend was impossible, and her father would surely not agree. As expected, Nangong Ding refused. The entire room resounded with awe and regret, and there were those who believed that Nangong Ding had made the right choice. Yun Tian Dust did not say much, and after the family of four bid farewell to the Nangong family's crowd, they turned around and stepped onto the flying shuttle. Nangong Ding watched his only daughter ride away on the shuttle. Unconsciously there were tears flashing in his eyes, full of reluctance. Looking at Nangong Tianyin's slightly reddened eyes, Yun Tianchun held her hand tighter. On the way back, Yun Tianwan transmitted a message to Chu Chang, asking him to send 2 calm war god guards to stay on the Xian-Tian continent and secretly guard the Nangong family. If the Nangong family made good use of those bride price gifts, it would only be a matter of time before they raised their family to soar. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. With the Nangong family receiving such amazing resources, it was inevitable that someone would be desperate, and those who could run for the war god guard needed to be at the heavenly monarch realm at the very least. With 2 heavenly monarchs secretly protecting them, the Nangong family would be safe. In the heavenly realm, the war god temple was a sea of people. For this wedding, the war god palace had been carefully preparing for a month, striving to maximize every detail. The slightly more established forces or loose cultivators in the heavenly realm had all received wedding invitations from the battle god palace, and nowadays, the battle god palace is shared by the 10 regions of the 9 heavens. All parties were too busy to flatter, and those forces that didn't receive the wedding invitations would still be looking for connections everywhere, just to be able to admire the elegance of the god of war, Yun Tian Dust. From afar, Yun Tian Dust's big wedding caused the entire heavenly realm to be shaken, and countless powerful people came in droves, all wanting to witness this unprecedented and magnificent wedding with their own eyes. Deep within the war god palace, Yun Tian Dust's family of 4 was the first to step out of the teleportation array, with Lu Xiang and the others following closely behind. Nangong Tianyin had just stepped out of the teleportation channel when she noticed an unprecedented pressure, and she realized that with this half-step celestial realm cultivation, she seemed to not even be able to move through the air. Seeing Nangong Tianyin's astonishment, Yun Tianduan smiled and explained, "This is a normal phenomenon. The rules of gravity and space in the heavenly realm are much more powerful than the Xian heaven continent. You need to convert all of the spiritual energy in your body into Xian force before slowly adapting." It was then that Nangong Tianyin realized that she nodded her head gently, a bit uncomfortable at first. Chapter 62 Grand Appearance. Sudden change of events. Hearing Yun Tian Dust's soft explanation, the doubts in Nangong Tianyin's heart gradually dissipated as she took a deep breath and tried to calm her nervous mind. As Yun Tian Dust's hands moved in unison, as if it was the gentlest of tugs, a level of crystalline cloud ladder even slowly emerged under Nangong Tianyin's feet. Each level of the ladder, emitting a soft blue light, was like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding their way forward. This cloud ladder was not only exceptionally stable, but also seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth, and with each step, it was as if one could feel a warm power nourishing the body and mind. While Nangong Tianyin was surprised, she was more moved and reassured. She held Yun Tian Dust's hand tightly, and the two of them walked side by side, each step looking so solemn and sacred. The air around them seemed to have become unusually tranquil as a result, and the only thing that remained was the cloud ladder under their feet, which was continuously extending in a direction that led straight to the War God Temple Square. Such a scene, as if by nature's most exquisite handiwork, paved the way for this pair of bête noirs to a well-trodden path to happiness. Wherever the cloud ladder passes, the light flows and the clouds rise. When the two little ones, Little Sheer and Little Wuhan, saw this, their eyes instantly straightened. Don't even say it, it's usually hard to tell. This boss Yun is quite romantic at critical moments. Kongshan looked at Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianin who were treading on the cloud ladder and went away, his face stunned. Muli looked at Yun Tian Dust dumbfounded, his tone full of surprise. Our hall master has changed. All right, later people are arriving. Dongfang Yu reminded one sentence, and his group took Little Sheer and Little Wuhan towards the square, leaving Kongshan to tsk in place, on top of the cloud ladder. Nangong Tianin felt the warmth of Yun Tianchen's hand, as well as the warmth coming from her feet, and a gush of warmth welled up in her heart. She looked sideways at Yun Tian Dust, only to see that his eyes were filled with gentleness and determination, as if all the beauty in this world had coalesced in this moment. As the cloud ladder slowly rose, the grandeur of the war god's palace gradually unfolded in Nangong Tianin's eyes. The entire battle god palace was centered on the square, covering an area of dozens of miles in a circle, with thousands of palaces of different sizes standing majestically, sticking straight up into the sky. Occasionally, one could also see powerful birds of prey paddling by, a peaceful scene that was refreshing to the mind. Until the end of the ladder, Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianin stood side by side in the sky above the battle goddess hall square. At this moment, the entire battle god domain seemed to tremble as countless gazes focused on it, witnessing this unprecedented scene. Above the square of the war god temple, it has long been beautifully decorated, hung with red silk, and various colors of spiritual flowers and exotic grasses competed with each other, the aroma of which was overwhelming. The towering hall is even more solemn under the sunlight, and the golden glazed tiles are glittering with dazzling light, as if they can reflect everything in the world. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of gazes in the entire arena converged on Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianin, who were the protagonists of the day and the brightest stars in the heavens and earth. As Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianin's pace stopped, all the major power elders and patriarchs bowed respectfully, their faces filled with awe. The disciples of the entire battle god temple half-kneeled and worshipped, and nearly 100,000 people chanted in unison, "Greetings to the palace master, and greetings to the mother of the Lord." The frenzied shouts shook the sky and the waves of sound were like a tidal wave, and everyone showed a frenzied look with undisguised pride in their eyes. Nangong Tianin looked at the scene in front of her. Her heart shook to the point of no return. Yun Tianduan's energy in the heavenly realm was feared to be far beyond her imagination. Just as the atmosphere of the scene reached its peak, the wind and clouds over the entire battle god's palace changed abruptly, and space seemed to be gently kneaded by an invisible hand. In that twisting ripples, a bright and dazzling spatial portal slowly emerged, and dozens of powerful figures stepped out from that portal. The old man at the head had a white beard and hair, dressed in a white Taoist robe, giving off a feeling of immortality. This person was none other than the state master of the Luyun immortal dynasty, Yu Hongzhenjin. By his side followed the great general of the Luyun immortal dynasty, Gu Xuanjin. Qin Tian saw Zhuge Tai among the arrivals. He stood in the crowd with a grim smile on the corner of his mouth and a calculating gleam in his eyes. Seeing Yun Tianduan looking at himself, Zhuge Tai slowly walked out and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Grand Hall Master Yun, you're actually still alive? It's really surprising." Before Yun Tian Dust could speak, Night Frenzy Cloud was already furious. The long blade in his hand transformed into a golden lightning bolt, pointing directly at Zhuge Tai, and the powerful pressure of a four-jacked heavenly emperor instantly enveloped the entire arena, as if even the air was frozen for it. "Zhuge Tai, how dare you shameless villain show up!" Night Frenzy Cloud's violent shouts spread throughout the entire arena. His eyes were ice cold, and his stern killing chants locked Zhuge Tai firmly in place. At the same time, Lu Shiyang, Dongfang Yu, and the other senior members of the Battle God Palace were also staring angrily at each other, with murderous intent in their eyes that was undisguised, and the atmosphere at the scene was tense to the extreme. TSK, even you have broken through to the fourth heavenly emperor? It's really surprising. Zhuge Tai didn't move on the surface, but he was still very shocked on the inside. Yet he still put on an unimpressed look and said, "It seems that the Battle God Palace has indeed grown quite a bit in these 10 years or so. However, I'm afraid that you guys will be disappointed today, since today is the grand wedding of the Hall Master. Let me, the Vice Hall Master, introduce a few honorable guests to you first," Zhuge Tai said, introducing himself. "This is the State Master of the Luyun Immortal Dynasty, Yu Hongzhenjin, Divine Palace Realm 3. Zhuge Tai didn't finish his words when Night Frenzied Cloud's figure abruptly stormed up. "Dog thief, I'll chop you with a knife to clean up the door for my War God Palace." Night Frenzied Cloud made a direct move. A strand of wildly explosive saber chi cut through the sky and chopped horizontally at Zhuge Tai. No good. Zhuge Tai was shocked. He didn't think that Night Frenzy Cloud would actually dare to make a move. It all happened too suddenly as Zhuge Tai was sent flying by Night Frenzy Cloud's sudden slash. Luckily, he was caught by one of the Wang clan elders behind him, which avoided the embarrassment of making a fool of himself in public. Nonetheless, blood spilled from the corners of Zhuge Tai's mouth. and his face was pale, clearly suffering from a considerable shock. At this moment, Jugatai's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. His hallowed 5-jacked Heavenly Emperor was actually chopped away by the 4-jacked Heavenly Emperor's Night Frenzy Cloud. It was simply a strange shame. Such a scene also made everyone present dumbfounded, and then a burst of whispers erupted. No one would have thought that Night Frenzy Cloud would dare to make a move in front of the Immortal Domain's strongest players. Old 7. Stand down. Seeing that Night Frenzy Cloud was still going to make a move, Lu Xiang opened his mouth, his tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. With a flash of his figure, he had already arrived beside Night Frenzy Cloud and gently patted Night Frenzy Cloud's shoulder, signaling him to retreat first. Seeing that the slash did not succeed, Night Frenzy Cloud was upset, and he also realized that he was a bit reckless. Today was the big wedding of the Palace Lord. He shouldn't have made a big deal out of it. Night Frenzy Cloud slowly nodded his head and dodged back. Chapter 63, strongly wiping out, tragically turning into a human stick. Lu Xiang stood in the air, his clothes fluttering, his long hair moving with the wind, showing all the dust. His gaze was like a torch, scanning the crowd of Immortal Domain powerhouses, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, today is the day of my War God Temple's great joy, and it should have been a time of rejoicing, but you and the others came here uninvited. So please forgive me for my War God Temple's inconvenient hospitality. Although my Battle God Palace doesn't cause trouble, I'm not afraid of it either. If you all have come to congratulate us, I, the War God Palace, will treat you with courtesy, but if you are looking for trouble, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place." The moment these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire Battle God Temple Square suddenly became tense, as if the air had frozen, and even breathing became heavy. Noticing Lu Xiang's cultivation, the third elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty suddenly changed his face slightly, while his heart was even more shocked. A month ago, Lu Xiang was still only a 5th Immortal Emperor, but now he had actually broken through to the 7th Immortal Emperor realm. This speed is simply appalling. Strongly suppressing the shock in his heart, the third elder of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty pointed to the Lu Xiang siblings successively, and arched his hand at realist Yu Hong and Guxuanjun. "Lord Master of the State, Great General, this person is that son's sacred body, and the person he was a month ago was only a 5th Immortal Emperor. That woman, it's the Tai-In sacred body." When realist Yu Hong and Guxuanjun heard this, their deep and dark gazes swept over the siblings Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue, and a flash of color flashed through their eyes. Yu Hongjinjin was the first to open his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Junior, the War God Palace will be destroyed today, but this seat cherishes talent. If you two are willing to return to my Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, this seat can guarantee that you won't die." Although his tone was light, it contained an unquestionable majesty. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The guests in the plaza below were terrified, and many wanted to escape now, but were afraid of offending the War God Palace. If he didn't leave now, he would definitely be caught in the crossfire once the Great War broke out. Seeing this, Jugatai hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot, pointing at Yun Tianduan and fawning over real Yu Hang. "Lord State Master, this person is Yun Tianduan. In just a few short decades, he has grown from a waste to this. There must be a great secret in his body. If we can capture him and obtain the secret in his body, it will surely bring endless benefits to the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty." Upon hearing this, a group of Immortal Realm powerhouses, including realist Yu Hang, sized up Yun Tian Dust, wanting to see him through completely, but in the end, they were disappointed. No one could see through Yun Tianduan's reality, and with the cultivation level of a 12-jack Heavenly Emperor, even if they saw it, they should not believe it. Guxuanjun stared at Yun Tianduan dead on, his gaze like a torch. It was as if there were flames pulsating in those eyes. Killing intent revealed. "Kid, my Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty's Grand Elder, whose life and death are still unknown, should still be in your hands, right? Hand it over now, or I may be able to leave you with a whole body." When Nangong Tianyin saw the scene, her heart was tense to the extreme. The aura emanating from these people was vaguely more powerful than everyone present, almost subconsciously. Nangong Tianyin's hands gripped tighter. Noticing Nangong Tianyin's nervousness, Yun Tianxin gently patted the back of his hand, casting her a reassuring look and softly comforted. "Don't worry, no one can cause trouble at our wedding." Yun Tian Dust was just about to make a move when a yellow-robed youth beside Yu Hangjinjin spoke. "State Master, there is no need to keep this Battle God Palace, but that woman, keep it for this prince." The yellow-robed youth looked up and down at Nangong Tianyin, his eyes full of greed, and he couldn't help but marvel out. What a surprise! This abandoned land, there will also be this kind of posture of the woman, and that Tai-In holy body. This prince today to come here, really harvest full, die. Halfway through the yellow-robed youth's words, the word death spread throughout the entire room. Not good. The Yu Hong realist was the first to react. but it was already too late. The crowd only heard a puffing sound as a bloody hole went straight to the back of the head where the prince of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's eyebrow was located, which was shocking to the eyes. And the movements of his hands and the expression on his face remained intact. Only the breath of life was gone. The Crown Prince, Jade Balance Realist and a group of other strong members of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty were shocked and rushed to assist the Lu Yun Crown Prince's body that was about to fall. They then realized that it was already a corpse. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Yun Tian Dust, their expressions horrified and appalled. Yun, big brother. Nangong Tianyin turned her head to look at Yun Tianwan, her face full of disbelief. At this moment, the crowd of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, all of them looked fearful. Where was the previous high and mighty appearance? The crown prince had been murdered in front of them, and they were afraid that when they returned, they would be unable to escape death. Even realist Yu Hang, who didn't put anyone in his eyes, couldn't help but look heavy at this moment, because even he didn't notice how Yun Tian Dust had struck. However, as the state master of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, it was impossible for him to degrade himself. His gaze was like electricity as he gazed at Yun Tianwan, but it was hard to hide the anger in his heart. Ignorant child, do you know what a heinous crime you have committed? Realist Yu Hang's voice was low and majestic, as if it came from above the 9 heavens, carrying an irresistible power. Joke. Yun Tian Dust's face was full of disdain and his tone was chilling. This punk touched my scales. Letting him die so painfully is considered cheap. When Gu Xuanjin heard this, he was even more enraged, and instantly burst out in rage. Little, you dare to kill my Lu Yun immortal dynasty prince. This general will thwart your bones and ashes, and everything related to you will be chickens and dogs not left behind. Gu Xuanjin roared in rage, his figure like electricity, instantly dodging out, his immortal power surging around him as if he was going to tear apart the entire Battle God Hall square. This general wants to let you know that provoking my Lu Yun. Noisy. Before Gu Xuanjin finished speaking, Yun Tianduan had already struck. It was only seen that he slapped a palm through the air as if he was just brushing away a piece of dust, but this palm contained a supreme power that shook the heavens and moved the earth. A powerful aura cut through space and went straight for Gu Xuanjin. Big Dipper immortal chi. Gu Xuanjin snorted out coldly and immediately condensed his entire body's immortal chi, forming a shield of astral energy in front of his body. However, a shocking scene emerged. That great general of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, who was at the second step of the divine palace, was so unbeatable in front of the chi that Yun Tianzuan had struck. The shield that Gu Xuanjin had condensed was instantly shattered, and his entire body was slapped by the powerful chi, instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist that dyed half of the sky red. And before he could even utter a miserable scream, he was already annihilated into nothingness. At this moment, the entire room was dead silent. Everyone was shocked to the point where their eyes were glaring out, and all of them had an expression of seeing a living ghost. How can you be so strong? Realist Yu Han was the first to come back to his senses from the shock, reaching out and pointing at Yun Tianwan, unable to speak properly. Without a word of nonsense, Yun Tian Dust's figure disappeared abruptly. In the next instant, Yun Tian Dust had already appeared in front of Realist Yu Hong and slapped him out with a mouthful of teeth. Before Realist Yu Hong could stabilize his stance, Yun Tian Dust reappeared. Ah! The only thing the crowd heard was a heart-rending scream as one of Realist Yu Hang's arms was ripped off by Yun Tian Dust. It's you! Who wants to destroy my War God Palace? Yun Tian Dust said, once again ripping off its other arm. No, not. Yun Tian Dust did not give Realist Yu Hong the chance to speak, and chopped off both of his legs with a hand slash. My Yun Tian Dust's wedding is something you can ruin? Looking at the human stick like Yu Hang Jinran, Yun Tian Duan's ice-cold words spread throughout the entire arena. Yun Tian Dust clutched Realist Yu Hang's neck with one hand, turned to look at the group of Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty and Wang Clan martial artists, and asked in a cold voice, Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, is it very strong? Chapter 64, It's useless to beg for forgiveness. The young master of the Wang Clan who was scared to death. The entire War God Temple was dead silent, gazing at Yun Tian Dust's ice-cold eyes. The Immortal Domain crowd felt as if they were in the middle of 10,000 years of cold ice, and even the air froze. The miserable appearance of the Yu Hong real people was like a mirror that reflected the fear and despair of the unknown deep within their hearts. At this moment, Jugatai's face was as white as paper, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented panic and disbelief. A Yu Hong realist of the Divine Palace realm with 3 steps was a supreme existence when placed in the Wuji immortal region, enough to start a party of immortal sects, and it was such an existence that was not even able to fight back in the hands of Yun Tian Dust. Jugatai trembled as he looked towards Yun Tian Dust, the chill that surged from the bottom of his heart almost devouring his entire being. He wanted to run away, but he didn't have the courage. Jugatai couldn't help but look at the people around him and realized that on everyone's face, a look of fear appeared. including the Wang family head who was at the second step of the divine palace. At this moment, Yun Tianduan was like a life-suppressing evil spirit in their eyes, and could take their lives at any time, strongly suppressing the fear in his heart. The head of the Wang family tremblingly stepped forward and respectfully arched his hand at Yun Tian Dust. Yun Palace Lord. My name is Wang Jin, the head of the Wang family in the Eastern Sky Immortal Domain. I came here because I was compelled by a traitor. Please be generous to Lord Yun Palace. My Wang family is willing to compensate. I only seek to be able to turn the war with the War God Palace into jade. Wang Jin's humble voice echoed over the silent Battle God Temple Square with a hint of regret and indignation that was hard to hide. Only then did he turn his head to look at Zhu Gatai. Wang Jin was furious. With a fierce push, he pushed Zhu Gatai, who had long been bloodless with fear beside him, towards Yun Tian Dust. Hall Master Yun. All of this is a plot by the dog thief Zhu Gatai. It's him who compelled us, saying that the Battle God Palace hides a supreme treasure, and that if we capture it, we will be able to take our family's power to the next level. My Wang family shouldn't have listened to the slanderous words. I still hope that Hall Master Yun will be clear about this. Please be magnanimous and give my Wang family a chance to atone for their sins. Wang Jin's voice trembled, both fear and begging in his eyes. He deeply knew that the Yun Tianduan at this moment was no longer in existence that they could easily provoke. Yun Tian Dust, however, remained expressionless. Zhu Gatai was pushed so hard that his entire body flew in a sorry state to a short distance in front of Yun Tian Dust, almost falling without standing still. He looked at the Yu Hong realist in Yun Tian Dust's hands, his face filled with horror. Gathering up the courage to look at Yun Tian Dust, Zhu Gatai did not have his previous bossy appearance. At this moment, Zhu Gatai's eyes were nothing but despair. He never thought that all the years of his careful planning would end up like this. Zhu Gatai could not even dream of imagining that Yun Tianduan would be powerful to such an extent. After hearing that the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty was still alive or dead due to his crusade against the War God Hall, Zhu Gatai expected that Yun Tianduan was not dead. When he thought of Yun Tian Dust's terrifying talent, Zhu Gatai was on pins and needles, knowing that he must have been exposed, which made him impatient to get rid of Yun Tian Dust as a threat. Only then did he approach the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, prompting it to join forces with the Wang clan and reopen the teleportation array at great cost. With such a powerful lineup coming across the border, Zhu Gatai believed that Yun Tianduan would surely die, but he didn't expect such an outcome. Looking at Zhu Gatai's disoriented appearance, the corner of Yun Tian Dust's mouth hooked into a disdainful arc. His gaze was as sharp as a cold blade, piercing straight into Zhu Gatai's soul, and he spat out an expressionless sentence. Zhu Gatai, you and I will settle our accounts later. Without paying any attention to Zhu Gatai, Yun Tian Dust's hand exerted force violently, and Yu Hongzhenran's body exploded in his hand, transforming into a blood mist that dispersed with the wind, and his mournful screams also came to an abrupt end. Your Temple Master. Seeing this, Zhu Gatai was trembling and wanted to say something, but Yun Tian Dust did not give him a chance to open his mouth. An invisible force surged out from Yun Tian Dust's palm, detaining Zhu Gatai like a puppet on strings and ruthlessly dropping him on the verdant floor of the War God's Hall with a dull sound. Zhu Gatai curled up into a ball in pain, his previous arrogance gone, replaced by endless fear and despair. Yun Tian Dust's gaze turned to the Immortal Domain crowd and finally landed on the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Xiao. He fiercely grabbed through the air, and that Wang Xiao was lifted up as if by an invisible hand, hanging in mid-air, his face as pale as paper, his eyes rounded, and fear magnified in his heart. Do you still remember what you did in the Death Mountain range 15 years ago? Yun Tian Dust's voice was low and cold. Every word was like a heavy hammer that struck Wang Xiao's heart. When Wang Xiao heard this, his face became even more fearful and his body couldn't stop trembling. He had thought that Yun Tian Dust didn't know about what happened back then because he had done it all in secret. Terrified, Wang Xiao kept shaking his head. No, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was all Zhu Gatai. He tricked me into dealing with you. He shook his head desperately, attempting to deny that past. However, at this time, Wang Xiao suddenly felt a stern killing machine that shot straight to his heart, and was instantly stunned, unable to speak. In the next instant, a foul stench came from the young master of the Wang family, who was a sixth immortal emperor, but he was directly scared to pee. Still really a waste. Die. Yun Tian Dust despised the voice and flicked out a stream of qi from his fingertips, then completely annihilated that Wang Xiao in the void. Shower. Wang Jin cried out miserably, instantly burning with rage, his cultivation of the second step of the divine palace unconsciously erupting out, sweeping tens of millions of miles in a radius. How dare you! How dare you! Wang Jin's gaze was crimson and he was trembling, but he couldn't speak well because he was too angry. In response, Yun Tian Dust always remained ancient. He faintly swept a glance at Wang Jin and the others, and the pressure contained in those eyes caused all the people of the immortal domain, who thought highly of themselves, to feel a wave of suffocation. Since you're here, all of you should stay. Yun Tiandust's words were concise and cold, not to be questioned. After he said that, he discarded his finger into a sword and flicked it at the location where Wang Jin and the others were. In a split second, a rain of swords emerged from the void, carrying a heaven-destroying might and attacking the immortal domain crowd indiscriminately. Everyone was shocked, and Wang Jin, who was at the second step of the divine palace realm, had no time to grieve as he hurriedly joined forces with the crowd to put up a shield in an attempt to ward off the raining swords. However, the rain of swords was like an impenetrable astral wind, easily penetrating their defenses and tearing the shields to pieces. After the rain of swords, the original team of more than 30 people was now left with only 4 people still alive, but they were not far from death. Millions of gazes from across the room were gathered in one place, and it was clearly the Battle Soul Hall where the Battle God Temple stored its spirit seats. One could only see that the second elder and third elder of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, as well as the 4 people, Wang Jin and the Grand Elder of the Wine clan, were all lying in front of the Battle Soul Hall. Their bodies were plugged with transparent sword chi, and they were already dying. Gollum! Gollum! The entire Battle God Temple square was dead silent. Everyone's jaws dropped. The sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell, and fear was hidden in their awe-inspiring gazes. Yun Tianduan's power was beyond everyone's knowledge. Only the disciples of the War God Hall looked at Yun Tiandust with a gaze full of fervor and adoration. The vast majority of the disciples of the War God Hall had seen the Hall Master for the first time, but it had made it unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Chapter 65, Total Annihilation. Zhuge Tai's Death. The severely injured Wang Jin braced himself and raised his head, staring viciously at Yun Tiandust, his gaze scarlet as blood, clenching his back teeth as he growled. Yun Tiandust, you will definitely not die well. My sister is the imperial concubine of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty, and she will surely damage you to 1,000,000 pieces. You and everyone related to you will suffer the endless wrath of the 9 Yao Yao immortal dynasty. The second elder of the Flowing Clouds immortal dynasty was horrified when he heard this and spoke out threateningly. Yun Tiandust, you are certainly strong, but the 9 Flare immortal dynasty is the overlord of the supreme immortal region, with a supreme powerhouse who has stepped out of the 6th step in attendance. To tell you the truth, the old imperial lord of my Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty stepped out of the 5th step not long ago. If you dare to touch us, you will surely incur a monstrous disaster for you, and even the entire heavenly realm. With that said, a few people seemed to come back to their senses. They stared at Yun Tianduan dead on, wanting to see fear in Yun Tianduan's eyes. However, Yun Tiandust only let out a cold smile that was filled with disdain and mockery. A bunch of fools! How dare you make threats even at this point in time? The moment you and the others stepped into the War God domain, your fate was already sealed. Before the words even left his mouth, Yun Tianduan had already made his move, only to see him join his 2 fingers together and make a downward stroke. Countless sword chi descended from the sky and pierced towards Wang Jin several people. If you won't let us live, we won't let you live. Wang Jin shouted out, his whole body breath quickly drumming. Actually want to self-detonate on the spot. The remaining 3 people at the same time ruthless, coincidentally ready to self-detonate. No good. They're trying to blow themselves up. I don't know who voiced out in horror. Everyone was shocked and their faces were pale and bloodless. A powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor realm blowing himself up. The entire Battle God domain was going to be destroyed by a large portion. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. And despair filled everyone's faces. Seeing such a strong person about to self-destruct, Nangong Tianin's brain instantly went blank. But when she was just about to make a move on Wang Jin and the others, the raging aura gradually calmed down, only to see that behind Yun Tiandust, a river emanating radiant divine light appeared out of thin air. It was not solid water, but rather, it was made up of thousands of Tao rhythms intertwining and converging to form a terrifying heavenly river spanning across the sky. That heavenly river seemed to have existed since the beginning of chaos, emanating a power that crushed everything on it, and it was precisely Yun Tiandust's chaotic body vision, chaotic heavenly river. The moment the chaotic heavenly river appeared, Wang Jin's few people only felt that the power within their bodies that was about to go out of control, as if it was being strangled by an invisible hand by the throat, and in an instant, it was forcefully suppressed. They were stunned, all of them showing expressions of living ghosts, their eyes almost glaring out of their sockets. The means that Yun Tiandust had displayed had completely overturned their perception of power, and it had also allowed everyone present to see Yun Tiandust's unimaginable abilities. What is this? Wang Jin asked with a trembling voice, his voice filled with disbelief. Those who are about to die, why do you need to know so much? If there is a next life, don't come to mess with the War God Palace. Yun Tiandust spoke indifferently, but it was like a call of death. As Yun Tian Dust's words fell, countless razor-sharp sword chi had already poured down from the 9 heavens above. Wherever the sword light passed through, space was distorted and time seemed to freeze. Several people did not even have the time to utter a scream before they were crushed into flying ash by the sword rain, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. The entire front of the battle spirit hall was left with a huge pit more than 10 meters deep. The 4 storage rings that emitted a faint glow were silently suspended in midair and were casually put away by Yun Tian Dust. In Yun Tian Dust's eyes, this group of people were money-giving children. During the previous action, apart from that Wang Xiao, the storage rings of the remaining dozens of people had been purposely kept by Yun Tian Dust, and it was believed that it would allow the war god's palace to squander some money. After taking out a portion of the heavenly treasures that were useful to him, Yun Tian Dust directly threw them to Mo Feng, believing that he would be able to handle them properly. This scene really shook everyone in the room. The crowd stared at Yun Tian Dust with wide eyes. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. That was a supreme powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor realm, and he couldn't even explode himself in front of Yun Tian Dust. Yun Tianduan's strength had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. Is he still human? Someone murmured, his voice filled with awe and fear. After doing all this, Yun Tian Dust's gaze once again fell on Zhuge. At this moment, Zhuge was curled up with despair and pleading in his eyes. Zhuge, the grudge between you and I, it's time to make an end to it. Yun Tian Dust stepped into the air towards Zhuge. Each step seemed to step on the hearts of the crowd, sending chills down the spine. Your temple master. Without giving Zhuge a chance to speak, Yun Tian Dust directly stretched out his right hand, and a strong and overwhelming force probed out from the center of his palm, transforming into an invisible giant hand that forcibly stripped Zhuge Yuanshan out. Zhuge Yuanshan struggled painfully in the air, but it was powerless to escape the invisible giant hand. Miserable screams emanated from Zhuge Yuanshan, and then the sound became smaller and smaller, eventually turning into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated into the air. Yun Tian Dust had forcefully read Zhuge memories while completely ending his life by extracting his soul and refining his spirit. The shameless villain has ended up in such a miserable way. After this battle, the various forces in the heavenly realm had once again witnessed Yun Tianduan's terrifying strength and thunderous methods. The entire battle god temple square was solemn, and everyone's gazes toward Yun Tianzuan were filled with awe and fear. For their part, the disciples of the war god hall were all excited. Their gazes toward Yun Tian Dust were filled with fervor and admiration. Lu Xiang and Si Kongxian and the other senior members of the battle god palace also looked at Yun Tianduan dumbfounded, one's eyes straightening. At the same time, they had a new perception of the strength of Yun Tian Dust's 12-jack heavenly emperor. Among the crowd, the most excited ones were Little Sheer and Little Wushu. The 2 little ones were so excited they jumped up and down and kept cheering. At this moment, Nangong Tianin, who was still standing dumbfounded on top of the cloud ladder, saw Yun Tianshan stepping into the air towards herself with a gentle face. Looking at Yun Tianduan, Nangong Tianin's heart was filled with endless warmth. The man who was so powerful that he was at the top of his game gave all his tenderness to her and to their child. He kills his enemies and is never soft. He is on the side of the people but push the heart. All kinds of care to subordinates are also easy to approach. This kind of flawless man will let her meet. At that moment, Yun Tian Dust gently landed on top of the cloud ladder, his gaze gently brushing over Nangong Tianyin's face as if he could dispel all the gloom in the world. He said softly, Tianyin, I made you worry. Simple words, but they contained deep apologies and pain. Nangong Tianyin shook her head, her eyes slightly red, and softly said, Big brother Yin, you quickly don't say that. I know that everything you do is for us, for the war god palace. Gazing softly at Yun Tianduan, Nangong Tianyin's words were filled with determination and trust. She knew that no matter how stormy the outside world was, as long as Yun Tian Dust was there, they would have nothing to fear. Chapter 66, Not worshipping heaven and earth, only honoring each other. On top of the cloud ladder above the plaza, as the warm conversation between Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianin fell, the atmosphere of the entire battle god palace quietly shifted, and the original solemnity and tension was replaced by a warm and solemn aura. The sun shone through the clouds, shedding a golden glow that draped the delayed wedding in a veil of sanctity. Mo Feng's figure rose up in the air, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, The auspicious time has arrived. The wedding will continue. Please invite the new couple to perform the rite of worship. His voice was loud and full of majesty, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Yun Tian Dust gently took Nangong Tianin's hand, and the 2 of them landed side by side on top of the high platform, surrounded by the disciples of the battle god palace and guests from all sides, their gazes full of blessings, with a hint of reverence. On top of the high platform, Yun Tian Dust looked at Nangong Tianin with a soft gaze, his tone low and firm. Yun Tian Dust, have been fatherless and motherless since I was young, drifting between heaven and earth. As we get married today, we will not worship heaven or earth, but only honor each other." When the crowd in the arena heard Yun Tianduan's words that struck straight to the heart, they all exclaimed in shock, as if they were touched by an invisible force that caused ripples to rise in the depths of their minds. Those women who had never experienced love, even more so, cast their envious and jealous gazes at Nangong Tianyin, secretly praying in their hearts that they, too, would one day meet such an outstanding partner. Nangong Tianyin felt the gazes of the people around her, a happy smile on her face as she gently raised her head, her gaze meeting with Yun Tianduan, and at that moment, it was as if the entire world stood still for it. "I, Nangong Tianyin, am willing to share your sweetness and pain with you in this life. Today's oath, heaven and earth as proof, will never be lost." Her voice was clear and firm. Each word was like a carefully carved pearl that fell into the hearts of the crowd. These words, simple yet straight from the hearts of the crowd, moved everyone present as if they had witnessed the most beautiful vow in the world. As Nangong Tianyin's words fell, the entire room once again erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, the atmosphere reaching an unprecedented climax. In the crowd, Xian Yu, dressed in a pink quicksand skirt, stretched her slender waist and couldn't help but sigh. "I have to say, our hall master is the real flawless man." When the black tiger heard Qian Yue's muttering, his eyes immediately glared with a stunned face. "Qian Yue, you won't secretly like the hall master, right? What do you know?" Qian Yu blankly glanced at Black Tiger and said with a sour look, "What woman would not like a supreme man like our hall master?" "What you mean is," Black Tiger looked like he thought of something, turned his head to look at Muli on the other side, and uttered in shock, "Muli's sister. You, the not also have a crush on Boss Yun, right?" Muli froze at his words, and then said with a serious face, "Don't talk nonsense. In my heart, the palace master is like a real brother. It was him who gathered us homeless brothers and sisters together and gave us a home, a warm home." Muli's words caused everyone around him to be moved, because they, too, were all thinking the same way. In their hearts, they had long since stopped treating Yun Tianduan as a hall master. It was their benefactor, the most respected big brother. That was why they were that angry after hearing what Zhu Gatai had done to Yun Tianduan. The ceremony of worship between the two was simple and the process was impressive without much red tape. With Yun Tiandust's affectionate kiss, the whole ceremony came to an end. In a flash, the cheers on the scene reached a climax, with colorful ribbons flying and flower petals raining down, and the entire battle temple square was enveloped by a sense of joy and peace. Above the banquet, there was a lot of drinking and laughter. Guests from all sides toasted Yun Tiandust and Nangong Tianyin, expressing their sincerest wishes. Yun Tiandust returned each and every one of them, always wearing a warm smile on his face, which was seriously inconsistent with his previous image of killing people in all directions. After Nangong Tianyin briefly expressed herself, she was sent back to the new room by several women from Luning Yue. As night falls, stars dot the firmament. The lights of the war god's temple mingled with the moonlight, decorating the land and the sky like a picturesque painting. Yun Tiandust and a group of brothers pushed and exchanged cups and wine. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it came to an end, and the guests left with mixed feelings. After this battle, the dominant position of the war god palace was completely established. As the last vestiges of the feast dissipated into the night, the temple of the war god gradually returned to tranquility. Yun Tiandust also stepped into that new room that had been prepared a long time ago with trepidation. Yun Tiandust gently pushed open the doorway of the new room, and a soft warmth hit his face, contrasting sharply with the cool night outside. Nangong Tianyin sat on the edge of the bed, her red makeup embellished, like a fairy coming out of a painting, and in those autumn watery eyes, there was both shyness and anticipation. Under that flickering candlelight, Nangong Tianyin's skin was even fairer like jade, her red lips slightly opened as if she was ready to pour out 1,000 words at any time. Yun Tiandust slowly walked towards Nangong Tianyin, each step looking extraordinarily nervous and apprehensive. As Nangong Tianyin watched Yun Tianduan walk towards her, her breathing unconsciously became rapid, but her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yun Tiandust slowly came to the front of the bed, gathered the courage to gently hold Nangong Tianyin's hand. The two gazes met at this moment, as if the whole world had stood still for it. "Tianyin, from today onwards, we are a true family." Yun Tiandust's tone was gentle, with a hint of imperceptible tension. Nangong Tianyin smiled faintly. That smile was like the warmest sunshine in spring, instantly melting all the hard ice in Yun Tianduan's heart. "Big brother Yun, it's so good to meet you." Her words were soft, yet filled with determination and happiness. As the door to the room gently closed, all the clamor of the outside world was cut off, leaving only the two of them, in this square inch, enjoying the tranquility and sweetness that belonged to them. Candlelight flickering, reflecting the figure of a pair of people. Time seems to be frozen in this moment, only wishing this moment eternal. However, the tranquility did not last long. Just as the two were immersed in each other's world, a burst of playful laughter suddenly came from outside the window, followed by the familiar voices of Sikong Xian and Black Tiger. Ha ha ha, Boss Yun, on the night of the wedding, we brothers can't let you be too lonely. Sikong Xian's voice carried a few hints of teasing. Black Tiger was even more direct, shouting, yes, Boss Yun, let the brothers dip into the joy, the two of them said, and actually walked towards the gate. Long Bao Tian followed beside the two with a speechless face. He was dragged here by these two goods, saying that there was something good, but he came to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Isn't that looking for abuse? Asterisk 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 off. Just as Black Tiger was about to reach out and push the door, Yun Tianduan's voice was low and powerful, carrying an unquestionable majesty that instantly penetrated the clamor outside the window. Before the words fell, an invisible forceful aura violently erupted, sweeping out like a raging wind and rain, sending Sikong Xian, He Hu, and Long Zhaotian unceremoniously flying millions of miles away, leaving behind only a string of shocked and embarrassed echoes reverberating in the night sky. The three of them were shaken by the sudden force, and when they barely managed to stabilize themselves, they were already far away from the battle god's palace and were in the middle of a desolate mountain range. Black Tiger rubbed his face, which was painfully scratched by the wind, and laughed bitterly. This Boss Yun is too unkind. We just want to dip our hands in the joy. Sikong Xian also had a helpless face, but a breathless glint in his eyes. Yes, this is too petty. Chapter 67. One thing leads to another, and trouble comes out of the mouth. Long Badian glared at the two Sikong Xian with anger in his eyes. You two assholes, it's just a matter of looking for a fight on your own. You still want to drag me along? Cut. Sikong Xian glanced at Long Badian with a disdainful face and responded lightly. If you didn't have a firm enough stance, would the two of us have been able to drag you? That's right. What kind of person are you, Long Badian? Don't we know? Black Tiger added from the side with an expression of I understand you. The two of you. Long Badian almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood, the aura of a fifth heavenly emperor instantly bursting out as he bellowed out word by word. Battle! Dragon! Fist! As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Badian smashed out two consecutive fist seals, respectively blasting towards Sikong Xian and Black Tiger. Good fellow! How dare you strike at us at the same time? Sikong Xian and Black Tiger glanced at each other and simultaneously laughed out. Beat him up! At the same time, Lu Xiang and a group of other senior members of the Battle God Palace detected strong fluctuations of a great battle coming from a mountain range not far from the Battle God Palace, but it quickly subsided. Yun Tiandust naturally sensed it as well, and he smiled as he looked towards Nangong Tianyin with a helpless expression. These guys, they're really getting more and more unruly. At this moment, Nangong Tianyin had a shallow smile on her face. Before that, she was worried that the people of the War God's Palace were not easy to get along with, and that there would be people who would look down on her for being from the lower realms, and thus she was apprehensive. It wasn't until she met the top brass of the Battle God Temple congregation that she realized that she had been overly concerned, and that they were all a lovely group of people. Without the slightest bit of procrastination, Yun Tiandust's hands moved in unison, and an elaborate and subtle formation had already taken shape, wrapping up the entire new house. This formation was able to isolate all prying and interference from the outside world, lest those few guys come back to start a ruckus. Nangong Tianyin was still sitting on the edge of the bed. Her red makeup had not faded, making her more delicate and attractive. Seeing Yun Tiandust walking again, Nangong Tianyin's stunningly beautiful cheeks could not help but fly up with two red clouds. Shyly lowering her head, her clasped jade hands unconsciously clenched tighter together. Although she and Yun Tiandust had been a couple, it was completely accidental and both of them were unconscious of the situation. And although they are now a real couple, both of them are a little nervous. In this slightly tense atmosphere, Yun Tiandust slowly came to sit in front of the bed. He carefully pulled up Nangong Tianyin's soft jade hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. No need to say more. Each other's heart is already in words. The next few days were filled with warmth and sweetness in the new room, as if time had stood still for it, leaving only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats against each other, echoing within these square inches. Half a month's time, like fine sand through the fingers, quietly passed in a corner of the War God's temple. The new room, which was shrouded in complicated formations, seemed to have become the most mysterious place in the entire Battle God Palace, drawing the attention of many disciples. Even Sikong Xian and He Hu and the others gathered outside the room from time to time, looking at the motionless formation boundary, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration as they stared in wonder. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boss Yun is really powerful. Not coming out for half a month. This determination. We can't catch up even if we beat our horses. Black Tiger shook his head and looked envious. Sikong Xian, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you think it's as simple as fixation? Boss Yun is in closed-door cultivation, sharing the path of dual cultivation with his sister-in-law, and his cultivation will surely rise greatly. Uncle Sikong, what is dual cultivation? As soon as Sikong Xian's words fell, little Shir's voice rang out, only to see her pulling little Wuhan over from the back, her eyes filled with curiosity. Well, Sikong Xian's face stiffened as he stammered. It means that the two of them are practicing together. Well, that's what it means. Why do you need two people to cultivate together? Little Shir once again pursued the question. Because it will break through the realm faster. Sikong Xian's face was embarrassed. Doubly so. The disciples of the War God Palace all secretly laughed as they watched Sikong Xian's embarrassed face. It even occurred to them that it was really one thing or another. One of the four great war kings, Overlord Sikong Xian, in front of the two little lords, that would have to be obeyed. In this manner, a month passed quickly, and when the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and spilled into the War God's palace, the formation boundary of the new room suddenly rippled in a circle, then slowly dissipated. Noticing that the formation was lifted, Lu Shiyang, Dong Fengyu, Mo Feng, and a host of other senior members of the Battle God Palace came to pay their respects. Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianin walked out side by side, their appearance instantly attracting everyone's attention. Greetings to Hall Master, Master Mother. Lu Shiyang and the others stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Yun Tian Dust waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite. However, at this time, little Shir and little Wuhan came from the distance through the air, like two joyful birds, and pounced into the arms of Yun Tianwan and Nangong Tianin respectively. Little Shir's tender voice was filled with curiosity and joy. Father and mother, what are you doing? Why have you been avoiding us for so long? When Nangong Tianin heard this, her face immediately blushed as she gently stroked little Shir's hair and softly explained, your father and I are just cultivating, wanting to make ourselves stronger and better protect you all. Oh, I know. Little Shir had an expression of I understand, revealing sweet pear swirls as she answered. Uncle Sikong said that Daddy and Mommy are in dual cultivation. That way they can break through their cultivation faster. When these words came out, Nangong Tianin instantly blushed in shame. The gazes of the people of the War God Hall were all focused on Sikong Xian, all of them stunned. Everyone was deeply speechless. Isn't it a mistake to talk to a child about this? Sikong Xian's face had long since frozen as he gathered his courage to look up at Yun Tianduan, but he just happened to meet a pair of murderous eyes. Sikong Xian immediately shrunk his neck and his body trembled violently, then said with a smile on his face, that, Yun boss, if I say that I didn't mean it, do you believe me? In the face of Sikong Xian's pleasing smile, the corner of Yun Tianduan's mouth curved up into a playful arc, but his eyes flashed with unquestionable determination. Sikong, Sikong, it should have been a long time since you sharpened your physical body, right? When Sikong Xian heard this, his heart thumped violently. He was just about to speak when Yin Tian Dust's unquestionable voice resounded once again. Chaotic Demon Cave. Cultivate for 3 months. No mistakes. As soon as these words were uttered, the air around them seemed to freeze, and Sikong Xian's face instantly turned as white as paper. The 3 words, Chaotic Demon Cave. No one in the God of War Hall knew that no one was unaware of it. It was a polar place specializing in sharpening the will and physical body. The harsh astral winds were constant day and night. And the astral winds could also be varied according to one's cultivation level. The stronger the cultivation level, the more severe the wind will be. Even a powerhouse at the level of the 4 great battle kings would be able to hold out in the chaotic demon cave for a day at most. If Sikong Xian were to cultivate in the chaotic demon cave for 3 months, he would be greatly crippled even if he didn't die. Boss Yun, Sikong Xian wanted to speak, and when he thought of being tortured for 3 months in the chaotic demon cave, a trace of fear could not help but flash in his eyes. Chapter 68, Both Breaking the Boundary. 1 step from the Divine Palace. Yun Tian Dust glared at Sikong Xian. There was both reproach and helplessness in those eyes. Then he gently waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to head to the deliberation hall first. Seeing this, Sikong Xian instantly cried out, but he could only follow resentfully, secretly muttering in his heart, these 3 months of cultivation in the chaotic demon cave. I'm afraid I'll have to shed layers of skin. A group of people followed behind. Night Madness Cloud's gaze inadvertently swept over Nangong Tianin, suddenly let out a light eek, eyes full of incredulity. Tianxian realm? When the crowd heard Night Frenzy Cloud's shocked voice, they also turned their attention to Nangong Tianin, only to see that her aura was introverted and deep, a different person from before. The crowd was shocked, jumping over 3 great realms continuously in a month's time. Was this still a human being? It was then that they remembered Nangong Tianin's physique, and although they had already guessed something, they were even more surprised. Isn't it rumored that after the first time, the effect of the innate sacred tire is not so obvious? As if she could tell what the crowd was thinking, the Nangong Tianin at this moment couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. On Yun Tian Dust's face, a trace of embarrassment also flashed, as if seeing something incredible. Black Tiger sked. I seem to remember. Sister-in-law a month ago, has not yet reached the Xian Yuan realm, right? I drop a mother alas, the way of dual cultivation, is really so horrible? When these words came out, the entire room was speechless for a while, and the crowd cast admiring glances at the Black Tiger. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Black Tiger shut up, but it was too late. Yun Tian Dust had already turned around to glare at him and spat out an expressionless sentence. Chaotic Demon Cave. 3 months, starting tomorrow. When Black Tiger sniffed, he couldn't wait to smack himself with 2 big ear slaps. Just as the Black Tiger was depressed, Si Kongxian smiled and walked up, taking him by the shoulders. His face touched. Stupid tiger, still you are righteous enough? This love. Si Kongxian, remembered. The Black Tiger snorted coldly, not wanting to pay any attention to Si Kongxian. After Black Tiger and Si Kongxian made such a mess, the atmosphere was rather less awkward. Xiao Jiao seemed to have thought of something, staring at Yun Tian Dust with eyes wide open, full of curiosity, inquiring out, Boss Yun, you shouldn't have broken through as well, right? When this statement was made, everyone was curious. Dongfang Yu's eyes burned as he inquired with a solemn expression, Your Highness, how strong are you now? Yun Tian Dust shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Feeling speechless, they took it for granted that Boss Yun was selling out. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Tian Dust was truly unaware of the limits of his battle power. What realm, should we be able to say? Long Bao Tian added from the side, his tone not quite natural, looking at the curious gazes of the crowd. Yun Tian Dust did not hide it as a smile flashed across his face and he responded in a low voice. The current me should be considered a step in the Divine Palace realm. Hiss. Although they had already guessed ahead of time, they still could not help but suck in cool air after receiving Yun Tian Dust's affirmation. The 12-Jack Heavenly Emperor Yun Tian Dust could easily crush a top powerhouse at the third step of the Divine Palace. He would only become even more perverse when he broke through the Divine Palace realm. The people looked at each other and saw the urgency in each other's eyes. As senior members of the War God Palace, they must not be left too far behind by the Palace Master, or else they would only become a drag on Yun Tian Dust. As if Yun Tian Dust had sensed something, he subconsciously looked at Long Baodian, only to realize that both of his eyes had extremely obvious bruises on the edges of their orbits. You can still see the outline of the fist, even though it's all almost back together. Broken Sky. What are you? Yun Tian Dust inquired in consternation. Humph. Long Baodian glared viciously at Si Kongxian and Black Tiger and turned his head to the side, not wanting to say anything more. Yun Tian Dust instantly realized what was going on, and his gaze went to Si Kongxian and Black Tiger, his heart sweating. The crowd secretly laughed, deeply sympathizing with Long Zhontian's ordeal. Looking at the War God Palace, other than Lu Xiang and Yun Tian Dust, anyone who messed with these two unreasonable douchebags, Si Kongxian and He Hu, would only have to consider themselves unlucky. After a moment of speechlessness, the crowd moved to the Hall of Council. Inside the Great Hall of Deliberation, the sunlight poured down, reflecting the golden splendor of the Great Hall, and the air was filled with an atmosphere of solemnity and solemnity. Yun Tian Dust sat high on the throne, while Nangong Tianin and a group of senior officials from the War God Palace sat on the two sides. As for the two little ones, Shir and Xiao Trace, after knowing that everyone was going to deliberate, they went off to play on their own. Above the throne, Yun Tian Dust swept his gaze across the crowd, finally resting on Nangong Tianin, his tone calm. Gentlemen, from now on, Tianin is also a part of our Battle God Palace, advancing and retreating with everyone. Upon hearing this, all of them rose, casting respectful and welcoming gazes at Nangong Tianin, saying in unison, Greetings to the Lord Mother. The voices were loud and echoed within the council hall, showing their recognition and respect for Nangong Tianin. Nangong Tianin smiled faintly. That smile was warm and firm. She gently owed her body and bowed back to the crowd. Thank you all for your love. Tianin is new to this world. I hope that you all will take care of her. After introducing Nangong Tianin, Yun Tianduan began to introduce the people of the War God Palace. Pointing successively to Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue, Yun Tianduan softly said, Tianin, these are the two main protectors of my War God Palace, brother and sister Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue, who have followed me since the beginning of the establishment of the War God Palace. Greetings to the Lord Mother. Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue rose and saluted. Nangong Tianyin got up to return the salute. She felt a little uncomfortable with the crowd's mouthful of Master Mother. And then, Yun Tiandust introduced the 4 great war kings and the 12 incandescent angels one by one. And Nangong Tianyin listened attentively to all of them, trying to memorize the names and faces of each of them in her mind. Finally, Yun Tiandust briefly brought up the heavenly realm pattern again. Nangong Tianyin was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time after realizing that the war god palace had already dominated the heavenly realm. She had thought that the war god's palace was only dominating one side, but she had completely never expected that it would be dominating 10 sides alone. What was even more unbelievable to Nangong Tianyin was that according to Yun Tianwan, the entire heavenly realm was under the absolute control of the war god palace. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the war god's palace had one hand in the sky. It was not until this moment that Nangong Tianyin realized that Yun Tianwan's words of allowing the Nangong family to raise their clan to soar were not grandiose words. With the strength of the war god's palace, it was really just a matter of raising his hand. After everyone had exchanged pleasantries, Qing Xuanzi slowly rose and arched his hand at Yun Tianwan with a grave expression. Paul Master, I followed your method and sealed that teleportation channel that the Luyun immortal dynasty and the Wang clan had joined forces to open up. However, just yesterday, I detected that on the other end of the teleportation array, there was someone who was trying to break the seal. Once these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became heavy, and in everyone's eyes, a hint of worry flashed vaguely. Without Yun Tianwan, with the strength of the rest of the Battle God Palace, they really didn't have the qualifications to call out the immortal domain forces. Chapter 69, deciding to go to the immortal realm and traveling to the heavenly realm. Upon hearing this, a hint of sternness flashed in Yun Tiandust's eyes as he slowly said, there is no need for everyone to worry. I have decided to personally head to the immortal region to completely resolve the 2 hidden dangers of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty and the Wang family. Dongfang Yu interjected from the side, his tone filled with worry. Paul Master, didn't that Wang Jin say that the Nine Yao's immortal dynasty has a top-tier powerhouse at the 6th step of the Divine Palace? Can you beat that? 6th step of the Divine Palace? Yun Tianwan repeated in a low voice, battle intent flowing in his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he confidently said, although I don't know my exact battle power, it should be unlikely for the 6th step of the Divine Palace to want to defeat me. Hearing this reply from Yun Tiandust, the crowd had no doubt. Storming the Divine Palace 3 steps when he was at the 12th Heavenly Emperor. It meant that Yun Tiandust's true battle power must be comparable to the Divine Palace 4 steps, or even higher. It was because it was impossible for an unusual Divine Palace 4th step to leave a Divine Palace 3rd step without the slightest bit of power to fight back. In that case, it seemed that Yun Tianwan, who had broken through the Divine Palace realm, had a similar true battle power even if it wasn't as good as the 6 steps of the Divine Palace. Thinking of this, the crowd's hanging boulders were finally put down. Looking at Yun Tianwan, the color of worry in Nangong Tianyin's eyes did not diminish, although she did not want Yun Tianwan to go and take risks alone. But she also knew that Yun Tianwan could not help himself, because on Yun Tiandust, he was carrying the entire War God Palace, as well as their mother and son. Being able to cultivate to the martial emperor realm in the Xin Tian continent, Nangong Tianyin was well aware of the cruelty of the martial world. Without absolute strength and background, one can only survive in the cracks. Nangong Tianyin only hated that he couldn't help. The only thing he could do now was to take care of Shir and Xiao Trace and not let Yun Tianwan be distracted. After casting a reassuring look to the crowd, Yun Tiandust said with a serious face, I have decided to head to the immortal domain in half a year. You guys, as the underpinnings of the Battle God Palace, your main task is to cultivate. All of you raise your cultivation all as soon as possible. No need to save on cultivation resources. Don't worry, Paul Master, we will definitely cultivate with all our might. Raise our cultivation, and fight for the glory of the War God Temple. Lu Xiang took the lead in stating his position, his voice resounding. Yes, our Battle God Temple never fears challenges, Mo Feng echoed, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. That, Paul Master, Sikong Xian suddenly interjected, drooped his face, and begged, can the time of the chaotic devil cave be shortened a little? 3 months' time, it really can't be topped. Black Tiger also stepped aside, showing a pleading expression. No, Yun Tiandust balked, his tone unquestionable. The two of them looked depressed, and a pang of remorse ran through their hearts. After another account, the council was closed, and then the Battle God Palace, as if driven by an invisible force. The enthusiasm to cultivate was like a wildfire, rapidly spreading to every corner. The original cultivation field, which was still quite quiet, was filled with people from time to time. There were people cultivating quietly, and there were also those who were sparring with each other to make progress, and they opened isolation formations to prevent affecting others. With Yun Tiandust's order, Everyone in the War God Palace was scrambling to raise their cultivation levels. The air was filled with thick fluctuations of Xianli, as if even the Yuan Qi in the heavens and the earth were being pulled by this fever, converging in the Battle Gods Hall. In addition to Mo Feng and Tian Xin, who had to manage all kinds of affairs of the sect, the two major protectors of the War God Temple, the four major war kings and the major blazing angels, were all leading by example, shutting down for the whole day, vowing to push their cultivation to a new peak again in this half year. Their figures loomed within the cultivation room. Each breath seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, and with the aid of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, immortal pills and medicines, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. The entire Battle Gods Hall seemed to have turned into a huge cultivation furnace in which everyone was forging their will and strength. Instead, Yun Tian Dust brought Nangong Tianyin to tour the heavenly realm, and incidentally reinforced the teleportation channel that the Lu Yun immortal dynasty and the Wang family had jointly set up. While cultivation was in full swing within the War God Palace, Yun Tian Dust brought Nangong Tianyin on a journey to travel the heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianyin traveled between the 10 domains of the 9 heavens, taking in the magnificence and magic of the heavenly realm. Nangong Tianyin looked at this vast and boundless heavenly realm in front of her, her heart filled with shock and emotion. She had never imagined that she would be able to stand so high, looking down on this once unreachable heaven and earth, and it all stemmed from the man in front of him, Yun Tian Dust. In Nangong Tianyin's heart, a strong sense of happiness surged. She didn't even dare to imagine what her fate would have been if the first person she had met back then in Qingfeng Valley wasn't Yun Tian Duan. Thinking of this, Nangong Tianyin's gaze towards Yun Tianduan was filled with tenderness and gratitude. She thanked the heavens in the bottom of her heart for letting her meet such a good man. During the two of them's travels, Yun Tian Dust also made a special trip to that newly opened teleportation array altar jointly opened by the Lu Yun immortal dynasty and the Wang clan to reinforce the seal laid down by Qing Xianzi. He was well aware of the importance of this passageway to the Battle God Palace. Once a strong immortal realm person came across the border, and he happened to be absent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he would personally reinforce and remodel the passageway to make it more impenetrable. Originally, the teleportation array altar jointly opened by the Lu Yun immortal dynasty and the Wang family was arranged in a very secretive manner, in the middle of a jilted place in the divine heavenly domain. Without knowing its exact location, it would be impossible for Yun Tian Dust to even find it. However, he already knew everything from Zhu Gatai's memories, which was how he was able to provide the location to Qing Xuanzi to seal it first. In the process of reinforcing the seal, Yun Tian Dust discovered that the array formation attainments of the person who opened up the teleportation channel was slightly inferior to even Qing Xuanzi. If Qing Xuanzi had the strength of the Divine Palace realm, the passageway opened up would definitely be much more perfect than the one opened up by these people. It was because Qing Xuanzi's array Dao and weapon refining inheritance were both obtained by Yun Tian Dust in the mysterious little tower. Of course, it also included Mu Li's alchemy and the cultivation techniques of the brothers of the War God Temple. Yun Tian Dust did not know what level of treasure the mysterious little tower was, but it was definitely ridiculously strong and was by no means a product of the heavenly realm or the immortal realm. This was because by merely opening the first layer, he had almost obtained a hidden scripture pavilion, and a random technique or ancient scripture taken out from it would be far beyond the realm of the heavenly realm. This was the main reason why the War God's palace was able to rise rapidly. Yun Tian Dust had no doubt that the origin of the mysterious little tower was absolutely astonishingly large. Before the two of them traveled, they had wanted to bring along Little Sheer and Little Traceless, but the two little guys insisted on going out alone. Yun Tian Dust was doubly helpless and had to send Xiaojiu to guard them in the dark. However, Yun Tian Dust was still uneasy. He had left his own brand on both little ones, which could manifest on its own at critical times, and it would be impossible for any of the Divine Palace realm powerhouses to injure them. However, Yun Tian Dust stipulated that they could not step out of the territory of the War God domain. The two little guys were like two happy birds, soaring freely in the War God domain, exploring this unknown and magical world. In this way, half a year passed quietly. Yun Tian Dust brought Nangong Tianyin with him as he traveled through the 10 regions of the 9 heavens and saw all the prosperity. After Nangong Tianyin learned about the situation of the once heavenly realm and the rise of the War God Palace, her gaze toward Yun Tianchen was filled with admiration and heartache. The man in front of me has been through so much suffering, especially after hearing what Zhu Gatai had done. Nangong Tianyin was also deeply infuriated. She also finally understood why Yun Tianduan and the people of the War God Temple were so angry when they tried Zhu Gatai that day. After returning to the Battle God Palace, the Battle God Palace was still thriving, and the Battle God Palace's group of executives had come out to send off Yun Tian Dust's trip to the Immortal Region. Chapter 70 Overall Improvement. Examining the results. The half-year period was quite important to the War God's Palace. It was because their legendary Hall Master, Yun Tian Dust, was departing for the Immortal Region. In order to send off Yun Tianduan, those from the war god palace who were in seclusion came out of seclusion. Those who went out returned. And even the two little ones, Sheer and Little Trace, were all brought back by Little Nine. With the return of Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianin, the entire battle god palace was overflowing with an unprecedented vitality. When Yun Tianchen and Nangong Tianin stepped into the council hall, they were greeted by a sea of surprise and pride. Yun Tian Dust's gaze swept over the crowd. Satisfied. Half a year of dedicated cultivation. Everyone in their cultivation have achieved a qualitative leap. The strength of the entire war god's palace has achieved an overall substantial increase. As the grand protector of the war god temple, Lu Xiang's son Saint Body was undoubtedly strong, and now he had already broken through to the 9th heavenly emperor realm. The pressure emanating from its body caused all the people present to feel palpitations. According to Yun Tianduan's perception, the aura emanating from Lu Xiang was not weaker than that divine palace second step's Wangjun. Yun Tianduan slowly looked at the others and realized that the 5 of them, Lu Ningyue, Dongfang Yu, Xikong Xian, Beili Yan and Dugu Jian, had also stepped into the ranks of the 8th tribulation heavenly emperors, and the auras coming from them were all far beyond the immortal domain's so-called 9 immortal emperors, and were enough to be on par with divine palace realm powerhouses. Yun Tianduan was very satisfied with this. From now on, the battle god palace would be equal to having 6 divine palace realm powerhouses in attendance besides him. Not only that, but the 7 of the 12 blazing angels, Long Wu Xie, Long Xie Tian, Hei Hu, Lin Tian Qi, Night Frenzy Cloud, Sol Wu Yen, and Little Nine, had all successfully stepped into the ranks of the 7th heavenly emperors as well, and everyone was a master who could easily fight across levels, especially that guy Little Nine. Once he assumed the body of the 9-winged harvest, he would sweep across the emperor realm, and the divine palace realm might not be able to deal with him. Mo Feng, as the head of the 12 blazing angels, instead failed to devote himself to cultivation because of the management of the affairs of the temple, but he also succeeded in breaking through to the 6th heavenly emperor. Otherwise, with Mo Feng's talent, he would also be at least a 7th heavenly emperor. As for the 2 of them, Tianxin and Shenyue, they had both relied on the accumulation of resources to stabilize their cultivation at the level of a 5-hearted heavenly emperor. The 2 of the 12 blazing angels, Muli and Qing Xuanzi, they conversely didn't focus much on cultivation enhancement. Both of them treasured the inheritance bestowed upon them by Yun Tian Dust. Because of this, the vast majority of Muli's energy was spent on medical arts and alchemy, with occasional dabbling in poisonous arts. Qing Xuanzi spent even more time on refining weapons, formations and runes. However, during these half a year, both Muli and Qing Xuanzi had relied on the piling up of resources to raise their cultivation levels to the ranks of the 3rd heavenly emperor. Chu Ting, as the war god guard commander, had similarly broken through to the 3rd heavenly emperor. Even Little Sheer and Little Wuhan, who were swimming in the mountains, had managed to break through to the Tianxian realm. Although Nangong Tianin didn't cultivate much, after following Yun Tianduan for a long period of time, her cultivation had naturally risen to the peak of the 9th level of the Tianxian realm, and she was only half a step away from the heavenly king realm. And today's war god temple was countless times more powerful than half a year ago. Seeing everyone's improvement, Yun Tian Dust left with peace of mind. Seeing Yun Tian Dust reveal a satisfied expression, Xikong Xian slowly got up and said with an arch, "Paul Master, I feel like I'm terribly strong right now. Can you take me with you and go to the immortal region to serve as your follower for whatever you want?" Xikong Xian's eyes burned with anticipation. When the crowd heard his shameless words, they all covered their hands and held their foreheads. To say that he was frighteningly strong in front of the hall master, it was a loss for him to say so. Yun Tian Dust waved his hand, his tone indisputable. "The situation in the immortal region is unclear. It would be convenient for me to act alone instead, after the situation over there is stabilized. I will come back, and we will discuss it then." "Okay." Xikong Xian was a little disappointed and sat down silently. Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look at Night Frenzy Cloud and seriously inquired, "Frenzy Cloud, what are the results of the 36 battle generals you trained? Enlighten your highness." Night Frenzy Cloud rose and saluted, responding, "The 36 war generals are always ready for your inspection." Seeing Night Frenzy Cloud's look of conviction, Yun Tian Dust was somewhat looking forward to it. Before Night Frenzy Cloud sat down, Beili Yan hurriedly got up, arched his hand and said, "Your Highness, the Heavenly Net organization has also taken initial form, so please review it together." On Beili Yan's face, there was a strong sense of confidence. "Yes." Yun Tian Dust nodded solemnly and could not help but look forward to it even more. And then, after Yun Tian Dust emphasized some basic matters, the council ended. After the council ended, the Yun Tian Dust family of 4 also returned to their own mansion, the Yun Dust residence. The Cloud Dust residence was the Temple Master's mansion, located on the highest cloud-hidden peak of the War God Temple, surrounded by clouds and mist. The building was ancient and atmospheric. Inside the courtyard, there are exotic plants and trees, clear springs and stone paths, and the scenery is quiet and elegant. There are powerful formations around the area, guarding a piece of peace and tranquility. After entering the mansion, the two little ones clamored for dinner, and Yun Tian Dust personally cooked while Nangong Tianin played on the side. With their cultivation, they could have stopped eating and drinking a long time ago, but the children liked it, and naturally, Yun Tianduan wouldn't reject it. After the meal, Yun Tian Dust personally guided the two little ones to cultivate in the courtyard, while Nangong Tianin watched from the sidelines, always with a happy smile on her face. How Nangong Tianin wished that time could stay at this moment forever, but she also knew that there were too many bodies in the world of martial arts, and that the days of contentment were always short-lived. What Yun Tian Dust was carrying on his back was the safety and security of their family and the entire War God Palace. Warm days pass in the blink of an eye. The next morning, soft sunlight sprinkled all corners of the War God Temple. Above the square of the War God Temple, the crowd was booming and the atmosphere was like a tidal wave. Yun Tian Dust stood on the high platform, his posture erect, just like a heavenly god descending, his gaze deep and vast, as if he could see into the hearts of people. In the center of the square, the 36 battle generals and members of the Skynet organization stood solemnly, a total of 108 people, all of them as imposing as rainbows. They looked straight at Yun Tian Dust on the high platform, their eyes flashing with intense admiration and fervor. With Night Frenzy Cloud's command, the 36 battle generals came forward in turn and began to introduce themselves after arching their hands at Yun Tian Dust. The first one to step out was Feng Yuan. He was stout and muscular, exuding a majestic sense of power as he said in a deep voice, "My subordinate Feng Yuan, with a cultivation level of a second-jacked heavenly emperor, originally belonging to the Battle Dragon Legion, I am willing to serve as the palace master, and I am willing to go through fire and water for the Battle God's palace." Without hesitation, the voice was loud and reverberated above the square, stirring up reverberations. Right behind him was a silver-haired young man with a cold face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, holding a long spear with a chilling light as he said briefly and forcefully, "My subordinate, Duan Chong, a second-jacked heavenly emperor, originally belonging to the Bloodline Legion, is willing to swear to follow your highness and guard the Battle God Temple to the death." His words revealed unquestionable loyalty and determination, and he exuded a stern killing aura. And the 34 who followed, all stepped forward one after another. All of them also had their own unique characteristics, and from their words, one could feel their love for the Battle God Palace and their admiration for Yun Tian Dust. Of these 36 people, 4 had reached the second heavenly emperor, and 12 had reached the first heaven and earth. Of the remaining 20 people, the lowest cultivation level was a 7th heavenly exalt. Chapter 71, Edicting the Big Dipper, setting off for the immortal realm. When everyone was introduced, Yun Tian Dust smiled with satisfaction, and that smile contained both recognition of the warriors and expectations for the future. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice clear and powerful, "All of you are the elites of the War God Palace, and the pillars of the future. Today, on behalf of the War God Palace, I, Yun Tian Dust, formally ordain all of you as 36 heavenly deity war generals." The moment these words were uttered, the entire room boiled with excitement, and the eyes of Feng Yuan and the other 36 people all shone with excitement as they knelt down and saluted, shouting, "Thank you, Palace Master, for your great favor." The voices resounded through the clouds, filled with gratitude and adoration for Yun Tian Dust. Yun Tian Dust nodded slowly and continued, "Feng Yuan, as the Heavenly Kuei War General, leading the head of the 36 Heavenly Dipper, Duan Chong, as the Heavenly Dipper War General, assisting him, the rest of the people, in order, are Tianji War General Yan Xia, Tianyi War General Lu Liangchen. You need to work together to seek the prosperity of the War God Temple and guard the peace of this land." Yun Tian Dust named them one by one, and all of them respectfully received their orders. Throughout the entire War God Palace Square, everyone's blood boiled, and their gazes towards Yun Tian Dust were filled with fervor. With Yun Tianduan's edict, the identity of the 36 Big Dipper War Generals was officially established, and the tacit understanding and unity between them reached an unprecedented height at this moment. They knew that what they were shouldering was not only honor, but also responsibility and mission. Afterwards, Yun Tianduan's gaze turned to the group on the other side, which was Bailey Yan's carefully assembled intelligence organization, Skynet. 72 members with varying cultivation levels, but each of them had a gleam of wisdom in their eyes. They were the eyes and ears of the War God Palace and would be the sharpest dark blades in the hands of Yun Tian Dust. Bailey Yan stepped forward and respectfully saluted, then said, "Your Highness, these are the core members of the Skynet organization. Although their cultivation levels vary, They all have their own strengths, they are each good at tasks such as intelligence collection, analysis, transmission, and assassination. After a pause, Bailey DM explained, since the heavenly network travels in the shadows, for ease of management, I have renamed them, from Heavenly 1 to Heavenly 72. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, satisfied with Bailey Yan's arrangement. He was well aware that in this world where the strong were honored, intelligence was often more important than force. And the existence of Skynet was precisely to make up for the shortcomings of the War God's palace in this regard. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd of Skynet members, Yun Tianduan said in a loud voice, the establishment of Skynet will be my War God palace's eyes hidden in the shadows, providing us with strong support to deal with future challenges. I hope that you will continue to work hard and develop Skynet into the sharpest dark blade of the War God palace. Swear to follow your highness to the death and serve the War God temple. The 72 members of Skynet answered in unison, their voices filled with determination and resolve. Yun Tian Dust looked at the 72 people in front of him, and with a flash of light in his heart, he spoke in a resounding tone. Gentlemen, I will no longer emphasize the importance of the Heavenly Net organization to the War God Palace. Since you all happen to be 72, then I will edict you all as the 72 earthly fiends, and I hope that you will quickly grow the Heavenly Net organization to form the true Heavenly Net. Every word of Yun Tianduan's was like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of everyone on the scene, stirring up layers of ripples. The eyes of the 72 core members of Skynet all shone with an unprecedented light. They know that this is not only a recognition of who they are, but also an increased responsibility on their shoulders. From now on, the 72 Geomancers will be the most secretive force of the War God Palace. Yun Tian Dust's voice echoed over the square with unquestionable majesty and anticipation. You will travel through the darkness, using wisdom as your blade and speed as your wings, paving a straight path to glory for my War God Palace. With Tianyi at the head, all the people of Skynet shouted in unison, thank you for your great love, Your Highness, we will live up to our mission. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly as he gazed around the Battle God Palace square, looking at everyone's energetic and combative appearance. Yun Tian Dust's heart could not help but surge with a sense of grandeur. Immediately, Yun Tian Dust plucked up his voice and said with a solemn face, brothers, thank you for your trust in me. Yun Tian Dust, I hereby promise you that I will work together with all of you to create an immortal divine hall that will flourish and be passed down through the ages. So what if it's the immortal realm? Today, my War God Palace can dominate the heavenly realm, and in the near future, we will also be able to sweep the immortal realm. Yun Tian Dust's words were like morning bells and twilight drums, stirring every corner of the War God Palace, and every warrior's heart ignited with a burning fighting spirit and endless hope. They knew that the man in front of them was not only their leader, but also the faith of their hearts. All the disciples of the Battle God Temple present had two glowing eyes and a high fighting spirit. After doing all this, it was time for Yun Tian Dust to depart. Nangong Tianyin stood at the side with little Shir and little Wu Shang, inwardly reluctant in every way, but didn't show it. With a flash, Yun Tian Dust had already appeared in front of their mother in three. A trace of reluctance also flashed in his eyes, but it was more of a determination. The two little ones knew that their daddy was leaving, and went forward to hug Yun Tian Dust tightly, their tender voices tinged with tears. Daddy, you must come back early, we miss you. Yun Tian Dust bent down and swept the two children into his arms, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of their eyes, and smiled. Don't worry, Daddy will be back soon, and will bring you lots of fun and good food then. Upon hearing delicious and fun, little Shir's eyes instantly glowed with anticipation. Daddy, don't lie to me, I want lots of delicious food. Yun Tian Dust stroked her little head and nodded dotingly, and then he looked at little Trace, and seriously instructed, little Trace, when father is not around, you and sister can listen to mother. Don't cause trouble for everyone, understand? Don't worry father, we remember. Both little ones nodded at the same time in solemn assurance. Yun Tian Dust slowly got up and cast Nangong Tianyin a reassuring look before briefly explaining a few more things to Lu Xieyang and the others. With the conclusion of the farewell ceremony, the atmosphere of the War God's temple became both solemn and solemn. Everyone shouted in unison to send off Yun Tianduan. Seeing this scene, Yun Tian Dust took a deep breath and looked firmly into the distance, where it was the direction of the divine heavenly realm. After nodding his head with the crowd, Yun Tian Dust made a flash and disappeared from the crowd sight. After leaving the War God Hall, Yun Tian Dust prepared to head to the divine heavenly realm to take the teleportation array. That teleportation array that the Lu Yun immortal dynasty and the Wang clan had jointly opened was just cheap. As for that teleportation array at the ruins of the Dao Heavenly Palace, it was sealed too dead by him, and that teleportation channel went straight to the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty in the Middle Heavenly immortal domain, which was not the best choice. Not long after, Yun Tian Dust arrived at the soul-breaking cliff. one of the 6 great extinct places in the divine heavens, which was exactly where the teleportation formation altar was located. Dodging to the top of the soul-severing cliff, Yun Tian Dust moved his hands in unison, and a teleportation formation altar emanating countless formation patterns surfaced. Yun Tian Dust followed the steps and invested 5 billion extreme source crystals in one go before successfully activating the cross-border transmission array. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tian Dust stepped in without hesitation. In a flash, a white light swept by and Yun Tian Dust's figure disappeared. When Yun Tian Dust opened his eyes again, he was already in a completely unfamiliar environment. The immortal qi here was so rich that it was dozens of times more pure than the heavenly realm's heaven and earth yuan qi. Apparently, this is the legendary fairy realm. Chapter 72, The King's Family Kills and Gets Abused Instead. Yun Tian Dust stood in this strange and immortal atmosphere surrounded by the immortal domain. Surrounded by a faint divine radiance, out of place with the atmosphere of this heaven and earth, but at the same time, there was a kind of natural and heavenly state of mind. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his divine thoughts surging out like a tidal wave, intent on probing the depths of this unknown territory. However, to Yun Tian Dust's surprise, his divine thoughts could only extend to a distance of 5 million miles, and then could no longer advance an inch. Yun Tian Dust, who had broken through the divine palace realm, could easily probe hundreds of millions of miles in the heavenly realm, which was 20 times more than the immortal realm. Yun Tian Dust also did not expect that the immortal realm rules would be so much stronger than the heavenly realm. After arriving at this place, Yun Tianduan had a strong feeling, there seemed to be some sort of extremely close connection between the immortal realm and the heavenly realm. And why was the heavenly realm called the Forsaken Land by the people of the immortal realm? Could it be that, just as Yun Tian Dust was pondering, he suddenly detected dozens of powerful auras that were approaching this place at great speed. In just a few short breaths of effort, dozens of people surged in like a tidal wave, quickly surrounding Yun Tianduan. On everyone's body, a stern killing aura emanated. The person in the lead had a white beard and hair. His face was vicissitudes, but his cloudy eyes were flashing with a stern aura. And the aura emanating from his body was clearly the third step of the divine palace. This person was none other than Wang Ao, the old ancestor of the Wang clan, who was followed by 5 divine palace realm powerhouses, 2 of whom were at the second step of the divine palace. The dozens of people surrounding Yun Tianduan were all at the immortal emperor realm as well. As Yun Tian Dust swept his gaze across, he also couldn't help but secretly sigh. Worthy of being the overlord of the eastern sky immortal region, the Wang family's heritage was truly extraordinary. Kid, but you teleported through this passage? Wang Ao's voice was as cold as a knife. Each word seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, piercing straight into Yun Tian Dust's mind. His gaze was as sharp as a razor blade as he stared dead on at Yun Tian Dust as if he wanted to see through him. Yun Tian Dust's face did not change as he responded lightly. That's right, it's me. His tone was calm and bland, as if he did not take the threat before him to heart. This calmness made the hearts of the strongest members of the Wang clan present astonished. Take down. Hearing Yun Tian Dust's voluntary admission, Wang Ao's face was gloomy and he gave the order without saying a word. Wang Ao's eyes carried ferocity. His great-grandson and Xian grandson had all died in that abandoned land. He hated to have everyone in the entire abandoned land buried with him. And the fact that the person in front of him was able to cross the border through this teleportation array had nothing to do with the deaths of Wang Jin and the others. As soon as Wang Ao's words fell, a 9th immortal emperor had already moved, his figure flashing out like a ghost, transforming into a stream of light that came straight at Yun Tian Dust. Griffin of the Forsaken Land, why don't you bind your hands and surrender? With a bellowing cry, that person's palm flipped and manifested a giant purple claw that carried a heaven-destroying might as it viciously grabbed at Yun Tianduan. However, in the face of this seemingly unrivaled strike, Yun Tianduan only lightly spat out a single word, scram. Words followed the law, and an unspeakably terrifying pressure instantly filled the air. And that 9 immortal emperor's figure even violently burst apart in the crowd's shocked gazes, leaving behind only a remnant soul, shivering in the air, so fearful that it almost cried out. How is this possible? When the Wang clan's group of powerhouses saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene incredulously as waves of shock surged in their hearts. That's a 9th immortal emperor. How can you be so vulnerable? The scene that was happening in front of them had simply overturned their perceptions. Unconsciously, chills arose in everyone's hearts. What exactly are you? You? In the crowd of the Wang family, an old man of the divine palace realm questioned with a trembling voice, his body unable to stop trembling. The one who wants your lives. Yun Tian Dust spoke in a low tone. Each word as piercing as ice, the coldness flickering in his eyes causing the air around him to freeze. There was not the slightest hesitation or pity in his eyes, only endless indifference. When the people of the Wang family heard this, they were all enraged. Arrogant. Let's all strike together. With the cold words of an old man at the second step of the divine palace realm, all the members of the Wang clan other than Wang Ao roared in rage and surrounded them, with all colors of immortal techniques and divine abilities like brilliant fireworks, interweaving a net of death in the air in an attempt to devour Yun Tian Dust. However, in the face of this overwhelming attack, Yun Tian Dust only smiled disdainfully, as if he did not take these people's killing moves to heart at all, only to see Yun Tian Dust stomping his heel on the ground. A majestic aura erupted from within his body, just like mountains collapsing and ocean waves surging, instantly squeezing the surrounding space into a twisted and distorted state. The attacks of those dozens of immortal emperors collapsed in an instant. The attacks of the 5 divine palace realm powerhouses actually all dissipated a meter around Yun Tian Dust's body. Huge pressure erupted from Yun Tian Dust's body, and the Wang clan crowd was like being struck by lightning, and were crushed to the ground. And there were several low-ranked immortal emperors, who were directly crushed into mush by this pressure, and their disembodied remnants of their souls were instantly crushed as well. The remnant soul of the 9th immortal emperor who had previously had his physical body shattered by Yun Tian Dust's single word roll was not spared either. At this moment, the entire field was plunged into deathly silence, leaving only Wang Ao and the other 5 divine palace realm powerhouses still struggling to hold on. Shock and fear written all over their faces, their gazes filled with unbelief. How could a strong person of this level appear in the Forsaken Land? How could you be so strong? A green-robed old man of the divine palace realm spoke out in shock, his eyes flashing with intense fear. What? Yun Tian Dust glanced indifferently at the man and teased. So, you people of the Wang family, will also be afraid? How did you know that we are from the Wang family? The green-robed old man exclaimed out in shock, somewhat unsure. They hadn't declared their family name, so how did the other party know? You are the one who killed Zhen'er and the others? Wang Ao's gaze was crimson as he stared at Yun Tian, his slightly trembling tone carrying endless anger. Wang Ao finally realized that Wang Jin and the Wang family members he had brought with him must have died in the hands of the person in front of him. Otherwise, with the heritage and strength of the Forsaken Lands, it would have been impossible to inflict such a fatal injury on a divine palace realm powerhouse. Feeling the pressure emanating from the other party, an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness surged in Wang Ao's heart. Sweeping his gaze over the Wang family's crowd, Yun Tian Dust's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. Don't worry, I'll send you and the others down there, so that your family can be reunited. Hearing Yun Tian's cold and calm words, the Wang clan's crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, and all of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In this extremely depressing atmosphere, a short and fat old man of the divine palace realm forced himself to calm down. He trembled his voice and attempted to bring out the last reliance to deter the other party. Do you know that behind my Wang family is the Jiuyao immortal dynasty? If you offend my Wang family, you are the enemy of the entire Jiuyao immortal dynasty. If you dare to touch us in the slightest, you will surely suffer the endless pursuit of the immortal dynasty, and there is nowhere to hide at the ends of the earth. With these words, the air around them seemed to freeze for a few moments, and a trace of undetectable hope flashed in the eyes of the Wang family, as if they had grabbed the last straw to save their lives. Chapter 73 9 Spectres Devouring Souls. Wang Ruoxue. Hearing the man's threatening words, Yun Tian Dust could not help but give a contemptuous smile that was filled with disdain and mockery, as if the Nine-Flare immortal dynasty was nothing more than an insignificant existence in his eyes. Nine Yao immortal dynasty? Yun Tian Dust lightly spat out these 4 words without the slightest fluctuation of emotions in his tone. Thanks to you living to a great age, you still dare to make threats at a time like this. Then, let's send you to hell first. After saying that, Yun Tian Dust's fingertips slightly moved, and a wisp of sword chi that was as thin as a thread quietly condensed, instantly cutting through the sky and pointing directly at the divine palace realm old man who had made a threatening remark. No! The old man was terrified. He never expected that bringing out the Nine-Flare immortal dynasty not only didn't scare off the other party, but instead became his own life-suppressing charm. However, it was already too late. The wisp of sword chi pierced through his brow with pinpoint accuracy. A splash of blood bloomed. The old man's eyes opened roundly, full of unwillingness and despair, and then he slowly collapsed, and the light of his soul quickly dissipated between the heavens and the earth. This scene caused the Wang clan crowd present to completely despair. If the name of the Nine-Flare immortal dynasty couldn't deter the people in front of them, what else could they rely on? Hold your horses. It's your turn. Ice-cold words spread throughout the entire arena, only to see Yun Tian Dust raise his hand and wave it, a majestic force surging out from his palm, just like the wind sweeping away the leaves, shattering the immortal emperors of the Wang clan who were present one by one. Their physical bodies instantly turned into a sky of blood mist, and their remnant souls wailed miserably in the air, but no one could save them. In just a few short breaths, dozens of immortal emperors from the Wang clan all died out. Only the roars of Wang Ao and the remaining 4 divine palace realm powerhouses remained. echoing in the void. With their eyes dead set on Yun Tian dust, their hearts couldn't stop trembling and their anger surged like a tidal wave. Those who fell were not only their direct descendants, but also the cornerstone of his Wang family's tens of thousands of years of inheritance. And just like this, in front of them, they were forcefully obliterated. At this moment, Wang Ao's heart was filled with extreme hatred. Even if he had to die together, he would still pull the thieves who had destroyed his Wang family to be buried with him. However, in the face of Yun Tianduan's gaze that seemed to be able to pierce through everything, even if they were enraged, they were powerless to break free from the invisible pressure that bound them. At this moment, Wang Ao's eyes flashed a trace of determination. He knew that a frontal confrontation was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. After transmitting and communicating with the other four, Wang Ao took advantage of the moment when Yun Tianduan was slightly distracted to quietly raise the strength of his entire body and forcefully break free from his bonds. Die! Wang Ao's tone was chilling. His fingertips snapped, and a dark mark that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye silently shot towards Yun Tian dust. How perceptive was Yun Tianduan? Almost the moment the seal left his hand, he had already reacted. When that mark was about to fall on his body, Yun Tian dust flicked his right hand, and a soft but powerful force emerged from his hand like a spring breeze transforming rain, instantly dissolving that mark into nothing. However, this subtle movement gave Wang Ao and the others a chance to counterattack. Array up! Wang Ao hissed out. His voice contained endless grief and determination. The other four great God Palace realm powerhouses simultaneously burned up their own blood and souls. That is the most precious thing for cultivators. Once burned there will be no way back, only to see the light around the five of them flourish. And they were no longer bound by Yun Tian dust's pressure. An ancient and evil aura burst out from within them, quickly condensing into an eerie and terrifyingly overwhelmingly ferocious formation. In an instant, the earth and sky changed color, and the earth that was originally surrounded by immortal chi seemed to be covered by a thick layer of purple mist. That mist was mixed with endless wailing and crying. Yun Tian dust was in the center of the formation, and while he was wrapped in the endless mist, countless ghosts opened their pitch-black maws and lunged at him. These apparitions were countless, as if they could devour a person's soul. Wang Ao saw Yun Tianduan fall into the killing formation, immediately came to the bottom, viciously said, "Little, this is the old man accidentally obtained the ancient murderous formation, called the Nine Spectres Devouring Souls. Divine Palace 4 steps of the strongest people fall into it, also must die undoubtedly. Old me will let you taste the pain of these 10,000 ghosts devouring your soul, and after killing your way to that abandoned land, I will thwart everyone related to you." Wang Ao's voice was ice-cold and bone-chilling. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying endless grievances and anger, and the sound shook the world, echoing between this heaven and earth shrouded in purple mist. As his words fell, the five of them simultaneously powered up, every ounce of strength remaining in their bodies being poured into that Nine Spectres soul-devouring formation by them without reservation. The purple mist within the formation grew denser and denser, as if even the light was swallowed up, and an eerie and terrifying aura spread out from it, causing despair in the heart. However, just when these five people thought that Yun Tianduan had already been dispersed, and were secretly relieved, a clear and loud word break came out from the formation like a morning bell or a twilight drum. "No good. He's still alive." Upon hearing this, a Divine Palace 2-step Supreme Elder cried out in shock, his eyes flashing with intense fear. But with the sound of the word break, the seemingly impenetrable Nine Spectres soul-devouring formation began to tremble violently, with a crack spreading out rapidly like a spider web. In an instant, the large formation shattered, turning into dots of purple light that dissipated into nothingness. Yun Tian dust's figure slowly appeared. Even his hair was not messed up for a moment, and he was not even half affected. Wang Ao and the other five people saw the scene. All of them were horrified. Their faces were white and bloodless, and their eyes were full of unbelief. The ancient fierce formation that they had laid down with all their efforts was unable to injure the other party in the slightest, and was also cracked by the other party so easily, which was simply beyond their imagination. For a while, all that remained in the hearts of the five was endless fear and despair, as if they saw the tragic fate they were about to step into. Ignoring the panic of Wang Ao's few people, Yun Tianduan slowly spat out 2 words, "Die." His voice was cold and calm, like ice cream in the middle of winter, without the slightest bit of emotion. Yun Tian dust slowly raised his hand. A violent thunderbolt was summoned out of the void by him, about to end it forever. Stop. Just in the nick of time, a stern and violent cry suddenly came from the distant sky. Immediately afterward, a dazzling to the extreme spear-on cut through the sky, shooting towards Yun Tian dust like a meteor catching up with the moon. Yun Tian dust frowned slightly, but he did not panic in the slightest. With a casual wave of his hand, the seemingly infinite power of the spear-on collapsed into a roiling point of light and dissipated into the air under his light-hearted strike. Wang Ao and the others were once again startled. From the power of that spear main, a normal God Palace fourth-step powerhouse would not necessarily be able to block it. Yet it was so lightly crushed by Yun Tian dust. It was not until this moment that they realized just what kind of terrifying existence their Wang family had incurred. Yun Tian dust's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up, only to see a huge battleship cutting through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Speeding this way, the battleship was about several thousand meters long and was made of immortal crystal. The flag was gravelly and embroidered with complicated totems, mysterious and magnificent. At the forefront of the battleship, an extremely lavishly decorated phoenix carriage stood out, and on top of the phoenix carriage sat a graceful and noble woman, dressed in a gorgeous dress, wearing a phoenix crown on her head, with a stunningly beautiful and cold face, and she was gazing at Yun Tian dust with a profound gaze. Next to the phoenix carriage, there stood a stout golden armored man, holding a long spear, his gaze cold and stern as a sword, his body exuding a strong battle intent and killing intent. When Wang Ao and the others saw the visitor, they were thrilled and bowed, shouting to pay their respects to the imperial concubine. As it turned out, this woman was none other than the Wang family's backer, the imperial consort of the Nine-Flare immortal dynasty, as well as Wang Ao's great-granddaughter, Wang Ruoxue, Wang Zhen's own sister. Wang Ruoxue swept her gaze over Wang Ao and the others. Seeing their wretched appearance and noticing the smell of blood coming from below, she seemed to guess what was going on, and a hint of sulkiness flashed in her eyes. Chapter 74, Crushing Rosen. No longer calm. On top of the gorgeous phoenix carriage, Wang Ruoxue gently raised her hand and lightly opened her lips, signaling Wang Ao and the others to be free of etiquette, and although her voice was light, it carried an unquestionable majesty. Wang Ao hurriedly bowed, his eyes red, his voice trembling as he accused, "Your Highness, this person is the murderer of Zhen'er and Shower. All of the senior members of my Wang family have been slaughtered by this thief. This enmity is not shared by all. I hope that your Highness the imperial concubine will do the right thing for my Wang family." Wang Ao pointed at Yun Tianduan with a face full of resentment, his tone carrying endless anger and crying. When Wang Ruoxue heard this, a trace of frost flashed across her stunningly beautiful face. She really didn't expect that there would be such a bold person in the abandoned land. Simply unforgivable. If it wasn't a critical time for her son to take over the throne, she would have gone and begged the imperial lord to send an expert. After enduring for half a year, her royal son succeeded in winning the position of crown prince of the 9 immortal dynasties. Wang Ruoxue really did not expect. She was just a moment late. The Wang family actually suffered this great difficulty. Only then did she turn her head to look at Yun Tianduan. Wang Ruoxue's gaze sharp as a knife, anger blazing in her chest. "Commander Luo, do you hear me? This thief's crime is so heinous that he will be abolished immediately, and this palace will let this pariah watch with his own eyes as all the people he holds dear are cut to pieces by 1,000 knives in front of him." Wang Ruoxue's spiteful words echoed in the void, carrying an irresistible majesty and endless anger, as if she wanted to dye this heaven and earth with her fury. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Yun Tian dust's eyes. With Wang Ruoxue's order, the golden armored man by his side, the commander of the forbidden guards, Luo Sen, arched his hand in response, but an imperceptible emotion of indignation flashed through those deep eyes. As one of the top 10 strongest men in the Nine-Flare immortal dynasty, and with 800,000 forbidden guards in his hands, he naturally had his own pride. And now he had to listen to the orders of a woman, which made Luo Sen's heart more or less not feel good. Strongly suppressing the displeasure in his heart, Luo Sen's hawk-like gaze constantly swept over Yun Tian dust, trying to see the depths of the other party. However, this seemingly young powerhouse in front of him, there was not a single break to be found around his body, as if it was a mist that could not be seen through at all. This couldn't help but make Rosen even more grave. The Wang clan was not weak at all, and Wang Ao, a Divine Palace 3-step and several Divine Palace realm powerhouses had joined forces, and all of them were nearly wiped out. If he could, Luosen wouldn't want to make an enemy of such a person, but with the imperial order in place, he had to go all out as well. Seeing that Luosen seemed to be hesitant, Wang Ruoxue's face instantly surfaced with a touch of displeasure, and her voice became even colder, carrying an unquestionable majesty. "Commander Luosen, what are you waiting for? Do you want to disobey orders?" Rosen's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as he sniffed. Even when the imperial lord saw him, he treated him with respect. This Wang's district was a royal concubine, but she completely disregarded him. At a certain point, Rosen really wanted to throw in the towel and leave. However, after thinking that the 6th prince had also been made the crown prince, Luosen still held back, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. The tip of the gun in Luosen's hand shook, transforming into thousands of gun shadows that swept towards Yun Tianduan like thunder. Each lance contained Luosen's profound cultivation and battle intent, attempting to trap Yun Tian dust in the shadow of the lance and crush him in one fell swoop. However, in the face of Luo Sen's thunderous strike, Yun Tian Dust appeared exceptionally calm as his body slightly moved like lightning to actively meet that roiling gun shadow. In the next instant, a startling scene appeared. Amidst the rain of spears in the sky, wherever Yun Tianduan passed, the spears collapsed. As strong as Luo Sen was, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. However, just as Rosen was stunned, Yun Tianduan's figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Pop! Before Rosen could react, a loud slap unmercifully slapped him in the face. This slap not only beat Luo Sen to the ground, but also trampled his dignity as a strong man to pieces. His body flew hundreds of thousands of meters like a kite with broken strings, crashing dozens of mountain peaks along the way and rolling up smoke and dust. Being slapped in public was undoubtedly a strange shame for a strong person like Luo Sen. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and humiliation coming from his face, his eyes burning with rage, and the aura around him instantly went berserk. At this moment, Luo Sen's entire being was filled with anger. If he couldn't kill Yun Tian Dust here, then he would become the laughingstock of the world. Thus, Rosen no longer held back and directly utilized his strongest killing move, San Tian Dragon Soaring. This shot was the ultimate move of the spear technique that Luo Sen had practiced, and its power was comparable to a strike from a 5-step powerhouse of the Divine Palace. With Luo Sen's furious outburst, only to see the winds and clouds in the sky and earth changing, the sun and moon tipping over, a 10,000-foot-long shocking shadow of a spear violently probed out from the 9 heavens, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, wrapped in the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and fiercely smashed towards Yun Tian Dust. Feeling this unprecedentedly powerful pressure, Wang Ao and the others were all horrified, and they hurriedly mobilized their entire body's immortal power to form a thick shield in front of their bodies to prevent them from being affected by this terrifying force. Nonetheless, they could still feel a palpitating power. However, in the face of Luo Sen's strike, which was enough to shake the heavens and earth, Yun Tian Dust always remained calm, as a faint chaos divine radiance began to permeate his body, setting off his entire person as holy and extraordinary. Under the stunned gazes of the entire audience, Yun Tian Dust slowly raised his right hand and lightly struck out a palm at the huge lance that was pouring down. This palm, which appeared to be plain and uninteresting, contained his profound understanding and utilization of the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking ring, as if the entire immortal realm was trembling at this moment. Luo Sen's gun shadow, which was enough to destroy mountains and rivers, actually instantly collapsed like a fragile bubble under this palm of Yun Tian Dust. The force of the recoil surged, sending Luo Sen flying tens of thousands of miles once again, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, his face as pale as paper, obviously severely injured. Such a shocking scene left everyone present horrified. Wang Ao and the others were especially alarmed. They would never have dreamed that a youth from a forsaken land would be so powerful to such an extent. Even Luo Sen, the forbidden army commander of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty, was unbeatable in front of him. Yun Tian Dust, on the other hand, did not stop for a moment because of this, and with a flash of his figure, he had appeared in front of the severely injured Luo Sen. The hallowed commander of the forbidden army of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty was clutched by Yun Tian Dust's neck with one hand, and lifted up as easily as if he were lifting a chicken. Rosen tried to break free, but realized that the other party's hand was not like flesh and blood, but more like a big hand of rules, and he didn't have the power to resist at all. Looking at Yun Tian Dust's cold eyes from a close distance, fear unconsciously arose within Luo Sen. What in the world are you? You? How could you be so powerful? You, the one who cannot afford to be offended. Yun Tian Dust coldly spat out a sentence, turned around and violently flung himself out, his figure bursting out like a cannonball, smashing fiercely against the warship of the Nine-Flare immortal dynasty. No good! Someone on the battleship exclaimed, but it was too late. Rosen's body slammed hard into the center of the battleship with a speed that far exceeded lightning, only to hear a loud boom. The battleship exploded on the spot, flames in the sky, air waves raging. Thousands of Jiao Yao immortal dynasty's forbidden troops who couldn't dodge in time were blown up on the spot, and thousands of them landed with serious injuries and wailed all over the place. Although Wang Ruoxue was a ninth immortal emperor with a not-so-weak cultivation and body-protecting aptitude, she could not help but be affected by such a violent explosion. The phoenix carriage she was sitting in burst into countless pieces, while she herself was protected by a loyal divine palace realm powerhouse. At this moment, Wang Ruoxue, although she had not suffered any substantial injuries, the whole person was in a sorry state, with her hair scattered and her dress broken. Where was there any semblance of the majesty and nobility of an imperial consort? Only at this moment did a hint of panic flash across Wang Ruoxue's face. She would never have thought that Luo Sen, who was ranked 8th among the top 10 experts of the Nine-Flare immortal dynasty, would be so unbeatable no matter what. After looking at the dead dog like Luo Sen, Wang Ruoshua looked at the proudly airborne Yun Tianxin again, and happened to meet his cold eyes, and suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Those abyssal eyes, as if they could penetrate the deepest fears and secrets of the human heart, made her tremble involuntarily. Wang Ruoshua knew that if she didn't escape from this place, she would surely be doomed. Thus, she made an instant decision and shouted in a stern voice, "Forbidden guards, listen to the order. All give this palace a shot and kill this thief." However, the crowd of forbidden guards were looking at me, and none of them dared to make a move. Isn't it obvious that they're going to die? The invincible Lord Commander in their hearts was no match for the man in front of them, let alone them. Numbers mean nothing in front of the truly strong. Chapter 75, Terrified. Strongly wiped out. Wang Ruoshua saw that the crowd of forbidden guards were indifferent, so she immediately spoke out in a threatening manner. "You and the others dare to disobey the orders of this palace. Do you want to be executed by the 9 clans? Her voice was cold to the bone, not containing a trace of emotion. Hearing the words "execute all 9 clans," the faces of the guards changed greatly. After glancing at each other, all the forbidden guards who had the ability to fight showed determination and surged towards Yun Tian dust like a tidal wave, with all kinds of immortal weapons and magic treasures coming out in unison and shining brightly, illuminating the entire sky in a colorful manner. However, in the face of this overwhelming attack, Yun Tian dust only laughed disdainfully, only to see the chaotic divine radiance around him even more, as if he was the master of this heaven and earth, and nothing could hurt him in the slightest. Seeing this, Wang Ruoshua's heart became even more anxious. She didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately offered up an exquisite flying shuttle. That was a treasure given to him by the 9 Yao Yao Emperor Lord to escape, which could travel millions of miles in an instant. Without hesitation, Wang Ruoshua dashed and stepped up, ready to escape this place of death. At this moment, Wang Ruoshua could no longer care about Wang Ao and the others. The moment she stepped onto the flying shuttle, Wang Ruoshua was still cursing the Wang family in her heart, believing that they were the ones who had put herself in this perilous situation. When Wang Ao and the others saw Wang Ruoshua abandoning them to escape alone, although there was resentment in their hearts, they understood that saving their lives was important at this moment. Taking advantage of the forbidden guards dragging down Yun Tian dust, they cast their life-preserving secret techniques and scattered in different directions, attempting to utilize dispersal tactics to confuse Yun Tian dust and fight for a ray of life for themselves. Unbeknownst to them, in the face of absolute strength, all their calculations would be in vain. Walk away? Yun Tian dust let out a cold snort as the 4 words spatial confinement were slowly spat out from his mouth. In a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of miles of space in a radius were bound by an invisible force, and all living beings were fixed in mid-air, no longer able to move a single bit. In the void, the figures of all the forbidden guards were framed. Wang Ao and the 4 strongest members of the Wang clan in the Divine Palace realm also had their figures immobilized. Wang Ruoshua, who was just about to maneuver the shuttle to escape, only felt that she was firmly bound by a powerful force, unable to move at all. Even the flying shuttle, which she regarded as a means of saving her life, seemed to have lost its effect. Wang Ruoshua's eyes widened in horror. Her heart and mind could not stop trembling. Even though her back was turned to Yun Tian dust, she could feel everything that was happening behind her. She also sensed that the pariah of the Forsaken Lands was taking a step towards her. Every step of Yun Tian dust's was as if he was stepping on Wang Ruoshua's heart, causing her to feel a suffocating oppression. "No, don't come over," Wang Ruoshua hissed, her voice filled with fear and despair. However, Yun Tian dust continued to approach her as if he did not hear it. Accompanied by a hiss, Wang Ao unexpectedly forced himself to break free from some of the spatial bonds, and although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough for him to see hope. Wang Ao was ecstatic in his heart, thinking that he had found a chance to escape, but just as he was about to flee alone, a stream of light suddenly cut through the sky and struck his abdomen with unerring precision. Wang Ao only felt that the cultivation in his body was rapidly draining away like a tidal wave, and the 3 divine palaces that he had managed to condense with great difficulty were shattered in the blink of an eye. Even the dantian was densely cracked. What made Wang Ao even more alarmed was that he could clearly feel that his own longevity was also rapidly fading, and his already old and wrinkled skin was rapidly drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. "No, this is impossible." Wang Ao's voice was hoarse. His face was as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't believe that all this was true. However, the reality is cruel. He watched the fire of his life gradually extinguished, but could not do anything about it. Wang Ruoshua saw Wang Ao's situation with her divine thoughts and screamed out from too much fear. With a few large strides, Yun Tian dust had appeared on top of the flying shuttle where Wang Ruoshua was, coldly gazing at her. When Wang Ruoshua saw Yun Tian's cold eyes, her entire body was so scared that she almost collapsed. she said in a trembling voice. What are you doing? I'm the imperial concubine of the Jiao immortal dynasty, the future empress. If you dare to touch me, the Jiao immortal dynasty will never let you go. Pop. What responded to Wang Ruoxue was a resounding slap from Yun Tiandust. This slap not only broke her mouth full of teeth, but also shattered the pride and dignity in her heart. Wang Ruoxue was beaten to the point of dizziness, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with unbelief and fear. You. Wang Ruoxue just opened her mouth, spitting out bloody broken teeth, and she couldn't even speak well. Yun Tiandust did not make any unnecessary movements as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the entire space began to twist and distort. Countless miserable screams came, and the bodies of nearly 10,000 forbidden guards were completely churned to pieces by the distorted space, and along with their souls, they were annihilated on the spot. In addition to Wang Ao, the four Wang family Divine Palace realm powerhouses only struggled for a few breaths before they were mercilessly crushed by the distorted space and turned into nothingness. When Wang Ao saw this scene, the remorse and unwillingness in his heart reached its peak. Only then did he realize what kind of terrifying existence his Wang family had messed with, and the fate of himself and the Wang family had come to an end. Wang Ao held on to his last breath, looked up at the azure sky, and then, with a heart full of sadness and unwillingness, swallowed his last breath and completely disappeared from this world. And at this moment, apart from Wang Ruoxue, it was only Luosen, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, who managed to survive. He looked at everything in front of him in horror, his heart filled with fear and awe of Yun Tiandust. Wang Ruoxue saw such a shocking tactic. The whole person was so scared that her liver and gall bled. She could no longer care about any dignity and pride, crying and begging for forgiveness. Gongzi, as long as you promise to let me go, I'm willing to give myself to you. While saying this, Wang Ruoxue also put on a look of pity, and even though she spat out her words, she carried a kind of flirtatiousness of a mature woman. At this moment, Wang Ruoxue only thought about surviving, even going so far as to sell her color in the hope that Yun Tianwan would spare her. She forcefully twisted her petite body, deliberately revealing pieces of snow white. Wang Ruoxue, who had married into the Jiao immortal dynasty by virtue of her looks, was confident in her charms. She didn't believe that any man would be indifferent to her advances. What's more, she was also the imperial consort of the Nine Yao immortal dynasty, so the other party should have compassion as well. However, Yun Tiandust only looked at her coldly, without the slightest bit of pity or sympathy in his eyes. From the moment you uttered those vicious words, you were already a dead man. Yun Tiandust's voice was cold and determined. He slowly raised his right hand, and a ball of chi coalesced in the center of his palm, aiming it at Wang Ruoxue. No, don't! Wang Ruoxue saw the scene, and her entire body cried out in despair, but everything was already too late. As Yun Tiandust's palm slapped down, Wang Ruoxue's mournful voice came to an abrupt end. Chapter 76, It's useless to beg for forgiveness. The immortal realm is deep. Luosen saw Yun Tiandust's ruthlessness and determination with his own eyes. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He could sense that the person in front of him was very young. There was no trace of age at all. He should not be more than 1,000 years old. He had learned from the imperial concubine that the person in front of him should be from that abandoned land. But how could such a supreme character appear in that barren realm, where even the rules were incomplete? Luosen was still thinking like this when he saw Yun Tiandust slowly walking towards him, each step seemingly trembling on top of his heartstrings. After seeing Yun Tianwan's overpowering methods with his own eyes, Luosen's eyes were filled with despair and fear, his body trembling with fear, as if even his breathing had become abnormally difficult. Luosen knew deep down that he was powerless to return to the situation today, because the other party could not possibly leave a survivor. In front of life and death, he could give up everything, and after a short internal struggle, Rosen chose to beg for mercy. Strongly bracing himself to stand up, Luosen painstakingly arched his hand and saluted, his face pleading, "This gentleman, I am willing to hand over my soul blood. I only beg you to spare my life." Luosen's voice was hoarse and humble as he trembled, forcibly squeezing out a drop of blood bead containing soul essence from his brow and handing it to Yun Tiandust. Once the soul blood was broken, its original body would also be scattered. It also meant that his life was in someone else's hands, and that was the only possibility Rosen could think of to stay alive. Seeing Luosen's reaction, Yun Tiandust slowly stopped, his gaze coldly scrutinizing him, as if his eyes were able to perceive all the illusions in the world. Yun Tiandust naturally understood the significance of the soul blood, but was even more aware of the risks of leaving a survivor behind. In this immortal realm where crises abounded, any potential threat could not be left behind, because he was not alone. He had his wife and children behind him, and even more so, a group of brothers from the War God Temple. Although soul blood could determine the life and death of Rosen alone, it could not guarantee that he would not leak, because in many cases, death is often a relief. Looking at the soul blood handed out by Luosen, Yun Tian Dust's eyes were as deep as the night, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. In the face of the supplication in Luosen's eyes, Yun Tian Dust remained indifferent, as if he was looking at a dying dust. Your soul blood is of no value to me. Yun Tian Dust's voice was cold, as if it was a cold wind in winter, piercing straight to the bottom of Luosen's heart. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianduan violently probed out his large hand, directly pulling Luosen's Yuan Shen out of his physical body. Rosen let out a mournful scream that was filled with unwillingness and despair, echoing in the void. The Yuan Shen was detached from the bondage of the physical body and became fragile, and Luosen's divine soul did not have the slightest bit of resistance in Yun Tian Dust's hands. Yun Tian Dust did not hesitate and directly forcefully read its memories. Luosen's Yuan Shen, which was already weak due to serious injuries, was even more shaky under the impact of this powerful divine idea, and did not last for a moment before it exploded, turning into a bit of spiritual light that dissipated in the world. However, within this short period of time, Yun Tian Dust had obtained a great deal of important information about the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty from Luosen's memories. It turned out that the explicitly strongest person in this Nine Yao immortal dynasty was the old imperial lord Qi Daoxian, whose cultivation had reached the sixth step of the divine palace. However, this was just the appearance. The true depth of the Nine Yao immortal dynasty was far more than that. That founding ancestor of the Nine Flare immortal dynasty, surprisingly, still survived in the world, and now he has already lived for 1,000,000 years, and his cultivation has even reached the terrifying seventh step of the divine palace. This difference of one step was like a heavenly moat for the strongest in the immortal realm, but it was hard to overcome. Based on Luosen's memories, Yun Tianduan had some knowledge of the power and speed of the divine palace 6 steps, and he was confident that he could deal with the divine palace 6 steps, but for the 7th step of the divine palace, Luosen had no idea. Yun Tian Dust also learned a very important piece of information, that the Nine Yao immortal dynasty was not as independent as it appeared to be, and had long been secretly dependent on the Eternal Divine Hall. The Eternal Divine Hall was the #1 hegemon of the Eternal Immortal Domain, the strongest force in the entire immortal domain in the true sense of the word, and its depth and strength were enough to sweep across the entire immortal domain. Yun Tian Dust, who knew this truth, felt that his head was 2 sizes too big. There was really no end to the fact that the immortal domain hegemony was involved behind a mere Wang family. It seems that the water in this immortal realm is indeed too much deeper than the heavenly realm. Yun Tian Dust pondered in his heart. He had to be more cautious. In front of the Eternal Divine Hall, with his current strength it really wasn't quite enough. Just as Yun Tianduan was pondering, far away in the palace of the Nine Flare immortal dynasty, Wang Ruoshua's soul lamp suddenly went out, setting off monstrous waves throughout the palace. Prince Qi Feihong learned of his mother's death, but also the rage, vowing to find out the truth, for his mother's revenge. The Nine Yao Imperial Lord was also furious, and he urgently convened a court meeting to discuss a plan. In the end, the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty dispatched the Divine Master, the Star River Divine Sovereign, to lead dozens of Divine Palace powerhouses and tens of thousands of Emperor Realm experts to the Eastern Heavenly Immortal region, vowing to bring the murderer to justice. The Jiao Yao immortal dynasty, as one of the hegemonies of the upper 3 domains, hadn't made such a big move in tens of thousands of years. For a time, half of the immortal regions were shaken by this, and they all sent spies to secretly investigate, wanting to know what exactly had happened in the Nine Flare immortal dynasty. As the scouts that some forces had arranged in the Nine Flare immortal dynasty spread the news of Luosen and imperial concubine Wang Ruoshua's deaths, the news spread as quickly as a wildfire. From the upper 3 domains to the lower 5 domains, all of them were completely blown away. All parties have speculated about the murderer. After all, with Rosen's strength, the person who can kill him must also be famous. And the fact that the murderer even dared to kill the imperial princess of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty is even more intriguing. Regarding the movements of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty and the repercussions from all sides, Yun Tian Dust had already expected it. Yun Tian Dust didn't linger too long. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, he destroyed the cross-border passageway in the process and erased all traces of it. After doing so, Yun Tian Dust broke through the air in the direction of the Wang family. It was hard for him to be at peace until he had cut off the roots, especially the rest of the Wang family, fearing that it would reveal the existence of the War God's palace. In about 2 hours, Yun Tianduan arrived at the core of the East Heavenly Immortal region, Dongsheng Prefecture, which was also where the Wang family was located. Standing above the 9 heavens, Yun Tian Dust overlooked the entire Dongsheng Prefecture and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The heavenly realm is really just a projectile compared to the immortal realm. Based on Zhuge Tai's memories, Yun Tianduan quickly arrived in the sky above the Wang clan's residence, indifferently looking down at the chaotic Wang clan residence below. Killing intent surged in Yun Tiandust's eyes. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianduan utilized the spatial strangulation. The clansmen of the Wang clan who were present, regardless of their cultivation level, were powerless before Yun Tiandust's spatial strangulation. The moment the last Wang clan disciple was churned apart by the distorted space, the entire Wang clan residence was reduced to rubble. Yun Tiandust stood above the 9 heavens, indifference in his eyes. He had blocked off the space at the beginning, so everything that happened inside the Wang family residence was not known by outsiders. What's wrong with becoming a god of killing for the sake of your family and brothers? Everything that he, Yun Tiandust, cherished, no one was allowed to destroy, and his family and brothers were his scales. Touching them would lead to death. Putting away his complicated thoughts, Yun Tiandust looked in the direction of the mid-heaven immortal region as a cold light flickered in his eyes. Next, it's time for your flowing cloud immortal dynasty, Yun Tiandust whispered from the corner of his mouth, and in a single movement of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and sped directly towards the mid-heaven immortal region. Between the skies, only his fading back was left behind, mirroring the long-lasting aftermath over Dongxing Prefecture. Chapter 77, Deduction Reversal. An existence you can't afford to mess with. Just as Yun Tiandust traveled through the eastern heavenly immortal domain and was about to step into the middle heavenly immortal domain, the winds and clouds in the distant sky changed, and a dozen huge and magnificent warships sped from afar, with a fierce aura on them, clearly coming from a bad place. Yun Tiandust's gaze condensed as he quickly recognized the emblems on those warships, the insignia of the 9 Yao Yao immortal dynasty glittering in the sunlight, transmitting a lofty majesty. At the front end of the battleship at the head of the group, 2 figures stood. A young man dressed in purple and gold robes with a cold face, revealing an innate nobility and arrogance between his brows. The killing chance emanating from its body made the air seem to freeze. The brown-robed old man standing beside the youth had a white beard and hair, with wrinkles forming furrows on his face, but his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle, and he exuded an unfathomable aura all over his body. Yun Tiandust's gaze condensed slightly as he learned from Luo Sen's memories that the brown-robed old man was the Star River Divine Sovereign who ranked 4th among the top 10 experts of the 9 Flare Immortal Dynasty. He was a divine master of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty. His cultivation had reached the 5th step of the Divine Palace, and he was extremely powerful. The young man in the purple and gold robe was the crown prince of the 9 Yao Immortal Dynasty, and the son that Wang Ruoxue was proud of, Qi Feihong. This Qi Feihong was also a legend in the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty, taking a step into the Divine Palace realm at only 1,000 years of age, so it could be said that he was gifted. Because of this, even though he was not born to the empress, he was able to gain the support of most of the ministers and win the battle for the throne. Even the 9 Yao's imperial lord was very optimistic about this son. Seeing the worship of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty getting closer and closer, Yun Tiandust moved forward as if nothing had happened and brushed past it a moment later. Yun Tianduan deliberately revealed his cultivation of 1 step of the Divine Palace, causing the crowd of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty to not pay too much attention to him. After all, in their eyes, a cultivator at 1 step of the Divine Palace realm, even how extraordinary it was not enough to pose a threat to a powerhouse like Luo Sen. Only the Star River Divine Sovereign's gaze was like a torch as his divine thoughts swept over Yun Tianduan and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could perceive that this was a supreme demon, and his talent was by no means weaker than Qi Feihong's. The first thing that occurred to the Star River Divine Sovereign was that the other party should be from the Eternal Immortal region. After all, there were less than 10 people in the upper 3 regions who could have this kind of talent, and he had seen them all. It was only until Yun Tiandust disappeared from the range of perception that the Star River Divine Sovereign slowly withdrew his thoughts and continued to lead the army of the 9 Flare Immortal Dynasty forward. Yun Tianduan turned a blind eye to the Star River Divine Sovereign's probing. With the special nature of his chaotic body, it was a complete piece of cake to mimic the aura of other attributes. In order to prevent some unnecessary trouble, the attribute power that Yun Tianduan had previously displayed was clearly ice. This was also something he intentionally let the Star River Goddess sense. Yun Tiandust knew that a head-on conflict between him and the 9 Yao Immortal Dynasty was inevitable, but right now was not the best time. He also needed more preparations. After all, the Eternal Divine Hall behind this 9 Yao Immortal Dynasty was a huge mountain that could not be crossed for the current him. Yun Tiandust continued to move forward, traversing through the bordering seas of the East Heavenly Immortal Domain and the Middle Heavenly Immortal Domain. His heart was unperturbed. The only thing in his eyes was the determination and coldness, which was as hard to melt as cold ice. For the sake of the safety of the War God Temple and the peace of his family, he had to step on all potential threats, and the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty had long been on his must-destroy list. Just after stepping into the boundaries of the Middle Heavenly Immortal region, Yun Tian dust sensed a change in the immortal qi. It was more dense and pure than the eastern sky immortal region. The middle heavenly immortal region was vast and boundless, with magnificent mountains and rivers, surrounded by clouds and mist, and was even more mysterious and vast than the eastern heavenly immortal region. Yun Tian dust's figure was like electricity as he traveled between the clouds and the sea. But in his mind, he had already sketched out the detailed layout of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty. This flowing cloud immortal dynasty, as the overlord of the mid-heaven immortal region, was still quite powerful. So what if there were 5 steps of the divine palace sitting on the throne? His heart to destroy the flowing cloud immortal dynasty was untouchable. As Yun Tian dust gradually approached the core area of the eastern heavenly immortal region, the martial artists were also generally getting stronger and stronger. There were as many emperor realms as dogs, and divine palace realms could be sensed from time to time. Even when experiencing an ancient city on one side, Yun Tian dust detected an aura that far exceeded Luo Sen's. It should be the divine palace 5 steps without a doubt. Without paying too much attention, Yun Tian dust collected his breath and hurried at full speed. Meanwhile, the army of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty led by the Star River divine sovereign and Qi Fei Hong had arrived at that battlefield in the eastern sky immortal domain. Qi Fei Hong looked at the empty piece of rubble in front of him. The whole person hated to be mad. He did not expect. Actually, even the mother consort's body cannot be found. Obviously has been destroyed by the murderer. Only after a long time did Qi Fei Hong force himself to calm down. He slowly looked at the Star River divine sovereign, his tone low and full of killing intent. Senior divine master, can you deduce it? I'll try. The Star River divine sovereign's gaze was grave as he slowly closed his eyes, his hands rapidly forming seals as his powerful divine thoughts surged out like a tidal wave, attempting to deduce traces of the murderer. However, just as the Star River divine sovereign's divine thoughts touched a certain mysterious node, an unspeakably terrifying force violently recoiled, like 10,000 pounds of thunder, and bombarded the depths of his soul. His eyes snapped open and a mouthful of blood gushed out, his face instantly pale as paper, his breath shriveled. The surrounding powerhouses of the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty were all shocked at the sight. They had never seen the divine master in such a sorry state. Senior divine master, are you alright? Qi Fei Hong rushed forward to assist him, his face grave to the extreme. The Star River godfather shook his head. A trace of palpitations and fear flashed in his eyes. That murderer's strength is unfathomable, and I can't even deduce the slightest bit of information about it. Moreover, I vaguely feel that if I forcefully deduce it, I will definitely die. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Qi Fei Hong's brow furrowed as he said with a sullen face, your deduction of even the 7th step of the divine palace would only suffer a slight backlash. In that case, that murderer is likely to be an existence that has stepped into the 8th step. What? What? The crowd exclaimed in shock. The 8th step of the divine palace. That was a supreme existence that could sweep through the 9-flare immortal dynasty, and no one would be able to defeat it when looking at the upper 3 regions. At this moment Qi Fei Hong, his fists were clenched in death, and his nails were deeply embedded in his flesh without even realizing it. A sense of powerlessness surged through me. Just when Qi Fei Hong was in deep despair, a summoning jade slip suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. He hurriedly checked, only to see a shocking news from the jade slip. The Wang family has been exterminated, with no survivors. Qi Fei Hong's eyes instantly turned crimson. He didn't have much affection for the Wang family, but it was his mother consort's family, and the Wang family was still a big help to him. How could he not be angry when he just said no? As soon as he crushed the jade slip in his hand to pieces, Qi Fei Hong roared violently, his voice carrying endless anger and hatred. Ah, no matter who you are, I will make you pay in blood. Seeing Qi Fei Hong in such a state, quite a few people were taken aback, and an old man of the 2nd step of the divine palace took a step forward and respectfully arched his hand. Your Highness, we'd better return to the supreme immortal region first. If the murderer is truly a divine palace 8th step, there will be no scruples, and once he turns against you, none of us will be able to stop him. Upon hearing this, Qi Fei Hong calmed down and regained his senses. There was no doubt about the terror of the 8th step of the divine palace, and those of them wouldn't be able to put up half a fight, and the Star River godfather's injuries needed to be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Qi Fei Hong could only hold back his anger and ordered the entire army to retreat and return to the Jiao Yao immortal dynasty. Chapter 78, Lu Yun immortal dynasty. The one who wants you dead. The mid-heaven immortal domain was divided into 9 domains in 18 states, with the Zhongxing divine state being the most prosperous. In the entire Zhongxing divine prefecture, the 3 forces of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, the violet palace, and the heavenly pivot sect presented a 3-legged situation. The 3 parties, though often in open and secret rivalry, have always maintained a balance and have never been in widespread conflict. However, Such a balance was completely shattered because the old imperial lord of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty took the first step into the fifth step of the divine palace. Nowadays, more than half of the middle heavenly immortal region has fallen under the banner of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, and its territory is still expanding. Facing the threat of the 5 steps of the divine palace, the two forces, the Violet Palace and the Heavenly Pivot sect, had to make an exception and join forces to avoid being annexed one by one. The Flowing Clouds immortal dynasty was situated in the heart of the Zhongxing divine prefecture, the Flowing Clouds imperial city, and its splendor and magnificence were enough to inspire awe in the hearts of any first-time visitors. The entire Lu Yun imperial city covered an area of thousands of miles, like a bright pearl set in the vastness of Zhongxing divine prefecture. The Lu Yun imperial palace, moreover, monopolized a tenth of the entire city. Various golden complexes shone brightly in the sunlight. A floating mountain was grand and domineering, and the palace was lofty. The haze-white clouds and mists, lingering between the mountains, reflected the entire palace in a serene and ethereal manner. However, this serenity and splendor was completely shattered with the arrival of an uninvited guest. In the sky, the originally calm clouds suddenly tumbled as if they were stirred by an invisible force, and the wind and clouds over the entire Lu Yun imperial palace changed, signaling the upcoming storm. In a certain secret room deep within the Lu Yun immortal dynasty, an old man with a dragon-patterned imperial robe and white hair was meditating and practicing. In its dantian, there were 5 divine palaces suspended. This person was none other than the old imperial lord of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty, known as Taoist 9 Dragons. The origin of his name was also related to the Gong method he cultivated. Rumor has it that the 9 Dragons Taoist had mediocre qualifications when he was young, but he accidentally obtained a mutilated copy of the Dragon Clan's secret method, and from then on he rose all the way to the top, breaking through the divine palace realm in just a few thousand years, thus founding the Flowing Clouds immortal dynasty. Over 100,000 years, Taoist 9 Dragons successfully stepped into the 4th step of the divine palace, completely establishing the Lu Yun immortal dynasty's position as the hegemony in the middle heavenly immortal region, separating itself from the 2 oldest powers, the Violet Palace and the Heavenly Pivot sect. It could be said that the path of rise of the Flowing Cloud immortal dynasty was considered quite rapid. However, at this moment, Taoist 9 Dragons, who was gazing with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes, his brows tightly locked as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through his heart. After seeing the outside world through the secret room with his divine thoughts, the 9 Dragons Taoist's eyes flashed with a flash of gravity, and his body transformed into a stream of light that flickered away. When he reappeared, Taoist 9 Dragons had already appeared above the Lu Yun imperial palace. Looking at the rolling black clouds that came under pressure, Taoist 9 Dragons shouted in a deep voice, the rolling Tao sound spreading throughout the entire Flowing Clouds palace. A great enemy is coming. Follow me to meet the enemy. As soon as the 9 Dragons Taoist's voice fell, Immortal Lord Lu Yun and a bunch of other high-level officials rose up in the air, and hundreds of figures erupted with a stern killing aura, converging in the sky above the imperial palace. All of their eyes looked towards the black cloud that came out of the sky, and the senior members of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty looked at each other, all seeing the same shock and uneasiness in each other's eyes. It was because the fury contained in that black cloud made them unconsciously feel trembling. Open the Guardian Array. With Taoist 9 Dragons' command, the Guardian formation of the Lu Yun Imperial Palace was activated at the first moment. Countless rays of light intertwined into a net, enveloping the entire imperial city to defend against the unknown threat that was about to come. Right at this tense moment, the void suddenly cracked open, and a figure, as if coming out of nothingness, slowly descended on top of the Lu Yun Imperial Palace. It was the Yun Tian Dust who had changed his face. At the moment he was wearing a black robe. Middle-aged man-like, killing machines surged on his cold face. A faint chaos divine radiance surrounded him, appearing both mysterious and powerful. Yun Tian Dust merely stood there, as if the entire heaven and earth had changed for the worse, and the overriding killing opportunity swept across the entire Lu Yun Palace like a tidal wave, causing everyone present to feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Taoist 9 Dragons gazed at Yun Tianwan, and a trace of gravity flashed through those weathered eyes. He was able to sense that the aura emanating from this person was far beyond that of an ordinary divine palace realm powerhouse. In the 9 Dragons Taoist's impression, he didn't recognize such a person. However, the other party was obviously coming again, and a great battle was feared to be inevitable. Strongly suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Taoist 9 Dragons asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is the reason for coming to my Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty?" Yun Tian Dust's gaze was like a torch as he scanned everyone present. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold and slightly stiff smile as he slowly spoke. "The one who wants your lives." With these words, the atmosphere over the entire palace instantly dropped to freezing point, and everyone's heart involuntarily beat faster. Seeking death, a middle-aged man of the second step of the divine palace in the team of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty shouted angrily. His body exploded out like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, fiercely summoning a long blade and slashing a stern blade at Yun Tianwan through the air. The blade was radiant and dazzling, containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it was going to cleave all existences that stood in its way into two. However, in the face of this attack that was enough to make a divine palace realm powerhouse retreat, Yun Tiandust merely stood in place without even blinking his eyelids. The blade on was 10,000 feet long, but when it was still a dozen meters away from Yun Tiandust's head, it was as if it was bound by an invisible force, and it could no longer advance an inch. When the crowd of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty saw this, their expressions became even more grave as they realized that this mysterious person was far more powerful than they had imagined. Right at this moment, Yun Tiandust's figure suddenly disappeared, as if it had merged into the void without a trace. The crowd was in a state of disbelief when Yun Tiandust's figure reappeared behind the middle-aged man who was at the second step of the divine palace. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath and there were loud reminders. However, in the end, it was a step too late. Die. As Yun Tiandust indifferently spat out these two words, his right hand was already raised and a terrifying power erupted from his palm, surging like a mountain torrent. The middle-aged man with the second step of the divine palace only had time to let out a miserable scream before he exploded on the spot, his blood and flesh flying everywhere, and his divine soul annihilating into nothingness. This scene shook the entire arena. Everyone was shocked by Yun Tiandust's strength, and an unspeakable fear welled up in their hearts. Old 6. The crowd of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty was furious, and they all wanted to strike to avenge their dead companions, but he was stopped by the Nine Dragons Taoist, because he didn't even see how the other party disappeared. It was enough to show that this person's speed was far above his own. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Taoist Nine Dragons once again inquired, "Who exactly are you? What grudge do you have against my Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty?" Nine Dragons Taoist voice cold. He has a strong intuition. The person in front of him is absolutely not their own enemy. Once handled badly, Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty fear will be destroyed. If you want to know why, then go to hell to seek the answer. Yun Tiandust's voice was as cold as ice. Each word seemed to carry a piercing chill that penetrated the hearts of everyone present. His figure did not move, but the chaotic divine radiance surging around him spread like a tidal wave, coloring the entire sky with a layer of mysterious colors. As Yun Tiandust's words fell, an indiscriminate attack suddenly erupted. Countless chaotic chi transformed into sharp blades, weaving in and out of the void, and wherever they passed, space was distorted and air currents surged wildly. The crowd of powerful people from the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty had sacrificed their magic treasures in an attempt to ward off this sudden attack. However, those seemingly sturdy defenses were like paper mache in front of the Chaos Blade, collapsing at the touch of a button. Blood and limbs flew in the air, wailing and despair intertwined into one, and in the entire sky above the Lu Yun Imperial Palace, none of the Emperor Realm martial artists survived. Blood rained down on the Guardian Array below, coloring it with a layer of scarlet red. Chapter 79. One Finger Wipes Out. Nine Dragons Taoist's anger. Inside the Lu Yun Palace, countless people were scared to the point of incontinence and wailed in all directions when they saw such a bloody and gruesome scene. The crowd of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty below witnessed more than 200 Emperor Realm powerhouses being wiped out on the spot like ants, with no corpses or bones left, and each and every one of them lost their minds and hearts, with fear enveloping the entire Lu Yun Imperial Palace. Seeing this scene, Yun Tiandust remained indifferent. The moment they thought of the tens of thousands of spirit places enshrined in the Battle Soul Hall, all of these people were too dead to be spared, and this Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty's heart to exterminate the Battle God Hall was deep in their bones. Otherwise, how could they have sent a powerhouse of the level of Yu Hangjinjin to descend to the heavenly realm? If he hadn't been strong enough, the Battle God Palace would have been bloodied to the bone long ago. At this moment, in the sky above the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, there were only a dozen or so scattered figures left, all of which looked incomparably wretched. They were all powerful men of the Divine Palace realm, usually towering above the rest, but at this moment, they were as if they were facing an abyss, their eyes flickering with endless anger and uneasiness. The air was thick with blood and despair, and every gasp seemed unusually heavy. As the second strongest person in the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, the entire person's eyes were crimson with rage after seeing the dynasty's underpinnings wiped out instantly. His violent voice shook the clouds, and the aura of the fourth step of the Divine Palace was like a volcano erupting, surging. A dragon-head sword was summoned out by him, and it seemed to come alive in his hands, gulping out a brilliant light, reflecting his figure in a majestic and sacred manner. This lord doesn't care who you are. You will die today. As soon as the words fell, Immortal Lord Lu Yun instantly transformed into a stream of light, carrying an unrivaled blade aura that came straight for Yun Tianduan. Wherever the blade light passed, space trembled as a golden dragon's silhouette roared out, traversing the sky, and the sound of the dragon's roar was deafening, as if it was going to tear apart this heaven and earth. Yun Tiandust stood in the void. His face did not change, and only at the moment he saw this dragon-head sword did a trace of astonishment flash through his eyes. From this blade, Yun Tianduan detected a faint dragon qi. After a brief probe, Yun Tiandust could not help but narrow his eyes as well. The dragon-head sword gave him the feeling as if he had drunk the blood of a true dragon. True dragons were a taboo race, long extinct in both the heavenly realm and the immortal realm, and even the records were vague. Yun Tiandust still read from an ancient book in the mysterious little tower that the dragon race had once dominated the universe and were truly super divine beasts. From the looks of it, this flowing cloud immortal dynasty was not as simple as imagined. Yun Tiandust was ready for a quick battle. In the face of immortal Lord Lu Yun's overwhelming slash, he didn't dodge. He raised his hand and fiercely threw a punch. This punch seemed to be light, but it destroyed that amazingly powerful golden dragon's virtual shadow and crushed it. As far as the wind of the fist reached, the golden dragon dissipated, turning into bits of starlight and dissipating into nothingness. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was lost in thought due to this scene, Yun Tiandust once again utilized the power of space, enveloping the group of divine palace realm powerhouses from the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. Under Yun Tiandust's spatial confinement, immortal Lord Lu Yun only felt that the space around him seemed to be frozen, and no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to break free from this invisible shackle for a while. Just as immortal Lord Lu Yun erupted his entire body's strength and had just broken free from his bonds, a powerful finger from Yun Tianxian penetrated through space and pierced through his brow with unerring precision. Immortal Lord Lu Yun didn't even have time to react before he fell down from the void, and his divine soul being instantly annihilated. He didn't even have a chance to close his eyes. Boer. The Nine Dragons Taoist witnessed the tragic death of his most favored grandson, and was suddenly enraged. The grief and anger in his heart intertwined into a force that was difficult to contain, and easily broke free of the spatial bindings. The pain of losing his closest relative again made him completely lose his usual calm and composure. His entire being was like a raging sea of fury, vowing to tear the murderous thief in front of him into pieces. As Taoist Nine Dragons let out a furious cry, the aura of his entire body surged crazily, as if he was trying to swallow the heavens and earth into it. The light from the palace protector formation converged into a stream, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, surging into his body, causing Taoist Nine Dragons' cultivation to rapidly climb up. Seeing this, the remaining dozen or so divine palace realm powerhouses dodged and retreated into the formation, inputting all of their own power into the palace guard formation and using it to transmit it to Taoist Nine Dragons. At the same time, in the Lu Yun Imperial Palace, hundreds of thousands of people were on the same page, inputting their full power into the grand formation. In this way, Taoist Nine Dragons' aura quickly reached a critical point, his power directly breaking into the realm of the sixth step of the Divine Palace, and it was still rapidly rising, until after the power in his body reached its endurance limit. The Nine Dragons' Taoist's aura was about the same as the 7 steps from the Divine Palace. This power swept through the entire middle heavenly immortal region. Countless forces were startled, and when the senior officers of the Violet Palace and the Heavenly Pivot Sect sensed this power that surpassed everything, all of them were chilled to the core. They could sense that it seemed to be the aura of Taoist Nine Dragons. But hadn't Taoist Nine Dragons just broken through the 5 steps of the Divine Palace? And how could it explode with such astounding power? For a time, the entire middle heavenly immortal region was on edge. All the major powerhouses coincidentally rushed towards the direction of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, wanting to find out what was going on. Nine Dragons' Taoist's breath quickly stabilized. The dragon-head sword he held tightly in his hand buzzed, hissing and bellowing, "Give this seat, death!" Before the words fell, Taoist Nine Dragons had already moved. He violently swung the precious sword in his hand. The light of the sword was like electricity, cutting through the void, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, heading straight for Yun Tiandust. In a flash, 9 golden dragons erupted from the tip of the blade, each one lifelike, and the sound of the dragon's roar was deafening. The 9 golden dragons intertwined and circled in the air, forming a dense and impenetrable dragon net, vowing to trap Yun Tiandust within it. Yun Tiandust faced this shocking strike from Taoist Nine Dragons. His eyes exploded with refined light and he did not dare to be careless. Chaotic heaven opening. Yun Tiandust let out a low cry, the chaotic chi surging around him like the undivided chaos at the beginning of the opening of the heavens, as an ancient and powerful force erupted from within him. Only Yun Tiandust slapped out his palm, and wherever the palm wind passed, space seemed to be torn apart. When those 9 golden dragons came into contact with this power, they were actually like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, rapidly melting and turning into nothingness. Daoist 9 Dragons was shaken back by this force, his face as pale as paper, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He looked at Yun Tianduan incredulously, an unprecedented fear welling up in his heart. He had also never imagined that the attack he had poured everything into would be so unbearable. The 9 Dragons Daoist knew that it was already a time of life and death. He no longer had any reservations and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Daoist 9 Dragons gripped the dragon head sword with both hands, his body's dragon chi boiling as if there were 1,000 giant dragons roaring. He roared, and his entire body seemed to merge into the sword, becoming the soul of the sword and the spirit of the sword. 9 dragons against the sky chop. With a deafening roar, Daoist 9 Dragons actually chopped out the 10th dragon shadow. This dragon shadow was larger and fiercer than any of the previous ones. It seemed to be the cohesion of all the dragon chi in heaven and earth, and it brought with it the power of destroying the heavens and the earth as it came barreling towards Yun Tianduan. Seeing this, Yun Tianduan's eyes slightly condensed. This strike was not trivial. He took a deep breath and mobilized the power of his entire body's Dantian Divine Palace to prepare for this fatal blow. Chaotic Storm. Yun Tiandust let out a low shout and raised his hand to blast out a palm. This palm brought together all of his power and will, as if he wanted to involve the entire world in it, only to see a force that was powerful to the extreme blasted out from Yun Tiandust's palm. The entire space seemed to be swept by a strong and overwhelming storm, and in the center of the storm, the chaotic chi surged, as if it wanted to devour all existence. The golden dragon silhouette that traversed hundreds of miles of the sky was like papier-mâché when it came into contact with this chaotic storm, and was instantly torn to shreds. Daoist 9 Dragons was also affected by this force. His body flew out backwards in a sorry state, crashing heavily on top of the palace protector formation, spitting out blood, his breath wilting. Just as Yun Tianduan was about to take advantage of the situation to obliterate Daoist 9 Dragons, the latter suddenly let out a mournful hiss, only to see that the clothes on his body were windless, and dense scales began to emerge under his skin, with the color turning from light to dark, and eventually transforming into a body of pitch-black dragon scales. A moment later, his entire person had completely transformed into a giant black dragon, hovering in the void, his dragon's eyes like torches, and his aura was majestic. When Yun Tiandust saw this, he couldn't help but freeze as well. Although he knew of thousands of feats in the world, he had never seen anyone who could transform into a dragon so completely. Could it be that this was really a magical ability granted by the Dragon Clan's secret method cultivated by Daoist 9 Dragons? At this moment, Yun Tianduan became intensely interested in Daoist 9 Dragons' technique, and at the same time, he became more vigilant. Chapter 80 Visionary Manifestation. Immortal Realm Tremors. The black dragon transformed by Daoist 9 Dragons let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar, its breath rising wildly as if it might break through to the 7th step of the Divine Palace at any moment. Each of his black dragon scales was like a black meteorite iron casting, shining with an eerie cold light. The black dragon's eyes were bloodshot, radiating monstrous resentment and killing intent. He opened his huge mouth, revealing his sword-like sharp dragon teeth, and roared towards Yun Tianduan as if he wanted to swallow him in one gulp. A trace of gravity flashed in Yun Tiandust's eyes as he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the black dragon that the 9 Dragons Daoist had transformed into. However, he didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, his battle spirit became even stronger. Domain. Open. Yun Tiandust let out a low gulp as chaotic chi surged crazily around him. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth changed, and the black dragon transformed by Daoist 9 Dragons had just sensed that something was wrong when it found itself in a gray space. Here there is no sky, no earth, no direction, no time, everything seems to revert to chaos, no beginning, no end, no order. What kind of field is this? The black dragon spat out human words, its mountain-sized pupils bubbling with red light as it looked around in panic. The 9 Dragons Daoist was horrified to discover that in this unknown realm, his perception, speed and strength, and even his thinking, had been drastically weakened. How can this be? Daoist 9 Dragons desperately struggled to break through this bizarre field, but it was always in vain. Yun Tianduan looked at the black dragon struggling in the chaos realm, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had used his domain against the enemy, and the effect was surprisingly good. Chaos Infinity. Yun Tiandust let out a cold cry and directly erupted with an overwhelming strike, only to see Yun Tiandust slap out his palm. The violent chaotic chi surged wildly, as if it wanted to incorporate the entire heaven and earth. The 9 Dragons Daoist only felt an irresistible force sweeping over him, and an unprecedented fear welled up in his heart. The black dragon he incarnated struggled madly in the void, its scales flickering with an eerie light, but it was difficult to resist the erosion of that chaotic aura. Every moment, he felt his power being rapidly weakened, as if he was plunged into an endless abyss. Daoist 9 Dragons felt the terror of this strike and was inwardly terrified. he could clearly feel the destructive power contained in that chaotic aura, as if it was going to completely devour his soul. In the chaotic realm, the 9 dragons Taoist's enormous dragon body swung wildly in the void, as if it had gone berserk as it rampaged in one direction. However, no matter how much he struggled, he was never able to break through Yun Tianduan's chaotic domain. This is impossible. How could there be such a terrifying domain under the heavens? Taoist 9 dragons hissed out, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. A moment later, the black dragon let out a mournful roar as his dragon body began to crumble under the erosion of the chaotic chi, his scales falling off in droves and blood splattering everywhere. In the end, the black dragon was forcibly knocked back into its original form and transformed back into its human body by Yun Tiandust's strike of chaotic infinity. The terrified 9 dragons Taoist was filled with disbelief. How could he not expect that the Dragon Clan's secret technique that he had cultivated for many years would be so unbeatable in front of this mysterious person? Who in the world are you? Why did you do this to my flowing cloud immortal dynasty? Taoist 9 dragons trembled as he inquired, his eyes flickering with infinite rage, but more than anything else, fear. You, the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, have brought this upon yourselves. This is the evil fruit you deserve to taste. Yun Tiandust coldly spat out a sentence, and then he no longer paid attention to the 9 dragons Taoist's roar and directly executed the soul extraction and refining technique. Taoist 9 dragons felt that his Yuanshan was being pulled by a powerful force, and the extreme pain caused him to hiss out, "No! You can't do this to me!" The 9 dragons Taoist struggled frantically, trying to get out of Yun Tianduan's control. However, it was all in vain. In the chaotic realm, all his reactions were half a beat slower, and he was simply unable to resist Yun Tiandust's overbearing tearing. As the Yuanshan was forcibly ripped out, Yun Tiandust began to forcibly peruse the 9 dragons Taoist's memories. "Ah, you devil! This seed dies with you!" The 9 dragons Taoist's Yuanshan body let out a roar to the heavens, going so far as to explode his Yuanshan, attempting to pull Yun Tianduan with him. "Humph, want to blow yourself up? Not that easy." Yun Tiandust snorted coldly, only to see a vast celestial river emerge out of thin air, suppressing 9 dragons Taoist's self-detonation power hard. This was precisely the chaotic body vision, chaotic heavenly river. "No, this can't be. What kind of power is this?" Taoist 9 dragons Yuanshan body trembled violently, completely despairing. The various means that Yun Tianduan had unleashed had completely subverted the 9 dragons Taoist's perception. Without a trace of pity in his eyes, Yun Tiandust continued to read the 9 dragons Taoist's memories. But what he didn't know was that the moment the chaotic body vision manifested, the entire immortal region exploded. The heaven and earth anomalies triggered by the chaotic heavenly river had even startled the eternal immortal region. In a cave that was known as the first forbidden place by the eternal divine hall, 13 finely crafted crystal coffins were neatly placed on a high platform. Within each coffin, one person was sleeping, but on top of these coffins, there was the largest bronze ancient coffin, which was pulled by 8 chains and suspended in mid-air. However, at this moment, the sleeping old man in the bronze ancient coffin suddenly opened his eyes, and a breath that was strong to the extreme faintly emanated from him, directly startling the dozen or so people in the rest of the coffins. At the same time, the old monsters of the major forces of the eternal immortal domain broke out. Their gazes were all cast towards the middle heavenly immortal domain, and a trace of gravity flashed in their eyes. The heavenly void sect, the Pyamia immortal palace, and a host of other top-tier powerhouses were all appalled as they sensed an overriding force in the previous instant. What kind of power is this? How could it explode with such might? Countless top-tier bigwigs exchanged divine thoughts. There were also strong people who broke through the air towards the middle heavenly immortal region in an attempt to find out what was going on. The eternal divine hall was the only one that hadn't made a move yet, and the group of senior officers looked in the direction of the forbidden land in the back of the mountain, seemingly waiting for orders. In the forbidden cave, a dozen or so living fossils who had crawled out from the pile of coffins looked at each other, their eyes narrowing slightly. After the group of old monsters exchanged words in secret for a moment, one of them looked toward the Dao-robed old man standing in the air above the bronze ancient coffin and respectfully inquired, "Dao ancestor, this power, is it possible that it is the legendary chaotic body?" The old man known as Dao ancestor didn't speak, only a pair of vast eyes pierced through endless space, seemingly seeing everything that was happening in the mid-heaven immortal region. He had a white beard and hair and was immortal. However, underneath its transcendent appearance, it faintly exuded an aura of death. This person was none other than the strongest old ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, titled Haotian. It was rumored that ancestor Haotian Dao had been a figure from millions of years ago, surviving to this day by relying on supreme secret techniques and various life-renewing supreme treasures, and was the immortal domain's veritable #1 powerhouse. After a long moment of silence, the divine thoughts of Taoist ancestor Haotian suddenly came out. "Go! Bring that person back, at all costs. Chapter 81 Overthrowing the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty. Departure. After saying that, the Haotian Daofather once again lay back in his coffin and fell into a deep sleep. Yes, a respectful voice echoed in the void. The remaining dozen or so old monsters glanced at each other, their eyes unable to hide their excitement. It's really the legendary chaotic body. Great. That's right. As long as we can obtain the chaotic body origin, why would my clan worry about failing to accomplish our great plans? The divine thoughts of all the old monsters exchanged, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. No. A red-haired old man spoke in a low tone. I'm going to come out in person. The chaos body is a matter of great importance, and I will never allow the slightest mistake. After the red-haired old man finished speaking, he arched his hand at the bronze ancient coffin and spoke out respectfully. Please ask the Tao ancestor for permission. I've decided to go in person, and I will definitely bring that chaotic body back. Yun. In the bronze ancient coffin, a divine thought slowly came out. After receiving permission, the red-haired old man's figure instantly concealed itself in the void and disappeared. The rest of the old monsters saw this and secretly nodded their heads, with Old 13 personally stepping in. It will be foolproof. One of the great-robed old men slowly spoke, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. As long as those old guys don't personally intervene, no one will be able to stop Old 13. Humph. Measure them wouldn't dare, unless they want to be exterminated. Another person coldly spoke out, a cold light flickering in his eyes. The visions triggered by the chaotic heavenly river caused all the major top powers in the entire immortal region to send their strong men to rush to the middle heavenly immortal region. The vast majority of the martial artists from all sides believed that there was a foreign treasure coming out of the world. There were only a very few top-tier powers that vaguely guessed the origin of that vision. Regarding the great tremor in the immortal region, Yun Tian Dust was unaware of it. At this moment, he had only finished perusing the memories of Taoist 9 dragons. After going through the entire process of extracting the soul and refining the spirit, Taoist 9 dragons Yuanshan still hadn't burst into pieces, but it had reached the brink of collapse. True dragon's secret art. Dragon transformation technique? Yun Tian Dust murmured in a low voice, glancing at Taoist 9 dragons Yuanshan that was about to collapse if he had any deep meaning, and without hesitation, he slapped it apart. As the chaos domain dispersed, Yun Tianwan's figure emerged and the 9 dragons Taoist's corpse fell down with it. In the distant skies, many martial artists from various parties who had followed up and rushed here saw this scene, and all of them were chilled to the bone. The 9 dragons Taoist who had erupted with astounding strength had died just like that. Many people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Thick awe flashed in their gazes as they looked at Yun Tian Dust. The Violet Palace and Heavenly Pivot sect powerhouses had mixed feelings in their hearts when they saw the corpse of Taoist 9 dragons. The biggest enemy of both of them was dead, by all rights. They should be happy. But in their hearts, they were all unconsciously uneasy. After the crowd of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty below saw the already dead 9 dragons Taoist, there were cries of grief up and down. Everyone's faces were ashen, and the entire Lu Yun Imperial Palace was in chaos. Yet there were still most of the martial artists, supporting the Guardian Array with all their might. Although they didn't know why the person in front of them wanted to decimate the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty, there was no way this person would let them go. Even the immensely powerful old Imperial Lord had died in battle, and it would be even more impossible for them to block this terrifying enemy if they didn't concentrate their strength. As a Divine Palace 3-step old man shouted, more than 90% of the martial practitioners of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty input all of their strength into the large formation, and there were even some who burned their essence, blood and souls, preparing to fight to the death. Under the full force of the hundreds of thousands of martial artists from the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, the light emanating from the Guardian Array reached its peak. In response, Yun Tian Dust was filled with disdain. He indifferently looked down at the Guardian Grand Formation below and raised his hand to fiercely blast out a fist. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the void suddenly changed. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a shadow of an annihilating fist descended from the sky, slamming down fiercely against the Guardian Grand Formation below. Only a roar could be heard as cracks began to appear in the Guardian Array, which then spread rapidly and completely dissipated a moment later. Die! Yun Tian Dust coldly spat out a word, and immediately transformed into a Shura. Swooping down, a dozen or so strong men of the Divine Palace realm of the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty could not even withstand a single glance, and were obliterated on the spot by Yun Tian Dust. With Yun Tian Dust's killing spree, the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty was destroyed. In the course of the killing spree, Yun Tian Dust purposely erupted with absolute power, instantly destroying that teleportation channel to the immortal realm. After everything was settled, Yun Tian Dust secretly communicated with the mysterious little tower suspended in his dantian, and then probed out his big hand, uprooting the entire treasure pavilion of the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty, directly into the inner space of the little tower. After doing so, without half a moment's hesitation, he cut through space and stepped inside. All the powerful people from all sides of the Middle Heaven immortal domain looked at the scene of the destruction of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty from afar. All of them were chilled to the bone. Even though Yun Tian Dust had already left, no one dared to go forward. The whole thing was less than an hour. I think. The huge flowing cloud immortal dynasty was then forcefully destroyed by a mysterious person. The shock this brought to the crowd could be imagined. It wasn't until they were sure that the mysterious person had moved away that countless martial artists began to swarm in, rushing into the flowing cloud immortal dynasty to scavenge for resources, creating a chaotic mess. Moments later, the fluctuations of the great battle unfolded in all parts of the Lu Yun imperial palace. As time passed, countless top-tier powerhouses gathered here before the great battle gradually subsided. Several hours quickly passed, and the divine palace realm powerhouses that had gathered in the Lu Yun imperial city were already no less than 10 million. Among them, there was no lack of top-tier powerhouses with more than 5 steps in the divine palace. All of them were inquiring about what had happened in the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, and some were inquiring about the details of the fight. After someone had depicted the appearance of that mysterious middle-aged man, some insightful people directly surmised that it was not the real face. In the end, none of them asked for any valid information. Quite a number of powerful people who specialized in the art of deduction were deducing in place, but without exception, all of them suffered serious backlash. Among them, there was also a divine palace 7th step who was seriously injured on the spot by the backlash, and the crowd was horrified. The immortal region was affected by the vision of the chaotic heavenly river and the destruction of the flowing cloud immortal dynasty. An unprecedented uproar has arisen. Yun Tian Dust, however, had no knowledge of this, and in the sky above a canyon far away from the flowing cloud immortal dynasty, his silhouette quietly emerged from the void, his eyes flickering with excitement. Yun Tian Dust sat cross-legged on top of a huge rock in the valley, and after casually arranging a hidden formation, he moved his mind and directly entered the inner space of the mysterious little tower. Inside the small tower was an infinite chaotic space, and in the center stood 2 huge palaces, one large and one small. That slightly smaller palace was none other than the flowing cloud immortal dynasty's treasure pavilion. When Yun Tian Dust moved his mind, endless light and splendor surged out from the palace. Treasures, immortal medicines, immortal soldiers, secret books, and countless other things. These, all of which had been treasured by the Lu Yun immortal dynasty for hundreds of thousands of years, had now all become Yun Tian Dust's possessions. If it was brought back to the War God Temple, it would be enough for the War God Temple to vigorously develop for a while, especially that dragon transformation skill. It was the most suitable for that guy. Dragon Breaker. As Yun Tian Dust was categorizing the various heavenly treasures, the small tower suddenly shook violently. Under Yun Tian Dust's dumbfounded gaze, a white light flashed by. The various immortal artifact divine soldiers that were piled up into mountains all became a pile of broken brass and iron, and all the divinity was gone. A few moments later, they all turned into ashes. Yun Tian Dust covered his hand and held his forehead with a pang of remorse. Chapter 82, the next volume of the 7 wondrous books. Great Destiny Technique. Yun Tian Dust almost forgot that this mysterious little tower specialized in devouring all kinds of divine weapons and superior quality refining materials, and was a true weapon killer. Looking at the immortal artifact divine soldiers that had turned into ashes, Yun Tian Dust wanted to cry without tears. These were the collections of the Lu Yun immortal dynasty for hundreds of thousands of years, and they were just gone. Ugh, forget it, it's all plundered anyway. Yun Tian Dust sighed helplessly and could only accept this reality. He continued to organize the other treasures, categorizing immortal pills, secret books, and immortal crystals in different storage rings. Although a large number of immortal artifact divine soldiers were lost, the harvest this time was still very huge. The different qualities of immortal crystals were all converted into extreme immortal crystals, the total value of which was more than 10 trillion, together with all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, immortal pills, etc. The value was even more incalculable. As for those Gungfu tome, Yun Tian Dust didn't care much about them. The merit laws cultivated by the disciples of the War God Hall were all taken out by him from the small tower, excluding the dragon transformation skill cultivated by Taoist 9 dragons. The rest of the merit laws canons of the Flowing Clouds immortal dynasty were all garbage in the eyes of Yun Tian Dust. As Yun Tian Dust waved his hand, dozens of storage rings hovered in front of him. All of them were the storage rings of the Divine Palace realm powerhouses, with the exception of very few. Yun Tian Dust had deliberately left his hand behind when he obliterated most of the Divine Palace realm martial artists, didn't destroy their storage rings, keeping in mind the previous lesson. Yun Tian Dust did not pour out the contents of the storage ring, but only probed out his divine thoughts to check. At this look, Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but be staggered. The items in these storage rings added up to be worth more than the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty's treasure pavilion. This is? Yun Tian-dust noticed that in the corner of Taoist Nine Dragons' storage ring, there was a bloodstained broken sword standing upright. The broken sword looked rusty, but it gave him an extremely extraordinary feeling. With a thought, the broken sword was taken out by Yun Tian-duan. Just as Yun Tian-dust reached out to grip it, the small tower shook violently, and with a flash of white light, the broken sword in front of him was swallowed by this abominable small tower. Yun Tian-dust couldn't help but freeze on the spot when he just wanted to start cursing. This was because after the small tower had devoured the broken sword, a circular portal suddenly cracked open in the void. An even stronger aura of chaos overflowed from the portal, mysterious and solemn. This is the second layer of space opening up? Yun Tian-dust looked at the glittering circular portal with a face full of disbelief before a burst of ecstasy. A strong curiosity surged in his heart, and he couldn't wait to explore this mysterious second layer of space. He had gotten a hidden scripture pavilion on the first floor of the small tower. I wonder what surprises would be on this second floor. Without hesitation, Yun Tian-duan flew and stepped into the portal. Just after entering the second level of space, what met his eyes was a gray and misty scene, making it difficult to see around. Yun Tian-dust utilized the spacetime divine eyes, but his sight could only see within 10,000 meters, and his probing divine thoughts could only encompass a range of 20,000 meters. In this mist, Yun Tian-dust carefully explored forward. After an unknown amount of time, a light shot through the layers of mist, and Yun Tian-dust followed the direction the light came from and fiercely accelerated his speed. Not long after, 7 bronze stone monuments that were 10,000 feet tall stood in front of him, each of them emitting a blazing white light that was impossible to look at directly. It was fortunate that Yun Tian-dust had awakened the spacetime divine eyes, and despite the blinding light, he was still able to see the stone monument clearly. 7 stone monuments stood in a fan shape, and in the center of the fan was an ancient stone table with 3 items on it: a book, a brocade box and a sword case respectively. But at this moment, Yun Tian-dust's attention was on top of those 7 huge stone tablets, because on top of those 7 stone tablets, all of them were recorded with densely packed scriptures. As Yun Tian-dust fixed his eyes on them, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the content recorded on the first stone tablet on the left was clearly the next volume of the physical art. The second tablet is the Book of Souls. By analogy, the contents recorded in the third to sixth stone tablets were clearly the Pill Codex, Weaponry Book, Formation Scripture, Talisman, and Martial Scripture, and all of them were in the lower volumes. Yun Tian-dust was so excited that he almost jumped up when he read these contents. Ancient books recorded that there were 10 strange books in the world, and the hidden scriptures on the first floor of the small tower contained 7 of them, yet they were all just the upper volumes. Yun Tian-dust also did not expect that the subsequent parts of the 7 great wondrous books would be in this second layer of space and still be obtained by him so easily. What is this if not pie in the sky? Strongly suppressing his restless mind, Yun Tian-dust took out a jade slip and topologized the contents on the stone tablet one by one. With all the contents of the 7 wondrous books topologized, the light of the 7 stone tablets dimmed at the same time until the light completely disappeared, revealing the original appearance of the bronze stone tablets. To Yun Tian-dust's surprise, the scriptures recorded on the stone tablet also disappeared. In response, Yun Tian-dust did not care too much about it. After putting the jade slip into his storage ring, Yun Tian-dust slowly walked over to the stone table, his gaze fixed on the yellowish book, and he was suddenly short of breath. The books were ancient and worn, but the script was exceptionally clear. Printed on its surface were 4 large golden letters: Great Destiny Technique. Yun Tian-dust reached out and gently turned it over, only to see this passage written on the title page. Fate is impermanent. The heavenly way is in order, mastering fate. Dominating the sinking and floating, only the Great Destiny Technique. Peeping into the heavens, reversing the yin and yang, and changing the heavens and changing the fate. Yun Tian-dust recited silently in his heart. Each word seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds, smashing into his heart. Based on these few words alone, this Great Destiny Technique is by no means unusual, and is definitely a taboo secret technique. With an uplifted mind, Yun Tian-dust carefully turned the first page. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The yellow book suddenly erupted with a dazzling light that pierced Yun Tian-dust's eyes. Immediately afterward, he felt an incomparably powerful suction coming from the book, as if it was going to devour his soul. Yun Tian-dust was shocked and wanted to break free from this suction force, but realized that he was unable to move at all. Just when he thought he was going to be completely devoured by the book, the suction force suddenly disappeared without a trace. He gasped, his heart palpitating as he looked at the books in front of him. At this moment, the Great Destiny Technique has regained its calmness, quietly placed on top of the stone table, as if everything just now was just an illusion. However, Yun Tian-duan clearly knew that everything that had just happened was real. He took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and once again reached out to open the Great Destiny technique. This time, there was no further mutation in the book. Yun Tian Dust flipped through page after page, the expression on his face becoming more and more grave. The Great Destiny technique recorded in this book had completely subverted Yun Tian Dust's knowledge of martial arts, cultivated to the extreme. This secret art could reverse life and death, truly controlling the fate of all spirits, a thought that changes the course of another person's destiny. It can also forcibly reverse life and death and bring the dead back to life. If he hadn't seen this secret art in the small tower, Yun Tianduan would have only thought that it was bull ********. However, being in this already mysterious little tower makes Yun Tian Dust have to believe that this Great Destiny technique is absolutely real. At this moment, Yun Tianduan was both shocked and surprised inside. How could he not be moved by such a divine art? Especially that heaven-defying means of reversing life and death. Yun Tian Dust swore in his heart that he would practice it no matter what. Chapter 83 Golden Blood. All-round breakthrough. Yun Tian Dust hungrily read the Great Destiny technique, completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, he finally read the book from beginning to end, though he had only skimmed through it and did not fully comprehend its mysteries. But even so, Yun Tianduan could feel that his state of mind was very different from before. It was as if there was a mysterious power that was quietly awakening within him, waiting to be discovered and controlled. Yun Tian Dust slowly closed the book and took a deep breath. He knew that the mysteries of the Great Destiny technique could not be understood overnight, and that it would take a lot of time to slowly ponder and realize them. This Great Destiny technique is of great importance. Yun Tian Dust did not put it into the storage ring. Put it in the small tower is the safest. Anyway, he has memorized the content. However, just as Yun Tianduan was thinking in this manner, he realized that the contents of the Great Destiny technique in his mind began to gradually blur. In a few short breaths, he could only remember the passage on the title page. Yun Tian Dust was stunned. With his current strength, he could forget any book. This situation must have something to do with the Great Destiny technique itself. The Great Destiny technique, truly divine. Yun Tian Dust sked and forced down his inner shock as his gaze turned to the remaining two items on the stone table. The first thing that caught Yun Tian Dust's attention was the brocade box. The brocade box was made of an unknown material, warm and moist like jade, with complex patterns embroidered on it. The moment Yun Tian Dust slowly moved and opened the brocade box, dazzling golden light burst out from it, illuminating the space for tens of thousands of miles in a circle. The blinding golden aura caused Yun Tian Dust to close his eyes. Even his spacetime divine eyes couldn't see straight. Only after noticing the light dissipate did Yun Tian Dust open his eyes, only to see a drop of golden blood the size of an eyeball quietly suspended inside that brocade box. The drop of blood took on the color of pure gold, emitting a mysterious and vast aura as if it contained some kind of supreme power, possessing the supreme power to suppress everything and dominate the sinking and floating. In front of this drop of blood, Yun Tianduan felt that he was no better than an ant, as small as dust. He couldn't even believe it. Just how terrifyingly strong did it take for blood to have this kind of power? And what made Yun Tian Dust's mind vibrate was that the moment he saw this drop of blood, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. That feeling, as if this drop of blood was originally his own, had an inexplicable throbbing and affinity. Before Yun Tian Dust could react, the drop of golden blood suddenly transformed into a golden light and directly entered his brow. Yun Tian Dust only felt a loud bang in his head, as if he had been viciously impacted by an invisible force, and then he was plunged into endless darkness. The moment before he fell unconscious, he vaguely felt the drop of golden blood roaming around in his body, and every meridian and bone was warmly wrapped by it, as if it was undergoing some kind of mysterious and far-reaching metamorphosis. He did not know how long had passed. Perhaps it was an instant. Perhaps it was 1,000 years. Yun Tian Dust only felt that he was completely in the middle of a chaos, surrounded by a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Suddenly, his mind shook, his consciousness gradually returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was still the same as before the coma. The 7 bronze monuments are still standing tall. The Great Destiny technique and the sword box on the stone table are still shining brightly. Only the brocade box in the center has lost its luster. At this moment, Yun Tianduan could clearly feel that he was very different from earlier. Yun Tian Dust suddenly realized that many more unfamiliar yet familiar memory fragments had appeared in his mind. These memory fragments seemed to come from another time and space, another self, full of mystery and unknown. Yun Tian Dust tried to string these memory fragments together, but realized that they were like scattered pearls that could not be strung together into a complete necklace. Whenever he tried to probe deeper, he felt a strong wave of vertigo hit him and had to stop. However, at this moment, what was even more shocking to Yun Tian Dust was that he realized that his own meridians, bones and yuan shen, and even his physical body had become more than several times stronger. before he fell unconscious. His divine thoughts could still only encompass 20,000 meters in this second layer of space, but now he could easily cover as much as hundreds of thousands of meters, more than 10 times more powerful. Yun Tian Dust subconsciously looked inward at his Dantian, in which there were 3 divine palaces suspended, and all of them were golden in color, emanating a mysterious and vast aura. How is this possible? Yun Tian Dust was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend the changes that had happened to him. He clearly felt that he had only been unconscious for a while, so how did he wake up as if he had been transformed? Even his cultivation level had broken through 2 consecutive levels. This is the realm of the divine palace. How many old monsters in the immortal domain had spent tens of thousands of years struggling to condense a divine palace? Yet he had only squinted for a moment and 2 more divine palaces had appeared out of thin air. Wouldn't others be pissed off if this got out? But Yun Tian Dust also knew that it was all thanks to that drop of golden blood. Thinking of that drop of golden blood, intense curiosity and questions surged in Yun Tian Dust's heart. What exactly is the origin of that drop of blood? How could it give him a sense of familiarity? And why could it bring about such a drastic change in him? And what secrets are hidden in those fragmented memory fragments? Regarding those memory fragments, Yun Tian Dust spent a long time unable to sort out any useful messages, and had to put them aside for the time being. He slowly stood up, his eyes turning to the last item on the stone table, the black sword case. Yun Tian Dust cautiously opened the sword case, only to see that inside the sword box lay an ancient and simple long sword, with complex patterns engraved on the sword body, emitting a stern and domineering might, and vaguely overflowing with a devouring all breath. It was as if this sword possessed life, quietly waiting for its master's call. And at the moment Yun Tian Dust looked at it, the sword even trembled slightly. Yun Tian Dust looked like he had thought of something and his body could not stop trembling. This was definitely not an ordinary sword, but a sword tire that could devour other weapons and heavenly materials and could grow on its own. After determining that this was a sword tire, Yun Tian Dust quickly closed the sword case, fearing that the small tower would swallow it again. However, upon careful consideration, Yun Tian Dust felt that he was overthinking it. If the little tower really wanted to devour this sword tire, I'm afraid it would have already disappeared. After casually putting the sword box into his storage ring, Yun Tian Dust exited the small tower with excitement. This one was so rewarding. Not only did he obtain the lower volumes of the 7 wondrous books, he also obtained a forbidden secret art like the Great Destiny technique. Even his physical body, cultivation level, and Yuanshin had been drastically improved. Plus that sword tire with unlimited potential. Yun Tian Dust couldn't believe that his luck would be so good, as if it was all destined, to the point that he thought it was his own hallucination. Chapter 84, Cultivating Soul Books. Overbearing Eternal Divine Hall Holy Sun. As his divine sense probed into the jade slip, Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but secretly marvel when he once again saw what was written in the lower volume of the soul book. The previous volume is a bit of a stretch to call it a primer compared to that. The secret techniques of the soul Dao recorded in the next volume included the soul regeneration technique, soul searching technique, soul destruction seal, and heart demon lead. Each secret method had heaven-defying power, and just reading the introduction was mesmerizing. Yun Tian Dust was excited. This soul book was truly worthy of being one of the 10 strange books. The various soul path means recorded in it were all superb and heaven-defying, and could be called a taboo existence. Putting away his agitated mind, Yun Tian Dust sank into physical realization with his whole body and mind. Soul-taking can take a person's mind and soul, manipulate his or her thinking, and make him or her obedient and a puppet of the caster. Soul-searching technique is a more advanced existence than soul extraction and refining. Without the need to strip the other party's yuanshin can be forced to search the soul. Do not have to worry about the other party will not be able to withstand an yuanshin burst. Even more perverse was that once the soul-searching technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could also silently peruse other people's memories without being detected. However, the divine soul realm of the caster had to be far beyond that of the other party, or else it would easily be detected. Nonetheless, Yun Tianduan was already very satisfied. The soul destruction seal, on the other hand, was a hegemonic and unparalleled means of attacking the soul, which could easily destroy the opponent's yuanshin and could not be defended against. The heart demon guide, on the other hand, can induce the heart demons within the enemy's heart, which can cause people to silently enter into the devil, thus falling into the realm of eternal doom. Yun Tian Dust also couldn't help but secretly sigh. Although there were few soul Dao cultivators, they were an existence that no one would want to take on. Going over the contents of the jade slip once more, Yun Tian Dust immersed himself in the arcane mysteries of the various secret techniques on the ground. With a concealment array guarding him, Yun Tian Dust was not worried about being disturbed. There were no years in cultivation. Soon half a year passed. And Yun Tian Dust also finally mastered these Soul Dao secret techniques initially. He slowly opened his eyes, and a heart-stopping light flickered in his eyes. Strangely enough, as long as the Gongfu tome was obtained from this mysterious little tower, Yun Tian Dust cultivated it very quickly and almost never failed. Take the refining of weapons and alchemy. He just watched the steps once and got on with it a few times before he knew how to do it. Yun Tian Dust also had many doubts about this, but in the end, they could only be attributed to the chaotic body's talent. Through the sparring match with Taoist 9 dragons, Yun Tianwan realized that he had underestimated the chaotic body after all. In his physique inheritance, the chaotic body was divided into 9 revolutions. Every time you break through a turn, you can awaken a divine ability, and the current Yun Tian Dust was still at the level of the second turn. When he broke through the first turn, he awakened the spacetime divine eyes, thus possessing the ability to control spacetime. The effect of the spacetime god's eyes was much more than that, especially in the dynamic visualization of the most prominent effect, far more than 10 times more than before awakening. Upon breaking through the second turn, Yun Tian Dust obtained the Chaos Domain. In the Chaos Realm, all of the enemy's abilities would be drastically limited, while not only would he not be affected, his battle power would be doubled. Under this contrast, the perversity of the domain avatar was self-evident. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but think about what it would be like one day when he had perfected the cultivation of the chaotic body, when he had the 9 divine powers with him. If you add in the chaotic body's own visions, who in the same realm could be defeated? He had once seen an ancient book in the tower's hidden scripture cabinet, in which there were records of various special body types. According to that ancient book, the chaotic body ranks second among the thousands of body types. As for that top-ranked supreme physique, it was only a rumor that had never appeared. However, because of this, the chaos body has been regarded as the first physique by people in later generations. With regards to the divine marvels of the chaotic body, Yun Tianduan still needed more time to explore. The purpose of coming to the immortal region had been achieved, and it was time to go home. The resources he had gained this time were enough for the war god's palace to develop for a while. However, before going back, Yun Tianwan decided to go to the Supreme Immortal region and poke around to find out the reaction of the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty. If the Jiao Yao Immortal Dynasty had to seek death, Yun Tian Dust wouldn't mind going on another killing spree. What's the harm in dying a million deaths for your family and brothers? Without thinking much about it, Yun Tian Dust got up and withdrew the formation before immediately taking a deep breath. With his eyes looking around, Yun Tianwan's massive divine thought spread out, instantly encompassing hundreds of millions of miles. In response, a trace of surprise flashed across Yun Tian Dust's eyes. Compared to when he first came to the immortal region, his divine thoughts were more than tens of times more powerful. Such a rate of improvement is not insignificant. However, just as Yun Tian Dust withdrew his divine thoughts and prepared to leave, he suddenly detected several powerful auras breaking through the air towards this place, and it gave him the feeling that he seemed to be coming from a bad place. Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly, not wanting to cause trouble, and prepared to leave quietly. "Little friend, please stay." A mellow voice rang out, followed by 6 figures appearing in Yun Tianduan's line of sight. At the head was a red-haired old man with an unfathomable aura, clearly the leader of the group. This person looked sickly, but there was infinite energy hidden within his body, which was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth once it erupted. If he had encountered this person before he broke through the realm, Yun Tian Dust would only have the fate of running away and would never be an opponent. But now, he really doesn't carry fear. As for the other 5, they were a slightly chubby old man in a gray robe, 2 middle-aged men in extraordinary clothes, a blood-robed youth and a woman in a purple dress. Among these 5 people, the blood-robed youth and the purple-skirted woman with the weakest cultivation levels had clearly stepped into the 3rd step of the divine palace, and their talents could not be considered strong. This kind of cultivation was enough to be honored as an ancestor when placed in the lower 5 domains. Based on Luo Sen's memories, Yun Tianduan vaguely guessed the identities of these people. Yun Tian Dust was secretly wary in his heart. He did not want to have any interactions with these people, so he pretended not to hear the voice and turned around to leave. However, right at this moment, a powerful sword light violently attacked, aiming straight for Yun Tianzuan's undershirt. Yun Tianzuan's figure flickered and easily dodged the sword light. He looked back, only to see that the one who had struck was the blood-robed youth. At this moment, the blood-robed youth was holding a blood-colored longsword and pointing it at Yun Tianduan, his eyes revealing his killing intent. To be able to dodge the Saint Sun's strike, you do have some means, but with this amount of strength, how dare you ignore my eternal divine hall? The blood-robed youth's stern gaze gazed at Yun Tian Dust, arrogance evident in his icy tone. Yun Tian Dust's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light flickered as he looked expressionlessly at the blood-robed youth and calmly said, "I don't know you and the others, so what's this talk of ignoring? Humph, didn't you hear me tell you to stand still?" The blood-robed youth snorted coldly, killing intent in his eyes undisguised. How dare you disobey orders? Do you want to die? Order? Yun Tian Dust revealed a look of looking at an idiot as he snorted. I've never known you and the others, much less a superior/subordinate relationship. So what qualifications do you have to order me? Assholes. When the blood-robed youth heard Yun Tianduan's words, he immediately burst into a rage, and after seeing the way the other party was looking at him, his anger could no longer be suppressed, and he had already moved to kill. But just as the blood-robed youth was about to make his move, the red-haired old man at the head spoke. If he looked at the blood-robed youth with deep meaning, the red-haired old man then looked at Yun Tian Dust. His tone was gentle. Little friend, don't mind. We have no malice. We just want to inquire from you. Just now from this place came out a very powerful divine thought. Can you see that person? Chapter 85, The Stupid Asshole Who Wants to Die. Yun Tianduan's heart stirred, instantly understanding the intentions of these people. It turned out that they were attracted by the divine thoughts they emitted. It was naturally impossible for him to admit it, and he immediately shook his head and calmly responded, never seen it. Farewell. After Yun Tian Dust finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. However, the blood-robed youth refused to give up, only to hear him violently bellow out, how dare you? You dare to disrespect the old ancestor. Die. Before the words fell, the blood-robed youth dashed towards Yun Tianduan with his blood-colored longsword. This sword was powerful and heavy, clearly intended to obliterate Yun Tianduan with a single stroke. The red-haired old man was none other than the 13 ancestors of the Eternal Divine Hall, and none of them had any intention of stopping the blood-robed youth when they saw him strike, because in their opinion, the person in front of them did not have any respect for their Eternal Divine Hall, so a lesson would not be out of the question. Seek death. Yun Tian Dust coldly spoke out, his eyes flashing with thick killing intent. This Eternal Divine Hall was really overbearing, killing people at the drop of a hat. Did he really think that he was soft? In the face of the blood-robed youth's powerful killing moves, Yun Tian Dust's gaze chilled, and with a casual wave of his hand, the blood-robed youth's attacks all collapsed, and together with himself, he was also shocked into serious injuries, and smashed to the ground fiercely. The red-haired old man and his party were all stunned, all of them somewhat unable to believe their eyes. But before they could react, Yun Tian Dust struck again. Just see him move in the air. The blood-robed youth was taken into his hands without resistance. Yun Tian Dust tightly clutched its neck, coldly inquired out, do you want to die very much? How is it possible that you? The blood-robed youth was incoherent, his eyes full of disbelief but more humiliation. Obviously, he was shocked by Yun Tianduan's strength. However, the blood-robed youth was not afraid. Instead, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he threatened, kid, do you know who I am? I'm the Holy Son of the Eternal Divine Hall. If you dare to move a hair on my head, the Eternal Divine Hall will surely hunt you to the ends of the earth. Seeing the unabated killing intent in Yun Tian Dust's eyes, a trace of panic flashed across the blood-robed youth's face after he struggled to no avail. Because he was being clutched to death by Yun Tian Dust, the blood-robed youth wasn't even spitting out his words very clearly, but his words were even sharper. Why don't you hurry up and let go of this saint's son? My 13 ancestors of the Eternal Divine Hall are here. Do you still dare to commit murder? The moment he said this, the blood-robed youth felt his breathing much smoother, and thought that Yun Tianduan was afraid, so he immediately intensified his threats. Count on you to be sensible, and for completely offending my Eternal Divine Hall, you and everyone related to you will die without a burial place. Behind the red-haired old man, a middle-aged man in a gorgeous brocade robe stared at Yun Tian Dust dead in the face. His icy words straight from the heart, kid, do you know what you are doing? Humph. Yun Tian Dust snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, I have no grievances or enmity with this person, but he wants to kill me. Do I still have to stand and let him kill me? When the brocade-robed middle-aged man saw that a junior dared to contradict himself, a killing chance flickered in his eyes, and his tone was undeniable. There is no need to say more. This seat will give you 3 breaths of time to release the person. Otherwise don't think you can leave alive. In response to these threats, Yun Tianduan's eyes flashed coldly as killing opportunities loomed. Being carried by Yun Tian Dust like a chick, the blood-robed youth felt a strange sense of shame. His face exploded with green energy as he spoke out and rebuked, if you don't let go again, this saint's son will exterminate your entire family. Death-seeking fool, then you will go to hell. After Yun Tian Dust finished speaking, his palms violently exerted force, effortlessly crushing the blood-robed youth's neck. The blood-robed youth's pupils were as wide as bronze bells, as if he couldn't believe that the other party actually dared to kill him with their hands. The blood-robed youth at this moment finally knew fear. As soon as its Yuan Shen left its body, it fled in terror while shouting, old ancestor save me. Escape? As Yun Tian Dust's ice-cold voice was passed down, The blood-robed youth's yuanshan was slapped into nothingness by his palm, and was already too dead to die. When the brocade-robed middle-aged man and several other Eternal Divine Hall powerhouses saw the scene, they all froze in place. None of them had expected that an unknown young man would be so decisive as to behead their Eternal Divine Hall's Saint Sun-level figure in front of them. The few people who reacted were furious on the spot. "Madman! You're looking for death!" the brocade-robed middle-aged man bellowed out, dodging and slapping his palm at Yun Tian Dust. The aura emanating from his body was clearly that of a divine palace 6 steps. The brocade-robed youth's first strike was a killing move. Yun Tian Dust's move was undoubtedly a provocation to the Eternal Divine Hall's majesty, not to mention that the dead Sun Qian was still one of their Eternal Divine Hall's 9 holy sons. Looking at the immortal realm, no one had dared to provoke the authority of the Eternal Divine Hall. Coldly gazing at the brocade-robed middle-aged man who was furiously killing, Yun Tian Dust also completely lost his patience and decided to try his hand with the soul destruction seal that he had just learned. With a punch that crushed the palm energy of the brocade-robed middle-aged man, a golden mark shot out steeply from Yun Tianduan's brow, heading straight for the other party. The brocade-robed middle-aged man couldn't even react in time, and the soul destruction seal had already rushed into his soul sea, violently exploding after approaching his yuanshan. The powerful yuanshan of the 6th step of the Divine Palace was as fragile as papier-mâché under the aftermath of the explosion of the soul destruction seal, and was crushed into flying dust on the spot. The brocade-robed middle-aged man, on the other hand, was already too dead to die. Other than the red-haired old man, no one present could see exactly how the brocade-robed middle-aged man was struck. That kind of bizarre means made their hearts and minds tremble, especially that purple-skirted woman, who normally thought highly of herself, but at this moment, she felt that the shock in her heart was like a tidal wave that could not be repeated. "Come together and kill this maniac." A few people glanced at each other, and the slightly chubby old man bellowed out. However, their move was stopped by the red-haired old man, only to see the red-haired old man slowly step out. His aura was like a rainbow. The cultivation aura of the 8th step of the Divine Palace was unreservedly released, shocking the entire mid-heaven immortal region. "Stand down. This person is not something you can deal with," the red-haired old man said in a deep voice. His gaze locked onto Yun Tian Dust as if he wanted to see through all the secrets of this young man. Yun Tian Dust was fearless as he locked eyes with the red-haired old man, his body boiling with battle intent. If he had encountered a supreme powerhouse of the 8th step of the Divine Palace before his breakthrough, he would have really had to retreat. But right now, it's a different story. Yun Tian Dust not only raised his cultivation to the 3rd step of the Divine Palace, but he also learned quite a few secret techniques from the lower volumes of the Soul Book. Compared to before the breakthrough, it could be completely described as a transformation. The great battle was imminent, and the two fought together in the sky above the firmament. Yun Tian Dust was as fast as lightning, and the chaotic aura around his body was dazzling, as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. After a few clashes, a trace of consternation flashed across the red-haired old man's face. As the 13th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, he was naturally well informed, and at this moment, he had already recognized the chaotic aura on Yun Tianzuan's body. This is actually a chaotic body? You're actually the one who overthrew the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty by yourself 3 years ago? Ha 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 ha. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting it without making any effort. The red-haired old man burst into ecstasy. The chaotic body that he had been searching for 3 years was right in front of his eyes at this moment. How could he not be excited? "What did you say?" Yun Tian Dust was equally stunned. But what shocked him was that the other party said that the Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty had been overthrown for 3 years? Chapter 86, Suppressing Red-Blooded Ancestor. Soul Regeneration Technique shows its power. A flash of astonishment flashed across Yun Tian Dust's eyes as he lost consciousness after the drop of golden blood entered his body. He thought that at most a few hours had passed, but he did not expect that he had been unconscious for more than 2 years, completely exceeding Yun Tian Dust's expectations. Good boy. Truly worthy of being an invincible chaotic body from the ages. The red-haired old man's eyes burned as he marveled out. To be able to burst out with this kind of strength at a cultivation level of 3 steps of the Divine Palace, no wonder you were able to destroy the Flowing Cloud Immortal Dynasty. Collecting his complicated mind, Yun Tian Dust's sharp eyes gazed at the red-haired old man, his tone low and icy. "So, you came here specifically for me?" As he said that, the killing chance on Yun Tian Dust's body erupted like a tidal wave, locking onto the 4 people from the Eternal Divine Hall who were present. "That's right." The red-haired old man nodded his head decisively and said unapologetically, "The chaos body origin in your body. I, the Eternal Divine Hall, aspire to obtain. If you surrender with your hands, the old man can leave you with a whole body." Meh. Yun Tian Dust laughed back in anger. "Good Eternal Divine Hall, I've seen today. What is hegemony? It was the first time he had seen one who coveted someone else's things and was still so righteous. Such a shameless person is rare. I'm used to covering the sky with one hand in the immortal region. Do you really think that everyone is a soft touch? Yun Tian-dust could not help but squint at the other three and realized that several people were all looking like they were not surprised. The red-haired old man's gaze chilled. Not angry. I am the 13th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall. Known as the Red-Blooded Venerable One, your kind of soul-attacking means is indeed extraordinary. But it's impossible to threaten the old man. Gazing expressionlessly at Yun Tian-duan, Venerable Red Blood threatened once again. Old me will give you one more chance. As long as you cooperate obediently and hand over the chaotic body origin, I can promise to spare your family. If not, just based on the fact that you killed my Eternal Divine Hall's provider and holy son, you and everyone related to you will be buried with them. Venerable Red Blood looked as if he was certain of Yun Tian-duan. One step apart within the Divine Palace was already a world of difference. The 3 steps of the Divine Palace were even worse than ants in the eyes of the Red Blood Venerable. As long as he was slightly wary of Yun Tian-dust's soul secret technique, it was impossible for the other party to injure him. It was also because of this that Venerable Red Blood always had a good plan. On the contrary, the purple-skirted woman who was 3 steps away from the Divine Palace all had a feeling of falling into an ice cave after sensing Yun Tian-dust's murderous intent that was straight from the heart. The bearded middle-aged man and the slightly chubby old man beside the woman couldn't help but feel their hearts and minds trembling as well. Old dog, you've really opened my eyes. Killing chances exploded from Yun Tian-dust's body, his icy cold eyes looking straight at the Red Blood Venerable One as he violently bellowed. Come to death. Chaos Domain. Before Venerable Red Blood could react, he was forcefully pulled into the domain by Yun Tian-duan. Yun Tian-dust didn't give his opponent a chance to react and directly struck out. Under the increase of the power of the domain, Yun Tian-dust slammed his fist into the Red Blood Venerable One, and wherever the wind of his fist passed through, space cracked inch by inch, as if time had stood still. As a supreme powerhouse at the 8th step of the Divine Palace, Venerable Red Blood should not have been restrained so easily. However, at this moment, within this chaotic domain, he felt that he could not utilize half of his strength, and a flash of panic instantly flashed across his face. Seeing that the other party had already killed, Venerable Red Blood raised his hand and slapped out a palm, matching Yun Tian-dust with a blow in the air. Bang! The moment the attacks clashed, the red-blooded Venerable One suddenly felt an overwhelming force acting on his body, and his entire body flew backwards uncontrollably. After flying backwards for hundreds of thousands of meters, Venerable Red Blood only stabilized his body. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? The Red Blood Venerable One's heart was horrified beyond measure. He just couldn't imagine how a junior at the 3rd step of the Divine Palace could erupt with such power. However, Yun Tian-duan did not give him too much time to think, as his figure flashed and he once again appeared in front of Venerable Red Blood, blasting his fist into his chest. When Venerable Red Blood saw the sudden appearance of Yun Tian-duan, his face changed drastically, and in his haste, he made a move to fend off, but was once again blown away. This time, he clearly felt the chaotic aura in his opponent's fist, the kind of power that destroyed the heavens and the earth, sending chills throughout his body. At this moment, Venerable Red Blood's heart was burning with anxiety. He finally realized that the chaotic body was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Take this bizarre domain. It actually managed to suppress even him, the 8th step of the Divine Palace. It was simply appalling. With this thought, the Red Blood Venerable One directly exploded his entire body's strength, wanting to forcefully break through the domain bindings. Spatial confinement. Without waiting for the Red-Blooded Venerable One to make any moves, Yun Tian-dust bellowed out, and although the spatial confinement couldn't completely immobilize him, it slowed down his movements by more than 100 times, and it was this instantaneous effort that Yun Tian-dust's fist had already imprinted on top of his chest, only to hear the crunching sound of click, click, click. The red-blooded Venerable One's sternum was shattered, and his chest was completely sunken in. Intense pain swept through his entire body. The red blood Venerable One's face showed the color of pain. He could clearly feel that his internal organs had been shifted, and even his meridians had been shattered for the most part. Put! Several large mouthfuls of black blood sprayed out, and Venerable Red Blood looked horrified and terrified. How do you? Red Blood Venerable One wanted to say something, but Yun Tian-dust didn't give him a chance to speak. Once again smashing his fist over, staging a violent aesthetics, Venerable Red Blood hastily gathered his astral energy to resist. However, the astral shield he had condensed was like papier-mâché in front of Yun Tian-dust, and was instantly shattered. After this strike, the Red Blood Venerable One's internal organs were all broken, and he was already seriously injured. Without half a moment's hesitation,
Yun Tianduan smoothly sealed Venerable Red Blood's cultivation and clutched his neck before withdrawing the chaos domain.
The moment the domain was withdrawn, the purple-skirted woman and the other three only then saw the situation in front of them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. And then they were shocked. Fear spreading throughout their bodies from the bottom of their hearts. The old ancestor was in existence that had stepped into the 8th step. How is this possible? How could old ancestor lose? The purple-skirted woman said in a trembling voice, her eyes filled with fear and despair. As the holy maiden of the eternal divine hall, she respected all the old ancestors as if they were gods. And now that she saw the old ancestors being lifted up like this, the shock it brought her could be imagined. The bearded middle-aged man and the slightly chubby old man beside him were equally horrified. And this scene caused their livers to go cold. The two subconsciously tried to escape, but they realized that they had been locked by an overpowering aura. So they didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention the fact that the old ancestor was still in the hands of the other party. If they dared to escape privately, they would also surely be severely punished. However, the moment the bearded middle-aged man locked eyes with Yun Tianduan's, an imperceptible flash of ghostly light flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he violently raised his entire body's strength and slammed his fist into the dantian location of the old man beside him. The slightly chubby old man beside him hadn't reacted yet, and the dantian in his body had already shattered, and the whole person was like a deflated ball of leather, with a rapid loss of cultivation. Why are you? You? The slightly chubby old man's eyes widened as he stared at the bearded middle-aged man dead in the face. He really couldn't understand why his companion would suddenly strike out at him. What have I done? The bearded middle-aged man then came back to his senses, and after realizing what he had done, his entire body was in a state of shock. Chapter 87 Soul Search. A shocking mystery. The purple-skirted woman on the side instantly turned pale and bloodless when she saw such a frightening scene. She defiantly broke into the air toward the distance. The person in front of her was the devil. The real devil. However, how could Yun Tiandust leave a survivor? Kill her. Yun Tiandust glanced at the bearded middle-aged man and ordered coldly. When the bearded middle-aged man heard Yun Tianduan's words, his body shook violently. A ghostly light flashed in his eyes once again, and he actually chased after the woman in the purple dress. The purple-skirted woman felt the killing intent behind her and was terrified in her heart. She desperately urged the power stored within her divine palace, wanting to escape from this canyon that made her feel desperate. The difference in strength was too great after all, and the bearded middle-aged man quickly caught up with her and slapped his palm on her rear undershirt. The purple-skirted woman only had time to let out a miserable scream, and her divine soul didn't even have time to escape before she completely perished. The bearded middle-aged man was a solid 6 steps of the divine palace, and the purple-skirted woman of 3 steps of the divine palace was not 1 star weaker in front of him. Coupled with the fact that the purple-skirted woman had no intention of fighting, her death was already doomed, and Yun Tiandust would not let the other party off the hook just because she was a woman. The slightly chubby old man whose cultivation had been wasted by his companion was no longer able to stand in the air, and his entire body fell heavily on top of the ground. He was already running out of gas, and his eyes were filled with remorse and unwillingness. The red-blooded venerable one who was clutched by Yun Tiandust's neck took all of this in his eyes, and the fear in his heart continued to spread. He wouldn't have thought in any way that a mere mole at the 3rd step of the divine palace realm would be strong to this extent. Even if it was a chaotic body, it couldn't be perverted to this extent, right? A moment later, the slightly chubby old man's vitality dissipated as well. Only then did Yun Tiandust look at the red-blood venerable one clutched in his hands and calmly spat out a few words. Now, it's your turn. Yun Tiandust used the flattest of tones to pronounce the death sentence of venerable red blood. The red-blood venerable one shuddered at the words as he slowly raised his head, just in time to meet Yun Tiandust's cold eyes, the fear in his heart surging like a tidal wave. He had wanted to fight back, but he couldn't muster half the strength. After a moment, it was as if venerable red-blooded one was relieved. I never imagined that I would end up falling into the hands of an ant at the 3rd step of the divine palace after millions of years in the immortal realm. A hint of self-deprecation and misery flashed across venerable red-blood's face. Do it! Kill old me and someone will take your life. After saying that, the red-blood venerable one stopped struggling and just quietly waited for death to come. Seeing this reaction, Yun Tiandust snorted. Old dog, it's not that easy for you to die so painfully. Hearing this, red-blood venerable's face changed slightly. What do you want to do? Yun Tiandust did not reply and pressed one hand on top of venerable red-blood's forehead, directly utilizing the soul-searching technique. Venerable red blood only had time to let out a miserable scream before he felt his yuanshan being cut nonstop by countless sharp blades, and his head felt as if it was about to explode. What made the red blood exult even more terrified was that the other party was going through his memories, and his most private thoughts and emotions were presented in their entirety at this moment. It was only then that Venerable Red Blood realized that what the other party had used was the long-lost soul-searching technique. Venerable Red Blood was terrified as he desperately struggled and resisted. But it didn't have any effect at all. The pain of that Yuanshan being cut and torn apart caused him to nearly collapse. In response, Yun Tian Dust did not have half a bit of compassion.
This process can be far more humane than soul extraction and refining. In just a few short breaths of effort, all of Venerable Red Blood's secrets were penetrated by Yun Tianduan.
As for the Red Blood Venerable, at this moment, his entire person was already deflated. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and his body had become limp. After Yun Tian Dust smoothly removed his storage ring, he ended his life with a slap. There's no half-assing it. Yun Tian Dust collected the remaining 5 people's storage rings together and wiped away the traces of the scene before leaving. The first time he performed the soul search technique, Yun Tian Dust was still very satisfied. He easily learned everything, including those unseen secrets of the Red Blood Venerable. From Venerable Red Blood's memories, Yun Tianduan knew a shocking secret. It turned out that this eternal divine hall was not originally from the immortal domain. They came from the higher realm of the God Realm and were the God Realm remnants. All of the direct lineages of the eternal divine hall of fame have the surname Tsang, and were once a branch of the Tsang clan in the divine realm. In order to carry out a special mission, a group of powerful people from their lineage took the initiative to cut off their own cultivation and go down to the realm to carry out that mission. Unbeknownst to me, the tragedy is huge. The lower realm has permanently lost contact with the divine realm, and the lower realm back then was not the immortal realm now. It turned out that as early as countless epochs ago, the immortal realm and the heavenly realm had originally belonged to one body, collectively known as the immortal realm, because after an earth-shattering battle, the entire immortal world was broken. Today's heavenly realm was nothing more than a corner of the immortal realm that had been shattered back then, at best a fragment of a world. There were at least dozens of other world fragments like the heavenly realm. However, the heavenly realm was the largest piece of it, and through the evolution of the years, new rules were gradually formed. The new rules are not quite perfect, but they can still be practiced. As for the other shards, they weren't so lucky. A dozen or so blocks are outright derelict and no longer viable. Of course, there were also a dozen or so fragments of the immortal realm that evolved into worlds even lower than the heavenly realm. The Xian-Tian continent was one of them, and the group of people from the Tsang clan's lower realm was one of the culprits that caused the collapse of the immortal realm. It seemed like it was because a supreme treasure had been strayed into the immortal realm, causing countless forces in the divine realm to send people down to the realm, which was what caused the entire immortal realm to collapse. But at the most tragic time of the war, that treasure even took the initiative to break the void and go, and the connection between the divine world and the immortal world was also cut off by a mysterious force. Anyone who descends to the lower realms is unable to return to the divine realm. The immortal dynasty at that time was already in shambles, and if those battered world fragments were not stripped away, the entire immortal world would be dragged down. In order to get a more suitable environment for survival, all parties then reached an agreement to strip away all the remaining fragments, and the remaining core land was officially renamed Immortal Domain. It was only then that Yun Tian Dust realized why the heavenly realm was called the Forsaken Land, and that the truth behind it could be like this. According to Venerable Red Blood's memories, there were originally hundreds of forces in the Immortal Domain that were remnants of the divine realm, but because dozens of great wars had erupted, the vast majority of them had been exterminated, and there are no more than 20 that still maintain a complete legacy today. The top forces of the immortal realm like the Heavenly Void sect, the Pyamia Immortal Palace, the Baidu family, the Confucian sect, and the Buddhist sect were in fact all divine realm legacies. Originally, in the divine realm, the Tsang clan was somewhat insignificant compared to the other powers of the lower realms. However, because of the many great battles, all the strongest people from all sides were killed in battle. The Tsang clan had always sought to survive in a low profile, slowly growing. It wasn't until 30 million years ago that a supreme figure appeared in the Tsang clan, which led to the establishment of the Eternal Divine Hall, suppressing all the divine realm's remnants and becoming the immortal realm's supreme hegemon in one fell swoop, continuing to this day. After learning about these secret stories, Yun Tian Dust also couldn't help but look heavy. So it turned out that between the heavenly realm and the immortal realm, there was actually such a history buried. Chapter 88, All Sides Eyeing, Western Heavenly Immortal Region. From Venerable Red Blood's memories, Yun Tianduan also knew why the Eternal Divine Hall had targeted him. That great battle of the ages was called the Battle of the Ancients by later generations. Any power with some substance in the God Realm was involved. Because the immortal realm belonged to the lower realms, all of the God Realm powerhouses who descended to the realm had a cultivation restriction that could not exceed the true God Realm. But the lure of that supreme treasure was enough to drive any martial artist crazy. It is said to be a product of a realm far beyond the realm of the gods. Therefore, in order to be able to seize the supreme treasure, All parties had no qualms about letting supreme powerhouses cut off their own cultivation just to be the ultimate winner after going down to the realm. But who would have thought that while all parties were fighting, that supreme treasure would automatically fly away? The passageway to the lower realm, which had been opened by the major powers at great cost, was also destroyed by a mysterious force, and the connection between the two realms was also completely lost. Everyone in the lower realms back then was trapped forever in the immortal realm. They had to accept the reality and survive in the immortal realm first, before exploring ways to return to the divine realm. However, until the group of people in the lower realm's lifespan was exhausted, they had not found their way back. They had passed on from generation to generation in the immortal realm, but had never given up hope of returning to the god realm. With the batch of true gods that descended to the realm back then all fading into the river of years, there were no more gods in the immortal realm. The immortal emperor is then the highest realm. In the immortal realm of the ancient era, there was no such realm as the divine palace, and after a martial artist broke through to the 9 immortal emperors, they could touch a trace of the power of the gods, simply by utilizing the power of God to condense the god grid prototype within the body. The rules of the divine realm would sense it and thus send down the receiving divine tribulation. After successfully crossing the threshold, the fledgling form metamorphosed into a true godhead. The gate of reception will also appear, and anyone with enough talent and accumulation can ascend to the divine realm normally. But since the ancient battle, the rules of the immortal world have shattered. The 9 immortal emperors could no longer invoke a divine tribulation by way of condensing their godheads, and they couldn't even come into contact with the power of God. After trillions of years of evolution, the rules of the immortal realm were gradually perfected. The people of later generations also came into contact with the power of God once again, but they were unable to utilize the power of God to condense the Godhead, and would also die because their bodies could not withstand the power of God and burst their bodies. As time passed, some pioneers followed the way of condensing the Godhead in successfully condensed carriers capable of storing divine power in the Dantian, and the realm of God Palace was born. There were rumors in the immortal region that as long as the 9 divine palaces were perfectly fused, the prototype of a divine grimoire could be formed, and the Godhead fledgling was the only way to invoke the divine tribulation. However, it was much more difficult to fuse the 9 divine palaces. The eternal divine hall's Haotian Dao ancestor had taken millions of years to finally fuse the 8 divine palaces within it into one. However, this final 9th divine palace was never able to merge. According to ancestor Haotian Dao's projection, it needed enough heaven-defying origin things as an aid to perfectly fuse the 9 divine palaces. The invincible chaos body origin of the ancient world was the top choice. Therefore, after the chaotic body vision was rumored, not only on the eternal divine hall side, but almost all the forces inherited from the divine realm secretly went out. Yun Tian Dust, who knew all of this, had frost covering his face. After leaving that battlefield, Yun Tian Dust headed to the Taishan immortal realm according to his original plan, deciding to observe for a period of time before finding an opportunity to return to the heavenly realm. After all, the eternal divine hall was far from being comparable to the stream of the 9th flare immortal dynasty. What's more, all the major forces in the immortal region had already set their eyes on his chaotic body origin, so he couldn't act rashly without absolute strength. Once the news is leaked, the heavenly realm will surely be implicated. Once that red blood venerable died, the eternal divine hall would soon make a big move. The 9th step of the divine palace. I'm afraid that I will have to come out in person as well. In today's immortal region, the eternal divine hall's overlord status was well deserved. In addition to Haotian Dao ancestor, the number 1 person in the immortal domain, the eternal divine hall had 5 other existences who had stepped into the 9th step of the divine palace. There are also 10 people in the shrine's 8 steps. Of course, there are only 9 now. According to Venerable Red Blood's memories, there would be no more than 20 people at the 9 steps of the divine palace in the entire immortal region, and the eternal divine hall had 6 people alone. Such underpinnings are not to be taken lightly. At this moment, Yun Tianduan was also under some pressure. A large part of the reason why he was able to easily subdue Venerable Red Blood was because that old thing despised him too much. With the Chaos Domain's enhancement, the red-blooded Exalt was caught off guard by him. It could also be said that that old thing was always in a state of dumbfoundedness, not even having the chance to fight back before being completely controlled by him. Yun Tiandust knew deep down that the Chaos Domain would not be as oppressive against the 9th step of the Divine Palace, unless the chaotic body's visionary suppression was utilized. He wasn't sure of defeating the Divine Palace 9 steps, but the vision can't be used again until it's absolutely necessary. In the face of absolute benefits, all parties besieging each other was also a relatively common trope. Yun Tianwan didn't think that he could deal with the entire immortal region right now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yun Tiandust once again changed his appearance and aura, and traveled all the way to the west. In order to travel to the supreme immortal region, the western heavenly immortal region was a must. It wasn't until half a day later that Yun Tianwan finally arrived at the Western Sky Immortal region. The customs of this immortal region were very different from the other immortal regions. The martial artists of the Western Heavenly Immortal region were amicable, and the people lived in peace and happiness. Peace and tranquility were on everyone's faces, and all of this originated from the most powerful force in the Western Heavenly Immortal region, the Buddhist sect. The existence of the Buddhist sect was like the spiritual pillar of the Western Heavenly Immortal region. Even though the Western Heavenly Immortal domain belonged to the lower 5 domains, no one dared to cause trouble here, all because of the powerful deterrent power of the Buddhist sect. In particular, the strength of the Buddhist sect's presiding officer, Zen Master Hui Yuan, could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire immortal region. There were even speculations that Zen Master Hui Yuan's true strength was enough to be ranked second. It was just that he kept a very low profile and didn't cross paths with people. Zen Master Hui Yuan aside, the Buddhist school is equally deep. The Buddhist sect's tenet of peace and harmony has made the Western Heavenly realm of immortality a truly pure land. Yun Tian thus strolled through the streets of the small border town of the Western Heavenly Immortal region, feeling the tranquility and harmony of the place, and a wave of emotions ran through his heart. In the man-eating world of martial arts, for the Western Heavenly Immortal region to be this harmonious, it was considered a breath of fresh air. But just as Yun Tian Dust was appreciating the beauty of this place, a sudden clamor came from behind him. Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look, only to see a flamboyant and domineering youth in fancy dress riding a flaming tiger king rampaging through the streets. The dozen or so doglegs behind him were also riding flaming demon tigers, each with their noses turned to the sky. Everyone panicked and got out of the way. The only other person was a little girl sitting paralyzed in the middle of the street, her whole body panicked and crying out in terror. Seeing that the little girl was about to be trampled to death by the flaming tiger king, Yun Tiandust was just about to step in to save her when a figure appeared ahead of him. It was a young monk wearing a light gray monk's robe. He was in his mid-20s, with a clear face and a transcendent aura revealed between his eyebrows. The pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see into the hearts of the people, and although they were plainly dressed, they gave the impression of a virtuous monk. Chapter 89 Bright Empty Buddha Sun. Phase-less Buddha Body. The little monk stood in front of the little girl, and the golden light emanating from his body formed a shield in the shape of a large bell, covering him and the little girl in it. Before the flaming tiger king under the seat of the Chinese-robed youth could touch the golden bell shield, it was bounced off by a powerful force. The flamboyant youth riding on the flaming tiger king couldn't react in time and was thrown to the ground. The fancy-dressed youth who got up in a mess was furious. He stared viciously at the little monk. His eyes flashed with thick killing intent. Deadly bald donkey, how dare you take a shot at this gungzi? Do you know who I am? The lapdogs by his side hurriedly came forward to assist him, and one of them put on a lofty appearance and threatened with sharp words. Humph! My son's name is Ouyang Xiaojie. He is the young son of the Ouyang family of the Great Luo Immortal Region. How dare you make a sneak attack? Do you not want to live? What? It's actually that Ouyang family. When the crowd of onlookers heard the name of the Ouyang family, they all revealed a look of awe and avoided it. Everyone in the Immortal Region knew that the Ouyang family had a close relationship with the Heavenly Void Sect. The Heavenly Void Sect was an immortal force with a long history of inheritance, possessing a supreme powerhouse of the 9th step of the Divine Palace to sit at the helm, and was one of the overlord of the Immortal Region. As for Ouyang Xiaojie's brother, Ouyang Qingming, he was the holy son of the Heavenly Void Sect, one of the strongest heavenly prides in the Immortal Region. Such a background was enough to allow Ouyang Xiaojie to walk horizontally in the entire immortal domain. Seeing the awe-inspiring eyes of the crowd, the flamboyantly dressed youth and his group of lapdogs inwardly enjoyed themselves twice as much, and at the same time, they became even more arrogant. What are you waiting for? Break one of his legs to teach him a lesson. The Chinese-suited youth looked at his dog's leg with a sharp gaze and coldly ordered. Yes. The crowd of doglegs responded respectfully. 5 of them directly swooped towards the little monk, and a burly man chided out. Bold and presumptuous dead donkey, you have offended my little son. Today, I will unload one of your legs so that you can learn a long lesson. But what they didn't notice was that there wasn't a hint of worry in the gazes of the surrounding crowd as they looked at the little monk. A hint of pity vaguely arose as he looked back at the group of lapdogs. In response, a trace of surprise flashed across Yun Tiandust's eyes, and he was also somewhat curious. In the center of the street, the little monk always looked as normal. He paid no attention to Ouyang Xiaojie's threat, always folding his hands. Seeing the crowd of doglegs with heavy murderous aura, the young monk softly recited, Amat Ba Buddha. All the monks are too hostile. Why don't you put down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha on the ground? Saying that, the holy light of the Buddha Tao on the little monk's body became even more radiant and dazzling, and before Ouyang Xiaojie's group of lapdogs could even touch him, they were lifted off by an invisible force. A trace of shock flashed through Yun Tiandust's eyes when he saw this scene. It was only in the moment just now that he could tell that the cultivation level of this young monk was clearly at the 5th step of the divine palace. Moreover, the young monk exuded a subtle aura, as if he was in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and his Buddhist teachings were the purest of all, the nemesis of all sorts of evil spirits. Yun Tian-dust's heart stirred as he simultaneously utilized his spacetime divine eyes and divine thoughts to investigate, and he could not help but be even more shocked. He was shocked to realize that this little monk was actually the legendary phaseless Buddha body, a supreme physique for cultivating the Buddhist way. If such a physique does not fall, he will become a great Buddhist in the future. This phaseless Buddha body was not weaker than the Sun and Taiyin saint bodies of the Lu Xiang siblings. Among the thousands of body types, other than the chaotic body and the reincarnation body, the top 30 body types, the exact rankings were uncertain. In the case of the Sun's sacred body and the undifferentiated Buddha body, it was not really possible to say which one was stronger or weaker. It mainly depended on the individual. However, there was absolutely no doubt about the power of the phaseless Buddha body. Just as Yun Tianduan was checking, the little monk seemed to have noticed and inadvertently looked over. Yun Tian-dust hurriedly retracted his divine thoughts, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This little monk's alertness was actually so high. Glancing at Yun Tian-dust, the little monk did not change his expression too much as he withdrew his gaze, slowly squatted down and gently said to the little girl, "Don't be afraid, little sister. It's already fine. You hurry and go home." "Thank you, brother." The little girl cried and nodded her head, and after looking at the little monk gratefully, she looked at the Chinese-robed youth and the others with a face full of fear, and her tiny body couldn't stop trembling. At this time, the little girl's father also rushed over. He took the little girl into his arms and repeatedly kowtowed to the little monk. "Many thanks to Mingkong Buddha Z. Thank you, Mr. Mingkong Buddha." The young monk folded his hands together and spoke leisurely. "There is no need for the monk to be polite, and leave first." As he said that, a soft and divine power was slowly released from him, dragging the father and daughter up. He watched the large and small group leave, always calm. As it turned out, the young monk, whose Dharma name was Mingkong, was a Buddhist son of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy in the Western Heavenly Immortal region. The furious Ouyang Xiaojie, when he heard the words Mingkong Buddha's son, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of horror. His group of lapdogs were even trembling. Although Ouyang Xiaojie was arrogant and domineering, he knew that there were some people he could not afford to offend, and Mingkong Buddha's son was one of them. Even his brother, Ouyang Qingming, had to be polite in front of Mingkong Buddha Z, let alone him. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaojie only felt that he was an old man hanging himself, and that he was tired of living a long life. "How dare you try to break the legs of such a character? Mingkong Buddha's son, spare my life." Ouyang Xiaojie begged for forgiveness. "I didn't know it was you who was here. Much offense. Please forgive me." His crowd of lapdogs also knelt down and kowtowed like garlic. Once the Mingkong Buddha's son in front of them became angry, all of them would be unable to eat. However, little monk Mingkong did not pay any attention to their pleas for mercy. Only until the little girl's father and daughter disappeared from sight did he slowly look at Ouyang Xiaojie, his eyes clear and calm. Seeing that Mingkong Buddha Z looked over, Ouyang Xiaojie was silenced, not even daring to take a breath. Ouyang Xiaojie once again uttered a plea for mercy. He knew that he had really kicked the iron plate this time, and still the hardest kind, the only way to soften. "Ouyang Xiaojie, little monk has heard of you. I wonder what you've come to the Western Heavenly Immortal region for." Little monk Mingkong spoke in a calm tone and inquired out. Although his voice was calm, it carried an unquestionable majesty. Ouyang Xiaojie didn't dare to hide it and hurriedly said, I came to the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy to beg the senior monk to save my brother. My brother has contracted a kind of evil severing chi that can only be exorcised by the Buddhist's pure heart mantra." As he said this, a trace of worry and respect flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he respected his brother. When little monk Mingkong heard this, he nodded and said, "Since you are here to seek medical treatment, leave on your own. And remember, don't try to be violent, or else the young monk will personally expel you from the Western Heavenly Immortal region." When Ouyang Xiaojie heard this, he was like an amnesty and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, Buddha. I will definitely keep your teachings in mind." After saying this, he left with a group of people in a disciplined manner. Regarding the rumors about the Mingkong Buddha's son, Ouyang Xiaojie kept it in mind. Rumor has it that Mingkong Buddha Z will not be easily angered. Unless he meets someone he thinks should be killed, will not give face to anyone. 7 years ago, he had also personally beheaded a holy son of the Eternal Divine Hall. The Eternal Divine Hall, which was unjustified, also ended up not being able to do anything about it because it was not afraid of the strength of the Buddha sect, and the name of the bright sky Buddha sun completely resounded through the immortal region. Seeing this, Yun Tian-dust looked deeply at Monk Mingkong and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This western heavenly immortal region is indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This young monk appeared to be young, but his strength and state of mind far exceeded those of his age. Its true strength, compared to that red-blooded venerable, was afraid that it was not much better.
Chapter 90, Strong Enemy Attack.
9 Steps of the Divine Palace. Yun Tian-dust was about to leave when Monk Mingkong suddenly appeared beside him, his hands clasped together with a gentle smile on his face.
This cultivator looks new to you. It should be the first time you have come to the western heavenly immortal region, right? Yun Tian-dust froze slightly and then nodded. He didn't want to have any involvement with these leftover forces of the god realm and was about to turn around and leave when Monk Mingkong continued. Why is the monk in a hurry? The young monk has been waiting here for a long time. A trace of deep meaning flashed in the eyes of Monk Mingkong, as if he was able to penetrate the hearts of people. Yun Tian-dust frowned slightly and his tone turned cold. Master is joking. I am new to the western heavenly immortal region.
Much less know a Buddhist monk.
Farewell. After lightly arching his hand, Yun Tian-dust turned around and left. However, at this moment,
the wind and clouds in the void changed suddenly. A portal vortex slowly emerged. Dozens of strong breath from which a strong appearance, surging pressure swept across the scene. The entire small frontier city covered an area of hundreds of miles, and the population of the city was in the millions. However, under this strong and overwhelming pressure, all the rest of the people at the scene were prostrate and silenced, except for Yun Tian-dust and the very few Divine Palace realm martial practitioners such as Monk Mingkong who were still able to stand.
A layer of gloom hung over everyone's head, as if the end had come.
After some people recognized that these were the big shots of the Eternal Divine Hall, they were all horrified and terrified, and each one of them didn't dare to breathe a word for fear of making a single sound and incurring annihilation.
Yun Tian-dust's mood instantly sank to the bottom when he saw the visitor. Yun Tian-duan,
who had the memories of the red blood exalted one, was no stranger to these people in front of him. That withered old man at the head was clearly the fourth ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, Sanya Mo Yuan,
known as Taofather Mo Yuan.
Although this person has a sickly state, it is indeed a supreme existence that has stepped into the 9 steps of the Divine Palace, and his strength is unfathomable. Sensing the pressure of Taofather Mo Yuan from a close distance, Yun Tian-dust could not help but feel the pressure. This kind of aura was not a single star stronger than the Divine Palace 8 steps. For the Eternal Divine Hall to come to this place with such a large number of people meant that he had been exposed. However, what made Yun Tian-dust feel puzzled was that he had clearly erased all the traces, and the other party should not have tracked them so quickly, unless there were people in the Eternal Temple who could time travel back as well. This presumption, he quickly disproved. In Venerable Red Blood's memories, the Eternal Divine Hall didn't have such a capable person. Yun Tian-dust thought of a possibility that the other party might have learned that he was here through deduction. However, the art of deduction had its drawbacks, and it was difficult to launch the exact character without knowing the information about the other party. What you end up with is just a vague message. That is to say, the other party can only deduce a bearing at most, and is not sure that the murderer is him. Thinking like this, Yun Tian-dust immediately acted as if nothing had happened. With his cultivation level of 3 steps in the Divine Palace, these people should not suspect him. Seeing Taofather Mo Yuan and the others, Monk Mingkong didn't seem to be surprised as he slowly stepped forward, folded his hands together, and greeted, "Junior Monk Mingkong, meet all of you seniors." His tone was calm and powerful, as if he had not been affected by that strong and overwhelming pressure. "You're that undifferentiated Buddha body?" Taofather Mo Yuan sized up Monk Mingkong, surprise flashing through his deep and dark pupils, and he did not mince words of praise. "Not bad. With your natural talent, you are indeed the best of your peers. No wonder that little guy from my Eternal Divine Hall died at your hands." At this moment, Taofather Mo Yuan's killing intent was born. If this place was not the territory of the Western Sky Immortal region, he would not hesitate to strike to erase this threat. The 5 steps of the Divine Palace that was less than 100 years old was not a great threat to the Eternal Divine Hall. Even his Eternal Divine Hall's Sung Tian hegemony body was a step behind the phaseless Buddha body in terms of talent. Taofather Mo Yuan's gaze swept over Yun Tian-duan without paying too much attention and quickly moved away. Yun Tian-dust did not move on the surface, but in his heart there was a flash of realization that he had really guessed right. That killing intent just now was clearly not directed at him. It was clearly aimed at the Mingkong Buddhist son in front of him. Although that killing intent was hidden, it could not escape Mingkong's perception. However, he was not the least bit surprised, and arched his hand at Taofather Mo Yuan, saying with a calm expression, "All of you seniors have come to visit. My master has been waiting for a long time, and has sent the young monk to wait here." With that, Monk Mingkong made a gesture of invitation, signaling the crowd to follow him to the Brahma Zen Center. Hearing Monk Mingkong's words, the people of the Eternal Divine Hall glanced at each other.
their faces all slightly grave. He couldn't help but be even more jealous of Zen Master Huayuan's strength. To be able to project in advance that they would come here, that old monk's strength was getting more and more terrifying. Looking deeply at Monk Mingkong, Dao Father Mo Yuan waved his hand expressionlessly and spoke in a low tone. You should step back. We are not here today to pay a visit to the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy. With that said, Dao Father Mo Yuan no longer paid attention to Mingkong and turned to a blood-clothed old man with tightly closed eyes by his side, coldly inquiring, Are we sure? His voice was cold and majestic, making people not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. The blood-clothed old man snapped his eyes open and raised his hand to point at Yun Tian Dust, his tone chilling and filled with endless killing intent. Old ancestor, this is the man. Shanner's bloodshed sword is on him. As he spoke, the blood-clothed old man's hands made complex seals as if he was summoning something. Yun Tian Dust's face sank as he suddenly noticed a storage ring vibrating frantically. Before he could make a move to suppress it, a blood-colored longsword flew out from a storage ring on his body. It was none other than the matching sword of that eternal divine hall's saint son, Song Qian. This scene caused everyone present to be shocked, especially those from the eternal divine hall, who revealed a look of disbelief. They never expected that their eternal divine hall's holy son would die at the hands of a martial artist of the same realm. Yun Tian Dust's face changed slightly. It turned out that the other party didn't learn about his location because of deduction. It was actually this sword. But what made Yun Tian Dust unable to figure it out was that he had clearly scrutinized all the loot and erased all the marks on it. And how did the other side track through this sword? However, before Yun Tian could think more, the blood-clothed old man had already struck out in a rage. Thief, killing my grandson, the old man will set your bones to ashes. Right at the moment the blood-colored longsword flew out, the blood-clothed old man had already dodged out, and the longsword flew into his hand as if it recognized its owner. Death comes. The blood-clothed old man's voice was like thunder, and he chopped at Yun Tian with a sword, only to see sword chi streaking across the void, as if he wanted to split the entire heaven and earth apart. When the surrounding crowd heard the blood-clothed old man's furious words, all of them were chilled to the bone. That was the holy son of the eternal divine hall. What an honorable position. Surprisingly, he was killed again? The crowd unconsciously looked towards Yun Tian Dust and Mingkong Buddha Sun, and a strong sense of awe arose within them. The two men in front of you are both ruthless. Monk Mingkong also couldn't help but look at Yun Tian, his eyes flickering with refined light. The master only told him to come here to pick up a young man with 3 steps from the divine palace, saying that this man had a great karma with the Buddhist sect and could not be offended. At the first glance, Mingkong could already tell that the middle-aged looking man in front of him was clearly a young man pretending to be a young man, coupled with the fact that the other party was only at the 3rd step of the divine palace, but gave him a sense of unfathomability. This kind of character must be extraordinary. After a few points were synthesized, Mingkong was finally sure that the person in front of him was the one he was waiting for. Chapter 91 Mingkong Strikes. Seeing the blood-clothed old man suddenly kill, Yun Tian was just about to make a move when Mingkong took the lead. He clasped his hands together and recited under his breath, and a golden bell shroud appeared out of nowhere, enveloping both him and Yun Tian Dust. Bang! After a deafening bang, the blood-clothed old man's attack all blocked. The 7th step of the divine palace. He was shocked back rubbing. Woeful. The blood-clothed old man gazed horrifiedly at Monk Mingkong, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Seeing this scene, Yun Tian could not help but be secretly surprised. He was both surprised at how strong Mingkong was, and even more surprised at why the other party had stepped in to save him. Yun Tian Dust didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky, without a sufficiently large amount of benefits. How could the Buddhist sect turn against the eternal divine hall because of him? And how could this Buddha know that he would come here? At this moment, Yun Tian could not help but feel a little bit afraid of the Buddhist sect. The blood-clothed old man was furious, his eyes exploding with killing intent. Brahma Zen Academy. Are you trying to meddle in my eternal divine hall's grudge? Monk Mingkong smiled faintly and folded his hands together, his tone calm and firm. Amit Ba Buddha. Senior, rest your anger. The young monk was ordered by his master to come here to greet his honored guest. He turned to look at Yun Tian Dust and said in a flat tone, This scholar also belongs to the list of honored guests. Yun Tian Dust did not speak, but there were many questions in his mind. He came to the Western Heavenly Immortal region for the first time, and the Brahma Zen garden is even more than a pole. Listening to this Mingkong Buddha Sun's meaning, it is hard to believe that the Buddhist sect already knows his identity is not. Thinking like this, Yun Tian Dust was secretly vigilant in his heart. He would not easily trust anyone, especially these forces left behind by the God realm. It was feared that there were quite a few people who harbored the same mindset as the Eternal Divine Hall. Hearing Monk Mingkong's explanation, the cold and icy voice of Dao Father Mo Yuan resounded. Little monk, this father can give you another chance. You can save your life if you leave on your own now. Mingkong was not threatened. He remained calm and said, Senior, forgive the young monk for not being able to disobey his master's orders. Please raise your hand. Daofather Mo Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, locking onto Monk Mingkong, his tone chilling to the bone. This son is bold and presumptuous, and has committed a monstrous crime. I, the Eternal Divine Hall, will kill him. If you Brahma Zen Academy really wants to intervene, then don't blame my father for being unforgiving. A cold light flickered in Daofather Mo Yuan's eyes as he coldly spat out, Take it down, live or die. The blood-clothed old man, who had long been eyeing the situation, directly struck out at this moment, as he slashed his sword at Mingkong, aiming to kill this little bald donkey who had made him lose face with one blow. As for the thief who killed his grandson, he will not be able to escape even if he gets his wings today. In the face of the blood-clothed old man's powerful killing move, Mingkong Monk's eyes were slightly closed, and his body was surrounded by Buddha's light, just like a golden-bodied Lohan descending to the mortal world. Looking at the blood-clothed old man's overwhelmingly powerful sword dipper, Mingkong Buddha's son used all his strength and violently blasted out a large golden handprint, colliding with it. Boom! With a loud bang, the long sword in the blood-clothed old man's hand was crushed away, and he himself was shaken back dozens of steps. On the contrary, Monk Mingkong only retreated 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing his stance. Who is stronger and who is weaker? The highs and the lows. What? The blood-clothed old man's pupils suddenly shrunk, his face filled with disbelief. This sword of his, even a powerhouse of the same realm wouldn't dare to take it hard, yet it was lightly defeated by a young monk of the 5th step of the Divine Palace. All the people present were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a strong Divine Palace 5-step powerhouse before. Amitabha Buddha, Senior is obliged. Mingkong folded his hands, his tone still calm. The blood-clothed old man's face was a shade of green and a shade of white. It was simply unacceptable to him that he, a powerful man of the 7th step of the Divine Palace, was so humiliated in front of a junior. However, the strength that Mingkong had displayed made him fearful and he didn't dare to make another easy move. Right at this moment, an icy voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Mingkong Buddha's son. It's true that his name lives up to its reputation, but if you want to act recklessly in front of my Eternal Divine Hall, you're not qualified yet. Before the words fell, a slightly aged figure flashed out, and the terrifying aura of the 8th step of the Divine Palace enveloped the entire area. This person was clearly the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall, a top-tier powerhouse at the 8th step of the Divine Palace. The High Priestess herself will be able to take care of it. The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall showed reverence, blindly worshipping their High Priest. Seeing the person who had struck, Mingkong also couldn't help but frown slightly. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from the High Priest and knew that this was an extremely difficult opponent. After all, he was only at the 5th step of the Divine Palace, and the gap between him and the 8th step of the Divine Palace wasn't normally large. But the master had orders, and he wasn't going to back down. The Buddha's light on Mingkong's body grew even brighter, and he took the initiative to dodge and rise to the challenge, battling with the High Priest. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense, as Buddha light and divine power intertwined and collided, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. The surrounding crowd retreated, fearing that they would be affected. The crowd also had a new perception of the strength of Mingkong Buddha's son. While Mingkong was fighting with the High Priestess, a few Eternal Divine Hall powerhouses at the 6th step of the Divine Palace received a signal from Daofather Mo Yuan. A hint of cunning flashed in their eyes as they directly killed Yun Tianduan, just as several people's attacks were about to approach. Yun Tian Dust raised his hand and blasted out with a palm. This palm appeared to be plain and ordinary, but it contained a terrifying power. The palm force was mountainous, instantly sending the 3 Divine Palace 6 steps powerhouses flying 10,000 feet away. What? The faces of the 3 changed drastically. They didn't expect that the strength of a Divine Palace realm 3rd step would be so strong. Yun Tian Dust did not half drag his feet as he disappeared in a flash, directly exerting his spatial aptitude to conceal his figure. He prepared to escape from this place. He knew that Monk Mingkong was powerful and had a deep background, and that the people from the Eternal Divine Hall didn't dare to kill him easily. He who couldn't expose the secret of the chaotic body in public had no choice but to avoid it for the time being. However, just as Yun Tian Dust had just hidden himself in the void, a terrifying aura that shook the void suddenly swept out. Immediately afterward, a huge palm descended from the sky, forcing him hard out of the void. A space-type secret art? If it wasn't for the fact that old me was on guard, I might have really let you escape. Daofather Mo Yuan gazed at Yun Tianduan, and while his heart was surprised, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. That was a spatial secret art. If he could obtain it, his strength would surely rise to another level. Yun Tian Dust's face sank. This battle was afraid to be unavoidable. From this hand that this Mo Yuan Daofather had just displayed,
It was enough to highlight the power of the Divine Palace 9 steps. Even if he exploded with all his might, he wasn't absolutely sure of defeating Doubtfather Mo Yuan anymore. Mastering the secret art of space and still being able to erupt with such power with the 3 steps of the Divine Palace. It seems that you really aren't simple. In that case, let the old man meet you. As a bellowing voice came out, the old man at the 8th step of the Divine Palace beside Mo Yuan stepped out, his eyes staring grimly at Yun Tianduan, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. Chapter 92 Soul Regeneration Technique reveals its power. Yun Tian Dust's calculations. This person was none other than the 12th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, Song Xianyu, known as Venerable Xianyu, who personally struck out to kill Yun Tianduan at a speed so fast that it caused the surrounding space to distort. However, just at the moment he was about to touch Yun Tian Dust, a hint of cunning light flashed in Yun Tian Dust's eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Song Xianyu frowned slightly, but was not too surprised. After all, martial artists capable of mastering spatial aptitude, although rare, were not non-existent. Song Xianyu's massive divine idea was released, enveloping the entire void, and once there was even the slightest spatial fluctuation, he would strike with absolute power and thunder. Even if one knew spatial secret arts, one could not remain hidden in the void for a long time. However, just as Song Xianyu was waiting in tight formation, Yun Tian Dust suddenly appeared. It was just 10 meters in front of him, as if it just appeared out of thin air, without causing half a bit of spatial fluctuation. Taking advantage of the moment when Song Xianyu froze, Yun Tianduan directly pulled him into the chaos realm. Song Xianyu, who was caught in the chaos domain, felt as if he was in the midst of boundless chaos, and everything about himself was restricted. A heart instantly raced to his throat, a strong uneasiness surging to his heart. Song Xianyu spoke out in horror. This is, die. Before Song Xianyu could finish his sentence, Yun Tian Dust's harsh and violent shout rang out, and at some point, he had already appeared behind him. No good. Song Xianyu subconsciously turned around and punched, only to find nothing. Suddenly realizing there was someone behind him, Song Xianyu quickly turned around, but just in time to meet a heavy punch that sent his entire body flying, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. However, shock was written all over Song Xianyu's face as he looked horrifiedly at Yun Tian Dust and lost his voice. This is the power of chaos. You are that chaos body? So, Old 13 and the others, they all died in your hands? At this moment, Song Xianyu came to a sudden realization. No wonder Song Qian's blood fury sword was in this person's possession. It must be that they all died in this person's hands as well, and there was also a great possibility that they were planted in this weird space. Cloud Heavenly Dust didn't give Song Xianyu a chance to react and had already appeared in front of him, coldly spitting out a sentence. Realize it only now? It's too late. Soul Destruction Seal. Without too much nonsense, Yun Tian Dust violently bellowed as a seal shot out from his brow, instantly disappearing into Song Xianyu's brow. Song Xianyu was still in a daze when Yun Tian Dust heavily damaged his divine soul in one fell swoop, and his entire face turned pale as a mouthful of old blood spurted out. At this moment Song Xianyu, sensing a death crisis, his only thought now was that he had to hurry to get rid of this bizarre space. Divine skill. Sword shatters the vault. As Song Xianyu bellowed, he held his longsword and slashed his strongest sword in the direction where Yun Tian Dust was. He did not seek to destroy Yun Tian Dust with a single sword, but only wished to break through this bizarre space. Yun Tian Dust could see the other party's intentions. He did not engage in a hard fight with them and performed a stance to dodge. To be able to burst out with this kind of power after being hit with a soul destruction seal, his strength was even stronger than that of the Red Blood Venerable. Yun Tian Dust also knew that although the soul destruction seal was powerful, it was not too realistic to want to kill a Divine Palace 8-step Yuanshan in one strike. As Yun Tianduan dodged away, Song Xianyu's overwhelming sword carried the momentum of tearing the sky and earth as it crazily cut through the chaos domain. The field was a little shaky but eventually held up. This is impossible. Song Xianyu couldn't accept it. A trace of panic flashed across his face as he tried to contact Doubtfather Mo Yuan, but he realized that everything was cut off and he couldn't get in touch at all. Having entered my domain, your end is already doomed. While Yun Tian Dust snorted disdainfully and coldly, the soul regeneration technique had already been executed. Song Xianyu still tried to resist, but with his Yuanshan already heavily damaged, he couldn't block Yun Tian Dust's soul regeneration technique at all, and he only felt that his mind was gradually becoming blurred, as if he was being manipulated by a powerful external force. After a few moments of effort, Song Xianyu's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and he completely lost his self-awareness, becoming a puppet in the hands of Yun Tian Dust. Seeing that the other party was already under his control, Yun Tian Dust suddenly thought of a damaging move. Instead of beheading this person, he decided to withdraw the chaos domain, allowing this old thing to utilize his last remaining energy before he died. After all, outside, there could still be a great expert of the Divine Palace 9 steps, and Yun Tian Dust didn't want to get into a hard fight with it. However, in order not to be suspected, he also had to disguise himself as seriously injured so that Mo Yuan Daofather would let his guard down. Yun Tian Dust knew that the strength of Daofather Mo Yuan was unfathomable, and he would not be able to gain much from a hard encounter. But that old thing wouldn't even dream of Song Xianyu backstabbing him, would he? As soon as he thought of it, Yun Tianduan directly withdrew his domain. Put. Also at the moment of withdrawing the domain, Yun Tian Dust suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath became shriveled. On the contrary, Song Xianyu looked only slightly pale, as if he hadn't suffered much damage. 12 ancestors. Someone in the Eternal Divine Hall team exclaimed in shock when they saw Song Xianyu's face turn white, and dashed forward to assist him. Song Xianyu's eyes vaguely flashed with a ghostly light as he waved his hand expressionlessly at the crowd and slowly flew towards Daofather Mo Yuan. This son has been heavily injured by the old man, so you guys quickly go and take him down. Song Xianyu gave orders to the rest of the Eternal Divine Hall under the control of Yun Tian Dust. His voice was a bit hoarse, but it was full of majesty and unquestioning. As the words landed, Song Xianyu had already come to the side of Daozuan Mo Yuan. Still showing a look of excitement, he said to Daozuan Mo Yuan, "Fourth ancestor, it's really not a waste of effort to get here. This son is the chaotic body we're looking for." When Daofather Mo Yuan heard this, thick shock flashed across his face. The deep eyes landed on Yun Tian Dust, and indeed, they detected a trace of chaotic aura, and instantly became agitated. The chaotic body they had searched so hard for was actually right in front of them. This is just heavenly. However, before Daofather Mo Yuan had time to be happy for long, he suddenly sensed an overpowering killing opportunity coming his way. Almost subconsciously, a ball of astral shield was condensed by him, but he was also half a beat slow. Before Daofather Mo Yuan's protective astral aura had fully formed, Song Xianyu's fist had already arrived. Bang! Accompanied by a mellow explosion, the shield that Daofather Mo Yuan had hastily condensed lasted only a moment before it was shattered, and Song Xianyu's fist was already imprinted on the location of his dantian. Song Xianyu was at least at the 8th step of the Divine Palace, and even though 70% of the force of this punch had been removed, it was not something that an ordinary person could withstand, not to mention the most vulnerable dantian. Under this blow, Daofather Mo Yuan was blown away by hundreds of meters, and a mouthful of blood was about to be spewed out, but he swallowed it back hard. The entire person of Daoist Mo Yuan, who had sensed the damage to his dantian, was furious. "Old 12, are you crazy?" Daofather Mo Yuan chided out with an iron face, his eyes instantly scarlet as blood. How could he not expect that Old 12 would suddenly strike out at him? It all happened so suddenly that no one reacted. When the few people who were about to go forward to apprehend Yun Tianduan saw the scene, they all froze on the spot, their faces full of disbelief. What the hell is going on here? How did the 12 ancestors fight with the 4 ancestors? The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't know what had happened, much less why the 12 ancestors had suddenly struck out against the 4 ancestors. The crowd was still in a daze when Song Xianyu struck again. He didn't say a word as he sent a furious storm of attacks at Daofather Mo Yuan. It's a completely life-threatening fight, which can be described as a life-threatening move. At this moment, Song Xianyu held the stance of dying together. Song Xianyu, whose Yuanshan had been heavily damaged by Yun Tian Dust, exploded with extreme power with every strike, and he completely disregarded his own backlash. Indistinguishable from a mad dog, it was as if Daofather Mo Yuan was his undying enemy. The two of them fought in the void, and the damaged dantian of Daozuan Mo Yuan was too fearful to use his full strength to resist. The dantian is where the foundation of a martial artist lies, and not a single flaw can be tolerated. If Daofather Mo Yuan were to strike with all his might despite the spreading of his injuries, it would be possible for the dantian to shatter and be completely reduced to an invalid by then. Daofather Mo Yuan, who had to use the vast majority of his strength to protect his dantian, was actually being pressed by Song Xianyu. With such a dramatic scene, not only were the Eternal Divine Hall crowd dumbfounded, anyone who was present was stupefied. Chapter 93, Tough Mingkong, defeating the 8 steps of the Divine Palace. In the void battlefield, Daofather Mo Yuan was furious as he roared while fending off the 12th ancestor's attacks. "Old 12th, come to your senses. Are you crazy?" However, Song Xianyu had completely lost his mind, turning a deaf ear to Daofather Mo Yuan's words. His attacks became more and more severe and frantic, as if he wanted to pour all of his power onto the opponent in front of him. Far away from the small town on one side of the void battlefield, the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall held a crystal scepter and exuded a harsh and cold aura, beating the Mingkong monk to a standstill.
The high priestess inadvertently saw the two old ancestors infighting, and couldn't help but freeze on the spot, completely unaware of what was going on. Ice dragon descending. The high priest didn't want to tangle with Monk Minkong any longer, and immediately bellowed out a loud cry, directly using a killing move. One could only see a 10,000 feet long frost dragon crossing the sky, spitting out cold ice debris and biting down at Monk Minkong. Amitabha Buddha, Dharma heaven and earth. Monk Minkong clasped his hands together, and a golden Buddha that was 10,000 meters tall instantly appeared behind him, standing at the top of the sky. This is the Dharma body of the immovable king? When Yun Tian Dust saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Monk Minkong's strength had skyrocketed by more than a few times, so he might have to suppress his opponent in turn. The moment the high priest saw the immovable king body, he also couldn't help but have a heavy face, and felt some scorn for the junior in front of him. The high priest didn't think his opponent could defeat him, but what about some more time? He couldn't help but think, if this little monk condenses another divine palace, will he still be an opponent? The answer is no. When this little monk was still at the 5th step of the divine palace, he had trouble taking him down, and once he broke through the realm again, wouldn't he be crushing him? Thinking of this, the high priestess' eyes became even more murderous, maneuvering the frost dragon to swoop down. Intent on killing Minkong is a threat with a single strike. So what if this place is the Western Heavenly Realm? The Buddhist sect clamored for compassion all day long, and it was impossible to go to war with his eternal divine hall over a junior. Although the Buddhist sect was deep, it couldn't make waves in front of the eternal divine hall. What's more, the situation of the two old ancestors was already 100,000 times more urgent, so he couldn't continue to tangle with them. Immovable Vajra seal. Facing the frost dragon that was swooping down, Monk Minkong's Buddhist voice resounded through the clouds, and the immovable King Dharma body behind him violently raised his hand, striking out a large golden hand seal at the frost dragon. Bang! The great handprint and the frost dragon collided together, erupting into a deafening explosion that shook the 4 fields. Countless martial artists with low cultivation were shocked by the torrential sound, causing their eardrums to fill with blood and their minds to become dizzy. Looking from afar, one could only see that the huge frost dragon's body was fragile and vulnerable, being crushed step by step by the slowly advancing golden handprint until it completely dissipated. How? The high priest's face sank. He was completely unable to accept that his killing move would be so easily defeated by a junior. Little bald ass. You've completely angered me. Looking at Minkong with a gloomy gaze, the high priest angrily said, since you have to seek death, this seat will fulfill you. Domain. Frozen miles. The high priest bellowed out. The crystal scepter came off his hand, and his hands made complex seals. In a flash, with the high priestess herself as the center, thousands of miles in every direction became a world of ice, and it was still spreading. Where the field covered, the temperature plummeted. Everything is an ice sculpture. There were even countless living beings who died on the spot. Seeing that the frost was spreading towards this side of the city at an extremely fast speed, the millions of people in the entire small city would then suffer from an unmitigated disaster. The martial artists of the small border towns fled in terror at this scene. There was no way Minkong could watch this scene happen. He was directly enraged. He could not tolerate this move by his opponent. Only the Dharma body behind Minkong was quickly put away by him, and his figure was steeply elevated, emanating an unprecedented divine light. Under the blessing of the holy light, the aura on Minkong's body climbed up. The high priest was horrified at the sight and couldn't believe this. Originally, under the domain's enchantment, he had absolute confidence in decapitating this damned little bald donkey. But now, in a short moment, the aura on Minkong's body had already reached its peak, completely surpassing the high priestess. Buddha's light, great light divine fist. Minkong didn't hesitate for a second, and while shouting up to the sky, he used his entire body's strength to blast out with a fist. One could only see an extremely bright fist aura cut through the sky, and wherever it passed, the void shattered and everything lost its voice. The majestic fist intent, wrapped in endless holy light of the Buddha Tao, crashed into the core of the high priest's domain. Rumble! Deafening roars rang out as the fistons collided fiercely with the ice-sealed domain, erupting into terrifying energy fluctuations. The high priest's domain, in front of this force, was as fragile as papier-mâché, and was shattered by the fist-ons in a devastating manner. Put! The domain was broken, and the high priest suffered a severe backlash as a mouthful of blood gushed out, his face instantly pale as paper. He stared at Minkong with wide eyes full of shock, seemingly unable to believe this fact. His proud divine Tao domain was actually broken by a junior's punch? How is this possible? But with the facts in front of him, there was no room for disbelief. At this moment, Minkong was like a Buddha descending into the world, sacred and inviolable. Minkong's entire body transformed into a golden Buddha and once again slammed his fist against the high priest. This man had no regard for the lives of others. It was time for him to learn a lesson. Because of this, Minkong's punch did not hold back half-heartedly. The already traumatized high priest was faced with this powerful and unparalleled punch from Minkong, and he was simply unable to resist it. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the high priest was viciously struck by Minkong's fist main, and the entire person was like being struck by lightning, instantly flying backwards thousands of miles away. His body traced a long arc in the void, and after crashing and blowing up dozens of mountain peaks, he finally smashed down hard on the ground, raising dust in the sky. Cough cough. After landing on the ground, the high priest spewed out several large mouthfuls of black blood one after another, only feeling that his entire body was going to fall apart. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, as if he couldn't believe that he would lose in the hands of a junior. This scene shook everyone in the room. However, the facts were in front of him, and he did lose, and so completely. Those who had originally held contempt for Minkong were now dumbstruck and filled with incredulity, especially when the crowd from the Eternal Divine Hall saw it. They all had an expression of having seen a ghost, their eyes glazed over. Their high priestess had lost to a junior of 5 steps of the Divine Palace. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. For a while, the crowd looked at Minkong with awe and horror. When Yun Tian Dust saw this scene, an essence flashed in his eyes, but he was not too surprised. At the same time, the battlefield on the other side changed. Song Xianyu, who was already suffering from a trauma to his Yuanshan, had run out of gas during the series of fierce battles with Daofather Mo Yuan. His attacks became weaker and weaker, and he was slapped into the ground by Daofather Mo Yuan when he seized the opportunity. Chapter 94, The Might of the Sword Tire. Abolishing the 9 steps of the Divine Palace. Only then did Song Xianyu come to his senses, and his gaze towards Yun Tian Dust was filled with fear. He was just about to open his mouth to speak, but he only saw that Yun Tian Dust's eyes were as cold as ice as he formed a seal in his hand, and a destructive aura instantly locked onto him. No! 4th ancestor, save me! Song Xianyu cried out in desperation, yet his voice ended abruptly. Yun Tian Dust's soul destruction seal could not be defended against, and Daofather Mo Yuan was too far away to save him. Song Xianyu's Yuanshan instantly collapsed under this force, turning into nothingness. His body collapsed powerlessly, raising a cloud of dust. No! The 12 ancestors! The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall screamed in horror, their eyes red. They watched as their own 12 ancestors were easily exterminated by Yun Tian Dust, and the anger and fear in their hearts surged like a tidal wave. Old 12! When Daofather Mo Yuan saw this, his eyes instantly turned crimson with rage. How could he not expect that this person would actually dare to kill? Could it be that he didn't know how powerful the Eternal Divine Hall was? Noticing the High Priestess lying powerlessly on the ground not far away again, Daofather Mo Yuan's entire being hated the idea of having a seizure. For millions of years, he, the Eternal Divine Hall, had never suffered such a loss. This moment's Daofather Mo Yuan also completely held a grudge against the Brahma Zen Academy. He was tempted to step in and take down the chaotic body in front of him, but it was no longer realistic. With just that godly spatial secret technique, it would require his full strength to force it out of the void. Daofather Mo Yuan was aware of his own injuries, not to mention exploding into full strength, and if he didn't go back to repair his dantian, it would eventually develop into a permanent Dao injury. Retreat! Daofather Mo Yuan ordered through gritted teeth, his voice filled with resignation and anger. The crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall was seething with rage. They wanted to avenge the 12 ancestors, but the power and strangeness of the person in front of them shook them deeply. Together with the unfathomable monk Minkong on the side, they knew that the tide had turned. It was certain that after today, the name of the bright sky Buddha sun would completely shock the 13 immortal realms. But what scares them the most is this black-robed middle-aged man. Even the 12 ancestors of the Divine Palace's 8 steps were silently controlled. Such tactics are simply appalling. No matter who it is, it's impossible to be always on guard against those around you, right? The mysterious spatial secret technique, the defensible soul secret technique, plus the bizarre means to manipulate others. Who wouldn't be scared when they meet someone like that? Even the 4 ancestors of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace had already been seriously injured, and what awaited them if they continued to linger would only be death. Fearfully looking towards Yun Tianduan, all of the hearts felt the urge to retreat and were about to lean towards Daofather Mo Yuan when a strange change regenerated. Yun Tianduan took advantage of the moment when Daofather Mo Yuan was distracted. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he decisively took out the sword tire he had just obtained. He took a deep breath, and time prohibition and space imprisonment were cast simultaneously, forcibly locking onto Daofather Mo Yuan. Without any half-hearted procrastination, Yun Tian Dust violently stabbed out with his sword, the sword light slicing through the sky like a pike. stabbing violently at Daofather Mo Yuan. Although Daofather Mo Yuan was at the ninth step of the Divine Palace, his reaction was blunted for that instant under the dual influence of time and space. However, it was this short moment that Yun Tian-Dust's long sword had already stabbed in front of him. Sensing the crisis of death, the Mo Yuan Daozuan, who had forcibly broken free from his bonds despite his own injuries, panicked and offered an ancient shield in front of his body. This shield was crafted from a fragment of a true divine artifact left over from the ancient times, and it contained a true divine substance that was indestructible and sufficient to defend against a Divine Palace 9 steps powerhouse without injury. However, in the next instant, Daofather Mo Yuan was completely dumbfounded. The shield that he regarded as an absolute defense actually seemed fragile when it met the opponent's long sword. Ka-ching! A crunching sound came from the shield, which was easily pierced through like soft tofu the moment it came into contact with the sword tire in Yun Tian-Dust's hand. Daofather Mo Yuan's eyes widened with disbelief. And what made Daozuan Mo Yuan even more horrified was that the other party's plain and unassuming-looking long sword didn't stop after piercing through the shield, but continued to stab forward, instantly breaking through his protective astral aura and penetrating his chest. A coolness swept through his entire body, and Daofather Mo Yuan could feel that the destructive power of the laws was ravaging more than just his body, and he clearly sensed that his life force was rapidly draining away. However, at this time, Daofather Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he saw that his Xian armor shield, which was comparable to a true divine artifact, had been reduced to a piece of scrap metal, with all of its divine luster disappearing. Seemingly thinking of something, Daofather Mo Yuan was just about to open his mouth, but he suddenly vomited out several large mouthfuls of black blood, which was mixed with internal organs and looked extremely creepy. He looked at Yun Tian-Dust with a face full of horror, his expression horrified and terrified, but more than anything else, he was remorseful. If he did not despise the person in front of him, he would definitely not have caused the great disaster at this moment. It was only at this moment that Daofather Mo Yuan had truly seen the fearsome nature of the chaos body, and that title of being invincible throughout the ages was not for nothing. But it's too late for regrets. Yun Tenjuan wouldn't give him any chance. 3 soul destruction seals flew out from Yun Tian-Dust's brow, and at an extremely bizarre speed, they did not enter Daofather Mo Yuan's soul sea. Almost simultaneously, Yun Tian-Dust kicked at the location of Daofather Mo Yuan's dantian. Put! Spewing out a large mouthful of black blood once again, Daofather Mo Yuan was struck by lightning and his entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! A loud bang came from the Mo Yuan Daofather's body as it was directly embedded into the floor after crashing and blowing up a lofty palace, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lying like a dead dog in the middle of the ruins, Daofather Mo Yuan was filled with despair. He could clearly feel that the 9 divine palaces in his dantian had all been broken, and his own realm had fallen from the 9th step of the divine palaces directly to the 9th level of the immortal emperor, and his cultivation was still being lost at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but his divine soul and internal organs had also suffered unprecedentedly heavy damage. Without cultivation to support him, his life came to an end. At this moment, Daofather Mo Yuan was completely shrouded in the gloom of despair. Even though their eternal divine hall had the life renewal divine pill, it could only temporarily save their lives. With his roots destroyed, there was no possibility for him to recover. It wasn't until after the smoke and dust cleared that the miserable figure of Daofather Mo Yuan was revealed. When the crowd looked at this scene, all of them had chills in their hearts. That was the 4th ancestor of the eternal divine hall, a supreme powerhouse of the 9 steps of the divine palace, but he would also end up in such a miserable state. Anyone could see that Daofather Mo Yuan had run out of gas. The crowd was horrified, as if they had seen something frightening, their mouths so wide open that they could fit an egg. This all happened in a flash of lightning, so much so that the multitude of powerhouses from the eternal divine hall didn't even react. When they came back to their senses, all they saw was the dying old ancestor in Yun Tian-Dust's cold and merciless figure. No! This is impossible! Someone lost his voice and shouted, his voice filled with despair and fear. They couldn't accept the facts in front of them. The 9 steps of the divine palace, old ancestor Mo Yuan, was a god in their hearts, an invincible existence in the immortal domain. How could he be wasted by a junior? Chapter 95, Destroy all of them and leave in the air. The faces of the eternal divine hall's multitude of powerhouses were pale and bloodless, and each one of them stared at Yun Tian-Dust with reddened eyes, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Kill him. Avenge the old ancestors. One of the divine palace 6 steps powerhouses hissed harshly and took the lead in charging at Yun Tian-Dust. The rest of the crowd seemed to be inspired, and they all offered their strongest killing moves, covering Yun Tian-Duan with attacks like the sky and the earth. They had been completely overwhelmed by anger and hatred at the moment, only wanting to break Yun Tian-Dust into pieces to vent their hatred. The void kept on trembling, the breaking sounds of swords and spears spread out, the haze filled the sky, and the fury of the 24 divine palace realm powerhouses was not yet something that ordinary people could withstand. However, Yun Tian Dust was no ordinary person. Facing the siege of more than 20 divine palace realm powerhouses, he appeared unusually calm. Just as the group coalesced their attacks together and prepared to unleash an annihilating strike, a ghostly light flickered in Yun Tian Dust's eyes as the soul regeneration technique was once again cast. There was one drawback to the Dementor technique. It required the opponent to meet his eyes before he could be hit. Nonetheless, it is defensible. Of the 24 or so people who had gathered their strength at full strength, 5 of them had their minds controlled if they weren't careful. A ghostly light flashed in all 5 of their pupils, instantly becoming hollow and fierce again. Humph! Eternal Divine Hall, this is your own way of seeking death. Looking at the Eternal Divine Hall's crowd of hateful people, Yun Tian Dust coldly snorted and expressionlessly spat out the word explosion. Strong uneasiness surged through their hearts, and as if someone had thought of something, they wanted to break away from the group, but it was too late. Under Yun Tian Dust's control, the 5 people who had been controlled by the soul regeneration technique suddenly blew themselves up in the crowd. Boom! Boom boom! Several explosions came one after another, and the terrifying power of the explosions instantly swept across hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius. More than a dozen people in the Eternal Divine Hall team were blown up on the spot. Not even crumbs were left. The few who were alive were also dying of serious injuries. The city below, which covered an area of hundreds of miles, was also completely reduced to rubble under the aftermath of this terrifying energy. When the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall cast the Ice Seal domain, the people of the entire city fled far away from here. If not, the entire small town would have been the result of bloodshed. Luckily, those people were all blowing themselves up tens of thousands of meters in the air, and they all had Divine Palace Realm powerhouses as meat shields, blocking most of the power of the explosions. If not, the destruction will not be limited to this small border town. Even a first-step Divine Palace martial artist blowing himself up was enough to level thousands of miles in a radius, let alone the 5 major Divine Palace Realm high ranks. As Monk Mingkong's figure retreated violently, his face completely sank. He could naturally tell that the reason why those people had exploded themselves was all Yun Tian Dust's handiwork. To be honest, Mingkong was quite displeased with this kind of reckless fighting style. The city, which was previously bustling and lively, was turned into ruins in an instant. It has not harmed the innocent, but it has destroyed the hearts and minds of countless people. At this moment, Mingkong was shocked at the strength of Yun Tianwan, but at the same time, he was also disgruntled with him. However, the master's order could not be disobeyed, so Mingkong could not say anything. Noticing the change in Mingkong's demeanor, Yun Tianwan ignored it. He appeared in front of the high priest who was preparing to flee in a flash, his killing intent in his eyes undisguised. When the high priest saw Yun Tianwan appear, his body trembled violently. Filled with fear, his speech became incoherent. You devil, what else do you want? Seeing such a bizarre scene with his own eyes, the Eternal Divine Hall High Priest of the Hall's Divine Palace of 8 Steps had already been chilled to the core. The heavily injured High Priestess did not have the slightest bit of resistance in front of Yun Tian Dust. Watching the 12 ancestors, who were more powerful than himself, and old ancestor Mo Yuan, who was at the 9th step of the Divine Palace, being inexplicably killed, the shock brought to the High Priestess could be imagined. There was also that means of controlling others to self-detonate, which they had never heard of as Divine Realm Remnants. As if he had already guessed his fate, the High Priest's body couldn't stop trembling, and his identity as the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall was completely useless at this moment. What? Indifferently looking down at the High Priest, Yun Tian Dust's face showed mockery and was full of disdain as he said, "You guys who are so high and mighty, and who regard other people's lives as grass, are also afraid of death? What the hell are you?" The High Priestess pointed at Yun Tianwan and summoned up the courage to chide out. "My Eternal Divine Hall has no grievances or enmity with you. I just want to seek justice for my hall's holy son. How dare you inflict such poisonous acts? Do you really think that my Eternal Divine Hall can be deceived?" The words almost hissed. It was always their Eternal Divine Hall that dominated other people's lives, and today the roles were switched over, making him really unable to accept it. "What am I?" Yun Tian Dust snorted as a divine thought was transmitted into the High Priestess's mind, saying, "Weren't you guys looking for me everywhere? Now that you've found me, are you satisfied?" You are." The High Priestess received Yun Tian Dust's divine thought transmission, and his pupils instantly widened with a look of having seen a ghost. "Die." Before the High Priestess could finish her sentence, Yun Tian Dust's ice-cold voice rang out, "In your next life, don't covet things that don't belong to you." Yun Tian Dust's words were like a death sentence. The Eternal Divine Hall High Priest of the Divine Palace's 8 Steps, in infinite fear, was pierced through the center of his brow by Yun Tian Dust's finger, completely scattering his soul. Yun Tian Dust cleanly removed his storage ring, and under the complicated gazes of Mingkong and the distant crowd, he did not hesitate to strike out and obliterate the people of the Eternal Divine Hall who were still alive. As for Dao Father Mo Yuan, he had already died of exhaustion. After doing so, Yun Tianwan put away the storage rings of Dao Father Mo Yuan and Song Xianyu again. There were still 7 storage rings at the scene that had not been damaged, all of which were at the high level of the Divine Palace realm, and Yun Tian Dust did not take them for himself. He poured out all the contents of these 7 storage rings, signaling the crowd in the distance to come forward and distribute them among themselves as compensation for the destruction of the city. Upon hearing Yun Tian Dust's words, although the indigenous residents of the small city were greatly moved, they did not dare to come forward, because in their eyes, the person in front of them is the devil, and these were the storage rings of the Eternal Divine Hall's powerhouses. If they took them, they would surely incur disaster for themselves. Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Yun Tian Dust put away all the rest of the things, leaving only the immortal crystals. He also took out a portion from his body until he had gathered 10 trillion extreme immortal crystals. Yun Tian Dust looked meaningfully at Mingkong and directly cast a space secret technique to vanish into the void and leave. The giver stays. Mingkong shut up halfway through his sentence. Since the other party was unwilling to travel with him to the Brahma Zen Academy, he couldn't force himself. He had also seen Yun Tian Dust's methods, and the old monk told him to just let nature take its course and not to force anything. It was as if the old monk knew all this in advance. The kind of look that Yun Tian Dust left behind at the end, Mingkong could naturally read the meaning of it. He was clearly asking for his help in distributing these immortal crystals. Chapter 96 Turbulence and Retreat. Just as Yun Tian Dust expected, with the shock of the Mingkong Buddhist sun, the crowd divided the immortal crystals in an orderly manner and decided to change their identities and go to other regions to rebuild their homes. With the style of the Eternal Divine Hall, it wouldn't be able to reason with them. If any of them dared to stay here, they would only be relentlessly relieved of their anger, and they wouldn't even have a chance to defend themselves. Among them were civilians who did not know martial arts, and they were all compensated with gold coins, until everyone left with the appropriate compensation. Mingkong, with mixed feelings, prepared to return to the Brahma Zen Academy. Although Mingkong didn't know why the Eternal Divine Hall was after that person, he unconditionally trusted his master. The old monk had asked him to come and make a good karma, and he had done it in disguise. In Mingkong's opinion, the Eternal Divine Hall suffering this great calamity today was also just an evil consequence of their rampage. Amitabha Buddha, goodness gracious. Looking at the large ruins in front of him, Mingkong clasped his hands together, bowed deeply and then broke into the air. As the news that Dao Father Mo Yuan and the others had been killed spread, the entire immortal realm was in an uproar. Upon learning of the deaths of Dao Father Mo Yuan and a bunch of other high-ranking people, Eternal Divine Hall's Dao Father Haotian personally came out of the gate, shaking with fury. Damn it! Who on earth did this? How dare you kill people from my Eternal Divine Hall one after another? Ancestor Haotian Dao's voice echoed in the Eternal God Hall, filled with anger and killing intent. Inside the Great Hall of the Eternal Divine Hall, hundreds of high-level executives sat opposite each other, all of them with heavy and icy faces. No one at the scene dared to strike up a conversation in the face of Taoist ancestor Haotian's shocking anger. Throughout the Eternal Divine Hall, everyone was in danger. That's the 9 steps of the Divine Palace. Elder Mo Yuan, who in the immortal domain could kill him? Even if old ancestor Mo Yuan was no better, it wouldn't be so bad that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape, right? What made the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall even more terrified was that none of the dozens of Divine Palace realm powerhouses survived. What kind of terrifying strength was needed to ensure that all of them were left behind? In the end, it was the second ancestor, Venerable Cheng Su, who stepped forward, his tone cold and stern. Dao ancestor, please give me half a month's time. I will definitely track down the murderer and mutilate his body. At all costs, we must find that person. This seat will make him pay a painful price. A stern light flickered in Taoist ancestor Haotian's eyes, and an aura that was above all things emanated from him, directly triggering the heaven and earth's anomalies. The entire sky over the Eternal God's temple was cloudy, and lightning flashed and thundered. It was as if the heavens had sensed the anger of the Haotian Dao Father. Yes. Venerable Green Void politely answered yes and turned to the 2 people beside him, saying in a deep voice, Old 3, Old 5. I'm going to head to the lower 5 regions myself. You guys head to the middle 4 regions and the upper 3 regions respectively, and never let any of the suspicious people go. This time, my Eternal Divine Hall has suffered a great calamity, and everyone involved in this matter and related to the murderer will have to accompany Old 4 and the others to the grave. The entire hall echoed with Venerable Cheng Su's ice-cold, bone-chilling voice, and everyone's anger was like a tidal wave, with harsh killing chances going straight to the clouds. From this moment onwards, The three Great Divine Palace 9 steps of the Eternal Divine Hall personally led their elites and mobilized all their affiliated forces, itching to turn the entire immortal domain upside down. Although the various forces in the immortal region were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say anything. They were well aware of the Eternal Divine Hall's style, and whoever dared to venture out at this time would truly be looking for death. So on and so forth. 10 days passed quickly. It was as if the murderer had evaporated and completely disappeared. During this period, anyone who attempted to deduce the murderer suffered severe backlash. The deeper the Tao, the stronger the backlash. In particular, the news that the 8th ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall had nearly died and had his soul destroyed due to the backlash spread, shaking everyone in the immortal region. All parties have speculated that the mysterious person must have a heavenly origin, and his identity may have touched some kind of taboo, otherwise this phenomenon would never occur. The Eternal Divine Hall's crowd of executives also realized this, but they, who had dominated the immortal region for countless years, would not give up. If such a loss was chosen to be held back, the majesty that the Eternal Divine Hall had established for countless years would be gone, because they always firmly believed that as long as the other party was an immortal domain martial artist, and their cultivation would not be higher than the 9th step of the Divine Palace at the highest, he, the Eternal Divine Hall, would not carry fear. After many fruitless attempts to track down the Eternal Divine Hall, the entire Eternal Divine Hall was furious. It wasn't until later that the great ancestor, Hong Yuzhenjin, even showed up in person. The Eternal Immortal Region, all checked out. Months passed and the killer was never found. The only useful information they had found out was that the Mingkong Buddhist son of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy was not involved in this matter. After some deliberation, realist Hong Yu personally led the Eternal Divine Hall's army and marched off to the Western Heavenly Immortal Region. Regarding the uproar that had been set off in the Immortal Region, Yun Tian Dust, the originator, was oblivious to it. In order to guard the heavenly realm, Yun Tian Dust had found a secret method to cultivate an out-of-body incarnation in the small tower. He had spent more than half a month to finally condense dozens of avatars to walk the world, but his main body had quietly returned to the eastern heavenly immortal domain bordering the heavenly realm, choosing to retreat in a deep mountain. In the meantime, he reopened a cross-border teleportation channel and had his out-of-body incarnation send the resources back. As for his original body, it was bound to stay in the immortal realm. It's the only way to keep track of all the movements and make sure that nothing goes wrong. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but be staggered even after learning through his out-of-body incarnation that those who had attempted to deduce him had all suffered severe backlash. In the end, he attributed it all to the chaotic body's anticlimax. It was precisely because of this that he was able to retreat in peace. At the same time that Yun Tian Dust sank into seclusion, the Eternal Divine Hall's army was like a vast river of stars that stretched across the edge of the Western Heavenly Immortal Region, heading towards the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy. Soon after, the Eternal Divine Hall army arrived at the Brahma Zen Garden in great numbers. Their arrival caused this Buddhist Pure Land to be shrouded in an aura of solemnity. Realist Hong Yu was sitting on top of a huge divine carriage, his expression cold and his gaze like a torch. Followed by his side were clearly living fossils that had crawled out of their coffins such as Venerable Green Void, the top pillars of the Eternal Divine Hall. The aura emanating from each person could cause heaven and earth to quake and the void to tremble. Brahma Zen Academy. Hand over Mingkong. If you dare to harbor him, I will definitely make sure that no chickens or dogs will be left in your Buddhist sect. Realist Hong Yu's voice was like heavenly thunder rolling through the clouds. Inside the Brahma Heavenly Zen courtyard, Buddha's light shone brightly as a group of senior monks looked with grave expressions at the wolf-like Eternal Divine Hall army outside. As one of the two pillars of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy, Zen Master Huiwu, clad in a robe, slowly stepped out into the air, folded his hands together and said, Amat Ba Buddha. So it's Scholar Hong Yu, the old monk deeply regrets the tragedy in the Eternal God's Temple, but Mingkong has no direct relation to this matter, so you all had better please go back. Humph, old bald donkey. Is your Buddhist sect so bold as to not dare to act? Xing Suzhenren sneered. His figure flickered and appeared tens of meters opposite Zen Master Huiwu, and the pressure of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace poured out like a mountain or a sea. Zen Master Huiwu's face remained unchanged as Buddhist light flowed around him. Resisting the pressure of realist Qingshu, he calmly said, Senior Master Qingsu, I'm sure you and the others have already found out the truth, so why should you be aggressive? Aggressive? Venerable Qingshu laughed back in anger. If I hadn't been assassinated by your Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy's Mingkong Jr., how would my Eternal Divine Hall High Priest have even had the chance to escape? This seat is considered to see clearly. You Buddhist sect is full of benevolence and righteousness, but it's just a group of moralistic villains who dare to do but dare not recognize. Since you, Brahma Heavenly Zen Monastery, insist on harboring the murderer, I will not blame my Eternal Divine Hall for going on a killing spree. With that, Venerable Qing Su waved his large hand,
and a stern palm print carrying a heaven-destroying power blasted towards Zen Master Huiwu.
Chapter 97, The Fetus of the Buddha and the Devil, never to be retained.
A trace of gravity flashed in Zen Master Huiwu's eyes, and his figure advanced instead of retreating, meeting him with the same palm.
Boom!
The two strong forces collided fiercely in the air,
triggering an earth-shattering explosion.
The trial duel of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace caused the heavens and earth to lose their colors.
Everything trembled,
and the martial practitioners of the greater half of the Western Heavenly Immortal region all felt an unprecedented pressure of the laws.
Above the clouds in the 9 heavens,
Venerable Green Void and Zen Master Huiwu each retreated tens of thousands of meters,
and they were actually evenly matched.
The martial artists from all sides who came from afar just happened to see this scene, and they were all shocked beyond words. It had been tens of thousands of years since there had been a matchup between 9-step powerhouses of the Divine Palace.
Old bald ass. Again.
Venerable Green Void's eyes flashed with cold light. His body's breath climbed up.
Just one strike against each other.
He had already struck the real fire.
Amitabha Buddha.
The old monk will accompany you. The Buddhist light on Zen Master Huiwu's body grew even brighter, and his calm tone carried a sense of unyieldingness.
Just as the two sides were gathering momentum again, a calm voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Amitabha Buddha. All the monks have come a long way. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea before we talk?
As the voice fell, an old figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Brahma Zen courtyard.
That person was clad in a golden robe, surrounded by Buddhist light, just like a living Buddha descending to the world.
It was clearly the Brahma Zen Academy's sea-fixer,
Zen Master Huiyuan.
The appearance of Zen Master Huiyuan caused the several Divine Palace 9-step ancestors of the Eternal Divine Hall to feel a great deal of pressure. They were well aware that this senior monk's strength was unfathomable, and unless a few of them joined forces, they would definitely not be able to curry any favors. However, at that moment, a mighty heaven and earth figure emerged out of thin air, more powerful than Zen Master Huiyuan ever was. The person who came was dressed in a simple Taoist robe,
with an immortal appearance, and was none other than Hao Tian Dao Ancestor, who was known as the first person in the immortal domain,
and the true spokesperson of the Eternal Divine Hall.
As soon as Dao Ancestor Hao Tian appeared, he gazed icily at Zen Master Huiyuan and the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy crowd, and said in an eerie tone, "Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy, you need to give this seat an explanation, otherwise today,
when blood stains the Buddha Hall."
As the words of Taoist Ancestor Hao Tian fell, an even more severe pressure from his body enveloped half of the Western Heavenly Immortal region.
Everyone felt a sense of palpitations and suffocation come over them, as if they were being pressed down by an invisible mountain of ancient gods,
unable to catch their breath.
In the face of the threat and persecution of Tao Lord Hao Tian, the senior monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy did not retreat by half a step, and Zen Master Huiyuan folded his hands together and calmly said,
"Master Hao Tian,
the reason why Mingkong will go to Wan'an City is because he was entrusted by my old lineage. Let the old lineage alone bear all this sin." Zen Master Huiyuan's words landed on the ground, and he directly sat down on his knees. At his disposal,
Amitabha.
The monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy bowed their heads heavily and chanted Buddhist scriptures in unison. The Buddha light around them became even more brilliant and dazzling, forming an impenetrable wall of Buddha Tao light.
"In that case, then you can cut yourself. This seat will no longer take the anger out on the rest of your Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy."
Ancestor Hao Tian Dao's eyes were as sharp as knives, and his indifferent tone did not contain a trace of emotion.
"Amitabha Buddha, I believe in Master Hao Tian."
Zen Master Huiyuan nodded at Taoist Master Hao Tian and was about to self-immolate on the spot when an explosive voice rang out.
"Master, wait."
Mingkong flashed from the depths of the Buddha Hall,
Buddhist light surging from his body, setting off his entire person as holy and extraordinary. Having just arrived in front of Zen Master Huiyuan, Mingkong's tone was resolute. "Old monk, I, Mingkong, will do things alone,
and will never involve all my brothers and sisters. Please also give up the idea of burning yourself here.
Without your Brahma Zen Academy, everyone can be deceived." Looking at Mingkong,
Zen Master Huiyuan revealed a rare stern look.
"Stand down. Have you forgotten the teachings of your master? Master's teachings, Mingkong will always remember."
Mingkong clasped his hands together and bowed to Zen Master Huiyuan, and then turned his words around and said, "The cause and effect of all of this is due to me, and the High Priest of the Eternal Divine Hall was also injured by me. So if I let you take the blame for all of this,
Mingkong will be living in the shadows for the rest of his life."
Seeing that the old monk was unmoved,
Mingkong directly spoke out to threaten, his low words full of unquestioning. "If you, Master, must burn yourself here today,
then my disciple will swear by the heart of the Buddha, even if I fall into the devil's path, I will still cut down the temple of the eternal God,
to the bone. Kill them all." When he uttered the words "kill all," Mingkong's body steeply exuded a heavenly fury, and then returned to normal a moment later. Is this fury? The crowd was dumbfounded. How could the renowned Mingkong Buddhist son emit such a fierce aura? Even the monks of the Brahma Zen Academy couldn't help but look stupefied. In their hearts, Mingkong Buddha Z was the pride of heaven that the Buddhist sect rarely encountered in billions of years, and was the existence most likely to become a Buddha. How could something like a fury appear on a Buddhist son? Although Mingkong Buddha Z was young, but as the presiding proctor, he was a second-generation Buddhist monk, enjoying a high status in the entire Buddhist sect. All the monks who saw this scene were somewhat unable to accept it. As soon as Mingkong's words came out, electricity flashed and thundered in the void. The distant crowd was similarly startled, not expecting the bright sky Buddhist son to say such a thing, especially the Eternal Divine Hall crowd. Their faces were instantly as gloomy as water, and their stern killing machines completely locked Mingkong in place, as if they were about to make a move at the drop of a hat. This is the Buddha and Devil Dao fetal body. Venerable Haotian Dao murmured in his heart, his dark and deep pupils gazing at the bright sky as a stern killing chance flickered out. The phaseless Buddha body was already heaven-defying enough, but it was also a Buddha Devil Dao fetal body. The Buddha and the Devil's Way fetus are both good and evil, never bound by the rules and regulations of Buddhism. Although practicing Buddhism, he can also transform into a devil at any time. When he is a Buddha, he helps the world and the people. When he is a devil, he also slaughters the world. Letting such a person grow up would be a fatal threat to his eternal divine hall. This son must never be retained. Glancing at each other with Hong Yuzhenren beside him, Taoist ancestor Haotian secretly transmitted his voice, his tone cold and resolute. When Hong Yuzhenren heard this, his cold gaze looked at Mingkong and violently shouted, "Junior, what a big mouth. This seat has not been present for tens of thousands of years. I didn't think that the Buddhist sect would have produced such a figure as you. In that case, I can't keep you today." Realist Hong Yu's words caused the scene to be shrouded in an aura of solemnity. There was hardly any half-assing it. He went straight for it. However, he saw the purple light surging out of realist Hong Yu's body, and the strong aura of the ninth step of the divine palace swept out, manifesting a large hand that covered the sky and grasped at the bright sky in front of the Zen Garden's mountain gate. However, just as the sky-obscuring hand was about to fall, Zen Master Hui Yuan slowly stood up, and sacred Buddhist light burst out from him, dispersing the sky-obscuring hand that realist Hong Yu had conjured up in a matter of moments. The crowd was shocked to see the scene of Zen Master Hui Yuan easily defusing realist Hong Yu's attack. He couldn't help but be more scornful of his strength. The Hong Yu manservant in front of him was the second strongest person in the Eternal Divine Hall. Taking the strike just now, an ordinary Divine Palace 9-step powerhouse would be afraid to go all out against it. The old monk, however, was so glib that his attainments in Buddhism had reached the peak. No wonder some people said that Zen Master Hui Yuan's strength was second only to Taoist ancestor Haotian. Seeing that his attack was easily neutralized, Hong Yuzhenren's face sank, a cold light flickered in his gaze, and he nonchalantly said, "Old bald donkey, do you really want to take sides with this son?" This son collaborated with others to slaughter the people of my eternal divine hall, and even dared to say those treacherous words in public. He has already fallen into the devil's path. This kind of devilish demon, the eternal divine hall, will kill it. If you don't want the Buddhist sect to bleed to death, I advise you not to be obsessed with it. Zen Master Hong Yu coldly gazed at Zen Master Hui Yuan with a naked threat. Chapter 98, Swords at War. Arrival of the Confucian sect. Upon hearing realist Hong Yu's threat, Zen Master Hui Yuan did not get angry. Turning to look at Mingkong, Zen Master Hui Yuan completely did not expect that Mingkong, who had always been steady and regarded by him as the hope of the Buddhist sect, would be so irrational today. With this move, Mingkong undoubtedly pushed the millions of monks of the Buddhist sect and the billions of living beings in the Western Heavenly Immortal region into the limelight. Zen Master Hui Yuan was well aware of the style of the Eternal Divine Hall, and once they really fought, the entire Western Heavenly Immortal region would be reduced to a Shura hell. The sins of the Buddhist sect will never be washed away. Originally, he had sent Mingkong forward to Wan'an City because he had projected that a supreme figure would appear there. In the near future, the entire immortal realm will be subverted by a mystery. But one person will come out of nowhere to turn the tide. He also just wanted Mingkong to go ahead and make good karma. But I didn't realize that this would end up happening. Looking deeply at Mingkong, a hint of disappointment arose in Zen Master Hui Yuan's heart, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Master Hui Wu, escort Mingkong into the precepts hall and dispose of him according to the rules." This, senior brother, please think twice. Hui Wu made a bow. His eyes swept over the Eternal Divine Hall crowd, then looked at Mingkong, and said in a condensed voice, "Although my Buddhist sect doesn't stir up trouble, it's not afraid of it either. If we really bow our heads today, where is the majesty of the Buddhist sect? Master Ancestor, we are not afraid to die." That's right. So what if the Eternal Divine Hall What does my Brahma Zen Academy have to fear? Please think twice. My Buddhist sect's holy land. And how can I allow others to act recklessly?
The old monk is willing to live and die with the Buddhist sect, living and dying with the Buddhists.
For a time, the Buddhist sect was full of people. When Taoist ancestor Haotian saw this scene,
his stern killing intent rose up to the sky,
completely locking all the monks in the field. It finally settled on Mingkong.
His killing intent undisguised. Taoist ancestor Haotian had also already known about Mingkong's feat of powerfully defeating the high priest of his eternal divine hall with his divine palace 5-step cultivation. It could be said that this person's threat to the eternal divine hall was far greater than that of the entire Buddhist sect. It was precisely for this reason that Haotian Dao ancestor had no intention of letting Mingkong go from the start, and after seeing that he was a Buddha devil Dao fetus, it strengthened his killing intent. At the risk of starting a great war, he wanted to put an end to it forever. If that stupid old monk really cut himself, it would have saved him a lot of trouble instead.
Nonsense.
Seeing that the atmosphere was tense,
Zen Master Hui Yuan loudly rebuked that he could never let the Western heavenly realm of immortality turn into a hell on earth,
which was why he decided on the sacrifice of self, because he had already notified the major powers in advance.
He believed that Haotian Daozu would not risk universal condemnation and break the agreement in front of the world.
The monks shut their mouths when they saw the abbot's anger, yet each one of them blushed, obviously in their hearts. Both the abbot and the bright sky Buddhist sun were indispensable existences in the Buddhist sect.
Though they have gone into hiding,
they still maintain a fervent heart. If they were to let them watch the most admired existence in their hearts go to their deaths, this matter would become a nightmare for the rest of their lives, and they would not have peace of mind even if they lived.
Seeing this, Taoist Haotian sneered and mocked.
Hui Yuan, it seems that your prestige in the Buddhist sect is still not quite enough.
In that case, let's fight. Speaking of this, substantial killing chances burst out from the Haotian Daofather as his face turned cold and he directly ordered.
The Eternal Divine Hall's army is under orders to kill without amnesty.
Deep within the Brahma Heavenly Zen courtyard, dozens of powerful figures emanating the holy light of the Buddha Tao broke through the air, each as powerful as a rainbow. The aura emanating from everyone's body clearly exceeded the 6th step of the Divine Palace. Among them,
there were 7 who were the 8 steps of the Divine Palace. Excluding the 9 steps of the Divine Palace, the middle and high-end battle power of the Brahma Zen Garden was no less than that of the Eternal Divine Hall.
Amitba.
When the group of Buddhist monks arrived outside the mountain gate, they all saluted Zen Master Hui Yuan. Zen Master Hui Yuan was just about to speak when one of the middle-aged monks with a fiery temper turned his head violently, his deep gaze sweeping over the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, and he spoke out aloud. The holy land of the Buddhist sect, and how can it be tolerated to be desecrated by others? Everyone from the Eternal Divine Hall, if you and others must start a great war, I, the Buddhist sect, will accompany you. Saying that, the aura emanating from the middle-aged monk's body was clearly the 8 steps of the Divine Palace, and his Buddhist teachings shone through the heavens and earth.
There seems to be a kind of debauchery underneath its virtuous exterior. This man's legal name is No Rings. Although he is a Buddhist, he is a militant. He had fought with a Divine Palace 9-step powerhouse for several days without being defeated, and his strength was unfathomable. Although Zen Master Wujing was a late starter, he was the veritable third master of the Buddhist sect. Hearing Zen Master Ringless overbearing words, in the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, the 6th ancestor, Venerable Cold Knight, let out a bellowing cry. Don't be rampant, ringless bald ass. This ancestor has come to meet you. As he said that, Venerable Cold Knight had already flashed out. The two of them faced each other across the air. Their auras were not on par with each other. However, just as the two sides were about to break out into a great battle, the sky dome of wind and clouds suddenly changed, and a spatial portal emerged out of thin air, and a dozen powerful figures walked out of the portal. The visitors were clear of ink robes, both old and young. On each of them, a vast and righteous aura emanated, causing the heavens and earth to roar, especially that withered old man at the head. His cultivation was unfathomable, compared to Zen Master Hui Yuan. He was afraid that he was no better. Seeing the appearance of this group of people, Venerable Chang Su took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the withered old man, and he inquired with a sullen face, Kong Mingfeng, what do you, the Confucian sect, intend to do here? Fellow Taoist Qingshu, calm down. Kong Mingfeng warmly pacified, and then arched his hand at the Eternal Divine Hall's senior management and the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy's senior monks, and said in a serious tone, all of you, please listen to the words of the old man. We have come here specifically in the hope that both of you can stop and make peace. Strike and make peace? When Venerable Ching Su heard this, he couldn't help but snort. Joke. Just based on your Kong Mingfeng's words, I don't have to avenge the revenge of so many powerful people from my Eternal Divine Hall? And what are you? If you, the Confucian sect, want to meddle in this, I, the eternal divine hall, will kill them all together. While saying that, the mighty pressure on Venerable Green Void's body grew even more, and he was about to start a fight at the drop of a hat. A trace of displeasure flashed across Kong Mingfeng's face, and just as he was about to speak, the void shook once again, and a spatial portal surfaced one after another. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoists, goodbye. As a cheerful voice came, an old man in a sky blue robe stepped out from the portal, followed by 7 or 8 figures, all of them old and young as well. Beidou Long Hate, your Beidou family is also coming to join in the fun? Seeing the visitor, realist Hong Yu's face sank as he coldly inquired. Upon hearing this, Beidou Long Hate was not angry and still looked like he was smiling. Taoist friend Hong Yu, I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years. Your fire is still so big. The misunderstanding that exists between your two sides. Why don't you sit down and have a good talk? Humph. Realist Hong Yu snorted coldly, his cold gaze landing on the spatial portals that surfaced one after another, his face so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. Chapter 99 All Parties Gather. Kong Mingfeng's Proposal. Seeing this scene, a trace of gravity flashed through the eyes of the Eternal Divine Hall's top brass. They had vaguely guessed that today, they, the Eternal Divine Hall, were afraid that they would return without any success. As expected, with the arrival of the Heavenly Void Sect, the Misty Immortal Palace, the Puyang family, the 10,000 Demons Alliance, and other major top forces, even the face of Taoist ancestor Haotian couldn't help but sink completely. The strongest group of people in the immortal region were all gathered here. It seemed like it wouldn't be that easy to take that Mingkong's life. Originally, he had thought that as long as he brought that Mingkong Jr. back, he would have a way to obtain its Buddha Dao origin, the dual possessor of the phaseless Buddha body and the Buddha Devil Dao fetal body, whose power of the Buddha Dao origin was absolutely powerful, also had a certain possibility of helping him take that final step. Sharp gazes swept over the various powerhouses, and with a mighty pressure sweeping over his body, Taoist ancestor Haotian coldly spoke, in that case, you guys are determined to be enemies with my eternal divine hall? When the crowd felt the pressure of the Haotian Dao Father, all of their faces were grave. The same divine palace 9 steps also had a big difference. The Haotian Dao ancestor who had fused the 8 divine palaces was of unfathomable strength, an existence that no one would want to face. It was hard to say whether an ordinary divine palace 9 steps could keep his life in front of him. Seeing this scene, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Void Sect, Taoist Spirit Void, took a step forward and politely arched his hand. Fellow Taoist Hao Tian, calm your anger. We are in no way trying to oppose the Eternal Divine Hall. It's just that because of the frequent visions of the necrotic spirit abyss lately, I'm afraid that the seals won't be able to hold out for much longer. If both of you have a great battle at this time, it's likely that the seal will be loosened early. Once the mystery behind the seal crosses the border, the entire immortal region will be bloodied and no one will be spared. Taoist Spirit Void spoke in a serious tone, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. As early as 20 million years ago, a mysterious being crossed the border and came to the immortal region, setting off a bloody storm. In the end, it was only when the major forces of the immortal region joined forces, with hundreds of Divine Palace 9 steps joining forces at the cost of sacrificing a dozen or so 9 steps powerhouses, that they completely annihilated that great evil. And now that the seals were moving again, they had to defend themselves. After all, the current immortal realm was really not even a fraction of a star weaker than it was 20 million years ago. In the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, any old monsters with some seniority knew what the necromantic abyss's strange movements represented, and their faces were all heavy. Is that true? Hao Tian Dao ancestor spoke in a low tone, and it was hard to hide the gravity on his face. This is true. In the crowd of the misty immortal palace, the old crone at the head opened her mouth openly, her hoarse tone revealing determination. If you and others don't believe me, you can always send someone forward to investigate. And that's the purpose of all of us coming here together. That's right. At a time like this, both of you must not set off an immortal battle because of this little misunderstanding. Kong Mingfeng interjected from the side. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his profound gaze fell on a white-clothed youth in the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, and then glanced at Mingkong and slowly said, according to the old man, it would be better to let the Buddha son of Mingkong fight with the divine son of your hall to determine the winner. If Mingkong Buddha son loses, he will be at your disposal. If your hall's divine son loses, then the grudge between the two sides will end. What do you both think? After hearing the suggestion made by Kong Mingfeng, both the Brahma Zen Academy and the Eternal Divine Hall fell into deep thought. Strong people from all sides also nodded their heads in succession. While this is a good proposal, it requires the consent of both parties. After all, Mingkong Buddha Z was only at the 5th step of the Divine Palace, while Eternal Divine Hall Divine Son Song Lingchen had already broken through to the 6th step of the Divine Palace. Both were the topmost heavenly prides of the world. and even a slight cultivation gap was difficult to make up for. The crowd also agreed that the chances of Mingkong winning were slim to none. Kong Mingfeng had also thought deeply about this. Mingkong was able to defeat the high priest of the Eternal Divine Hall head-on. His strength was already pushing the Divine Palace to the 9th step. Although Tsong Lingchen, who carried the Tsong Heavenly Hegemony body, was known as the Immortal Region's #1 Heavenly Pride, Mingkong might not be without the power to fight. On the side of the Eternal Divine Hall, Taoist ancestor Haotian was outwardly very dissatisfied, but in his heart, he was thanking Kong Mingfeng, because his intention, too, was not to go to war with the Buddhist sect. If they were to completely overthrow the Buddhist sect, their Eternal Divine Hall would also surely suffer heavy losses, and once the rest of the forces took advantage of the situation, it would be extremely unfavorable for the Eternal Divine Hall, and Hao Tian Dao ancestor firmly believed that Tsong Lingchen would never lose. In order to overcome the Tsong Tian hegemony body by crossing the ranks, it would be possible for that ancient invincible chaos body to do so. Although the phaseless Buddha body was strong, it was impossible to defeat the Tsong Tian hegemony body over the levels. Unless it used the power of the Buddha Devil Dao Tire, it might still have a slight chance of winning, but in that case, things would be better. I'm sure it will be interesting to see a demon emerge from the Buddhist sect. Without moving, he looked at Kong Mingfeng, and Dao Father Haotian slightly nodded his head. Good, as you say, the Haotian Dao ancestor said in a cold voice, but this seat's requirement is that the opposing sides are not allowed to use any external objects. Kong Mingfeng nodded solemnly before casting an inquiring look at Zen Master Hui Yuan. Ba. Zen Master Hui Yuan was just about to speak when Mingkong took the lead and stood out. He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Junior Monk Mingkong. I have met all of you seniors. The cause and effect of all of this is due to Junior Monk. So for this battle, Junior Monk shall accept. The son of Buddha must not. Many of the monks were worried. Tsong Lingchen's reputation as the Immortal Region's #1 Heavenly Pride wasn't blown out of proportion. That was truly undefeated and unrivaled in his generation. Mingkong didn't say too much as he stepped high into the sky in a flash, his firm gaze landing on a white-robed youth behind Dao ancestor Haotian. At this moment, the eyes of the entire audience converged on Mingkong, only to see a flash of his figure. He came above the dome of the sky, his hands clasped together, his precious face solemn. Scholar Tsong Lingchen, please. As Mingkong's words fell, a powerful battle intent burst out from within his body and went straight to the clouds. Sensing Mingkong's battle intent, a figure slowly stepped out of the Eternal Divine Hall crowd. It was a young man dressed in a white robe, with sword brows and starry eyes, and exuding an innate noble aura. It was none other than the divine son of the Eternal Divine Hall, Tsong Lingchen. Mingkong, looking at the immortal realm, you are the only person I see as a rival. This battle has been long awaited by this divine son as well, so I hope you won't let me down. Tsong Lingchen's voice was like a bell, causing the laws to roar, and a powerful confidence and dominance was revealed between the lines. Seeing Tsong Lingchen appear, the gathered spectators were all in awe. Is this the divine son of the Eternal Divine Hall? What a strong aura, worthy of being known as the Immortal Region's #1 Heavenly Pride. It really lives up to its name. Although Mingkong Buddha's son is strong, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to defeat Tsong Lingchen. Discussions rose and fell, and countless celestial pride felt the pressure coming from Tsong Lingchen's body, and all of them were sweating. The Immortal Region has countless powers of all sizes, and all kinds of heavenly prides are even more numerous. Anyone who could reach the Divine Palace realm within 500 years of age could be called a heavenly pride. They usually regarded themselves highly, but at this moment, in front of a strong person like Tsong Lingchen, they all developed a feeling of being ashamed of themselves. Chapter 100 Heaven's Remarkable King, Overbearing Tsong Lingchen. At this moment, Tsong Lingchen was in the spotlight. Amidst the crowd's gasps of astonishment, a young man from the Heavenly Void Sex team stood out, his gaze looking straight at Tsong Lingchen, a hint of wariness in his gentle tone. Brother Tsong's words are really looking down on us. The youth was dressed in a gorgeous light-colored brocade robe, holding a folding fan, exuding a sword intent if anything, but giving off a sense of invulnerability. It's the divine son of the Heavenly Void sect, Chu Jianga. It's him. I heard that he broke through the Divine Palace 5 steps last year, and he's deep in the true tradition of the Heavenly Void sect, and is the king of the sword Dao among the younger generation. Could it be? Is he going to challenge Tsong Lingchen? The crowd murmured, all showing expressions of anticipation. Chu Jianga was an existence that was on par with Mingkong Buddha's son and the others, and people were also very curious as to which of these so-called Heaven's Pride kings was stronger or weaker. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, Tsong Lingchen turned his head to look at Chu Jianga with a calm expression. Chu Jianga, the current you is certainly not weak, but until your Aqua Sea Tidal Wave sword skill has come to its full completion, you're not qualified to make a move against me. Song Lingchen used the calmest tone and uttered the most domineering quotes. Chu Jianga didn't get angry when he heard that. He knew that his current self was indeed not yet a match for Song Lingchen. If his cultivation could be further advanced, Chu Jianga didn't think that he would lose to Song Lingchen. And once the Bihai tidal wave sword skill was completely accomplished, he would have absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat him in battle. The reason he stood up for himself was also somewhat less than convincing. Song Lingchen was just fine. He didn't think he would lose to Mingkong, who was in the same realm. Chu Jianga was just about to say something when the only youth in the Confucian sex team also stood out. Why should Brother Chu be in a hurry? Today is the home turf of the Tsong Divine Sun and the Bright Sky Buddha Sun. As for us, there will be an opportunity soon. The person who spoke was none other than the first saint son of the Confucian sect, Li Haoran. He was seen wearing an ink and water robe, holding a jade shao, and exuding a vast and righteous energy that was pure to the extreme. Looking at Song Lingchen, Li Haoran's body's wariness went straight to the clouds, his eyes burning. 3 years after the God ranking battle, I believe that Brother Song will not be absent, right? At this moment, Li Haoran's aura was not weaker than Chu Jianga's as well. He was confident that he would break through the 6 steps of the Divine Palace within a year. And he was also eager to see the might of the Tsungtian hegemony body. Ha ha ha. Before Song Lingchen could speak, Puyang Chenyi stepped forward and said with a big smile, Brother Haoran is quick to speak. You and I have never been able to separate the winner from the loser. So why don't we have a match to see who steps out of that 6th step first? As you wish. Li Haoran turned slightly and responded calmly. 2 years later, you and I will have a battle. As soon as Li Haoran's words fell, a tall and stout youth in the crowd of the 10,000 Demons Alliance spoke out boldly. A few of you are really good at elegance, but this term's emperor ranking leader, this young Zun will book it in advance. Glancing at the lanky youth's domineering look, Hokoto Ao Fong couldn't help but tease. Brother Sarutobi, I think you'd better take care of the one inside your house first. Otherwise, not to mention the kaiju, you're afraid that you won't even have a chance to participate in the battle. At these words, Sarutobi's face instantly darkened like a pot, and a hint of awe flashed vaguely in his eyes. The crowd looked at Sarutobi in unison, and many of them showed signs of sympathy. Ape Fei was the young patriarch of the Three-Eyed Divine Ape clan, and was also the recognized young exalted of the Hall Demon Alliance. Not only was his status prominent, but his strength was also incomparably strong. However, he has a well-known weakness. That was his fiancée, Ape Shior, a demon pride who had awakened the bloodline of the Vajra Divine Ape. When it came to Ape Shior, she was a celebrity in the entire immortal region. Before awakening her bloodline, she was beautiful and gentle, and she was in love with Sara Fei. But since Saro Shior awakened the Vajra Divine Ape bloodline, not only did her appearance change drastically, even her character became very tough. Sarutobi couldn't stand that kind of sorrowsoul, and that's why he proposed an annulment of the marriage. But who knows? That was the beginning of his nightmare. Since then, the hallowed demon clan's young Zun had turned into a wretch. The one who was all-powerful outside was beaten up by Ape Shior hundreds of times without daring to fight back. How could the word miserable be said? Sarutobi could not wait to find a crack in the ground when he saw the pitying gazes cast by the crowd. Gritting his teeth and looking at Hokoto Ao Fong, wanting to rip that bastard's head off and kick it as a ball. It's really the pot calling the kettle black. With Beidou Ao Feng's banter, the atmosphere of the scene eased up quite a bit. The immortal region's 10 recognized Heaven's Pride Kings. 7 of them came today. The only woman among the 10 kings was none other than the Pyamia Immortal Palace goddess Shui Linglong, who was known as the first beauty of the immortal domain. In the crowd of the misty immortal palace, Shui Linglong, dressed in a snow-white dress with a bucket hat on her head and a veil on her face, always stood in place without saying a word, as if everything had nothing to do with her. The imperial ranking contest is held once every 100 years, and of the 10 Heaven's Pride Kings, only Tsong Lingchen and the one from the Sanluo Hall were over 100 years old. Therefore, no one had ever formally fought, and it was not yet known who was stronger or weaker. The reason why Tsong Lingchen was known as the immortal region's #1 heavenly pride, on the other hand, was because his realm was always ahead of the rest, and it was still a heaven-defying physique like the Tsong Tian hegemony body. No one would believe that the Tsong Tian hegemony would be defeated by someone overstepping their level, but this is only what everyone subconsciously thinks. There is no doubt about the power of the remaining 9 people. Each of them is the immortal domain tens of thousands of years hard to come across the supreme demon. No one dares to underestimate the existence of. It was because all 10 of them had surpassed the previous emperor ranking leader in terms of cultivation. It was also for this reason that this term of the emperor ranking was the most golden term in 10 million years, and at the same time, it was also the one that immortal domain martial artists were most looking forward to. As the uproar dissipated, the atmosphere became heavy once again. Above the 9 heavens, Song Lingchen swept his gaze over Li Haoran and the other 6 people.
His tone carried a domineering aura of giving up my life. You and the others are indeed talented, but it is a pity that you have met me. It will be your greatest misfortune in this life. Seeing Song Lingchen's egotistical demeanor, several people were disgruntled and desperately wanted to raise their cultivation levels. Wasn't this Song Lingchen relying on his age to be above them in terms of realm? If not, the Song Tian hegemony body didn't have to be so terrifying. Without paying any attention to the rest, Song Lingchen slowly looked towards Ming Kong and said with a sullen face, Ming Kong, I've heard that you defeated my Eternal Divine Hall's High Priest before you even gave your best effort. So why don't you let me see the true power of the phaseless Buddha body today? Finally back on topic. The room went quiet. All gazes were focused on Ming Kong and Song Lingchen, with anticipation, curiosity, and even more worry, because this battle was a matter of Ming Kong's life and death, especially the monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Monastery. The color of worry was even more intense. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Buddha Z, but Song Lingchen's prestige was too great, and his realm was still above that of Ming Kong Buddha Z. Zen Master Hua Yuan's gaze fell on Ming Kong, and a hint of worry flashed vaguely. Obviously, the old monk didn't know that much about his disciple's true strength. However, he knew that if Ming Kong used the power of the Buddha Devil Dao Fetus, even if he defeated his opponent in the end, some things would be irreversible. Chapter 101 Strong Duel. All sides marveling. Under the attention of millions of people, Ming Kong always acted easygoing as he clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Amat Ba Buddha. Monks are invited. Little monk will definitely go all out. As Ming Kong's words landed, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the air seemed to freeze. The aura on the two men's bodies climbed up in this moment. War! With a bellowing cry, Song Lingchen took the lead in launching an attack, his figure flickering before he arrived in front of Ming Kong, fiercely blasting out a fist. This punch was simple and direct, yet it contained the powerful force of the laws and the berserk aura of the Song Tian hegemony body, as if it was going to shatter all the obstacles that stood in front of it. Facing Song Lingchen's attack, Ming Kong didn't dare to be careless and blasted out with the same punch. Boo! The two fists collided, erupting into a deafening roar, and the terrifying energy aftermath spread out in all directions, causing space to tremble. In the initial exchange, the two were evenly matched. It's really something. It didn't disappoint me. The corners of Song Lingchen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a flash of excitement, clearly satisfied with Ming Kong's strength. Ming Kong, on the other hand, had a face as calm as water, as if it was all within his grasp. Again, Song Lingchen bellowed and attacked again. Through the first test, Song Lingchen knew that Ming Kong was by no means a waste of time. This time he no longer held back, fully utilizing the physical strength of his Song Tian hegemony body. He fought with Ming Kong in close quarters above the 9 heavens. One could only see his figure weaving in and out of the void like lightning, each punch and kick containing a powerful force of laws and a domineering aura, as if he wanted to step on the entire heaven and earth under his feet. Facing such a powerful attack, Ming Kong did not show any weakness. He urged the power of his phaseless Buddha body to fight against it, and engaged in a fierce physical battle with Song Lingchen in the void. The two of them punched and kicked, and every collision erupted with deafening roars and terrifying energy aftershocks. Every time they clashed, Ming Kong was clearly at a disadvantage, but there were no injuries, and no signs that they were about to fall. This battle not only tested the strength of their physical bodies and their comprehension of the laws, but also their will to fight and their determination to win. Time passed by, and the battle gradually entered a white-hot stage. Song Lingchen became more and more courageous as he fought, the domineering aura on his body becoming more and more intense, while Ming Kong always maintained a calm mindset and determined battle spirit, constantly defusing his opponent's attacks. Boom! As a loud bang came, the two separated once again. This time, Ming Kong was shaken back hundreds of meters, while Song Lingchen stood firmly in place. A strong clash of strengths and weaknesses. Ming Kong, you really are strong, but to win against me with your current strength, you're still a bit short, Song Lingchen said coldly, his tone revealing an unrivaled dominance. However, in the face of Song Lingchen's verbal provocation, Ming Kong only smiled faintly and folded his hands. You're flattering me. The young monk knows that his cultivation is still shallow and he still needs to work hard. After saying that, Ming Kong took a deep breath and his aura climbed once again. Apparently, he was ready to get real. Humph, then let me see the true means of your phaseless Buddha body. Song Lingchen snorted coldly, no longer retaining any strength as he fully executed the Song Tian hegemony slash, the Upanishadic killing move of the Song Tian hegemony body, only to see Song Lingchen's hands move in unison, instantly condensing a sword of laws tens of thousands of meters long, carrying an endless overbearing aura and the power of laws as it chopped at Ming Kong. Song Lingchen's sword of laws was already approaching, and the huge sword that was tens of thousands of meters long carried an endless overbearing aura and power of laws. as if it was going to tear apart the entire space. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the air was cut into countless fragments, and the surrounding space began to twist and distort. The power of this sword was enough to intimidate any strong person. Facing such a powerful attack,
Mingkong was undaunted. Amitabha Buddha, Dharma heaven and earth. With a low shout, Mingkong directly exerted the Fudo Mingwang Dharma body, only to see a huge golden Buddha statue emerge behind him. The statue had its hands clasped together, its precious appearance solemn, emitting a sacred and inviolable aura. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, the Dharma phase behind Mingkong slowly raised his right hand and slapped out a palm at the sword she that fiercely chopped down. This palm appeared to be gentle, but it contained an endless amount of the true meaning of the Buddha's way and the power of the laws. The moment the palm of the Dharma phase collided with the sword of laws, the entire space seemed to be frozen. Boom! A deafening roar came from the air as the two forces violently collided in the void, erupting in a dazzling light. Song Lingchen's law sword gradually disintegrated under the palm force of the Dharma phase, turning into countless tiny points of light that scattered in all directions. At the same time, the Dharma phase behind Mingkong became illusory due to this strike, swaying slightly and almost losing its balance. Mingkong's body was shaken back thousands of meters by the powerful impact, but he still stood steadily in the void, his face unchanged. Song Lingchen's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect Mingkong to be able to block his ultimate Upanishad with his Dharma body of Dharma heaven and earth. He took a deep breath, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and in his heart, he secretly decided not to hold back any longer. Humph, then let you see my true strength. Hegemonic body, golden body, give me a rise. Song Lingchen snorted coldly, and an even more intense hegemonic aura suddenly surged out from his body. Only a layer of golden light began to glow on the surface of his body, as if there was a layer of golden armor covering his skin. Under the support of the hegemonic golden body, while Song Lingchen's physical body strength was greatly increased, it also granted him a stronger control of the laws, and his perceptions became clearer and more lucid, which could be described as an all-around increase. At this moment, Song Lingchen's body seemed to have turned into an unshakable mountain, and every step was accompanied by a strong tremor, as if he was about to crush the entire void. Mingkong felt the changes in Song Lingchen's body and was secretly alert in his heart. He knew that this battle had reached its most critical moment. Once Song Lingchen's hegemonic golden body was fully unfolded, it would cause great pressure on his immovable King Dharma body. Mingkong, this is my hegemonic body, golden body. Let me also see your true strength. Song Lingchen's voice echoed in the void like thunder. His eyes flickered with a cold light as he approached Mingkong step by step. With every step, a crack was created in the void, as if the entire space could not bear his weight. Feeling the power of the hegemonic golden body, Mingkong took a deep breath, and the Dharma phase behind him glowed once again, as golden Buddha light enveloped his entire body, forming a sturdy shield. He clasped his hands together and recited Buddhist scriptures under his breath, the Buddha power in his body surging out in a steady stream, merging with the power of the Dharma body. Amitabha Buddha, please enlighten me. Monks, Mingkong's voice was low and firm, and he no longer hesitated, directly casting out his other card, the body of 10,000 Buddhas. One could only see countless small golden Buddhas emerging from Mingkong's circumference, each of them emitting a powerful Buddha light and the power of the law, as if they were trying to purify all evil. These small Buddhas rotated around him, forming a golden aura that wrapped his entire being. Under the dual support of the body of 10,000 Buddhas and the body of the immovable King of Brightness, Mingkong was like a true Buddha descending to the world, and his aura was already pushing towards the 9th step of the Divine Palace, and it was still rapidly climbing. Hiss! So strong! The crowd looked at the two people in the battle and all of them sucked in cool air. Even the many old monsters present felt a sense of suffocation, and their hearts were in awe, especially those martial artists who came to watch the spectacle. The awe in their eyes intensified, and their definition of genius was newly changed. It wasn't until this moment that Chu Jianga, Li Haoran, and the others believed that Song Lingchen wasn't talking nonsense, and that Mingkong's strength was truly above theirs. Chapter 102 Mingkong wins. The whole arena is shocked. As Mingkong's aura continued to climb, the entire heaven and earth seemed to become solemn. Under the dual support of the body of 10,000 Buddhas and the Dharma body of the immovable King, the golden Buddha light around him became more and more brilliant and dazzling, like a round of blazing sun across the sky, making people not dare to look directly at him. At the same time, a vast and boundless true intent of the Buddha's way emanated from him and filled the entire void, causing everything around him to be filled with a sacred and solemn aura. Amitabha. Mingkong lightly recited a Buddha's name under his breath, and then he reached out and pointed, only to see a golden Buddha's light shoot out from his fingertip, heading straight for Song Lingchen. This Buddha's light looked ordinary, but it contained an endless amount of the true meaning of the Buddha's way and the power of the laws. as if it was able to pierce through all illusions and evils. When Song Lingchen saw this, he frowned slightly as he could feel the powerful force contained in this Buddhist light. But he didn't dodge. Instead he grunted coldly and swung his fist to meet him. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the fist-on collided with the Buddha's light. Terrifying energy shockwaves spread out in all directions, causing space to tremble and distort. However, under this powerful impact, Mingkong did not move at all, as if a lofty mountain stood in the void. Song Lingchen, on the other hand, was shaken back hundreds of meters. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. The crowd watched this scene, all of them horrified. They didn't expect that Mingkong would be able to burst out with such terrifying power under the addition of the two great stances. At this moment, everyone had a new understanding of Mingkong's strength. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Song is careful. Mingkong folded his hands and bowed slightly. Although his voice was calm, it was permeated with an irresistible majesty and power. Song Lingchen stabilized his stance, and his face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he would fall into a fight with Mingkong, which was simply a great shame for him. Mingkong, you really didn't let me down. Song Lingchen gritted his teeth and said, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. Next, I will go all out and end the battle with absolute strength. After saying that, he took a deep breath, and the aura on his body climbed once again. Obviously, he was ready to use his last card. When Mingkong saw this, his eyebrows raised slightly, but he didn't show any fear. Instead, he maintained a calm mindset and quietly waited for his opponent's attack. He knew that this battle had come down to the wire, and no matter what the outcome was, he would go all out. Sun Tian hegemony body, hegemony. As Song Lingchen let out a loud shout, his body suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a powerful and unrivaled overbearing aura erupted from him, sweeping across the entire void. At the same time, his figure was rapidly growing larger, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 10,000 feet tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. At this moment, Song Lingchen was like a god of war that dominated the world, exuding endless battle intent and dominance. As he reached out and clenched his hand, a giant battle sword hundreds of thousands of feet long coalesced in the void, its body flashing with a harsh cold light as if it was capable of tearing everything apart. Mingkong, this is the true power of the Tsuntian overlord body. Bastard Jedi. Chop. Song Lingchen wielded his giant battle sword and violently slashed at Mingkong. This blade was simple and direct, yet it contained an endless overbearing aura and the power of the laws. The dark clouds in the sky were sliced from it, and heaven and earth seemed to be split in two. Facing this terrifyingly monstrous strike, Mingkong did not show any weakness. Amitabha Buddha. The Dharma is boundless. He lightly chanted a Buddha's name under his breath, and the golden Buddha's light around him once again became radiant. Immediately after that, he reached out and slapped out a palm, only to see a huge golden Buddha handprint coalesce out of thin air and meet the giant battle sword that slashed in the air. The moment the Buddha handprints collided with the battle sword, an unprecedented amount of terrifying energy erupted. The entire void seemed to be torn apart by this force, revealing a deep spatial crack. The blinding glare was impossible to see, and the horrifying energy aftermath spread wildly in all directions, destroying everything into nothingness wherever it passed. Even the spectators who were far away from the battlefield felt a palpitation and uneasiness under the terrifying energy impact. They all ran their gong power to protect their surroundings, fearing that they would be affected by the force. Others fled in fear. At the same time, everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the area at the center of that energy eruption, wanting to see the final outcome of this battle clearly. Under the gaze of countless people, the collision of the two forces gradually reached a climax. Song Lingchen's giant battle sword trembled continuously under the pressure of the Buddha's handprints, as if it might crumble apart at any moment. Mingkong, on the other hand, looked calm as he erupted with all his power. The golden Buddha light around his body became more and more brilliant, as if it were a blazing sun shining in the entire void. As time passed, the light on the giant battle sword gradually became dimmer. In the end, with a deafening roar, the battle sword crumbled apart, turning into countless tiny fragments that scattered in all directions. At the same time, Song Lingchen's figure flew backwards as if he had been struck by lightning, landing heavily on top of a mountain peak hundreds of thousands of meters away. A violent explosion leveled the entire mountain. Song Lingchen smashed hard into the rubble as he struggled to get up, only to realize that he was already severely injured and the power in his body was almost exhausted. At this moment, he finally realized that he had severely underestimated Mingkong. As the ultimate strike clashed, although Mingkong was also shaken back tens of thousands of meters and similarly spat out several large mouthfuls of blood, he forcefully fixed his stance in midair. The already dim Buddhist light around Mingkong gradually dissipated, revealing that pale face. Looking at Song Lingchen, who had fallen to the ground, he didn't show any smug or mocking expression. but instead folded his hands and said, Amat Ba Buddha. The monk is obliged. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the battlefield. Everyone was shocked and lost their voices. They didn't expect that this summit duel would end in such a way. Mingkong won. He defeated Song Lingchen, the Tsong heavenly bastard body, head-on with undisputed strength, and managed to save himself and resolve the crisis in the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy. At this moment, Mingkong was like a bright star shining throughout the immortal region, causing countless people to pay attention and respect. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Mingkong Buddha's son is invincible. Invincible, invincible. The crowd erupted into an earth-shattering cry, and the monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy were all excited. So, he's already strong to this point? In the Heavenly Void Sect team, Chu Jianga murmured in a low voice. While his insides were greatly shaken, Chu Jianga was also stimulated. He always believed that no one in the same realm could defeat him. However, after seeing Mingkong's terrifying strength, not only Chu Jianga, Li Haoran and a few others also had heavy faces and felt an unprecedented pressure. Shui Linglong was the only one whose pretty face under the veil remained unperturbed. Damn! In the Eternal Divine Hall team, the face of Taoist ancestor Haotian was horribly gloomy. That Song Lingchen, who was at the sixth step of the Divine Palace, would lose was something he never expected. Most critically, that Mingkong had defeated Song Lingchen head-on before even using the power of the Buddha Devil Dao Tire. If he continued to let it grow, he was afraid that his position as number one in the immortal region would soon come to an end. With his eyes staring deathly at the faltering Mingkong, Taoist ancestor Haotian felt an unprecedented threat. But in the current situation, he really couldn't do anything about it, because that old bald ass, Hui Wu, went to Mingkong's side at the first opportunity and intentionally or unintentionally shielded him. If he did it now, Hui Yuan and Kong Mingfeng and the others would definitely stop it. At that point, it's going to end really badly. One mishandling and the Eternal Divine Hall was afraid that it would be doomed. Looking deeply at Song Lingchen, a hint of disappointment flashed in Taoist ancestor Haotian's eyes, and he left without saying a word. Chapter 103. All parties are silent. Shi Shang looking for father. Great ancestor Hong Yuzhenjin flashed and appeared beside Song Lingchen, and although there was disappointment in his eyes, he still flicked a healing elixir at Song Lingchen. After Song Lingchen hesitated for a moment, he took the elixir and took it directly. When the pills were consumed, the injuries on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within a few moments, he had recovered most of them. Song Lingchen, who slowly got up, had a hint of dishevelment flash through his eyes. Such a result was something that Song Lingchen had never imagined. How could he, with his hallowed Song Tian hegemony body, lose in the hands of someone whose cultivation level was even lower than his own? Ugh! Looking at Song Lingchen who looked like this, realist Hong Yu let out a light sigh. He did not rebuke and reminded in a deep voice. Once upon a time, you were still too smooth. I hope that this battle today will allow you to recognize yourself correctly, and this will be considered a spur for you. Hearing the great ancestors mention, Song Lingchen slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Mingkong, his eyes gradually becoming clear from cloudiness. A few moments later, as if Song Lingchen had made some sort of determination, his eyes flashed with unprecedented resoluteness, and the domineering aura around him was renewed. Thank you, old ancestor. I'll remember. Bowing deeply to realist Hong Yu, Song Lingchen's body violently rose up in the air, looking directly at Mingkong on the opposite side of the room, his face full of determination as he said, Mingkong, I, Song Lingchen, am convinced by today's defeat, but the next time we meet, I will defeat you with my own hands and reclaim the glory that belongs to me. As he said that, Song Lingchen's figure flickered and disappeared into a ray of streaming light within everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Song Lingchen only had one belief in his heart. Defeat Akira. Withdraw. Realist Hong Yu deeply swept his eyes at the crowd of major powers and gave the order with a sullen face. Seeing that the Eternal Divine Hall's army returned in defeat, Kong Mingfeng and several other great power elders exchanged polite pleasantries before leaving one after another. In today's battle, not only was the younger generation deeply inspired, even the group of old monsters from the major powers were also deeply touched. They had to admit that they were getting old, and this is an era that will ultimately be the domain of the young. Before the trip, Li Haoran and the other several great heavens pride kings who were on par with Mingkong were in a heavy mood, and all of them had a strong sense of urgency. The strength that Mingkong displayed today made them completely recognize reality. From that moment on, a few people were no longer restless. Their only goal now was the divine ranking contest in 3 years. Going back to the retreat, they all had to put their best foot forward and make a name for themselves. As all parties left, Mingkong also headed deeper into the Brahma Zen Center, surrounded by the monks. Having just arrived at the sky above the Zen Garden Square,
Zen Master Ringless was just about to praise Mingkong when he saw his face instantly turn white, and after violently spewing out a large mouthful of blood, he fell into a coma on the spot. Akira! Zen Master Huewu was quick on his feet and held Mingkong in his arms, dodging down to the ground and quickly checking up on his physical condition. Buddha's son. Senior uncle. The faces of all the monks changed drastically and were filled with worry. Senior brother. How is Mingkong's situation? Seeing Zen Master Huewu take his hand back, Zen Master Huiyuan was the first to inquire out loud, a trace of heaviness flashing through his deep eyes. The rest of the people didn't dare to breathe, and they all looked worried, fearing that they would hear some bad news. Zen Master Huewu looked up at the crowd, revealing a reassuring look as he slowly said, "There's no need to worry. Mingkong was just too consumed and deflated. As for the injuries in his body, he will recover after some time of recuperation." While the monks were relieved, their respect for Mingkong intensified, recalling the fury that Mingkong had previously exuded. Zen Master Huewu was about to ask something, but then he wanted to stop talking. He thought that his senior brother should know about this matter, so he stayed out of it. Under the worried and adoring gaze of the monks, Zen Master Huiyuan took Mingkong away alone. To this point, this storm that had shocked the entire immortal region was considered to have come to an end. After this battle, the immortal region seemed to have fallen silent. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and the major forces in the immortal region were all acting very low-key, as if it was the calm before the storm. Eastern Sky Immortal Region. Hidden at the foot of a certain mountain hundreds of millions of miles away from Dongxing Prefecture was a teleportation array altar. Suddenly, the light of the teleportation formation altar surged. Two young figures emerged from it. It was clearly a boy and a girl and two children. Both of them were 7 or 8 years old, yet they already revealed a transcendent aura. Their appearance seemed to make the surrounding landscape lose its color, and all the immortal chi in heaven and earth converged at this moment, like two bright stars descending to earth. The little girl was wearing a light blue tasseled dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps like a blooming orchid. Her skin was as white as jade and could be blown out, and her crystal eyes seemed to contain a sea of stars, flashing with wisdom and spirituality. Between the eyebrows there is a hidden nobility and elegance. That is the innate temperament. Let a person daunted, but cannot help but want to get close. The little boy was dressed in a dark-colored brocade coat. His sleeves fluttered, his face was clear, and his pair of curious eyes seemed to be hiding endless mysteries. His body exuded an aura of coldness and loneliness that belonged to the temperament of a sword, stern and yet calm. Even in this ignorant childhood, he had already shown the beginnings of a future sword Dao patriarch. The two of them stood side by side, and although they were still young, the transcendent aura had already made its first appearance. It was as if they were the favorites of this world, and the immortal chi in heaven and earth were cheering for them, paving a path to the top. Surveying the surroundings with curious faces, thick anticipation flashed across the two. The two little ones were no one else but Jin Tian Dust's pair of precious children, but now they are no longer called Nangong. At Nangong Tianin's insistence, both little ones changed their surname back to Yun. Sister, is this the immortal region? Little Wuhan looked up into the distance, a light of curiosity and anticipation flickering in his eyes. Little Sheer gently nodded her head and said with an excited face, "There shouldn't be any mistakes. Let's go find Daddy." While saying that, Little Sheer stepped out of the formation altar and enjoyed breathing the air of this place. Little Wuchen just raised his pace, but then hesitated a little, and softly admonished, "Sister, why don't we just go back? Mother won't be able to find us and will be very worried." Seeing her brother's sudden hesitation, Little Sheer directly measured out her sister's authority and said with a sullen face, "Little Trace, don't you want to see father?" But Little Wuhan wanted to say something else, but was suddenly interrupted by Little Sheer. "Don't but it. Didn't we already leave a letter for Mother and Uncle Lu and the others? If we don't leave, they'll all be coming after us." At Little Sheer's urging, Little Wushu walked out from the formation altar, surveying the surroundings with trepidation. Little Wuhan softly inquired, "Sister, I heard that the immortal region is very big. Where should we go to look for Daddy?" This, as if Little Sheer was stopped by the question, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Don't worry about this for now. Let's get out of here and talk about it." But the moment Little Sheer's words just fell, a thick voice rang out, "Where are you going?" Chapter 104 Meeting with Sons and Daughters. Despised. The moment they heard that familiar voice, Little Sheer and Little Wuhan's figures stiffened and turned to look in unison. One could only see a figure stepping into the void. The figure was clad in a silver-white battle robe. His face was handsome, and a transcendent temperament flowed from his body. Every step he took to fall seemed to match the rhythm of heaven and earth, giving off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. "Daddy!" Upon seeing the face of the visitor, Little Sheer and Little Wuhan exclaimed in shock at the same time, with unbelievable joy in their eyes. The person who came was none other than Yun Tian Dust, who landed on top of the boulder in front of the two little ones in a few big steps. I haven't seen you for more than 3 years, and I didn't realize that a pair of sons and daughters had already grown so big. At this moment, Yun Tian Dust's heart flashed with thick guilt. If he was strong enough, he could stay by their side and watch them grow up. For his children's childhood, he was missing so much. Still, thinking about the dangerous behavior of the two little ones, he blushed and decided to make them learn a lesson. He had sensed it the moment the teleportation formation altar stirred. Yun Tian Dust thought that it was the other brothers of the war god's palace, but he didn't expect it to be these two mischievous little guys. The two little ones completely ignored Yun Tian Dust's serious expression, and ecstatically flew into Yun Tian Dust's arms and hugged him tightly, as if they wanted to pour out all the thoughts of the past few years. Subconsciously stroking the little heads of the two little ones, a trace of tenderness and doting also flashed across Yun Tian Dust's eyes. But soon, this tenderness was replaced by sternness as he said with a stern face, "Share, it was your idea again, wasn't it? Don't you know that this place is dangerous? How worried must your mother have been when you ran away without permission?" And, hearing Yun Tian Dust's rebuke, little Sheer instantly lowered her head sheepishly and muttered in a small voice, "Father, we already left a letter for Mother and Uncle Lu and the others before we came." Seeing that she hadn't realized her mistake, Yun Tian Dust's face sank. "Who taught you that leaving a letter is enough to leave home? Do you know how dangerous the immortal region is? Even my father has to be careful of the immortal realm, let alone you? If anything does happen, have you ever thought about your mothers?" The first time he saw his father being this stern, little Sheer was a bit aggrieved. While little Wuchen listened attentively to Yun Tian Dust's reprimand, he was deeply aware of the seriousness of the matter, and admitted his mistake on the spot. "Father, we know we're wrong. We'll go back now." Strongly holding back the aggression in her heart, little Sheer pulled Yun Tian Dust's sleeve and pampered. "Father, Sheer also knows the wrong. You don't blame little Trace. It was all my idea. We just miss you too much. Hare is afraid that if we don't see each other for too long, Daddy will forget Hare." Although it was said in a petulant manner, a hint of tears clearly flashed in little Sheer's eyes, clearly showing her true feelings. Seeing his precious daughter in such a state, Yun Tian Dust felt a stabbing pain in his heart, trembling as he swept her into his arms, stroking her soft hair and comforting her in a warm voice. "I'm sorry, Sheer. It's Daddy's fault that he can't be by your side all the time. You and Trace are both Daddy's babies, so how could Daddy forget you? Father has decided. This is going to go home with you until you grow up." Hearing Yun Tian Dust's words, little Sheer raised her head furiously, revealing 2 shallow pear swirls, and said with a face full of excitement, "Really? Daddy can't lie to people." Little Wushu's eyes also lit up. Yun Tian Dust slowly squatted down, smiled and stretched out his finger. "Sheer, if you don't believe me, Daddy will pull the hook with you." "Not at all." Seeing her father's actions, little Sheer shook her head with a look of contempt. "Pulling a hook is a trick only children do. Sheer is already 8 years old," she said, and put on her little adult face. Yun Tian Dust's outstretched hand froze in midair. Looking at the quirky daughter in front of him, he felt unable to cry or laugh. Is he despised? A moment later, Yun Tianduan inwardly unconsciously lamented. "Yeah." Without realizing it, both little ones are now 8 years old. "Daddy, is this the immortal realm?" Little Wushu suddenly spoke up, looking around curiously. Seeing Yun Tian Dust nodding, little Sheer suddenly thought of something and said with an expectant face, "Daddy, can you take us?" "Can't." Before little Sheer could finish her sentence, Yun Tian Dust directly rejected it. There was no way he would put them in danger until he was absolutely strong enough to protect them. Even though he had already broken through the 4th step of the Divine Palace, Yun Tianduan would not be arrogant enough to think that he could deal with the entire Eternal Divine Hall. Alone he was not afraid. But fear not, fear not. With so many forces left over from the Divine Realm in the Immortal Region, it would be strange if there weren't some hidden great killing weapons. Take the Eternal Divine Hall. For example, there was an overwhelming killing weapon that could kill true gods, and there was more than one. This was all what he had learned from the memories of the red-blooded Exalted One. It was precisely for this reason that Yun Tianduan was so cautious. As early as 3 months ago, he had already condensed the 4th Divine Palace, and spent the subsequent time in seclusion in the mysterious little tower cultivating the Great Destiny technique. However, what made Yun Tian Dust stunned was that he, who cultivated any technique and martial skill with ease, had an exceptionally difficult time cultivating the Great Destiny technique. For more than 2 months, he made almost no progress. It wasn't until he sensed something strange about the formation altar that he simply came out of the gate. Hearing Yun Tian Dust's decisive refusal, a trace of disappointment flashed across little Sheer's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. In her mind, getting to see Daddy was more important than anything else. Yun Tian Dust touched the two little ones' heads with a loving face, looked at the teleportation array altar not far away and said with a smile, "Let's go. Father will take you home. Don't let your mother worry." Yeah. Both little ones were overjoyed and jumping with excitement. It was only then that Yun Tianduan noticed their cultivation levels, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Nice guy, an 8-year-old heavenly father. I'm afraid you can't even find one in the immortal realm, right?" Even though they were all only at the first level of heavenly exaltation, they were already enough to defy the heavens. At this rate of breakthrough, breaking through the divine palace before the age of 20 was very possible, and the two little guys were basically swimming in the mountains, spending less than half of their time on cultivation for fear. Seeing the talent of a pair of children, Yun Tian Dust was also deeply embarrassed. At the same time, he was also very much looking forward to the growth of the Brothers of the War God Temple. The one that sent the resources back half a year ago was an out-of-body incarnation, and because it was coalesced from a wisp of intent, the out-of-body incarnation could not exist alone for a long time. Because of this, that avatar dissipated on its own not long after delivering the resources. Yun Tian Dust did not retrieve it before it dissipated. So naturally, he would not know everything that the avatar had experienced. As for the dozens of incarnations scattered throughout the immortal domain, he managed to collect them all. General, as long as the avatars were within the same space as Yun Tianzuan's original body, he could retrieve any of them with just a thought. It was by relying on this method that Yun Tian Dust knew the immortal region like the back of his hand. The avatars that were condensed at the beginning could only exist alone for one day, and all of them had a cultivation level of only the Heavenly Father realm, which was why he hadn't been able to retrieve the one that had returned to the Heavenly realm in time. As he became more and more skilled at the out-of-body transformation method, he could now condense an Emperor realm transformation and still exist independently for as long as 2 months. The only drawback was that he could only condense 2 of them. It wasn't like the Heavenly Sovereign level avatars that could condense dozens of them at the same time. Nonetheless, Yun Tianduan was quite satisfied. Chapter 105, The teleportation array is broken? Putting away his complicated thoughts, Yun Tian Dust moved with his mind and 2 identical figures diverged from within him. If one was not too familiar with Yun Tian Dust or someone whose cultivation was too strong, they would normally not be able to see anything. On the surface, they are no different from ordinary people. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the 2 little ones, one of the avatars directly broke through the air and left, while the other stayed here. "Whoa, Daddy, I want to learn too." When little Sheer saw this scene, her pretty face was covered in excitement, and her bright eyes flashed with longing. On the side, little Without Trace was equally expectant. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly and explained softly, "This is a secret method that Father cultivates. With your current cultivation level you are not able to practice it yet. When you grow up a bit, Father will teach it to you." A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the two, but they didn't dwell on it too much. Without further ado, Yun Tian Dust directly led the 2 little ones towards the teleportation array. I'm sure that the current Battle God's palace had already blown up because of the 2 little ones' private departure. Nangong Tianyin, in particular, only became more anxious. As the immortal crystals were put in, the array pattern lit up in an instant. A white light flashed, and the figures of Yun Tian Dust and the 2 little ones disappeared above the formation altar. After the formation altar had regained its calmness, the incarnation that remained here pinched its hands together and activated the concealment spell formations around the teleportation formation altar, then concealed its form on the spot. Heavenly Realm, the Temple of War. In front of a huge teleportation array, there were a lot of people. Nangong Tianyin and a group of senior members of the War God Palace had already gathered here. On every face, there was anxiety. They are here, and have been waiting for a long time. Especially Nangong Tianyin. On that stunningly beautiful face, there was no trace of blood color at the moment, pale as paper. If anything happened to the child, she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. Seeing Nangong Tianyin's anxious look, Lu Ningyue spoke out to comfort her. Sister-in-law doesn't need to worry too much. Big brother should be able to detect the formation altar's strange movements at the other end, and I think Sheer and Xiao Trace are already with Big brother. Yuer is right. We should trust Big brother. Lu Xian also chimed in, and although they were both comforting Nangong Tianyin, their eyes likewise flashed with thick worry. Si Kong Xian appeared on top of the formation altar in a flash, his tone low. "Let's go. We'll head to the immortal realm this time." "Good." Lu Xian nodded heavily, then looked at Dongfang Yuan and Mo Feng and said in a deep voice, "The War God Palace is in your hands. Do not allow anything to go wrong. Wait for us to return." "Don't worry." The 2 of them nodded in unison, and Dongfang Yu spoke out to urge, "It's important to retrieve Sheer and Xiao Shang, so don't delay." Without further words, Lu Xian looked toward Nangong Tianyin and made a gesture of invitation. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Without a word of nonsense,
Nangong Tianyin flew and stepped onto the formation altar, followed by Lu Xian's siblings, Bei Li Yan, Dugu Jian, Long Wu Xie, Long Batian, Hei Hu, Night Crazy Cloud, Soul Weren't Difficulty, Xiao Jiu, Muli, and Xian Yu. Departure. As Lu Xiang gave the word, one strand of Thousand Moons threw out billions of extreme immortal crystals and prepared to activate the teleportation array. However, billions of extreme immortal crystals had been invested, and the formation altar hadn't shown the slightest sign of activating. The crowd assumed that it was not enough immortal crystals, and Xian Yu continued to invest. However, the next moment, the expression on everyone's face froze. A brain invested tens of billions of extreme immortal crystals, and the formation altar remained silent. How is this possible? The crowd was stunned, completely unaware of what was going on. By all accounts, billions of extreme immortal crystals were already enough for those of them to teleport together. But now that a full $40 billion had been invested in the array, and the array had no fluctuations, there was only one possibility that the teleportation array had been sabotaged. Everyone's face sank at the thought. Nangong Tianyin, in particular, couldn't help but become even more anxious. Lu Xian looked towards Cheng Xuanzi and spoke out gruffly. Elder Cheng, at all costs, the passageway must be repaired in the shortest amount of time. If anything really happens to Sheer and Little Trace, we will all be the guilty ones. While saying that, Lu Xiang ordered the crowd to exit first, and Xian Yu also put away all the immortal crystals invested. Brother Dust, I am sorry. Nangong Tianyin, who had exited the formation altar, slid down unconsciously with tears, only feeling that the sky had collapsed. Her entire body was at a loss, as if her entire body's strength had been drained at this moment. Her body staggered and she almost didn't stand still. Lu Ningyue, who always follows Nangong Tianyin's side, was quick on her feet and quickly assisted her, and spoke out to comfort her. Sister-in-law, Sheer and Xiao Trace's good fortune will come from heaven, and with Big Brother still over there, they'll definitely be fine. You must take care of your body. Lu Ningyue was still talking, but at this moment, Nangong Tianyin would still listen to these. She staggered to Cheng Xuanzi's body, full of pleading. Xing old man, please you must repair the teleportation array, please. Don't worry, ma'am, even if I spell out this old life not to, I will definitely bring the teleportation array. Before Cheng Xuanzi could finish his words, a strange movement came from the teleportation formation altar. Everyone subconsciously looked over, only to see the altar of the teleportation array suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. With a flash of white light, three figures slowly emerged. It's the Hall Master, and the little princess and the young lord. They're both back. Seeing those three familiar figures, the crowd was first stunned, and then they all understood. It turned out that the reason why the teleportation array was unable to teleport was because the other side had activated first. Immediately, everyone's face showed a look of ecstasy. Hey, Trace! Nangong Tianyin directly pounced over and tightly swept the two little ones into her arms. It was a moment of tears of joy for her, but thinking of the audacity of these two little guys, Nangong Tianyin had a flash of fear and scolded with a stern face. How could you two be so disobedient? Scared mother to death. Is a place like the Immortal Realm something you can go to? Her voice trembled at the end of her sentence. Seeing their mother's reddened eyes, the two little ones showed heartache and lowered their heads. Mother, I'm sorry, we know we're wrong. Yun Tian Dust walked over and comforted him in a warm voice. Alright, Tianyin, this is also my negligence. Only then did Nangong Tianyin look at Yun Tianwan, her eyes even redder. Brother Dust, I am sorry to you, it is all my fault. I did not take care of the children, and it almost caused a big disaster. Looking at her haggard appearance and the look of self-reproach, Yun Tianduan only felt that his heart was being tightly pinched by a large hand, hurting him so much that he couldn't breathe. He reached out his hand and gently embraced Nangong Tianyin into his arms, softly saying, Tianyin, it's alright. This time when I come back, I won't leave for a while until the children grow up. Hearing Yun Tianchen's words, Nangong Tianyin could no longer care about anything and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to pour out all the thoughts and worries she had been feeling during this period of time. Seeing this scene, everyone was relieved while unconsciously revealing a smirk. The two little ones were able to return safely, and their hanging hearts could be put down. Although they were all comforting Nangong Tianyin earlier, their worries were not necessarily less than Nangong Tianyin's. After a long while, Nangong Tianyin then let go of Yun Tianwan and looked at the crowd with some embarrassment. She then noticed that everyone was still here. Besides, he seemed to have lost his temper a bit just now. Thinking of her actions just now, Nangong Tianyin blushed for a while and secretly glanced at Yun Tianwan, only to find that the latter was looking at her with a tender face, and she instantly felt sweet in her heart. Ahem! At this time, Si Kong Xian dryly coughed twice and joked, I say the two of you, if you want to show your love, you also have to pay attention to the occasion. There are quite a few bachelors here. At those words, Nangong Tianin's face turned even redder. Chapter 106, Progress for All. Being teased by Si Kong Xian like this, the atmosphere of the scene instantly lightened up. Yun Tiandust then smiled and shook his head before looking at the crowd with a helpless expression. Brothers, because of Sheer and Xiao Trace's naughtiness, I've made you all worry. Ha ha, your highness is too polite. As long as the two little ones can return safely, we will be relieved. Yes, it's nothing for us, it's mainly my sister-in-law who's in a hurry. Look how haggard she's become. The crowd all spoke in your own words, their faces beaming with smiles. At this moment, Lu Xian slowly stepped forward and bowed deeply to Yun Tianduan. Your Highness, welcome home. A few short words, but they contain so much emotion. Welcome home, Your Highness. The rest of the War God Temple crowd also shouted loudly, their faces showing respect and ecstasy. Yun Tiandust gently patted Lu Xian's shoulder as he swept his gaze over the crowd inside out. Everyone has worked hard over these years. Hey! Just as Yun Tiandust's words fell, Black Tiger's voice rang out, you must not say that, Boss Yun. It's weirdly embarrassing. The Black Tiger's words drew a blank stare from the crowd, and Long Bodian was even more contemptuous. You stupid tiger. Did the palace master mention your great name? You're the one with a lot on your mind. Didn't you hear that the palace master was talking about everyone? Black Tiger glared at Long Bodian and snorted. Alright, you two better stop for a while. Dongfang Yu glanced at the two men and turned to Yun Tiandust, asking curiously, Hall Master, you personally sent Sheer and the others back. Could it be that the threats in the immortal region have all been resolved? When these words came out, the crowd also looked at them with burning eyes. Bringing up this topic, Yun Tiandust's face grew serious as he murmured, the immortal region is currently quite stable, but everyone can't slack off. I always have a feeling that this might be the calm before the storm. Seeing Yun Tianduan in this state, the atmosphere of the scene gradually became heavy. Lu Xiang smiled and changed the topic. Mo Feng, you first arrange for a reception for the palace master tonight. Yes. Mo Feng arched his hand and bowed deeply to Yun Tiandust before leaving first. Noticing Mo Feng's cultivation aura of a ninth tribulation heavenly emperor, Yun Tiandust was doubly surprised. As his divine thoughts subconsciously swept through the crowd, a hint of surprise flashed through Yun Tiandust's eyes. It's only been more than 3 years since we've seen each other, and everyone's strength has already changed drastically. As for the current Battle God Palace, 13 people had already succeeded in condensing the Divine Palace within the Dantian, especially Lu Evil Yang. There were 3 Divine Palaces suspended within his Dantian. According to the perversion level of his son Saint Body, his battle power was definitely comparable to the 6th step of the Divine Palace. Luning Yue and the 4 Great War Kings were all at the 2nd step of the Divine Palace. In addition, 7 of the 12 Blazing Angels had also condensed a Divine Palace, namely Lang Wu Xie, Long Xie Tian, He Hu, Lin Tian Qi, Night Frenzied Cloud, Sol Wu Yen, and Xiao Jiu. By the looks of things, both just broke through not long ago. With the fighting strength of the 7, a normal Divine Palace realm 3 steps would never be their match, especially Little 9. Once he transformed back into his true body of 9-winged harvest, the Divine Palace's 5 steps wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with him. The rest of them had also improved drastically, with Tianxin and Xianyue breaking through to the 8th Heavenly Emperor. Even Muli and Xing Xuanzi, who didn't pay much attention to their cultivation, had broken through to the 6th Heavenly Emperor. Chu Ting, who was the commander of the War God Guard, had similarly broken through the 6th tribulation. Of these, the one that shocked Yun Tiandust the most was Nangong Tianin. In less than 4 short years, she had actually crossed 5 major realms in a row from the half-step Heavenly King realm and managed to break through to Heavenly Dignity, and it was still at the 9th level of Heavenly Exaltation, not far from breaking through to Heavenly Emperor. It seemed that he had still far underestimated everyone's talent. As if he could see Yun Tianduan's consternation, Night Frenzy Cloud inquired out with a face full of curiosity. Boss Yun, what is your current cultivation level? The crowd also cast curious glances. Then there's no need to say? It's definitely already 5 steps from the Divine Palace. Si Kong Xian interjected from the side with an air of confidence. Sizing up Yun Tiandust, everyone also felt it was very likely. Seeing this scene, Yun Tianduan was completely speechless. He suddenly had the feeling that he couldn't hold the 4 steps of the Divine Palace. Cough cough cough. Using a cough to cover up his embarrassment, Yun Tiandust slowly released a trace of his Divine Palace 4-step cultivation aura. 4 steps in the Divine Palace? Si Kong Xian's expression stiffened. Then he muttered in a low voice. It's not bad. What do you call that? Dongfang Yu glared at him, his face full of disdain as he said, with your meager strength, a single finger of the Hall Master can crush you. Feeling the unfathomable aura of Yun Tianduan, Bailey Yen chimed in. Dongfang is right. How can the strength of your highness be measured by cultivation? It then occurred to the crowd that the Yun Tian dust in front of them was able to crush the Divine Palace 3 steps when he had yet to break through the Divine Palace realm. With him breaking through the Divine Palace 4 steps, he was afraid that he would be hard to beat within the Divine Palace realm. Yun Tian dust did not want to dwell on this issue and signaled everyone to return to the council hall first. He had something to announce. A few moments later, the council hall was filled with people. The 2 main guardians, the 4 war kings, 12 blazing angels gathered together. Of the 36 war generals, a dozen were also present. Seeing Feng Yuan and Duan Chong and a few others break through to the 5th heavenly emperor, Yun Tian dust was also very satisfied. For the 72 geomancers, as a shadowy organization, there were only 5 of them participating in this meeting. Tanny, who was the leader of the heavenly net, had likewise broken through to the 5th heavenly emperor. Seeing the scale of the war god's palace today, Yun Tianduan was doubly pleased. Without too much nonsense, Yun Tian dust began to tell everyone about the pattern of the immortal realm, including the relationship between the heavenly realm and the immortal realm. After learning about all the secrets from Yun Tian dust, everyone's jaws dropped and their eyes glazed over. They would never have dreamed that the vast heavenly realm would be a corner of what was once the immortal realm. When they heard about the treasure that had set off the ancient war, the crowd was also filled with curiosity. A treasure that could make the divine realm so excited would not be simple. But at the same time, everyone couldn't help but pay more attention to the eternal divine hall and other leftover forces of the divine realm. As if thinking of something, Dongfang Yu curiously asked, Hall Master, these should all be the immortal domain's deepest hidden secrets, and how did you learn about them? Unable to hold on to everyone's curiosity, Yun Tian dust told all about his experiences in the immortal domain, causing a burst of clamor, especially when they heard that the Red Blood Exalted One and the others were strongly attacking. The crowd raised their hearts into their throats. Until they had heard all the details, everyone was in awe. Among them, Soul Wuyan's entire body was nonplussed after hearing how powerful the next volume of the Soul Book was. How could he, who had cultivated the upper volume of the Book of Souls, resist the temptation of the lower volume of the Book of Souls? Yun Tianduan couldn't help but smile heartily when he noticed Soul Mayan's reaction. Mayan, take it. For his own brother, Yun Tian dust did not have half a reservation, and topped off a copy of the lower volume of the Soul Book and passed it to him on the spot. Chapter 107 Passing on the Law. Retreat after the banquet. Soul Wuyan trembled as he received the jade slip. The entire person was pleasantly surprised, looking at Yun Tianduan with red eyes, finally spitting out a sentence. Many thanks, big brother. Wuyan will never let you down. The Soul Wuyan at this moment did not address Hallmaster Yun Tian dust. In everyone's heart, the relationship with Yun Tian dust had long since ceased to be one of superior and subordinate. Even more than that, it has gone beyond being a relative. I'm afraid you can't find many people who can have no reservations about their own brothers. Can you? Seeing the longing in everyone's eyes, Yun Tian dust smiled lightly. I will topograph another copy later, so everyone can practice, but you are not Wu Yan, so do not be too obsessive. Especially the Heart Demon Guide and Soul Regeneration Technique, which cannot be practiced by non-soul cultivators, or else they will surely be revolted. Speaking of this, Yun Tianduan had a solemn face. Thank you, Your Highness. The crowd saluted excitedly, and they were all aware of this. What they were most interested in was the method of growing the Yuanshan in the Soul Book, as well as some divine soul attacks and defensive means. As for the Heart Demon Guide and the Soul Regeneration Technique, they naturally wouldn't force it. Seeing everyone quieting down, Yun Tian dust topped off the 6 great wondrous books such as the Physical Art, Pill Codex, Weapon Book, Formation Scripture, Talisman, and Martial Scripture for everyone to cultivate. The crowd was thrilled. Having cultivated the upper volumes of the Physical Arts and Martial Scriptures, they knew the terror of these 2 strange books. The Body Arts recorded various powerful body refining techniques, and the strongest ones cultivated to the extreme were able to achieve invincibility of the physical body and break all laws with their fists. With just his physical body, he can also break all the bonds. One of the most perverted kind of body refining method, but also need to cultivate the practitioner to abolish their own martial arts cultivation after the main cultivation of the physical body, and then treat themselves as a weapon, so as to thousands of hammering and refining. Such a perverted cultivation method was not something that ordinary people could withstand. As for the martial scriptures, they can also be called the true explanation of the martial way. It contained profound insights into various attribute powers and martial arts. So many ideas that were heavenly, yet spot on. After signaling everyone to be quiet, Yun Tian dust seemed to have thought of something and passed on the dragon transformation skill that he had received from Taoist 9 dragons to Long Baodian. Long Baodian, who had obtained the dragon transformation skill, was instantly excited. Before he even started cultivating, Long Bodian felt his own blood stirring, and especially after hearing Yun Tian Dust's introduction to the dragon transformation skill, his entire body froze completely. It had never occurred to me that there could be such a miraculous dong method under the sky. At this moment, it was as if Long Bodian had already seen the scene where his flesh transformed into a dragon and roamed the 9 heavens. At that time, he would definitely beat those 2 bastards, Sikong Xian and Black Tiger, into a pig's head. Thinking of this, Long Bodian intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Sikong Xian and Black Tiger, looking at the 2 with their hearts in their mouths. Yoo-hoo! Still holding a grudge, seemingly seeing Long Bushan's thoughts, Sikong Xian looked at him with a smile on his face and said with a face full of disdain, "Didn't you just get the dragon transformation skill? And you've drifted off? Do you believe it? I'll beat you into a worm before you can turn into a dragon?" Seeing Sikong Xian's unsuspecting face, Long Baotian was anxious, yet he did not dare to snap on the spot. In the end, he had to grunt and ignore it. It was because Long Bodian knew deep down that with his current strength, he was not a match for Sikong Xian at all. Even at the same realm, he wouldn't be a match for that guy Sikong Xian. However, if the dragon transformation skill was successfully cultivated, it would not be the case. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but smile as he watched the several people bicker. After talking about his experience, Yun Tian Dust recounted his next plan, and everyone listened patiently, until Yun Tian Dust finished speaking. It was already nightfall. Emo Feng slowly got up and arched his hand at Yun Tian Dust. "Hall Master, please also move to the square." "Yes." Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly and walked out of the council hall side by side with Nangong Tianin, with Lu Shiyang and the rest of the senior management following closely behind. Stepping out of the door of the deliberation hall, there were lights and colors everywhere. In order to celebrate Yun Tian Dust's return, as well as the safety of the 2 young lords, the War God Palace had specially organized a large banquet. The large square was filled with wine tables, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. At this moment, the square was already overcrowded and bustling. These were all the disciples of the Battle God Temple crowd, who had come here early to wait after learning that the legendary Hall Master in their hearts had returned. It was also a great honor for them to be able to dine with the Hall Master. Yun Tian Dust at a glance saw a pair of children not far away, the 2 little ones sitting alone at a table. Everyone is waiting quietly, only the 2 of them eat gulps. The feast went on for 7 days and 7 nights, with all drinking freely and laughing. During this period, Yun Tian Dust also preached in public for 3 days, causing everyone to reap the rewards and countless people to break the boundary on the spot. Those new disciples who had never seen Yun Tian Dust before, after seeing him get along so well, the admiration in their hearts became even stronger. The cohesion of the War God's palace was also once again elevated to its peak. After the banquet was over, Yun Tianwan let Bailey Yan and Tianyi and the others stay behind. "Your Highness, what are your orders?" Bailey Yan arched his hand and asked, and Tianyi and the others saluted in unison. Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly and explained with a grave expression, "Bailey, you personally lead Tianyi and the others to head to the Immortal region immediately. Develop the Skynet forces there secretly, and closely monitor the movements of the Immortal region. If there are any winds and grasses, be sure to send a message back at the first opportunity." "Yes." Bailey Yan and Tianyi and the others answered in unison, a look of determination on their faces. They knew deep down that this task, although arduous, was vital to the War God Temple. After arranging everything, Yun Tian Dust and Nangong Tianin returned to the Cloud Dust residence with a pair of children, and the family enjoyed a rare reunion. During this period of time, their family of 4 was happy and joyful, with Yun Tian Dust guiding Nangong Tianin and the 2 little ones in their cultivation from time to time. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. It wasn't until half a month later that Yun Tian Dust began his closed-door cultivation. He knew deep down that he had to become stronger if he wanted to deal with possible future crises. Nangong Tianin and the 2 little ones were likewise not idle, and both closed their doors as well. With Yun Tian Dust's seclusion, the entire Battle God Palace was once again thrown into a cultivation frenzy. Everyone was riveted and worked hard to raise their cultivation level. They were clear that only by continuously becoming stronger could they better protect the War God Temple and the loved ones around them. Time passes like running water, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yun Tian Dust, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, and a heart-stopping light flickered in his eyes. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, a satisfied smile on his face. The Great Destiny Technique, finally initiated. Yun Tian Dust was overwhelmed with emotion. He had been comprehending this mysterious and unpredictable forbidden secret art for the past 2 years. Now that he had finally been initiated, it also meant that he had taken another big step on the path of martial arts. Another 3 years passed, and Yun Tian Dust once again came out of the gate. This time, his aura was even more unfathomable. exuding an unspeakable majesty.
Congratulations to Palace Master for breaking through the sixth step of the Divine Palace. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Yun Tian Dust, Lu Xiaoyang and the others who had long been waiting outside saluted and congratulated him.
Chapter 108 News from the Immortal Region. Golden Dragon.
Looking at the three brothers in front of him,
Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. His eyes subconsciously swept over the three, and he realized that everyone had improved even more, especially Lu Evil Yang,
who was actually already at the sixth step of the Divine Palace.
In addition,
Dongfang Yu had broken through to the fifth step of the Divine Palace, and his aura was incomparably thick. Even the trivial Mo Feng had reached the third step of the Divine Palace, and the progress of all of them made him feel very satisfied. With such a group of brothers,
Yun Tian Dust also felt the pressure. A little slack could be overtaken.
Take these 5 years for example. He only spent 2 years cultivating the Great Destiny technique and Lu Xiang's cultivation had caught up. Although Yun Tian Dust was happy, he also wanted a face. If he was truly surpassed by his subordinates, then he would be pulling his crotch too much as a hall master.
At this moment, Yun Tianduan really wanted to go back to his seclusion immediately.
The kind that doesn't leave the gate until he breaks through the 9 steps of the Divine Palace.
However, just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Mo Feng's face suddenly became grave.
Hall Master.
According to the news coming from Skynet,
the Immortal Region was invaded by a mysterious foreign race 2 years ago, and there have already been several shocking battles.
Mo Feng's tone was low,
and his eyes revealed a hint of worry.
Mysterious Fae?
Yun Tian Dust frowned slightly,
signaling Mo Feng to continue. With a long sigh, Mo Feng mused,
that is an extremely evil race that calls itself the Blood Demon race. This Blood Demon clan has bloody and bizarre methods, often refining the flesh and blood essence of other living beings to enhance themselves. In just 1 year's time, hundreds of billions of living beings in the Immortal Region have lost their lives in the hands of the Blood Demon clan,
which can be described as heinous. Upon hearing this,
Yun Tian Dust also couldn't help but look heavy as he asked,
how did the major forces of the Immortal Region respond?
Back to the Palace Master.
At first the Immortal Regions didn't pay much attention to it,
and all of them only sent a portion of their disciples forward to get rid of the demons,
but without exception, all the disciples went without return,
until the various parties in the Immortal Domain reacted.
In just a few days,
dozens of cities had been victimized, tens of billions of living beings had been tragically smeared, and it was too late to seal the abyss of Necropolis. As more and more powerful blood demons cross the border, the entire Immortal Region is in chaos. It wasn't until later that the major forces throughout the Immortal Region began to unite and organize large armies to fight against them,
partly in the Immortal Region to get rid of the demons,
and the main army fought many battles with the Blood Demon race in the abyss of Necropolis.
Without waiting for Yun Tian Dust to inquire, Mo Feng continued his narration. After a year of great war,
the Immortal Domain could be said to have suffered numerous deaths and injuries. Even the 8 steps of the Divine Palace had several battle deaths. It wasn't until the end that it was the addition of the Immortal Domain's 10 young kings that killed all the Blood Demon race experts that came across the border in one fell swoop. It was only after the Immortal Domain's many top-tier powerhouses joined forces to temporarily reinforce the seal of the Abyss of Necropolis and sent 3 Divine Palace 9-step powerhouses to personally guard it that the Immortal Domain gradually settled down. Mentioning those 10 young kings,
Mo Feng's tone revealed a hint of respect. Seeing Yun Tianduan's curiosity,
Lu Xiang spoke out to explain. It is said that those 10 people are the leaders of the younger generation of the Immortal Domain.
Everyone is not over 200 years old,
yet their cultivation has broken through the 8th step of the Divine Palace, and their combat power is even capable of overpowering veteran powerhouses of the 9th step of the Divine Palace.
Eyes burning at Yun Tianduan,
Lu Xiang smiled shallowly.
I think you should have heard of their name when you were in the Immortal Region. Yun Tian Dust slowly nodded his head. One didn't need to guess to know that the Immortal Domain's so-called young kings must be that Song Lingchen, Ming Kong, Chu Jianga, and Li Haoran.
These few people were called the Heaven's Pride Kings, and they indeed deserved it. Regarding the records of the Devil race, Yun Tian Dust had read them in the Small Tower's collection of scriptures. It was a very large evil race with countless branches, all of which were far more gifted than the human race. I think that the Blood Demon race is just a branch of the demon race.
Since they are demons,
they will never stop. The greater crises of the immortal realm were all still to come.
Because of this, Yun Tianduan's desire for strength became even stronger,
and the War God Palace had to step up its strength to meet the challenges ahead. How could Yun Tian Dust not know the truth of lips dying and teeth being cold? Raising his head to look at the azure sky,
Yun Tian Dust had a solemn expression. Pass the order to Skynet. Do not act rashly.
Continue to observe in secret and report the situation at any time.
Yes, Mo Feng answered in a respectful voice,
his face grave.
Turning to look at Lu Xiaoyang and Dongfang Yu,
Yun Tianduan continued to command.
From today onwards, the 4 major legions of the War God Palace will expand to 200,000, and will intensify their time for practicing. In addition, pass the order to the Hall of Weapons to make all kinds of weapons and battle armor with all their might, and inform Muli to arrange for the Hall of Dan to make a large amount of healing and chi replenishing pills. I always have a hunch that it is not far from the blood demon race invading in a big way. The heavenly realm is adjacent to the immortal domain. Once the immortal domain falls, the blood demon race will sooner or later perceive the existence of the heavenly realm. Therefore, we must also be prepared to fight to the death. Lu Xiang nodded heavily. They were all aware of this and deeply agreed with Yun Tianduan's arrangement. Yun Tian nodded slightly, signaling them to quickly arrange it down. He wasn't aiming for nothing. Since cultivating the Great Destiny technique, Yun Tian realized that his perception of unknown dangers was even stronger than before. The 3 of them, Lu Xiang, were just about to leave, when the sky above the War God Temple was suddenly filled with sorrowful clouds, and along with a dragon's roar, a golden dragon thousands of feet long shot up into the sky. This is, Lu Xiang's pupils shrunk slightly as he gazed at the golden dragon that suddenly appeared, and an unspeakable pressure filled the air. Emofeng and Dongfang Yu similarly face grave. They have never seen such a scene. True dragons, is not long extinct? Aside from the people who were still in seclusion, the rest of the people within the War God Palace were startled and looked up to the sky, with looks of shock and vigilance on their faces. A real dragon? How is that possible? Could it be that the legendary ancient dragon race has reappeared in the world? Whispers came from the crowd, and everyone's mind was filled with doubt and uneasiness. Dongfang Yu fiercely rose into the air, his body's aura bursting to the extreme, the heavenly desolate war halberd appearing in his hand, flashing with a stern light as he confronted it. As a member of the War God's Palace, he naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He had to find out where this golden dragon was coming from. Dragon clan, where exactly did you come from? What is the reason for coming to my War God Palace? Dongfang Yu questioned in a deep voice, the aura of the divine palace's 5 steps rushing up, interplaying with the heavenly desolate battle halberd, radiating a powerful might. However, the golden dragon did not answer his question, but instead, without saying a word, slammed over with a flinging tail. Dongfang Yu's eyes flashed as he wielded his heavenly desolate battle halberd to meet him. He displayed astounding battle power as his war halberd ran through the heavens and earth, colliding with the golden dragon's flinging tail. Boom! A loud sound was deafening, and the entire sky trembled. The golden dragon's defense was invincible. Its scales flashed with golden light, and it actually blocked all of Dongfang Yu's attacks. A man and a dragon battled outside the sky, their figures weaving in and out of the clouds, each collision triggering earth-shattering roars. The entire heavenly realm was shaken, and countless beings looked up at the direction where the War God Temple was located, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Chapter 109, Dragon Transformation. The entire sky of the Battle God domain was overcast from the great battle. In order to prevent the battle from spreading to the Battle God Hall, Lu Xiang directly activated the Guardian formation. Gazing intently at the battle in the sky, both Lu Xiang and Emofeng couldn't help but sweat for Dongfang Yu. That's a real dragon. How could one of the most powerful taboo races in heaven and earth be dealt with by ordinary people? In the endless void, Dongfang Yu holding the heavenly desolate war halberd, and the golden dragon war in the dark, but always evenly matched. It is difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat for a period of time. This kind of sparring match of equal strength tested fighting skills and will. As time passed, the battle between the one man and one dragon became scorched. Although Dongfang Yu was at the 5th step of the Divine Palace, he was one level higher than that golden dragon. But that golden dragon as a legendary existence, its strength and defense were beyond imagination. If not fighting for his life, Dongfang Yu could not help the other party for a while. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiang wanted to step in to help, but he was stopped by Yun Tianduan who was at the side. Hall Master, you. Lu Xiang looked at Yun Tianduan in puzzlement, but saw that the latter had a faint smile on his face. Take it easy. Let that guy fool around for a while first, Yun Tian said with a smirk. When these words came out, Lu Xiang and Emofeng froze at the same time. As if thinking of something, Lu Xiang's eyes glazed over and he uttered out in shock. Hall Master, what do you mean? It was then that they thought of that dragon transformation skill and the occasional visions that had been emanating from Long Bushen's cultivation place recently. The two of them looked at Yun Tian in consternation, but saw Yun Tian nodding with a faint smile, confirming their suspicions. Hiss! Lu Xiang and Emofeng simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts shocked beyond measure. They couldn't help but wonder, was that guy Longbody really a human? This golden dragon in front of them was even more real than the real dragons in the legends, right? Just as Lu Xiang and Emofeng were sighing, a figure suddenly broke through the Guardian formation and slammed his fist at the golden dragon. That person's silhouette was athletic and powerful. It was definitely Sikong Shen. Sikong! Lu Xiang exclaimed in shock, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. However, the next scene shocked the crowd of disciples from the battle god temple below even more, only to see that the golden dragon violently let out a deafening roar the moment it saw Sikong Shen, directly abandoning the battle with Dongfang Yu and twisting its enormous dragon body towards Sikong Shen to kill. When Dongfang Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help but look confused as well, his heart filled with doubts. Why did it feel as if this dragon had a grudge against Sikong Shen? But he was happy to take advantage of the situation and retreated to the sidelines to watch the battle. At the same time, in his heart, he was deeply impressed with Sikong Shen's perverted physical body. Having personally fought with that golden dragon, he naturally knew the perverted strength and defense of that dragon's body, which could be completely described as impeccable. The fact that Sikong Shen was able to use his physical body to fight against it was enough to prove that the strength of that guy's physical body had already reached the peak. Good come! Above the clouds in the 9 heavens, Sikong Shen let out a long roar to the sky, his body radiating an unprecedented domineering aura. He did not dodge the golden dragon's attack, but instead, he used his tiny body to harden against it. As the fists and dragons clashed, they erupted with brilliant light and earth-shattering roars, and billions of miles of earth trembled. Everyone in the War God Palace was deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Sikong Shen and the golden dragon fought together again and again, their figures constantly colliding and interlacing in the air. Each clash triggered huge booms and energy fluctuations, as if it was going to tear apart the entire heavenly realm. However, in this fierce battle, Sikong Shen did not fall into a disadvantage. With his formidable strength and overbearing battle intent, he fought the golden dragon to a standstill, and even vaguely showed signs of suppressing his opponent. The crowd of the battle god temple below had completely boiled over. As they watched the thrilling battle in the void, a look of disbelief appeared on everyone's face, and many of them could not help but cheering for Sikong Shen. As the morale of the battle god palace reached its peak at this moment. Too strong. Lord Overlord can actually fight against the legendary True Dragon. Is this the strength of Lord Sikong Shen? Worthy of being an overlord. It's simply terrifying. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Everyone was deeply impressed by the strength displayed by Sikong Shen. At the same time, the appearance of the golden dragon as well as Sikong Shen's welcoming of the battle had undoubtedly become a great miracle in the history of the battle goddess palace, one that everyone would remember. Lu Xiang and Mo Feng also couldn't help but glance at each other. Both could see the shock in each other's eyes, especially that guy Long Baodian. It was too much of a surprise to them. There was also Sikong Shen's perverted physical body that even Lu Xiang had to marvel at. However, at this moment, a silhouette floated and flew in, and it was none other than Nangong Tianyin, who had been startled by the battle. Meet your sister-in-law. Seeing Nangong Tianyin, Lu Xiang and Mo Feng respectfully saluted, but after noticing the aura it emitted, both of their eyes flashed with intense shock. Nangong Tianyin had only ascended to the heavenly realm for how long? Less than 10 years on a full count, right? To actually break through to the divine palace realm, this kind of breakthrough speed could no longer be described as heaven-defying. The moment Yun Tian Dust noticed Nangong Tianyin's cultivation, he also couldn't help but look stagnant. Nangong Tianyin slowly landed beside the three, signaling Lu Xiang and Mo Feng that there was no need to be courteous, and then looked toward the human-dragon battle in the void. Her pretty face filled with shock, and she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Dust, this is..." Yun Tian Dust smiled mysteriously and didn't hide anything, immediately telling Long Boshan's situation. Hearing Yun Tian Dust's narration, Nangong Tianyin froze on the spot. However, she did not expect at all that the overbearing and incomparable True Dragon would be transformed by that guy Long Baodian. As for the others, they remain in the dark. It wouldn't have even occurred to him that the golden dragon that was battling with Sikong Shen would be Long Baodian. For his part, Yun Tian Dust always maintained a calm smile, as if everything was expected of him, his gaze deep and distant, as if he had already seen the end of this battle, as well as the even more distant future. Boom! 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 The battle in the void continued. Each collision triggered a huge roar, but no matter how the golden dragon attacked, Sikong Shen was able to defuse each and every one of them and gradually gained the upper hand, with the movements and strength of the golden dragon weakened after one fierce encounter. However, Sikong Shen was getting more and more courageous as he seized the opportunity to violently blast his fist on top of the golden dragon's dragon head, sending its entire body flying backwards. The golden dragon let out a deafening roar as its huge body tumbled in the air, eventually dissipating into a golden light. And where the giant dragon was, there was a figure standing. It was the War Dragon Envoy, one of the 12 incandescent angels of the Battle God Temple, Dragon Breaking Sky. At this moment, Long Boshan's face was as pale as paper, and his breath was wilting, obviously consuming a great deal in the battle just now.
Chapter 110, The Black Tiger Goes Ballistic. The moment they saw Long Boshin's figure, everyone's gazes froze, their eyes were almost glazed over. They simply couldn't believe what was in front of them. That domineering and incomparable ancient true dragon was actually transformed by Long Bodian? The group of executives who knew about the dragon transformation skill were relatively fine, but those ordinary disciples of the Battle God Palace were shocked beyond words within their hearts. A living, breathing person suddenly turned into a real dragon in front of them. It was like seeing a tiny grain of sand suddenly transform into a lofty mountain. The shock it brought to people could be imagined. Even Dongfang Yu, who had fought with it, couldn't help but be filled with consternation at this moment, and a wave of emotion ran through his heart. Is this the dragon transformation technique? At this moment, Sikong Xian was even more dumbfounded as he stared at Long Bodian with wide eyes, somewhat unable to believe what was in front of him. He would never have dreamed that the ancient true dragon that had fought against himself would be transformed by that guy, Long Bodian. And then, he burst into a rage. That dragon attacked wildly as if it had lost its mind as soon as it saw him. So it turned out to be that guy Dragonbreaker. Sikong Xian instantly understood. No wonder as soon as he saw himself, this fellow gave up fighting Dongfang Yu and directly ran towards him. The feeling is that this guy is still holding a grudge and wants revenge. Thinking of this, Sikong Xian could not help but sympathize with the Black Tiger, with Long Zhaotian's grudge-holding character. That guy Black Tiger was afraid that he would have to suffer old age. Recalling the strength of the true dragon's body, Sikong Xian revealed a look of eagerness to try and spoke out provocatively. Come. I haven't fought enough. Don't you really want to beat me up? Let's fight for 300 rounds again. Sikong Xian's voice was filled with wariness, and it was clear that he was not yet finished with this battle. Seeing Sikong Xian's dejected look, Long Xiatian gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Don't be too complacent. If you hadn't consumed too much strength from the battle with the East, how would you have been able to defeat me? There was a defiant aura in Long Bushin's voice, and although he looked a bit wretched at the moment, the light in his eyes was still radiant. Sikong Xian said with a face full of disdain. Just you? I can easily take it at any time. Although he acted calmly, Sikong Xian was well aware of the terror of Long Bodian when he was in his dragon body, and it was never that easy to deal with. If more time was given to Long Baotian, the dragon body would only become more perfect. At that time, it might really be possible to suppress yourself in turn. With this thought, a sense of urgency surged in Sikong Xian's heart. In the same realm of battle power, he only obeyed Boss Yun. Even if it was Lu Xiaoyan's son Saint Body, he didn't put much stock in it. And at that moment, in front of a certain attic building deep within the War God Palace, Black Tiger also saw the scene above. His face was as black as a pot, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He didn't expect Long Bodian to be terrifying to this extent after practicing the dragon transformation skill. Not only was he able to transform into a true dragon, but he also fought Dongfang Yu and Sikong Xian, who were at the 5th step of the Divine Palace. To this extent, with their cultivation at the 4th step of the Divine Palace, Black Tiger was very self-aware. With his current strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't last more than 10 rounds in the hands of Long Bodian. No way. I'm going to continue my seclusion, or I'll have to get beaten up, Black Tiger said. A smoke back to the room, directly opened the isolation array, decided to close the death barrier, before there is no absolute strength to deal with Long Bodian. He will never come out of the gate. He didn't want to be beaten up by Long Bodian. Otherwise, where would he put his face as the commander of the Black Tiger army? Not wanting to see them pull it off, Lu Xiang and Yun Tiandust exchanged a glance before their figures violently rose up in the air. A rolling torrent of sound resounding throughout the entire Battle God Palace. Everyone, the immortal region has been invaded by a foreign race, and the ultimate battle will soon break out. In peace and security, my War God Palace must take precautions before it happens. Sweeping his heavy gaze across the crowd, Lu Xiang announced in a loud voice. By the order of the Palace Master, the War God Palace will fully prepare for war with immediate effect. The 4 major legions will be expanded to 200,000, and a strict training program will be implemented. His voice was filled with majesty and solemnity, making the atmosphere of the scene instantly heavy. Long Wu Xie, Long Xie Tian and Lin Tianqi successively flashed forward to receive orders. Only the commander of the Black Tiger Legion, Black Tiger, was never seen. Black Tiger, can you hear me? Delayed to see that guy show up. Lu Xiang's deep eyes fixed on the attic where the Black Tiger was, and he steeply bellowed out. However, Black Tiger always closed the door of his room tightly and pretended not to hear. Seeing this, Yun Tiandust revealed a speechless expression. Shoo! Yun Tiandust appeared in midair with an instantaneous movement, lifting his hand and manifesting a large golden hand that grabbed in the direction where the Black Tiger was. The large golden hand ignored the isolation array and poked out from the void of the room where the Black Tiger was, clutching it in his hand as he was confused.
Black Tiger's face changed wildly, and before he could react, he was carried out by that big hand. Hiss! This hand displayed by Yun Tian Dust looked at the crowd in a daze, and then the whole place was in an uproar, with the sound of sucking and cool air rising and falling. How strong is the Hall Master? He really is? Humph! This is our Hall Master. Truly, invincible. Your Highness, Master of the Temple, Master of the Temple. Deafening chants rang out from below, and everyone acted with unbridled fervor. Lu Xiang's eyes burned as he looked at Yun Tianwan, an inner burst of emotion. He was at the same cultivation level as his elder brother, but their strengths were not on the same level at all. Even if he was 2 realms higher, Lu Xiang did not think that he would be a match for his big brother. This strengthened Lu Xiang's determination to enhance his strength. He wanted to catch up with his big brother's footsteps as soon as possible and fight alongside him to repay his big brother for saving his life and knowing him. In the void, Black Tiger came back to his senses from his daze, and when he saw Long Bodian and the others around him, he revealed a naive smile in an attempt to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Yun Tian Dust looked at Black Tiger with an expressionless face and said with a sullen expression, "What? You're still thinking of escaping?" Although his voice was not loud, it caused the Black Tiger to feel a vicious chill, and his heart and mind violently trembled. Back to the Hall Master. This is really a misunderstanding. Seeing that the situation was not right, Black Tiger quickly spoke out in defense. "I really didn't hear the Great Protector's summons, otherwise I would have come out a long time ago." As he spoke, his afterglow stole a glance at Long Bodian, fearing that the other party would rush over and give him a punch. Noticing Black Tiger's small movements, Long Batian revealed an expression of watching the show, but he didn't make the slightest move and instead quietly watched him perform. When the crowd of disciples below heard Black Tiger's unthinking words, all of their faces flushed red, and they were all obviously stifling their laughter. Si Kongshin felt speechless and couldn't help but cover his hand and hold his forehead with a look of disgust. "You're really a stupid tiger. If you didn't hear it, how did you know that the Great Protector was passing out orders?" "Ha! This!" Black Tiger instantly froze, completely speechless. How could he establish his authority in the Black Tiger army in the future if he was so embarrassed in public? At this moment, the Black Tiger couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Chapter 111 Children Growing Up. When the crowd below saw Black Tiger's embarrassing face, many of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. "All right, stop it all." In the end, it was Yun Tianwan who waved his hand, interrupting the laughter of the crowd. Glaring fiercely at Black Tiger, Yun Tian Dust said seriously, "Black Tiger, listen to the order. I restrict you to expand the Black Tiger Legion to 50,000 elites within half a year. Can you do it?" Meeting Yun Tian Dust's unquestionable eyes, the Black Tiger's heart flinched at the words, and he hurriedly bowed and swore an assurance. "Please don't worry, Palace Master. I will definitely live up to my expectations." As Yun Tian Dust's order was announced, all the ministries of the War God Palace, everyone's hearts and minds tightened up. Everyone understands that the next days will no longer be quiet and they must quickly adapt to this intense and organized state of preparation. "Father, there's still us." However, at this moment, a clear voice spread across the field, followed by 2 figures breaking through the air side by side, like meteors across the sky, flying towards Yun Tian Dust. It was clearly a man and a woman, 2 youngsters, about 12 or 13 years old, vaguely led by the young girl. The young girl was dressed in a light blue flowing cloud neon dress. Her long hair was like the Milky Way pouring down, her eyes were as deep as the stars in the night sky, her skin was more than snowy, and her cheeks had a faint peach red color, and the whole person exuded a kind of transcendent temperament, just like the fairy in the Moon Palace. The young man was clad in a dark-colored battlesuit. His face was handsome, his long hair was bound with a crown, his eyes revealed firmness and boldness, his sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he exuded a heroic aura. It's the 2 young lords. All gazes were fixed on the duo, resounding with countless sounds of shock and admiration. The 2 were no one else but Jin Shir and Yun Wuhan siblings. Yun Tian Dust looked at the pair of children in front of him who had grown more and more beautiful, and his heart couldn't help but well up with a feeling of guilt. After not seeing her for 5 years, that mischievous little Shir had already grown into a young girl, the little Wu Shang who always followed his sister's nonsense, and now he is a young man in his prime. He's still too little for his kids as a father. However, when he saw the firmness and confidence flickering in the eyes of the 2, he couldn't help but feel an immense sense of relief in his heart. I don't know who took the lead, but the countless War God Palace disciples below showed fervor as they shouted, "Greetings to the 2 young lords." Hundreds of thousands of people bowed in unison, their excited voices resounding. Trace. Nangong Tianyin was so excited that she burst into tears when she saw the pair of sons and daughters who had returned from their training. She flew up to welcome them, wrapping the 2 of them tightly in her arms. "Mother." Although Yun Shir and Yun Wuhan had grown up,
Their dependence on Nangong Tianyin had not diminished in the slightest. They snuggled tightly in their mother's arms,
feeling that long-lost warmth and peace.
This scene was envied by the crowd, who were all envious.
Big brother, have you noticed little Trace's cultivation level? Lu Xian's gaze swept over Yun Wuhan,
and a trace of hard-to-conceal surprise flashed in his eyes. Yun Tiandust subconsciously checked and discovered that Xiao Trace was just like him, having broken the 9 extreme realm in terms of cultivation and had already reached the realm of the 10-hailed Heavenly Emperor.
Although Xier hadn't broken the extreme realm,
she had reached the limit of the 9th Heavenly Emperor,
and it was believed that she would soon condense the Divine Palace. Yun Tiandust's eyes flickered with relief.
The two little ones' talent was much better than he had imagined.
Originally,
Yun Tiandust thought that they would need to be 18 or 19 years old before they could break through to the Divine Palace realm, but now, it seemed that both of them would have to condense their Divine Palaces before the age of 15.
Retracting his gaze from his nephew,
Lu Xian looked at Yun Tianwan and made a rare outburst of jest.
Big brother, is there any pressure?
There's.
Yun Tiandust blurted out without hiding it.
Putting aside little Trace's chaotic body, the cultivation speed of Xier's innate Dao body was enough to be described as terrifying. There was also Nangong Tianyin's talent, which was also a heaven-defying level of existence.
In addition,
the Temple of War has a large group of perverted brothers. The Sun and Sun sacred body of the Lu Xiang siblings were the most outstanding existences amongst all the thousands of physiques. There were also the 4 great war kings, each of which was not a light.
Inside these 4 guys,
all of them were hiding an extremely powerful and mysterious force.
And once they were completely awakened and opened up,
they were afraid that they wouldn't be weaker than the Sun Saint body.
Yun Tiandust had no doubt that these 4 fellows' origins were definitely of great origin. The 12 blazing angels, none of them are mediocre either. Following such a group of people around him,
it would be strange for Yun Tiandust not to be under pressure. Seeing Yun Tiandust answer so dryly, Lu Xian unconsciously smiled, his heart surging with 10,000 feelings of grandeur, and he was even more excited about the future of the War God Palace. In the sky above the War God Palace, the mother and son quickly separated, and Yun Wuhan appeared in front of Yun Tianduan in a flash, bowing and saluting. My child pays his respects to his father, Uncle Lu, and Uncle Mo. Although his voice was still slightly childish, his tone was exceptionally firm and powerful. Yun Tiandust nodded slightly as Lu Xiang and Mo Feng smiled and gestured for him to not need to be courteous, their brows all revealing a sense of compassion. It was no exaggeration to say that Yun Tiandust's pair of children had grown up completely under the favor of the entire War God Palace.
Say, what do you have in mind?
Seeing the hope in his son's eyes, Yun Tiandust softly inquired. Father, my child has grown up and would like to share your and everyone else's worries. Please father,
arrange something for me to do.
Yun Wuhan raised his head and looked straight into Yun Tiandust's eyes. His words were high and full of confidence. As he said that, the cultivation of the 10th Heavenly Emperor on his body unfolded, and a stern and unrivaled sword intent violently swept across the sky,
shocking everyone in the arena. Countless female disciples fell in an instant when they saw such a powerful and heroic Yun Wuhan,
and then they were flooded with nymphomania and screamed. Hearing her brother's resounding words, Yun Xier also dodged and flew over unwillingly.
Father still has me.
I will also contribute to the War God Palace. Looking at the tallest daddy in front of her, her face was all filled with determination and persistence, and the mighty pressure of the 9 Tribulation Heavenly Emperor filled the air,
causing an uproar once again.
Looking at the pair of children in front of him who were full of vigor and vitality,
Yun Tiandust's face always wore a doting and pleased smile. Unbeknownst to him,
a pair of children were able to share his worries, and as a father, he should give them enough trust and support to follow their dreams. However, Yun Tiandust could not think of what to arrange for them to do. After all, the 2 children were still young and inexperienced. If they were to hastily let them take on heavy responsibilities, I am afraid that it would be a bit inappropriate. Just then, Lu Xiang smiled and proposed, Hall Master, why don't we let Wuhan be in charge of traveling to various places to recruit disciples? Below the heavenly realm, there are still a few miniature continents that are similar to the Xian heavenly continent, so it would be better to let Wu Xing give it a try, and maybe he can actually receive some good geniuses. As for Xier, let her go over to Qiyue to help out. My War God Palace's business spreads throughout the heavenly realm, and in the future, it will be even more vigorously developed, and Xier's going there will also alleviate Qianyue's burden. Hearing Lu Xian's proposal, Yun Tianduan couldn't help but brighten up as he clapped his hands and praised. Good idea. It's about time for them to hone their skills. After exchanging a glance with Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan turned his head to look at the 2 who had taken the initiative to volunteer for the mission and said with a serious face, You all heard that, right? Are you too willing to accept these 2 tasks? Please don't worry father, I promise to complete the task. The 2 spoke in unison, their eyes flashing with determination.
It was a trust and test from their father and uncles that they would never let their parents and all the elders down. Chapter 112, Returning to the Gate. Nangong Family. The entire Battle God Palace was shrouded in a tense and organized atmosphere. And with the order for the expansion of the Battle God Palace, all parts of the heavenly realm vibrated with it. Countless young geniuses harboring dreams have responded to the call of the Battle God Palace and converged from the 10 regions of the 9 heavens. The arrival of the heavenly prides from all sides made the Battle God Palace even more lively and bustling, while also causing all the major forces in the heavenly realm to look at it. At this moment, the Yun Tian Dust family of 4 was enjoying a short warm moment within the Cloud Dust residence. Yun Tian Dust looked at the pair of sons and daughters who had grown more and more beautiful in front of him, and his heart was filled with relief. As a father, he spends too little time with his children and therefore cherishes these rare reunions all the more. Hey little Trace, you've both grown up now. Cultivation has also skyrocketed, so I am very pleased for my father. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but admonish, revealing deep paternal love in his tone. But the path of cultivation is never-ending. One must be down to earth in order to go farther. Yes, father. Yun Xier and Yun Wuhan responded in unison, their eyes flashing with determination. Nangong Tianyin also sat on the sidelines, quietly listening. She tenderly looked at her husband and children, her heart filled with emotion and happiness. How she wished time would stop at this moment forever if she could. But Nangong Tianyin also knew that that was impossible. The reason why she desperately cultivated was also because she wanted to be able to stand by her husband's side at critical moments and fight alongside him, instead of being a burden to him. In this way, the family warmed up together for a few days before the 2 children paid their respects one after the other. Because they had taken the initiative to ask for help to share the worries of their father in the War God's palace, since they had promised, they must do it. Looking at the backs of her children as they left, Nangong Tianyin was doubly relieved, but Yun Tianduan felt a sense of guilt. He hadn't spent much time with his family since his big wedding 8 years ago, when potential crises came one after the other. After a short moment of silence and turning his head to look at Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan said fondly, Tianyin, you have worked hard over the years, and have been silently supporting me and accompanying the children. Nangong Tianyin's eyes reddened slightly as she sniffed. She gently shook her head and softly said, Brother Dust, these are all things I should do. You have given too much for the War God Temple and the heavenly realm, and my children and I are proud of you. Yun Tianxin gently held Nangong Tianyin's jade hand and said firmly, Tianyin, trust me, I will definitely give you and the children a truly warm and carefree home. I believe in you. Nangong Tianyin snuggled into Yun Tianxin's arms, a happy smile on her face. The two of them chatted about family matters for a while longer before Yun Tian Dust suddenly mentioned, Right Tianyin, since we got married, we haven't really gone back to visit our father-in-law. Why don't we make a trip down to the realm today? What do you think? Nangong Tianyin froze at his words, and then a gush of warmth surged in his heart. She had wanted to go back to see her father for a long time, but it was never a good idea to go back to the house for the first time, if she was going back alone. She also knew the heavy burden on Yun Tian Dust and did not bring it up. However, he did not expect that at such a time, Yun Tianduan would take the initiative to bring it up, which caused Nangong Tianyin's heart to be deeply touched. Looking at Yun Tian Dust in a daze, Nangong Tianyin's eyes reddened slightly as she spat out a deep, Thank you, Brother Dust. Yun Tian Dust shook his head, a guilty look flashing in his eyes. Tianyin, I should be the one to say sorry to you. This is also my negligence. No, you mustn't say that, Brother Dust. Nangong Tianyin shook her head and said with a solemn expression, Compared to what you have done, everything is trivial. Go! Yun Tian Dust smiled indifferently as the two of them flew hand in hand towards the location where the teleportation formation altar was located. Without alerting the others, the two of them passed through the cross-border teleportation array silently and returned to the Qingfeng Valley once again. Looking at the familiar bamboo house in front of her, Nangong Tianyin's eyes slightly reddened. This place carried too many beautiful memories for her. Her destiny with Yun Tian Dust also all started from Qingfeng Valley. Familiar as far as the eye could see, those past years seemed to come back to life, filling both of their hearts with emotion. Without lingering too much, the two of them went straight to the Nangong family. They didn't make a fuss, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of the Nangong family's main gate, and both of them were very low-key, not leaking out half of their breath. Looking around, today's Nangong family was more than tens of times more brilliant than 8 years ago. Even the two guards, one fat and one thin, were both at the 9th level of the condensation realm cultivation, and this kind of strength was considered as a core character in the past. The two of them, Yun Tian Dust, stepped forward, but were stopped by the thin guard who stepped forward. Do you two have a worship invitation? The skinny guard did not recognize Nangong Tianyin and Yun Tianwan, and only felt some familiarity, so he immediately asked politely, No, but this is my home. Nangong Tianyin replied softly, a faint smile always hanging on her face. She was both excited and nervous in her heart. She was finally going to meet her long-lost family. You're home? But how come I haven't seen you before? The thin guard frowned and his tone became unkind. He had never seen such a bold person who dared to impersonate someone from their Nangong family. At this time, the more the fat guard who always guarded the gate looked, the more he felt that the woman in front of him was Missy. He trembled and stepped forward, and said incoherently, "Are you Missy? What did you say?" The thin guard's brows furrowed even tighter, and he couldn't help but ask, "Nangong Peng, which one of your tendons is wrong? What's the point of being so agitated?" The fat guard didn't bother with him, but instead looked at Nangong Tianyin with a burning gaze, his body unable to stop trembling. He couldn't believe his eyes. The eldest young lady who had married into the heavenly realm for many years had returned. "Yes, I am Nangong Tianyin." Nangong Tianyin didn't mean to blame, and nodded her head to identify herself. For some reason, right now, she always felt that everyone in the Nangong family was very dear to her. The moment he heard the words Nangong Tianyin, the fat guard completely froze, and then became excited. After the thin guard reacted, his entire body was like a sieve, apologizing and making amends. He had just had the eyes to not recognize Tian had offended the young miss. Nangong Tianyin gestured that they didn't need to be polite and acted casually, and Yun Tianduan didn't mean to interrupt. "Great, it's really Missy who's back. Missy is back." The fat guard ran into the door of the mansion in a million pieces of excitement, shouting and screaming as he ran wildly, spreading the good news throughout the entire Nangong family. "What's all the noise about? Don't you know that divine Dr. Hua is treating the old madam?" Seeing such an out-of-control fat guard, some of the higher-ups of the Nangong family wanted to reprimand him, but after hearing his words they couldn't help but freeze on the spot. When they confirmed that the big miss in the fat guard's mouth was none other than Nangong Tianyin, all of them had looks of awe and ecstasy on their faces and flew towards the gate. At this time in a compound, Nangong Ding was pacing back and forth outside the door, anxious inside. Nangong Ding didn't know if his mother would still be able to pull through, and because he was so worried, his entire body had emaciated quite a bit. Suddenly, Nangong Ding sensed a reaction from the jade brief and hurriedly took it out to check, only to hear a sentence coming out from it. "Family Master, Missy has returned," right outside the door. What? My daughter." Nangong Ding was too excited and didn't hold it steady. The jade slip swish fell to the ground, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about this, and disappeared into the compound as a stream of light, heading straight for the gate. Chapter 113, Old Lady, Blood Leech Compulsion. When Nangong Ding saw the familiar figure at the door, his eyes instantly moistened. "Tianyin, you are back." He dashed forward, somewhat at a loss for words, unable to hold back his tears of joy. Nangong Tianyin looked at her father's haggard appearance. Tears came to her eyes as she made a deep bow. "Father, it is my daughter who is unfilial, not coming back to see you until so long ago." Her tone was filled with guilt and self-blame. Her delicate body could not stop trembling. Seeing this loving father again, Nangong Tianyin felt incomparably warm and at ease, because she knew that no matter where she went, her father and home would always be her safe haven. Yun Tian Dust, who was on the side, was deeply touched inwardly when he saw the scene. So this is what home and family feels like. It was a pity that the word father was so far out of reach in his case. Nangong Ding laughed and shook his head, trembling as he helped his daughter up and wiped the tears from the corners of Nangong Tianyin's eyes before he noticed Yun Tianduan on the side. Instantly adjusting his state of mind, a kind smile appeared on Nangong Ding's face. "Yun Xianyan, please come in quickly." He warmly greeted the two of them as they entered the Nangong family and personally led the way for them, followed by the careful crowd of Nangong family executives. In the minds of the Nangong family's crowd, the heavenly realms were all immortals, and they were mere mortals. The arrival of Yun Tianduan and Nangong Tianyin had caused their entire Nangong family to flourish, so much so that everyone acted cautiously, fearing that they might accidentally offend these two bigwigs. Along the way, Nangong Ding kept asking about the recent situation of the two. A hint of reproach appeared in Nangong Ding's eyes when he mentioned why the two of them didn't bring Xier and Shatrace along as well. The group quickly arrived at the hall, and as soon as they sat down, Yun Tiandust noticed that Nangong Ding's aura was not right, and couldn't help but ask, "Father-in-law, did something happen in the residence?" Nangong Tianyin also vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and her mind immediately tightened. Nangong Ding was just about to speak when an underling suddenly ran in a panic. Family Master, it's not good." Seeing the visitor, Nangong Ding's heart and mind tightened, and he stood up violently, his face changing greatly. "Is it possible that something has happened on Divine Dr. Hua's side?" That subordinate had a sad face. "Family Master, old madam, she's dying."
Divine Dr. Hua wants you to go over and see old Madam one last time.
What? When Nangong Tianyin heard this,
her petite body trembled violently and her pretty face lost color.
Father, what happened to grandmother?
Nangong Ding's face turned white as he slowly looked at Nangong Tianyin.
Let's go.
Go and see your grandmother for the last time first, and we'll talk about the rest later. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nangong Ding rushed towards his mother's compound in a hurry,
with Nangong Tianyin and Yun Tianduan following closely behind.
A group of senior members of the Nangong family also followed.
Along the way, Nangong Tianyin's heart was in her throat. Although she was seldom at home, her grandmother always cared for her, and the two of them had an extremely deep bond. Just as he arrived at the room,
what met his eyes was an old woman with skin and bones and a depleted lifespan lying on the bed,
leaving only a faint trace of breath.
A thin old man in grey robes stood by the bedside, his expression grave. Yun Tiandust's brows suddenly knitted together when he saw this scene. Grandmother Nangong Tianyin saw her grandmother suddenly become like this. Her pretty face instantly turned white and bloodless. She fiercely pounced over, tightly gripping the pair of dry as a wood hand, tears coming out of her eyes. And at this moment, the old woman has completely lost consciousness. Only that, if not breathing, proved that she is still alive.
Father, why is this happening? Grandmother's body, hasn't it always been very robust? Nangong Tianyin looked at Nangong Ding with red eyes,
her voice carrying endless grief and incomprehension.
Nangong Ding's eyes were also reddened, and when he was about to explain, Yun Tianduan took the lead and spoke. Tianyin, don't be anxious,
your grandmother is still saved. Yun Tiandust walked over to Nangong Tianyin's side, reaching out and gently resting his hand on her shoulder, softly comforting her.
What? When Nangong Ding heard this,
his eyes instantly lit up and he fiercely looked at Yun Tiandust.
Yun Xian nephew, are you telling the truth? At this moment,
Nangong Ding was like grasping the last straw, his eyes filled with hope.
When Nangong Tianyin heard this,
her face also flashed with intense joy. She had almost forgotten that this man beside her had omnipotent abilities.
Brother Dust, grandmother Shi. Nangong Tianyin tightly grasped Yun Tianduan's arm,
as if only in this way could she feel a little more at ease.
Don't worry, leave it to me. Yun Tiandust cast Nangong Tianyin a reassuring look before turning to look at the old woman on the bed. Seeing this, Nangong Ding and Nangong Tianyin hurriedly made way. At a glance,
Yun Tiandust could tell that the old woman had been hit by a long-lost compulsion called the blood leech. This was an extremely deeply hidden parasite that needed to lie dormant in a person's body for tens of hundreds of years, and the parasite would not strike until it had completely fused with the host's bloodline.
Until then, the person who has been bewitched will not show any abnormalities, and outsiders will not be able to see it at all.
But how could a blood leech parasite appear in the small Xin Tian continent?
However, the situation at hand did not allow Yun Tianduan to think less.
Yun Tiandust took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand,
palm facing upwards.
A stream of chaos-colored air slowly condensed within his palm,
emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Bloodline power. Condense. As Yun Tiandust let out a low cry, the wisp of chaotic airflow suddenly erupted, transforming into a tiny shadow of a chaos-colored dragon that circled and danced around him. The Nangong family members on the side and Nangong Tianyin saw this and revealed shocked looks. Although they didn't know what kind of tactic this was, they could feel the power and mystery of that force. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Yun Tianduan was fully focused on maneuvering the chaotic dragon shadow, slowly approaching the old woman's brow. Go! With his command, the chaotic dragon shadow instantly disappeared into the old woman's brow, traveling through the soon-to-be dry blood within her body. Within a few moments, black blood dripped out of the old woman's brow, and the chaos dragon shadow rushed out with it, about to break through the air. Yun Tiandust's eyes and hands were quick. A powerful suction force burst out from his hands, forcibly detaining the chaotic dragon shadow that was about to escape in the palm of his hand. As the shadow of the dragon formed by the chaotic airflow dispersed, a blood-colored insect with 16 legs, which was the parasitic parasite of the blood leech compass, was hovering above Yun Tiandust's palm. However, it was always firmly controlled by Yun Tianduan. This is a parasite? Nangong Ding's face was heavy, and a wave of nausea washed over him inwardly. That so-called Hua divine doctor. His body couldn't stop trembling as well. He had never been able to find out the cause of the disease, and had also suspected compulsion, but could not find a trace of it, and could only say that it was too deeply hidden. Yun Tiandust slowly nodded his head as a light blue flame surged out of his hand, instantly incinerating the blood leech parasite into nothingness, completely disappearing. Chapter 114, showing great power. All of them are under compulsion. At this moment, the old woman was still in a coma. Without hesitation, Yun Tiandust turned his head towards Nangong Ding and said with a serious face, "Father-in-law, I need a drop of your essence blood in order to help the old lady's bloodline be reborn." Well, Nangong Ding didn't half drag his feet. Nangong Ding mobilized his spiritual energy and forced out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip, handing it over to Yun Tian Dust. And then the shocking scene appeared, only to see Yun Tian Dust casually throwing out dozens of medicinal herbs that emitted a rich immortal aura. The kind of light blue flames from just now were once again sacrificed by him, and wrapped in an airtight force, the dozens of medicinal herbs quickly melted into medicinal liquids within a dozen or so breaths, circling in the void. Shoo! He also saw Yun Tian Dust curl his fingers and flick. The drop of essence blood of Nangong Ding flew into the center of the medicinal liquid, and then a soft force began to compress the space. The various medicinal liquids and the essence blood of Nangong Ding began to methodically merge together under the impetus of the flames and Yun Tian Dust's soft force, and that drop of essence blood of the closest relative was the key to the rebirth of old lady Nangong's bloodline. Congeal. With Yun Tian Dust's bellowing cry, all the medicinal liquids merged, and what met everyone's eyes was a blood-red pill that exuded a rich life force. Hiss. The scene resounded with the sound of sucking cool air. They have never seen such an alchemy art. Not to use the alchemy furnaces just, but also in just dozens of breaths. All kinds of medicinal materials will be melted into Dan. Simply divine and appalling. How is this alchemy? This is clearly forcibly pinched pills. Everyone at the scene, except for Nangong Tianyin, was staring blankly, their eyes glazed over, unable to return to their senses for a long time. For the shock of the crowd, Yun Tian Dust had long since seen it as he picked up the elixir and walked towards old lady Nangong, probing out a soft force wrapped around the elixir and feeding it into old lady Nangong's mouth. At the same time, with a soft force, he removed the necrotic blood and revitalized the meridians for the old lady through the air, facilitating her blood Under the gaze of the entire audience's horrified eyes, the old lady's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her parched skin gradually became full and lustrous, her pale hair began to turn black, and her breathing became smooth and powerful. Nangong Ding and a group of senior members of the Nangong family looked at this scene with disbelief in their eyes. This is a miracle. Nangong Tianyin's beautiful eyes were stagnant, his jade hand clenched tightly. He had long since seen this scene. It was the time 10 years ago when Sheer and Shao Scar's meridians were shattered, and now it was still fresh in his mind. And now that she had seen it again, the shock in Nangong Tianyin's heart was still incomparable, not to mention the others. As Yun Tian Dust withdrew his own power, the old lady completely regained her old vitality and vigor, tens or hundreds of times more so than before, and even the wrinkles were being lost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although still lying on the bed, everyone was able to clearly feel the rich aura of life emanating from her body. Grandmother! Nangong Tianyin quickly pounced to the front of the bed, holding the old woman's hand and shouting. Within a few moments, old lady Nangong slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Nangong Tianyin, a kind smile appeared on her face. "Iner, is that you? You've returned." Her voice was somewhat weak, but she was already able to clearly express her emotions. "Grandmother, it's me. It's Iner who's unfilial. Not even knowing that you've suffered a great calamity," Nangong Tianyin said with tearful eyes. "Silly child, isn't grandmother doing fine?" The old madam slowly sat up, stretching out her full white hand to stroke Nangong Tianyin's hair, saying with a doting face, and at this moment, the crowd at the scene was already completely dumbfounded. "How is this possible? The old lady, she got younger?" The crowd of executives were incoherent, their expressions appalled, 10,000% shocked. Nangong Tianyin's pretty face changed color. She stared blankly at the grandmother in front of her. That face originally covered with wrinkles and appeared to be late in life. At this moment, it unexpectedly became polished like jade, like a middle-aged woman's face, full of vitality and vigor. "Grandmother!" Nangong Tianyin unconsciously shouted out, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Old lady Nangong saw the stunned expressions of the crowd looking at her, and only then did she notice the changes in herself. She looked down at the pair of hands that were originally withered, but at this moment they had become delicate and white, like the fingers of a young girl, flexible and full of strength. She jerked her hand up and stroked her face, unable to stay still. "Is this me?" Old lady Nangong said with a trembling voice, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Mother, it's true. You've really gotten younger." Nangong Ding walked forward with a trembling body, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and said with a face full of pride, "Your illness is also better. It's all because of Tianduan. It's him who cured you." Nangong Ding spoke excitedly, looking at Yun Tian Duan with admiration and gratitude in his gaze. "Old Mrs. Nangong looked towards Yun Tian Dust with relief and gratitude on her face. "Tian Dust, thank you, pulling my wife back from the ghost gate," and, at that, she looked at herself incredulously, full of disbelief. Yun Tian Dust wore a smile and said politely, "Old madam, there is no need to be courteous. You are Tianyin's grandmother. Then you are also my Yun Tian Dust's relatives, and this is just a show of hands. Nangong Tianyin took all of this in, and was sweet inside. Looking at the crowd's delighted look, Yun Tian Dust suddenly turned his words and spoke out gruffly. Father-in-law, this matter doesn't seem to be over. Seeing Yun Tian Dust's serious expression, the crowd instantly raised their hearts to their throats. Nangong Tianyin's face changed slightly, her face showing anxiety. Brother Dust, have you discovered something? Can it be that there are still problems with grandmother's body? Regarding Yun Tian Dust's words, Nangong Tianyin was convinced. Seeing Yun Tianchen's grave expression again, a bad premonition surged within Nangong Tianyin. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, Yun Tian Dust slowly looked towards Nangong Ding, and his tone became heavy. Father-in-law, I detected a hint of something wrong in the drop of blood you forced out, and there may also be a blood leech compulsion present in your body. It's just that it's still in its dormant stage. It's hard to detect. What? What? The crowd instantly panicked and looked at Nangong Ding with worried faces. This, Brother Dust, what should we do then? Nangong Tianyin anxiously inquired. Once again panicking, Nangong Ding did the same. Take it easy. I'm not so sure. Yun Tian Dust softly consoled. Wait for me to try and see if I can pull it out with the power of my bloodline. After all, this blood leech compulsion loves all kinds of powerful bloodlines the most. The stronger the bloodline, the more attractive it is to the compulsion. It might be worthwhile to utilize this trait and hopefully pull it out. Otherwise the dormant blood leech compulsion is not really very good at getting rid of it. Saying that, Yun Tian Dust forced out a drop of chaotic body essence blood between his raised hands, deliberately allowing the bloodline power to radiate out. As the power of Yun Tian Dust's drop of essence blood, which was permeated with a chaotic aura, emanated out, the faces of the dozen or so senior members of the Nangong family at the scene, including Nangong Ding, all of them changed drastically, all of them noticing that it was as if there was something crawling inside their bodies, and all of them had pained looks on their faces. Ah, what the hell is this? I feel something sucking my blood. Help me. The crowd of executives were so terrified that some of them had even gone limp. They could clearly feel that something was writhing inside them and was sucking their blood. Their respective life forces, too, began to slowly drain away. Chapter 115 Reason for being compelled. People from outside the sky. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust's face instantly sank to the bottom of the valley as he swept his gaze across the crowd like a torch, his heart already knowing. As expected, there were actually blood leech parasites in the bodies of all the senior members of the Nangong family present. The real situation, too, will only get worse. Everyone immediately sit on your knees and stabilize your mood. I'll come to assist you, and together, we'll force the parasites out. Yun Tian Dust droned in a deep voice while his hands formed a seal, and an even more powerful chaotic aura surged out, enveloping the entire room. When Nangong Ding and the others heard this, they didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and they sat down on their knees and began to mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies to fight against it. However, as if the blood leech parasite had been stimulated by something, it became even more frantic, and its sucking speed accelerated more and more. For a while, the entire room was filled with moans of pain and despair, as if it was as miserable as hell on earth. Yun Tian Dust's brows tightened. What kind of person was it? Would do such a thing to the Nangong family? It was good that it was discovered early. It was much better to be drawn out by the chaos bloodline. If that parasite had been dormant, it would have been really hard to deal with, and it would have been impossible to find it unless the blood of the person who had been poisoned had all been drained. It was a good thing that Yun Tian Dust happened to have read the records of the blood leech compulsion, and he also had to thank that omnipresent mysterious little tower. Without any further hesitation, Yun Tian Dust's hands violently closed, and a majestic chaotic power erupted from his palms, transforming into countless thin filaments that surged into everyone's bodies. Ah! With the influx of chaotic power, the crowd once again let out mournful screams. Nangong Ding was the only one who only let out a slight muffled grunt. Seeing this scene, Yun Tian Dust's rolling torrential voice entered the crowd's minds. Everyone calm down and join me in powering up. Once we let it re-dormant, things will be troublesome. It was as if his words had magical powers. The crowd actually really forced themselves to calm down. Under Yun Tian Dust's guidance, all of them endured the pain and made a concerted effort to force the parasites in their bodies. As time passed, a trace of black gas gradually seeped out of their pores and gathered in the air, forming a dense mass of black mist. These black mists were filled with a thick blood gas and emitted a sickening stench, as if they were evil miasma escaping from the nine hells. Yun Tian Dust's expression was grave as his hands continuously changed spell seals, injecting the chaos power into each and every one of them with precision. He knew very well that the slightest mistake at this moment could lead to all the previous efforts being wasted, and even cause the person who had been bewitched to suffer a more serious backlash. As such, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. and maneuvered everything with his full attention. Finally, under the joint efforts of the crowd, the mass of black mist gradually coalesced into a solid entity, transforming into a hideous and gruesome blood leech parasite. These parasites twisted and struggled in the air, but they were never able to break free from Yun Tian Dust's confinement. As the last blood leech compulsion was forced out of their bodies, the crowd let out a long breath, their faces showing a look of celebration after the robbery. They looked at Yun Tianduan gratefully, as if they were looking at a savior. Yun Tian Dust, on the other hand, scanned these parasites with a gloomy face, his heart filled with doubts and incomprehension. Yun Tian Dust once again offered up flames and burned them all into nothingness, following which he turned his head to look at old lady Nangong and asked in a deep voice, "Old lady, these blood leech compulsions are by no means unintentional, and have been lost for countless years even in the celestial realm. Has your Nangong family offended any powerful enemies in recent years? Otherwise it would be impossible to incur such vicious retaliation. If there are no special circumstances, this blood leech compulsion will lie dormant in a martial artist's body for hundreds of years or even longer, but in the end, it will all suck the host's blood and longevity clean. And this kind of compulsion also has a certain chance that it will be passed on to the next generation through the bloodline. So it can't be said that it's not vicious. Therefore, I suspect that the vast majority of the Nangong family is afraid that they have already been poisoned by the parasites." Hearing Yun Tian Dust's words, the air around him seemed to freeze. Everyone in the Nangong family's face suddenly changed in anger, clenching their back teeth. Damn it! What kind of person is it? How dare they treat my Nangong family like this? Apparently they also don't know when they were put under a compulsion. Old Mrs. Nangong's face was heavy with thought. She hadn't wanted to mention this old story in front of Nangong Tianin, but in the face of such a major crisis in the family, she had finally decided to be honest. Decades ago, the old madam slowly spoke. Her voice seemed to have traveled through the dust of time and space, carrying endless anger. Tianin's mother, Chu Ningyan, seemed to have been stimulated by some sort of power when she gave birth to Nangong Tianin. An extremely powerful force suddenly awakened within her. The power of that force has completely exceeded our imagination. Ningyan, who had just awakened to that power, saw her cultivation realm skyrocket in a straight line, far beyond what the Xian heavenly continent could withstand. And since then, Ning Yan seems like a different person, as if she knows a lot of shocking secrets that we don't know. The old lady paused, seemingly recalling that distant past, her gaze revealing deep concern and helplessness. Alas, perhaps it is also a meditative intuition. She let out a long sigh and said, Ning Yan always felt that something bad would happen, and she was afraid that this power would bring disaster to the Nangong family and Ener. And so, Ning Yan made a difficult but incredibly wise decision. Gently holding Nangong Tianin's jade hand, elder lady Nangong's soft tone carried a sense of helplessness. With tears in her eyes, she decided to send you, who had just been born not long ago, away from the Nangong family. Hearing this, Nangong Tianin had already reddened her eyes. She had fantasized about her mother's appearance and passed in her dreams countless times, and thinking that her mother was no longer alive, she was both excited and nervous to hear such news. At this moment, Nangong Tianin's heart was filled with thoughts and worries about her mother, and at the same time, she had a firm belief that she must find her mother, no matter where she was. The old madam sighed once again and continued, just on the third day after you were sent away, what Ning Yan feared really happened. On that day, a large hand suddenly poked out of the sky and grabbed your mother away. It was as if that big hand didn't come from this time and space, accompanied by snowflakes that landed, and we were powerless to stop it. Those snowflakes fell on us indiscriminately, and they melted right away. Speaking here, the old lady was silent for a moment, and her face became heavy. If my guess is good, this compulsion should be planted at that time. An old man seemed to think of something, and suddenly exclaimed, Old lady, you mean, that snowflake. The moment these words came out, there was a dead silence in the entire room. This was because their thoughts had also all returned to the day when Chu Ningyan was captured more than 30 years ago. Chapter 116, Scarlet Bead. Chu Ningyan. At this moment, Nangong Ding had long since reddened his eyes. He had watched his wife being taken back then, and the feeling that he could do nothing about it had driven him to the point of insanity. If he hadn't been hanging on to his daughter, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. The encounter between him and his wife was purely coincidental. The young and impetuous man was practicing alone and on his way. He met Chu Ningyan, who was seriously injured and dying. He brought her back to the Nangong family and took good care of her. After waking up, Chu Ningyan has no memory, not to mention do not know where their own home, so they had to live temporarily, until Chu Ningyan recovered from her injuries. The two of them had often practiced together, traveled far and wide, and experienced too many life and death trials together. Over time, the two grew to love each other, and then they got together. It was years before they had their love child. Yet also the moment their daughter was born, everything changed. Ben's wife, who was only at the Imperial Realm cultivation level, was a step up in realm. After insisting on sending his daughter away, his wife even said a lot of unfounded things to him. He wanted to ask her if she had regained her memories, but it was too late. The appearance of that overshadowing hand had changed his life forever. Until then, he was afraid to tell his daughter the truth. However, he completely did not expect that after the other party captured his wife, he would also use such vicious means to try to make the Nangong family extinguished in this way. He vaguely remembered that the snowflakes had flooded the entire Nangong family. If it wasn't for Yun Tianduan, it would have been difficult for all of them to escape death. At this moment, Nangong Ding's heart surged with monstrous anger. Without half a hint of concealment, Nangong Ding told everything about his wife. After Nangong Tianyin heard this, she felt a thunderclap. She realized then that the reason her father and grandmother had covered up whenever she asked about her mother could be this. Just when Nangong Tianyin was at a loss for words in her heart, her palm was held by a large, broad and warm hand. The moment Nangong Tianyin slowly raised her eyes, she just happened to meet Yun Tianxin's deep and determined eyes. With just one look, Nangong Tianyin felt incomparably at ease. She swore in her heart that she would find her mother. However, at this moment, Yun Tiandus seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Nangong Ding, inquiring in a condensed voice, "Father-in-law, has mother-in-law ever left anything behind?" Nangong Ding sniffed and mused. The last moment before Ningyan was taken away, she did leave behind one thing. Without any hesitation, Nangong Ding immediately took out a blood-colored bead from his spatial ring. The bead was blood-red in color, emitting a faint glow, and its surface was covered with mysterious and complex patterns, as if it contained some kind of unfathomable power. However, other than these appearances, Nangong Ding and the others could not see anything special about this bead at all. Yun Tiandust probed his divine thoughts and carefully observed the blood-colored bead. In his perception, there seemed to be a faint trace of soul power and bloodline fluctuation hidden within the bead, a fluctuation that was different from any power he was familiar with, appearing unusually mysterious and ancient. Yun Tiandust secretly guessed in his heart that this bead was most likely purposely left by Chu Ningyan for Nangong Tianyin. To others, the bead might not be of much use, but to Nangong Tianyin, it might contain some kind of vital information or power. Thinking of this, Yun Tiandust could not help but be secretly shocked. With his current strength, he was surprisingly unable to completely see through this bead's reality. From this, the strength of this mother-in-law must be unfathomable as well. At this moment, Nangong Ding handed the blood-colored beads to Nangong Tianyin. Yun Tiandust wanted to stop it, but it was too late. One can only pray silently that nothing happens to it. However, what Yun Tianwan was worried about still happened. Right at the moment Nangong Tianyin had just touched the blood-colored beads, a sudden change occurred, only to see that blood-colored beads suddenly turn into a majestic and endless stream of air, directly entering Nangong Tianyin's body. At the same time, the deeply hidden bloodline power within Nangong Tianyin's body was suddenly awakened, and a powerful and mysterious force surged out of her body and went straight to the clouds. Endless divine light wrapped Nangong Tianyin in it, and even Yun Tianduan was unable to get close. A hint of shock flashed in Yun Tiandust's eyes. He never expected that this blood-colored bead would contain such a powerful force. It was in the next moment that Yun Tianduan completely froze. Nangong Tianyin's innate sacred fetus actually underwent a metamorphosis at this moment, and Yun Tiandust could clearly feel that Nangong Tianyin's cultivation level was soaring in a straight line, almost unhindered. As the divine light dispersed, an even more holy and perfect Nangong Tianyin emerged from the holy light. She stood in the air, her long, agile hair as gentle and flowing as flowing water under the moonlight. Her skin had also become flawless, the contours of her face had been refined, and her eyes were as clear as the morning dew, transmitting an incomparably pure light. The faint holy light that surrounded its body was like a guardian spirit that turned away all impurity. This moment of Nangong Tianyin, temperamentally holy and flawless, like a goddess above the 9 heavens, both solemn and gentle, let a person feel a wave of pure beauty beyond the world. Viewed with respect, as if in a sacred place, everyone froze, not expecting such a turn of events. Only Yun Tiandust had a grave expression on his face, always feeling that something bad would happen. Since practicing the Great Destiny technique, he had also paid more attention to his premonitions, and at this moment, Nangong Tianyin was already completely immersed in a marvelous feeling. She only felt a roar in her brain, as if a torrent was raging within her sea of souls. Subconsciously looking inward into her soul sea, Nangong Tianyin suddenly realized that in the depths of her soul sea, there was actually a transcendent and out-of-this-world female figure suspended in the air. Nangong Tianyin's divine sense entered the sea of souls, and the moment she saw that back, her body couldn't stop trembling. You are, while inquiring with a trembling voice, Nangong Tianin's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation as she felt an unprecedented cordiality from the other party. Nangong Tianin was almost certain that it would be the mother she had never met.
Hearing Nangong Tianin's words, the peerless woman slowly turned around, revealing a face that was as beautiful as the country. Seeing the face that was 5 or 6 points similar to her own,
Nangong Tianin couldn't help herself at once,
and tears came out of her eyes, because she had seen her mother's portrait, and it was none other than her own mother.
The two gazes met,
and the face of that peerless woman was filled with softness.
Her bright, jewel-like eyes were filled with gentleness,
and seemed to be able to see through everything, as she gently opened her mouth, and her voice was as pleasant as celestial music. "Iner,
it's me, I am your mother, Chu Ningyan." Getting certainty,
Nangong Tianin cried tears of joy as she flew out of the room without thinking, wanting to embrace her mother.
Chapter 117, Strange Changes. Strong enemy attacks. However, just as Nangong Tianin was about to touch Chu Ningyan, she pounced. Nangong Tianin froze in place,
tears welling up in her eyes,
her voice trembling. "Mother, what are you?" Chu Ningyan gently sighed.
A hint of helplessness and apology flashed in her eyes.
"Iner, it's not that mother doesn't want to embrace you, but I'm not an entity right now.
It's just a piece of consciousness that was left in the pearl of inheritance back then."
Hearing this, the excitement and anticipation in Nangong Tianin's heart instantly transformed into endless loss.
But she quickly adjusted her mind. After all, being able to see her mother again, even if it was just a single consciousness, was already a great gift.
"Mother, to be able to see you, Iner is already satisfied."
Nangong Tianin forced back her tears and revealed a bright smile. Chu Ningyan looked at her daughter's appearance. Her heart was also mixed. She knows that she owes her daughter too much, but now she can only see each other in this way.
It is really saddening. "Iner, I'm sorry.
It's mother who didn't fulfill her responsibilities as a mother, and you've suffered over the years," Chu Ningyan said softly,
self-blame written all over her face. "No, mother, you mustn't say that. You can't help it." Nangong Tianin's tearful eyes were hazy.
"You did it all to protect your daughter and everyone else.
None of us blame you."
At this time, after Chu Ningyan saw the changes in Nangong Tianin's body, she immediately showed a look of regret and let out a long sigh.
"Iner, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have left that pearl of inheritance behind at that time." If Chu Ningyan had known that her daughter's talent was so good, she would never have left the bead of inheritance behind.
The inheritance inside this bead, even the her of that year failed to obtain it, and she left the bead behind in the hope that she would still be able to find this place based on the bead in the future. Because the Xian Tian continent was a small Sumeru world lost in the universe, without exact coordinates and sensory objects, it was simply impossible to find it.
Nangong Tianin's heart and mind tightened as she hurriedly asked,
"Mother, what are you talking about?"
It was also at the time when Nangong Tianin's mother and son were talking that a strange change regenerated. The entire Xian Tian continent shook as if the sky was falling, and everyone's faces changed drastically.
Feeling that overriding aura,
Yun Tian Dust felt as if he was facing a great enemy, and his entire body tensed up. Only thunder and lightning surged in the void, and dense clouds rolled in. A huge vortex door stirred up space and emerged, and an old man dressed in azure robes with a majestic face stepped out from it.
The green-clothed old man was immortal and his aura oppressed heaven and earth. With every step he took, space chafed inch by inch,
and even the will of the Xian heavenly continent submitted at that moment.
The mountains in the distance burst open one after another,
and everyone in the Xian Tian continent felt the end coming,
terrified, and prostrated themselves on the ground.
Everyone in the Nangong family, without exception, was pressed to the ground, and countless people with weak cultivation were pressed to the point where their bones were tightly crushed and they were seriously injured. The only people still standing at the scene were Yun Tianwan and Nangong Tianin, but both of them were also under an unspeakably terrifying pressure, especially Yun Tian Dust, who was struggling to support himself with only his strong willpower, his bones creaking, vaguely guessing the identity of the visitor.
Yun Tian Dust's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Everyone in the Nangong family looked fearful.
They had never seen such a powerful existence before.
This pressure was far more powerful than that giant hand from back then. As soon as the green-clothed old man appeared, his gaze was fixed on Nangong Tianin. "Indeed, it is the innate Holy Spirit body, the noblest bloodline of my Holy Spirit clan. Come with this seat,"
he muttered to himself, not paying the slightest attention to the others, probing out his large hand and grabbing towards Nangong Tianin. In his eyes, other than the innate Holy Spirit body, the rest of the people were all things inferior to ants.
Nangong Tianin woke up violently,
slowly looking at the green-clothed old man above her and the huge hand that covered and pressed down.
Her face instantly turned white,
intense anger and despair surging through her heart. From her mother's mouth, she had guessed the identity of this person. They came from the 10 forbidden regions of the divine realm.
each controlled by the 10 ancient divine races. As for her mother's identity, she was the Holy Spirit clan's holy daughter, one of the 10 ancient divine clans, and because she wasn't willing to fall victim to her family's interests, she escaped by breaking out of the Forbidden Zone alone. He was caught in the spatial turbulence during his escape, and only appeared in the Xiantian continent by mistake. That one who captured the mother was clearly also from the Holy Spirit clan. The Nangong Tianyin at this moment finally realized her mother's feelings back then, and knew that she could not get rid of her fate. With their current strength, they didn't even have the qualifications to call the shots with the Holy Spirit race. The only thing she couldn't rest assured about was a pair of children and her husband. Yun Tian Dust. And Nangong Tianyin also had her own selfishness. She wanted to know her mother's current situation. After all, what remained in the Pearl of Inheritance was only a body of consciousness left behind by the mother back then, and would not be aware of what happened subsequently. Looking at the shocking hand that pressed down on the heavens and earth, Nangong Tianyin knew the disparity in power and anxiously contemplated a countermeasure. However, at that moment, Yun Tianduan suddenly moved. Off. Just as the green-clothed old man's large hand was about to touch Nangong Tianyin, Yun Tianduan violently bellowed out and his figure had already catapulted out. He must not let Nangong Tianyin fall into this person's hands. No, don't. Nangong Tianyin's face changed greatly. She wanted to stop Yun Tianduan but it was already too late. She knew the terrifying strength of the person in front of her, and no matter how strong Brother Dust was, he was only in the heavenly realm, and there was no way he would be a match for a strong person from the divine realm. Even she, who had already broken through the heavenly god realm, had the feeling of being as small as a mole cricket in front of this person, not to mention Yun Tianduan. As expected, before Yun Tian Dust could even touch the large hand, he was shaken by an invisible air force and flew out hundreds of thousands of meters, crashing and blowing up countless mountains on the way. Put Yun Tian Dust in midair to stabilize his body, vomiting several mouthfuls of blood, only to feel that the internal organs are almost broken like, the pain is unbearable. At this moment, Yun Tianduan's clothes were in tatters, his silver-white lapel was dyed red with blood, and his entire body was in a sorry state. A sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. It was the crushing of the level of power, a mighty force that made the heart despair. Ice-cold, bone-chilling eyes staring straight at the towering green-clothed old man. Yun Tian Dust slowly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. Griffin, with you, also presuming to shake the sky? The green-clothed old man indifferently slanted his eyes at Yun Tianduan as his large hand continued to grab down towards Nangong Tianyin. For such a mole, he didn't even bother to look at it squarely. No, Brother Dust. Nangong Tianyin hissed under extreme anger when she saw Yun Tianduan so seriously injured. Her heavenly god realm cultivation exploding to the extreme as she tried to break free of that large hand and fly to her husband's side. However, her heavenly god realm cultivation was so insignificant in front of that green-clothed old man. All of her moves collapsed before they could even come into contact with the large hand that covered and pressed down. Without the slightest bit of resistance, Nangong Tianyin was firmly controlled, unable to move in the slightest. Chapter 118 Holy Spirit Clan. Monstrous anger. Seeing Yun Tianduan traumatized, endless anger flashed in Nangong Tianyin's eyes, but there was more despair. Goddess, please also be honest. The green-clothed old man's indifferent gaze swept over Nangong Tianyin, turning to look at Yun Tianchen and the Nangong family's crowd in the distance, and threatened in a cold voice. I'm sure you don't want this seat to go on a killing spree here, right, goddess? Hearing the green-clothed old man address Nangong Tianyin, everyone in the Nangong family's face changed slightly. Uncertain. Yun Tian Dust, however, thought of something deeper, his heart burning with rage, his body bursting with killing energy like a flood. When Nangong Tianyin saw Yun Tianduan's stance of wanting to fight for his life, she hurriedly shouted out, Brother Dust, don't be striking out. She knew deep down that once she completely angered the person in front of her, things would be even more difficult to control. Sure enough, the green-clothed old man once again felt the killing intent, and her face completely sank. Although she didn't care to make a move, she couldn't allow a mole to provoke herself one after another. Kid, what are you again? Also dare to show killing intent to the seat? Upon hearing this, Yun Tian Dust laughed back in anger. What you're trying to capture is my wife. What do you call me? What? You mole-like thing. How dare you taint the noblest bloodline of my Holy Spirit clan? The green-clothed old man was enraged, his entire being filled with killing intent. Since this is the case, leaving you, this lowly mole cricket, in the world will be a lifelong stain on my Holy Spirit clan. At this moment, the green-clothed old man's gaze toward Yun Tian Dust was filled with disgust and killing intent. Just when the green-clothed old man was about to make a move to obliterate Yun Tianduan, Nangong Tianyin worded sternly, if you dare to harm my husband and anyone here again,
I will explode my divine soul and see how you can deliver your words when you return.
Nangong Tianin's face was determined.
Her scarlet gaze held ferocity. Her only bargaining chip was herself.
She must not let anything happen to everyone. You threaten me?
A trace of killing intent flashed across the already gloomy face of the green-clothed old man, his deep eyes sharp as knives as he attempted to use his might to make Nangong Tianin submit.
It's me you're looking for, not anyone else. With that, Nangong Tianin shook her head at Yun Tianwan, signaling him to calm down,
and turned to look at the green-clothed old man in the void, and said after a moment of silence,
I can go with you, provided that you don't touch anyone here.
Yes.
After a moment of silence,
the green-clothed old man slowly nodded.
This seat gives you this face,
but I also hope that you are clear about one thing.
The current you are not yet a goddess. Glancing deeply at Yun Tianwan,
the green-clothed old man then withdrew his power.
After all, he didn't want to go too far,
and no one could protect him if he really screwed things up.
To the Holy Spirit clan, an innate Holy Spirit body could be much more important than him. Skinnerd.
Yun Tian Dust opened his mouth,
but he didn't know what to say.
He didn't expect that what his father-in-law and grandmother went through would repeat itself on him and Nangong Tianin.
At this moment, Yun Tianwan was in dire need of strength.
He tried to communicate with the small tower, but found that it didn't move a bit, as if it had fallen silent. Yun Tian Dust also sort of understood that unless he was really in a life-threatening situation,
the little tower would not make a move. That time in the Death Canyon many years ago, it was thought that in the end, it was the little tower that made a move.
Otherwise it was impossible for him to appear in the Xiantian continent.
So it seems that the little tower is not meant to be.
Unless he's throwing his weight around without regard for everyone else. After knowing that he couldn't change all of this, Yun Tian Dust in turn calmed down, and despite the hatred in his heart, he rigidly restrained it. Nangong Tianin looked at Yun Tianwan's miserable appearance and felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Then she looked at her father and grandmother who were lying on the ground full of despair, and sadness rose in her heart. She secretly vowed in her heart that one day, she would make these people pay a heavy price. But the situation at hand was such that the other party could not be angered any further. Seeing that Brother Dust seemed to have calmed down,
Nangong Tianin was relieved. Brother Dust, father, grandmother, wait for me to come back. Nangong Tianin's eyes were scarlet as she looked deeply at Yun Tianwan,
and then showed a touch of apology to Nangong Ding and her grandmother. Looking at her helpless and unwilling appearance, Yun Tian Dust clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails were embedded into his flesh without even realizing it.
Old thing, do you dare to leave your name? Sharp eyes staring straight at the green-clothed old man, Yun Tian Dust threw his voice. What did you say?
When the green-clothed old man heard Yun Tianwan's words,
his stern killing intent completely locked Yun Tianwan in place,
and his mighty pressure swept out like the sky.
Puff dash. With an explosive sound, Yun Tian Dust was crushed down in an instant.
His knees slammed into the ground,
causing the earth to tremble, countless mountains to collapse, and space to chafe inch by inch. In the midst of the roiling dust, Yun Tian Dust strongly supported himself and stood up. He still stared coldly at the green-clothed old man, no fear in his eyes and a sneer on his face. What? You don't dare? Smug mole cricket. Do you really think that this seat really doesn't dare to kill you?
A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the green-clothed old man when he saw the scene.
For some reason,
the moment he locked eyes with the mole cricket in front of him, he suddenly had a shuddering feeling.
Stop.
Seeing that the situation was not right,
Nangong Tianin suddenly bellowed out. At the same time, he catalyzed his divine soul,
with the stance that he would blow himself up here at the drop of a hat. The green-clothed old man was startled and quickly shot out to suppress Nangong Tianin's expanding divine soul body, coldly spitting out two words, crazy. Ever since he had broken through to the great Lord God, how had he ever been so stifled in front of two acolyte juniors? But in the end, it was reason that won out over anger. He couldn't afford the consequences of forcing the innate Holy Spirit body to death. The responsibility was too great. Strongly suppressing the killing intent in his heart, the green-clothed old man coldly glanced at Yun Tianwan. Thick disdain flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, Griffin, do you still want to seek revenge from this seat? Yun Tian Dust's eyes flashed with a cold light.
What? Are you afraid? Ha 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 ha.
Just with this hand of yours? The green-clothed old man laughed out loud, his tone thick with disdain and mockery. Then listen carefully. This Holy Spirit clan, Saint Qingfeng, is also a nightmare that you can't get rid of in this lifetime.
To Saint Qingfeng,
this was just the incompetent self-importance of a mole cricket. How could he care?
What a Holy Spirit clan. Holy, green, wind. Yun Tian Dust stuttered, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth,
carrying endless hatred and killing intent.
He's going to get stronger. He's going to get stronger. Yun Tian Dust swore in his heart. One day, he would uproot this so-called Holy Spirit clan, especially this old dog in front of him.
Yun Tian Dust had already sentenced him to death in his heart.
Humph, lowly thing, I hope you don't die halfway.
Saint Qingfeng coldly snorted in disdain as a powerful force wrapped around Nangong Tianin and instantly flew into the door of the vortex. As the door of the vortex slowly closed,
Nangong Tianin's figure gradually disappeared from Yun Tianduan's line of sight. At this moment, Yun Tianduan acted unusually calm,
but those who know him well will know that this is when he is at his angriest.
Chapter 119, Outrageous Saint Qingfeng. Little Pagoda relieves crisis.
Yun Tian Dust's gaze was firmly fixed on the slowly closing vortex door until Nangong Tianin's figure completely disappeared. It was only after the pressure on Nangong Ding and the others dissipated that their minds recovered. Only tears of blood flowed out of Nangong Ding's eyes, which were filled with endless pain and remorse.
This scene had played out once decades ago,
and now he was watching his daughter,
whom he considered everything, being forcibly taken, bringing him a blow that could be imagined.
Everyone in the Nangong family had sad faces, their hearts filled with helplessness and despair.
But at that moment, the change regenerated.
In the last instant before this vortex door closed,
a talisman wrapped in rolling thunder drifted down from the void,
emitting an extremely violent destructive power.
At a glance, Yun Tian Dust could tell that it was at least a divine high-grade thunder burst talisman. Once it exploded, the entire Xiantian continent would have to be razed to the ground, and everyone would go up in smoke.
As the thunder blast talisman continued to land, the berserk force grew stronger and stronger, causing the entire Xiantian continent to tremble violently as the crisis of death enveloped everyone.
Little tower, Yun Tian Dust anxiously bellowed.
He knew that the only thing that could stop the thunder blast talisman at this moment was that mysterious little tower. It was his only hope and his last card. This time, the little tower did not disappoint Yun Tian Dust after all. With the door of the vortex completely closed, everyone in the Xian heavenly continent fell into despair.
But just in the nick of time, a small tower that looked incomparably ordinary rose up into the sky, directly covering that divine lightning explosion talisman. Immediately after,
the energy aftershocks of the explosion of the thunder blast talisman were compressed in a small space by the small tower,
not raising half a wave,
and all the power was absorbed by the small tower. Feeling that the crisis of death suddenly disappeared, the gloom over the entire Tsangnan city gradually dispersed, and everyone in the Xiantian continent was like an amnesty, revealing the joy of surviving a robbery. The group of martial artists from the Nangong family also breathed a deep sigh of relief, knowing that they and the others had just walked away from the Ghost Gate. Especially the martial artists in Tsangnan City knew that this matter could not be dissociated from the Nangong family. They had guessed that it must be that the Nangong family had provoked some big shot, and that was why the thunderous wrath had descended. Some people even thought that in front of such a powerful enemy, the Nangong family was afraid that it had already lost an inch of grass. For a while, many people rushed towards the Nangong family, wanting to check the specifics. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Yun Tian Dust's tense mind finally dropped, and the little tower also turned into a stream of light and returned to his body.
Cough cough cough. As if relieved,
Yun Tian Dust violently sprayed out several large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale and bloodless,
obviously not lightly injured. However, at this moment,
he couldn't care less about his own injuries and hurriedly looked at Nangong Ding and the others,
asking with concern, "Is everyone alright?"
Nangong Ding saw the heavily injured Yun Tianwan and flew forward with a face of self-blame.
Yun virtuous nephew, are you alright? Is all my fault. If I hadn't taken that beat out, Tianin she wouldn't have. While saying that, Nangong Ding's gaze turned crimson with a sad face. He couldn't figure it out at all. It was a bead left behind by his wife, Ning Yan. How could Ning Yan harm her daughter? At this moment,
Nangong Ding was broken inside. Looking solemnly at Nangong Ding, Yun Tian Dust gently shook his head and comforted.
"Father-in-law,
this is not your fault. It shouldn't be mother-in-law's intention either. Everything is that damned Holy Spirit race,
simply bullying people too much." Yun Tian Dust's heart was filled with hatred like a tidal wave,
and his killing intent towards that Holy Spirit race and sacred Qingfeng reached the extreme. If it wasn't for the little tower manifesting at the crucial time, the Xiantian continent would have been gone for fear. Although he was able to hide in the small tower to save his life,
the Nangong family and everyone in the Xiantian continent would all go up in smoke. That damned Saint Qingfeng.
His methods were not unkind, ridiculous. The three words Holy Spirit clans sounded righteous,
but their actions were even more vicious than evil sects,
and even more damned than those real cults. Putting away the killing intent in his heart, Yun Tian Dust began to get rid of the bloodleech parasites in the bodies of the other people in the Nangong family after recuperating for a few days in the Nangong family.
It took him half a month to finally remove the compulsion from everyone.
During this period of time, Yun Tianduan had also been thinking about his next path, and he desperately wanted to improve his strength. It wasn't until this time that he truly realized that in front of a truly strong person,
This bit of his own strength was insignificant. To protect those around you, you must have the strength to override all spirits, and only by stepping onto that true peak of the martial arts path would you be qualified to defy everything. When Yun Tian Dust was preparing to return to the heavenly realm, Nangong Ding found him and offered to travel to the heavenly realm together. After this battle, Nangong Ding was no longer the same family head who had gotten away with it before. The previous Nangong Ding didn't know the whereabouts of his wife, and his only daughter lived a good life, so he wasn't that keen on martial arts. But right now, his only goal was to become stronger, so that one day he could personally kill the Holy Spirit clan and bring back his wife and daughter. He would give anything for that goal. Looking at Nangong Ding's determined eyes and full of fighting spirit, Yun Tian Dust did not reject his request. If Nangong Ding had to choose to hold back even this, it would really be cowardly, and Yun Tianduan would look down on him. The flash of determination in Nangong Ding's eyes had truly been recognized by Yun Tian Dust. The two of them passed through the teleportation array and soon returned to the Heavenly Realm Battle God Temple. Looking at the familiar and thriving War God Palace, Yun Tian Dust could not help but feel a sense of grandeur in his heart. With the way that Saint Qingfeng had addressed Tianyin, she should be fine. And Yun Tian Dust could vaguely tell that Nangong Tianyin seemed to have her own ideas, perhaps related to her mother. It should be to take this opportunity to travel to the Holy Spirit clan to inquire about her mother's whereabouts, and that's precisely why he didn't choose to fish out of water. If not, as long as he recklessly killed Saint Qingfeng, the little tower would not sit idly by. With the mystery of the small tower, that Saint Qingfeng shouldn't be able to resist it. And Yun Tian Dust considered more, thinking that the reason why the Holy Spirit clan was able to locate the Xian-Tian continent must be that it had a special means of sensing the innate Holy Spirit body. Even if he was able to repel sacred Qingfeng by relying on the small tower, the Holy Spirit clan would send someone stronger, and then there would be no end to it. And it would also likely involve the Xian-Tian continent and the heavenly realm. If that happens, it's even more of a loss. The only thing he had to do now was to raise his cultivation. Without strength before, everything would be empty words. Without further hesitation, Yun Tian Dust summoned Mo Feng at the first opportunity. Mo Feng, this is my father-in-law, Nangong Ding. You immediately arrange a residence for him and prepare enough cultivation resources. Also pass down the order for everyone in the War God Palace not to slack off and not to conserve resources. Yes, Paul Master. Mo Feng respectfully led the order, then looked at Nangong Ding and politely cupped his fists. Uncle Nangong, please follow me. After explaining all this, Yun Tian Dust turned around and flew to the Cloud Dust residence to retreat. There was nothing more important than raising his cultivation. Chapter 123 Great Demon Lords Crossing the Border. Great difficulty in the immortal realm. Looking at Yun Tian Dust who turned to leave, a flash of worry flashed in Mo Feng's eyes. He sensed that the Hall Master's aura wasn't quite right. Moreover, there was no sign of sister-in-law Nangong Tianyin returning. Recalling that previously, there seemed to be some kind of powerful power fluctuation in the lower world. Mo Feng couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Uncle, sister-in-law, how come she didn't he come back with you guys? Mo Feng inquired out with a worried face, acting very polite. Although Nangong Ding was only at the cultivation level of a sealed martial emperor, he was the father-in-law of the Hall Master and was considered his elder. Hearing Mo Feng's words, Nangong Ding couldn't help but fall silent. It was only after a moment that he briefly described what had happened on the Xian-Tian continent. What? The Holy Spirits? To be so lawless is damned. When Mo Feng heard this, he was instantly enraged, and his eyes flashed with a stern cold aura. He never thought that such a thing would happen. If Sheer and Trace knew about this news, they would definitely not be able to accept it. Thinking of this, Mo Feng decided that this matter must be concealed and must not let Sheer and Xiao Trace know. Not long after, Mo Feng led Nangong Ding to a quiet mansion and respectfully arched his hand. Uncle, you should first feel at ease and stay at the War God Palace. After a pause, Mo Feng spoke out and reminded, in the future, when Sheer and Xiao Trace come back, they will definitely come to visit you. So if they ask about sister-in-law's situation, just unanimously say that sister-in-law is in seclusion. Otherwise, with the temperament of the two of them, they might cause something to happen. With a solemn face, Mo Feng turned his head to look in the direction of the Cloud Dust residence, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Good, then I'll trouble you. Nangong Ding nodded and said. He also very much agreed with Mo Feng's idea. Meanwhile, Yun Tian Dust had already entered a state of seclusion. Time flows like water, and 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 years, the Battle God Palace was always in full swing and growing, with countless heaven and earth visions caused by breakthroughs every day. As for the immortal realm, after only 7 years of peace and quiet, the Blood Demon race finally broke through the seal of the abyss of Necropolis and began their largest-scale invasion. The entire immortal region was plunged into a bloody and brutal war. with countless living beings tragically coated in blood flowing into rivers of misery. In order to deal with the potential threat of the blood demon race, the War God Palace was always in full preparation for war in a tight schedule, waiting for the orders of Palace Master Yun Tian Dust at any time. Before the Hall Master had emerged from the gate, they would not actively participate in the Great War in the Immortal Region, and a group of senior officers were in closed-door cultivation, desperately trying to improve their strength. Wait and see what happens and respond to changes. The War God Palace would not intervene in the battle between the Immortal Region and the Blood Demon race until it was absolutely necessary. After all, in the hearts of the Immortal Realm martial artists, the Heavenly Realm was a place of abandonment, because of what that Lu Yun Immortal Dynasty and the Wang family had done, to the point that the people of the War God Palace didn't have much goodwill towards the Immortal Region. According to the intelligence coming from Skynet, the Immortal Demon War had already lasted for 2 long months, yet it had always been in a state of scorched earth, with neither side reaping any benefits. Just as the Immortal Region was in a state of outrage, the situation reversed. The Abyss of Necropolis, which was known as the Forbidden Land of the Immortal Domain, was also the main battlefield of this Immortal Demon War, and because of the descent of the 3 great demon monarchs of the Blood Demon race, the battle instantly fell into a one-sided situation. The strength of those 3 great demon monarchs had all been far above the Divine Palace realm, and none of them were comparable to ordinary deities. Prior to this, all parties in the Immortal Realm were fighting against the Blood Demon race by relying on the inherited divine artifacts left over from the ancient times, and they were able to fight to a standstill. However, in front of a truly strong person, true divine artifacts also paled in comparison. The 10 great young kings joined forces with divine weapons in hand, but they were crushed by one of the demon monarchs with a single punch, completely unbeatable. Subsequently, the Divine Palace realm ancestors of all the major powers also attacked one after another, but the result was invariably that all of them were not a single enemy of the 3 great demon lords. Even the Haotian Dao ancestor personally made a move, but he was also slapped away by the other party, and the difference between the high and the low was immediately obvious. The strong crossover of the 3 great demon monarchs caused the entire Immortal Region to be plunged into endless darkness and despair. They had thought that they would be able to resist the invasion of the Blood Demon race under the leadership of the 10 young kings and the major superpowers, but reality dealt them a cruel blow. In the face of absolute strength, divine artifacts were also ultimately external objects. Jia. I didn't realize that there would be so many divine artifacts in this lost world. It's really surprising. It's just a pity that the humans here are all too weak. They can't utilize the true power of these divine artifacts, or else it would really be a bit troublesome. I thought I would meet a few decent opponents, but I didn't realize they were all a bunch of unimpressive dirtbags, so it's really disappointing for this ruler. Since we're all here, let's start the real killing feast. The 3 great demon monarchs spoke to each other, and their arrogant to the extreme maniacal laughter resounded throughout the necropolis abyss. A few moments later, under the leadership of the 3 great demon monarchs, the Blood Demon race's army began its frantic plundering and killing. Not good. Retreat. Feeling the terrifying power fluctuations of the 3 great demon lords, the faces of the Immortal Region's strongest people changed drastically, and they fled in fear. However, their speed was far from being able to match the speed of the several demon lords' attacks, only to see the demon lord's palm instantly grow larger, transforming into a giant palm that covered the sky, carrying monstrous blood chi and killing opportunities as it fiercely slapped down. Boom! Along with a deafening roar coming out, that demon lord's huge palm instantly slapped down on the ground. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and a terrifying power swept along the ground, and wherever it passed, everything was reduced to pieces and nothingness. Ah! Accompanied by a burst of miserable screams, those Immortal Realm martial practitioners who were unable to dodge were all torn to pieces by the terrifying aftershocks of power, and their bodies died. With just one strike, tens of thousands of Immortal Domain martial artists fell, and the scene was disastrous. And all of this is just the beginning. In front of the absolute difference in strength, any resistance paled in comparison. The major top powers didn't dare to fight hard anymore, and they all realized the cruelty of the situation, giving up resistance and retreating to the mountain gates, trying to fend off the invasion of the Blood Demon race with the help of the Mountain Protector formation. It was a pity that in front of absolute strength, any defense was as fragile as paper mache. Aside from the Divine Realm's remnants, those clans and lineages that boasted of their deep heritage had mountain protection formations that were completely unbeatable in front of the Blood Demon clan's army, and all that awaits them is extinction. The Blood Demon clan's army, led by the 3 demon monarchs, pushed their way across the land, invincible, and the entire Immortal Region was plunged into unprecedented despair. As the Blood Demon clan's army went on a mass slaughter, the Immortal Region was filled with a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Those who are still alive have become the humblest of slaves. In less than 2 short months, The 13 immortal regions had already fallen by half, with countless sects and forces being wiped out, and even their legacies completely severed. With the retreat of the major top powers, the immortal region was plunged into an era of blood and darkness. Whether it was cultivators and civilians, wherever the blood demon race army passed, not an inch of grass was left to grow, and it would be difficult to describe its misery as a living soul in ruins. Many forces that were self-aware chose to flee to the eternal immortal region. It was their last hope for survival. As time passed, more and more immortal realms fell and were occupied by the blood demon race. Half a year had passed, and surprisingly, only the Western Sky Immortal region and the Eternal Immortal region were left in the vast immortal region that had yet to fall. The Eternal Immortal region, as the core place of the immortal region, gathered the topmost forces of the entire immortal region. So naturally, it was not that easy to fall, especially those divine realm legacy clans. The inherited heritage could be more than just divine artifacts. Their ultimate reliance was their respective inheritance grand formations, which were even more powerful with the enhancement of true divine artifacts. The rest of the 11 immortal realms were occupied by the blood demon race, and the Western Heavenly Immortal Realm was able to hold out until now solely because of the existence of the Buddhist sect, also being a power left over from the divine realm. The depth of the Buddhist sect was far beyond the world's imagination. Regarding the immortal domain pattern, the blood demon race had already known about it long ago. Because of this, the blood demon clan didn't start with the Western Sky Immortal region and the Eternal Immortal region at first. They chose to take the other 11 immortal regions first. It wasn't until the other 11 immortal domains had all been occupied that the blood demon race finally began to make their move on these 2 immortal domains as well. Chapter 121, The Danger of the Buddhist Sect. Earthstore Guardian. On this day, the blood demon clan's army was split into 2, each led by the 3 great demon monarchs, with the 2 great demon monarchs leading millions of blood demon clan elites to kill the Eternal Immortal region. Red Flame Demon Law personally led hundreds of thousands of troops to kill the Western Heavenly Immortal region. For the Immortal Realm, the Blood Demon clan was determined to win. As the Western Heavenly Immortal domain under the control of the Buddhist sect, the martial artists and civilians of all the major sects and forces were all gathered in the small spatial secret realm around the Brahma Heavenly Zen Garden at this moment, sheltered by the Buddhist sect. Compared to the tragic situation of the other 11 immortal realms, the losses of the Western Heavenly Immortal region were undoubtedly much smaller, thanks to the refuge of the Buddha sect. Although the Buddhist sect advocated compassion, Zen Master Hui Yuan also knew that with the strength of the Brahma Zen Academy alone, being able to shelter the Western Heavenly Immortal region was already the limit. As the army led by the Bloodshed Demon Lord killed their way into the Western Heavenly Immortal region, the entire Western Heavenly Immortal region had long been empty except for the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy. The Blood Demon clan's army was not surprised and headed directly towards the Brahma Heavenly Zen Garden. Obviously, they knew the situation in the Western Heavenly Immortal region like the back of their hands, and at this moment, the Brahma Zen Garden was already in a solemn and tense atmosphere. Rumble, accompanied by a deafening roar. The sky above the mountain range where the Brahma Heavenly Monastery was located suddenly cracked open with a spatial fissure of thousands of feet, and a terrifying aura swept out from the fissure, instantly enveloping the entire Brahma Heavenly Monastery. Immediately afterward, a figure was seen taking a step out of the spatial crack, and it was clearly none other than the Bloodshed Demon Lord. Right behind them was the overwhelming army of the Blood Demon race. Jia. I would like to see if this so-called ancient Buddhist sect can hold back my footsteps. The Bloodshed Demon Lord's gaze looked down below, a hideous smile on his face, his body covered in blood aura, as if a world-defying demon god had descended into the world. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it, and the densely packed blood demon race powerhouses dispersed as if they were locusts in transit, obscuring the entire sky. At the command of the Brahma Zen Academy monks, form a formation, meet the enemy. At the same time, a loud voice came out from within the Brahma Zen courtyard. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of Buddhist monks were seen rushing up into the sky, quickly forming a battle formation and confronting the Blood Demon clan's army. Although these Buddhist martial artists' individual strength was not as good as the Blood Demon race's strongest, they were superior in number, and the battle formation they formed was not bad. For a time, they even formed a stalemate with the Blood Demon race's army. Humph, a small sculpture. Give this king a break. Seeing this, the Bloodshed Demon Lord let out a cold smile and his figure instantly disappeared in place. And in the next moment, he appeared in front of a Buddhist battle formation, only to see him raise his hand and blast out a fist. A terrifying force erupted out as if a star had exploded, instantly shattering that Buddhist sect battle formation. Ah! Accompanied by a burst of mournful screams, those Buddhist martial artists were all hit hard, spitting blood and flying backwards, smashing heavily on the ground. Life and death unknown. With just one punch,
He had blown away the ancient battle formation formed by tens of thousands of Buddhist monks. The strength of the bloodshed demon monarch was evident. Hiss! What terrifying strength! Is this the strength of a demon lord? It really is as terrifying as it is. It's finished. Even the Buddhist sect's battle formation can't stop the power of his punch. Won't we be even more hopeless? Seeing this scene, those martial practitioners from other forces who hadn't hidden in the spatial mystery realm couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and a strong color of fear and despair flowed from their eyes. They had thought that with the refuge of the Buddhist sect, they would be able to pass through this calamity peacefully, but now it seemed as if even the Buddhist sect was having trouble protecting itself. Even the Buddhist monks couldn't help but feel despair. Humph! A human like a mole cricket. How dare you make an enemy of this sovereign? You really don't know how to die. The bloodshed demon lord's gaze swept around, a disdainful sneer appearing on his face as his figure disappeared in place once again. Despite the despair in their hearts, the Buddhist disciples still didn't give up their resistance. Instead, they erupted with an even more amazing fighting spirit and will to fight. They know that at this moment, once they retreat, then waiting for them will only be the road of death. The only way to fight to the death. It is possible to fight a ray of life. Amitba Buddha. My Buddha is compassionate and universal. Today, with this broken body, the poor monk will do his last duty for the world's living beings. Right at this moment, a loud voice suddenly resounded within the Brahma Zen courtyard. Immediately afterward, a figure was seen rushing up from the depths of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy, and it was clearly none other than the contemporary presiding officer of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy, Zen Master Hui Yuan. Although Zen Master Hui Yuan was already old, at this moment, he exploded with an unprecedentedly powerful aura, covered with Buddhist light, only to see his hands clasped together, reciting words under his breath, and his body's Buddhist light suddenly erupted away, transforming into a radiant and dazzling golden pillar of light, which rushed straight into the clouds. Buzz off! As the golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, the entire sky above the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a huge golden boundary was seen slowly coalescing, enveloping the entire Brahma Zen courtyard. That golden boundary was inscribed with countless complicated Buddhist runes, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it was able to isolate all outside intrusions. Is this the Jizo Guardian boundary? Seeing this scene, quite a few Buddhist martial artists could not help but cry out in shock, with a strong look of shock in their eyes. The Earth-stored Guardian boundary is an extremely powerful means of defense inherited from the Buddhist sect. It is said that once it is performed, it will be able to withstand all foreign invasions and is impregnable. Only, this kind of boundary needs to consume a lot of cultivation and energy of the caster, and once the boundary is broken, the caster will also suffer from the backlash, which may result in a great loss of cultivation, or the death of the body. Therefore, the Buddhist sect would not easily cast this kind of boundary until it was absolutely necessary. And now, Zen Master Hui Yuan had resolutely cast the Earth-hidden Guardian boundary, clearly already holding the heart of certain death to fight the Blood Demon clan's army to the death. Humph! A mere boundary, and you want to block this sovereign's footsteps? What a whimsy! Seeing that Zen Master Hui Yuan had cast the Earth-hidden Guardian boundary, a trace of disdainful coldness flashed in the bloodshed demon lord's eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared from its original position, and in the next moment, he appeared above the boundary. He raised his hand and blasted out with a fist, and the power that was enough to break the stars fiercely blasted on top of that Earth-hidden Guardian boundary. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire Brahma Zen courtyard trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. However, that Earth-hidden Guardian boundary did not move at all, and just a ripple on its surface easily dissolved the bloodshed demon monarch's attack. What? How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the bloodshed demon lord couldn't help but have a look of disbelief on his face. The power of his punch was enough to blast any powerhouse of the same rank, and even some slightly weaker True God Realm powerhouses would find it difficult to resist. But now, his full force strike was unable to shake this Earth-store Guardian boundary by a single bit? How is this possible? Chapter 122 Zen Master Hui Yuan's Choice. When the bloodshed demon monarch saw this, a hideous look flashed across his face, and his figure instantly disappeared in place, followed by a terrifying aura that erupted from him, enveloping the entire Brahma Heavenly Zen courtyard. Secret Art, Sea of Blood. Accompanied by a roar, the blood fiend demon monarch made seals with both hands, and his body's blood chi surged, surprisingly condensing into a vast sea of blood, in which waves surged, and countless silhouettes of blood fiend race powerhouses sank and floated, emitting creepy hissing noises. Once the sea of blood came out, the entire sky above the Brahma Heavenly Zen courtyard became dim, as if the sky was obscured by an invisible force, leaving only the scarlet light in that sea of blood flickering, reflecting the entire space with a solemn and bloody aura. Buzz off! At the same time, the impenetrable earth-hidden guardian boundary began to tremble violently, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds,
as if it was about to collapse at any moment.
The Buddhist martial artists who were within the boundary all felt an unprecedentedly great pressure at this moment, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on their chests,
making them gasp for air.
Some martial artists with weaker cultivation levels had even begun to ooze blood from their mouths and noses, clearly unable to withstand this powerful pressure.
What a terrifying aura! Is this the secret technique of the Blood Demon clan? Can this earth-hidden guardian boundary hold back this strike from the Bloodshed Demon Lord?
The crowd was jittery in their hearts, their gazes fixed tightly on the sky above for fear of missing a single detail. And at this moment, Zen Master Hui Yuan also showed a trace of gravity on his face. He was well aware of the power and evil of the Blood Demon race's secret method. And even more so, he knew that this earth-hidden guardian boundary was the last line of defense for the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy.
Once the boundary was broken,
then the entire Buddhist sect would face extinction.
Amitabha Buddha. My Buddha is compassionate, and I wish to use the body of a poor monk to guard all beings of the Buddhist sect.
Zen Master Hui Yuan clasped his hands together and recited under his breath.
The Buddha light around his body once again erupted away,
pouring a steady stream into the Earth Store guardian boundary in an attempt to reinforce this boundary.
However, the Bloodshed Demon Monarch's strength was simply too strong,
and even if Zen Master Hui Yuan put his best foot forward, it was still difficult to resist the terrifying power of the Sea of Blood.
Humph, old bald donkey, do you think that with this broken boundary, you can block the sovereign's footsteps? What a delusional thought. The Bloodshed Demon Monarch let out a cold laugh. His figure instantly appeared above the boundary, raised his hand and waved it, and instantly a black as ink demonic gas shot out from his hand, transforming into a huge demonic blade that slashed fiercely towards the earth-hidden guardian boundary. Blood Demon Heaven-slaying slash, accompanied by a roar.
The demonic blade instantly blossomed with a bright and dazzling bloodlight, as if it had dyed the entire sky a blood red.
Immediately afterward, a deafening roar could be heard resounding through the heavens, and that demonic blade had actually hardened and split a huge crack in the Jizo guardian boundary. Ka-ching!
Only a crisp cracking sound rang out, and the entire Brahma Zen courtyard trembled violently,
as if it was about to collapse at any moment, and that crack spread out quickly, spreading across the entire surface of the boundary in the blink of an eye. It's over. The boundary is going to break. Seeing this scene,
many Buddhist martial artists closed their eyes in despair, as if they had already seen a scene of the Buddhist sect being bloodied. Even those martial artists who had taken refuge in the space secret realm couldn't help but shiver at this moment,
fearing that they would be affected. However, just in the nick of time,
Zen Master Hui Yuan suddenly took a deep breath and his figure instantly disappeared in place.
And in the next moment,
he appeared in front of that crack.
Amitabha Buddha. If the poor monk doesn't enter hell, who will? Accompanied by a loud Buddhist cry,
Zen Master Hui Yuan unexpectedly burned up his own essence, blood and soul without hesitation, transforming into a pillar of radiant and dazzling golden light as he rushed towards that crack.
Rumble!
As the golden pillar of light rushed in, the crack unexpectedly healed up quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and the entire Earth Store guardian boundary had become impenetrable again,
countless times stronger than before. What? How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the Bloodshed Demon Lord couldn't help but have a look of disbelief on his face.
He never expected that this old bald donkey would choose to fortify the boundary by transforming the Tao with his body, and this kind of sacrifice of himself really shocked and angered him.
Old bald ass! You will not try to stop this monarch! The Bloodshed Demon Lord roared, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, and immediately afterward, he appeared in front of Zen Master Hui Yuan,
raising his hand and blasting out with a fist in an attempt to stop him from continuing to burn his essence, blood and divine soul.
However, at this time,
Zen Master Hui Yuan had already set his mind on certain death,
not caring about his own safety at all,
and only tried his best to reinforce the boundary. Under his efforts, that Earth Store guardian boundary surprisingly became stronger and stronger, as if it was able to resist all foreign invasions.
Amitabha Buddha.
The poor monk will martyr himself today to guard the sentient beings on this side.
May our Buddha be compassionate and universalize all sentient beings.
Accompanied by the sound of the last loud Buddhist cry, Zen Master Hui Yuan's figure completely disappeared in place,
transforming into a bright and dazzling golden light that quickly merged into the Earth Store guardian boundary. Master, Abbot, Mastermind. Seeing this scene,
the Buddhist martial artists within the Brahma Zen courtyard couldn't help but cry out in sorrow, and a strong sense of grief and respect flowed from their eyes.
Meanwhile,
those many martial artists who had pinned their hopes on the Buddhist sect, each of them had reddened eyes and were filled with gratitude and respect for Zen Master Hui Yuan. They also all understood that without the Buddhist sect, I'm afraid that all of them in the Western Heavenly Immortal region would have become raw materials for the Blood Demon race's cultivation as well. Mingkong Buddha's son sought his mentor martyred with his body.
his fists clenched, his eyes scarlet as blood. In the holy light of the Buddha Tao emanating from his body, there was even a trace of hostility slowly overflowing, and the power of his Buddha Devil Tao tire was vaguely showing signs of going out of control. At the critical moment, the Zen master Huiwu beside him, however, reached out and put his hand on Mingkong's shoulder. This senior monk, who had been silently guarding the Buddhist sect, had a kind and determined look on his face at the moment. He mouthed the words, and a calm and powerful force passed from his palm into Mingkong's body, surprisingly steadily suppressing Mingkong's Buddha demon Tao fetus power that was about to go out of control. Mingkong, do not act rashly, or everything your master has done will be in vain. Zen Master Huiwu's voice rang in Mingkong's ears, like a morning bell or a drum, pulling him back from the edge of losing control. Mingkong inhaled deeply, and the scarlet color in his eyes gradually faded away, replaced by a clarity. He couldn't let hatred sway him, let alone let his benefactor's sacrifice go to waste. He wants to live, to guard the Buddhist sect and all living beings on behalf of his master. And right at this moment, the remnant soul of Zen Master Hui Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the two. His figure had become illusory, as if he would dissipate between heaven and earth at any moment. Chapter 123 Martyrdom with his life. Two forces destroyed. At the gap in the boundary, Zen Master Hui Yuan's eyes remained firm and kind, as if he was able to see through all the illusions in the world. Senior disciple Huiwu, the Buddha sect is in your hands. You will lead the disciples of the Buddha sect and continue to guard the living beings and propagate the Dharma. Although Zen Master Hui Yuan's voice was weak, it was filled with majesty and power. Yes, Huiwu keeps this in mind. Zen Master Huiwu respectfully bowed. Although he didn't have much of a change in expression, he was equally miserable inside. Immediately afterward, Zen Master Hui Yuan looked deeply at Buddha's son Mingkong again and instructed, Mingkong, don't forget what the master has instructed you. Obsession will become your shackles. You need to know that letting go is also a kind of cultivation. Yes, master. Disciple will always remember your teachings. Mingkong Buddha's son bowed deeply in Zen Master Hui Yuan's direction, his aura quickly returning to calmness, and his entire body becoming introverted and deep. Alas, oh foolish child. Seeing this scene, Zen Master Hui Yuan let out a long sigh, and his entire body's essence and energy shook violently, and he even directly merged into the Earth Store Guardian boundary. In an instant, the entire boundary shone brightly with Buddha's light, and an overriding guardian force emanated from the boundary, illuminating the entire western heavenly immortal region. The bloodshed demon monarch was also bounced off by this extremely powerful Buddha Tao holy light, but was not injured. However, under the illumination of this guardian holy light, all of the blood demon race's army, including the bloodshed demon lord, felt a powerful suppression. It was as if their cultivation and power had been weakened by a few points by this holy light, and an inexplicable fear could not help but rise in their hearts. The bloodshed demon lord looked at this scene with an iron face, his heart incomparably angry. He never expected that this old bald donkey would reinforce the boundary in such a way, and that the effect would be so remarkable. This caused the bloodshed demon lord to be shocked and at the same time deeply angry. Damned vultures, when this monarch breaks through this boundary, I will make sure that no chickens or dogs are left in the Buddhist sect. The bloodshed demon monarch gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Seeing the divine Buddha light emanating from this boundary, the bloodshed demon lord knew deep down that if he wanted to break through this boundary, I was afraid that he would need to pay a greater price. But he wasn't going to give up on this, or else where would he put the face of his hallowed demon lord? Staring grimly at the Buddhist disciples and the many Western heavenly immortal region martial practitioners within the boundary, a hint of bloodlust flashed in the bloodshed demon lord's eyes as he directly condensed his strongest strike, only to see the demonic chi around him surging crazily, unexpectedly condensing into a giant demonic halberd that was as black as ink. This demonic halberd exuded monstrous demonic might, as if it was capable of tearing apart all obstacles. Soul-devouring demon halberd, heavenly fiend soul destroyer. The bloodshed demon monarch roared, and with a violent wave of his hands, the soul-devouring demon halberd brought with it the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and violently blasted on top of the earth-hidden guardian boundary. Rumble! With a deafening boom resounding through the sky, the entire Brahma Zen courtyard trembled violently. However, what was shocking was that earth-hidden guardian boundary had only rippled and did not show the slightest sign of breaking. The bloodshed demon lord stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. He had never expected that the strike he had condensed his full strength with would not even be able to shake this boundary in the slightest. It made him feel both shocked and desperate, and at the same time, he felt a slight respect for Zen Master Hui Yuan's sacrifice. On the other hand, the Buddhist martial practitioners within the boundary and the many martial practitioners hiding in the secret realm of space were relieved when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were overwhelmed with sadness and admiration for Zen Master Hui Yuan's great act.
He did not hesitate to sacrifice his life in order to guard the Buddha and all living beings.
And this spirit is truly touching.
The bloodshed demon lord looked at the boundary in front of him furiously, his heart filled with rage and killing intent.
It was a great shame for him that he, the Blood Demon Clan's demon lord, was blocked by the boundaries of this forsaken land's martial artists, with killing intent like a tidal wave.
The bloodshed demon monarch once again launched several strong attacks, each time pouring out everything he had in an attempt to blast away that impenetrable earth-hidden guardian boundary.
However, no matter how hard he tried,
the boundary seemed to have endless toughness,
and after each attack,
it only caused a ripple and quickly returned to its original state. The Blood Fiend Demon Lord's eyes flickered with a grim light,
and he immediately ordered hundreds of thousands of Blood Fiend race armies to form a battle formation,
preparing to wear down the defense of this boundary little by way of a wheel battle.
Even if a little bit of grinding was done,
he would completely wear out this turtle shell. He firmly believed that the power to maintain the boundary would eventually run out.
Seeing this scene, the faces of all the senior monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy and the martial practitioners of the various forces in the Western Heavenly Immortal region instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. The Bloodshed Demon Monarch's intentions were already obvious. It was also while the Blood Demon Clan's army was taking turns attacking the Earth-hidden boundary. The Puyang family and the Sunluo Hall, which were far away in the Eternal Immortal region, were also caught in an unprecedented crisis. The two devil monarchs split their armies into two, each leading 1,000,000 troops to attack the Puyang family and the palace of Sunluo. And although the two forces were deep, it was difficult for them to resist this tidal wave of attacks. They had asked for help from other forces, but in the face of the Blood Demon race's formidable strength, all the major forces chose to hunker down, and no one dared to break away from the inheritance formation that their side relied on for survival. The Puyang family, as one of the Divine Realm legacy clans of the Eternal Immortal region,
the great formations inherited from the ancient times, although powerful, required sufficient strength to maintain them. Under the continuous attacks of the Blood Demon race,
the Puyang family's inheritance grand formation was ultimately difficult to resist.
As time passed, the defensive power of the Grand Formation gradually weakened while the Blood Demon race's attack became more and more violent.
In this tragic battle, the Puyang family was heavily killed and injured. Countless family disciples fought valiantly, but eventually fell in a pool of blood.
Their blood dyed the earth red, and also dyed the eyes of every bloodthirsty son of the Puyang family. Knowing full well that it is difficult to escape this calamity, the top management of the Puyang family unanimously decided to keep the fire for the family. Under Puyang Chinese leadership, a portion of the Puyang family's elite descendants rushed out of the heavy encirclement of the Blood Demon race's army under the cover of a group of executives. Everyone's heart was filled with grief and anger, but it was equally filled with hope and determination. Their only belief was that by surviving, they would have a chance to rebuild their home to avenge the extermination of their clan. The scene that happened in the Puyang family was also being played out by the same Divine Realm legacy force, the Sunluo Hall. The hearts and minds of the Moral Hall, which was not a family power in the first place, were not so united. When they saw that the big formation could not be resisted, everyone was fighting on their own. Even fewer ended up escaping. And at this moment in the Western Heavenly Immortal region, the Bloodshed Demon Monarch was still leading the Blood Demon race's army in a frantic attack on the Earth-hidden Guardian boundary above the Brahma Heavenly Zen Garden. They formed a battle formation and attacked round after round, with a posture of not stopping until the boundary was broken.
However, no matter how hard they tried, that boundary always stood as if it had endless energy. The Bloodshed Demon Lord's eyes flashed with a gloomy light as he ordered the attack to continue. This was because he clearly detected that the power that maintained the boundary had indeed weakened a bit from before. Chapter 124, All parties retreat to the Eternal Divine Hall. Circumstellar star formation shows power. The news of the two top forces being overthrown instantly swept across the entire Eternal Immortal region like a violent wind and rain. It caused everyone in the Eternal Immortal region to be at risk, and the shadow of fear loomed over everyone's heart. Until this moment, the major forces only woke up as if in a dream. If they continue to fight individually, they will definitely be broken by the Blood Demon race one by one, and all of them will not be able to escape the fate of being annihilated. After urgent deliberations between all parties, they decided to abandon their grudges, and that they must concentrate all of the major forces' reserves in one place in order to hold back the Blood Demon clan's attack. In the end, all the major forces had gathered at the Eternal Divine Hall, including the top sect lineages of the Immortal region such as the Ru sect, the Baidu family, the Pyamia Immortal Palace, the Heavenly Void sect, and the 10,000 Demons Alliance. Even those forces that had anticipated the crisis in advance and fled their respective immortal domains, such as the Nine Flare Immortal Dynasty, the 10,000 Treasures Building, and the Heavenly Sword sect and other hegemonies of the various immortal domains, had abandoned their respective industries and traveled to the Eternal Immortal domains to take refuge before the Blood Fiend clan's armies had arrived. Nowadays, all the forces that had some substance gathered at the Eternal Divine Hall and regarded it as the last straw to save their lives. This was welcomed by the Eternal Divine Hall, and they knew that the only way to hold back the blood demon race was to concentrate all the power and artifacts that could be gathered. In just half a month's work, there were no less than 10,000 Divine Palace realm powerhouses converging on the Eternal Divine Hall. In order to accommodate more forces, the top levels of the major top forces joined forces within the Eternal God's Temple to create a new small world of space that was large enough to hold hundreds of billions of living beings, allowing those martial artists below the level of Immortal Emperor to enter and take refuge. As for Immortal Emperor and above powerhouses, they must stay and contribute their strength. The Eternal Immortal region was so large, and there were countless Immortal Emperor martial artists. With several years of bloody battles down the line, there were less than 10 million Immortal Emperors in the entire Immortal region, and at this moment, the Eternal God's Palace had gathered as many as 5 million. It was no exaggeration to say that the top forces of the entire Immortal realm had all converged on the Eternal Divine Hall. The Blood Demon clan had also detected the movements of other forces after overthrowing the Puyang family and the Sunluo Hall, but they didn't care. Instead, it's a joy to see them all gathered together, and in turn, it's a great opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. In front of a demon monarch powerhouse comparable to a true god, the number of people was just a cold number. The three major demon monarchs that came across the border this time were the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch, and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch, and all three of them were existences comparable to true god realm powerhouses, together with the more than 30 blood demon generals that were comparable to deities. Each of them was an existence that could crush the Haotian Dao ancestor. If the Immortal Region side didn't have the many true divine artifacts left over from ancient times to help them, they were afraid that they would have already been destroyed. How could it have lasted so long? Relying on the increase of the true divine artifact, the Immortal Domain's Divine Palace 9 steps powerhouses were able to battle the blood demon generals. However, true divine artifacts wouldn't be able to do much in front of a demon lord level powerhouse. Because of this, the blood demon race did not place the living beings of this forsaken world in their eyes. However, just as the two great demon monarchs, Blood Shadow and Blood Soul, personally led the blood demon race's army to descend upon the Eternal Divine Hall, a scene that was unexpected to them appeared. Sensing the uncomplicated nature of that guardian formation, the Blood Shadow Demon Lord took the lead in condensing a killing move and attempted to forcefully blast it away. However, as the Blood Shadow Demon Lord's attack fell, it failed to leave a trace on the spell formation, which caused the Blood Demon clan's army to be somewhat confused. Even the Blood Shadow Demon Lord himself was deeply stunned. Strike together! As a cold shout came out, the Blood Soul Demon Monarch flashed forward and stood on two sides with the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch. After glancing at each other, the two great demon monarchs directly joined forces and sent out overwhelming strikes from different directions at the guardian spell formation. Bang! Bang! After hearing only two deafening explosions, the guardian spell formation that enveloped the entire Eternal Divine Hall remained intact. The attacks of the two great demon monarchs disappeared without a trace as if they were mud cows entering the sea. Great! The martial artists from all sides within the spell formation spoke out in excitement, and everyone's hanging hearts finally dropped. This circumstellar star formation really didn't let them down. For a while, everyone wore a hijacked expression. Humph! Again! The Blood Soul Demon Monarch snorted coldly, and the two demon monarchs directly sacrificed their innate demonic weapons, concentrating their power together and blasting their strongest killing moves at the spell formation below. As the attacks of the two great demon monarchs fell, the entire sky seemed to tear apart. The earth trembled violently for tens of millions of miles in circumference, and the laws all showed signs of collapsing. Seeing such an offensive strike, the Haotian Dao ancestor and the others within the spell formation also had heavy faces. This level of power was no longer something they could resist. At this moment, the guardian spell formation was their only hope. Jia Jia Jia! Lord Demon Sovereign has moved for real. This broken spell formation will surely not be able to withstand it. This general can't wait to go on a killing spree. A blood demon general had a grimace on his face, revealing a sorrowful voice. But in the very next moment, the expression on this blood demon general's face froze completely, as did the rest of the blood demon race powerhouses. On the contrary, within the Eternal Divine Hall, everyone was as if they had been pardoned. Even when such a terrifying attack landed on top of the perimeter star formation, it only stirred up shallow ripples, and the formation never showed a single sign of shaking. Such a strong defense was also truly beyond their expectations. This scene caused the two great demon monarchs, Blood Shadow and Blood Soul, to become a bit furious. They had thought that the combined efforts of the two of them would be enough to easily destroy this guardian spell formation, but I didn't expect that the turtle shell would be so strong. How is that possible? Looking at the glittering guardian spell formation, the Blood Shadow Demon Lord's eyes widened with disbelief. The Blood Soul Demon Monarch on the side, likewise revealed a grave expression.
Only after careful observation did they realize that hundreds of true divine artifacts were hidden within this guardian spell formation. The power of a spell formation constructed on the basis of hundreds of true divine artifacts would actually be huge to this extent. It can already be described as impenetrable. For a while, the two great demon lords felt tricky. They had originally planned to fight a quick battle and then make a clean sweep after all the living beings from all sides had gathered together. However, he didn't expect that this weak leftover world would hide so many true divine artifacts, and this guarding spell formation seemed to be quite uncomplicated as well. The two devil monarchs felt tricky at once, and after glancing at each other, the Blood Shadow Devil Monarch immediately took out a summoning magic stone and began to contact the Bloodshed Devil Monarch, wanting to gather the strength of the three great demon monarchs to forcefully break this color-breaking spell formation. However, the summoning magic stone had just lit up when the figure of the Bloodshed Demon Monarch surfaced in the void, his face as gloomy as water, obviously also encountering a considerable amount of trouble. What's going on? Is it still unresolved on your end? The Blood Shadow Demon Lord asked with a frown. This sovereign was careless, letting the damned bald donkey martyr himself with his body and create a king's shell. My attacks were unexpectedly unable to shake it in the slightest. The Bloodshed Demon Monarch's voice was icy cold, revealing a strong killing intent. Hearing that the Bloodshed Demon Monarch had also encountered a problem, the two great demon monarchs, Blood Soul and Blood Shadow, couldn't help but show a look of gravity on their faces. It was only then that they realized that the secrets hidden in this lost world seemed to be quite small. On our side, a similar situation has occurred. So what should we do now? The Blood Soul Demon Lord asked in a deep voice. The three great demon lords fell into a brief silence and began to discuss countermeasures. In the end, they decided to stop rushing into things and instead besiege the Eternal Divine Hall first, while dividing their troops to take control of the other territories and gradually occupy the entire Eternal Immortal region. With the Blood Demon Clan's army switching its primary target, the other forces in the Eternal Immortal region fell into despair, since the Eternal Immortal region was too huge, with a territory that was more than 2/3 of the entire Immortal region. Even if the Blood Demon Clan's army was as strong as a bamboo, it was not an easy task to completely occupy the entire Eternal Immortal region. They had to adopt a gradual strategy to gradually encroach on this vast land. In the process, the Blood Demons didn't really kill everyone, but left most of the humans as slaves. These controlled humans were forced to mine immortal veins, pick immortal medicines, and so on in various parts of the immortal domain under the brutal rule of the Blood Demon race, contributing a steady stream of resources to the Blood Demon race until they were drained of their last ounce of value before they were mercilessly killed and their flesh and blood essence refined to enhance their cultivation level. Chapter 125 Tianqi captured. Bailey Yan rescued independently. On the fringe of the Eternal Immortal domain, thousands of black-clothed men were gathered in the square of a deserted mountain villa. They were neatly dressed, with different gold numbers embroidered on their breast lapels. The smaller the number, the more forward they stood. These men in black wore masks with black faces and fangs on their faces, looking mysterious and solemn. Reporting to Lord Dark King, the Blood Demon race is coming in hot and heavy, and the Immortal region is afraid that it's going to be a complete game over. How should we choose? A black-robed man with the number 10 embroidered on his lapel asked a handsome black-robed youth in front of him, arching his hand in an extremely respectful manner. The black-robed youth was none other than Bailey Yan, who did not wear a mask and had a slightly heavy face. His gaze deeply swept a glance at the crowd of black-robed men present, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Before the temple master has given the order, all members of the Heavenly Net must keep a low profile, and must not cause any trouble. For the recent period of time, everyone should refrain from going out, and send orders to the members scattered all over the place to hide themselves and never be exposed." As Bailey Yan's order was given, the black-clothed men in the square responded to the order and then quickly dispersed, disappearing into the night. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have rushed by. During these 2 years, the Blood Demon race's invasion of the Eternal Immortal region had become more and more reckless, while the major forces in the Eternal Immortal region were struggling to hold on, expecting a hint of a turnaround to occur. However, bad news came one after another. On this day, Bailey Yan received news that made his heart skip a beat. Tianqi had fallen into the hands of the Blood Demon clan. As a core member of Skynet, Tianqi held too much crucial information, and his failure would undoubtedly be a fatal crisis for Skynet and the War God's palace. Bailey Yan knew that this matter was not a small matter, and he immediately summoned the other core members of Skynet to discuss countermeasures. After some heated discussions, Bailey Yan decided to take action himself and had to rescue Tianqi. If the Blood Demon race mastered a secret technique similar to the soul-searching technique, both Skynet and the War God Temple would be plunged into a place of no return, and he must not take that risk. Bailey Yan was also aware of the dangers of this trip, but he had no choice. He had to be ready for anything before he left.
because this is an operation that is all about success and no failure. Even if he couldn't safely rescue Tianqi, he had to eliminate the danger of possible exposure for Tian Nets and the War God's Palace. Ever since 5 years ago, Tianqi had hidden his identity and joined a third-rate force called the Iron Seeing Sect. The strongest person in this Iron Sword sect was only 3 steps from the Divine Palace. At that time, Tianqi was already at the cultivation level of the second step of the Divine Palace, but he hid himself in the Iron Sword sect as an outer sect disciple. In the Iron Sword sect, naturally, no one could tell if he was real or not. According to the intelligence passed on by other Skynet members, just a few days ago, the 2 blood demon generals happened to pass by the Iron Sword sect. Indiscriminately, the 2 demonic generals wiped out the Iron Sword sect disciples with the lift of their hands. Because those 3 blood demon generals didn't use their full strength, Tianqi barely managed to stay alive by virtue of his own cultivation at the 4th step of the Divine Palace, but he was also noticed by the other party. In the end, Tianqi and a group of core figures from the Iron Sword sect were all controlled by the blood demon race. After being escorted to a Jedi in the Eternal Immortal region, a slave seal was planted on all of them, using them as slaves and touchstones for the blood demon race. The 2 blood demon generals and the tens of thousands of martial artists from the blood demon race were camped outside the Jedi, enjoying themselves. When Bailey Yin arrived at the blood demon clan's camp alone, he saw an eerie scene. The tens of thousands of troops of the blood demon race were stationed here, and their tents stretched on, like a sea of black. And in the center of this ocean, 3 towering demonic towers stood majestically, emitting a hauntingly evil aura. Bailey Yin took a deep breath and after calming his inner emotions, he quietly dived into the Jedi to look for Tianqi. It was just dark, and the moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, plunging the land into a deep darkness. In this night of reaching for the sky, Bailey Yin disguised himself as a walker in the darkness and quietly sneaked into the Jedi. In the deepest part of the Jedi, Bailey Yin clearly saw hundreds of thousands of human martial artists hard at work digging for minerals, their figures looming in the faint firelight like a wavering ghostly shadow. Bailey Yin's gaze was like a torch, quickly locking onto Tianqi's figure in the crowd. At this moment, Tianqi was waving the shovel in his hand in a muddled manner, digging up the ore with an expressionless face. His eyes were hollow and confused, and he had obviously completely lost his self-awareness. That cultivation of Tianqi was also suppressed by a mysterious force, unable to use half of the power of the Divine Palace. Seeing this scene, Bailey Yin could not help but feel a strong anger welling up in his heart. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the killing opportunity in the bottom of his heart, and his entire body was like a ghost quietly approaching the area where Tianqi was. At the edge of the land, dozens of blood demon guards were lazily sitting around a few black tents talking about something. They did not notice Bailey Yan's arrival. After carefully approaching these individual blood demon race guards, Bailey Yan's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he transformed into a shadow in the darkness, instantly resolving these dozens of guards. The whole process was clean and made no noise. Then, Bailey Yan silently came to Tianqi's side and tried to take him away. But the moment Bailey Yan touched Tianqi, Tianqi suddenly trembled, and a trace of pain and confusion flashed in her eyes. Bailey Yan's heart sank as he immediately realized that Tianqi had been planted with a slave mark. This slave seal is capable of controlling another person's mind and making them a complete slave. Bailey Yan looked at Tianqi with a grimace. He had to take it away as soon as possible. It was a good thing that the Blood Fiend clan did not interrogate anything. Otherwise, with Tianqi's current situation, he might have actually leaked the Heavenly Net and the Battle God's Palace, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Without hesitation, Bailey Yan directly made a move to seal Tianqi's mind, causing Tianqi to fall into a coma. Afterward, he dragged Tianqi's body with one hand and prepared to leave quietly. It was also at this moment that 2 powerful auras suddenly descended from the sky, blocking Bailey Yan's path. 2 figures with blood-red eyes and fierce faces slowly emerged, their breath so strong that it far exceeded the average Divine Palace 9 steps. Bailey Yan's face instantly sank. One didn't need to think about it to know that these 2 were both Demon General-level powerhouses, and they were bound to be the 2 Blood Demon Generals who had captured Tianqi to this place. Human, you have a lot of guts. How dare you embed in my Blood Demon Clan's camp to kill my Blood Demon Clan's children? Do you think you can still walk away? One of the Blood Demon Generals laughed coldly, his tone filled with mockery and killing intent. Bailey Yan frowned slightly, not expecting these bastards to be so alert as well. But with the situation at hand, he knew he had no choice. There is only one battle. Chapter 126, Bloodline Awakening. Dark Night King. Bailey Yan transformed into darkness, his entire body merging with the night, as if he had become part of this Jedi. The 2 blood demon generals across from him glanced at each other, their blood-red eyes flickering ethereally in the darkness, as if they were 2 burning flames. Blood K, are you coming or am I? One of the blood demon generals sized up Bailey Yan with disdain in his tone. Humph, Blood you. Haven't you been taught enough lessons?
The Blood Kuei demon general snorted out coldly, his eyes burning. This human kid dared to come here alone to save people, so he must be very confident in his own strength. Maybe he has some kind of life-preserving cards, so don't let it escape.
After a moment of silence,
the Blood You demon general said sorrowfully,
then let's strike together. The bloodline in this kid's body is very pure. Whoever takes it down first will be the one to refine it. Yes. Looking at Bailey Yen,
a flash of scorching heat flashed in the eyes of the Blood K demon general, and after cleanly spitting out the word good, his body took the lead to move.
War. Understanding the meaning of the two blood demon generals,
Bailey Yan's face was grim as his entire body's aura erupted to the extreme and he greeted the Blood K demon general who was the first to kill.
Bang! After a pair of blasts, Bailey Yen was struck by lightning and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, his body's chi and blood undulating. So strongly stabilized his figure. Bailey Yen knew that hard contact could not be advantageous, no longer with the hard touch. First avoid its sharpness before seeing the Blood You demon general killing.
Bailey Yen played to his own advantage, melting his body in the darkness, with absolute speed to avoid the attack of the two demon generals at the same time. From time to time out of the move to counterattack,
Bailey Yen practiced the way of assassination,
and was not good at frontal combat, and his strength was even his shortcoming.
No more thinking, as Bailey Yen operated his gong method.
The thick black mist gathered crazily in the dark night. His figure was like a ghost weaving through the darkness. Each strike carried a stern killing intent.
However,
the two blood demon generals were both existences comparable to deities, and no matter how tricky Bailey Yan's attacks were,
they were unable to injure each other in the slightest. On the contrary,
Bailey Yen was already in a passive state even before the two blood demon generals had actually struck. Blade of blood and shadow,
Dark Aurora.
With a fierce and violent shout,
Bailey Yen directly used the ultimate killing move,
only to see the black mist surging from his body and two light short swords appearing in his hands.
Bailey Yan's body transformed into darkness, as if it was an extreme killing light in the darkness,
like a shooting star crossing in the night sky,
bright and deadly. Whoosh! Accompanied by a harsh air-breaking sound, Bailey Yan's figure instantly disappeared in place,
leaving only a black residual shadow.
In the next moment,
he had already appeared behind the Blood Kuei demon general, his short sword stabbing out like lightning.
Humph! Sculpture!
The Blood Kuei demon general snorted disdainfully and coldly. He noticed it at the first moment, only to see him turn around and slap out a palm. The majestic palm power surged out,
colliding fiercely with Bailey Yan's short sword. Clang!
The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Bailey Yen only felt a huge force attacked,
the whole person as if struck by lightning.
The figure retreated violently.
At the same time, the Blood You demon general on the other side also launched an attack, a blood-colored sword on cutting through the sky and aiming straight for Bailey Yan's throat. Bailey Yen transformed into a wisp of black mist and barely dodged the fatal blow, but a deep cut was made on his left arm,
dripping with blood. He took a deep breath and forced down the injuries in his body,
trying to think of a countermeasure. Facing such a strong blood demon general,
if he continued to fight like this,
the one who would ultimately lose would only be himself.
After all, both of these guys were far above him in terms of strength.
If we don't put up a fight, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get out today. Thinking of this,
a hint of determination flashed in Bailey Yan's eyes. He swayed and attacked again. Two sword lights like dragons coming out of the sea, one on the left and one on the right attacking the two blood demon generals.
However,
the strength of the blood demon generals was there after all,
as they easily blocked Bailey Yan's attack and launched an attack with their hands. Bailey Yan responded calmly, his figure chopping out a sword chi without fear while continuously weaving in and out of the darkness. For a time,
sword light streaked across the void,
actually illuminating the darkness. The battle gradually entered a white-hot phase.
Bailey Yen became more and more courageous as he continuously activated the power of the divine palace in his body and fought to the death with the two blood demon generals.
But he was always being suppressed.
It could also be said that the two blood demon generals were playing cat and mouse as if they were playing a cat and mouse game.
And they didn't directly kill anyone. The reason they did this was to force out Bailey Yan's bottom card.
If the two demon generals moved to kill from the start,
with Bailey Yan's strength,
he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last more than 20 rounds.
Even though the two major demon generals did not strike, Bailey Yan gradually felt overwhelmed.
At this time, the two blood demon generals also seemed as if they were tired of playing around, and their attacks became more and more intense.
Put! In a fierce collision, Bailey Yen was smashed by the Blood You demon general's fist and flew away, blowing up several mountains in mid-air. Boom! With a roar, Bailey Yen rose up in the air from the ruins,
a mouthful of black blood spurting out violently,
his figure staggering, only feeling the pain as if his internal organs had shattered.
Jia jia jia. It's this flavor of fresh blood. It's just too wonderful.
The Blood You demon general took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with thick greed as he licked his lips and said, "This general can't wait." As he said that, the Blood You Demon General's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Bai Lian. Without a word of nonsense, the Blood You Demon General directly cast a secret technique, wanting to forcibly extract Bai Lian's bloodline and refine it. It was also at this critical moment that a mysterious and powerful bloodline power suddenly surged within Bai Lian's body. It was a dark attribute bloodline power that presented an unprecedented depth and vastness, as if it came from an endless abyss, filling his entire body in an instant. Ah! Bai Lian couldn't help but let out a long whistle, only feeling as if he had shed his bones and was filled with explosive power. At the same time, the wounds on his body were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is, feeling the fluctuation of that mysterious power within his body, a hint of surprise flashed in Bai Lian's eyes. He also did not expect that at this time of life and death, the mysterious bloodline power hidden in the deepest part of his bloodline would be inspired and awaken on its own. As early as decades ago, Bai Lian had sensed that his own bloodline was not simple, but he had never been able to understand it in depth. Noticing the changes in himself, Bai Lian could not hide his excitement inside. With the awakening of his bloodline, his cultivation had undergone a drastic change. In just a few short breaths, the 9 divine palaces in Bai Lian's body rapidly fused together, eventually converging into a golden ball of flowing light engraved with complex patterns, which was precisely the Godhead. The moment the divine lattice was formed, a majestic divine Tao aura emanated from it, shaking the void with gravel. At this moment, Bai Lian had already surpassed the limits of mortals and stepped into the realm of pseudogods. The so-called pseudogods were those who had successfully condensed a god's frame and also truly possessed the power of a god but had not crossed the divine tribulation and had not been recognized by the heavenly Tao. Dark King? The 2 blood demon generals were all horrified when they felt the bloodline aura emanating from Bai Lian's body. Damn! How is this possible? How could someone awaken the kingly bloodline of that clan in this land of the lost? Chapter 127, Killing the 2 great demon generals in reverse. Blood Shadow Demon Lord descends. After a short period of shock, the 2 great demonic generals, Blood Kuei and Blood Yu, glanced at each other, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. After a moment, the awe converted into madness. Since he has been thoroughly offended, he must be cut off and destroyed. With the energy of that clan, not to mention the minions of the Blood Demon clan like them, even the great figures of the Heavenly Demon Lord clan wouldn't dare to easily cross paths with that clan. The 2 great demon generals who were clear about the power of it, instantly killed like a tide, without half a bit of procrastination. Both of them used the ultimate killing move on Bai Lian at the same time. However, the Bai Lian at this moment is not the same as before. It was as if his entire body was transformed. His eyes became deep and cold, and he radiated a powerful majesty. He slowly raised his head and looked at the 2 demonic generals who were killing in a stern manner. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel cold smile. Good timing. Bai Lian's body was full of battle spirit. His figure instantly transformed into a dark lightning, launching a fierce attack on the Blood You Demon General with a swift momentum. Whoosh! Accompanied by a harsh air-breaking sound, Bai Lian's figure flickered continuously in the darkness, dodging the attacks of the 2 major demon generals with ease while still managing to deliver a powerful blow. Seeing Bai Lian's bizarre and extreme speed, the 2 demon generals were deeply shocked and a strong sense of crisis arose within them. Even though they had perceived it with all their might, they were all having trouble capturing its figure, not to mention not being able to detect a trace of its aura. Seeing the 2 major demon generals disorganize themselves, Bai Lian seized the opportunity and opened his hunting moment. Die! While Bai Lian kept weaving in and out of the darkness, the short sword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, leaving bone-deep wounds on the body of the Blood You Demon General one after another. Seeing this scene, the Blood K Demon General rushed forward to support him. But at this moment, Bai Lian seemed to be possessed by the god of war and was brave and invincible. He suddenly changed direction and slapped a powerful palm at the Blood Kuei Demon General who had just made a move. The majestic palm power surged out and directly sent the Blood Kuei Demon General flying, without giving the other party a chance to react. The short sword in Bai Lian's right hand swung out once again, and a black sword uncut through the sky, stabbing at an incredible angle towards the chest of the Blood Kuei Demon General. Put! After a muffled sound, the Blood Kuei Demon General was taken by surprise. His chest was pierced through by the sword, and purplish-red blood gushed out like a stream. He stared at Bai Lian with wide eyes, full of incredulity, as if to say, how is this possible? Humph! With a cold snort, Bai Lian's figure disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Blood You Demon General. Giggle! With an ear-splitting sound, one of the Blood You Demon General's arms flew out. In a short exchange of dozens of rounds, Bai Lian had heavily injured the 2 Blood Demon Generals with a devastating force. His figure stood in the darkness like an insurmountable mountain. Seeing why the bloodline that Bailey Yen had awakened, the two blood demon generals looked appalled. They looked at each other, and a hint of horror flashed in their eyes, as if they had seen something terrifying. Bailey Yen took a deep breath and felt the constant stream of mysterious power in his body. He understood that he had to fight quickly. Once a demon lord level blood demon race powerhouse arrived, it would be difficult for him to get away. As soon as he thought of it, Bailey Yen directly utilized the power of his bloodline to form a field in a radius of millions of miles. Only his figure gradually blurred, eventually transforming into an endless darkness that enveloped the entire space. With the formation of the domain of darkness, it was as if Bailey Yen had become the master of this darkness. With a movement of his mind, the extreme killing light in the darkness crossed the sky like a meteor and attacked towards the Blood U Demon General. Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the Blood U Demon General's figure was pierced through by the extreme Dao killing light, instantly losing most of his vitality. Die! Bailey Yen did not stop. The short sword in his hand came out of his hand, like a ray of streaming light cutting through, penetrating the brow of the Blood U Demon General. His body crashed helplessly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Blood Kue Demon General was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. Go! Without hesitation, he turned to flee, only to find himself firmly bound by darkness and unable to move. The Blood K Demon General looked at Bailey Yen in horror, his eyes filled with despair and remorse. If they had killed from the start, they wouldn't be in this situation. Lord Demon Lord, please also. The Blood K Demon General knew that he couldn't escape and was about to cast his secret spell to report the news when the short, moon-shaped blade in Bailey Yan's hand flickered away. In the next moment, the Blood Kue Demon General's voice ended abruptly. Only a round, hideous head flew high into the air, and blood spurted out like a spring, staining the darkness with a purple-red color. As soon as the two great demon generals died, the entire space seemed to be cleared, and the crowd that had previously been affected by the blood demon race's secret method and had fallen into a state of confusion also recovered their consciousness one after another. Below, Tianqi shook his head in an effort to wake himself up. When he saw the familiar figure not far away, he was instantly excited. Lord Dark King, why are you here? He hurriedly took a few steps forward, but then suddenly stopped, looking at the two corpses of the blood demon generals on the ground that had already lost their vitality with a face full of shock. This is the two demon generals? Blood Kue and Blood Yu? Lord Dark King, were you the one who killed them? Bailey Yen did not reply. His face was a bit gloomy. Although he had successfully killed these two blood demon generals, he had also consumed too much power. Not to mention a demon monarch level powerhouse. Even if there were two more demon generals, he would have a hard time dealing with them. Go, leave this place first, Bailey Yen said in a deep voice. A force lifted Tianqi, about to leave this place of wrongdoing. However, just as they were about to leave, a calm and ice-cold word suddenly resounded in the void. Human, you killed two of my blood demon race's major demon generals, and you still want to leave just like that? As the words fell, an extremely strong aura descended, and the entire space trembled. Suffered. Bailey Yan's face changed greatly, and the crisis of death instantly swept through his body. Bailey Yan's face instantly became grave as he turned to look, only to see a blood-red figure slowly walk out of the void, those scarlet eyes revealing a cold and cruel light. Blood Shadow Demon Lord? Tianqi's face also changed as he felt that suffocating pressure, making him feel unprecedented despair. Skynet was spread all over the immortal region and had a certain understanding of the blood demon race, and was even less unfamiliar with the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch. The Blood Shadow Demon Monarch ignored such a minor character like Tianqi. His gaze locked onto Bailey Yen. Human, your strength is not bad, to the extent that you were able to behead two major demon generals of my blood demon race, but you should be clear about what will happen if you anger this monarch. Bailey Yen took a deep breath. He knew that he was in no way a match for this Blood Shadow Demon Lord, but even with the slightest chance of winning, there was no way he was going to tie his hands. Chapter 128, Terrifying Blood Shadow Demon Lord. The appearance of the Blood Shadow Demon Lord caused the entire space to fall into a stern and oppressive atmosphere. As he merely stood there, it was as if he was an insurmountable Taiku demonic mountain that was intimidating to look at. Bailey Yen was well aware of the huge gap between himself and the Demon Monarch powerhouse, but he didn't retreat. His hands tightly gripped the short sword in his hand, ready to meet this battle of life and death. However, the moment the Blood Shadow Demon Lord actually made his move, Bailey Yen deeply realized what the gap was. Only the figure of the Blood Shadow Demon Lord flickered in the void and appeared in front of Bailey Yen in the next moment. He didn't even realize how the other party had appeared. Under Bailey Yan's horrified gaze, the Blood Shadow Demon Lord lightly slapped his palm over. This slap seemed to be casual, but it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Bailey Yen only had time to raise his short sword to defend himself before he was directly slapped out by the majestic force. he rolled in the air, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. And when Bailey Yen restabilized his stance, the shock and gravity in his eyes was already unmistakable. Is this the power of a demon monarch powerhouse? Bailey Yen was bitter in his heart. He knew that he was far from being a match for this blood shadow demon monarch. Even if he put everything he had into the fight, it was impossible for him to injure the other party in the slightest. Dark Knight King, are you from that clan? The blood shadow demon monarch couldn't help but change his face wildly as he perceived the power of the bloodline in Bailey Yan's body during his sparring match with him. His eyes filled with disbelief, associated with the terror of that clan. The blood shadow demon lord did not immediately strike. He looked at Bailey Yen, a trace of doubt and gravity flashing in his eyes. The Dark Lords? That clan? Bailey Yan's heart stirred. He did not know what exactly that clan the blood shadow demon lord was referring to, but the other party obviously knew why the mysterious bloodline he had just awakened. And looking at this blood shadow demon monarch's reaction, it seemed that he was still very jealous of this bloodline, which made Bailey Yen also couldn't help but be more curious about his own bloodline. In Bailey DM's memories, he was nothing more than a homeless punk in a small town on the edge of the heavenly realm. With his natural dexterity and affinity for darkness, he was able to make a living. Later, by chance, he received a martial arts inheritance, which brought him into contact with the martial arts, but he was always drifting alone. But also because of an ordinary treasure hunt, it completely changed his fate. At that time, he was only 17 years old, and his cultivation level was only at the Tianxian realm. By chance, he obtained a storage ring in the cave of a heavenly lord realm powerhouse who had sat down, but he was endlessly hunted down because of it. It was also when he was on the verge of death and at the end of his rope that his elder brother, Yun Tian Dust, appeared. It was his elder brother who saved him and passed on a powerful cultivation technique to him, and only later did he join the War God's palace. In Bailey Yan's mind, the memories before the age of 6 were blank. Before joining the War God Temple, Bailey Yan always had a knot in his heart. He was eager to figure out his birth and why his parents had abandoned him. But after feeling the warmth of home in the War God's palace and having so many brothers and sisters who shared his heart, his obsession with his family wasn't as deep, because in his heart, the War God's palace was his true family. All the brothers and sisters of the War God's palace were his family. Bailey Yan also always thought that he had let go. However, when he heard the blood shadow demon lord's words, his heart and mind inevitably fluctuated. Seeing the reaction of this blood shadow demon lord, it seemed to know the origin of the bloodline in his body, which could not help but make Bailey Yan's heart wary, and there was a hint of expectation vaguely. However, he also knew that right now was not the time to dwell on this issue. Since the blood shadow demon lord was wary of his identity, he would use it to gain a chance of survival. Otherwise, with the strength of the blood shadow demon lord, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Bailey Yan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Humph, if you want to fight, then fight. I don't understand what you are saying. Bailey Yan snorted coldly. While saying that, he deliberately mobilized the remaining bloodline power in his body and directly exerted the power of the domain, wanting to look for an opportunity to break out. However, the blood shadow demon lord didn't seem to intend to give him that chance. The realm of darkness? It really is that clan. The blood shadow demon lord whispered softly to himself as if recalling something, and his face became even more grave. But all the same, a hint of greed and fervor flashed through the blood shadow demon monarch's eyes, clearly interested in the bloodline in Bailey Yan's body. This greed and fervor was mixed with a hint of deep scorn. It was precisely because of this trace of fear that caused the blood shadow demon monarch to not immediately kill Bailey Yan. He seemed to be weighing something or planning something. While the blood shadow demon monarch was contemplating, Bailey Yan's figure retreated violently while at the same time, he violently grabbed at the void. Only a huge black grid appeared out of thin air, enveloping the entire space. Only needing to trap the blood shadow demon monarch for a moment, he would have the chance to leave with Tianqi. However, the truth is cruel. Bailey Yan finally underestimated the strength of the blood shadow demon monarch. Facing Bailey Yan's newly awakened domain aptitude, only a cold snort came from him, and within the domain, with the blood shadow demon monarch as the center, a surging blood-colored air current burst out from him, and in an instant, it broke through Bailey Yan's dark domain. Kid, the dark realm is certainly strong. The blood shadow demon monarch was full of disdain and his tone was cold. It's just a pity that the current you are too weak. As the words fell, the blood shadow demon monarch probed out a huge blood-colored palm and grabbed at Bailey Yan from afar. In a flash, Bailey Yan only felt an irresistible force coming at him, and his figure flew uncontrollably towards the blood shadow demon lord. Bloodline power. Break me! Bailey Yan violently shouted, pushing his bloodline power to the extreme, trying to forcefully break free, but he was simply unable to get rid of that power. Dark! Tianqi's face changed wildly as he subconsciously cried out. but he instantly stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Tianqi's face instantly turned white, his eyes full of self-blame and remorse. If it wasn't for saving him, Lord Dark King wouldn't have risked his life. He's a sinner in the Temple of War. At this moment, Tianqi's heart was filled with chagrin and despair. Such a powerful Lord Dark King was powerless in front of the Blood Shadow Demon Lord, let alone him. Not far away in the void, Bailey Yen was firmly grasped by the Blood Shadow Demon Lord, unable to move in the slightest. After truly seeing the terror of a Demon Lord powerhouse, Bailey Yan's heart instantly sank to the bottom, and he couldn't help but worry about the Heavenly Realm and the War God Temple. Although he believed in his elder brother's talent and strength, with the broken rules of the Heavenly Realm, how easy was it to break the cocoon and become a god? Take him for example. If he hadn't awakened his bloodline at a crucial moment, it would have been impossible for him to condense a godhead on his own in a short period of time. From another perspective, even if Big Brother managed to break through to the god realm, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for the three great demon monarchs. Seeing that Bailey Yen no longer struggled, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch flicked out a strand of demonic chi to seal his cultivation. Only then did he look at the shivering crowd below, and after casually slapping thousands of people to death with a palm, he threatened with a face full of disdain. A bunch of humble ants. Being able to work for my Blood Demon clan is the greatest honor for you. Those who dare to have second thoughts will be killed without pardon. Chapter 129, Bailey Yen captured. War God Palace shaken. When the people present saw such a powerful and ruthless Blood Shadow Demon Lord with their own eyes, they were all fearful and inexplicable, and countless people fell to their knees on the spot to protect their loyalty. The intense fight over the Jedi caused the Blood Demon army camped outside to all gather around. Regarding the deaths of the two major demonic generals, Blood Kuei and Blood Yu, the crowd of Blood Demon race martial artists did not have too many changes in their expressions. In their philosophy, death is so unusual that there is no need to grieve at all. Only the living and powerful are worthy of their awe. Seeing that Lord Demon Sovereign easily subdued that human powerhouse who had killed the two great demon generals, all the hearts of the Blood Demon clan were filled with worship and awe. Glancing deeply at the mountain not far away, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's eyes were deep and expressionless as he ordered, "This place is in your hands. Go and grab some more hard laborers to come over. There seems to be quite a lot of good things in this place." As soon as the words fell, the Blood Shadow Demon Lord dragged up Bailey Yen with one hand and lifted his hand to tear through the void. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord had noticed Tianqi long ago, but he wasn't even interested in taking a look at such a minion. What he was most interested in right now was the Dark King bloodline. The Blood Demon race army below watched the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch leave, all of them showing piety, their hands pressed tightly to their chests, and respectfully bent their waists. Looking at Lord Dark King being captured by the Blood Shadow Demon Lord, Tianqi in the crowd was filled with despair, only feeling that the sky had collapsed. He must survive and return to report the situation. After seeing the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's terrifying strength with his own eyes, Tianqi couldn't help but suspect that even if the Lord of the Hall had personally appeared, he would most likely not be a match for the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch. What's more, it was the three great demon lords who came across the border this time. Unless the Hall Master could have a true divine artifact in his possession. Thinking of this, Tianqi hid his breath to blend in with the crowd, looking for an opportunity to escape. Before a demon general level powerhouse came to take over this place, he had to find a way to escape, and once a demon general arrived, it would be even more impossible to get away. Finally, half a month after Bailey Yen was taken away, Tianqi found a chance to escape from this Jedi. After making sure it was safe, he came to Skynet's stronghold in the Eternal Immortal region and found Tianyi. The core members of the Skynet congregation, who were already anxious, instantly lost their backbone after learning that Bailey Yen had been captured. As the leader of the Heavenly Net, Tianyi was even the head of the 72 Earthly Furies personally sealed by Yun Tian Dust, who was usually known for his maturity and stability. However, at this moment, Tianyi was also completely flustered. It was because he knew very well what the four great battle kings meant in the Battle God's Palace. When the Dark King Bailey Yen was captured, I'm afraid that the entire War God Palace will not be at peace. Without half a moment's hesitation, Tianyi ordered on the spot that all members of Skynet were not to act rashly until they received an order, and that he was to return to the Heavenly Realm immediately to ask for help. Not daring to delay, Tianyi took Tianqi through the cross-border teleportation array and quickly returned to the Battle God Palace, reporting this matter to Mo Feng in its original form. In the deliberation hall, Mo Feng and Tian Xin and the others had heavy faces when they heard the news brought by Tianyi. They didn't expect that Bailey Yen would encounter a Demon Lord level powerhouse, and according to Tianqi's description, Demon Lord powerhouses were far more terrifying than they had imagined. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Mo Feng had to send someone to notify Lu Xiang and Dongfang Yu and a bunch of other senior members of the Battle God Palace to discuss countermeasures. Within a short time,
Aside from Yun Tian Dust, who was in a deathly seclusion, almost all of the senior management of the Battle God Palace gathered together.
Great Protector, what can we do about this? Mo Feng frowned and looked at Lu Xian with a grave expression on his face, his tone even heavier. With the current strength of our Battle God Palace, we are still far from being a match for those 3 demon lords. The Hall Master is also in a death closure. We must not disturb them hastily. No matter what, we must find a way to rescue Bailey Yin. Lu Xiang said in a deep voice. None of us brothers can be left behind. The crowd nodded in agreement and began to discuss a rescue plan, but they also all knew how easy it would be to save Bailey Yin from a demon lord. According to Tian Chi's narration, Bailey Yin, after awakening the mysterious bloodline, was even more powerful than them. Constrained by the rules, the Lu Xiang siblings and the 3 great war kings such as Dongfang Yu were all still only at the 9th step of the divine palace as well, and had not condensed their divine frames. There was no doubt that Bailey Yin was already ahead of them. Being able to powerfully kill 2 major demon generals was enough to prove Bailey Yan's toughness, but it is this powerful Bailey Yan, in the hands of that blood shadow demon monarch, are not half resistance. If they rashly go to save people, but also just to send death. The crowd was at a loss, and Long Wuxia, who was always silent, suddenly spoke up. As things stand, we have to ask the palace master to come out of the gate. Although Long Wuxia's voice was not loud, it instantly made the entire Battle God Temple silent. Who doesn't know that a death closure can't be disturbed? The interruption of enlightenment and the failure of the previous work is light, and the heavier is to go into a fire, and even the death of the road is possible. No! After a short period of silence, Tianxin spoke out solemnly. Your Hall Master's seclusion must not be disturbed. Once anything goes wrong, we will all be the sinners of the War God Palace. As soon as Tianxin's words fell, Dongfang Yu rose and concurred. Tianxin is right. There must not be any problems with your Highness's cultivation. And regarding how to rescue Bailey, we'll think of another way. Seeing this scene, Si Kongxian's face was rare and serious as he swept his gaze across the crowd and said with a sullen face, but you all should also think about one thing. If something really happens to Bailey at that time because of our concealment and not reporting it, will the palace master forgive us? How do we face ourselves again? At these words, there was silence. Everyone didn't know how to retort. This matter, if not handled properly, would affect the future of the War God Temple. The disunity of the people is fatal to the longevity of a power. In the end, all gazes were directed at Lu Xiang. In the absence of the Hall Master, Lu Xiang, who was the Grand Protector, became the backbone of the crowd, and they all wanted to know his point of view. Sweeping his eyes heavily over the crowd, Lu Xiang was just about to speak when a strange change occurred. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder explosions. What's going on? The faces of the people changed slightly, and they all dashed and flew out from the deliberation hall, looking at the heaven and earth visions that swept across the entire heavenly realm. Lu Xiang and a group of other senior officers of the Battle God Palace had risen up in the air, all assuming a stance to meet the enemy with all their might, only to see a silhouette rising up from the cloud dust abode, and disappearing in the sky above the Battle God Palace in a matter of moments, breaking through the air towards the withering silence forest at the edge of the Battle God domain. Behind that figure, it was followed by raging thunder that was enough to destroy a large domain, as if it was going to devour the entire Battle God domain, and everyone's scalp went numb at the sight. It's the Hall Master, a war general exclaimed out in shock, his expression tense and appalled. He had never seen such violent thunder, as if it could tear apart everything and destroy all spirits. Grand Protector, what's going on with the Palace Master? This seems to be a heavenly calamity. Xian Yu was the first to break the tense atmosphere and inquired out to Lu Xiang. As she said that, she couldn't hide the worry on her face. The rest of them did the same, fearing that something would happen to Yun Tian Duan. Lu Xiang looked at the sky with a burning gaze, a hint of delight in his heady gaze, and was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. To be precise, this is not a heavenly tribulation, but a divine tribulation. Chapter 130, Death-Killing Robbery. As soon as Lu Xian's words fell, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. The word divine havoc pierced straight through everyone's heart. The so-called divine tribulation, also known as divine Tao heavenly punishment, was powerful enough to destroy the entire Battle God domain, and Yun Tian Dust was facing such a test at this moment, which was not only related to his personal fate, but also to the future of the entire War God Palace. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiang continued, the divine tribulation is different from ordinary heavenly tribulation. It is a divine Tao heavenly punishment directly descended by the rules of the heavenly Tao, aiming to test the will and strength of the cultivator. Even though your Highness's strength is strong, the power of the divine tribulation is also unimaginable. When the crowd heard this, their faces became even more grave. Prior to this,
Many of them had experienced the heavenly tribulation and were well aware of its power. Looking at the heavenly realm and even the immortal realm, gods had become legends, and the records of the divine tribulation have long been lost. This morning, the palace master invoked the divine Tao's heavenly punishment, undoubtedly breaking the iron law that the heavenly realm and the immortal realm were unable to become gods, truly setting a precedent. Everyone was both excited and nervous inside, and although they believed that the Hall Master was still capable of creating miracles, they were inevitably worried. Everyone was also looking forward to the fact that Yun Tian Dust would be able to cross the tribulation peacefully. After all, in the current situation, only if Yun Tian Dust broke through his cocoon and became a god would it be possible to save Bailey Yen from the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch and resolve the potential threat of the Blood Demon race. At this moment, the raging thunder had already approached the withering silence forest, and the entire sky of the battle god domain was shrouded in dark clouds, and the sound of thunder was deafening, as if the entire world was trembling. Let's all head to the withered silence forest together and protect the palace master so that he can cross the tribulation at ease. Lu Xiang's gaze was firm, his voice transmitting unquestionable determination. He turned to look at the crowd and continued, Tian Xin, you are responsible for staying at the Battle God Palace to ensure internal security. The rest of you set off with me. We must arrive at the withered forest as soon as possible. The crowd nodded their heads, their worries unabated. Lu Xiang took the lead and rose up into the air, transforming into a stream of light as he sped towards the withered forest. The other Battle God Palace executives followed closely behind, and the entire Battle God Palace was instantly thrown into a state of tense readiness. The deadly silence forest was located at the edge of the Battle God domain, an ancient and mysterious place that was filled with the aura of death everywhere, and an average person who was tainted with the aura of death would surely die. According to the ancient secret stories, it is not difficult to speculate. This place is the ancient era of the heavenly realm and the border of the immortal domain. It is difficult to imagine what kind of horrible destructive power is needed to break down the huge immortal domain. When Lu Xiang and the others arrived, the withered forest that stretched for tens of millions of miles had already been enveloped by raging thunder. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and blood-colored thunder loomed in the clouds, as if the end was coming. Is this the divine tribulation? How can I sense that there is a deeply hidden killing opportunity in this thunder tribulation? Dongfang Yu looked at the thunder in the sky, a trace of shock appearing on his face. Although he had experienced several heavenly tribulations, the power of a divine tribulation far exceeded his imagination. Every thunderbolt that fell was accompanied by a huge roar, as if it was going to tear the earth apart. This is not a simple divine Tao heavenly punishment. What exactly did the Hall Master did? How could he have attracted the death tribulation? Long Wuxie's voice was heavy and appalled, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Great Protector, what is the death tribulation? Black Tiger also put away his dangling appearance and inquired out with a grave expression on his face. When the crowd heard this, they all looked over with heavy gazes as well. Lu Xiang dead stared at the raging robotic thunder in the depths of the withered forest, and said after a moment of silence, the so-called death thunder robbery, is that the potential of a martial artist is too heaven-defying, and is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, and thus descends to the certain death of the robberies. According to ancient records, the geniuses who can trigger the death-killing robberies are 1 in 100 million, and all of them are peerless demons that are rarely encountered in a million years. After a pause, Lu Xiang continued to explain, there are a total of 12 death-killing robberies, and each one is a fatal death robbery. Throughout history, amongst the peerless demons who have drawn down the death-killing tribulation, those who can successfully cross the tribulation are even fewer than 1 in 10,000. What? That Hall Master After a gasp of surprise, a deathly silence fell over the field. The crowd's hearts sank to the bottom as they heard the words. Despite their blind admiration for Yun Tianwan, the crowd was faced with such a terrifying death-killing calamity, and all of them were left without a bottom. Such a cruel reality was hard for everyone to accept, but they had to face it. Rumble! Right at this moment, a blood-colored robber thunder streaked through the sky and ruthlessly struck down in the withered forest below. At that moment, the entire withered silence forest shook violently. Countless ancient trees were reduced to pieces under the power of the robbing thunder, and even the ground appeared to have a deep, bottomless crack, as if the entire world was about to collapse. In the sky above the withered silence forest, the blood-colored robber thunder continued to converge, eventually forming a brilliant robber light that was like the scythe of the god of death, carrying a destructive aura as it ruthlessly cleaved towards Yun Tian Dust in the depths of the forest. At this moment, the entire battle god domain seemed to fall into silence, with all eyes fixed on the robotic light, their hearts filled with tension and worry. However, in the face of this deathly robbing light that was enough to destroy everything, Yun Tian Dust appeared unusually calm. He lifted his head slowly, his deep eyes glittering with determination.
What can a mere thunderbolt do to me?
Yun Tian Dust whispered softly to himself. His voice was low, but it was permeated with an unrivaled confidence. Immediately after that, he swung his fist violently, the chaotic body showing its power at this moment. The majestic chaotic power was like a torrential river, surging continuously towards that robotic light. Boom! A loud sound was deafening. The fist light and the robber light collided fiercely. The horrifying energy fluctuation instantly swept through the entire withered forest. Countless ancient trees and mountains turned into pieces at this moment. However, when the crowd thought that the robbing light was enough to destroy Yun Tian Dust, they were shocked to find that the robbing light gradually dissipated under the light of Yun Tian Dust's fist. In the end, with a soft sound, the death robbing light completely disappeared without a trace, while Yun Tian Dust's figure remained standing as if it had never been affected in any way. Broken! The Hall Master has broken the Deathjack light. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Everyone was shocked by Yun Tian Dust's strength, and the worries in their hearts dissipated a lot. However, the power of the divine tribulation was much more than that. Not long after the death-robbing light was broken, a huge illusory hand coalesced in the sky once again, as if it was a gigantic hand of annihilation that descended from the sky, carrying a destructive force that fiercely slapped at Yun Tian Dust. At this moment, the entire withered forest shook violently, as if it was about to collapse under this force. Yun Tian Dust looked up at the huge illusory hand as a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and his figure suddenly drew up, turning into a stream of light to meet that illusory hand. Boom! With another loud bang, Yun Tian Dust and the illusory hand clashed together fiercely, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept out once again. However, this time, Yun Tian Dust did not manage to crack the robbing thunder as easily as before. The illusory hand seemed to possess endless power as it continuously slapped Yun Tianduan, and Yun Tianduan did not show any weakness, swinging his fists again and again to meet the attack, engaging in a thrilling duel with the illusory hand. This duel lasted for a long time until the power of the illusory hand gradually weakened, and was eventually dispersed in the sky by Yun Tian Dust's overwhelming strike. Chapter 131, Successful Transition. Although he had successfully survived a calamity, Yun Tian Dust had also paid a small price in this duel. His figure was in a sorry state as he slowly sank down. His clothes were torn in many places, and even the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood. Come on, death-killing robbery? I'd like to see what you can do to me? Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Yun Tian Dust shouted up to the sky, his sharp eyes still firm, as if no matter what kind of difficulties and challenges he faced, he was unable to shake his beliefs and determination. In order to save his wife, why would he be afraid of a challenge? When the crowd of senior members of the Battle God Temple in the distance saw this scene, they were all appalled, and their eyes flashed with strong admiration, vaguely mixed with a hint of worry. At the same time, the entire heavenly realm shook because of Yun Tian Dust's tribulation, and under the shroud of the death-slaying tribulation, the entire Battle God domain showed signs of toppling over. Seemingly provoked, the thunder over the entire dead silence forest became even more violent. Various figurative heavenly Tao-killing tribulations blasted down at Yun Tian Dust without stopping, and each thunderbolt made Lu Xiaoyan and the others, who were billions of miles away, feel the crisis of death. It could be imagined what terrifying pressure Yun Tian Dust, who was facing the death-killing tribulation head-on, had endured. In the multiple killing tribulations that followed, Yun Tian Dust had experienced various targeted killing tribulations such as the Chain of Soul Lock and the Heavenly Punishment Flame, targeting the divine soul and the physical body, etc. And each test was exceptionally perilous. If he wasn't an all-round demon, he was afraid that he would have died long ago. However, Yun Tian Dust relied on his own strong talent to cultivate his entire body to the point of impeccability, which enabled him to turn the danger into a victory time and time again in this targeted horrifying killing calamity, and finally successfully transited through it with sufficiently hardcore strength and wisdom. In the end, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Yun Tian Dust's figure reappeared in the withering silence forest. They knew that the Hall Master had managed to survive another calamity and was one step closer to the path to becoming a god. Just when everyone was breathing a sigh of relief and waiting for the next lightning tribulation to arrive, Yun Tian Dust was already caught in the reincarnation killing tribulation. The crowd only saw Yun Tian Dust standing still in the midst of the roiling thunder, but he had already gone through countless transmutation torments. Time and time again, the cycle of reincarnation and rebirth evolved in Yun Tian Dust's mind, and his mind completely sank into it, being a true realization of the concepts of life and death. If it wasn't for the great destiny technique that he cultivated, coupled with the fact that Yun Tian Dust's divine soul was strong enough, he was afraid that he would have completely fallen in. Throughout the process of the reincarnation killing havoc, Yun Tianduan kept changing his life forms, from tiny insects to huge behemoths, from ordinary mortals to powerful cultivators.
Each reincarnation gave him a deeper understanding of the nature of life.
When Yun Tian Dust successfully passed through this so-called reincarnation killing revenge, he also gained a deeper understanding of the true meaning of life and death, and also took this opportunity to comprehend the laws of life and death.
The entire process of transmigration was also a great opportunity for Yun Tian Dust.
As long as he succeeded in crossing it, he would be able to improve. The entire death-killing robbery was a chain, and Yun Tian Dust, who had just passed through the reincarnation robbery, didn't have half a minute to catch his breath before ushering in the heart demon robbery that martial artists had heard about. The so-called heart demon is the fear and obsession deep within the cultivator's heart, and if one is not careful, one may fall into a place of no return. Yun Tian Dust sat cross-legged in the midst of the roiling robberies and thunder. He slowly closed his eyes and began to cope with this invisible yet extremely menacing heart demon killing robbery. In his inner world, a tragic scene was playing out at the moment. He saw his former failures, the loss of his brother's family, the countless images that pained him, the despair of his wife when she was taken by force, etc. These demons of the heart try to evoke the deepest fears and pains within him, as if dragging him into an endless abyss. However, Yun Tian Dust, who had cultivated the soul book, had a mind as firm as iron, and he knew deep down that these were all the illusions of the heart demon, meant to shake his Taoist heart. He held his mind tightly, gradually calming the waves within. At the same time, he utilized the Great Destiny technique to gain insight into the nature of the mind's demons and crack these illusions one by one. Almost effortlessly, Yun Tian Dust easily overcame his heart demon, and his inner world regained its clarity. The heart demons that others talked about were no threat here in Yun Tian Dust. The heart demon tribulation had just passed, and the blood dragon tribulation descended. It was a thunder dragon that was visualized with pure blood-colored robotic thunder. A visualization of robotic thunder. It was perched in the sky above the withered forest, its blood-red eyes penetrating with coldness and cruelty. This was the 12th lightning tribulation, which was currently coiled over the withered forest. It was a huge dragon made of blood, and it emitted a heart-pounding aura, as if it represented the ultimate power in sacrifice. The appearance of the blood dragon havoc caused the entire battle god domain to be shrouded in a solemn and depressing atmosphere. Yun Tian Dust looked up at the blood-colored dragon, a determined light flickering in his eyes. He knew that this was the last test on his path to becoming a god, and that only by passing it would he be able to truly transcend and step into a whole new realm. The blood dragon juggernaut began to unleash as it opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening dragon's roar. Immediately afterward, the giant dragon's body twisted, carrying a heaven-destroying power as it swooped down towards Yun Tian Dust. Facing this ultimate test, Yun Tenjuan did not have the slightest fear. He took a deep breath and adjusted his state to the best. Immediately after, he moved his body and took the initiative to meet the blood-colored dragon. Boom! The two fiercely collided together in the air, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. The power of the blood dragon jack was truly terrifying, and each strike seemed to completely destroy the entire battle god domain. However, Yun Tian Dust was able to carry off the attack of the blood dragon jackal with the powerful defense of his chaotic body and physical art. The battle entered a white-hot stage as Yun Tian Dust and blood dragon jack engaged in a thrilling fight in the air. Each collision caused the surrounding space to shake violently. The blood-colored dragon seemed to possess endless power, but Yun Tian Dust was undaunted as each of his counterattacks was exceptionally harsh. As time passed, Yun Tian Dust gradually adapted to the rhythm of the blood dragon jack's attack. He began to utilize the Great Destiny technique to gain insight into where the blood dragon jack's weaknesses were. Finally, at the critical moment, he seized a break in the blood dragon robbery and unleashed the strongest strike with the mysterious sword tire as a supplement. Put! A piercing sword light flashed, and blood dragon jack's body was pierced through by Yun Tian Dust's sword. The giant dragon let out a miserable scream, and that huge body struggled violently in the air. However, its power was already dissipating, and it could no longer pose a threat to Yun Tianzuan. In the end, under Yun Tian Dust's successive attacks, the blood dragon jacket completely collapsed and dissipated. The entire sky regained its clarity, as if everything before was just a dream. Yun Tian Dust, who had successfully passed the blood dragon tribulation, stood in the air, his body emanating a powerful aura. After this battle, he had improved his strength on all fronts. Whether it was his physical body, divine soul, or law sense, all of them had been greatly enhanced. At this moment, he was on a whole new level, and just as the blood dragon tribulation dissipated, the entire battle god palace was thrown into a frenzy. They knew that their hall master had successfully passed the final test on the path to godhood and was about to step into a whole new realm. This was undoubtedly a great joyous news for the entire battle god palace. Chapter 132 Breaking Through True God, Avatar Maniacalization. As the robbery clouds dissipated, the gloom that had enveloped the sky over the withered forest also gradually dispersed, revealing the long-lost azure sky.
The sunlight sprinkled down on this land again, and not an inch of grass grew in the tens of millions of square miles of withered forest, and countless mountains were obliterated, as if the end had come, obliterating everything in this place. At the center of the dissipating clouds, Yun Tiandust's wretched and tall figure was proudly in the air, overlooking the withered forest that had been destroyed without a word. At the moment he was so lofty and alone, left out of the world. Suddenly, Yun Tiandust jerked his head up to look at the sky, only to see a brilliant and divine light descend from the sky, enveloping his figure. From the crowd of the battle god temple watching from afar, a cry of alarm rang out. What's going on here? Hasn't the divine tribulation already ended? The rest of the people were also heavy-faced and full of worry, all thinking that something had changed. Everyone doesn't need to worry. Your Highness's divine tribulation has already been passed. This is the origin divine light baptism, a reward for your Highness's successful tribulation. Dongfang Yu explained with a smile, his eyes flashing with intense excitement and yearning. The East is right. Lu Xian nodded heavily and added from the side, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation, the more generous the rewards after successfully crossing it. It's inconceivable that your Highness has safely crossed the death-slaying tribulation. I really don't know to what extent your Highness will be powerful after receiving the baptism of divine light. The crowd sniffed and looked forward to it. Yun Tiandust naturally noticed the situation in the distance. Besides the group of brothers from the Battle God Temple, there were not a few Heaven Realm martial artists who were attracted by the thunderbolt, but he did not have the time to pay attention to it. Adjusting his mindset, Yun Tianduan took the initiative to pull the divine light into his body. This divine light was filled with endless laws and mysteries, and only through the baptism of the origin divine light would his body completely transform into a divine body. And this origin divine light also contained pure thunder Dao origin, which was also a great opportunity for Yun Tiandust. Under Yun Tiandust's active traction, the origin divine light flowed swiftly around him, continuously integrating into his body. At this moment, it was as if Yun Tianduan had become one with the entire heaven and earth, and his entire being had become sacred and transcendent. The essence of his life, too, began to evolve towards a higher level. The crowd of the Battle God Palace looked at this scene with blazing gazes, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. They knew that this was the last and most glorious step that Yun Tiandust had taken on the road to godhood. From this moment onward, their hall master would truly transform into a god, stepping into that supreme realm that belonged to the gods. When the martial artists from all sides of the heavenly realm who arrived one after another saw this scene, the awe in their hearts grew even stronger. Yun Tiandust and the War God Temple would both become ancient myths in the heavenly realm. In the midst of all the attention, Yun Tianduan's aura was climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the baptism of the origin divine light. In just a few short breaths of effort, he had moved from his cultivation at the beginning of the divine spirit realm to a lower true god in one fell swoop, before the skyrocketing trend slowed to a halt. This kind of ascension across a large realm truly subverted everyone's cognition. They've never seen a breakthrough like this before. At this moment, Yun Tianduan was a monster in the eyes of the crowd. Even Lu Xieyang, who had read many ancient books, couldn't help but be secretly staggered, and was equally shocked inwardly. But on second thought, Lu Xieyang was relieved. The one that Big Brother had crossed was the legendary death-killing tribulation, so the reward he received would not be ordinary. On the other side, Yun Tianduan's metamorphosis hadn't stopped yet. As his cultivation gradually stabilized, Yun Tiandust's Yuanshan also completely metamorphosed into a divine soul, and it was still growing, which was the metamorphosis of the life level. Within moments, his soul Dao realm also broke through the second stage level, effortlessly leveling up with the martial Dao realm. That wasn't all. Just as the origin divine light began to dissipate, Yun Tiandust's long-stagnant chaotic body also broke through the third turn under the baptism of the origin divine light. The moment the chaotic body broke through, an unprecedentedly strong aura erupted from him and swept across the entire heavenly realm. Countless cultivators trembled under this aura, and there were demonic beasts prostrating everywhere. Even the group of senior officials of the War God Temple outside the withered forest couldn't help but feel trembling in their hearts and minds. Hiss! The sounds of pouring cool air rose and fell, and everyone stared blankly at Yun Tiandust, their eyes almost glazed over. This, the hall master is actually strong to what extent? The black tiger's eyes glowed with curiosity as he voiced out. Seeing the black tiger's hand-waving appearance, Si Kongxian smirked and instigated. Stupid tiger, do you want to give it a try? Also let everyone have a good look at how much water this divine palace 8 steps of yours really has. Cut. The black tiger blankly glanced at Si Kongxian and said with a face full of disdain. Good you Si Kongxian. You really think I'm stupid, don't you? Your 9 steps of the divine palace has no water. If you have the ability to go up and try. Lu Shiyang and the others slanted a glance at these two guys and did not pay any attention to them. Their attention was always on Yun Tianduan. At this moment, Yun Tian Dust couldn't hide the joy on his face. In the moment when the chaotic body broke through the third turn, in addition to his physical body getting a breakthrough, he also obtained a brand new innate aptitude, berserking. The so-called berserking is a new fighting form where everything about him is drastically enhanced. According to the description of berserking in the inheritance, once his berserking form was turned on during a sparring match, his battle power would instantly soar by as much as 3 times, and there would be no side effects. Not only that, the berserking avatar would become stronger with the breakthrough of the chaotic body, and the increase in battle power would increase exponentially. The current Yun Tian Dust was in the third turn of the chaotic body, and his battle power skyrocketed 3 times after berserking. When he broke through to the 9th turn of the chaotic body, his battle power in his berserked form would skyrocket to 9 times. In a battle of life and death where the banners were equal, even 10% of the battle power was enough to affect life and death, not to mention the exponential surge. Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but think of what it would be like if he turned on both the berserk form and the chaotic body vision in the chaos realm. After reading the introduction of the berserking avatar, Yun Tenjuan felt a great sense of grandeur within his heart. One day the chaotic body would be perfected, and when he had the 9 divine powers, who in the world would be able to defeat him? Thinking of this, Yun Tian Dust also couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the chaotic body. It truly deserved that name of being invincible throughout the ages. Of course, the berserking avatar was not without limitations. When performing this divine ability, the consumption of himself would follow suit in double, but it has been quite anticlimactic. One should know that there were quite a few forbidden arts in the martial arts world that could enhance battle power, yet they all had different degrees of side effects. If a martial artist casts a forbidden art that enhances their strength for a long period of time, it is possible for them to suffer a great loss of their martial arts foundation in a light case, or even die in a heavy case. In a sense, the berserking avatar was equivalent to a powerful forbidden art with no side effects. Being able to obtain such a divine ability, Yun Tian Dust was very excited inwardly. Chapter 133 Battle Heavenly Sword, strongly closing the gate of reception. However, Yun Tian Dust, who had successfully survived this death-killing calamity, had gained more than that. Yun Tian Dust looked down at the gleaming sword in his hand, his deep eyes flickering with essence. He originally wanted to use the power of the sword tire to resist the killing calamity, but he didn't expect that the sword tire would actively absorb the calamity lightning to quench itself, thus also undergoing a metamorphosis. It was only later that Yun Tian Dust realized that the quality of this mysterious sword tire he had obtained from the small tower was equivalent to a true divine artifact level. In the process of Yun Tian Dust's tribulation, this sword tire was also tempered and successfully advanced to a heavenly divine artifact, which could also be called a third-order lower-grade divine artifact. Since you and I have this destiny, let's grant you a name, Yun Tian Dust whispered in a low voice, his eyes burning as he gazed at the sword tire in his hand that emanated a stern sharpness, and slowly said, effective immediately, you will be called Battle Sky. The words landed, and the sword tire did not move. Deep eyes narrowed slightly. Yun Tian Dust lifted his sword and pointed to the sky, his whole body exuding the aura of having me invincible, and his bold words came out. One day, I will let the martial artists in the world tremble at the name of Battle Heaven. Are you willing to join me, Yun Tian Dust, to battle the heavens and the earth, to kill all enemies? Yun Tian Dust's voice resounded through the sky like thunder, and the long sword in his hand, Battle Heaven, seemed to have sensed its master's determination and bravado as the sword trembled slightly, emitting a crisp chirping sound. This voice was like heavenly music, penetrating every inch of space in the heavenly realm, causing all those who heard it to be moved. Anyone who was present there could not help but feel an overpowering pressure, which did not come from Yun Tian Dust, but was transmitted from the divine sword in his hand called Battle Heaven. Shoo! In a flash, the Battle Heavenly Sword came out of his hand, and the blazing sword aura emanated out as if it was summoning something. Before the crowd could react, they only saw countless long swords flying out of their respective masters' storage rings of their own accord, converging into a vast sea of swords in the air. Each longsword was trembling violently, as if it was expressing its submission to the Battle Heavenly Divine Sword in that mid-air. 10,000 swords roared in unison, and the sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 domains. All the sword weapons in the entire heavenly realm, at this moment, seemed to have spirituality, and lowered their sword tips towards the Battle Heavenly Sword, as if they were performing the salute of a sovereign. This scene was a sight for all to see. Even those who had seen a lot, such as Lu Xieyang, couldn't help but have their jaws dropped by such a scene. Those martial artists from various parties who had arrived late were even more out of sorts. Especially those sword cultivators were trying to recall their respective matching swords, only to find that the original matching sword, which they regarded as their second life, had actually lost contact with them at this moment. For a moment, everyone's hearts and minds were horrified. They had anger, but they didn't dare to show it. May I ask who in today's heavenly realm dares to touch the mold of the war god temple?
It was not an exaggeration to say that with the war god palace's current depth,
casually sending out a war general level expert would be able to flatten the entire heavenly realm.
This newly risen power had long since become so powerful that it was desperate.
Countless people looked at the cloud heavenly dust that stood in the air, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Yun Tian Dust,
who had passed the divine tribulation, was already a true supreme deity.
However,
just as the crowd was immersed in this spectacular sight of 10,000 swords submitting,
the sky suddenly changed.
As Yun Tian Dust retrieved the battle heavenly sword, the reigning swords returned in their original path,
returning to their master. Over the withered forest, all was calm,
but at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Only a portal emitting a bright golden light slowly emerged from above the 9 heavens.
The portal was 100 feet tall,
as if it was connected to another world, with arcane runes flowing through it and emanating palpitating fluctuations of divinity.
Damn, that's the gate of reception. Lu Xian's face sank as he gave a cry of misfortune.
He had almost forgotten about this. Once a martial artist had crossed the divine tribulation,
the divine realm's gate of reception would appear and receive the transgressor to ascend.
This might be a dream come true for other martial artists, but for the current battle god's palace, it was a fact that was hard to accept.
If the Hall Master had ascended, then how could they still save Balian from the Blood Shadow Demon Lord? And what about the potential threat of the Blood Demons? Thinking about this serious issue, Lu Xiyang, Dong Fengyu, Mo Feng, and the rest of the Battle God Palace's senior management also reacted.
Their original delighted expressions completely froze, and turned to a look of sadness,
glancing at each other.
All of the people in the Battle God Temple fell into silence,
and the atmosphere became unusually grave. But before they could react, Yun Tian Dust made a shocking move. With a long sigh,
Yun Tian Dust snapped his head up to look at the glittering gate of reception,
a flash of determination in his eyes. Unfortunately, the current me can't ascend yet. As he said that,
Yun Tian Dust's figure shot up explosively as he crazily mobilized the majestic fleshly strength in his body and fiercely blasted his fist towards that door of attraction.
Rumble! As Yun Tian Dust threw out a punch, the entire heavenly realm shook.
It was only seen that his fist shone with an eye-catching light,
as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
After enduring Yun Tian Dust's punch, that door of attraction unexpectedly began to tremble violently,
its golden light gradually dimming. Berserking! Yun Tian Dust whispered in his heart and directly utilized the berserking avatar. With a low roar, Yun Tian Dust's figure was instantly enveloped by a dazzling red aura,
his aura soaring steeply,
like an ancient deity that had stepped out of an ancient battlefield.
His eyes burned with blazing flames, his muscles seemed to be filled with explosive power, and every inch of his skin exuded a palpitating pressure.
Boom! Another fist blasted out. This time,
the fist energy was even more surging,
directly tearing through the void, carrying an unrivaled might to fiercely blast at the gate of reception. Amidst the deafening roar,
the runes on the gate of guidance began to collapse one by one, and the brilliant golden light became fragmented.
The entire heavenly realm trembled under the impact of this force,
and countless martial artists looked at this scene in horror,
their hearts filled with unprecedented shock. He is actually forcefully closing the gate of reception. Someone spoke in a trembling voice,
his tone filled with incredulity. The gate of reception was a sacred gate that descended from the divine realm,
representing supreme rules and power. In that ancient legend,
countless martial artists had dreamed of wanting to ascend to the divine realm through it, but no one had ever dared to force it to close like Yun Tian Dust did.
However,
the Yun Tianduan in front of him had done it. With his terrifying physical strength and the increase in his berserking avatar, he was actually blasting the gate of reception to pieces little by little. As the runes on the gate of reception crumbled one by one, the portal that connected to the divine realm gradually became illusory.
In the end,
under Yun Tian Dust's continuous bombardment, the gate of reception that had been projected from the divine realm was dispersed. The heavens and earth were deathly silent as everyone stared blankly at this scene, their eyes glazed over.
Regarding Yun Tianduan's actions,
although the martial artists from all sides of the heavenly realm were puzzled,
they did not dare to ask more questions.
But on this day, they did witness multiple miracles. Every move that Yun Tian Dust made was an existence that amazed the ages.
On the contrary,
the people of the Battle God's Palace were also relieved.
However, what they didn't know was that also in the moment when the gate of reception moved differently, the major powers of the divine realm also detected the abnormality.
The bigwigs from all sides cast their gazes in the direction of the northern wasteland sky, with a look of gravity on their faces. It was because that gate of attraction was an exclusive portal of the immortal realm that had disappeared since the ancient times, and had been deserted for countless years. Only immortal world martial artists who had successfully crossed the divine tribulation would set it off.
It also meant that the immortal realm that had been lost for countless eons had reappeared today.
This was undoubtedly heavy news for the entire god realm. All the major powers had sent strong men to gather towards the northern desolate sky, attempting to determine the coordinates of the immortal realm through the Gate of Guidance so that they could once again send people down to the realm in search of that mysterious treasure. However, just when all the powerful people from all sides had yet to arrive at where the Gate of Reception was located, the Gate of Reception suddenly fell silent. Chapter 134 Decision-Making, Confessions with Daughters. However, when the various bigwigs in the divine realm tried to reactivate the Gate of Guidance, they realized that the Gate of Guidance had fallen completely silent, and would not open again unless someone from the lower realm extradited the divine tribulation again. How is this possible? How can the Gate of Reception be silent when that person who has crossed the tribulation has not yet ascended? Can it be that a great power has forcibly closed the Gate of Reception? The great men from all sides of the divine realm were stunned as they exerted their divine abilities, trying to explore the reason for the silence of the Gate of Reception. But all of them came up empty-handed. At the same time, the sky above the withered forest in the heavenly realm, with the disappearance of the Gate of Reception, the visions between heaven and earth gradually dispersed, and everything returned to calm. Yun Tian Dust stood in the air, his clothes fluttering, the entire person transcending the dust. He could not help but make people worship him just by standing there. It was because the current Yun Tian Dust was already a legendary ancient true god. Under the hot and awe-inspiring gazes of countless people, Yun Tian Dust dispersed his berserking avatar, and his reddish aura faded away, revealing his slightly tired face. The moment the Gate of Reception descended, he inadvertently noticed the anxious appearance of the people in the War God Temple, and without thinking, he knew that something big must have happened in the temple during his seclusion, also associating it with the blood demon race that had invaded the immortal realm. Yun Tian Dust then decided to forcefully close the Gate of Reception. As for the matter of ascending to the divine realm, he already had a solution in mind. Your Highness, seeing that everything had returned to calm, Lu Shiyang and the other senior members of the Battle God Palace hurriedly flew over, their faces carrying strong excitement and admiration. They were all happy from the bottom of their hearts. All excused. Yun Tian Dust raised his hand, signaling that there was no need for the crowd to be polite. His gaze swept over everyone one by one, finally resting on Lu Shiyang, and he opened his mouth to ask, "During the time I was in seclusion, did something big happen in the hall?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shiyang and Dongfang Yu and the others looked at each other, both seeing a touch of gravity in each other's eyes. Back to the palace master. "It's Bailey who's in trouble," Lu Shiyang said in a deep voice, and immediately spoke about the current situation in the immortal domain and how Bailey Yen had been captured by the Blood Shadow Demon Lord. After listening to Lu Shiyang's narration, Yun Tianduan's face also gradually became gloomy. He had finally underestimated the Blood Demon race's methods. "What a Blood Demon clan," Yun Tianduan muttered, a cold, chilling aura flickering in his eyes. "Hall Master, you give the order." Emo Foam stepped forward, his tone low and resolute. "The soul lamp that the Dark King left in the temple is still intact, but to avoid a long night's sleep, we can't delay any longer. The 4 legions and the disciples of the war ministry are all standing by, and the army is ready to set off for the immortal region at any time. Please order the temple master." With Emo Feng's words, a group of executives' voices sounded like thunderous bells. "Good." Yun Tian Dust nodded heavily. "It's time to show the world the true depths of my War God Palace." Taking in everyone's cultivation, Yun Tian Dust was satisfied with this. Under the gazes of the crowd at the scene, Yun Tianduan disappeared from view with the crowd of senior officials of the War God Temple in great numbers. On that day, Yun Tian Dust ordered a general to be named. The news of Yun Tian Dust breaking his cocoon and becoming a god had long since swept across the entire heavenly realm, and in the War God's Hall, all sorts of voices of worship surged like a tidal wave. In the evening, the soft sunlight sprinkled down on top of the magnificent architecture of the War God Temple, making it even more majestic. The large square was packed with people, over 600,000 disciples of the Battle God Palace converging, their gazes all locked onto the distant sky, where a figure was swiftly sweeping in, each flicker seeming to span an endless void. "Welcome, Your Highness." As that figure approached, more than 600,000 people chanted in unison, their voices rushing to the heavens and shaking the entire heavenly realm. Excitement and admiration were written all over everyone's faces, and for this legendary Hall Master, there was only endless admiration in their hearts. Clad in his battle robe, Yun Tian Dust landed steadily on top of the high platform in the square of the Battle God Palace. He looked around at the unfamiliar and sincere faces, and a warm current could not help but well up in his heart. These were the elites of the Battle God Palace and the future pillars of the Battle God Palace. "Father." Yun Tian Dust was just about to say something when a silhouette broke through the air like a meteor crossing the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
It was a young woman with a delicate figure and long hair like a waterfall that danced gently with the wind. Her face was as clear and beautiful as a goddess descending to the earth, and her pair of autumn water-like eyes flashed with a moving luster. She was dressed in a light tasseled dress, immaculate, as if she had stepped out of a painting as a goddess. With Yun Shier's arrival, the entire square seemed to fall silent as hundreds of thousands of gazes converged on her, their eyes filled with astonishment and awe. Yun Tian Dust looked at the silhouette, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as well, but more than anything else, it was love and doting. After so many years, his daughter had developed into such an ethereal figure, making him feel immensely pleased and proud. Shier, you're here. Yun Tian Dust smiled and spoke, his voice filled with doting. Yun Shier gently landed beside Yun Tian Duan as she looked at her father, excitement flickering in her eyes. It had been almost 10 years, and she had finally seen her father again, the being who loomed like a mountain in her heart. Father, you have finally come out of the gate. Yun Shier's voice trembled a little as she tightly gripped Yun Tianchen's hand, as if she wanted to pour out all her thoughts. After the father and daughter exchanged pleasantries for a few moments, Yun Shier looked at her father with a serious face and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Father, where exactly did mother go? Yun Shier's voice carried a hint of trembling. She knew her mother Nangong Tianin's character. That strong and loving mother would never leave her and her brother in seclusion for such a long period of time for no reason. In her mind, the seeds of doubt had long been planted, and at this moment she finally summoned up the courage to ask her father about it. Yun Tian Dust looked at his daughter's worried face and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he didn't tell the truth today, it would instead make her even more worried. Thus, he gently caressed Yun Shier's hair and slowly opened his mouth, telling the story of how Nangong Tianin had been taken away by the Holy Spirit race powerhouses of the Divine Realm 9 years ago. As Yun Tianduan narrated, Yun Shier's eyes unconsciously reddened, and an incredulous look appeared on her face. How could she not have expected that her mother would suffer such a change? For a moment, her heart was filled with grief and anger, and tears welled up in her eyes. Why didn't any of you tell me? Yun Shier's voice carried a hint of reproach. She couldn't understand why everyone chose to hide it from her. Yun Tian Dust looked at his daughter's reddened eyes and was filled with self-blame. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have been unable to even protect his wife. Right at this moment, Nangong Ding stood out and said softly to Yun Shier, Shier, don't blame your father. The reason why your father he didn't tell you guys was also because he was afraid that you would be too sad and affect your cultivation. That Holy Spirit race is too strong, far beyond what the current us can fight against. The reason why everyone didn't tell you in Little Trace was also because they didn't want you to bear too much at a young age. The anger in Yun Shier's heart gradually calmed down as she sniffed. She turned her head to the loving father and finally realized her mistake. She shouldn't have blamed him, let alone let her anger blind her. Immediately, she took a deep breath and bowed to apologize to her father and Nangong Ding. Father, Grandpa, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Yun Shier's voice carried a trace of choking, but her eyes became firm. And please rest assured that I will definitely work hard on my cultivation and become strong as soon as possible to head to the God Realm to save my mother. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust nodded in relief. He knew very well that although his daughter Yun Shier was still young, she had a tough character and had a determination and perseverance that did not lose out to anyone. Looking at her determined eyes, Yun Tian Dust was convinced that one day, his daughter would become the pride of him and the War God Palace. Good. With your words, my father is relieved. With a kind face, Yun Tian Dust patted his daughter's shoulder and softly instructed, on the path of cultivation, do not be hasty. As for your mother's matter, there is for father. Yun Shier nodded heavily, her eyes full of determination, as if she wanted to gather all her beliefs in this moment. She knew deep down that her father was carrying not only her mother, but also the safety and security of the large War God Palace, and even the entire heavenly realm. She couldn't let her father distract her. The only way to help him and save her mother was to work hard to improve her cultivation. One day, he was going to make that what's her name Holy Spirit clan repent for what they had done. Noticing his daughter's cultivation level, Yun Tian Dust smiled in relief. 22 years old at the 6th step of the Divine Palace, it could no longer be described as heaven-defying. Chapter 135, Dumping Out. Yun Wuchen invites to fight. With a light sigh in his heart, Yun Tian Dust slowly looked at the crowd below, his expression becoming solemn as he droned out in a deep voice. Everyone, I'm sure you all already know that Dark King Balian was captured by the Blood Demon race, and the Immortal Realm has basically fallen. If the Blood Demon race is allowed to completely control the Immortal Realm, I believe that they will soon notice the existence of the Heavenly Realm. At that time, the Heavenly Realm will also eventually turn into a Shura Hell. Yun Tian Dust's voice echoed in the square, each word seeming to strike the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. As Yun Tian Dust's words fell, the entire square fell into a brief silence. Everyone could feel the austere atmosphere and the sense of urgency brought about by the upcoming great battle.
The blood demon race is perverse. Today my war god palace is pouring out to save the people and destroy the demons.
Yun Tian-Dust's voice sounded again, filled with determination and firmness. With the resource base of the heavenly realm, it has long since become unsuitable for the war god palace. Since it can't be avoided, let's take this opportunity to let the war god palace stand at the top of the immortal realm. As soon as Yun Tian-Dust's encouraging words fell, the entire battle god palace square instantly boiled over. Countless battle god palace disciples shouted loudly, their voices converging into a torrent that shot up into the sky. War! 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 The cries shook the heavens, and every single face was filled with battle intent and determination. They knew that this battle was not just to save Dark King Balian, but also for the glory and future of the war god palace. Yun Tian-Dust nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the crowd of angry people below. He knew very well that the disciples of the battle god's palace were all hardened men, but without experiencing the tempering of blood and fire for a long period of time, it would be difficult for them to become successful in the end. In recent years, everyone had been too comfortable in the war god's palace, and if they were not allowed to experience real life and death, their bloodlust would eventually be worn down. Yun Tian-Dust's gaze was like a torch as he swept over the faces of every battle god palace disciple below. This battle would be a huge test for all the disciples of the battle god temple, but at the same time, it was also a rare opportunity. Only after experiencing the baptism of life and death could the war god palace truly stand at the top of the immortal region. The temple of the war god hears the order. Yun Tianduan's voice exploded in the square like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the boiling crowd. With only his majestic voice echoing, I declare that, with the exception of Tianxin, Qian Yue, and King Xuanzi, as well as individual war generals who hold important positions, all those who are strong enough to be heavenly honored and above are allowed to take part in this battle. As Yun Tian-Dust's order was given, the entire battle god palace square once again boiled over. Countless battle god palace disciples shouted loudly, their voices converging into a torrent that shot up into the sky, as if they wanted to overturn the sky. By the order of the Hall Master, by the order of the Hall Master, the disciples of the war god temple were furious, their faces written with wariness and determination. Even so, countless disciples below the heavenly exalted level loudly asked for battle, because they knew that this battle was not just for the glory and future of the war god temple, but also for their own growth and experience. Each and every one of them aspired to be able to rise to the top in this battle and make great achievements for the battle god palace. In response to this crowd's request, Yun Tenjuan directly refused. There was no doubt about the power of the blood demon race, and if a martial artist below the heavenly dignity went there, not only would they not be able to do much, but they would also just increase the casualties in vain. However, with the war god temple's current heritage, if you put aside the divine artifacts, it had already far surpassed the eternal god temple from more than a decade ago. According to the information brought back by Tianqi, Balian had already condensed his godhood, and if he hadn't fallen into the hands of the blood shadow demon monarch, he was afraid that he had already extradited for divine tribulation. Not to mention that the Lu Xiang siblings in Dongfangyu and the others were not comparable to ordinary divine palace 9 steps. At the same time, the various parties in the heavenly realm had also noticed the unusual movements of the war god temple, and had sent scouts to spy on the news, wanting to know what exactly this behemoth of the war god temple was up to. For a time, the entire heavenly realm was shrouded in an atmosphere of mountain rain, and people were on edge, just as the entire battle god temple was immersed in the atmosphere of preparing for war. A roaring sound suddenly came from the back of the battle god temple's mountain. Immediately afterward, a young figure broke through the air and landed steadily on top of the high platform. Father, and me. The person who came was none other than Yun Wuan, and his appearance instantly caused a sensation in the room. The crowd looked sideways, only to see Yun Wuchen's upright posture and imposing demeanor, exuding an ineffable overbearing aura. He looked at Yun Tianduan with a firm gaze, battle intent and determination written all over his face. It's the young lord. He actually broke through the 7th step of the divine palace. Someone exclaimed out in shock, and the entire room erupted in an uproar. Yun Wusheng's cultivation realm shocked everyone so much that they couldn't even speak, eyes dumbfounded as they looked at the fluttering young man with a dusty temperament. All of them were ashamed, and compared to this genius young lord, they felt like they were just a waste. As Yun Tian-Dust looked at the son in front of him, a hint of relief and pride flashed in his eyes as well. Ever since she was a child, Traceless has been very understanding. Although he had a supreme talent, he was always not arrogant or impatient. And the fact that he was able to achieve such an accomplishment today was also due to his own great efforts and costs in exchange. To have such a son was a blessing for her, Yun Tian-Dust. But more than that, it was because of Nangong Tianin's teachings. Instead, it was he, the father,
who had too little companionship and instruction for his sons and daughters.
Father, my son asks to fight.
Yun Woohan slowly landed on the high platform and bowed to Yun Tian Dust.
As he said that, the aura of the seventh step of the divine palace swept out from his body, instantly sweeping across the entire square. Good strong. Feeling the pressure emanating from Yun Woohan, Lang Wuste's face changed slightly and words of shock came out of his mouth.
The rest were equally appalled.
TSK.
The black tiger rounded his eyes and said with a look of amazement, "It's really true that a tiger father doesn't have a son. Traceless nephew's strength,
I'm afraid it has already exceeded."
Pop. Before Black Tiger could finish his sentence, Si Kong Xian greeted him with a slap on top of the back of his head,
drawing countless gazes from the watching public. Damn you Si Kong Xian, what are you doing hitting me?
Holding the back of his head in one hand,
Black Tiger instantly red-warmed. Humph, you stupid tiger, you've really gotten over your wounds. Si Kong Xian was unconcerned and put on a gloating look as he reminded. How dare you say that a tiger's father does not have a dog's son? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time?
At these words,
Black Tiger instantly shut up. That's when I realized I'd said the wrong thing again.
After carefully glancing at Yun Tian Dust and realizing that Boss Yun did not have any intention of counting,
Black Tiger was relieved.
But for this slap from Si Kong Xian, he would have to return it sooner or later. Looking at this pair of living treasures,
the crowd couldn't help but cover their hands and hold their foreheads. With a helpless smile, Yun Tianduan didn't bother.
He had gotten used to these two guys a long time ago.
His eyes landed on Yun Woohan. Looking at his firm and eager eyes, Yun Tian Dust nodded slightly as a promise. Receiving his father's permission, Yun Woohan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy as he once again saluted. Thank you, father. My child will not let you down. Chapter 136, The Army Departs. All parties respond. Collecting his excitement,
Yun Woohan turned his head to look at Yun Xier and said with a smile, "Sister, did you also just leave the customs? If mother is out of customs, you must call me and we'll go to pay our respects to mother together."
As he said that, it was hard to hide the longing under his eyes.
At these words, Yun Xier had an unnatural expression on her face, and a trace of pain and hatred flashed in the depths of her eyes.
Seeing this scene, Yun Tianduan could not help but let out a light sigh. Sis, what's going on?
Yun Woohan noticed that everyone was out of sorts.
His heart couldn't help but tighten and his tone became low. Receiving Yun Tianduan's acquiescence,
Yun Xier explained everything with Yun Woohan by means of a voice transmission.
After listening to his sister's narration,
Yun Wuchen's entire body was like a lightning strike and froze in place for a long time.
Unable to return to his senses, his eyes glittered with anger and grief, unable to believe it was true.
But it was only when he saw the helplessness and self-loathing in his father's eyes that he believed such a thing.
It was no wonder.
Yun Woohan knew his mother's character well. Without special circumstances, she would never close her eyes for that long at once. Holy Spirit race, what a Holy Spirit race!
Yun Wuchen gritted his teeth, his voice revealing endless killing intent. If I don't uproot it, I, Yun Wuchen, will have wasted my life as a human son. The aura on his body suddenly became furious, as if a fierce beast about to lose control.
Under the shroud of Yun Woohan's overpowering killing machine,
countless people at the scene trembled and looked appalled.
It was the first time that the crowd had seen this elegant and easygoing young lord angry, and even though the killing intent was not directed at them, it still made countless people chilled.
Seeing this,
Yun Xier hurriedly stepped forward to hold her brother's hand in an attempt to calm the anger within him.
Trace, you need to calm down.
Yun Xier's voice carried a hint of trembling. Clearly the pain inside her was no less than Yun Woohan's, and she transmitted her voice to comfort him.
Father has already endured enough. We can't add to his troubles.
What we need to do now is to work hard to improve our strength and then go and save mother.
Yun Woohan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within. Calmly, he also knew that anger wasn't the answer,
and that only strength was the key to getting his mother back.
Sis, I know. Nodding slightly at Yun Xier, Yun Woohan responded.
Yun Xier slowly nodded her head and turned to look at Yun Tian Dust.
Father, I'm also heading to the Immortal Region. As a part of the Battle God Palace, my daughter deserves to fight side by side with all of you. Resolve was written all over her face. Even if her father did not agree, she would still travel to the Immortal Region alone. After learning about her mother's condition, her mindset was completely different. At this moment,
Yun Xier desperately wanted to improve her strength. The most effective way to break through was to fight against others,
and she,
who had been enjoying the resources of the Battle God Palace,
would not be able to get something for nothing? Yun Tian Dust looked at his daughter's determined eyes and couldn't help but sigh darkly.
He knew deep down that what happened to Nangong Tianin had dealt a great blow to his son and daughter, and this was just a normal reaction. In Yun Tian Dust's heart, he did not want to risk his son or daughter, but being in this cruel world of martial arts, if they didn't go through the storms,
it would be difficult for them to grow up in the end. Okay, I promise. After a short silence, Yun Tian Dust nodded while exhorting, but you must remember, no matter when or where, you must protect yourselves. As long as my father is still around, it is not time for you to fight for your lives. Yes, father. Yun Shi'er nodded heavily. After this small episode, the entire war god temple was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere, as if a shocking battle was about to break out at any moment. As the order was given, the disciples below the heaven's sovereign returned in an orderly fashion. In the end, those who stayed in the square were all strong people above the heavenly monarch realm. Despite the requirement for a cultivation level of heavenly dignity or higher to participate in this conquest, the number of Battle God Palace disciples still remaining in the square at this moment still exceeded 100,000. Of these, the heavenly sovereign realm accounted for more than 60,000 people, and there were more than 38,000 heavenly emperors ranging from the first to the ninth tribulation. Even the once scarce divine palace realm powerhouses were more than 3,000 in the current Battle God Palace. The reason why the War God's Palace had developed so far in such a short period of time was all thanks to the resources Yun Tian Dust had brought back then and the supplies from Skynet. Of course, this was also closely related to the Battle God Palace's inherited feats. Each of the techniques Yun Tian Dust took out from the small tower was extraordinary, and everyone's breakthrough speed and upper limit would only be higher. Early the next morning, under Yun Tian Dust's personal leadership, the Battle God Palace army set off in 11 warships, but just as they had left the territory of the War God's domain, they were stopped by a densely packed group in front of them. Yun Tian Dust had long since discovered that it was clearly the top echelons of the major forces in the heavenly realm, led by the Red Flame Old Ancestor of Burning Sky Valley and the Blood Sword Old Ancestor of Heavenly Sword Villa. At a cursory glance, there were no less than 200,000 martial artists gathered from all sides of the heavenly realm. Dongfang Yu dodged forward and questioned all parties about their intentions. The Red Flame Old Ancestor and the others stated that although they didn't know what the War God Hall was trying to do this time, they were all willing to make common cause with the War God Hall. Dongfang Yu sniffed and immediately dashed and flew back. If these people had come to pick a fight, then he would have simply stepped in, but if they had come to help, they would have to need the Hall Master to make up his mind. The words of the Red Flame Elder Ancestor and the others were naturally heard by Yun Tianduan. He didn't think that these people would make such a choice. After all, among the more than 200,000 martial artists present, there were around 150,000 strong people above heaven's respect combined. Even though there were only over 150 Divine Palace realm powerhouses, incomparable to the Battle God's Palace, they were not to be underestimated. The major forces in the heavenly realm did not have the resources of the War God Temple, and relying only on the transactions with the War God Temple, it was rare to be able to grow so large in such a short period of time. Especially the Red Flame Old Ancestor and the others, who had clearly broken through to the third step of the Divine Palace. It was thought that a lot of resources had been exchanged in the War God Palace, otherwise with the resource base of the Heavenly Realm, it would be difficult to break through to the ninth Heavenly Emperor, let alone the Divine Palace Realm. As Yun Tian Dust sized them up, these major power elders who had stood in the Heavenly Realm for countless years were also sizing up the War God Hall, when they noticed that all of the 100,000 troops present in the Battle God Palace were actually heavenly exalted or above. One by one, their eyes were glazed over, so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Such a horrifying bottom line was beyond everyone's cognizance. They all knew that the War God's Palace was extremely terrifying, but they didn't expect it to be terrifying to this extent. For a while, the sound of sucking in cool air rose and fell. As such, it strengthened their resolve to follow the War God Temple, especially Yun Tian Dust. That was a legendary true god, an existence that even the immortal realm had to look up to. It's an honor for them to be able to suck up to someone like that. Before this, some forces had wanted to join the War God's Palace, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. And now, looking at the moves of the War God Palace, they thought that they were going to conquer the immortal region, and this was their last chance. Greetings to Hall Master Yun. We are here today and are willing to follow the orders of the War God Hall. The Heavenly Sword Villa's Blood Sword Elder Ancestor and the Divine Soldier Valley's Elder Ancestor Huashuren and a host of other Heaven Realm old antiquities all made their attitudes clear in public, their faces determined and respectful. Chapter 137 Arrival in the Immortal Region. Crisis in the Buddhist Sect. In the face of the requests from the major powers, Yun Tian Dust did not reject them outright. He simply explained the situation in the immortal domain and the purpose of the Battle God Palace's trip, allowing them to weigh the pros and cons. If these people remained willing to join in, he would not refuse. After all, his horizon had long since ceased to be the heavenly realm and the immortal realm. As expected, when Yun Tian Dust spoke of the horrors of the blood demon race, there were quite a few forces that immediately beat a retreat. However,
there were still quite a few forces that chose to join. Among them, it was the Red Flame Old Ancestor and the Blood Sword Old Ancestor of the Burning Sky Valley who were the most resolute and expressed their willingness to permanently follow the Battle God Palace, as well as making a martial oath in public. Yun Tian Dust looked at the two men's determined eyes and couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. Many of the top levels of the major powers present had been suppressed by him. Even the Red Flame Ancestor and the others had soul blood in the hands of Yun Tian Dust. In Yun Tian Dust's opinion, these people had long since become worthless, and all of them were completely uncaring. However, the choices made by the Red Flame Old Ancestor and the others today were recognized by him. Without counting too much, Yun Tian Dust returned all the soul blood and agreed to join them. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The Blood Sword Old Ancestor and the others were overjoyed and bowed repeatedly, acting very respectfully. All right, enough with the bull asterisk. Yun Tian Dust waved his hand, his tone low and undeniable. Life and death are hard to predict in this battle, and I will not force myself on you, but since you have already made your choice, you should unconditionally obey my War God Temple's dispatch. If anyone eats out of the box, you should know the consequences. By the holy order, with the exception of some of those forces that had silently retreated, all of them shouted in unison, their faces showing determination. Great! Yun Tian Dust nodded heavily and promised in public, since you all dare to gamble on life and death, then I, Yun Tian Dust, hereby promise that in the future immortal region, there will be a place for you. The powerhouses of the various forces that chose to join had joyful expressions on their faces, because, that's what they're really about. The celestial realm had a lack of resources, and if they didn't seek the immortal realm as a way out, they would sooner or later be eliminated by this great world. If one could climb the tree of the War God's palace, it would be worthwhile to make any sacrifice. Who in the heavenly realm knew about the strength and potential of the War God Palace? Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the immortal realm wouldn't even be a stage for the War God's Palace. Only that legendary God realm could accommodate the group of perverts from the War God Temple. After hearing Yun Tian Dust's promise, some of the forces that beat a retreat began to regret it, but there was no turning back. Nonetheless, there were still about half of the forces that chose to stay, including hundreds of forces, large and small, such as Burning Sky Valley, Heavenly Sword Villa, Illusory Sound Pavilion, Demon Emperor Palace, and Divine Soldier Valley. Altogether, there were over 130,000 people. After removing the 30,000 or so people below the heavily exalted, another 100,000 troops were put together. Together with the War God Palace, a full 200,000 troops marched off to the immortal region. It was only when the crowd arrived at the location of the cross-border teleportation channel where the divine heavens were located that they realized a very serious problem. The resources consumed by so many people traveling to the immortal realm through the teleportation array was too terrifying. Even Lu Xieyang and the other senior members of the Battle God Palace couldn't help but be in trouble. Hall Master, why don't we just go in batches? Mo Feng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yun Tian Dust waving his hand. In the next moment, Yun Tianduan made a move that stunned the entire audience. He signaled the crowd to relax their minds, then secretly communicated with the mysterious little tower. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force emanated from the tower, instantly collecting everyone into the small tower space. Before anyone could react, they realized that they were already in a gray and mysterious space. This space seemed to be boundless, giving off an extremely depressing feeling. Before they could carefully survey their surroundings, Yun Tian Dust directly invested a large amount of immortal crystals to activate the teleportation array. Under the effect of the cross-border passage, the crowd only felt a heavenly rotation, and immediately afterward, they appeared in the immortal realm. Having just appeared in the immortal region, Yun Tian Dust directly released the crowd from the small tower. Sensing the change in their surroundings, they instantly realized that they were already in the immortal region. For a moment, everyone stared dazedly at the unfamiliar surroundings. They all couldn't believe their eyes, realizing that they had just been in the heavenly realm. After a dozen breaths at most, everyone arrived at the immortal domain. What's going on here? Someone couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. How did we suddenly appear in the immortal region? Is this the tactics of Lord Temple Master? Feeling the rich immortal Dao aura around them, the scene resounded with the sound of pouring cool air. Such a tactic is just too unbelievable. Even the many disciples of the War God Temple who had seen Yun Tian Dust's many methods could not help but be horrified at this moment. Such magical means were unheard of and unseen by them. All of them were mesmerized, feeling immense admiration for Yun Tianduan's methods, while at the same time strengthening their resolve to follow him. Among them, there were only a very few people such as Lu Xiang who vaguely guessed something, but they all chose to remain silent. Yun Tianduan did not explain anything about the crowd's speculations.
His gaze looked in the direction of the western sky immortal region. His brows furrowed. Paul Master, what's wrong? Noticing Yun Tianduan's expression, Lu Xiang could not help but ask. There is a situation in the western sky immortal region. Yun Tiandust's tone was grave, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. What happened? Dongfang Yu spoke out to inquire, and everyone's faces were heavy. The blood demon race is attacking the Buddhist sect with all their might. The two great demon monarchs are joining forces to attack the boundary. The Buddhist sect's earth-hidden boundary can't hold out any longer. Yun Tiandust spoke in a low tone. The overriding murderous intent came to life. What? Two great demon monarchs joining forces? When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked and their mood instantly sank to the bottom. Although they had never seen a demon lord, they had all heard of the terror of a powerful demon lord. Even though they knew that Yun Tiandust had already broken through to true God, there were still quite a few people who had no bottom in their hearts. Yet they were all forcing themselves to be calm. The only people who were convinced of Yun Tianduan were the people of the War God Temple. In the western heavenly immortal region, with the arrival of the blood-souled demon lord, the situation became completely different. In the sky above the Brahma heavenly Zen garden, the two devil monarchs were like two rounds of blood-colored suns, shining over the entire western heavenly immortal region, causing this originally peaceful Buddhist pure land to be filled with solemnity and bloodshed at this moment. Zen master Hui Yuan had sacrificed himself in exchange for the power to maintain the earth-hidden boundary, and at this moment, it was almost depleted. And now, the boundary that was already difficult to maintain was subjected to the joint attack of the two great demon monarchs, causing the initially unbreakable earth-hidden boundary to falter, as if it might collapse at any moment. Within the boundary, countless monks looked grave as they recited words under their breath, constantly injecting Buddhist power into the boundary in an attempt to stabilize this last line of defense. Those western heavenly immortal region martial practitioners who were hiding in the Buddhist sect also stepped forward, dedicating all their strength. Even though there were hundreds of millions of martial artists simultaneously inputting their own power into the boundary, in front of the absolute strength of the two great demon rulers and hundreds of thousands of blood demon race powerhouses, the numbers meant nothing. Click, click. With the combined strike of the blood fiend demon monarch and the blood soul demon monarch sacrificing their innate demonic artifacts, cracks began to appear on the earth-hidden boundary that were visible to the naked eye. Chapter 138. The boundary is broken. Mingkong breaks the realm. It's over. Under the gaze of the crowd's horrified eyes, the cracks on the boundary resembled a spider's web, spreading out rapidly towards the surroundings. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a series of shattering sounds, the earth-hidden boundary, which had been maintained for several long years and had protected countless living beings in the entire western heavenly immortal region, shattered with a loud bang. The boundary is broken. Fight with these demonic scum. Killing one is enough. Killing two is earned. Once the boundary was broken, the western heavenly immortal region martial practitioners hiding in the Buddhist sect knew that there was no way to survive. They all became red-eyed and rushed towards the blood demon clan's army as if they didn't want to die. There were no less than 1 trillion living beings hiding in the Brahma heavenly Zen garden, and it was because of the Buddha's compassion that the entire western heavenly immortal region was sheltered, including all the civilians and some of the demon race. So many living beings were crammed into a secret space, living in a miserable existence, experiencing constant fear, and they had long since had enough of it. After these years of suffering, they had long been holding their breath, and at this moment, they all swarmed up and chose to fight to the death. The monks of the Brahma Zen Academy, who had long ago put life and death at risk, were the first to bear the brunt. In the face of an evil race like the blood demons, they also all let go of their compassionate set, and all the monks had no reservations and fought with the blood demon army. Everyone knew very well that in front of the two great demon lord powerhouses, even if they had an absolute advantage in numbers, it wouldn't change anything at all. But, when despair descends, when death is close at hand, as martial artists, the only thing they can do is to use their own blood to defend this last dignity. If you don't have enough strength, you'll have to make do with numbers. Even if it was hard to escape death in the end, they had to let these demonic scumbags know that they would pay a painful price for trying to encroach on their homeland. Humph! Mantis in a carriage. Not self-conscious. The bloodshed demon monarch snorted coldly and with a wave of his large hand, a blood-colored demonic chi pike swept out. The Brahma Zen Academy monks and Western Heavenly Immortal Domain martial artists who rushed at the front didn't even have time to react before they fell in pieces like mowing wheat. The difference in strength was too great, and the number of people was nothing more than an exercise in futility. Even Divine Palace Realm powerhouses were as weak as ants under the bloodshed demon monarch's attack, and many of them did not even have a chance to react before they were turned into blood mist on the spot. The blood-soul demon monarch also took the initiative to charge into the crowd, wiping out thousands of martial artists with a single strike of his hand, truly interpreting that human life was like grass. Put. Just then, a crisp sound of coughing up blood rang out. Among the crowd, a figure flew out backwards like a meteor, smashing heavily on the ground and raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the crowd fixed their eyes on the person who was sent flying, but it was actually the contemporary abbot of the Brahma Zen Academy, Zen Master Huewu. At this moment, Zen Master Huewu had a fist-sized bloody hole in his chest, and blood was gurgling, staining the robe and monk's robes on his body. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was withered to the extreme, obviously having been seriously injured and lost his fighting strength. Even if one was in possession of a true god's magic weapon, they were no match for a demon lord powerhouse. Abbot. Seeing that Zen Master Huewu had been heavily injured, the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy monks were enraged, and Zen Master Woi of the 8 steps of the Divine Palace roared angrily, and was about to rush forward to fight with the blood-soul demon monarch. However, before he could rush out a few steps, a blood-colored sword light descended from the sky and pierced through his entire body. Ahem! Zen Master Selfless looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with resignation and helplessness. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he failed to utter even a single word, and collapsed on his back, dying of gas. One of the head seats of the hall's Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy had fallen in this way. Countless monks saw the scene, all of them were grief-stricken, and all of them killed out like they didn't want to die. It was also at the moment when the blood-soul demon monarch was about to make a move to extinguish Zen Master Huewu. Deep within the Brahma Heavenly Zen courtyard, a loud and clear Buddhist sound suddenly came from the depths of the courtyard. Amat Ba. Accompanied by the sound of the sacred Buddha, a golden Buddha light shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire din dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, a figure stepped on the Buddha's light and appeared in everyone's line of sight. The visitor was dressed in a light white monk's robe. His eyebrows were clear. He looked to be about 20 years old, and his body was permeated with a transcendent temperament. It was none other than the leader of the younger generation of the Brahma Zen Academy, Mingkong Buddha-san. Senior, how are you? After Mingkong Buddha Z landed on the ground, the first thing he did was to come to Zen Master Huewu's side and helped him up, asking with concern. Cough cough. Mingkong, you broke through? Unable to resist coughing a few times, Zen Master Huewu looked at the Mingkong Buddhist son in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He was able to sense that at this moment, the Mingkong Buddha Z's aura was so strong that it had even far surpassed the once Hao Tian Dao ancestor. Back to senior uncle. I have already condensed my godhead and stepped into the pseudo-god realm. Mingkong Buddha Z nodded and said gruffly. As he spoke, he casually took out a golden elixir and directly stuffed it into Zen Master Huewu's mouth. This elixir was left to him by his master, called the Return to Heaven elixir. As long as he is still alive, he can be cured back. Although it was unable to completely heal Zen Master Huewu's injuries, it was at least able to stabilize his injuries so that he would not have to worry about his life for the time being. Great! After taking the heaven-restoring pill, Zen Master Huewu's face looked much better, and immediately admonished in a voice transmission. Mingkong, please listen to the words of your senior uncle. You'll find a chance to escape on your own later on. As long as you survive, there's still hope for my Buddhist sect. Zen Master Huewu's tone was heavy with an unquestionable. Senior uncle, Mingkong has sworn to live and die with the Buddhist sect. You rest for a moment first, and wait for my disciple to meet this blood demon race. Mingkong shook his head and turned around, then walked towards the blood-soul demon monarch. A transcendent Buddhist holy light emanated from him, causing the countless blood demon race martial practitioners who were close by to feel a wave of suppression. Oh, a breakthrough? It's a bit of a doorway. Looking at Mingkong who walked resolutely, the blood-soul demon monarch raised his eyebrows and a playful smile appeared on his face. It's just a pity that in front of this monarch, you're still not good enough. As the words fell, his figure flashed and he killed towards Mingkong. In the face of the blood-soul demon lord's attack, Mingkong Buddha Z's face remained unchanged, and 3 true God Dharma weapons surfaced around him in a single movement of his mind. They were a string of Buddha beads, a robe and a large golden seal. Draping the robe over his body, sacred Buddhist light shone in the heavens and earth around the bright sky Buddhist sun. At this moment, Mingkong was clutching a Buddha bead in one hand and holding a great seal in the other, and the 3 true God artifacts were emitting a brilliant light, as if they were reflecting him as a true Buddha. With every step he took, the ground would give birth to a golden lotus flower, which in turn quickly converged into a long golden river that rushed towards the blood-soul demon monarch. Humph! Sculpture! The blood-soul demon lord let out a cold laugh and raised his hand to slap out a palm. A huge blood-colored demonic palm appeared out of thin air, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and fiercely slapped on top of the golden long river. Boom! After a loud bang, the golden river instantly collapsed, and countless golden lotuses splashed out in all directions, turning into bits of golden light that dissipated into the air. Chapter 139 Mingkong battles two great demon lords. After easily blocking Mingkong's attack, the blood-souled demon monarch's body was surging with demonic aura, and he immediately took the initiative to attack. But before the blood-souled demon monarch could make a move, Mingkong Buddha's son was the first to move. Mingkong's hands moved in unison, and the Buddha beads and the Great Seal flew out at the same time, growing larger and larger in the void. It crushed against the blood-souled demon monarch. Humph! The blood-souled demon monarch let out a cold snort as he quickly swung his fists left and right, easily shattering the two true god artifacts. However, at this moment, the blood-souled demon monarch sensed a strong crisis and wanted to flash back, but it was already too late. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Mingkong Buddha Z's fist had already blasted above the blood-souled demon monarch's chest. With this punch, he used his full strength. Not only was the true god's magic weapon enhanced, but he also utilized the Buddhist sex mastery, Vajra Vorpal Fist, to the extreme, only to see that a fist-sized depression appeared in the blood-souled demon monarch's chest, and the blood-colored demonic aura around him collapsed quite a bit. What? How is this possible? Feeling the intense pain coming from his chest, an expression of disbelief appeared on the blood-souled demon lord's face. It was a strange shame that he, a powerful demon monarch, had been injured by a junior who had just broken through the realm of false gods. On the other hand, the surrounding Western Heavenly Immortal Region martial artists and the monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy, upon seeing this scene, were showing signs of exhilaration. The Buddha's son is mighty. Go Buddha-chan, kill this demonic scum. Amitabha Buddha. There is still hope for my Buddhist sect. For a while, inside and outside of the Brahma Zen courtyard, the sound of applause rose and fell. These beings in despair. At this moment, as if they had seen the dawn of hope, each and every one of them became exuberant and rushed towards the blood demon army as if they were desperate. They knew that as long as Mingkong Buddha Z was able to block the two demon monarchs, then they would have a chance to turn the tide of the battle, or even turn defeat into victory. Damn! This little is so difficult to deal with. The blood-souled demon lord's face was gloomy to the extreme. He didn't expect that he would suffer a loss at the hands of a junior. However, he also knew that this was not the time to dwell on this, and that he had to take down this Mingkong Buddha son as soon as possible. Once he was allowed to grow up completely, he would be a huge threat to the entire blood demon clan. Thinking of this, the blood-souled demon monarch no longer held back and directly executed the blood demon race's secret mastery Blood Sea Infinity, only to see his figure instantly transform into a boundless sea of blood, enveloping the entire battlefield. Within the sea of blood, countless waves of blood rolled about, each of which contained an extreme killing intent, as if it wanted to devour all living beings into it. Not good. Everyone retreat. Feeling this terrifying aura fluctuation, countless Western Heavenly Immortal Region martial practitioners and Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy monks all changed their faces drastically and retreated towards the back. They knew very well that with their strength, they would not be able to withstand this sea of blood, and once they were caught up in it, they would surely die without a burial place. However, just as the crowd retreated in fear, a golden Buddha light bucked the trend and rushed directly into the sea of blood. Amitabha, accompanied by a solemn Buddhist cry, the figure of Mingkong Buddha Z once again appeared in the crowd's line of sight. At this moment, his body was covered with golden Buddha Dao holy patterns, as if he had transformed into a golden Buddha. In stark contrast to the sea of blood, he folded his hands together and recited words under his breath. Each breath seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, and the Buddha light emanating from his body became more and more radiant. As his chanting sounded, those originally raging waves of blood unexpectedly began to gradually calm down, as if suppressed by an invisible force. What kind of power is this? It's actually able to suppress my blood demon clan's secret techniques? The blood-souled demon monarch was shocked and furious. He didn't expect this human mole cricket to have such a means to suppress even his own secret mastery. It was beyond his imagination. However, he was a demon lord powerhouse after all, and he quickly calmed down, preparing to cast a more powerful means to obliterate this threat. However, just as the blood-souled demon monarch was about to sacrifice his innate demonic weapon to exterminate this obnoxious Buddhist mole cricket, a terrifying baleful aura suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped this void battlefield. Ha! The blood-souled demon lord's face changed slightly, and he didn't need to think about it to know that it had to be that blood fiend guy. At this moment, the bloodshed demon monarch had a hideous smile on his face, and a bloodthirsty cold aura flashed in his eyes, clearly having killed his eyes. He had previously been slaughtering the monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy and the living beings of the Western Heavenly Immortal Region, but in a moment just now, he sensed a strong threat, and immediately decided to make a sneak attack to put an end to it forever. Humph, human boy, your opponent still has this king.
The bloodshed demon lord snorted coldly and directly slapped out his palm, striking towards the back of the bright sky Buddhist sun. With this palm, he used his full strength. It was one of his famous stunts, Heaven's Fury Exorcism, only to see a huge blood-colored palm print appear out of thin air, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, fiercely blasting towards the Mingkong Buddhist sun. Akira, be careful. Seeing this scene, Zen Master Huewu and the others had their faces changed drastically, wanting to help, but it was simply too late. At this moment, Mingkong was fully focused on suppressing the sea of blood, and had no time for others. Seeing that the bloody palm print was about to bombard his body, a golden Buddha light suddenly erupted from his body, forming a solid defense. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the blood-colored palm print blasted on top of the golden Buddha light, and the two instantly collided fiercely together. However, what shocked people was that the seemingly ferocious and incomparable blood-colored palm print gradually dissipated under the golden Buddha light, and eventually disappeared completely. As for the bright sky Buddha sun, his body only shifted slightly before he regained his footing and continued to suppress the sea of blood. However, his face had turned a few shades paler at the moment, and he had obviously received quite a shock as well. What? How is this possible? Seeing that his full force strike was easily blocked by Mingkong Buddha Z, an expression of disbelief appeared on the bloodshed demon monarch's face. What kind of tactic are you using? The bloodshed demon monarch really couldn't imagine that a human ant who hadn't yet crossed the divine tribulation would be able to resist the attacks of two demon monarch powerhouses at the same time. It was simply unthinkable. Amitba Buddha. The blood demon race is perverse. So today, the poor monk will act on behalf of heaven and suppress the demons. Mingkong Buddha Z responded indifferently, his face devoid of joy or sorrow, as if everything was expected of him. As he spoke, he once again clasped his hands together and recited Buddhist scriptures under his breath. As his chanting sounded, the Buddha light that contained the power of divine purification became more and more blazing, surging towards the blood soul demon monarch and the blood fiend demon monarch. Not good. Retreat. Sensing the bizarre power contained in this Buddha light, the two demon lord powerhouses' faces changed greatly and they retreated towards the back. They had completely understood at this moment that this little Buddhist vulture was by no means unusual, and that they had to join forces in order to take him down. Thinking of this, the two great demon monarchs no longer hesitated and directly exerted their overpowering means, attacking towards Mingkong Buddha sun. For a time, the entire sky above the Brahma Zen courtyard was filled with terrifying aura fluctuations, as if even the heavens and earth were about to be broken. On the other hand, Mingkong Buddha sun stood alone in the center of the battlefield, engaging in a fierce battle with two demon ruler powerhouses. With the support of the three supreme Buddha sect Dharma weapons, Mingkong exerted the strongest inheritance of the phaseless Buddha body and fought with the two great demon monarchs, each using their own means. Chapter 140 Buddha and Devil in One Body. Ancient Devil God. As time passed, the decline of Mingkong gradually became apparent. After all, Mingkong was only one person, and with a realm far inferior to the two great demon monarchs, he had to be on fire at all times, which was an unimaginable drain on himself. Even if he used all his means, he could only play passive defense. Bang! Finally, Mingkong was blown away by the insidious and cunning Bloodsoul Demon Monarch with a palm strike from behind in a fierce collision with the Bloodsoul Demon Monarch, and smashed heavily to the ground. After landing, Mingkong Buddha Z couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper. Mingkong struggled to get up, but realized that there was a large amount of berserk demonic chi remaining in his body, which was crazily eroding his internal organs and odd meridians. In a few short moments, he realized he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Jia. Human mole crickets. Just with you want to try to save all beings? This monarch sees you as nothing more than a joke. Today you will definitely die. The bloodshed demon lord let out a vicious laugh, and with a flash of his body, he dodged towards Mingkong Buddha sun, ready to deal him a fatal blow. However, just as he was about to strike, a flash of scarlet color suddenly flashed in the eyes of Mingkong Buddha sun. Immediately afterward, an even more terrifying aura erupted from within him, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. This aura was filled with berserk and killing intent, contrasting with the sacred Buddha Tao holy light from before, as if it wanted to devour all living beings into it. Only a huge and incomparable silhouette slowly emerged behind Mingkong Buddha sun. It was a three-headed, six-armed, hideous-faced ancient demon god silhouette, exuding extremely pure demonic power, as if it wanted to swallow the entire heaven and earth into it. This is the Swift Devil God? How is that possible? Feeling this terrifying aura fluctuation, the Bloodshed Demon Monarch and the Bloodsoul Demon Monarch simultaneously changed their faces drastically, an expression of disbelief appearing in their eyes. As demon ruler powerhouses of the blood demon race, They naturally had some understanding of the power of the ancient demon god. That was a true giant of the devil path, an existence above all the devil races. And for this human mole cricket to be able to summon the silhouette of an ancient demon god, this was simply beyond the scope of their cognition. The two great demon monarchs were still like this, and the rest of the blood demon race people were even worse. The crowd of blood demon race people were horrified, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling, and they had an impulse to pay homage to each other. However, they couldn't care less at the moment. They had to wipe out this threat as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they let him grow up completely, it would be a disaster for the entire blood demon race. Blood fiend, don't just stand there. Do it. This seems to be the body of the legendary Buddha devil Dalphitus. The blood soul demon monarch roared in anger and charged directly towards the bright sky Buddha sun, while slapping out a palm that carried a heaven-destroying power. What? The moment he heard the words Buddha demon Dalphitus, the bloodshed demon monarch's face changed wildly. An intense fear and killing intent arose in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, the bloodshed demon monarch directly exerted his strongest means, joining forces with the blood soul demon monarch to attack the bright sky Buddhist sun. The full force outbreak of the two devil monarch powerhouses shook the heavens and shook the earth with their might, and the entire vault of the western heavenly immortal region was dyed a layer of blood color, as if they were in a blood-colored world, and countless living beings had their hearts and minds trembling in such an environment, and were wiped out by his opponents who seized the opportunity to wipe out on the spot. To be precise, this was a demonic Tao domain that the two great demonic sovereigns had jointly executed, and it had a suppressive effect on all living beings within the domain. Without half a moment's hesitation, the two great demon lords simultaneously launched a killing blow at Mingkong Buddha Sun. However, in the face of the combined attacks of these two great powerhouses, Mingkong Buddha Sun did not show the slightest bit of fear. He took a deep breath, and with the Buddha light surging around him, he actually integrated the shadow of that ancient demon god into his body. The two extremes of power were perfectly fused at this moment, truly achieving Buddha and devil in the same body. When the Buddhist monks and the group of martial artists from the western heavenly immortal region saw this scene, they were all horrified. Their eyes glazed over. They couldn't believe that this was true. Mingkong Buddha Z. That was the hope of the Buddhist sect, the strongest genius the Buddhist sect had ever seen. At this moment, he was emitting such a pure demonic aura. What on earth was going on? This is impossible. How could the bright sky Buddhist sun become like this? Could it be that he was eroded by the devil's way and was reduced to a puppet of the devil's way? Heavens! If the Mingkong Buddhist sun really falls into the devil's path, then won't we be even more hopeless? For a while, the crowd murmured, and all of them revealed expressions of horror and despair. They had originally hoped that Mingkong Buddha's son would be able to save the living world, but they did not expect that he would turn out to be like this. Only Zen Master Huewu could not help but let out a long sigh at this moment, a complex and helpless expression on his face. In addition to the peerless physique of the phaseless Buddha body, Mingkong was also the body of the Buddha devil Dalphitus that was rare to encounter in the ages. Amitabha Buddha. Goodness! Zen Master Huewu clasped his hands together and mouthed the words, obviously praying silently, just hoping that Mingkong would not completely fall into the devil's path. And at this moment, Mingkong Buddha Z was already completely immersed in that raging demonic power. His eyes became as red as blood, and the aura emanating from his body grew more and more terrifying. It was as if he had lost his mind and only had the instinct to kill left. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, with a flash of his body, Mingkong Buddha Z charged towards the bloodshed demon monarch and the blood soul demon monarch. His speed at the moment was so fast that it was as if a bolt of lightning had crossed the sky, making it impossible to catch his figure. Not good. Our power is suppressed. Quickly dodge. Noticing that most of their strength had been suppressed, as well as the terrifying aura emanating from Mingkong Buddha Sun, the bloodshed demon monarch and the blood soul demon monarch's faces changed drastically, and they flashed towards the sides. The situation was out of control. This little Buddhist vulture had already transformed into a supreme true demon. He must be wiped out as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at this moment, Mingkong was simply too fast. The two devil monarchs had just dodged out of the way when they realized that Mingkong Buddha Z had already appeared in front of them, only to see the Taiku troll behind Mingkong stretch out a palm. A heaven-destroying pure demonic chi condensed in the center of the palm and fiercely blasted at them. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two loud bangs, the bloodshed demon monarch and the blood soul demon monarch were simultaneously blown away by the bright sky Buddhist sun's palm. Their bodies drew two long arcs in the air, and eventually smashed heavily to the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. After landing, the two demon ruler powerhouses only felt like they had been smashed by the Taiku demon mountain. Their ribs were broken several times, and both of them couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blackish-brown blood, and their faces became as pale as paper. With horrified expressions, they did not expect
no matter what. That a pseudo-god realm molecule that had entered the devil's way would be so powerful that it was simply unimaginable. The smoke cleared and the scene was a huge mess. Mingkong Buddha Z stood silently high in the sky. The Buddha's light on his body intertwined with the demonic aura, forming a bizarre picture. His eyes flashed with crimson light, as if they were two burning flames, revealing endless berserk and killing intent. On the other hand, the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch were lying on the ground not far away from each other, grievously injured. Their bodies were heavily injured by that terrifying strike from Mingkong Buddha Sun, and they almost lost their fighting strength. Chapter 141 Blood Demon Disintegration. Yun Tian Dust appears. It was really saddening that two great Devil Monarch level supreme powerhouses had ended up in such a state at this moment. Coughing, the Bloodshed Demon Monarch struggled to sit up with a hideous expression on his face. Damn little bald donkey, to make us in such a sorry state. The Blood Soul Demon Monarchs also stared angrily, itching to break Bright Sky Buddha Z into pieces. However, their strength was greatly reduced at this moment, and they were simply unable to fight against Mingkong Buddha Z. Right at this moment, the two great demon monarchs suddenly glanced at each other, a cunning glint flashing in their eyes. They knew that the situation at the moment was extremely unfavorable to them, and they had to recover their strength as soon as possible in order to turn the tide. So, they simultaneously bit their tongues and sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood. Immediately afterward, their bodies began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were sucked dry by something. Instead, their aura continued to climb, and an even more powerful pressure emanated from them, even more terrifying than in their heyday. This is a secret technique? When the monks of the Brahma Zen Academy saw the scene, they all revealed expressions of horror. The Blood Fiend Demon Monarch's body was filled with a fierce aura as he swept his bloodshot eyes over the crowd, finally fixing them on Mingkong as he said with a face full of grimness, "Human mole cricket. This is my Blood Fiend's supreme secret technique, Blood Fiend Unraveling. To be able to force this monarch to this point, you are proud enough." Mingkong was still in a state of demonization, and he always said nothing, but the strike just now had almost exhausted his entire body's strength, and at this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. And at this moment, the two great demon monarchs' auras were even more powerful than before, as if they had already recovered to their peak state. Jia Jia Jia. Griffins, despair. The Bloodshed Demon Lord let out a vicious laugh, and with a flash of his body, he charged towards the monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy. His speed at the moment was extremely fast, like a blood-colored lightning bolt cutting through the sky. The Blood Soul Demon Monarch followed suit, and the two of them joined forces to attack. For a while, miserable screams continued to resound within the Brahma Zen courtyard. The shadow of death loomed over the entire Zen garden, as if it was going to turn it into a hell on earth. At the same time, Mingkong Buddha Z was also in an unprecedented crisis. Although he possessed powerful devilish power at the moment, he was after all only at the pseudo-god realm cultivation level and was unable to maintain this state for a long period of time. As time passed, the two forces of Buddha and devil within Mingkong's body began to clash with each other. His face became paler and paler, and the breath in his body began to become disorganized. It was as if he was going to break down at any moment, and one couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. Finally, after another intense collision with the two great demon monarchs, Mingkong Buddha Z could no longer support himself and his body fell down like a kite with broken strings. His eyes lost their luster, as if he had completely lost consciousness. Mingkong. Zen Master Huewu was shocked at the sight and hurriedly flew up to catch Buddha Mingkong. He probed Mingkong's pulse and found that it was already weak to the extreme and could stop beating at any time. At this moment, the entire Brahma Zen Academy was in despair. They had originally hoped that Mingkong Buddha Z would be able to save them from the fire, but they did not expect that he would also end up in such a situation. However, just when everyone thought that the situation was settled, a strange change occurred, only to see a gap suddenly crack open in the void, and a figure slowly stepped out from it. He was wearing a battle robe. His temperament was out of the ordinary, as stunning as a heavenly god descending into the world. This person was none other than Yun Tian Dust. He had owed Mingkong a favor back then, so naturally he couldn't possibly watch him die in vain, let alone the Blood Demon clan. The Blood Fiend Demon Monarch and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch couldn't help but change their faces when they felt the aura that was faintly emanating from Yun Tian's body. From the person in front of them, they all detected a crisis of death, and this feeling was really not very pleasant. How is it possible? How could such a strong person appear in this forsaken world? The Bloodshed Demon Monarch was shocked in his heart. He had already recovered his peak strength at this moment, but he still felt a huge pressure when facing Yun Tian Dust. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Blood Demon race were like enemies, and they all also looked at Yun Tian Dust with horrified expressions, as if they had seen something terrifying. They had originally been arrogant and domineering and unrivaled,
But at this time they all became trembling,
like walking on thin ice.
The battle also came to a screeching halt at this moment, and everyone turned their gazes on this mysterious person,
Yun Tian Dust, who had suddenly appeared. They wanted to know just who this powerful person was, and could he change the situation in front of him? Yun Tian Dust simply glanced at the bloodshed demon monarch, who was like an enemy.
His mind instantly tightened.
What is this, senior? Why do I feel that the bloodshed demon lord is afraid? Dumbfounded, the crowd in the western heavenly immortal region instantly sparked hope as they looked at Yun Tianduan. Yun Tiandust did not pay any attention to the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd as he walked straight to Mingkong Buddha Z and crouched down beside him. He stretched out his palm and gently rested it on Mingkong's pulse, his brows slightly furrowed. A moment later, he let go of his palm and sighed softly. What an overbearing demonic power! If you were not firm enough in your Buddha Dao sacred heart, I'm afraid that you would have already been eroded by this power and fallen into a devilish puppet. With that said, he flipped his palm and a crystal-clear elixir appeared in his palm. He stuffed the elixir into Mingkong Buddha Z's mouth and then inputted a stream of pure divine Dao power to help him dissolve the medicinal power. With Yun Tianduan's help, Mingkong Buddha Z quickly regained consciousness. It's you? The moment he opened his eyes, Mingkong recognized Yun Tianduan at the first moment, and his eyes flashed with intense shock. He wouldn't have thought in any way that the mysterious young man who was still at the third step of the Divine Palace realm more than 10 years ago would be as powerful as this at this moment. At this moment, Mingkong finally realized Master's intention. Mingkong Buddha-san, goodbye. Looking at Mingkong, Yun Tianduan calmly greeted him. Hearing the conversation between Yun Tianduan and Mingkong, everyone's faces were startled. The monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy and the martial practitioners of the Western Heavenly Immortal region were all beaming with joy at this moment, as if they had seen their savior coming. In the midst of despair, the appearance of this mysterious strong man was like a ray of light in the darkness, bringing them hope. The bloodshed demon lord's eyes were gloomy as he gazed at Yun Tiandust, trying to discern something from this suddenly appearing powerhouse. However, Yun Tiandust's aura was unfathomable, as if it was a vast ocean, making it impossible to glimpse its depths. Right at this moment, deafening air-breaking sounds suddenly came from the sky. The crowd looked up and saw more than 20 huge magnificent warships breaking through the sky. On top of the battleship, the battle flag was fluttering, and the momentum was like a rainbow. This was none other than the 200,000 strong army led by the war god Pallas, and their arrival caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Seeing this, the Blood Demon Clan's armies were like enemies as they gazed nervously at these warships, preparing for the upcoming battle. Especially Yun Tianduan. The pressure he brought to the Blood Demon race's army was too great, and those unrivaled Blood Demon generals all looked as if they were on the verge of an enemy. For their part, the martial artists of the Western Heavenly Immortal region were all stunned. They didn't know what the group of sudden arrivals were from, especially the dozen or so people at the head of the group. The aura emanating from each of them was suffocating, and their strength wasn't much weaker than that of the Blood Demon generals. Greetings, Palace Master. The 200,000 strong army stopped neatly outside the mountain gate of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Temple and bowed respectfully, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire battlefield was plunged into a brief silence, with only the heaven-shaking cries echoing in the void. Master of the temple? What hall master? There were bursts of shocked voices from the crowd. Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know when such a terrifying force had appeared in the immortal region, and they were surprisingly ignorant of it. Chapter 142, The Great War Begins. Divine Might Overflowing Battle God Palace. Seeing that the Blood Demon race army's battle aura was cut down, a hot-tempered Blood Demon general coldly voiced out. He was really hard to tolerate the oppressive atmosphere, and even more so, he couldn't accept that his own army was shocked by a guy who suddenly appeared. Kid, who exactly are you? How dare you pretend to be a god in front of my Blood Demon Clan's army? This Blood Demon general's voice was like a bell, rolling demonic sounds stirring in the void, trying to break the suffocating silence. However, just as his voice fell, he saw Yun Tiandust expressionlessly spit out 2 words, noisy. Before the words fell, Yun Tiandust raised his hand and slapped out a slap in the air. That fiery-tempered Blood Demon general was simply unable to react in time, and was viciously struck by an invisible force, and his entire body was instantly slapped into nothingness, failing to even let out a single miserable scream. This scene shocked everyone, whether it was the monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy or the Blood Demon Clan's army. All of them stared with wide eyes, revealing expressions of disbelief. A powerful Blood Demon general had been so lightly obliterated by Yun Tiandust? Human, you're looking for death. The Blood Soul Demon Monarch's tone was icy cold, and his eyes flashed with a stern killing intent. He and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch glanced at each other, and the two of them instantly reached a consensus, joining forces to kill Yun Tianduan.
the two great demon monarchs struck out at the same time,
their might shocking the heavens and the earth,
only to see the two devil monarchs transform into two blood-colored rainbows running through the sky as their figures flickered,
aiming straight for Yun Tian Dust's vitals. However, in the face of the two great demon monarchs' joint attack, Yun Tian Dust only let out a cold snort as his figure abruptly disappeared. The bloodshed demon lord's attack fell short, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from his side. He subconsciously tried to dodge, but the force was simply too fast and instantly slapped him away. The demonic body chattered blood in the air, and the bloodshed demon monarch's face instantly turned pale. His eyes widened as he stared deathly at Yun Tian, as if he wanted to memorize this abominable human forever. At the same time, the blood-soul demon lord's attack fell short. He was shocked to find that his full force strike had failed to break through Yun Tian Dust's defense, which was simply unbelievable to him. And what made him feel even more terrified was that when Yun Tian Dust's figure reappeared in front of his eyes, that palm was already slapping towards him, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The blood-soul demon monarch tried to dodge in terror, but the force followed him like a shadow, eventually sending him flying out viciously. It felt as if he had been smashed by an ancient divine mountain, and his entire body had the illusion that it was about to fall apart. The unprecedentedly powerful two demon monarchs were easily slapped away. A scene that undoubtedly shook the entire arena once again. Everyone looked at Yun Tian with their jaws agape, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The Blood Demon Clan's army was even more jittery as they finally realized that this mysterious powerhouse that had suddenly appeared was simply not something they could fight against. Your Highness is mighty. Deafening cheers erupted from the crowd of the war god's palace. Their admiration and worship for Yun Tian Dust had long been engraved into their bones. At the same time, Lu Xiang also bellowed, "All listen to the order. Kill without amnesty." As Lu Xiang's order was given, the 200,000 troops of the heavenly realm led by the battle god temple shot out explosively, killing the blood demon race army with all their might. These heavenly realm generals were all fighting and demoralized at the moment. In particular, the four legions led by Lang Wuxie, Long Zhetian, Black Tiger and Lin Tianqi were as fierce and furious as a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing the blood demon race's army as they retreated, and a vicious chill ran down their spine. When the monks of the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy and the martial artists of the Western Heavenly Immortal region saw this scene, they were inwardly shocked while at the same time, they all had joyful expressions on their faces. Great! Our reinforcements have arrived, let's all strike together and kill all these scumbags. I don't know who shouted, but everyone in the Western Heavenly Immortal region was highly encouraged, and they all joined the battle group fearlessly, fighting side by side with the generals of the Heavenly Realm to besiege the blood demon race. For a time, the battlefield was filled with killing sounds and rivers of blood, and the armies of both sides engaged in fierce fighting, with the Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy as the center. The tens of millions of miles of territory in a radius are all caught in a war, with shouts of killing, clashes of blades, roars of anger, and screams, rising and falling. In the fierce battlefield, the brother and sister duo of Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue fought side by side, becoming the center of attention. Lu Xiang's sun-saint body was radiant and dazzling, just like a terrified great sun descending into the world. Each of his strikes contained the might of burning the sky and boiling the sea, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. On the other hand, Lu Ningyue had utilized her Taiyin sacred body to the extreme. The moonflower around her body flowed softly but powerfully, contrasting with Lu Evil Yang's sun sacred body, yet complementing each other. At this moment, the three great blood demons would launch a killing blow from three directions at the same time, attempting to crush the brother and sister duo in one fell swoop. However, it was as if Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue had anticipated this, as their figures flickered and they avoided this fatal blow with a subtle stance. Immediately after that, the brother and sister duo joined hands to counterattack, only to see a light of yin and yang intersecting cut through the sky, instantly piercing through the chest of a blood demon general. Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, that blood demon general's figure instantly collapsed and dissipated into a blood mist in the air. The other two blood demon generals couldn't help but tremble inwardly when they saw this. The strength of these two humans in front of them completely exceeded their knowledge. Without half a moment's hesitation, the two great demon generals exerted the blood demon clan's forbidden techniques with all their might, attempting to turn the tide of battle with a combined attack. However, Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue seemed as if their minds were in sync, as they easily dissolved the other party's combined attack technique between their staggered figures and took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Under the ferocious attack of the brother and sister duo, the two blood demon generals' dueling moves were still unbearable, and they were soon defeated and fled in a sorry state. The strong strength of Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue shook everyone present, and they cast gazes of awe and admiration. At the same time, another battlefield also erupted into a fierce battle. Dongfang Yu was holding the heavenly desolate war halberd to fight a blood demon general alone. Although he was suppressed by the other party to the point of danger, he was getting more and more courageous with each swing of the halberd as if he was going to split the heaven and earth apart. His battle intent burned unceasingly like a blazing fire, causing one to feel an inexplicable shock. Si Kong Xian, on the other hand, displayed the invincible style of a hegemon as his fists broke the sky between his dual fist swings, each punch accompanied by deafening roars and terrifying energy fluctuations. Under Si Kong Xian's harsh and overbearing onslaught, that blood demon general who was fighting with him actually had a sign of being suppressed, and the crowd watched with jaws dropping. Such a domineering power seemed even more terrifying than Song Ling Chen's Tsung Tian hegemony body. It was simply a freak. In the other corner of the scene, Dugu's sword, as his name suggests, had a long sword in his hand that seemed to be able to cut through the clouds of the sky as sharp and indestructible. Between the flashes of his figure, he traveled through the blood demon race army like a madman, taking away a piece of the enemy's life with every swing of his sword. In particular, the killing intent emanating from Dokurikan swept across half of the battlefield, causing the blood demon clan's army to tremble with fear. Ow dash! Accompanied by a loud and resounding dragon roar, Long Bodian transformed into a golden dragon tens of thousands of feet long, as he hardened himself against the fierce attack of a blood demon general with his cultivation of the 8th step of the divine palace. Although his attack and speed were slightly lacking, his defense was invincible, and regardless of the means of the blood demon general who fought against him, it was difficult to inflict substantial damage on Long Bodian. Chapter 143, Crushing Momentum, Soul Searching blocked. As the battle wore on, the blood demon general who was fighting against Long Bodian began to lose some strength and gradually appeared to be in decline. But this wasn't even the brightest. Just when Xiao Jiu displayed the nine-winged harvest's original form, half of the firmament went dark. Xiao Jiu's huge body that stood on top of heaven and earth made the crowd of the western heavenly immortal region and those murderous blood demon race armies look on in fear. And their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Those demonic beings hiding in the Brahma heavenly Zen courtyard had the urge to kneel down and submit when they saw Long Boshan's golden dragon body. At this moment, under the terrifying bloodline pressure of Little Nine, his heart and mind were almost lost. It's a good thing that Xiao Jiu didn't deliberately target them, or else all the demon clans present would only be either dead or injured. The visual impact brought by the incarnated Xiao Jiu was even stronger than that of Long Bao Tian's golden dragon, only to see his 9 wings spreading out, setting off a stormy attack. One of the blood demon generals who attempted to sneak attack was countered with a heavy blow and flew out hundreds of feet away, while Xiao Jiu himself did not suffer the slightest damage, showing amazing defense and counterattacking ability. Even if the 2 blood demon generals joined forces to surround him, it would be difficult to help him in the slightest. Such a shocking scene caused countless people to lose their voices in horror. Due to the addition of the Heavenly Realms army, the blood demon race's unbeatable 500,000 strong army was beaten back. In the huge battlefield, Mo Feng, Lang Wu Xie, He Hu, Lin Tian Qi, Night Frenzy Cloud, Sol Wu Yen, Yun Wu Shang, Yun Xier, and Mu Li were also all of great divine might, each of them invincible on their respective battlefronts, shocking everyone in the arena. As for the 4 legions of the War God Temple, at this moment, they were even displaying unparalleled iron-blooded fighting spirit and bravery, and they were like a torrent of water rushing through the defenses of the blood demon race's army. Even the 100,000 strong army jointly formed by the major forces of the heavenly realm was inspired by the rawness of the people of the Battle God Temple, and all of them were boiling with fervor and fought in a more furious manner. With the Battle God Palace as the leading force, and with that huge number of martial artists from the Western Sky Immortal region assisting in the attack, the blood demon race's army was soon more than half dead or wounded, and the aura of death swept through half of the Western Sky Immortal region. The Western Sky Immortal region martial artists present were all dumbstruck and shocked to the point of incoherence when they saw such a shocking scene. The energy displayed by this power that appeared out of nowhere was too appalling. One of the key things is that they are all too young. In such a bloody and shocking battle, the entire battlefield was turned into a hell on earth, with shouts of murder and clashes of blades and screams of misery everywhere. In the endless void, the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch were weaker than half a star in front of Yun Tianwan, and no matter how many of their means came out, they were unable to injure Yun Tianwan in the slightest, and could not even make him take half a step back. After witnessing the tragedy of the battlefield below again with their own eyes, the mood of the 2 great demon lords instantly sank to the bottom. It is no exaggeration to say that the situation is one-sided at the moment. With such a disparity in strength, the 2 great demon monarchs could no longer care about much. And while secretly asking the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch for help, a hint of ferocity flashed through their eyes. After glancing at each other, the 2 great demon monarchs began to frantically draw on the endless dead chi on the battlefield, which was left behind by the generals from both sides who had died in battle. and contained extremely strong grievances and hostile chi.
As they cast their spells, the dead chi gradually converged into a huge blood-colored ocean, as if it was going to drown the entire void.
In the middle of the ocean, countless dead spirits loomed.
All of them were lives that had passed away on the battlefield, manipulated by the death chi to become a sharp weapon to attack others. These dead spirits screamed and hissed as they lunged at Yun Tian Dust, trying to erode his divine soul.
However, in the face of this overwhelming attack of dead spirits,
Yun Tian Dust did not change his face. His divine soul was incomparably powerful, and he had even cultivated the mysterious soul book,
so he didn't give a damn about this district's dead spirits.
Under the horrified gazes of the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch, Yun Tian Dust leisurely walked through the blood-colored oceans, and the countless dead spirits all shunned him. Every step that Yun Tian Dust took seemed to step on the hearts of the two demon monarchs,
causing them to feel an unprecedented pressure.
Die! Yun Tian Dust coldly spat out two words, and between the changing light of his eyes, the entirety of the Blood Soul Demon Monarch was imprisoned,
unable to move the slightest bit.
In the Blood Soul Demon Monarch's terrified gaze, a fist seal broke through the air and smashed over at him.
No! Bloodbath save me dash!
The Blood Soul Demon Monarch only had time to let out a terrified scream before he was struck by Yun Tian Dust's fist, instantly transforming into a bloody mist that dissipated into the blood-colored ocean.
Not far away,
the Blood Soul Demon Lord saw such a bizarre scene. An unprecedented fear flashed in his eyes. He had just clearly felt the terrifying power contained in that punch, and had also seen the Blood Soul Demon Monarch as a little cutie,
was generally fixed in midair and unable to move,
and was eventually killed in a tragic manner by a single punch. Only at this moment did the Bloodshed Demon Lord gradually understand that the human in front of him was invincible. His heart and soul could not stop trembling. The Bloodshed Demon Monarch's will to fight was completely gone,
and without hesitation,
he turned around and was about to flee from this place.
Humph, can you walk away?
Yun Tian Dust uttered a disdainful voice as his figure suddenly disappeared in place,
and when he reappeared, he was already blocking the front of the Bloodshed Demon Monarch. Seeing the sudden appearance of Yun Tianduan,
the Bloodshed Demon Monarch was incoherent, his face full of fear. After recognizing that it was difficult for him to escape, his scarlet eyes once again flashed with viciousness.
Humans, this is what you have forced this monarch to do. Noisy.
The Bloodshed Demon Lord's pupils contracted violently before he finished speaking.
Yun Tianduan had already appeared a meter in front of him at an unknown time.
Without giving the Bloodshed Demon Monarch a chance to react, the instant Yun Tian Dust secretly cast a spatial confinement. His right hand merged his fingers like a sword and fiercely pointed at the center of the Bloodshed Demon Monarch's brow.
Shoo! The sound of breaking air rang out, and the Bloodshed Demon Monarch only felt a pain in his brow, and immediately afterward, he realized that his body had completely lost control, as if it was imprisoned by an invisible force, and even his divine soul was firmly locked, unable to move a single bit. What have you done to me?
The Bloodshed Demon Lord stared in horror, his voice trembling as he asked.
However,
the only thing that responded to him was Yun Tian Dust's eyes that were cold to the core, only to see Yun Tian Dust's palm upwards.
A majestic suction force suddenly erupted,
actually trying to forcibly search the Bloodshed Demon Monarch's divine soul memories.
No, don't!
The Bloodshed Demon Monarch screamed in terror and tried to struggle, but he was helpless as his body was imprisoned and his divine soul was locked.
However, the moment Yun Tianduan's divine sense touched the depths of the Bloodshed Demon Monarch's divine soul, a deeply hidden divine soul imprint suddenly erupted.
The power of this force was beyond imagination,
instantly detonating the Bloodshed Demon Lord's divine soul.
Boom! A loud bang exploded in Yun Tian Dust's mind, and even though he had prepared for it, he couldn't help but stifle a grunt at this moment, his face turning slightly white. If he hadn't cultivated the soul book, he would have to be seriously injured this time. Yun Tian Dust also did not expect that this prohibition hidden deep within the Bloodshed Demon Monarch's divine soul would be this powerful. If he had been slower to cut off the divine soul connection with the Bloodshed Demon Lord, I'm afraid that he would have already suffered a backlash at this moment. And at this moment, the Bloodshed Demon Lord was already too dead to die. Looking at the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch's demonic body that fell down,
Yun Tian Dust couldn't help but feel secretly awestruck in his heart.
This Blood Fiend race really wasn't simple.
Chapter 144, Defeat as a Mountain.
Outside the Eternal Divine Hall's mountain gate, hundreds of huge blood-colored warships stretched across the sky, surrounding the Eternal Divine Hall, and each of them was densely filled with Blood Demon race generals.
At a rough estimate,
the Blood Demon race army present would not be less than 10 million.
Among them,
the battleship at the head was 10,000 meters long,
shaped like a giant python,
with dozens of palaces of all sizes standing on it. Inside that most magnificent and domineering supreme palace, Bailey Yen was bound by golden chains all over his body, suspended above a blood-colored altar, and the atmosphere was quiet and eerie.
At this time, a silhouette pushed open the door and walked in. It was none other than the Blood Shadow Demon Lord who had captured Balian. Human. This king has already found out that you do have some relationship with that clan, but they don't even know of your existence. Slowly arriving in front of the altar, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch looked at Balian with a burning gaze, his face full of sardonic laughter. Seeing the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's relieved expression, Balian's face was full of disdain, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. I'm very curious. What is the origin of that clan you're talking about, that it would make a race like yours so afraid? Hearing the mockery in Balian's words, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch did not get angry and sighed softly. Seeing as you are already about to die, this monarch will allow you to die with understanding. After a moment of silence, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch spoke out gruffly. In the God realm where thousands of races stand, there are too many races that harbor heaven-defying abilities, but the strongest of these are none other than the 10 ancient god races with a long heritage, and their true underpinnings. Halfway through his words, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's face suddenly changed, only to see him flip his hand and take out a blood-colored bead, and with it came a divine thought. Blood Shadow, quickly come to support. A few simple words, but they caused the Blood Shadow Demon Lord's face to instantly freeze. He really couldn't figure out if there was really anyone who could threaten them in this weak and unbearable left-behind world. Hearing the words coming from the beads, Balian's gaze lit up as if he had guessed something. Through these years of hibernation, Balian knew the situation in the Immortal Domain like the back of his hand, and there was no way anyone in the Immortal Domain would be able to harm a Demon Lord-level powerhouse. Then there's only one possibility. Big Brother is out of the gate. And being able to make a Demon Monarch powerhouse anxiously ask for help was enough to show that Big Brother possessed the strength to kill a Demon Monarch. After thinking about the cause of Balian, the light in his eyes flashed, and he immediately sneered out. What? Is it possible that the boat overturned in the gutter? The reason why Balian was being so provocative was purely to stall for time. Humph. Simply ridiculous. Snorting coldly, the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch's tone was morose. Just with the trash of this broken world of yours, you also presume to confront my Blood Fiend clan, not knowing what to do. And at this time in the Western Heavenly Immortal region, with the death of the Bloodshed Demon Monarch, the sea of blood that filled the void gradually dissipated. Only the body of the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch was seen falling down from the void, but there was no trace of the Blood Soul Demon Monarch, and Yun Tian Dust was the only one who was probably in the air, with an aura of transcendence. When the crowd saw this scene, they all lost their voices in horror. Little cute. All of them could tell that Blood Soul Demon Lord was bound to be fierce. Hallmaster is mighty. A Battle God Palace disciple shouted excitedly, his gaze fiery as he looked at the domineering Yun Tian Dust, his body unable to stop trembling. The rest of the Battle God Hall disciples were equally shocked inwardly when they saw this. This is unbelievable. A demon ruler powerhouse is so unbearable in front of Lord Yun. The allied forces from all sides of the heavenly realm froze in disbelief, and the gasps of astonishment were endless. As for the group of martial artists from the Western Heavenly Immortal region, they were short of breath for a moment, unable to speak. At this moment, the Blood Demon clan's army, the moment they saw the corpse of the Blood Fiend Demon Monarch, they were all terrified, and all of them no longer had the slightest intention to fight, and all of them each chose to flee for their lives. The Heavenly Realm's army led by the War God Palace was in hot pursuit, and the Western Heavenly Immortal region's group of martial artists were all killing red-eyed, determined to completely eradicate these cruel and heartless executioners. At this moment, none of the Buddhist monks were holding back either. The so-called putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha was not desirable for this murderous blood demon race. How many millions of living beings have been buried in the immortal region by the Blood Demon clan's army? Under the all-out pursuit of the martial artists from all sides, those fleeing blood demon race had already had their hearts and guts cracked, and some of those who wanted to beg for forgiveness were mercilessly wiped out. Such an evil race deserves nothing but hell. On a chaotic battlefield, the brother and sister duo of Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue fought side by side, facing the siege of two major blood demon generals and a dozen or so blood demon race powerhouses. They remained calm and unruffled. Little sister, it's time to use that trick. Lu Xiang's gaze was awe-inspiring, and he and Lu Ningyue exchanged glances. The two of them shared the same mind and instantly understood each other's intentions. Yin and Yang, wheel of life and death. As the two of them lowered their voices in unison, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Only Lu Xiang and Lu Ningyue were surrounded by flashes of light. A black and a white air current intertwined and entwined, forming a huge Yin and Yang totem. The totem slowly rotated, emitting a heaven-destroying aura, and the earth and sky lost their colors. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and the sun and moon were devoid of light. Not good. Retreat. Feeling that terrifying aura, the two blood demon generals and a dozen or so blood demon race powerhouses' faces changed drastically and their figures retreated violently. However,
they were ultimately a step too slow. One could only see that the yin-yang wheel of life and death shook violently and then erupted with a bright and dazzling light, instantly enveloping the 2 blood demon generals and the dozen or so blood demon race powerhouses. Ah! Miserable screams rose and fell as the 2 blood demon generals and a dozen or so top blood demon race powerhouses turned into pieces of flying ash and dissipated into the heavens and earth without even a hint of resistance under the strangulation of that yin-yang wheel of life and death. This scene shook everyone in the arena, all of them staring daggers at the brother and sister duo of Lu Shiyang and Lu Ningyue, their hearts filled with awe. At the same time, on another battlefield, Dongfang Yu also displayed an amazing battle power. His opponent was a blood demon general with incomparable strength. Yet under Dongfang Yu's heavenly desolate war halberd, he appeared to be in a sorry state. Heavenly wasteland strike. Dongfang Yu let out a low cry. The heavenly desolate war halberd in his hand slashed out violently. A huge halberd cut through the sky, taking the opponent's head directly. Seeing this, the blood demon general's face changed drastically, and he hastily waved his blood sword to fend off. However, his blade aura instantly collapsed under the heavenly desolate battle halberd, and he was heavily injured with a single blow, along with his blade. Ah! The blood demon general screamed miserably and his body retreated violently. However, Dongfang Yu didn't give him any chance, and with a flash of his body, he chased after him, replenishing his absolute killing halberd, directly cutting him down on the spot. Si Kongxian's battle was even simpler and rougher, as he faced a blood demon general who had no intention of fighting. In front of a battle maniac like Si Kongxian, a blood demon general without the will to fight would naturally not be able to utilize his full strength. With this and that, the battle was already doomed, only to see that Si Kongxian's overlord was invincible. His entire body's strength condensed on top of his fist, and he threw a punch at the blood demon general who was unable to dodge, smashing him half dead on the spot. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground, Si Kongxian did not have the slightest bit of compassion as his figure violently flashed out and stomped on the blood demon general's head, the entire process being clean and brutal as well. When the crowd of martial artists from the Western Heavenly Immortal region saw this scene, a vicious chill ran through their hearts. Everyone is speculating, where are these fierce men from? They would never have dreamed that the Heavenly Realm, which was regarded as an abandoned place by the Immortal Realm, would become their savior. Chapter 145, Battle to the Point of Madness. 2 Survivors. In the Blood Demon Army, Dugu Jian had fallen into a state of madness. His battle power instantly soared to the extreme, slaughtering madly in the escaping Blood Demon Army. Wherever the solitary sword went, the killing chi had formed into substance, condensing into an invisible sword aura that swept across the 4 directions. Even a powerhouse of the 6th or 7th step of the Divine Palace would not dare to approach within 10,000 meters of it for fear of being injured by that killing aura. Solitary Sword's figure flickered rapidly across the battlefield, taking away the lives of a large swath of blood demon race generals with every appearance. Watching countless people's hearts go cold, this was simply a killing machine. In the midst of this chaotic void battlefield, Long Baodian, who was transformed into a golden dragon, was equally bright. After an intense exchange, Long Baodian seized the opportunity, and between his dragon body flipping, he threw his opponent away with a dragon tail, and then opened his mouth to spit out a mountain-sized ball of energy, killing a top-level demon general level powerhouse on the spot. After resolving this blood demon general, his massive dragon body roamed the battlefield with reckless abandon, and no one could stop him under the blood demon general. On the other side, the 2 major demon generals and the 4 blood demon general experts who had surrounded Xiaojiu saw that the situation was over, and they were slow to take down the monster in front of them, so they coincidentally turned around and fled. However, they had just escaped a short distance when their way was blocked by the huge dragon body of Long Baodian. Roar! Long Baotian let out a deafening dragon roar, scaring the hearts and minds of the 2 major demon generals and the 4 blood demon general experts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 9 wings on Xiaojiu's back moved in unison, and he instantly appeared behind them, delivering the strongest strike, only to see a radiant arc of sharp wands cut through the sky, as if cutting the emptiness off at the waist, instantly inflicting heavy damage on the 2 major demon rulers of the blood demon race. The other 4 blood demon race experts who reacted a little slower were even more miserable as 3 of them died and 1 was injured under this strike from Xiaojiu. A bunch of scum, give Master Tiger death. It was also just as those 2 blood demon generals had just stood up from the ruins that a thick, bellowing voice rang out. However, he saw a black tiger that was 100 feet tall like Tarzan pressing down on the 2 demon monarchs below, and it was the black tiger's original body, the ink jade black tiger. Pity the 2 blood demon generals. Before they could react they were crushed by the black tiger, and they couldn't even scream in time. Another blood demon race powerhouse who was previously alive was also affected and died on the spot. Seeing that he had succeeded in his sneak attack, the black tiger immediately put on a smelly look.
the entire tiger body was domineering, with its head tilted towards the sky, as if it was waiting for others to pay homage to it. However, at this moment, Black Tiger sensed a crisis. He just turned around, but he saw that the huge dragon tail of Long Baotian had already swept in. Long Baotian, you bastard! The Black Tiger's tirade came to an abrupt end, and his 100-foot tiger body was then swept away, in the direction of where the Blood Demon clan's defeated army had fled. Only heard bang, a deafening bang. The huge body of the Black Tiger smashed into dozens of Blood Demon generals, of which there are more than a dozen. A little weak was smashed to death on the spot, the rest of all seriously injured on the ground. The Black Tiger cursed and stood up, spreading all his anger on the Blood Demon race generals. With one claw at a time, he cleanly slapped those unlucky Blood Demon race generals to death one by one. Such a shocking battle scene was continuously staged on the battlefield. The martial artists from all sides displayed amazing strength and battle spirit, killing those evil Blood Demon race generals one by one. Mo Feng, Long Wuxie, Lin Tianqi, Night Frenzy Cloud, and Sol Wuxie were all charging through the battlefield as well. Invincible. Under their leadership, the Heavenly Realms army was all divinely valiant and invincible, and soon decimated those Blood Demon race armies. There were only a few scattered pockets of resistance and fleeing Blood Demon race generals left on the entire battlefield, but in the end, they were all unable to escape death. In this vast battlefield, there were visions caused by the great battle everywhere, and the entire western heavenly immortal region was like a cultivated hell. In this tragic battle, Yun Wuhan also displayed his terrifying strength. He actually faced a Blood Demon general alone with his cultivation of the 7th step of the Divine Palace. Only Yun Wuhan's figure was like electricity, rapidly weaving in and out of the void, and every time he appeared, he made the Blood Demon general he was fighting against unable to defend himself. He was holding a long sword, and his body was filled with chaotic mist. Yun Wuchen, who had cultivated many martial arts techniques from the Battle God Palace, each strike could be considered a killing blow. That Blood Demon general appeared to be overwhelmed by such a furious attack from Yun Wuhan, especially after seeing that both of the two great demon monarchs had been easily obliterated by Yun Tian dust. The blow to the Blood Demon race could be imagined. The Blood Demon race's army, which had already been demoralized, were all only thinking of escaping at this moment. As Yun Wuhan gradually adapted to the rules of the immortal realm, his battles became more and more furious, and he vented all of his anger at his mother's captivity in this battle. And every move and style carried the ultimate rage and killing intent. The Blood Demon general that he fought against was completely dumbfounded by Yun Wuchen's madness, and with his focus on escaping, he was soon heavily injured on the spot by Yun Wuchen. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yun Wuhan chopped out a powerful and domineering sword in a smooth manner, and the Blood Demon general, who was comparable to a deity, died in the hands of Yun Wuhan, who was at the 7th step of the Divine Palace. Just like this, such a shocking battle performance really shook everyone in the arena. Even the group of executives from the Battle God Temple couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Compared to Yun Wuhan, Yun Xier was not as bright. She always teamed up with Mu Li, escorting the Battle God Palace's army while cooperating with Mu Li's poison technique to exterminate her opponents in the battlefield on a wide scale. Nonetheless, Yun Xier also proved her strength in this battle. She stepped on the 9 Paths Lotus platform with her feet, and the petals flew in the sky, and every single petal that floated down carried an endless killing opportunity. Under Mu Li's poisonous technique, the petals were shot like hidden weapons into the Blood Demon army, but anyone who was injured by the petals would instantly lose their fighting strength, and the Battle God Palace army would take advantage of the opportunity to massacre them. The range and effectiveness of their attacks is staggering. With such precise coordination, the Blood Demon army was like lambs to the slaughter. There were demon general powerhouses who wanted to exterminate the pair, but they were all blocked by Night Frenzy Cloud and Lin Tianqi and the others, and they all ended up having to watch as the Blood Demon race's army was mercilessly harvested. In addition, the 36 battle generals, such as Feng Yuan and Duan Chong, also performed brightly. The Heavenly Realms armies, led by the War God Temple, were also all fighting to the point of insanity, with all of them exerting superb fighting strength. The 500,000 Blood Demon army was quickly decimated, with less than 1,000 still alive to escape. Stay! As a faint voice of words rang out, the figures of those thousands of Blood Demon generals were fixed, including that one and only demon general powerhouse. They were all firmly confined in midair, unable to move the slightest bit. Amidst the horrified gazes of this group of Blood Demon race generals, that transcendent and dusty figure emerged from the void and was looking at them with an indifferent expression. Die! Without uttering a single word of nonsense, Yun Tian Dust's eyes shifted as the spatial strangulation was executed. Bang bang! Bang bang! A series of explosions rang out, and thousands of Blood Demon race generals exploded one after another, leaving only 2 lone Blood Demon race figures in the roiling blood mist.
Among them was that last blood demon general. And Yun Tian Dust deliberately left these two alive for the purpose of soul-searching. You. That blood demon general's voice trembled and he couldn't even speak properly, indifferently gazing at these last two survivors. Yun Tian Dust's voice was like thunder. The blood demon race, right? If you dare to provoke my war god palace, you should have the realization of death. Chapter 146, one step ahead of the group. The group's anger. Without half a moment's hesitation, Yun Tian Dust raised his hand and took that blood demon general through the air, and his huge divine thoughts exploded out like a tidal wave, searching his soul without any avoidance. This time, he was on full guard, and sure enough, he detected the presence of a prohibition in that demon general powerhouse's divine soul. Frowning slightly, Yun Tian Dust had experienced the power of these types of prohibitions. A single slip could trigger unknown dangers. He gazed and gathered his energy with incomparably fine divine sense manipulation, skillfully avoiding the prohibitions and attempting to explore the depths of this demon general's memories, but did not find much valuable information. Obviously, he still underestimated the power of this prohibition. It was useless to keep it, and Yun Tian Dust easily crushed its soul and wiped it out on the spot. Immediately afterward, Yun Tian Dust turned his head to look at the blood demon race general who was trembling at the side and continued his soul-searching operation. As he had guessed, there was no prohibition in the divine soul of this blood demon race general, and Yun Tianduan easily searched for his memories. In its memories, he got quite a few things about the blood demon race, including their identity, origin, plan of action, and internal structure. More importantly, Yun Tian Dust had obtained the whereabouts of the blood shadow demon lord. I'll go first, you guys will follow afterward. After obtaining this crucial information, Yun Tianduan casually obliterated that blood demon race general, and after instructing Lu Xieyang and the others, he broke through the air first. Bailey Yan's situation is critical. He does not dare to have a little delay. Looking at Yun Tian Dust's departing back, everyone in the arena showed reverence, the gratitude and awe under their eyes undisguised. Until then, they were desperate. All of them were holding the mentality of dying together and were fighting the blood demon race to the death. And now that they were still alive, and their loved ones who were hiding within the secret territory of the Brahma Zen garden were still there, all of them had a sense of survival after the calamity. When they looked at the group of rescuers present, they showed their gratitude. Eyeing Yun Tian Dust's departure, Lu Shiyang didn't hesitate for half a second as he waved his arm and raised his voice. Battle God Temple disciples listened to the order. Follow me to set off to the eternal immortal region and help the temple master. Kill, kill, kill. What responded to Lu Shiyang was deafening shouts of murder. The disciples of the Battle God's palace present all had high fighting spirits. After this battle, the Battle God palace lost less than 5,000, but acted as the absolute main force, completely annihilating more than 500,000 blood demon race armies. Such a battle result was glorious. The iron-blooded battle aura emanating from the disciples of the Battle God Temple at this moment was daunting to the crowd of martial artists in the western heavenly immortal region. Amit Ba, seeing Lu Evil Yang and other Battle God Palace army about to leave, Zen Master Huiwu hurriedly stood out and politely thanked him. Many thanks to all the monks for coming to the rescue. My Buddhist sect and the hundreds of millions of living beings in the western heavenly immortal region were saved from being coated in charcoal. If there is a need for my Buddhist sect's place, I am willing to be the first one to take part in the battle. Zen Master Huiwu's voice was loud and sincere, expressing the gratitude of the Buddhist sect to the War God Temple, and us, thanks to the heavenly grace of saving the lives of all the heroes. We are at your disposal. As soon as Zen Master Hui Yuan's words fell, the scene resounded with a burst of loud shouts. The crowd of martial artists in the western heavenly immortal region were furious and pious. This lord, I wonder if you are. In front of the densely packed crowd, an old man with white hair arched his hand at Lu Shiyang and inquired curiously. Before Lu Shiyang spoke, the black tiger that had changed back to human form took the lead and spoke. He shot a glance at the old man with a careless face and said with a haughty face, "Old man, you wait and remember well. We come from the heavenly realm's War God Temple. That God's mighty man is our War God Temple's supreme hallmaster. He is called Yun Tian Dust." When speaking Yun Tian Dust's name, Black Tiger's tone was filled with admiration and pride. What? The heavenly realm? The crowd's eyes glazed over at the words. On everyone's face, disbelief was written. This was because in their minds, the heavenly realm was always a barren place abandoned by the immortal realm, and it was simply impossible for a divine palace realm powerhouse to be born. Growing up in a crippled rule like the heavenly realm, it would be a problem to break through to a mortal emperor, let alone achieve the god realm. As for Master Tiger, I am one of the 12 blazing angels of the temple of the god of war, with the invincible Black Tiger Legion under my command. And, seeing that this shameless Black Tiger was still going to chatter, Lu Xian glared at him, and Black Tiger instantly shut up.
The crowd also smiled helplessly and bitterly. When will that bastard's bad mouth change? Master is polite. We have orders, so we'll take our leave first. Lu Xiang arched his hand at Zen Master Huiwu with a polite cry before offering a giant worship and flying up first. Dong Feng Yu, Lang Wu Xie, and the others followed suit. Right after Lu Xiang, one could only see dozens of huge warships appearing out of thin air, carrying more than 170,000 people, breaking through the air with great vigor, and the momentum shook the entire western heavenly immortal region. Looking at the heavenly realm army that gradually disappeared at the end of the line of sight, the crowd in the arena could not calm down for a long time. War God Palace. Is this really a force that can be born out of the heavenly realm? How come I've never heard of it before? When did such a terrifying force come out of that abandoned land? And that battle god temple hall master, how could he be so powerful? There were whispers and murmurs. In the end, none of them get answers. Just have to bury this gratitude in my heart. Just as everyone began to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded, Ming Kong, who was sitting on his knees, gradually converged the Buddha's light on his body, and that pair of tightly closed eyes, violently opened, and there was a stern golden light bursting out, which took the hearts of the people. Akira, how do you feel? Seeing Ming Kong awaken, Zen Master Huiwu showed concern, and a group of Buddhist monks also gathered around. Thank you for your concern, senior uncle and everyone else. Disciple is already fine. Ming Kong clasped his hands together and bowed to Zen Master Huiwu. After doing all this, he rose up with an open mind and looked up in the direction where the eternal immortal region was located, a resolute color flashing in his eyes. Senior uncle, disciple is going to make a trip to the eternal immortal region, so I'll leave this matter to you and everyone else first. When the words fell, without the slightest hesitation, Ming Kong turned around and stepped out in the direction where the eternal immortal domain was located. Lord Buddha's son, I'm going too. I think that battle god hall is going to deal with the blood demon race. My family members were killed in this battle. I want to avenge them. Ming Kong had just taken a few steps out, when a tall and thin youth dyed in blood quickly came in front of him, his fists clenched, his face full of grief and indignation, asking for battle. And me, I'm going as well. Those bastards of the blood demon clan, they killed my whole family. This revenge is not shared. Let's all go together and help the battle god's palace to completely overthrow the blood demon race. With a few people taking the lead, the scene immediately became enraged, and countless figures converged from all directions, raising their arms and taking the initiative to ask for help, requesting to go with Ming Kong to the eternal immortal realm and help the war god temple. Looking at the monks in front of him who were filled with righteous indignation, as well as the densely packed western heavenly immortal region martial practitioners around him, a color of relief surfaced in Ming Kong's deep eyes. I believe that after this battle, all parties in the immortal region will only become more united. Good. Since everyone is willing to join with the poor monk to get rid of the demons and punish the evils, then let's go together. Ming Kong clasped his hands together and gave a loud Buddhist chant. As the words fell, Ming Kong stepped into the air first, breaking through the air in the direction of the eternal immortal region. Get rid of the demons and punish the evil, and slay the blood demons. Kill. In response to Ming Kong, there were loud and clear shouts of killing, and the martial artists of the western heavenly immortal region and the Buddhist sect rose up in the air, following Ming Kong, and flew up to follow them in great numbers. Chapter 147, One Step Too Late. Bailey Chung Kong. The moment the bloodshed demon monarch and the blood soul demon monarch died, the blood shadow demon monarch who was in the eternal immortal domain immediately became aware of it and couldn't help but change his face drastically. He really couldn't figure out that with the strength of the two great demon monarchs, Blood Fiend and Blood Soul, when they joined forces, there was still someone in this low-level forsaken world who could injure them. What's more, the opponent was still killing two major demon monarchs of the same level as him one after another in such a short period of time, and his strength was feared to be far beyond that of a true god. Thinking of this, Blood Shadow Demon Lord couldn't help but shiver, and he didn't dare to continue thinking about it anymore. No, I can't stay in this realm. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord decided decisively to return to the demon realm on this matter. Without half a moment's hesitation, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch captured Bailey Yin in his hands and turned into a wisp of black smoke to break through the air. He chose to leave quietly without alerting the Blood Demon clan's army. In the Blood Shadow Demon Lord's mind, the lives of the 10 million Blood Demon race army were like grass, and as long as he secretly escaped back to the demon realm and hid, his cultivation was bound to skyrocket after he absorbed the bloodline of this Dark Knight King. When the time is ripe, then he will come forward to explain everything, and I believe that the higher echelons of the clan will not chastise him too much. After all, in the demon world, only the truly strong were revered. It was also just a few hours after the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch left that Yun Tian Dust finally arrived at the Eternal Divine Hall territory.
He used his spatial secret technique to silently sneak into the hall where the blood shadow demon monarch was located but came up empty. Looking around, the great hall was empty, with only a cold wind traveling through the empty hall, bringing up a burst of chilly air. Late, Yun Tiandust's brows furrowed as he detected a faint trace of aura here that was left behind by Bai Lian. Although this aura was weak, Yun Tiandust captured it keenly. If something bad really happened to Bai Lian, then he would never forgive himself in his life. But on second thought, it should also be unlikely. Otherwise the Blood Shadow Demon Lord would definitely still be here. It was also at the time when Yun Tiandust was worried that a Blood Demon race general rushed into the Great Hall in a panic. Lord Blood Shadow. Something big has happened. Blood. The general was clearly looking for the Blood Shadow Demon Lord. Yet when he raised his head, what he saw was Yun Tiandust's cold eyes. His words came to a screeching halt, a horrified look on his face. Who are you? Where is Lord Bloodshot? The general's voice trembled as he tried to ask out the identity of this strange human. What responded to him was a soul destruction seal. Although the divine souls of the blood demon race and the human race were different, there was not much difference in essence. With Yun Tiandust's current divine soul realm executing the soul destruction seal, it was countless times more powerful than before. That blood demon race general's divine soul wouldn't even have a chance to react after the invasion of the soul extinguishing seal. His divine soul was wiped out in an instant, and his body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Thinking of a possibility, Yun Tiandust didn't dare to have any delay. His figure was once again hidden in space, rushing towards the direction of the abyss of Necropolis at breakneck speed. Yun Tiandust did not startle the Blood Demon Clan's army, and in order to arrive at the abyss of Necropolis as soon as possible, he did not hesitate to use his berserking form to increase his speed to the extreme. At all costs, he had to intercept that Blood Shadow Demon Lord and save Bai Lian, while Yun Tiandust was still anxiously rushing. In front of a hidden formation altar in the abyss of Necropolis, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch was detaining Bai Lian and preparing to activate the teleportation channel to escape back to the demon realm. But at this critical moment, the void suddenly cracked open and an immortal black-shirt old man walked out from it. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord felt a great terror like never before, and he realized that he was unable to move. This old man who suddenly appeared had a white beard and hair, and his wrinkled face was full of grooves, and although he didn't release a trace of powerful pressure on his body, he gave people a feeling of unfathomability. On the contrary, the moment the old man appeared, Bai Lian felt a throbbing of his bloodline that he had never felt before. That bloodline power that had just recently awakened was more than restless at this moment, as if it was about to spurt out. Bai Lian's face changed slightly. He understood that this was a bloodline sensation that would only occur between bloodline closest relatives. This also meant that the old man in front of him was his closest relative. As soon as the black-robed old man appeared, his gaze was fixed on Bai Lian. It was as if he hadn't noticed the Blood Shadow Demon Lord's presence. Completely ignoring him, excitedly gazing at Bai Lian, the old man flipped his hand and took out half of an ink-colored jade pendant engraved with complex patterns. He recited words under his breath and couldn't wait to input a soft power into it. Giggle. Only a chirping sound was heard, and the half-jade pendant violently emitted a blazing light as it voluntarily came out of his hand. The moment Bai Lian saw the half-jade pendant, he completely froze. He hurriedly checked his neck, where he originally wore a jade pendant similar to the one in the old man's hand. However, under his shocked gaze, a stream of light flew out from his chest, and it was none other than the half-piece of jade pendant that he had been wearing with him for as long as he could remember. Bai Lian's face was filled with horror, only to see the two halves of the jade pendant rapidly fusing into one in the void, finally forming a flawless reddish-golden jade pendant. The pressure emanating from it instantly crushed the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch into mush on the spot, and the remnants of his soul that barely survived are now dying, begging for mercy. But strangely enough, this pressure had no effect on Bai Lian, who instead felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Even the restraints that the Blood Shadow Demon Lord had imposed on him all dissipated. Shocked, Bai Lian was just about to inquire when the pale figure suspended in midair took the lead and spoke. Eyes softly looking at Bai Li DM, the old man that old body cannot stop trembling. Speech are not fluent, DM. DM child. Really is you? As he said that, the old man held the combined red gold jade pendant in his hands, and the whole person was excited. What? Hearing the old man address himself, Bai Lian's body shook and subconsciously inquired out. Elder, how do you know my name? Because I'm your grandfather, the old man replied in a trembling voice, as he appeared in front of Bai Lian in a flash, and said with old tears in his eyes, my bitter grandson, I gave you all your names, how could I not know? Hearing the old man's words, Bai Lian was struck by lightning, his whole body froze in place, his mind in chaos. Grandfather? He murmured, the title both familiar and unfamiliar to him, as if a long dormant memory had been suddenly awakened. The old man held Bai Lian's hands tightly,
and his white, bloodless hands seemed unusually warm, as if they were transmitting a strong sense of affection through the thin skin. "Yes, child, I am truly your grandfather. My name is Bailey Chung-kong," the old man said with renewed certainty, each word seeming to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds, smashing into Bailey DM's heart. A trace of confusion flashed in Bailey DM's eyes. He had been alone since he was a child, with no memories before the age of 6, and had never heard any news about his family in the heavenly realm, let alone the existence of his grandfather. And this old man who suddenly appeared in front of him claimed to be his grandfather. But that sense of bloodline, the jade pendant that merged into one in front of his eyes, and the old man's excited and sincere look were all telling him that it was not a falsehood. Chapter 148, Conversation and Recognition. Bailey Yen stood still, as if time had frozen at this moment. The sudden appearance of his relatives, who had long since faded away, was so sudden that it was difficult for Bailey Yen to accept for a moment. "Grandfather." Looking at the old man in front of him with that hopeful gaze, Bailey DM was silent for a long time, and it was always difficult to calm the waves in his heart. And finally he cried out with a trembling voice. Seeing this, a trace of heartache flashed in Bailey Chung-kong's eyes as he stepped forward and gently patted Bailey DM's shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. "Child, I know that this is all too sudden for you, but please believe me, I am indeed your grandfather. You have the noblest bloodline of my Dark Knight divine race flowing in your body, and are the future hope of my Dark Knight divine race." Bailey DM took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked up at this grandfather who came out of nowhere, complex emotions flashing in his eyes. "Grandfather, I have a doubt." Bailey Chung-kong nodded and waved his hand to produce an additional set of jade tables and chairs, signaling Bailey DM to sit down, and he himself slowly sat down on a stone chair to the side, saying in a calm tone, "My child, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will know everything and answer for you." While saying that, Bailey Chung-kong took out 2 glazed jade cups and made tea on the spot. Bailey Yen sat down, his mood gradually calming down a bit, completely ignoring the blood shadow demon lord in that residual soul state. He organized his thoughts and opened his mouth to ask, "Grandfather, ever since I had memories after the age of 6, I have never heard any news about my family, much less knew that I had relatives. Since I'm from the Darkness God clan, how could I appear in the heavenly realm?" Ugh. Carrying a cup of tea and placing it in front of Bailey DM, Bailey Chung-kong let out a long sigh. His eyes became deep and hateful, and with a hint of heaviness in his tone of voice, he slowly said, "My child, it all started 3,000 years ago. My Dark Knight Divine Clan has a long heritage and is one of the top 10 ancient divine clans in the divine realm. Your father, Bailey Ruofeng, is an exceptional genius that is hard to come by in our clan for millions of years. The talent is so high that there are very few people who can compare to it when looking at the entire divine realm." Bailey Yan listened intently. He had never heard of such past events. His heart was filled with complexity and curiosity. 3,000 years ago, the ancient road of returning ruins, which was known as the first place of opportunity in the divine realm, suddenly opened, and your father led a group of talented sons and daughters of the Darkness God clan to the ancient road of returning ruins. At an ancient relic, he obtained a supreme treasure, but as a result, he was targeted by the Red Yang Divine Clan and the Heaven-Swallowing Emperor Clan. The young masters of these two clans joined forces against your father, wanting to kill and seize the treasure. Speaking here, Bailey Chung-kong's voice carried a hint of anger and helplessness. Although your father's talent is powerful, but as the same 10 great ancient divine races young lords, those two are by no means generalized, and with the two of them joining forces, your father also had a tough time coping. But just as your father was dealing with these two with all his might, the young lord of the Sky Demon clan struck behind his back in an assassination attempt, severely injuring your father. Seeing that Bailey DM didn't have much of a change in expression, Bailey Chung-kong sighed lightly in his heart and continued to narrate. Luckily, at the critical moment, your father relied on the supreme secret techniques of our Dark Knight clan, and managed to escape from the siege of the 3 major experts of his generation. After that, he shut himself up in the returning ruins ancient road for dozens of years and managed to realize a set of supreme techniques from that secret treasure, the Great Sealing Technique, and ultimately permanently sealed the young masters of that Red Young Divine Clan and the Heaven-Swallowing Emperor Clan in the returning ruins ancient road, until the returning ruins ancient road was closed. The news of those 2 great divine young masters being sealed by your father spread rapidly, and the 2 great divine clans came to the door to ask for forgiveness, but the ones who were at a disadvantage were them. So naturally, they wouldn't start a big war because of it, and the matter was left unsettled. However, just 100 years ago, on the very night you were born, when my Dark Knight Divine Clan was reveling in its revelry and at its most lax, the Red Yang Divine Clan and the Heaven-Swallowing Emperor Clan suddenly joined forces to turn on our Dark Knight Divine Clan. After a pause, Bailey Chung-kong's voice became low, and a trace of pain and hatred flashed through his deep eyes. because those two great divine races almost came out of their nests, and had obviously been planning for a long time. Our darkness divine race was caught off guard. At that time, the situation was very critical, so I asked your parents to take you on a teleportation array to leave first. But who knows? You encountered the secret meddling of the heavenly demon clan's powerhouses during the teleportation process, and as a result, you were caught up in the spatial turbulence, and were never heard from again. After Bailey Chenkong finished speaking, his gaze softly looked at Bailey Yen, his loving face full of apologies. It's the Sky Demon clan again. It's really damned. Bailey Yan's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with thick killing intent. According to his investigations over the years, the Heavenly Demon Clan was the royal clan among demons, and the Blood Demon Clan that invaded the Immortal region was only one of the 12 royal clans under the Heavenly Demon Clan. But what Bailey Yen did not expect was that the Sky Demon Clan would be so powerful that the existence that dared to call the shots with the Dark Knight Divine Clan was afraid that the depths of the clan would far exceed what he had investigated. What? DM? You've seen the Heavenly Demon Clan? Seeing Bailey DM's reaction, a trace of surprise flashed in Bailey Chinkong's eyes. Only then did he turn his head to look at the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's remnant soul that was trembling at the side. As if he had guessed something, Bailey Chinkong's face also instantly sank. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord's residual soul body felt Bailey Chinkong's killing intent and felt death coming, and hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. My lord, spare my life. I didn't know he was. Humph, you also have today? Bailey Yen snorted coldly and whirled around, slapping out a palm. Only a roar was heard, and the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's remnant soul body completely dissipated, truly confirming the saying wind and water turns. As if they were swatting a fly, neither of them paid much attention to it. Seeing Bailey Chinkong's doubts, Bailey Yen briefly recounted the Blood Demon race's invasion of the Immortal region and the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's purpose in capturing him before getting back to the point and asking about what happened afterwards. Mentioning the plight of the Dark Knight Divine race back then, Bailey Chinkong's eyes flashed with gratitude as he murmured, that tragic battle nearly shattered the forbidden area where my Dark Knight Divine race was located. And it was only when the Dragon Divine race and the Bastardly Sky Divine race stepped in that the matter was quelled. But after this battle, my Darkness God clan suffered heavy losses and has since been reduced to the weakest existence among the 10 forbidden regions. If it weren't for my clan's friendship with the Dragon God clan, the situation would only be more critical. After hearing this, Bailey Yen frowned and asked, what about my parents? Ugh, Bailey Chinkong sighed, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Although they were lucky enough to survive the spatial turbulence, the blow of your accident was too great for them, and they were never able to walk out. Over the years, they set foot in every corner of the divine realm just to find you, but they knew in their hearts that you were still a baby at that time, and it was almost impossible to survive the astral wind turbulence that was strong enough to strangle a supreme god. But they always held on to a glimmer of hope, and perhaps it was a kind of spiritual trust they placed in themselves, never wanting to give up the search for you. Chapter 149 Yun Tian Dust's Arrival. Enlightenment T. Hearing his parents' reaction, a warm current welled up in Bailey Yan's heart as he raised his head to look at Bailey Chinkong, a firm and complex light flashing in his eyes. Grandfather, what about you? How did you suddenly come here? A trace of relief flashed in Bailey Chinkong's eyes as he softly said, my child, after learning that you were caught in the spatial turbulence, your great-grandfather had used the power of his bloodline as a guide to try to deduce your destiny. I was right next to you at the time. Your great ancestor's deduction skills are second to none in the entire divine realm. But when he deduced the trajectory of your destiny, not only did he come up empty-handed, but he also suffered a not-so-small backlash. According to your great-grandfather's words, you must still be alive, and your destiny is frighteningly strong, and a hope for the re-emergence of my Darkness God clan. Gazing softly at Bailey Yen, Bailey Chinkong's face was filled with surprise and emotion as he softly said, the Dark Knight King bloodline that has awakened in your body is comparable in purity to that of the patriarchs of my clan, and your future accomplishments are absolutely unlimited. Speaking here, Bailey Chinkong suddenly stood up and looked at Bailey Yen with an apologetic face, pleading in his tone, my child, Grandpa here apologizes to you. It is because we did not protect you well that you suffered such a great hardship just after you were born. Can you forgive Grandpa, forgive the Dark Knight clan? This moment's Bailey Chinkong, which still had half of the shadow of the Dark Knight Divine clan's clan chief, his eyes were red and sincere, as if he was a child asking for forgiveness after making a mistake. Seeing this action of Bailey Chinkong, Bailey Yen hurriedly got up and said with a firm gaze, Grandfather, you are talking too seriously. This is all in the past. I will not blame you, nor will I blame the Dark Knight Divine clan. He stepped forward and gently held Bailey Chinkong's hand as he respectfully saluted. Although I have no way to verify everything you said, I can feel your sincerity. Regardless of what happened in the past, now is the real beginning. Raising his head to look at the sky, Bailey Yan said word for word. One day, I will personally go to those 3 clans and seek justice for my parents, and also for myself. Hearing Bailey Yan's words, Bailey Chinkong's eyes were slightly moist. Trembling and assisting Bailey DM, Bailey Chinkong's heart surged with relief and softly said, DM child, you have grown up. You have really grown up. Your father and mother would be overjoyed if they knew you were still alive. In this moment, the hearts of the grandchildren became closer. Bailey Chinkong gently patted Bailey Yan's shoulder and asked with concern, my child, do you have any plans for the future? Would you like to return home with me? Although he wished that his grandson could go back with him, he would not force himself, because he knew that pushing for it would only backfire. Bailey Yan smiled faintly. His eyes flashed with a touch of firmness. Grandfather, truth be told, my friends and family here are suffering from the threat of the blood demon race. After this crisis is resolved, I will travel to the god realm. My parents have endured too much because of me. If I avoid turning a blind eye to them, it is unfilial, and is by no means what a great man would do. The mention of his biological parents brought up a flicker of anticipation in his mind. Bailey Chinkong sniffed, and his face was thick with relief. This was his Bailey Chinkong's grandson, the king of the Dark Knight clan, with a superior mindset and character. Then, Bailey Chinkong asked about Bailey Yan's experiences over the years. After listening to Bailey Yan's narration, Bailey Chinkong nodded his head heavily, and in his heart, he became intensely interested in Yun Tianwan and that so-called battle god's palace. Someone who could make his grandson hold him in such high esteem would not be simple. And the other party was also the savior of his grandson's life. He should also thank him in person. As Bailey Chinkong was thinking this, his brows suddenly frowned slightly as he keenly sensed that a not-so-weak aura was rapidly approaching. That person's cultivation wasn't worth mentioning in the divine realm, but it was a bit strange to appear in such a small world, because he could sense that this world's rules were crippled and had been lost in chaos. No one should be able to break through to the god realm, but this was also the most important. If someone could break the bonds in this heaven and earth, their talent could be described as terrifying. Grandfather, what have you found? Seeing the change in Bailey Chinkong's expression, Bailey Yan curiously asked out. Deep eyes piercing through endless space, Bailey Chinkong replied truthfully. I detected someone rapidly approaching. That person's realm has reached that of a lower true god, and the speed of that person is comparable to that of a heavenly god. Bailey Yan froze and could not help but get excited. Grandfather, if I guessed correctly, that person is none other than my elder brother Yun Tian Dust. As if he had already guessed it, Bailey Chinkong was not overly surprised, and a hint of emotion flashed through his eyes. DM child, this big brother of yours is really not simple. Smiling and nodding, Bailey Yan was just about to speak when he saw the familiar figure. Big brother, Bailey Yan cried out in excitement, quickly stepping forward to meet Yun Tian Duan and bowing deeply to him. DM, get up. Yun Tian Dust hurriedly helped him up and asked with concern, how is it? Are you alright? Thanks big brother. I'm fine. It was grandfather who saved me. Bailey Yan replied with a smile, then turned around and introduced. Big brother, this is my grandfather, the patriarch of the Dark Knight Divine Clan, Bailey Chinkong. Grandfather, this is my elder brother Yun Tian Dust. Bailey Yan continued. Yun Tian Dust's gaze landed on Bailey Chinkong with scrutiny and vigilance in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said politely, greetings senior. It is fortunate that you were able to appear in time so that Yan could be safe and sound. Bailey Chinkong smiled faintly and waved his hand to produce another stone bench, saying in a gentle tone, little friend, sit down and talk. Yun Tian Duan followed Bailey Yan to the table, his gaze never leaving Bailey Chinkong. He had a strong intuition in his heart that the white-haired old man in front of him was by no means an unusual character. That unfathomable aura made him involuntarily raise his guard. Bailey Chinkong signaled that Yun Tianduan did not need to be formal, and said in a warm voice, little friend, thanks for taking care of DM's child all these years. I am here to thank you. Elder is polite. DM and I are like brothers. Everything is as it should be. Yun Tian Dust said with a smile, not being too formal. Although the old man in front of him was very powerful, he didn't feel any semblance of malice. Since practicing the Great Destiny technique, his sense of danger was strong, and if the person was a fake or imposter, he would have sensed it. Nodding approvingly, Bailey Chinkong waved his hand, signaling for Yun Tianduan to sit down. He personally made a cup of tea for Yun Tianduan and said softly, little friend, would you dare to try a cup? Yun Tian Dust received the teacup and his heart stirred. He could feel the special energy contained in the cup of tea and couldn't help but softly say, many thanks, senior. Yun Tian Dust gently took a sip of the tea and immediately felt a cool energy flow down his throat into his dantian, and it was as if the meridians of his entire body were being moisturized by a warm force. He closed his eyes and reveled in the amazing feeling. A moment later, Yun Tianduan snapped his eyes open, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. This is Enlightenment Tea? Chapter 150, If Heaven Wants to Destroy Me, I Will Break Heaven with My Sword. Hearing the words Enlightenment Tea, Bailey Yen also couldn't help but look surprised. Looking at the shock of the two, Bailey Chenkong smiled faintly and nodded. Not bad. I can't imagine that my little friend has such insights. The old man got a few leaves by chance. Let's take it as a meet and greet gift with you and DM's son. Receiving Bailey Chenkong's affirmation, Yun Tian Dust's heart burst with gratitude. He was well aware of the preciousness of the Enlightenment Tea. This kind of supreme treasure that could allow one to enter a state of epiphany at any time, even in the divine realm. It must be an extremely rare treasure. Glancing at the cup of clear tea emanating a mysterious aura, Yun Tian Dust hurriedly got up and bowed deeply to Bailey Chenkong, his face showing his gratitude. Many thanks, senior. This gift of yours, the boy keeps it in mind. Bailey Chenkong waved his hand and said gently, there is no need to be polite. Compared to your great kindness to DM, this is nothing. The Enlightenment Tea has a time limit, so it is better for you to seize the time to feel enlightenment first. Looking at Bailey Yen with a loving face, Bailey Chenkong smiled and reminded, Yenner, you too. Yun Tian Dust and Bailey Yen exchanged glances and nodded their heads before they both drank their respective enlightenment tea and sat down on their knees on either side, slowly closing their eyes. Both of them felt it carefully as the warmth gradually spread out within their bodies. Countless scenes of cultivation surfaced in their minds, and every subtle movement and the rhythm of every breath became crystal clear. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a whole new world. All their doubts and confusion had dissipated and everything was clear. As the effects of the Enlightenment Tea gradually appeared, the two naturally entered a state of epiphany. In Yun Tianduan's mind, the mysteries of the Great Destiny technique slowly unfolded like a scroll. He finally saw the trajectory of destiny, an existence that transcended time and space, like a fine thread of silk that intertwined into a huge net. These destiny trajectories are not fixed, and it is possible for them to be guided and altered under certain circumstances. However, in order to influence and change the trajectory of another person's destiny, one needed to possess sufficiently strong and overwhelming strength in order to resist the backlash of the heavenly Tao and karma. While the Great Destiny technique was cultivated to the extreme, it was able to get rid of karma and deceive the heavenly Tao, and its terror was self-evident. According to the account of destiny in the Great Destiny technique, a person whose destiny was strong enough to influence the destiny trajectory of those around him invisibly. This is the so-called one man gets a government position. All his cronies get a government position. In the state of epiphany, Yun Tian Dust's understanding of the Great Destiny technique grew deeper and deeper, and he had the feeling of being able to see through the trajectory of other people's destinies. As this realization deepened, an unprecedented confidence surged within Yun Tian Dust's heart, and he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with determination. His eyes unconsciously landed on Bailey Yen, and Yun Tian Dust saw a sinuous yet radiant silk thread, a few segments of which appeared to be rather dim, as if shrouded by a layer of mist, permeated with a mysterious and unpredictable aura. In his heart, Yun Tianduan knew that it might be the great opportunity or calamity that Bailey Yen was about to face, but it was just that at this moment. It was not yet completely clear and could not be verified. Nonetheless, Yun Tianduan was quite satisfied. It was at this moment that his Great Destiny technique was truly initiated. This is. Deep gazes landed on Yun Tian Dust. Bailey Chenkong's face was written with shock. There was something ethereal in the youth in front of him, causing even his heart to palpitate for a moment. Before Bailey Chenkong could regain his senses from the shock, his entire person was subliminally frozen. Just as Yun Tianduan and Bailey Yen were immersed in the epiphany brought about by the Enlightenment Tea, the void was suddenly flooded with fluctuations. The heavenly Tao seemed to sense the appearance of an alien that shouldn't exist in this heaven and earth, and a sword of rules descended from the sky, pointing directly at Yun Tianduan. Not good. The heavenly Tao has sensed this and wants to send down a sword of rules to wipe out the foreigner. Bailey Chenkong's face suddenly changed, a hint of gravity in his voice. Without half a moment's hesitation, Bailey Chenkong's hands quickly formed a seal, and an isolation array appeared out of nowhere, guarding Bailey Yen. The state of epiphany could be encountered but not sought. He couldn't just watch his own precious grandson's enlightenment be interrupted. The situation in the sky above was also noticed by Yun Tian Dust in the first moment. He raised his head violently, his gaze as deep as an abyss, instantly capturing the trajectory of that sword of rules. Vaguely, a trace of enlightenment arose in Yun Tianduan's heart, as if it resonated with the battle heavenly sword in the storage ring. Giggle! With a sword roar, the battle heavenly sword actually flew out of its own accord, subconsciously gripping the battle heavenly sword. That realization in Yun Tian Dust's heart grew stronger and stronger, and the battle heavenly sword in his hand emitted bursts of trembling, as if it was trying to separate itself from that sword of rules. That clarity continued to evolve, eventually transforming into the word battle. The moment the word battle was formed, An unprecedented battle intent violently emanated from Yun Tian Dust's body. What was embodied in that battle spirit was the intention of never giving in, a determination to fight the heavens and the earth. Heavenly Tao, if you want to destroy me, I will break the heavens with my sword. With a firm gaze gazing at the sword of rules that was gathering momentum, Yun Tian Dust's voice was like thunder as the battle heavenly sword transformed into a stream of light under his control, stabbing straight into the sky. This kid, even Bailey Chen-kong was shocked by Yun Tianduan's crazy actions. As Yun Tian Dust shot up explosively, a domineering and boundless overpowering sword intent erupted from him, sweeping across billions of miles in a radius. War! With a loud shout, the battle heavenly sword in Yun Tian Dust's hand slashed diagonally. One could only see a brilliant sword light cut through the sky and chop straight at the sword of rules above the 9 heavens. Accompanied by a violent roar, the sword light and the sword of rules collided above the 9 heavens, erupting into a dazzling light, and the energy aftermath swept out, causing the entire eternally mortal region to tremble. However, not only did Yun Tian Dust's strike fail to chop off the sword of rules, it instead angered the heavenly Tao. An even more terrifying rule power coalesced, raising the power of the sword of rules by more than a few times again. Suffered. The heavenly Tao is enraged. Bailey Chen-kong's face tightened, and his eyes flashed with a thick color of worry. With such a powerful sword of rules, even a god king might not be able to carry it, let alone a tiny true god. How perverse the chaotic body was. It would never be possible to block this kind of killing calamity with a true god realm cultivation, right? No, this is. Bailey Chen-kong was still thinking in this manner, his eyes instantly glaring round, as if he had seen something unbelievable, the whole person breathing heavily, only to see that Yun Tian Dust suddenly closed his eyes. The originally stern and domineering sword intent on his body disappeared without a trace at this moment, but there was an even more powerful sword Tao power coalescing within his body, and even before it was unleashed, there was a sign of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Rumble, accompanied by lightning and thunder, the sword of rules wrapped in the momentum of obliterating all things and stabbed down at Yun Tian Dust below. It was also at this moment that Yun Tianduan violently opened his eyes, and a light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had realized a sword Tao that was uniquely his own from the sword of rules that defied everything. A sword seals the sky. Yun Tian Dust's voice was like thunder that shook the heavens and earth. The battle heavenly sword in his hand was as if it had come to life, blossoming with unprecedented light as the tip of the sword pointed directly at the sword of rules. The sword of rules wrapped in the power of destruction and attacked Yun Tianduan with great vigor. However, just at the moment when the two were about to collide, Yun Tian Dust's sword intent suddenly rose, as if it had resonated with some kind of power in the heavens and earth. The light of the battle heavenly sword grew brighter and brighter, and a brilliant curtain of light formed at the tip of the sword, resisting the might of the sword of rules as much as it could. Boom! There was a loud bang, and it was as if the heavens and earth had fallen into a brief silence. Everything seemed to end, and the only sword in heaven and earth became eternal. Chapter 151, Bailey Yan's Divine Tribulation. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the heavenly Tao's illusory rule sword unexpectedly snapped inch by inch under this extremely brilliant sword of Yun Tian Dust, turning into countless fragments and scattering into the void. At the same time, Yun Tian Dust's cultivation realm also broke through in this instant, advancing from the lower true god to the middle true god realm. Bailey Chen-kong was dumbstruck. He had never seen a breakthrough in cultivation like this. As a top-tier powerhouse of the divine realm, he knew the power of that sword of rules most clearly, and it would be difficult for even a divine king-level existence to easily resist it. However, the young man in front of him not only blocked the sword of rules and shattered it, but also used the pressure to break through his cultivation level. This kind of talent could no longer be described as heaven-defying. Good boy. Bailey Chen-kong's voice trembled a little as he looked at Yun Tianchen with eyes filled with marvel. Yun Tian Dust smiled faintly, a determined light flickering in his gaze. Senior, this is also thanks to the enlightenment tea you gifted, so that my junior could have this opportunity. You're welcome, little friend. Bailey Chen-kong smiled helplessly and couldn't help but lament. Your talent, when looking at the divine realm, is hard to come across in the ages. All of this is your own chance, and the old man is just pushing the envelope. Yun Tian Dust was just about to speak when the void that had only regained its calmness once again rolled with black clouds, mixed with a terrifying destructive force. The two of them looked up in shock, only to see that those black clouds had gradually coalesced into an apocalypse cloud, emitting a palpitating pressure. This is DM's divine calamity? Bailey Chen-kong instantly reacted, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He didn't expect that his own grandson would invoke a divine tribulation at this time. Without the slightest hesitation, Bailey Chen-kong waved his hand to remove the guarding spell formation, and looked at Bailey Yan with a burning gaze, his eyes flashing with thick anticipation. The so-called divine catastrophe is only a catastrophe if one fails to cross the catastrophe, and succeeding in crossing it is a great opportunity. The black pressurized calamity cloud covered billions of miles in a radius, and in that rolling calamity cloud, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the terrifying power of the calamity thunder was brewing, seemingly destroying everything. Surprisingly, it's the ninefold extinction thunder tribulation.
Bailey Ching-kong's pupils suddenly shrunk, and even though he had lived for endless years, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment.
It wasn't that the divine realm hadn't seen a ninefold extinction thunder tribulation, but every time it appeared, it represented the rise of a supreme demon, and every time, it was accompanied by a bloody storm. Because those who were able to cross the ninefold extinction thunder tribulation were all not heaven-defying, and their future accomplishments were unlimited. Grandpa, what kind of lightning tribulation is this? How come it's so terrifying?
Bailey Yan also felt the unprecedented pressure. He looked up at the purple thunder in the rolling rubber clouds,
no longer calm, and couldn't help but show a grave expression. This is the ninefold extinction thunder tribulation that is second only to the death-killing tribulation. It is one of the topmost divine tribulations.
Bailey Ching-kong took a deep breath and slowly said,
"DM child, you don't need to be concerned about anything, just go all out to cross the tribulation. Grandpa will protect you."
Aha! Bailey Yan nodded heavily, and after exchanging a glance with Yun Tian Dust, he dashed and rushed high into the sky.
At the same time, the long brewing robberies finally fell.
A thick purple robberies broke through the sky and blasted towards Bailey Yan with a destructive might.
Bailey Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless,
as he urged his entire body's divine power to condense a defensive light screen in an attempt to resist the terrifying robber thunder.
However, the power of the nine heavy extinction thunder tribulation was beyond imagination. Bailey Yan's defensive light screen shattered layer by layer under the bombardment of the tribulation thunder,
and his entire person was bombarded to the point that his mouth and nose overflowed with blood.
So strong,
Bailey Yan was shocked in his heart,
but he didn't give up. Instead,
he worked his gongfu more firmly and absorbed the power in the robbing thunder.
Each blast of the robbing thunder caused him to feel unprecedented pressure, but at the same time,
it also stimulated his potential. Under Bailey Ching-kong's worried gaze, Bailey Yan was bombarded by the robotic thunder over and over again.
And again and again.
He stood up tenaciously and continued to meet the challenge of the next robotic thunder.
For his part, Yun Tian Duan remained calm, and he absolutely believed in Bailey Yan's talent and perseverance.
It was also at the moment when Bailey Yan's heart laid down the nine heavy extinction thunder tribulation that a crowd of old monsters of the immortal realm lost their voices in horror in the eternal divine hall that was billions of miles away, and rose up in the air, looking through the great formation in the direction of the abyss of the dead spirit,
in a trance. At such a time, the immortal region even had someone who could induce a divine tribulation,
and everyone speculated as to who that extradition of the divine tribulation was.
Divine tribulation. It's actually the aura of a divine calamity. Could it be Mingkong Buddha's son? Is he finally going to break through? Nope. That aura seems to be a bit different from the bright sky Buddha sun. Could it be someone else? Discussions rose and fell, and shock and doubt were written all over the faces of the strongest people. Before that, they had felt an unprecedented and terrifying sword intent, and they all took it for granted that it was emitted by one of those three great demon monarchs. It wasn't until then that they realized they were wrong. Not only immortal domain martial artists, but also the tens of millions of blood demon race troops gathered outside the eternal divine hall's mountain gate couldn't help but have heavy bloodshot eyes when they felt that sword intent. It just so happened that the three great demon lords were all absent at this time. And this time, someone else had triggered the divine tribulation, which was not a good sign. It looked like the death of the three great demon lords hadn't spread yet, or else the military would have been in chaos. It was also when all parties were attracted by Bailey Yan's divine calamity that the heavenly realm's army led by the war god's palace came in a vast drive, followed by the Brahma heavenly chanting temple's monks led by the bright sky Buddha sun and the millions of troops from the western heavenly immortal region. What's going on? Countless bloodthirsty gazes were cast over from the blood demon race's army.
With the arrival of the armies of the heavenly realm and the western heavenly immortal region, facing off with the armies of both sides of the blood demon race,
the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if the slightest spark could ignite the fuse of this unprecedented war. The blood demon army was not only numerous,
but they were all bloodthirsty and brutal.
However,
the armies of the heavenly realm and the western heavenly immortal region's armies led by the Buddhist sect were also each filled with high wariness and fighting spirit because Yun Tian Dust had obliterated the two great demon monarchs. Inside the eternal divine hall, the gazes of a group of immortal domain powerhouses fell on Lu Xieyang and the other battle god hall crowd, their faces showing suspicion, especially after seeing Mingkong. They were even more puzzled. Strange, Mingkong Buddha's son is clearly here, and who attracted that divine calamity? A white-robed old man stroked his long beard, frowning in contemplation.
Those who are confronting the blood demon race's army, who are they again? How come we've never seen them before? How come even Mingkong is vaguely led by these people? Another powerhouse gazed into the distance,
trying to discern something from the blurry silhouettes.
But no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't imagine that the immortal domain didn't have such a power yet. Have you guys noticed that Mingkong seems to have fused the 9 divine palaces? This seems to be true. He managed to condense the godhead. But how is this possible? How could Mingkong, who has condensed a divine character, stoop to the level of a human being? The crowd was even more confused by the murmurs. All the gazes fell on Lu Xieyang and the others, speculating wildly.
Chapter 152, Broken Fronts Killing Intent.
How come we don't see the palace master?
Many disciples in the Battle God Temple's army anxiously scanned their surroundings,
unable to help but feel suspicious. Yun Tian Dust, the main backbone, was absent, which caused many people to feel uneasy. Don't worry.
Glancing at the direction from which the divine tribulation came,
Lu Xiang's gaze was deep and calm,
and with a confident expression, he said, "If I guessed correctly, the person who triggered the divine tribulation
is Bailey, and your highness should be with him." As Lu Xiang's words fell, Dongfang Yu nodded his head on the side and agreed. "I also have this intuition, especially that sword intent just now.
It must have something to do with the palace master."
The crowd was also thrilled at the words.
This also meant that their Battle God Palace was about to have 2 great God Realm powerhouses.
Ugh! At this moment, an untimely sigh rang out,
and Sikong Xian said with a depressed expression, "This is great. We've all been surpassed by that guy In."
At this moment, Sikong Xian suddenly had a strong sense of urgency.
He secretly made up his mind that when this matter was over, he would begin to close the death barrier,
and would never come out until he broke the cocoon and became a god. Not only Sikong Xian, but even Lu Evil Young, Dongfang Yu and Dugu Jian were all stimulated by Bailey Yan's divine tribulation.
As brothers,
although they would not be jealous of Bailey Yan, they all had their own pride.
Being pushed head and shoulders above by big brother Yun Tian Dust in terms of strength, they were all convinced.
But if it's another peer, they can't turn a blind eye. Not many people overheard the conversation between a few people,
other than the disciples of the Battle God Palace who were traveling on the same battleship as Lu Xieyang and the others. There would only be a very small number of top experts such as Mingkong who heard it.
Even with Mingkong's overpowering stamina,
after hearing the words of Lu Xieyang's few people, the shock in his heart was still unmatched. This war god's palace that had suddenly appeared was too mysterious. Thinking back to the scene of meeting with Yun Tian Dust,
Mingkong only felt so unreal.
At that time,
Yun Tian Dust's cultivation level was not as high as his, but when the two of them meet again,
they are worlds apart. Those 2 devil monarchs were both existences comparable to true gods, yet Yun Tian Dust was able to easily wipe them out. His strength was self-evident.
Once upon a time, Mingkong was absolutely confident in his talent. However,
when he saw Yun Tian Dust and this group of demons from the War God Hall, he suddenly had a feeling of being ashamed of himself. Above the battleship,
Lu Ningyue noticed the slightly anxious expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Uncle Willow, what do we do next?"
Looking at the overwhelming blood demon race army in front of him,
Yun Wuhan's eyes flashed with thick battle intent and he couldn't help but inquire out.
The rest of the executives also cast inquiring gazes as they heard the words.
In the absence of the Hall Master, Grand Protector Lu Xiyan was the backbone. Looking at the crowd's eagerness to try,
Lu Xiyan was silent for a moment and spoke out seriously.
"Everyone be at ease. Before the Hall Master and Bailey return, do not act rashly." Thinking that Bailey Yan was already safe,
they naturally did not need to fight with the Blood Demon Clan's 10 million troops in a bloody battle. With such a disparity in troop strength, there will be heavy losses in a war. This time, the Battle God Palace did need to establish its authority, but it couldn't let these guys from the immortal domain sit back and enjoy their success. Hearing Lu Xiyan's words, the crowd did not refute them. Only Yun Wuchen seemed to have a hostile aura that wanted to be vented out. Noticing Yun Wuhan's change of heart, Lu Xiyan gently patted his shoulder and said in a condensed voice, "Xiao Trace, regarding your mother's matter, you should trust your father and all of us. Do not let hatred affect your mind. You need to know that speed is not enough."
"Thanks, Uncle Willow." Yun Wuhan nodded gently, his tone low. "I'm just a little worried about mother. I know what to do." However, at this moment, within the Eternal Divine Hall, countless powerhouses rose up in the air, and Song Ling Chen inquired in a loud voice with a puzzled expression. "Ming Kong, why have you appeared here? How is the situation at the Brahma Zen Academy?" "Amitabha Buddha, the 2 demonic monarchs who besieged my Brahma Heavenly Zen Academy are both dead. The poor monk is here today only to exterminate the demons." Ming Kong's voice was calm and firm. The sound of the Buddha spread throughout the entire arena, shocking everyone's jaws. There was also an uproar in the Blood Demon Clan's army. Among them, only a very small portion of the generals knew that the 3 great demon sovereigns were all dead.
and 99% of the blood demon race generals were still kept in the dark.
At this moment, Mingkong's words were undoubtedly like a heavy bomb,
causing the hearts of the blood demon clan's military present to begin to waver.
Damn bald ass.
Dare to disturb my blood demon race's military.
Go to hell. An expert of the blood demon race was furious, holding a demonic spear and rushing towards Mingkong in a murderous manner. Good coming. Before Mingkong could make a move, on the War God Palace battleship,
Night Frenzied Cloud gave a cold shout.
His body shape was like electricity, instantly rising up into the air.
The long knife in his hand chopped down fiercely, and a brilliant blade aura cut through the sky.
Bang! With a deafening roar,
the blood demon race expert who was comparable to the 8th step of the Divine Palace was actually cut in half by Night Frenzy Cloud with a single slash. The scene was shocking to the extreme.
How is this possible? Who is this person? How could he be so strong?
Inside the Eternal Divine Hall, everyone's eyes were glazed over. They had long since learned about the toughness of the blood demon race. In the case of this blood demon race powerhouse that was beheaded, unless a Divine Palace 9-step powerhouse personally took action,
almost no one in the immortal domain would be able to defeat it.
Not to mention beheading it so cleanly on the spot.
Good strong.
Even the Eternal Divine Hall's group of elder ancestors couldn't help but have heavy faces. They could both tell that the other was less than 100 years old. Even when Song Lingchen was at such an age, his strength was far inferior in comparison. Even those old monsters at the 9th step of the Divine Palace didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to behead that blood demon race powerhouse so easily. Those so-called 10 young kings couldn't help but feel the pressure at this moment, especially Broken Blade from the Palace of Sinluo. When he saw Night Mad Cloud's astonishing slash, a touch of hidden killing intent flashed under his shadowy gaze. Although he was the number 0 assassin of the Morrow Hall, the destruction of the Morrow Hall didn't have much of an impact on him. He only cared about himself, and he would never allow anyone in the immortal domain to threaten him in the Tao of the Blade. If there is, then make him disappear.
As if he sensed something, Dawkins' dark,
abyss-like eyes passed through the guarding spell formation and fixed on a blood-clothed young man, and a coldness unconsciously spread across his body.
How is that possible?
Inside the Eternal Divine Hall, Broken Blade sensed a killing opportunity locking onto him, and the moment he raised his eyes to meet Dugu Jian's,
he had the feeling of falling into an abyss. Within the abyss, a sea of corpses and blood, and the youth in front of him was like a Shura coming out of hell.
He had never seen such a terrifying killing intent.
At this moment, Broken Front was suddenly a bit skeptical of life. He was pretty sure that he was hiding it well.
Even Song Lingchen and Taoist ancestor Haotian hadn't perceived his killing intent. How did the other party perceive it when that person was hundreds of thousands of meters away from him?
And there was a spell formation separating them?
Where in the world did this bunch of monsters come from?
How come one is scarier than the other? Chapter 153, Song Lingchen's speculation.
Noticing the coldness emanating from Dugu Jian's body, Dongfang Yu frowned slightly and spoke in a low tone.
Dugu, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Dugu Jian then withdrew his killing intent and said expressionlessly, in the Eternal Divine Hall, someone has moved to kill, and it seems to be targeting Old Seven.
Who? Sikong Xian's face sank as he violently turned his head to look at the Eternal Divine Hall, his stern gaze traveling through the crowd, his killing intent undisguised. Feeling Sikong Xian's stern gaze, Hao Tiandao ancestor and the other group of old monsters of the immortal domain could not help but feel a chill in their hearts as well, and they all felt an intense crisis.
How? What kind of people are these?
Within the Eternal God Temple's spell formation, words of shock continued.
Song Lingchen's pupils suddenly contracted and his face was filled with disbelief when he sensed the Overlord's chi that was faintly emanating from Sikong Xian's body. As its Song Tian hegemonic body, he was most sensitive to the hegemonic chi. The Overlord's aura emanating from the other party was no longer weaker than him at all. In that case, there is only one explanation. That person's physique was most likely an indestructible hegemony body that was even stronger than the Song Tian hegemony body.
There were no less than 100 types of physiques in the world that could cultivate the hegemonic chi.
And the top 3 of them were the indestructible hegemonic body, the Song Tian hegemonic body, and the hegemonic blade body. Of these 3 major physiques,
the undying Overlord body was undoubtedly the strongest and purest.
Aside from the legendary indestructible hegemony body, Song Lingchen couldn't think of any other physique in the world that could emit such a pure hegemony chi. The corners of Sikong Xian's mouth involuntarily rose when he noticed Song Lingchen's gaze.
He had long heard that there was a Song Tian hegemony body in the immortal domain, and he thought that it was this person.
To be honest, he was also eager to see the power of the Song Tian hegemony body. It's just a shame that today is not the day. Although he did not know exactly what kind of physique he had, Sikong Xian had absolute confidence in competing with the Song Tian hegemony body.
He could feel that a very strong force was awakening within him.
All that was missing was an opportunity. Perhaps a battle with the Tsung Tian hegemony body was where the opportunity lay. Thinking of this, Si Kongxian's body was filled with battle intent as he stared hotly at Song Lingchen, looking at the latter straight into his hair. Lingchen, what's wrong with you? Noticing Song Lingchen's change, Daoist ancestor Haotian transmitted a voice to inquire. Upon hearing the old ancestor's voice transmission, Song Lingchen came back to his senses and responded with a less than natural voice transmission. No, nothing. Not only Si Kongxian, but Lu Shiyang and the rest of the Battle God Palace's top echelons also had their faces sink after hearing Du Gujian's words. They unconditionally trusted Dawkins' perception of killing intent. Du Gujian, who himself was practicing the way of killing, was so sensitive to killing intent that no one in the entire Battle God Palace could match it except for the Lord of the Battle God Palace, Yun Tian Dust. The person that Night Frenzy Cloud had killed was the Blood Demon race, so how did he mess with the people of the Immortal Domain? In response, Night Frenzy Cloud himself was somewhat confused. Feeling several stern gazes, Broken Blade felt like an on his back and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Amit Ba. Seeing that the situation was not right, Mingkong quickly stepped forward to round up the situation. Gentlemen, the misunderstanding can be resolved later, but this blood demon race is perverse, and only by working together can we get rid of the demons and defend the way. As he said that, the holy light of the Buddha Tao on Mingkong's body rose up to the sky, like a true Buddha of the ancients, sacred and inviolable. Is this the power of the false god realm? So strong. The crowd was shocked as they felt the power emanating from Mingkong's body. Nonetheless, still no one responded to Mingkong. They didn't dare to take a risk. After all, this guardian spell formation that relied on hundreds of true divine artifacts to set up was the last guarantee for everyone to stay alive. What's more, even the Bloodshed Demon Monarch and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch were dead. Yet there was still a Blood Shadow Demon Monarch. The power of a Demon Lord powerhouse was strong enough to make them despair. They wouldn't pin their hopes on that some war god temple hall master. Even if they took just one wrong step, the billions of living beings hiding in the eternal god temple would be doomed. Mingkong Buddha-san, are you serious about what you said? That Blood Fiend Demon Lord and Blood Soul Demon Lord are really dead? Within the eternal divine hall, Puyang Chini, the young master of the Puyang family, could not hold back the hatred in his heart and took the lead to stand out, his tone cold and full of killing intent. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he stared at the blood demon race's army, and the aura of the ninth step of the divine palace swept out, shaking the void with gravel. The destruction of the Puyang family had turned the spirited young master into a bereaved dog, and his hatred for the blood demon race went deep into his bones. If the gap in strength hadn't been too great, he would have fought to the death with the blood demon race long ago. It was a pity that his cultivation level of 9 steps in the divine palace was no different from a mole cricket in front of those 3 great demon lord powerhouses. As for those blood demon generals, he was fearless. Back then, if it wasn't for those 3 great demon monarchs suddenly crossing the border, it would have been impossible to break through the abyss of the necropolis with just a mere 30 or so blood demon generals. Amitabha Buddha, monks don't lie. Calmly looking straight at Puyang Chini, the Buddhist light on Mingkong's body grew even brighter, and the rolling Buddhist sound spread throughout the entire arena. The 2 great demonic monarchs, Blood Fury and Blood Soul, all died in the hands of the Battle God Temple's Hall Master. And the hundreds of thousands of blood demon race's army that besieged my Brahma heavenly chanting temple were also all exterminated. It's all thanks to the many casters of the Battle God Hall that hundreds of millions of living beings in the Western heavenly immortal realm have been saved. As Mingkong said that, he did not forget to perform a Buddhist salute to Lu Xieyang and the others as a sign of gratitude and respect. The Temple of War? Inside the Eternal God's Temple, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They naturally trusted the credibility of Mingkong Buddha-san. But what was the origin of this so-called Battle God Hall? Why have I never heard of it before? That what the Battle God Hall Master was able to kill 2 major demon monarchs with his own strength. The terror of his strength was even more unimaginable. For a while, all eyes fell on the Battle God Palace and the Heavenly Realm allied forces, all unconsciously shocked by that iron blood aura. Upon careful consideration, they all agreed that what Mingkong said was true. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how Mingkong was able to come here alive, unless he defects. But again, that's even more unlikely. Throughout history, Buddha and Devil have been opposites, let alone Mingkong. Anyone could defect, except for Mingkong. After being convinced that the great demon lord was already dead, Puyang Chini could no longer restrain the killing opportunity in his heart. With a stern gaze, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the blood fiend and the blood soul demon monarch are dead, and the time has come for us to strike back. Please also activate the formation. I will make the blood demon race pay for their blood. Blood for blood, blood for blood." As Puyang Chini's words fell, countless people were furious. Their loved ones, too, had all died at the hands of the blood demon race. If they didn't kill the Blood Demon clan,
they were martial artists in vain. When the Blood Demon race generals present heard Minkong's words, they initially displayed a look of scorn, and they also all thought that it was that bald ass who was being alarmist. But as time passed, they never saw the three great demon lords come forward to testify against themselves, and they unconsciously panicked inside. An uneasy feeling spread rapidly, and a Blood Demon race general looked towards the leading demon general leader and inquired in a trembling voice, "Lord Bloodlin, where is Lord Bloodshadow? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" When these words came out, whispers rang out from the Blood Demon clan's army, because that's what they want to ask. Until this time, the two adults, Blood Fury and Blood Soul, had yet to return, which in itself was abnormal, coupled with the fact that the other party had provoked to the head and the Blood Shadow Demon Lord who was sitting here had not even shown up. This was even more strange. If it was really as that human bald donkey had said, that there really was an expert in this world who could kill the two great demon lords, then they would have no chance of winning. For a time, panic spread wildly through the Blood Demon clan's army. When the Blood Demon general known as Bloodlin saw that the army's heart was greatly shaken, murderous intent surged from his blood-red eyes as he coldly bellowed, "Waste stuff, don't shake the army's heart." Before the words left his mouth, he only saw him holding his hand in the air, and the Blood Demon race general exploded without warning, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the void. Chapter 154, The Great War Begins. The groups are furious. As the Bloodlin Demon General obliterated that Blood Demon race general, the entire Blood Demon race army fell into a brief silence, but that silence was quickly replaced by anger and panic. Not only did the Bloodlin Demon General's actions fail to calm the military, it instead intensified their uneasiness. Such an approach smacks of a desire to cover up the problem. For a while, a burst of murmurs rang out from the Blood Demon clan's army, and fear and skepticism showed in the eyes of countless generals. "I have an invitation for Lord Bloodshadow to appear and preside over the situation." I don't know who shouted out, and these words were like a fuse that completely ignited the uneasiness of the entire army. The sound had already spread, but there was a delay in the appearance of the Blood Shadow Demon Lord, which was already an ominous omen. Could it be that even the Blood Shadow Demon Lord had met an untimely end? At this moment, not only were the Blood Demon race generals this skeptical, even the Immortal Domain martial artists couldn't help but be suspicious, becoming even more convinced of Minkong's words. "Asshole, shut up dash." Seeing that the situation was not right, the Bloodlin Demon General shouted angrily and attempted to take control of the situation, but his voice seemed so insignificant in the midst of tens of millions of troops, and more Blood Demon race generals began to question it. In just a dozen or so breaths of effort, the aura of the Blood Demon race's 10 million strong army had weakened by 30 to 40%. Seeing this, Minkong Budazi couldn't help but let his eyes glow. Once the Blood Demon clan's military heart was shaken, their fighting strength was bound to be greatly reduced, which would also drastically reduce the sacrifices made by the Immortal Region side. Without the slightest hesitation, Buddha light shone on Minkong's body, and his loud Buddhist voice spread across the entire field. "Everyone, the Blood Demon clan's military is in disarray, and this is the best time for us to counterattack. Let's all work together to kill the evil demons and seek justice for our dead loved ones." Minkong's words were like a shot in the arm, instantly igniting the rage in the hearts of countless martial artists both inside and outside the Eternal Divine Hall. Their eyes were filled with determination and resolve, vowing to fight the Blood Demon race to the death. Seeing that Minkong had mobilized the emotions of so many people, a demon general in the Blood Demon clan's army shot up violently, his scarlet eyes filled with bloodlust and murderous intent. "Damned bald ass, roll over and fight. This general would like to see what you are capable of?" Amitba, chanting a high Buddha's name, Minkong spoke in a low voice. "The Blood Demon race is perverse, so the poor monk will act on behalf of heaven today." The words just fell, and Minkong directly struck out. One could only see a large handprint of the Buddha Tao slapped out of the air, suppressing it against that Blood Demon general. Humph! With a cold snort, bloodlight surged from that Blood Demon general's body as he raised his hand and slammed his fist over. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard as the large golden handprint struck by Minkong devastated and shattered that Blood Demon general's attack while also sending him flying out hundreds of thousands of meters, seriously injuring him on the spot. There's something odd about this person. Strike together. The Blood Demon clan's army resounded with bellowing voices, and immediately, 3 major Blood Demon generals flew up in the air and struck out at the same time to kill Minkong. With the 3 great demon generals striking out, the great battle instantly kicked off. The millions of troops of the Western Heavenly Immortal Region braved death and all rushed out, fighting bloody battles with the Blood Demon race's army. Seeing this scene, the allied forces of the Heavenly Realm and the Battle God Palace army all retreated away at Lu Xieyang's signal. At least it wasn't the time for them to make a move yet. At this moment, Puyang Chinny and the others saw that the Eternal Divine Hall senior management remained unmoved. and their moods became more and more agitated. In order to avenge our loved ones and defend our homeland.
What is there to fear in dying? Puyang Chini frowned at Song Lingchen with indignation in his tone. Brother Song, could it be that you also advocate cowering and not coming out? Choosing to be a life-hungry person? Hearing Puyang Chini's unceremonious words, Song Lingchen's face sunk slightly and he was speechless. He could understand Puyang Chini's feelings, but he also knew that his old ancestors' concerns were not unreasonable. After all, the Blood Shadow Demon Lord had yet to show up, and the risk of striking out rashly was indeed too great. If this was a plot by the Blood Demon race, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young Master Puyang, please also calm down. Deep eyes gazing at Puyang Chini, Taoist ancestor Haotian said with a sullen face, we can't bury the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings behind us for nothing because of a momentary impulse. This is most likely a ploy by the other party. We must act cautiously. Hearing the crowning words of Taoist ancestor Haotian, a trace of anger flashed through Puyang Chini's eyes, but he didn't continue to argue. Turning his head to look at Li Haoran, Puyang Chini said in a condensed voice, Brother Haoran, is it possible that even you are afraid? Joke, who's afraid? Glaring at Puyang Chini, Li Haoran said in a deep voice, I've long wanted to go out and fight these dogs to the death. Before the words fell, a vast and righteous aura emanated from his body and went straight to the sky. What about you guys? After nodding his head with Li Haoran, Puyang Chini turned his gaze back to Chu Janga, Ape Fei, Beidou Ao Feng, and the other young kings, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Humph! Only a cold snort was heard, and Chu Janga was the first to stand out, his words resounding, my generation of martial artists, why would I fear a battle? Saratobi was even more direct, as he turned his head to look at Hao Tiandao ancestor and the others, and said with a sullen face, everyone from the Eternal Divine Hall, please still open the spell formation. That's right. Beidou Ao Feng also stood out and said word for word, the fellow practitioners of the Western Heavenly Immortal region are still not afraid of life and death and have come to support us. If we choose to live in peace today, how can we talk about martial arts in the future? As the several young kings took their stance one after another, the faces of the Eternal Divine Hall's top brass gradually turned ugly. Ever since these so-called 10 young kings had all broken through the Divine Palace 9 steps, their strengths were all absolute powerhouses among the Divine Palace 9 steps. Even the Haotian Daofather himself did not dare to guarantee that he could defeat any of them. Because of this, the Eternal Divine Hall's status in the Immortal region fell to pieces, no longer having the bottom and superiority it had before. Seeing that Hao Tiandao ancestors still had no intention of withdrawing the spell formation, Li Haoran glanced at Mingkong, who was battling the 4 great blood demon generals with his own strength, and could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. He really didn't expect that this group of dignified old things would be so greedy and fearful of death, which was really disgraceful. Not wanting to waste more time with this group of old guys, Li Haoran looked at Kong Mingfeng with a sullen face and said in a condensed voice, Old ancestor, my Confucian sect cultivates the vast and righteous spirit, so if I don't even dare to fight against the blood demon race, how can I testify to become a god? With Li Haoran's words, the Ru sect was furious. They had long since had enough of these days of living and dying. Kong Mingfeng nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to look at Hao Tiandao ancestor and the others. Slowly speaking, everyone, it's time for the Immortal region to strike back. Fellow Daoist Hao Tian, withdraw the formation. The Eternal Divine Hall's approach was such that even the Heavenly Void sect, 10,000 Demons Alliance, Pyomia Immortal Palace, and other major top-tier forces ancestors couldn't stand it anymore, and they all stepped forward to take a stance. Yes, Ancestor Haotian Dao nodded slightly, his face not looking too good. Since everyone's mind is made up, I, the Eternal Divine Hall, won't force myself, so don't blame the seat for not reminding you if you're caught in a trap after you go out. Open the spell and send them out. After coldly spitting out a sentence, Daoist Hao Tian and a group of Eternal Divine Hall executives executed their sealing techniques in unison, forcibly tearing open and opening hundreds of meters long right above the formation. Chapter 155 Blood Demon Race's Undercard. Shameless Battle Technique. Blood Demon Race. All die for me. At the first moment when the crack in the array just appeared, Puyang Chini directly killed out, followed by countless strong people, like locusts swarming out from the gap in the array, killing the Blood Demon race with endless fury. In the end, aside from the Eternal Divine Hall martial artists, only Broken Front and a very few timid people remained within the spell formation. Stop! Where are you going? Seeing that tens of millions of martial artists had killed their way out, Song Lingchen was about to go out and fight, but he was stopped by Haotian Dao ancestor's deep voice. Old ancestor, looking at the blue-faced Haotian Dao ancestor, Song Lingchen wanted to say something. As its Song Tian hegemonic body, he had his own arrogance. He was not in favor of the decision of the old ancestors. If they kept cowering and didn't come out,
when the blood demon race was wiped out, the entire eternal divine hall would become the laughingstock of the world.
He, the Song Tian hegemony body, would also be scorned by the world. Ugh! Seeing Song Lingchen's reaction, Taoist ancestor Haoyan let out a light sigh and transmitted a voice to explain. Lingchen, you're the hope of my eternal divine hall. How can you disregard the greater good so much? We chose to stay put, not to be greedy. If we don't take this opportunity to consume the major forces, my eternal divine hall's hegemonic position will completely cease to exist, and when they lose both of them with the blood demon race, we'll then step in to clean up the mess. And not just once and for all. And I always have an intuition that even if those 3 great demon monarchs are dead, the blood demon race should still have their bottom card unplayed. So why not let them force out the bottom card of the blood demon race first? Hearing the voice transmission explanation from the Haoyan Dao ancestor, Song Lingchen fell silent. Although he didn't particularly agree with ancestor Haoyan Dao's approach, he had to admit that what the old ancestor had said was the truth, and that it was also the safest choice, and the most beneficial to the eternal divine hall. And at this moment, outside the eternal divine hall's mountain gate, the great battle between tens of millions of immortal domain armies and the blood demon race was in full swing. A murderous aura gathered in heaven and earth, and blood rained down. For tens of millions of miles around, there were all the visions from the battle. In the endless void, the corpses of the blood demon race and immortal domain martial artists poured down like rain, and the battle was so gruesome that it was shocking to the eyes. The most notable among them was Mingkong Buddha Zi, whose body's holy light of the Buddha Tao shone in the heavens and the earth, like a true Buddha of the ancient age was on the scene, and every action appeared sacred and majestic. He fought 1 against 4, but never lost. Li Haoran, Chu Jianga, Sarutobi, Beidu Ao Feng and Shui Linglong, who were on par with Mingkong, were also shocked by Mingkong's power, and all of them no longer had any reservations. They each held a true divine weapon and fought the blood demon general alone in the 9 heavens. With all of the demon general powerhouses being held back, the immortal region's side killed the blood demon race's 10 million strong army to the point of retreat with their absolute numerical advantage. Noticing that there were still 2 other powerful forces watching intently from the side, the 5 demonic generals led by the Bloodlin demon general forcibly got rid of their opponents and simultaneously sacrificed 5 clusters of essence blood. And just like that, they summoned a purple demonic shadow with 3 heads out of thin air. Mingkong and the others wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Almost in a flash of lightning, that devil shadow was already infinitely close to being solidified. That huge devil body that was hundreds of thousands of feet high, looking at countless people's hearts chilled with fear. The demonic might emanating from that huge demonic shadow was actually quite a bit stronger than the 3 great demonic sovereigns. Suffered, faced with the devilish shadow that pressed down on the heavens and earth, everyone's faces sank to the bottom of the valley, all sensing a great crisis that had never been seen before. Damn it, this projection is too strong. Li Haoran gritted his teeth. The moment those 3 demonic shadows appeared, all the Haoran chi in his body was suppressed, unable to exert his full strength. Everyone strike together. We must not give up. Chu Jianga's voice was like a bell, and the long sword in his hand slashed violently, instantly forming a 10,000-foot-long stern sword chi that chopped at the chests of those 3-headed demonic shadows. But it was not to be. The 3-headed demonic shadow was just too powerful, and every attack from Mingkong and the others could only leave a shallow trace on its surface, which returned to its original state a moment later. Seeing this situation, Mingkong, Li Haoran, Puyang Chini, Beidu Ao Feng, Chu Jianga, Shui Linglong, Ape Fei, and the other 7 young kings of the immortal domain combined their efforts, yet they were still no match for him. Even though they were all holding true divine artifacts, they were unable to injure those 3-headed demonic shadows in the slightest, and that demonic shadow's random strikes were able to cause extensive destruction. Mingkong and the others were struggling to resist, but there were still countless immortal domain martial artists who went up in smoke under its attacks. What to do? This demonic shadow is too strong. Snow Linglong, who was usually as cold as ice, couldn't help but show her anxiety at this moment, as she kept releasing powerful ice martial arts in her hands, but she couldn't even get close to that demonic shadow's body. Ape Fei, who was transformed into a 100-foot giant ape, also couldn't help but burst out in foul language. If we continue like this, we'll all have to play through. When the people within the eternal divine hall saw this, they all rejoiced at how wise the decision of the Haoyan Dao father had been. But right at this moment, Kong Mingfeng, Beidou Chanhua, and the other major old ancestors glanced at each other and all coincidentally recalled the true divine artifacts of their respective forces and joined the battle against those 3-headed demonic shadows. You guys, this scene happened so suddenly that the eternal divine hall's many executives hadn't even reacted yet, and the many divine artifacts that were the cornerstones of the spell formation were taken away. That impenetrable guardian spell formation was not broken at this moment.
with the three-headed demonic shadow dragging down the immortal domains group of top powerhouses.
The 20-odd blood demon generals present all had their hands free.
From this moment onwards, the blood demon race's army began to frantically counterattack, and the bare eternal divine halls could no longer be spared, and were all caught up in this great battle.
This sudden change completely shattered the plans of the Haotian Taoist ancestor.
Seeing the large number of blood demon race powerhouses killing, everyone in the eternal divine hall had an iron face, but they had to face the battle with a hard head.
At this moment, Haotian Dao ancestor's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water.
If he had known this, he would have directly cut off the connection between these people and the artifacts in the formation. But it's no use regretting it when it's already happened. Despite being forced to meet the battle, the eternal divine hall's approach was truly unpleasant, with its disciples forming groups and running away when they couldn't beat them, completely lacking the stance of having to fight for their lives. Even the Hongyu realist and a bunch of other senior officers deliberately avoided those blood demon generals, choosing to tangle with some blood demon race powerhouses of average strength. They also didn't exert their full strength for fear of attracting the attention of the demon general powerhouses.
TSK. This is the strongest overlord in the immortal region?
Seeing the shameless fighting style of the eternal divine hall's crowd, Sikong Shen sked and was filled with disdain. Many of the people in the crowd of the war god temple were full of wariness and were eager to rush up and kill, but without Lu Xiang's approval, they couldn't disobey orders. Perhaps they had sensed that the war god palace was not easy to deal with, so no blood demon clan had made them a target.
In this unprecedentedly tragic battlefield,
the battle god palace and the heavenly realm coalition forces had all become spectators.
Chapter 156, Aura Shock, Admitting Abasement.
With those three-headed demonic shadows alone holding back the immortal domains group of top-tier powerhouses,
the battle was once again reversed by the blood demon general.
Even though the immortal region's side was dozens of times more numerous than the blood demon race, under the rampage of those 20-odd blood demon generals,
numbers were no longer an advantage. Every demon general was an existence comparable to a deity. Even though they weren't as good as true deities, they weren't something that these divine palace 7 or 8 steps in the immortal domain could contend with.
At this moment, they freed their hands and dealt a devastating blow to the immortal region's army. In this tense and tragic battlefield, an atmosphere of despair spread through the immortal region's allied forces. Luckily, the immortal domain side had adopted the multiple fusion tactic, briefly bridging the gap in strength with the advantage of having more people. However, it was soon completely disrupted by the frantic slaughter of those individual blood demon generals, and countless people began to panic, and some even began to flee from the battlefield. In the midst of this chaotic and bloody battlefield, a divine palace realm martial artist dressed in the eternal divine hall's attire got rid of his opponents and shouted at Lu Xieyang and the others.
So what, battle divine hall? You're not going to make a move yet? Are you preparing to sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman?
As soon as these words were uttered, countless people in the immortal region cast their gazes in the direction of the battle god palace, with expressions of hatred on their faces, voices of abuse rising and falling, and all sorts of strange gazes were cast at the crowd of the battle god palace who were quietly watching. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, that person had a smug smile on his face, and he even cast a provocative gaze at the war god temple crowd. However, he was not complacent for long, only to hear the cold voice of Du Gujian ringing out, "Just with you dare to scheme against my war god palace?" Just as he was about to make a move, the eyes of Sol Wuyan beside him moved slightly, and a soul destruction seal was violently shot out from his brow. That divine palace realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to react, instantly dying in body and soul. When the crowd saw this scene, the voices of abuse came to an abrupt end. They were all horrified, and no one dared to shout easily anymore. At the same time, a group of senior members of the Eternal Divine Hall also noticed the scene, and all of them flashed thick killing intent in their eyes. They obviously didn't expect that this battle god hall that appeared out of thin air would dare to be so reckless as to kill people from his eternal god hall in public. If he turned a blind eye to this, how would he still be able to gain a foothold in the immortal realm? Sensing this killing opportunity, Sikong Xian violently rose into the air. His aura of the 9 steps of the divine palace swept across the entire arena, and his majestic voice resounded through the sky. Eternal Divine Hall, right? If you guys dare to show your killing intent again, do you believe that we'll exterminate you first before settling the blood demon race? At this moment, Sikong Xian's body exuded undisguised killing intent. With regards to the Eternal Divine Hall, Sikong Xian had already endured them for a long time. It was just that what he didn't expect was that this group of shameless people were thinking of counting on the Battle God Palace. They were simply looking for death. What a big mouth! Eternal Divine Hall Great Ancestor Hong Yuzhenrin bellowed, and many of the Eternal Divine Hall's top experts got rid of the battlefield and gathered here, their killing chances locking Sikong Xian in a complete lock. And what is the War God Temple? How dare you defy my Eternal Divine Hall? The second ancestor of the eternal divine hall shouted coldly and violently, his falcon-like gaze gazing deathly at Sikong Xian as if he wanted to see through him. Such a dramatic scene caused both the immortal domain and the blood demon race to freeze. Many people stopped fighting in their hands and watched this drama of infighting with a dumbfounded look on their faces.
What an eternal divine hall! It's really used to being high and mighty.
Long Bushen's voice came from the crowd of the War God Palace, his voice as loud as a morning bell and a drum. With a flash he appeared beside Sikong Xian, his cultivation at the 8th step of the Divine Palace sweeping out, and his aura was not weaker than that of the 9th step of the Divine Palace.
At the same time, Night Frenzy Cloud's figure also steeply drew up, and a 10,000-foot blade shadow coalesced behind him as his battle intent swept across the heavens. He stared coldly at the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall as if he was ready to strike at any time. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Sikong Xian's trio, Realist Hong Yu could not help but stare slightly as well, his face becoming cloudy and uncertain. He didn't expect the War God's palace to be so powerful. It was completely out of his expectation. However, before Realist Hong Yu could think more, the Black Tiger also moved. The Black Tiger similarly displayed a cultivation of the 8th step of the Divine Palace, yet his aura far exceeded that of an ordinary powerful person of the 8th step of the Divine Palace. With just a flash of his figure, he appeared beside the three of them, Sikong Xian, and together with them, they confronted the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall. The faces of everyone in the Eternal Divine Hall crowd became heavy. They were completely bluffed by the strength displayed by the Battle God Temple, and for a while, no one dared to make an easy move. Fellow Daoist Hong Yu, please still be happy and angry. Seeing that the situation was not right, Kong Mingfeng took advantage of getting rid of that 10,000-foot projections attack and at the same time hurriedly flew over to round up the situation. Fellow Daoists of the War God Temple, the situation at hand is not suitable for us to fight internally. Please join hands with us to exterminate the foreigners before saying anything. Hearing Kong Mingfeng's words, Dongfang Yu slowly stepped out from the battleship, gazing coldly at Hong Yuzhenren and the other Eternal Divine Hall executives, his voice sounding like thunder. Why do I need others to tell me what to do when I act in my Battle God Hall? After he said that, the aura of the Divine Palace's 9 steps swept out violently from his body, shocking Kong Mingfeng and Hong Yuzhenren and the other Eternal Divine Hall's crowd of powerhouses to retreat backward in succession, barely able to stand still. How is that possible? The second ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall lost his voice in horror, and everyone's gazes were heavy with shock. It was the same cultivation level of the 9th step of the Divine Palace, but he felt a strong crisis of death from the youth in front of him, a feeling that was several times stronger than when he faced the Dao ancestor. What exactly is the origin of this Battle God Palace? How could there be so many monsters? At this moment even Kong Mingfeng couldn't help but completely freeze. The shock within him was beyond words. Completely unable to comprehend why the War God Hall possessed such a powerful strength. After truly seeing the terror of the Battle God Temple, the Eternal God Temple's top brass led by Realist Hong Yu shut up, not daring to say one more harsh word. The Eternal Divine Hall, right? Better not seek death again. After coldly sweeping a glance at Realist Hong Yu, Dongfang Yu had a disdainful look on his face, and the killing machine on his body slowly retracted. Before he looked at the several people from Sikong Xian and faintly said, Sikong, come back first. Sikong Xian glanced at Sam Lingchen, who was battling the Blood Demon General, if he had any deep meaning, and then he turned around and flew back to the Battle God Hall's camp. The several people from Long Baotian also put their killing intent away and dodged and flew back, although there is no direct action. But Dongfang Yu several people's momentum really shocked everyone in the field, and no one dares to clamor behind the back, and at that moment, the three-headed demonic shadow was still ravaging the battlefield. With a few simple collisions, Mingkong and the others were also injured to varying degrees. Mingkong, who was holding a true divine artifact, was able to hold out for a few moments, but the rest of the Divine Palace 9-step powerhouses were no match at all in front of those three demonic shadows. Seeing the danger of the situation, the Heavenly Void Sect's old ancestor, Daoist Spirit Void, hurriedly pulled away and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, this demonic shadow is too strong. Please join me in helping me set up the Qiankuan Infinity Formation. Only by gathering the strength of all of you can we possibly fight against it." As Daoist Spirit Void's voice fell, the 13 Divine Palace 9 steps powerhouses, including Mingkong and Li Haoren, responded, and they quickly took up different positions and began to set up the Qiankuan Woji Formation. Under the full power of the crowd's control, the formation operated at breakneck speed, and a powerful energy fluctuation rippled out from above the 9 heavens, forming an energy shroud that covered hundreds of miles, enveloping the 3 demonic shadows within it. At the same time there is a sky of sword shadow pouring down, although failed to hurt the devil's shadow, but also temporarily trapped it. Chapter 157 Bloodshed. Under the ruthless slaughter of the 24 blood demon generals,
the Immortal Region's side suffered heavy losses. And it was during the time that Mingkong and the others were dealing with those three demonic shadows that millions of troops were buried in the hands of the blood demon race. As the battle progressed, people gradually noticed the shameless behavior of the Eternal Divine Hall. All of them were furious, but they could do nothing about it. The tens of millions of miles of territory centered on the Eternal Divine Hall were all covered in bloodlight. Demon General level experts traveled through the battlefield like ghosts, leaving a sea of corpses and blood wherever they passed. The warriors of the Immortal Domain fought valiantly, but their efforts seemed insignificant in the face of an enemy of this caliber. Countless people turned into ashes under the Blood Demon General's overwhelming attack, not even having a chance to resist. On this tense battlefield, despair spread through the Immortal Region's allied forces, and countless people's eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. Some even began to curse the sympathetic Eternal Divine Hall. Eternal Divine Hall, you are truly shameless. A middle-aged martial artist of the Divine Palace's 3 steps dragged his remnants of his body and only let out an angry hiss before a bloody blade was thrust into his chest, completely losing consciousness. However, his voice still echoed across the battlefield, causing countless people to resonate. Immediately, someone responded, pointing angrily at the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall and shouting, "You hypocrites, you know how to hide in the back. In vain you're honored as the Immortal Domain Hegemon. You're all shameless villains." Voices of abuse against the Eternal Divine Hall rose and fell, but no one dared to speak of the people of the War God's Hall. When quite a few of the Eternal Divine Hall's top brass heard these accusations, their eyes flashed coldly and they did not make any response. If it was in the past, if such a mole dared to provoke their Eternal Divine Hall, dying 100 times would be light. As the Qianquan Infinite Formation gradually stabilized, Kong Mingfeng hurriedly looked at Mingkong and Li Haoren and the others and said in a condensed voice, "You guys go ahead and deal with those blood demon generals. We'll be able to hold on for the time being." Well, without hesitation, Mingkong and the other young kings of the Immortal Realm brought up their full strength and attacked those blood demon generals who were madly slaughtering. Seeing the cruel and murderous demon general level powerhouse madly slaughtering Immortal Domain martial artists, Mingkong directly displayed his immovable king body, his deep and calm eyes filled with endless killing intent. Amitabha Buddha, the poor monk will go on a killing spree today. A deafening Buddhist sound spread throughout the entire arena as Mingkong rushed towards one of the blood demon generals like a Buddhist saint, and the unmovable King Dharma body behind him lifted up a huge palm and slammed it out. That blood demon general's reaction was also extremely fast, but in front of Mingkong, who had exploded at full strength, it would be completely inadequate. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard, and that demon general powerhouse flew out backwards like a cannonball. But Mingkong didn't give him a chance to react and chased after him by exercising extreme speed. A few of the blood demon generals had just wanted to rescue them, but it was already too late as well. As the immovable king body's fist slammed down, the hallowed demon general level expert was then killed by the angry Mingkong's punch that blew up his body, and was already dead. Seeing Mingkong, who had suddenly become so strong, the morale of the Immortal Region's side was greatly boosted, and many Immortal Region martial artists regained their confidence in fighting. TSK. This monk is really something. Seeing Mingkong decapitate a demon general level powerhouse so cleanly, Si Kong Xian's eyes glowed with a refined light and he could not help but lament. How can a phaseless Buddha body be mediocre? Dongfang Yu echoed from the side, his face slightly gloomy. He deeply knew that with his current strength against this Mingkong Buddha son, it was really a certain defeat. Despite the fact that the techniques and martial skills they cultivated were advanced enough, there seemed to be an extremely powerful force hidden within this Mingkong. Once that power exploded out, it absolutely destroyed the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Li Haoren's few people also cast their respective cards and joined in the fight against the blood demon general. Only Li Haoren was seen holding a long sword, reciting words under his breath. His entire body was filled with a vast and righteous aura, and his eyes were like two bright stars as he gazed at the blood demon general in front of him. Li Haoren waved the long sword in his hand, and countless golden sword awnings suddenly surged out of the sky, and these sword awnings converged into a golden giant sword that was 10,000 feet long, completely locking onto a blood demon general who was massacring the human race. Star River Sword Dipper, exterminate evil and destroy demons, Li Haoren shouted. The golden giant sword wrapped with the might of destroying the sky and earth, just like a river of stars, from the 9 heavens above the suppression down. That blood demon general noticed it at the first moment, and quickly offered his innate demonic weapon to resist, but it only lasted for a few breaths of effort before its defense was shattered by Li Haoren's strongest sword. Only a loud roar was heard, the energy aftermath swept away, and a few martial artists from both sides who reacted slower were crushed into flying dust on the spot by this terrifying energy. The blood demon general who was in the center of the energy was ultimately unable to resist this attack, and his body slammed into the ground like a sliding meteor. setting off a sky full of smoke and dust. Until the smoke and dust cleared, that blood demon general had completely lost his battle power, lying motionless in the ruins like a dead dog. Very strong. The night frenzy clouds. Several people glanced at each other, and they all saw the shock in the bottom of each other's eyes. In another corner of the battlefield, Chu Jung stood on the edge of a cliff, his eyes filled with determination and resolve, as if the entire world was under his control. He took a deep breath, and the long sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a piercing light, and the sword aura shot up into the sky. Void sky sword scripture. Sword breaks the vault. Chu Jing shouted, and the long sword in his hand transformed into a stream of light, aiming straight for a blood demon general. Although that blood demon general was powerful, in front of Chu Jiang's overpowering sword chi, he appeared to be somewhat overwhelmed. Chu Jiang's sword chi was like an invisible shackle that tightly bound that blood demon general, making it unable to move. Almost at the same time, Puyang Chinny, Beidou Ao Feng and Shui Linglong all joined the battlefield as well. Puyang Chinny's figure was like a phantom, and the longbow in his hand emitted a stern and extreme aura. His eyes were cold, as if he was a god overlooking all living beings, and every time he pulled the bowstring, it was as if he was pronouncing the death sentence of his enemy. Whoosh! An arrow broke through the air, its speed surpassing everyone's imagination. Wherever the arrows passed, mountains and rivers collapsed, space shook, and large swaths of the blood demon race were covered by the arrow's might and turned into flying ash. Under the demon general, almost no one could resist the arrows, so much so that the blood demon clan's army collapsed under Puyang Chinny's directed point-blank shots, and the scene was chaotic. Not long after, a demon general powerhouse noticed Puyang Chinny and killed him without hesitation. Clearly enraged by Puyang Chinny's wanton slaughter, that blood demon general swung up a dark black battle axe. His body's ferocious aura was monstrous, and he chopped wildly at Puyang Chinny. Humph! Good coming! Puyang Chinny let out a cold snort, quickly pulling away and violently shooting out a long golden dragon, opening his mouth to tear at that blood demon general. Between lightning and fire, the shocking axe and the golden dragon collision issued a deafening bang. Puyang Chinny and that blood demon will fly out backwards at the same time. Both sides are evenly matched. Chapter 158. Dongfang use heroic rescue. Beidou Ao Feng's figure cut across the battlefield like lightning, his lance leaving a silver-white trajectory in the air, each swing accompanied by a thunderous force. His target was a blood demon general, whose strength was unparalleled, with a thick blood aura surrounding his body and a pair of eyes as fierce as a wild beast. Heaven-breaking strike! Beidou Ao Feng let out a low cry, and his long spear transformed into a silvery light, aiming straight for that blood demon general's chest. A trace of surprise flashed in that blood demon general's eyes, but then he let out a cold smile as the dark black battle axe in his hand swept out, violently colliding with Beidou Ao Feng's lance in the air, emitting a deafening roar. The two fought dozens of rounds in the 9 heavens above. Each strike was enough to shake the mountains and shatter the earth. Beidou Ao Feng's spear was as swift as the wind, and each shot contained a powerful chi energy, while the blood demon general's axe was as heavy as a mountain, and each axe carried a destructive power. The two were evenly matched and neither could gain the upper hand. Humph! A mere human! How dare you fight against my blood demon race? That blood demon general roared, his eyes red, his blood aura even more dense, clearly having entered a berserk state. Beidou Ao Feng's expression remained unchanged. Instead, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Arrogant person, today is your time to die. After saying that, the long spear in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and a brilliant star coalesced at the tip of the spear, emitting a dazzling light. Dipper! Break! Beidou Ao Feng shouted. His long spear crossed the sky like a comet, and the stars on the tip of the spear instantly burst apart, transforming into 7 brilliant beams of light, striking at each of the blood demon general's 7 vital points. Although the blood demon general reacted quickly, he was ultimately a step too slow. The 7 beams of light instantly penetrated his protective blood chi, striking his vitals. That blood demon general let out a miserable scream. His body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and fell heavily on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Shui Linglong held a long sword and faced another blood demon general alone. Her long sword was as cold as ice and snow, and every swing brought up a blast of icy sword chi that froze the air around her into frost. With Shui Linglong's cry, the long sword in her hand came out of her hand, transforming into a huge cold sword chi, wrapped in the momentum of condensing everything, and aimed directly at that blood demon general. Humph! Nothing more than that. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of that blood demon general, and the black scythe in its hand spun out in an attempt to block Shui Linglong's attack. However, Shui Linglong's ice attribute sword technique had long since reached the realm of perfection, and her sword chi was like an invisible shackle, tightly binding that blood demon general, making it unable to move. The scythe thrown by that blood demon general was unable to exert its proper power at all under the binding of Shui Linglong's sword chi,
and was crumpled away in an instant. Ice Emperor sword technique, dance of the ice spirit.
Shui Linglong let out a soft cry, and the long sword in her hand suddenly erupted with a blinding light, and countless ice swords coalesced at the tip of the sword,
attacking towards the blood demon general like snow flying in the sky. Ice swords fell like rain, beating that blood demon general into retreat.
His protective blood chi was easily penetrated by the ice swords, and his body was injured in many places,
with blood pouring out.
Snow Linglong took advantage of the situation to perform her strongest move, her strength instantly reaching its peak and heavily hitting that blood demon general with a single blow.
However, just as Shui Linglong was about to deliver a killing blow,
she suddenly detected a strong sense of crisis. Just as she was about to turn around to resist, she was blasted by a large blood-colored handprint, and her entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, receiving a heavy blow on the spot. The direction of her backward flight happened to be where the war god's palace was located.
Linglong,
the Pyomyo Immortal Palace's old ancestor, was alarmed,
and countless people showed anxiety and eagerness. San Lingchen and Mingkon wanted to rescue them,
but they were all deadlocked by their opponents and were far away, so they had the will to do so. As Shui Linglong flew backwards, she spewed out several large mouthfuls of bright red blood one after another, staining her snow-white dress red. She watched as a huge bloody claw grasped through the air,
but she couldn't lift a single bit of strength. Dying?
While Shui Linglong was filled with unwillingness, a trace of candor flashed through her beautiful eyes.
Seek death. Just in the nick of time,
a cold and fierce bellowing voice resounded through the clouds.
Shui Linglong violently opened her eyes,
only to see a halberd emitting an ancient aura flying over her head, instantly piercing through the giant claw that came from the suppression, and still continuing to kill the oncoming blood demon general.
Before she could react,
she suddenly felt a large, broad hand wrap around her waist.
Almost subconsciously, Shui Linglong's delicate body, like an electric shock, violently trembled,
and what came into her eyes was a well-defined and resolute face. Shui Linglong was shocked and subconsciously tried to struggle, but realized that the other party didn't even look at her. The person who struck out was none other than Dongfang. He cleanly placed Shui Linglong on top of the War God Palace's battleship, recalled the heavenly desolate war halberd between his raised hands, and stared coldly straight at the blood demon general, his voice icy cold to the bone.
Something that is looking for death, by virtue of that you dare to make a move against my War God Palace? Saying that, Dongfang you had already killed out.
The heavenly desolate war halberd was like the sharp weapon of the heavenly god.
Each strike carried the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Although that blood demon general was strong,
he was a little out of his depth in front of Dongfang who was under full force eruption.
Boom! A few rounds later, Dongfang directly broke out a killing blow. A halberd crushed the demon general level powerhouse, shocking everyone in the field. Looking at Dongfang's magnificent back, Shui Linglong,
the ice mountain goddess who was known as the first beauty of the immortal region, unconsciously developed a trace of strangeness within her heart. She had never seen such a tall and magnificent man before,
and that fearless aura couldn't help but give rise to a trace of alienation in her heart.
She also didn't expect that there would be such a genius in this newly emerged battle god palace. While Shui Linglong sighed in her heart, her face involuntarily blushed.
Dongfang had just stabilized his stance when another blood demon general came towards Dongfang to kill him.
Si Kong Xian, who had long been impatient, coldly shouted. His figure catapulted up and blasted it away with a punch in the air, suffering a wound on the spot.
Humans, you are seeking your own death.
The 10 or so blood demon generals no longer slaughtered the immortal domain martial practitioners and surrounded towards Dongfang and Si Kong Xian from all directions,
intent on exterminating the two of them on the spot. Humph, bullying the few with the many? Dragon-breaking sky gave a cold cry.
A flash appeared above Dongfang's head,
and in an instant, he transformed into a golden dragon with a sweeping dragon tail.
There were 4 major blood demon generals who were caught off guard and were swept away on the spot.
Almost at the same time, Dugu Jian, Black Tiger, Long Wu Xie, Night Frenzy Cloud, Mo Feng, Sol Wu Yen, and Little Nine had all killed out,
especially Xiao Jiao, who directly transformed into the body Nine-Winged Harvest, while 2 of the blood demon generals were being flung away by Long Baodian.
He slapped down with a claw,
and 2 of the blood demon generals were slapped into mush,
shocking the whole scene. However, at this time, Lu Shiyang sensed that Bailey Yan's divine tribulation was nearing its end, and immediately ordered the Heavenly Realms army to kill the enemy in full. Kill Lu Shiyang, Lu Ningyue, Yun Wuhan, Yun Xier, Muli,
and a group of battle general level executives rushed out at the same time, their sonic might sweeping across tens of millions of miles in a radius. The Heavenly Realms army led by the Battle God Temple followed closely behind.
A group of less than 200.
000 is as loud as an army of millions.
Chapter 159, Strong Battle God Temple. Bailey Yan's Tribulation. In that chaotic battlefield, the people of the War God Palace were like tigers coming out of their cages, and each of them displayed superb strength, causing countless blood demon race generals to tremble at the sight of them. With Lu Xieyang as the leader, Dong Fengyu, Si Kong Xian, Dugu Jian, Long Shen Tian, He Hu, Long Wu Xie, Lin Tianqi, Night Frenzied Cloud, Mo Feng, Sol Wu Yen, and Xiao Jiu were also existences capable of executing demon general level powerhouses with their own strength. Shui Linglong, who was healing her wounds on her knees on the Battle God Palace warship, slowly opened her eyes, and her autumn watery eyes searched through the chaotic battlefield and saw that figure of divine might that covered the world. At this time, Dong Fengyu, the breath suppression of the divine palace's 9 steps on his body swept across the sky, holding the heavenly desolate war halberd to weave in and out of the scene, casually striking with destructive power. Those blood demon race experts who were comparable to the 7 or 8 steps of the divine palace could barely last a round in front of them. Dong Fengyu body battle intent formed substance, the hands of the heavenly desolate war halberd as a living thing, leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. Residual shadows passed through the space burst chafed. At his place, large swathes of the corpses of the blood demon race generals poured down from the 9 heavens above, and the spectacle was staggering. The Temple of War, Shui Linglong murmured in a low voice, and became seriously curious about this newly emerged power. Gaze turned to the rest of the group, the shock in his eyes intensifying. Si Kong Xian's fists were like hammers. Each punch carried unrivaled power. His fists sliced through the air, bringing up a gust of wind that tore apart the surrounding air. Demon general level powerhouses were always suppressed to death in front of him, and each of Si Kong Xian's punches carried an endless amount of anger and killing intent, as if he wanted to completely crush all of his enemies. As one of the same 4 great war kings of the Battle God Palace, Dugu Jian's strength was equally strong, with Dugu's sword as the center. A 10,000 meter radius was covered by his killing intent, and it had already become a no-go area for those blood demon generals to die. Blood demon race generals whose strength was below the divine palace realm would either die or be crippled as long as they were caught in the waves of Dugu Jian's killing intent. The Dakuro sword, who had proven himself with killing, had a breathtaking level of swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was not half as fancy and often more pure. What the Dakan pursued was a single sword kill. Dakan, who practiced the way of killing, completely let go at this moment. Even the martial artists from all sides of the immortal domain felt that killing intent and they all turned their backs on Dakan. So strong, feeling Dugu Jian's extremely pure sword intent, Chu Jianga, who was also good at the sword path, had a heavy face, and there seemed to be a bright realization flashing through his heart. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire battlefield seemed to have become the main field of the battle god's palace. Long Baodian, who was transformed into a golden dragon, and Xiao Jiu, who was displaying his 9-winged harvest body. Long Wu Xie, who comes and goes without a shadow, and Lin Tianqi, who is like the god of guns, the king of swords, Night Frenzy Cloud, and Sol Wu Yen, who kills his enemies invisibly. Mo Feng and Black Tiger, who were covered in the light of the judgment god, were also rampaging through the battlefield, killing more than just a few people. In addition, the youngest Yun Wuchen's rawness was not at all inferior to that of Si Kong Xian and the others. Even Yun Shir and Mu Li were in slaughter mode. The blood demon race generals present had all become lambs to the slaughter. The only thing that was true to the hearts of the blood demon race's generals was chills. Even those individual blood demon generals had scorn in their eyes when they looked at the battle god temple crowd, leaving the fear of death in their hearts. The team in front of me is all too scary. Everyone was like a god of killing, especially the dozens of people at the front, each of whom had the strength to slaughter them. Coupled with the tens of millions of troops from the immortal region, the battlefield instantly became a one-sided situation. At the same time, just as the Battle God Palace and Immortal Domain armies were joining forces to slaughter the Blood Demon race's army, hundreds of millions of miles away, the Necropolis Abyss's catastrophic clouds rolled in, as if it was a heavenly tilt sweeping across 10 million miles of the sky. Rumble! As a divine thunderbolt exploded, Bailey Yan's 6th divine tribulation had already descended. Seeing this scene, a flash of worry flashed across Bailey Chinkong's eyes. On the contrary, Yun Tian Dust was calm and collected from the beginning to the end. He knew deep down that this level of thunderbolt was not enough to threaten Bailey Yan. Boom click. With a violent roar, the sky-robbing thunderbolt cut through the sky and blasted towards Bailey Yan. Facing this destructive lightning, Bailey Yan did not change his face. Not only did he not dodge, he instead took the initiative to meet it, allowing the lightning that was strong enough to crush all things to bombard his body. DM must not. Seeing Bailey Yan's crazy behavior, Bailey Chinkong was startled and wanted to stop, but it was too late. However, just as Bailey Chinkong's heart plummeted, a scene that shocked him occurred.
only to see the heavenly tribulation lightning bombarded on Bailey Yan's body, actually failed to injure him in the slightest, and even the corner of his clothes failed to shake. Those robberies just touched Bailey Yan's body, and then dissipated into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were directly absorbed by him using his physical body. Seeing this scene, Bailey Chenkong was directly stunned, and for a moment, he wondered if he was blind. Not only him, even Yun Tian Dust revealed a few looks of astonishment, and had a new perception of the strength of the Dark Knight King's bloodline. There were quite a few powerful Thunder Road techniques in the War God's palace, yet they couldn't ignore the Extinction Tribulation Thunder. The only explanation for this was Bailey Yan's newly awakened bloodline. Bailey Yan always had a calm face, as if everything was expected of him. Refine me. Bailey Yan drank lowly. The pores around his body opened up, like an ancient god king. Crazy operation of the Thunder Road technique, against the pouring down of the lightning, non-stop devouring and refining the majestic energy contained in the lightning. As Bailey Yan's drink fell, his entire aura changed. If the previous him was like an unsheathed sword, then at this moment, he was already sheathed and sharp. The sky as if by some mysterious power of the pull, all towards the Bailey Yan convergence and go. His whole person is reflected in the solemn appearance of the treasure, as if the god of thunder descended to the world in general. Drawing lightning to quench the body? Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Bailey Chenkong's heart was shocked like never before, and his gaze towards Bailey Yan became burning. Looking at the world of martial arts, all sorts of demons come and go, but only those with truly great perseverance can set foot on the top of the martial arts in this cruel world of martial artists. And the ancient body refining method like drawing lightning to temper the body was an existence that could discourage countless heavenly pride demons. To do so is tantamount to suicide for those who do not have great fortitude. Since ancient times, dare to lead the thunder quenching the body of a few, can survive from it as 1 in 100 million. Each of these people, all of these people are stunning an era of absolute evil. Bailey Chenkong had never thought that his own grandson actually possessed this kind of determination and vigor as well. Ru Wafeng, DM's son is worthy of being your son. He really does have a heavenly talent, Bailey Chenkong whispered in his heart, and while he was looking forward to it inwardly, the color of worry intensified. It was still dangerous to draw lightning into the body. Not to mention the Extinction Tribulation Thunder, which was even more terrifying than the heavenly thunder, and its insanity was self-evident. It is not too much to say that it is 10 deaths to do so, but once you succeed, you can gain unimaginable benefits, even in the divine realm. Those who could have such vigor were 1 in a billion. Chapter 160, The Ninth Thunder Tribulation. True gods cannot be stopped. Under the gaze of Bailey Chenkong's shocked eyes, the sky's robberies of lightning continued to pour into Bailey DM's body, and he was like a bottomless pit that came and went. As the robbing thunder continued to enter the body, every inch of Bailey Yan's skin and every hair was strengthened, as if it contained the power to destroy the sky and the earth, which was breathtaking. Rumble! The sky of the void was constantly raging with the clouds of calamity, and the divine thunder was roaring. The sixth divine tribulation was clearly even more terrifying than the previous 5 divine tribulations. Each wave of tribulation lightning was comparable to the full force of a true god realm powerhouse. In the face of such a terrifying extinction thunderbolt, Bailey Yan still didn't stop refining. He was no longer as reckless as before, but selectively peeled off small strands before introducing them into his body for refinement. In this way, Bailey Yan's physical body seemed to have been refined by 1,000 hammers, becoming stronger and stronger, and even his meridians and divine soul had been strengthened. However, with the descent of the 7th world destroying tribulation thunder, Bailey Yan's refining was not so casual. The terrifying might of the extinction thunder tribulation seemed as if it was going to completely destroy the entire necropolis abyss. Between the tumbling of the robbing clouds, divine thunder raged through the void like a world-destroying heavenly dragon, and each strike contained a palpitating power. Even if they were separated by 10 million miles, Bailey Chenkong and Yun Tian Dust could clearly feel that devastating aura, and both of them could not help but flash a look of gravity in their eyes. In the face of such a terrifying divine calamity, even a true god realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and a single slip could result in death. Although Bailey Yan possessed the extremely heaven-defying Dark Knight King bloodline, he had just awakened his bloodline not long ago, and his control over the power of his bloodline was not yet skillful, so this 9 heavy extinction thunder tribulation was also a huge challenge for him. Under the gaze of Bailey Chenkong's worried eyes, Bailey Yan's expression also became unprecedentedly grave. He raised his head to look up at the sky, his deep eyes glittering with determination, and his body was filled with battle spirit. Feel free to come, and will I, Bailey Yan, stop here? Bailey Yan let out a low gulp and took the initiative to meet the incoming robotic thunderbolt. Boom click. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the 7th heavy world-destroying tribulation lightning fiercely bombarded Bailey Yan's body.
In an instant, the dazzling lightning completely submerged his figure, and the terrifying power raged wildly, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Even with the Dark Knight King bloodline protecting his body, Bailey Yen felt an unspeakable sharp pain coming from him, as if he was being cut by thousands of sharp blades. He clenched his teeth and desperately worked the divine energy in his body in an attempt to resist that destructive force. However, the power of the seventh world-destroying tribulation thunder was too terrifying, and even though Bailey Yen had already done his best, he still felt a strong crisis of death. "Break me!" Bailey Yen roared in his heart. His eyes became as red as blood, and his aura surged again. He frantically urged the Dark Knight King bloodline in his body, and an even more majestic power surged out from his body, fighting fiercely against the robber thunder. Under Bailey Yan's desperate resistance, the terrifying robotic thunder was actually blocked by him, unable to inch in any further. Seeing this scene, Bailey Chinkong breathed a sigh of relief while the look of worry on his face intensified. However, even though Bailey Yan had blocked the seventh tribulation thunderbolt, it had also consumed him immensely. His face was as pale as paper. His clothes were tattered and torn, with scorched black marks everywhere, and even his skin was slightly cracked, oozing out the slightest trace of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries. However, Bailey Yen was as if he did not realize that there was only the more and more violent robberies in his eyes. Rumble. The seventh tribulation thunder had just dissipated for a moment when the eighth tribulation thunder came one after the other. This time, the power of the robbing thunder was even more powerful than before, as if it was going to destroy the entire heaven and earth. Bailey Yen clenched his teeth and exerted the last of his entire body's strength to meet the terrifying robotic thunder. Put! The eighth extinction thunder tribulation slammed down like a pike, breaking down Bailey Yan's defense in an instant, only to feel a heart-rending pain coming from his entire body as if it was going to be torn apart, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his face became even more ghastly white. However, Bailey Yan's gaze was firm as he stared at the tumbling robber cloud with a look of determination on his face. He knew that he must not fall, or else everything would be lost, and even his family's life would be threatened. DM. Bailey Chinkong's fists were clenched to death. He was tempted to intervene, but he noticed Yun Tianzuan's confident expression, and then he rigidly restrained himself. Perhaps he still underestimated his grandson. Seemingly noticing Bailey Chinkong's concern, Yun Tianzuan transmitted a voice to comfort him. "Senior, you have to believe in Yan's perseverance and determination. This world-destroying thunder tribulation can't help him yet." Hearing the voice transmission, Bailey Chinkong also couldn't help but look surprised. He really didn't know where exactly Yun Tianzuan got the strength to be so calm. The reason why Bailey Chinkong was in such a reverie was because he did not know that the calamity that Yun Tianzuan was crossing was precisely that legendary death-killing calamity where there was no life without death. Even though the ninefold extinction thunder tribulation was terrifying, in front of the 12-fold death-slaying tribulation, it was not one star weaker. If Bailey Chinkong were to know that Yun Tianzuan had survived the death-killing tribulation, he might not know how out of sorts he would be. The rumor that no one would be left alive under the death-killing robbery had long been known to the world. However, the world-destroying thunder robbery was different, and after all, there was still hope for life. In the midst of the sea of thunder in the sky, Bailey Yen was always resisting tenaciously. Until then, his eyes gradually drifted away, and even his consciousness was blurred for a moment. It was also when he subconsciously tried to close his eyes that the eighth heavy tribulation thunder began to subside, and in just a few short breaths of effort, it completely dissipated. It also meant that Bailey Yen had survived the eighth extinction thunder tribulation. DM. Although Bailey Yen had successfully passed through the eighth extinction thunder tribulation, Bailey Chinkong's face instead became more and more grave, because that upcoming ninth thunder tribulation was the most terrifying. Throughout the ages, there were as many geniuses who were buried under the extinction thunder tribulation, and 99% of these demons had not lasted past the ninth gravity, and their danger was self-evident. As expected, the ninth extinction thunder tribulation arrived as promised. In the rolling black clouds, endless lightning raged down, and the entire necropolis abyss was reduced to ruins under the lightning's assault. But this was only the precursor of the ninth extinction thunder tribulation's descent, and the real main event was still to come. Boom! Only to hear a sound of trembling in the heavens and the earth. A purple giant soared up to 1,000,000 feet long, wrapped with the might of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth, slowly falling down from the dome of the sky. Not good. The true God is also unstoppable. Feeling the devastating power emanating from this sword, Bailey Chinkong's face instantly sank to the bottom. At this moment, Bailey Yen had yet to step into the God realm. In front of such a huge power gap, it was no longer something that talent could make up for. If Bailey Yen still wanted to fight hard, it would definitely be a result of 10 deaths. Thinking of this, Bailey Chinkong no longer hesitated and immediately prepared to strike.
He could never let this newly found grandson die in front of him.
Chapter 161, Successful Transition. When Bailey Chinkong saw this, his face immediately changed wildly. Rumble. The purple giant sword continued to fall, and with every point it descended, Bailey Chinkong's heart tightened. The only thing left in his old and deep eyes was the slowly falling purple giant sword, and a power that transcended everything swept out from him. It was also the moment Bailey Chinkong released his breath that the void shook and the earth roared. Between the rapid turn of thoughts, Bailey Chinkong had already decided to intervene, but just as he made a move, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Yun boy, what are you doing? Bailey Chinkong's brows furrowed as his tone revealed a hint of displeasure. Elder, be at ease. Yun Tiandust shook his head with a grave expression and said solemnly, if you make a move, Yan's Dao will also be flawed. In the future, his path of cultivation will also become more difficult. No. Bailey Chinkong's eyes glowed with a ghostly light. His tone was undeniable. I just found DM's son. I must not let him die just like that. No one can take him away from me, even if the heavenly Dao is not. With those words, Bailey Chinkong wanted to force his hand. However, Yun Tiandust was equally firm in his stance, and as if he had prepared for this, he once again blocked in front of Bailey Chinkong with a sway of his body. Humph. You simply don't know the heights of heaven. Bailey Chinkong snorted out coldly, his eyes staring deathly at Yun Tianduan. A faint killing chance flashed in his eyes, and his voice became cold and stern. If you weren't so kind to DM's son, the old man would have killed you by now. Senior, please listen to me. Yun Tiandust took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Yan, he is exceptionally gifted and deeply blessed. He is by no means a person with a short lifespan. Although this ninth extinction thunder tribulation is horrifying, it will not jeopardize Yan's life. Instead it will still be a chance for him. Seeing Yun Tiandust swearing with a confident look, Bailey Chinkong also could not help but fall into deep thought. He knew very well that a person like Yun Tiandust would not be aimless, and since he dared to be so certain, perhaps DM really did have some undercard that he did not know about. Thinking of this, Bailey Chinkong also slowly calmed down. The color of madness in his eyes gradually receded, and was replaced by a touch of deepness and gravity. Okay, I'll believe you once. Bailey Chinkong looked deeply at Yun Tianduan before slowly withdrawing his palm, and the aura on his body slowly internalized, but his heart was always tense. Despite the compromise, he still stared intently at the roiling robber clouds, fearing that he would miss a single detail. At the same time, the ninth weight of the world-destroying divine lightning had already condensed, and the terrifying might shook the heavens, as if it was going to destroy the entire heaven and earth. Bailey Yan also felt an unprecedented death crisis, but he did not retreat. A pill was taken and his breath instantly recovered to its peak. His gaze was determined and he was ready to let go. This elixir. Seeing an elixir with such amazing healing effects, Bailey Chinkong could not help but be secretly shocked. Pills that could restore a person to their peak state in an instant were rare in the divine realm, and only the legendary perfection grade pills had this kind of miraculous effect. In the vast divine realm, there would be no more than 10 alchemists in total who could concoct perfect grade pills. In that case, he had really underestimated this forsaken world. Noticing Bailey Yan's calm and collected expression, Bailey Chinkong could not help but look forward to it once again. Perhaps he had really underestimated this grandson of his. In front of that destructive power, Bailey Yan no longer dared to have any reservations. He knew that at this moment he had to go all out, otherwise he would surely die. He gave up on his intention to continue devouring the power around him, and devoted himself to fighting against the robber thunder. The purple giant sword was wrapped in the might of extinction and slowly fell, and with every minute of descent, Bailey Yan felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He understood that this was the biggest challenge he had ever faced, and that if he was not careful, he could be doomed. However, Bailey Yan did not retreat because of this. His eyes flashed with determination as if he was ready to let go of the fight. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the available power in his body, preparing to meet that upcoming world-destroying strike. Just then, Bailey Yan suddenly felt a mysterious power awakening within him, seemingly related to his newly awakened bloodline. This discovery made Bailey Yan secretly happy. Almost subconsciously, he immediately activated the power of his bloodline, and actually condensed a 10,000 feet tall dark black shadow behind him, which appeared to be a phantom aptitude that he had condensed with his own bloodline. In that case, let's call you the Dark Knight Dharma body. Feeling the strength of the Dharma phase behind him, Bailey Yan murmured in a low voice, his eyes bursting with refined light. With the manifestation of the Dark Knight Dharma body, Bailey Yan's aura instantly skyrocketed several times, and an even more powerful and pure darkness power swept out from his body and went straight to the clouds. Under the shroud of the Dark Knight Dharma body, half of the necropolis was darkened, as if it was about to fall into eternal night. Bailey Yan manipulated the Dark Knight Dharma body and condensed a 10,000 meter long dark black sword out of thin air. brazenly meeting that purple giant sword. Boom! The two powerful forces collided fiercely in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The darkness Dharma body trembled violently under the bombardment of the purple giant sword, as if it might collapse at any moment. However, Bailey Yen did not give up because of this. He clenched his teeth and desperately maintained the stability of the Dark Knight Dharma body. Bailey Yen knew that the Dark Knight Dharma body alone was not enough to withstand this world-destroying sword. Without hesitation, Bailey Yen activated his bloodline aptitude that he had obtained after awakening his bloodline Dark Knight Fierce Light. This was a peerless killing aptitude inherited from his bloodline, which he had never used before. Only the dark aura on Bailey Yen's body grew thicker and thicker, as if it was going to devour the entire heaven and earth. The black long sword in his hand also began to emit a bizarre light that flickered as if it contained some kind of terrifying power. Bang! A loud sound came from the Dark Knight Dharma body that finally couldn't support itself under the continuous bombardment of the purple giant sword and collapsed away on the spot. However, right at this moment, Bailey Yen violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly soared by more than 10 times. He waved the black long sword in his hand and chopped out a sword light as black as ink, striking the purple giant sword directly. This sword light was the Dark Knight Fierce Light, and it contained all of Bailey Yen's power and will, as if it wanted to destroy all obstacles. The purple giant sword trembled violently under the bombardment of this sword light, and its power was greatly reduced. However, Bailey Yen didn't stop there. He took advantage of the situation and used the power he drew from the darkness to strengthen himself and continuously improve his strength. When his aura reached a critical point, he fiercely struck an overwhelming blow, shattering the Thunder Road giant sword on the spot. Boom! As the Thunder Road giant sword collapsed, the entire tribulation cloud also began to rapidly dissipate. The ninth extinction Thunder Tribulation was thus carried down by Bailey Yen. When the last wisp of the robbery cloud dissipated in the sky, Bailey Yen let out a long breath as if he was relieved. He had survived this ninth extinction Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 162, Out on the Battlefield. The tough Bailey Yen. At this time, Bailey Yen, his entire body was exhausted. His entire body was skinned and bloodied. His body seemed to have been drained, and it was difficult for him to even maintain standing in the air. He staggered and fell from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Between the flying dust, his miserable body was revealed. However, Bailey Yan's face had a trace of a satisfied smile on it, as if all the effort was worth it. Just at this time, the sudden change, the original dissipation of the robbery cloud suddenly converge again. Will Bailey Yen enveloped in it? But this time the robbery cloud does not emit a destructive atmosphere, but instead emerges a rich to the extreme vitality. This is a divine tribulation counter-complement? When Bailey Chinkong saw this, his face couldn't help but reveal a flash of surprise. As a powerful person of the God realm, he naturally knew what the divine tribulation counter-complement represented. Divine calamity backfill, as the name implies, is the gift that the heavenly Tao sends down to feed back to the person who has successfully crossed the divine calamity. The more horrific the calamity crossed, the higher the upper limit of the reward. Under the expectant gazes of Bailey Chinkong and Yun Tian Dust, they only saw that the robbing clouds kept surging, from which a divine light descended and entered into Bailey DM's body. With the influx of these divine lights, the injuries on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally shriveled aura gradually became strong. Not only that, his cultivation level was also climbing under the nourishment of this power. Early Divine Spirit Realm, Mid-Divine Spirit Realm. In just a few short breaths of effort, Bailey Yan's cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of the Divine Spirit Realm, and was only half a step away from the true God Realm. After seeing his grandson's perverted talent with his own eyes, Bailey Chinkong was both shocked and excited. At the same time, gratitude once again arose in his heart towards Yun Tianduan. If Yun Tian Dust hadn't tried his best to stop him, the ending would have been another extreme. Bailey Chinkong took a deep breath, forcibly calming his inner excitement before turning to look at Yun Tianshan beside him, incomparably arching his hands solemnly. Junior friend Yun, this time, thanks to you, or else the old man nearly made a big mistake. Please accept the old man's obeisance. When he said that, he was about to bow. Seeing this, Yun Tian Dust hurriedly reached out to hold Bailey Chinkong's arm and waved his hand with a smile. Elder is overstating the case. You and Yan are also considered to have met for the first time, and it's only normal that you don't know him well enough. If you knew DM well enough you would know that a thunderbolt of this magnitude would not threaten him. After saying that, he looked up at Bailey Yen who had already gotten up from the ground and couldn't help but have a pleased smile on his face. At this moment, Bailey Yen has been completely stabilized at the peak of the Divine Spirit Realm, his entire body as if transformed. The breath around the body is strong and incomparable, vaguely transmitting a majesty above all living beings. Taking a deep breath, Bailey DM hurriedly dashed down and came to Yun Tian Duan and Bailey Chinkong's side. an expression of unspeakable excitement hanging on his face as he smiled and saluted. Big brother, grandfather, I've succeeded. Bravo! Gently patting Bai Lian's shoulder, Yun Tian nodded in relief. DM. Your talent far exceeds your father's. Bai Li Chung-kong, who always had a smile on his face, recalled what he had just thought, and was instantly ashamed. It was Grandpa who was narrow-minded and almost harmed you. Grandfather, where do you say? Your choice is also human nature. How can you say narrow-minded? Bai Lian shook his head and said, but inside he was warm. What had just happened? Bai Lian had naturally noticed, and it caused him to feel different emotions towards this grandfather who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The three of them were still exchanging pleasantries, and in the eternal divine hall boundary, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, the shocking bloody battle was still going on. Under the frantic rampage of the many experts of the War God Palace, the Blood Demon army suffered heavy losses, and in just a few hours, more than a dozen Demon General level experts were killed by Lu Xieyang and the other War God Palace executives. Nonetheless, the side of the Immortal Region's army didn't fare well either, and they paid a small price under the Blood Demon race's army's frantic counterattack. When the martial artists from all sides of the Immortal Domain saw such a ferocious Battle God Palace, they were all horrified. A strong sense of awe was born towards the newly emerged power. However, at that moment, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the center of the battlefield. The crowd looked over and saw that the three-headed demonic shadow, which had previously been sealed by the Spirit Void Taoist and many other Divine Palace 9 Steps powerhouses, had actually broken free of the Qiankuan Wuji formation and stood up again. Those three-headed demonic shadows wreaked havoc on the sky, their entire bodies covered in demonic aura, and their 6 eyes flickered with scarlet light, as if they wanted to devour everything. No good. As the three-headed demonic shadow broke free, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Before Kong Mingfeng and the others had time to make any reaction, they were violently crashed out by the aura casually released by that demonic shadow, and the average Divine Palace 9 Steps were as weak as ants in front of them. For a time, the entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped by this powerful demonic aura, and everyone was in danger. Just as the demonic shadow was about to continue to wreak havoc, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the void. It was Bai Lian, Yun Tian Dust and Bai Li Chung-kong who had just experienced the lightning tribulation. The 3 of them stood in the air, not showing the slightest bit of fear on their faces in the face of the rampaging demonic shadow. Greetings, Your Highness. The moment they saw Yun Tianduan, the generals of the War God Temple as well as the allied forces of the Heavenly Realm who were present revealed a look of surprise. All of them saluted loudly, their voices shaking the sky, as if they had found their backbone in this moment. Yun Tian Dust raised his hand to signal the crowd to be excused, and he had a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under control. At the same time, the gazes of everyone in the Immortal Region coincidentally fell on him, revealing scrutinizing and curious expressions. They all wanted to know what kind of person the Battle God Palace Lord was that he could make so many demonic geniuses willingly follow him. The crowd was still curious when the three-headed demonic shadow took the initiative to attack, targeting none other than the 3 of them. Yun Tian Dust. In the face of this sudden attack, Yun Tian Dust's expression remained unchanged as he gently waved his sleeve and dissolved the overpowering demonic aura into nothingness. This scene shocked all the martial artists in the Immortal Region. As expected, if the War God Hall was so powerful, how could their Hall Master be simple? Take this hand that the other party had just revealed. Its power was self-evident. It seems that it's about time. Yun Tian Dust's gaze swept across the entire arena. A trace of essence flashed in his eyes, and then he gently nodded to Bai Lian beside him, signaling that he did not need to stay his hand. After receiving Yun Tian Dust's gesture, Bai Lian nodded confidently. The aura of the peak of the Divine Spirit Realm swept out, and Bai Lian's figure flickered and disappeared in place in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already appeared above the head of the 3 devil shadows. Without half a bit of procrastination, Bai Lian from the 9 heavens above violently smashed down a shocking fist mango. It was also at the moment when Bai Lian's punch landed that the 3-headed demonic shadow swiftly lifted its huge demonic hand and blasted out a great hand seal of the demonic Tao that was mixed with terrifying demonic might. Rumble. A loud sound was heard as the 2's attacks collided in the void. Staggeringly, the powerful and unrivaled Devil Tao great handprint was as fragile as papier-mâché in front of this punch from Bai Lian, and was instantly crushed. The shock didn't stop there. As Bai Lian's fist force continued to fall, the huge body of the 3-headed demonic shadow couldn't support itself for only one breath under this force, and completely collapsed, turning into a wave of demonic energy that dissipated in the void. God Realm Powerhouse. He is the one who crossed the tribulation. The people who saw this scene were all horrified. One by one, their eyes were glaring out, full of disbelief. After seeing the terror of the War God Temple, all parties assumed that the person who had crossed the threshold must be that War God Temple's Hall Master.
But now it seemed that the war god's palace was countless times more terrifying than they had imagined. For a time, the shock and awe on the faces of the countless people at the scene could hardly be concealed when they looked at Yun Tianwan and the people of the war god hall. Chapter 163, Bailey Qinkong's shock. Witnessing Bailey Yan's devastating strike, the allied forces of the heavenly realm and the crowd of the battle god temple all set off shockwaves in their hearts. They hadn't expected at all that the transiting person would be Dark King Bailey Yan, which meant that the war god palace had two great god realm powerhouses since then, and domination of the immortal region was just around the corner. Sparks of adoration flickered in the eyes of the generals. The rise of the war god's palace would eventually be unstoppable. Seeing the crowd's look of adoration, Si Kongxian skimmed his lips, with a disdainful face on the surface, but inwardly, he was sour. A strong sense of urgency surged through his heart as Si Kongxian's gaze swept towards Song Lingchen in the crowd, an unprecedented overlord's aura emanating from him as his might swept across the heavens, shaking the space with a humming sound and causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. Song Lingchen seemed to feel something and subconsciously looked over, but he just happened to meet Si Kongxian's unsuspecting gaze, and a chill unconsciously arose within him. He thought he hadn't offended the man, so how could the other man show him such a look? And Song Lingchen can feel that in this war god hall, there are many people who harbor strong hostility toward him, or the eternal divine hall, which must have reasons that he does not know, and at this moment, no one was more unnatural than the eternal divine hall congregation of senior officials. The terrifying depths of the war god palace had truly exceeded their cognition, and each of them looked grave, somewhat afraid to accept such a fact. One didn't need to think about it to know that this battle god palace would definitely be the sole overlord of the future immortal region. Even Daoist ancestor Haotian, who had lived for countless years, couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the potential of the war god temple in the future. All of these people were too young, and among them, those whose talents were comparable to Song Lingchen's were no less than 10. Especially that Battle God Hall Master would only be even more terrifying. Looking at the Blood Demon race's remnant army that stood frozen on the spot, the Battle God Palace and Immortal Domain parties charged with all their might, and the Blood Demon race's only 4 remaining Demon General level powerhouses were all disoriented at the moment, with their morale crumbling, and fleeing in all directions without any discipline, with Yun Tian Dust and Bailey Yen, the 2 great God Realm powerhouses, shaking the scene from the sidelines. The disciples of the Battle God Palace became more and more ferocious, killing the remnants of the Blood Demon race as they ran for their lives, their hearts and guts cracking. Yun Tian Dust's gaze swept across the battlefield, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he was very satisfied with everyone's performance. In the midst of this one-sided battle, neither Yun Tian Dust nor Bailey Yen made a move so that everyone could sharpen their skills a bit more. In a corner of the battlefield, Lu Xiang was fighting a Blood Demon General and 7 Blood Demon race experts all by himself. And even though he was already on fire, he still appeared to be relatively overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, Dong Fengyu, who was not far away, wanted to help, but was stopped by Yun Tian Dust's voice transmission, because he could already tell that Lu Xian was close to the edge of a breakthrough. This bloody battle might be the opportunity for its breakthrough. At this moment, Bailey Qinkong was completely captivated by Lu Xiang's fighting style. This is the Sun's sacred body? The moment he saw Lu Xiang's physique, Bailey Qinkong couldn't help but freeze on the spot. There was a chaos body of Yun Tianwan that was nothing more than a chaos body, but there was even a Sun Saint body in this Battle God Palace? However, at this time, Bailey Qinkong seemed to feel something, and his divine thoughts instantly covered the entire field. Sensing it carefully, a moment later, the expression on Bailey Qinkong's face instantly became wonderful as it was so shocking that his entire eyeballs were about to glaze over. At first, Bailey Qinkong thought it was an illusion. It was because he sensed the presence of another chaotic body in the crowd. After confirming it again and again, Bailey Qinkong no longer knew what to say. Generally speaking, 2 chaos bodies would not be born in the same era. Even if they did, they would all be in different spatial dimensions, and these 2 would generally be arch-enemies in the end, destined for only one to grow up. This was the iron law of heavenly destiny, a common knowledge in the martial arts world. Strongly suppressing the shock at the bottom of his heart, Bailey Qinkong utilized his divine thoughts to probe in the battlefield. This is not to be seen, but to be peed on. Even with Bailey Qinkong's determination, he couldn't help but breathe heavily, and his entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken. Putting aside that ancient invincible chaos body, he also sensed top bloodline physiques in the crowd such as the Taiyin Saint body, the innate Tao body, the indestructible hegemony body, the adversary battle body, the cultivation Luo bloodline, the phaseless Buddha body, the fighting Saint 8 bloodline, the vast sacred heart, the crowning heavenly hegemony body, and the 7 dexterity Linglong body. In addition, there was also a divine beast bloodline that was strong to the extreme, resembling the legendary heavenly harvest clan, yet even more powerful.
As for the golden dragon hovering in the 9 heavens, its state was very special, and even he had never heard of such a situation. Obviously a human race, but the body contains an extremely pure dragon bloodline. Really strange. As the divine thoughts were withdrawn, Bailey Chuncombe's brain was still roaring. It was no exaggeration to say that any one of the above physiques placed in the divine realm would be the top class of celestial pride. He really couldn't figure out how this lowly little world lost in chaos could gather so many heaven-defying demons. Wait, M.O. Bailey Chuncombe looked like he had thought of something. His body could not stop trembling, and the shock under his eyes was hard to hide. Previously, he had felt some familiarity with this world, but at this moment, Bailey Chuncombe was almost certain that this left-behind world was the immortal realm that had suddenly disappeared in the ancient times, and the reason why this place had gathered so many supreme demons was most likely related to that mysterious treasure. The more heaven-defying a treasure was, the stronger its own chi was. If an absolutely heaven-defying treasure or strong person existed in a certain power or world, this power and even this side of the world would also be favored, thus giving birth to many heaven-defying existences. Now, it seems that the supreme treasure that fell here during the ancient times is feared to be far more heaven-defying than the rumors. Thinking of this, a glint of essence flashed in Bailey Chuncombe's eyes, and a hint of greed flashed vaguely, as his heart fell into a brief struggle. After a few breaths, the greed in its eyes dissipated. Glancing deeply at Yun Tian dust, Bailey Chuncombe was already convinced of the whereabouts of that heaven-defying supreme treasure. If not, how could a small battle god palace gather so many heaven-defying talents? Just a moment ago, he did think about killing someone to take the treasure. In the end, it was reason that won out over greed. In the ancient times, the fact that that supreme treasure was able to conceal the heavenly chance to hide the immortal realm was enough to illustrate its heaven-defying nature. And now it's even more proof of that. The more heaven-defying the treasure, the more it depends on the qualification and destiny, and forcibly possessing it not only won't get the benefit, but may also lead to the disaster of extinction. That Yun Tian dust was able to gain the esteem of his own grandson in every way, and even more so, there were so many peerless demons willing to follow, relying on more than just talent. His eyes scanned the entire room. A flash of determination flashed across Bailey Chuncombe's deep eyes. He secretly decided that he was going to bind the Darkness God clan to the War God Temple at all costs. This was a golden age, and it was by tying up with great chi powers like the War God Temple that the Darkness God clan would have a more glorious future. With that kind of heaven-defying treasure by his side, the Divine Realm was just the starting point for the War God Temple. The future of the War God Temple was unimaginable. Regarding Bailey Chuncombe's ever-changing state of mind, Yun Tian Dust, who had practiced the Great Destiny technique, had felt it since the beginning. Even though this Bailey Chuncombe was Bailey Yan's grandfather, he would not completely trust the other party. Especially just now, Yun Tianduan sensed the crisis in advance. This was the heaven-defying nature of the Great Destiny technique. Even a powerhouse at the same level as Bailey Chuncombe would not necessarily be able to sense this killing chance, yet he had clearly sensed it. It was also the moment Bailey Chuncombe was born with a killing chance that Yun Tian Dust had already communicated with the mysterious little tower. Once the other party really had mischievous intentions, even if it cost him his life, he would have to save a pair of children and his brothers. Well, in the end, it was him who was overthinking it. Chapter 164, Lu Xian's Breakthrough. World-destroying thunder tribulation. In one corner of the battlefield, the battle intent was monstrous. Lu Xiang was drenched in blood, but his battle intent did not diminish. At this moment, it was as if he was united with heaven and earth, and a terrifying fluctuation of divine power surged around him. He actually condensed his godhead during the battle? Someone cried out in shock, as if they had seen something terrifying, and their entire body was horrified. The rest of the people looked around, all of them shocked, but before they could come back to their senses from the shock, black clouds tumbled above the dome of the sky. The entire sky was rapidly darkening, and the 9 heavenly robberies clouds were rapidly converging, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring, just like the end of the world. Is this a divine calamity? I don't know who said it, but everyone stormed back, their complicated and awe-inspiring gazes all converging on Lu Xiang, witnessing this historic moment. Sure enough, it's still the ninefold extinction thunder tribulation. Deep ice fell on the clouds in the 9 skies. Bailey Chuncombe murmured in a low voice, seemingly not too surprised. How could the lightning tribulation of the sun saint body be ordinary? Lu Xiang raised his head to look at the terrifying calamity thunder that was like an annihilation. There was no fear in his eyes. His hallowed sun saint body, how could he back down in front of the district's thunder calamity? The first thunder tribulation fell with a bang, and Lu Xiang stood still, resisting the tribulation thunder. Immediately after that, the second and third thunder tribulation became more and more violent with each one, but he always stood still.
letting the extermination tribulation thunder that was enough to obliterate ordinary gods wash over his meridians and bones.
At this time, Lu Xiang glimpsed the tens of thousands of blood demon race remnants that were fleeing in fear, and immediately, his face turned hard,
and he dashed and flew over despite everything.
What is he doing? It's hard to believe that he still wants to utilize the robotic lightning to exterminate the blood demon race. Isn't he afraid of accidents? Daoist spirit void spoke out in horror, shock written all over his pale face.
Rumor had it that the divine tribulation was also known as heaven's punishment,
and any person who crossed the tribulation needed to be careful, and if they weren't careful, they could die. So how could it be such a child's play? What's the difference between doing so and seeking death? Not only was it Daoist spirit void, but everyone present thought the same. However, in the next moment,
everyone's eyes were glazed over and their mouths were so wide open that they could fit an egg in,
completely at a loss as to what to say. Not only did Lu Xiang resist the thunderbolt with his physical body,
he also skillfully pulled the power of the thunderbolt towards the remnants of the blood demon race. The overbearing robbing thunder swept across the battlefield, and the remnants of the blood demon race wailed and wailed all over the place, with large swathes of their demonic bodies being turned into ashes in the robbing thunder. The crowd was dumbfounded by this scene.
It was unimaginable that Lu Xiang could utilize the power of the divine tribulation in such a way.
His will and boldness have convinced countless people.
Under this frantic operation of Lu Xiang,
when the sixth heavy tribulation thunder was finished, the remnants of the blood demon race had been almost dead or wounded. The battlefield was littered with the broken limbs and remains of the demon race, and the blood flowed into a miserable river.
And Lu Xiang was still standing,
as if the god of war had descended to the world.
It wasn't until the fall of the seventh tribulation thunder that Lu Xiang was finally injured.
But it was only a minor injury, and it didn't affect him very much.
Rumble. The seventh tribulation thunder had just dispersed for a moment when the eighth world-destroying thunderbolt descended,
several times more powerful than the seventh tribulation thunder, and its terror was self-evident. The great sun burns the sky.
With a loud shout, Lu Xiang was like a terrified great sun,
taking the initiative to meet the suppression of the world-ending tribulation thunder,
watching everyone's eyes shocked. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the blazing light on Lu Xiang's body quickly dimmed,
and his body slid down like a meteor, smashing straight down to the ground and rolling up a sky of smoke and dust.
Shoo!
Before the smoke and dust cleared,
Lu Xiang burst out from it.
His figure shook and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth,
obviously seriously injured. However,
he clenched his teeth and held on.
This tenacity and perseverance moved everyone. As for that eighth world-destroying tribulation thunder, it had already completely dissipated.
There wasn't much time to prepare. The ninth world-destroying tribulation thunderbolt came one after another,
and half of the eternal immortal region was shrouded in a thunderbolt, with endless destructive power emanating from it, as if it was going to destroy the entire eternal immortal region.
Countless martial artists with low cultivation levels prostrated themselves under this pressure,
their expressions fearful and appalled. Lu Evil-Young,
who had strongly passed through the eighth world-destroying tribulation thunder,
was no better than Bailey Yin. Without any half-hearted procrastination,
Lu Xiang swallowed an elixir between his hands, his gaze determined and fearless.
Under the gaze of countless shocked people, even though there were still injuries on Lu Xiang's body,
his aura recovered to its peak in the blink of an eye.
Seeing this kind of elixir again, Bailey Qingkong's eyes still rippled. Lu Xiang rose up to the challenge and forcefully crossed this world-destroying calamity.
The robotic thunderbolts struck his body, each one seeming to tear him and the entire eternal immortal region apart. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Lu Ningyue and the rest of the Battle God Palace martial practitioners also secretly sweated for Lu Evil-Yang,
praying for him in their hearts. Above the nine heavens, Lu Xiang was drenched in blood,
but he was still holding on bitterly.
Hiss! What a terrifying thunder tribulation!
It gives me a feeling that it's even more dangerous than those three great demon lords.
Voices sucking in cool air rang out,
and countless people in the immortal region stared straight into their eyes. They had never seen such a terrifying divine tribulation,
nor had they ever seen such a resilient tribulator. Until the ninth extinction thunder tribulation dissipated,
his lofty and wretched body still stood straight, but if you looked closely,
Lu Xiang was struggling to hold on. This is crossing over?
In the midst of a gasp of shock, countless people's eyes were filled with awe and reverence when they looked at Lu Xiang.
However, just as the crowd thought he was about to fall,
the divine tribulation suddenly counter-complemented it, and majestic divine power surged into his body. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his cultivation had climbed all the way to the peak of the divine spirit realm, only half a step away from the true God realm. Almost simultaneously, the injuries suffered by Lu Xiang were also recovering extremely quickly. In just a few short breaths, the injuries that Lu Xiang had received during the crossing were almost recovered. Although he looked a little weak,
It was harmless to him and he would recover soon. The metamorphosis in Lu Xian's body caused everyone in the immortal domain to feel shock and awe, especially those high levelers of the leftover forces of the god realm. Each of them had their eyes glazed over, looking at this newly promoted deity with a horrified and awe-inspiring expression. To break through several realms in a row just after the soul god tribulation was simply appalling. However, at this time, a speed of light emanated from the 9 heavens above, which was the precursor of the gate of reception to be opened. Also, just as the crowd thought that Lu Xian was about to ascend to the divine realm, a figure shot up violently and collapsed the soon-to-be-opened gate of reception with a single punch. This, after seeing that the person was Yun Tian Dust, everyone was dumbfounded, and the crowd was stupefied. They couldn't understand why Yun Tian Dust wanted to stop Lu Xian from ascending to the divine realm. This was simply cutting off the front path of others. This hatred was not shared. Chapter 165 One Sect. 3 Gods, all sides showing favor. Just when everyone thought that the two would turn against each other, the radiant light on Lu Xiang's body gradually dispersed, and he revealed a warm smile at Yun Tianduan, respectfully uttering, "Many thanks, big brother." In his mind, since his elder brother had chosen to close the gate of reception again, there must be other ways to ascend to the divine realm. For his elder brother, Yun Tian Dust, he trusted unconditionally. Nice. Slowly falling to Lu Xiang's side, Yun Tianduan gently patted his shoulder with a pleased smile on his face. At this moment, although Lu Xiang's aura was still powerful, when he faced Yun Tianduan, an ineffable deference and modesty flowed from his demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his previous image of a blood-soaked, domineering warrior. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of charisma this battle god temple hall master had that could make so many supreme demons willingly follow around. With Lu Xiang's proclivity to break through the realm, the mighty name of the battle god palace also completely resounded throughout the immortal realm after this earth-shattering crossing. 3 great god realm powerhouses from a single sect. Such depth and strength was enough to make all the forces in the immortal domain look up to them. Under the gaze of countless people in awe, Yun Tian Dust stood proudly in the void, the aura of a median true god sweeping out unreservedly. The space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was trembling under his breath, as if it would not be able to withstand this terrifying force and collapse at any moment. When the top echelons of the various parties in the immortal region felt the terrifying aura on Yun Tian Dust, they were all horrified, and they all felt the urge to prostrate themselves under this pressure. It was trembling in awe from the depths of the soul, a submission to absolute power. Gentlemen, Yun Tian Dust opened his mouth indifferently, his voice revealing an unquestionable majesty. I'm sure everyone is curious about my war god palace, right? He looked around and saw that everyone was casting curious and awe-inspiring gazes, so he continued, truth be told, the battle god palace is precisely from the heavenly realm, the forsaken land that you and the others are talking about. But from today onwards, my war god palace will officially set foot in the immortal realm. Can anyone object? As soon as the words fell, countless people were dumbstruck, and then clamored. They were in complete disbelief that barren and rule-crippled heavenly realm would give birth to such a terrifying power. But with the facts in front of them, there was no room for disbelief. It was also clear to everyone that the battle god palace lord had no reason to lie to them, much less care whether they agreed or not. In this world of martial arts, only strength is the hard truth. With the horrible heritage and strength of the war god palace, even if it wants to monopolize the eternal immortal region, no one dares to say the word no. For a while, whispers continued to ring out, but no one dared to openly express their opposition. Amit Ba Dash. Right at this moment, a loud and compassionate voice broke the silence. The war god palace saved the immortal domain from fire and water, and the heavenly realm and the immortal domain are originally from the same root. There is no reason for anyone to restrict the heavenly realm's living beings from entering the immortal domain, and on behalf of the Brahma Heavenly Chanting Academy, the young monk here welcomes the war god palace to the immortal domain. The person who spoke was none other than Mingkong. His body was filled with the holy light of the Buddha's way, and his entire person revealed a solemn and holy aura. With Mingkong's position in the hearts of the Brahma Zen Academy and the Western Heavenly Immortal Region's martial practitioners, there was no excuse for representing the Brahma Zen Academy. Mingkong knew deep down that without the timely rescue from the War God Palace, the entire immortal region would have fallen into the blood demon race's Shura. Although 11 immortal realms were ultimately destroyed by the blood demon race, this was only a generalization. In reality, there were still a large portion of civilians and a small portion of martial artists in those 11 annihilated immortal regions that were captured to work as laborers and eventually survived, especially those civilians who don't know martial arts. In the eyes of the bloodthirsty blood demon race, ants are no better than ants. Refining the essence blood of these ants won't do anything at all. It's better to let them go to mining and scavenging the immortal domain's resources. Nonetheless, the tragedy of this catastrophe that swept through the entire immortal realm was still self-evident.
The living beings in the entire immortal region added up to tens of trillions, and those who lost their lives in this catastrophe are feared to be more than one-third, hundreds of times the number of living beings in the heavenly realm. Of the 13 immortal realms, the one with the least amount of losses was the Western Sky Immortal Region. Because of the existence of the Brahma Zen Academy, more than 90% of the living beings in the Western Heavenly Immortal Region had escaped the catastrophe. And all of this was due to Zen Master Huiyuan's wise decision and the timely appearance of the War God's Hall. Because of this, Ming Kong was filled with gratitude towards Yun Tian Dust and the War God Temple. He was well aware of how rare it was to come across a force that was so powerful and righteous at heart in this cruel world of martial arts. As Ming Kong's words fell, all forces responded. They might still have doubts and uneasiness in their hearts, but at this moment, they all chose to believe and support the War God Temple. After all, in this world where martial arts were respected, the only thing that mattered was strength, and the powerful strength displayed by the War God's Palace was already enough to defy the entire immortal region. With 3 great God Realm powerhouses and so many supreme experts sitting in the Battle God Palace, who dared to disobey? What was the difference between that and seeking death? In the midst of the whispers, Li Haoran of the Confucian sect received a signal from Kong Mingfeng and stood out first, arching his hand at Yun Tianduan and the people of the War God Hall. My name is Li Haoran of the Confucian sect, and on behalf of the Confucian sect, I would like to thank all the Taoists and friends of the War God Hall for rescuing Immortal Domain from the perilous situation. My Confucian sect raises both hands to welcome the War God Hall's entry into the Immortal Domain. While saying that, Li Haoran's body exuded a vast and righteous aura that was as comfortable as a spring breeze. Thanks a lot. Yun Tian Dust politely arched his hand, not belittling others because of the difference in strength, especially this Li Haoran, who was by no means a simple character. If he wasn't wrong, this guy should be one of the 3 holy hearts, the vast sacred heart, a heavenly chosen talent that would be hard to come by in a million years of Confucianism. And his future achievements would be unlimited. Seeing Yun Tian Dust being so humble, Li Haoran was astonished, and his impression of Yun Tian Dust and the War God Temple was a few points higher, so he couldn't help but politely return the salute and say, "You are welcome, Master Yun. I believe that with the War God Temple as a role model, my immortal domain will only grow stronger and stronger." As soon as Li Haoran's words fell, Chu Jianga flashed in, his body emitting sword intent if anything, and arched his hand at Yun Tianduan. My name is Chu Jianga of the Heavenly Void Sect. I have met Temple Master Yun and everyone from the Battle God Palace. If there is a need for the Battle God Palace, I, the Heavenly Void Sect, will be happy to help out. Once Chu Jianga said this, the crowd once again clamored. Everyone in the Immortal Region knew that the Heavenly Void Sect had always been strong. And how did Chu Jianga, the divine son of the Heavenly Void Sect, say something like this with a pleasing meaning in it? After all, the previous Heavenly Void Sect, relying on its strong heritage underpinnings, was an existence that even the Eternal Divine Hall dared to call out. As one of the top 10 young kings of the Immortal Region, Chu Jianga's talent for the Sword Dao was so strong that he was the best in the entire Immortal Region, and no one in his generation could match him. Even those older generation Sword Dao powerhouses couldn't match his attainments in Sword Dao. At this moment, this Immortal Region's #1 Sword Dao genius also bowed his head in front of the Battle God's Palace. How could the crowd not be shocked? And with Chu Jianga's position in the Heavenly Void Sect, he was clearly speaking on behalf of the Heavenly Void Sect. This also meant that the Heavenly Void Sect had also bowed down. Chapter 166 Lone Swords Challenge. Chu Jianga's Breakthrough. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chu. In the face of someone else's gesture of goodwill, Yun Tian Dust naturally would not refute someone's face in public. Not to mention that between this Heavenly Void Sect and him, there was no grudge that existed. As long as the other party did not take the initiative to die, the War God Palace would also make peace with them. After all, he, Yun Tian Dust, was not a murderous person either. This Chu Jianga was also considered a rare Sword Dao genius, and his character was also quite good, so he naturally appreciated it. Ever since the moment Nangong Tianin was captured by sacred Qingfeng, Yun Tianchuan's eyes were no longer in the lower realms. He had sworn in his heart long ago that one day he would personally overthrow the Holy Spirit clan, save his wife, and make that same Qingfeng and the Holy Spirit clan pay the price for what they had done. Divine Son Chu. Chu Jianga was just about to speak when a thick voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was none other than Dugu Jian, who appeared beside Yun Tianwan and Lu Sheyang in a flash, his body brimming with battle intent as he expressionlessly arched his hand and said, "I am one of the 4 great war kings of the War God Temple, the king of slayers, Dugu Jian. Would your excellency dare to have a painful battle?" After saying that, the aura of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace emanated out of Dakin's body straight into the sky. After the previous fight with the Blood Demon race, he had finally sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. At this moment, Dugu Jian was very eager to fight a real Sword Dao expert.
wanting to use this to break through the shackles and break the cocoon into a god. He knew that Yun Tian Dust had also cultivated the sword Dao, but the difference in strength between him and his big brother was too great, and he would only be abused in a battle with one. Looking at the scene, only this Chu Jiangya was qualified to fight him. This sudden challenge from Dugu Jian caused the scene to instantly quieten down, and everyone showed anticipation and curiosity, not knowing if this Chu Jiangya would dare to answer the challenge. They had all seen it before, and that youth who called himself the King of Killers, Dokuro Sword, was truly as good as his name. Under the shroud of his killing intent, ordinary Divine Palace 9-step powerhouses were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to get close to him, not to mention fighting with one of them. Chu Jiangya looked at Dugu Jian with a grave expression on his face. He could naturally feel the strong battle spirit and surging sword intent on his opponent's body, and knew that he had lost more than he had won. But as a sword cultivator, he should be fearless of everything. This battle was not only a challenge for him, but also an opportunity. In the crowd's curious gazes, the sword intent on Chu Jiangya's body grew thicker and thicker, and the battle intent in his heart was also ignited by the Dokuro sword. How could a battle with a true swordsman not be what he was looking forward to? Since Brother Dugu is interested, I will certainly accompany you, Chu Jiangya said aloud, his body raging with battle intent. As the two men's auras continued to rise, the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense. Everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of this peak showdown. War, accompanied by a bellowing cry that resounded through the heavens and earth. The two of them moved at the same time under the attention of all the people. One could only see Dugu Jian's figure flickering away, transforming into a sword light that went straight for Chu Jiangya. His sword technique was incomparably powerful, and each sword was filled with killing intent. Chu Jiangya, on the other hand, responded with the Great River Sword Dao, his sword technique wide open like a river rushing endlessly. For a time, sword chi spread across the battlefield and sword light flashed, and the figures of the two of them moved quickly across the battlefield, making people's eyes dazzle. Is this the ultimate duel between sword cultivators? The crowd was in awe. It was so much fun to watch. In the world of martial arts, it wasn't for no reason that Sword Dao had evolved into the mainstream. The sword, known as the king of all weapons, its nature is straight, sharp edge, agile and lightweight, can be attacked and defended, and can make the first opportunity for the enemy in an instant. There are thousands of paths in the sword, but they all follow the same path. Cultivating the way of the sword can sharpen one's mind, allowing one to realize concentration and perseverance in the interplay of sword shadows, and to understand the true meaning of life and death in the midst of killing and decisiveness. If you can cultivate the way of the sword to a certain level, then you can make a sword out of the earth and sky, a sword out of the law broken. Let all the obstacles in front of me. I can also be a sword to cut it. There are even mighty men who use their swords to enter the Tao, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, controlling their destiny, and standing proudly at the top of the martial arts path. Looking at the immortal region, sword cultivators were like crucians in the river, and only Chu Jiangya was the strongest, now facing off against that sword Dao expert from the Battle God Palace, which was considered the peak of the sword Dao duel. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was also curious as to which of these two was stronger or weaker, but speculations were all over the place. Only Yun Tian Dust and the people of the Battle God Palace had absolute trust in Dokurokian. Solitary Sword practiced the purest killing sword path. His sword technique used offense as defense, and he pursued the ultimate killing power with every sword. On the other hand, Chu Jiangya's Great River Sword Dao was more focused on the coherence and variation of sword techniques, with both offense and defense. The two men's sword paths were very different, yet they both displayed the essence of the Dao of the sword. As the battle progressed, the sword chi collisions between the two became more and more intense. Each collision triggered huge energy fluctuations, causing countless people at the scene to feel palpitations. However, neither Dugu Jian nor Chu Jiangya had the slightest intention of retreating, and both of them were fully focused on the battle, trying to find each other's cracks. This summit duel of sword Dao lasted for a long time. As the two men's swordsmanship became faster and more severe, their figures quickly weaved through the battlefield, intertwining like two streaks of lightning. Each flash of sword light would cause the surrounding people to feel a palpitation, as if they were in a sea of swords. As time passed, Dugu Jian seemed to have figured out Chu Jiangya's sword path number and began to power up. On the contrary, Chu Jiangya gradually felt overwhelmed under Dugu Jian's airtight attacks. Dawkins' killing sword Dao was just too overwhelming, and it was as if he was going to put himself to death with every attack. Even though Chu Jiangya had done his best to resist, it was still difficult to block that overpowering sword chi. Finally, in a fierce collision, Chu Jiangya was heavily injured by Dugu Jian's sword. His body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground. The entire room was silent as everyone watched the scene with their jaws agape, feeling pity for Chu Jiangya.
If anyone else had faced the kind of fight Dugu's sword had, they would be afraid that they would have already died 10 times, and for Chu Jianga to be able to hold on until now was not bad at all. But just when everyone thought that Chu Jianga had lost, he suddenly stood up from the ground. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person, and the aura on his body was even more severe and powerful. It turned out that just now, in that strike, he happened to sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. He took the opportunity to make a breakthrough on the spot, fusing his divine palace and taking the lead in stepping into the pseudo-god realm. At this moment, Chu Jianga only needed an opportunity to extradite the heavenly tribulation and become a true deity. Dugu Jian, who saw this scene, also revealed a look of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would break through and step into a new realm in the battle with him. After all, this was originally his purpose, but he himself had not yet broken through. But instead, he first fulfilled the other party, which was really a bit unsatisfactory. But what's not good news for Dawkins? After all, with this Chu Jianga's previous strength, it really didn't pose any threat to him, but now it was different. The Chu Jianga who stepped into the realm of false gods was the one who deserved his full strength, and the only thing he needed was a good fight. Chapter 167, Shura Bloodline. In the shocked gazes of countless people, Dugu Jian's figure did not move, but the sword aura around his body became more and more severe, as if he wanted to cut open this heaven and earth. He gave Chu Jianga a deep look, and a trace of appreciation and wariness flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that you would be able to make a breakthrough at this moment. It's out of my expectation. Solitary Sword slowly opened his mouth, his voice revealing unprecedented seriousness. However, it's good that this is the case. The only way for me to truly enjoy myself is to fight against a stronger you. Chu Jianga's breath was like a rainbow at the moment as he felt the surging power within him, a confident smile on his face. Brother Dugu, thanks for making it happen. He arched his hand, his face showing gratitude. As the words fell, Chu Jianga's figure flashed and he took the initiative to attack, only to see a sword light cut through the sky, aiming straight for Dugu Jian's chest. The speed and power of the sword was far from what was comparable before. It could be said to be an all-round improvement. An ordinary divine palace 9 steps would be seriously injured without dying against this sword. Feeling the tangible threat, a trace of gravity flashed in Dugu Jian's eyes as he slightly sidestepped his figure and skillfully dodged the sword. At the same time, the long sword in his hand swung out, clashing with Chu Jianga's sword. Clank! A crisp metallic clanking sound rang out as the two powerful sword chi collided fiercely in the air, triggering a burst of energy fluctuations, and within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the space trembled and the rocks and mountains tumbled. As countless people retreated violently, they put up shields to resist, fearing that they would be affected by the sword chi. However, he always watched this peak duel with unblinking eyes, and his heart was filled with shock. At this moment, both Chu Jianga and Dugu Jian had completely transcended the Divine Palace 9 steps and stepped into an entirely new realm. Each of their swords contained the might of heaven and earth, and each collision caused one's heart to palpitate, especially Dugu Jian, who respectively had yet to condense his godhead, was able to battle Chu Jianga, who had broken through the realm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed to death that there was still someone who could level Chu Jianga, who was at the realm of the false gods, in a cross-step battle on the Tao of the Sword. So how strong should Dugu Jian's talent for the Tao of the Sword be? There was also that battle god hall, and how could it gather so many demonic geniuses? It was simply out of the ordinary. Seeing such a powerful Dakuro sword, the allied forces of the heavenly realm and the crowd of the battle god temple couldn't help but show their faces in adoration as well. Even when Bailey Kong saw this scene, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked at the strength of the Shura bloodline, which was no better than their dark divine race's dark bloodline, associated with that Shura clan. A trace of gravity flashed through Bailey Kong's eyes. This clan, at its peak, was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with their 10 ancient divine clans. This peak duel had surpassed everyone's imagination. Every collision between Chu Jianga and Dugu Jian seemed to cut a brilliant rift between heaven and earth, and the sword chi that stirred out caused the mountain peaks within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to tremble. It's too strong. This is a true peak duel. Some people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, the two of them had already interpreted the Tao of the Sword to the extreme. Each of their swords contained the might of heaven and earth, and each collision could tear apart large swaths of the void. As time passed, the battle between the two became more and more intense, their figures flashing rapidly in the void, each appearance accompanied by a blazing sword light. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the duel for fear of missing a single detail. Finally, at a certain moment, both of them stopped at the same time, and they were facing each other from afar, with the auras on their bodies reaching their peaks. Brother Dugu is truly extraordinary, but please be careful with the next sword. Chu Jianga took a deep breath and slowly said. The aura on his body surged crazily, and the long sword in his hand blossomed with dazzling light, as if it was going to swallow up this heaven and earth.
At the same time, Dugu Jian was also ready.
The killing intent on his body grew stronger, and the sword in his hand emitted a harsh sword aura.
War! With a bellowing cry,
the two struck out at the same time. Only two sword lights were seen slicing through the sky, fiercely colliding into each other in the air,
triggering an earth-shattering explosion.
Terrifying energy fluctuations raged wildly, as if they wanted to destroy this heaven and earth. Everyone was shaken by this energy fluctuation and retreated back and forth, their eyes filled with shock and horror, fearing that they would be affected by this energy.
As everything returned to calm, the crowd looked up,
only to see Chu Jianga and Dugu Jian's figures fall from the air at the same time,
smashing heavily on the ground.
Both of their bodies were covered in wounds, and blood stained their clothes red, but their eyes remained firm and stern.
2 defeats. This is actually 2 losses. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock as the result of this duel was beyond everyone's expectations. However, one had to admit that they had all displayed stunning battle power, especially Dugu Jian's realm, but it was still the Divine Palace 9 steps. If it could be so powerful without condensing its godhead, once it broke through the pseudo-god realm, wouldn't it crush Chu Jianga? Regardless, if Dugu Jian was able to battle Chu Jianga of the false god realm to this extent, in a sense, he had already won. However, just when the crowd thought that the battle was over,
a sudden change occurred. One could only see a strong aura suddenly erupt from Dawkins' body, and his eyes instantly became as red as blood,
as if a berserk force was awakening within him. This is a bloodline awakening? What kind of bloodline is this? How could it be so powerful?
Someone cried out in shock, their expression horrified and terrified.
The bloodline pressure emanating from Dugu Jian's body seemed as if it was going to collapse this heaven and earth,
and the bloodlines in the bodies of countless martial artists had a sign that they were going to solidify under this pressure.
And as that pressure emanated,
the injuries on Dugu Jian's body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Immediately afterward,
in the shocked gazes of countless people, a blood-colored figure as high as 10,000 feet emerged from behind Dugu Jian as divine light surged around him. That blood-colored figure exuded an ancient and mysterious killing aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and tremble.
Is this not the Shura Dharma body?
Seeing the appearance of the shadow,
Haoten Daozu seemed to guess what was going on, and instantly his face changed drastically,
and the fear in his heart was hard to hide. Kong Mingfeng and the other group of old monsters looked at each other with heavy gazes,
obviously seeing something as well.
As the leftover forces of the divine realm,
there were quite a few records about the divine realm and their respective legacies.
In one side of the void, Beidou Ao Feng had shock written all over his face as he transmitted his voice to Beidou Changhate,
who was not far away.
Old ancestor, what kind of bloodline has this person awakened that can suppress me? His tone was heavy and incomparable.
Somewhat unable to believe that this was true, upon hearing Beidou Ao Feng's inquiry,
Beidou Changhate's profound gaze landed on top of the 10,000-foot silhouette behind Dugu Jian, and after a few moments of silence,
he responded in a grave tone with a voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, this should be the cultivation bloodline that was recorded in the ancient texts.
Shura bloodline?
Beidou Ao Feng's gaze condensed and he looked at Dugu Jian with a completely different gaze.
Chapter 168 Dugu Sword's Breakthrough.
At this moment,
Beidou Ao Feng's face was heavy. He had read the records about the Xiu Luo race in his family's library. It was a very terrifying race, and its racial talent, moreover, could be compared to the existence of the true dragon Divine Phoenix. It was not comparable to his district Beidou family. In his Beidou family's legacy, the Beidou family in the divine realm was only a second-rate family, comparable to the Tsong clan where the Eternal Divine Hall was located, and not one star weaker than the top forces such as the Heavenly Void sect and the Ru sect.
Take the Puyang family, which was destroyed by the Blood Demon clan. It was also quite a bit more powerful than the Beidou family in the divine realm,
and the Shura clan was a taboo existence in the divine realm. Even that 10 ancient god races didn't dare to say that they had steadily suppressed the Shura race at its peak,
let alone the district Beidou family. Thinking of this, Beidou Ao Feng couldn't help but look at Puyang Chen-yi, realizing that the other party, just like him, was desperately trying to suppress the bloodline power that was more than restless in his body. Dawkins was oblivious to the crowd's reaction. At this moment, Dawkins' entire mind was focused on the fusion of the Divine Palace.
Under his orderly guidance, the 9 divine palaces suspended within his dantian quickly began to merge. As all 9 divine palaces fused into one, the divine grimoire that countless martial artists in the immortal region could only dream of slowly condensed within Dugu Jian's dantian,
shining with eye-catching light. The crowd was dumbstruck,
once again deeply shocked by the scene before them.
At this moment,
Dawkins had similarly stepped into the pseudo-god realm.
Once again, he was in the same realm as Chu Jianga,
with the complete awakening of the cultivator bloodline hidden deep within his bloodline.
Dugu Jian seemed to have changed as if he had become a different person.
And the sword aura around him was even more powerful and overbearing. His eyes were crimson like blood,
as if he wanted to devour all his enemies. Feeling the palpitating bloodline pressure,
Yun Tian-dust's eyes narrowed slightly, but a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth.
He wasn't surprised that Dakan was able to awaken the Shura bloodline.
As early as when he awakened the spacetime god's eyes, Yun Tian-dust had vaguely seen something. That none of the group of brothers around him were good.
Take the two guys, Xikong Xian and Dongfang Yu, who have not yet awakened. Once they completely awaken the power hidden in their bodies, it is believed that it will never be worse than the cultivator bloodline. There were times when even Yun Tian-dust himself could not figure out why he had gathered so many demonic geniuses around him, which was completely unreasonable. Thinking about it and not being able to find a suitable reason,
Yun Tian-dust could only attribute it to the mysterious little tower.
Ever since he had obtained the mysterious little tower, Yun Tian-dust's life was as if he was hanging on.
The little tower had rescued him from that mysterious heavenly river,
and had also brought out the Lu Evil Yang siblings and Xiaojiu for him.
The Lu Shiyang siblings were the Sun and Sun Saint physique respectively, both of which were peerless physiques rarely encountered in a million years. Xiaojiu is even a mutated super divine beast, Nine-Winged Harvest,
whose demonic degree is self-evident.
There were also the four great war kings such as Dongfang Yu, all of whom he had bonded with after unintentionally encountering them.
There are also the 12 blazing angels,
all of whom have their own specialties.
Saving a random person in distress is a 1 in a billion superb physique. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? All in all,
since obtaining the mysterious little tower, too many unexplainable things had happened successively around Yun Tian-dust. Take the time when he was assassinated by Zhu Gatai and the others. He inexplicably appeared in the Xintian continent and also had that kind of encounter with a strange woman.
That woman, in turn, happened to be an innate sacred fetus. It's all so coincidental.
Many times when he thought about it, even Yun Tian-dust couldn't help but think carefully, especially after practicing the Great Destiny technique. Yun Tian-dust had a strong intuition in the dark, as if everything he experienced was arranged.
But again, he had no way of checking or getting rid of it.
Deep eyes swept over the pair of children and the brothers, and 10,000 feelings of grandeur arose in Yun Tian-dust's heart. He had always believed in one thing, that as long as one was strong enough, one could break all the constraints and become the true chess executor between heaven and earth.
No one should try to manipulate his destiny. One day, the truth of it all will come out,
and no one he cares about should be left behind. Seemingly sensing Yun Tian-duan's change in mood, Lu Shiyang had a trace of worry on his face and asked in a low voice, "Big brother, are you all right?"
Hearing Lu Xian's voice,
Yun Tianchun quickly withdrew his mind and smiled lightly as he returned.
"I'm fine.
I just remembered something on my mind."
Seeing Yun Tianduan's reaction, although Lu Xiang was skeptical,
he did not pursue the matter and turned to look at Dugu Jian, his eyes flashing with a hint of essence,
obviously guessing something.
As the aura on Dugu Jian's body stabilized,
not far away,
Chu Jiang positively felt the terrifying pressure coming from him, and his face became heavy once again.
At this moment, the Dakan was more than tens of times more powerful than before.
Chu Jiang also knew that if he fought on with it, there was a high probability that he would lose. However, Chu Jiang had no intention of giving up as he took a deep breath and tried to calm the shock and throbbing in his heart.
Right during this process of Dokurokian awakening his bloodline,
he took pills to regulate his body, and at this moment, he had also recovered most of it.
Judging from the previous battle, under the same realm, he would definitely not be a match for Dugu's sword. However, Chu Jiang also knew that this battle wasn't over yet,
and that he had to bring out his full strength to deal with the next challenge.
Even if he was bound to lose, he had to fight. As a sword cultivator, how could there be a reason to retreat from the battlefield? What's more,
this Dugu's sword was also a worthy opponent. The only way to fight with all his might was to give the other party the greatest respect, which was also his cultivation as a swordsman.
"Brother Dekuro, congratulations!"
Only hearing a calm congratulation,
Chu Jiang's body's sword intent surged once again,
and then he condensed his entire body's strength and executed his strongest strike,
preparing to settle the score with Dugu Jian in one move. "Brother Chu is polite." Solitary Sword nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "It's time for this battle of ours to come to an end." As he said that, the Shura Dharma body behind him quickly faded away, and in its place was a huge blood-colored sword that was tens of thousands of feet long, plunging straight into the clouds. "That's exactly what I intend to do, so please don't hold back, Brother Dugu."
"Very well then, be careful."
While the two were speaking, Chu Jiang had already launched an attack.
Heavenly Sword Divine Skilled God Execution Slash. With a violent shout, the long sword in Chu Jianqing's hand bloomed with incomparably dazzling light, and a tens of thousands of feet huge sky-shattering sword on, carrying the terrifying might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth.
angrily chopped towards the direction where Dugu Jian was located. Before that sword aura arrived, the terrifying sword chi had already torn apart the void where Dokurikan was, terrifying to the extreme. Sensing the terror of this sword, the crowd of powerful people watching the battle changed color and couldn't help but cry out in shock. What a strong sword! Is Chu Janga trying to fight for his life? I'm afraid the power of this sword is enough to easily kill a false god realm powerhouse in seconds? I wonder if Dokuro sword can take this sword. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Dakin, expecting how he would respond. Chapter 169, not on the same level. Before Chu Janga's all-out strike could even approach the Dokuro sword, he was shocked by the might of the giant sword behind him and was unable to advance the slightest bit. The tens of thousands of feet long shocking sword when it was still 1,000 meters away from Dugu Jian, it was firmly locked by an invisible sword intent, and no matter how Chu Janga pushed it, it was difficult to advance any further. At this moment, Chu Janga's face completely changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. This sword of his had already surpassed its own limits and was enough to kill any demon general level expert in seconds. However, in front of the Dakin, it couldn't even break through the other party's breath defense. This huge difference in strength caused Chu Janga to suffer an unprecedented blow within his heart, and a sense of frustration arose. Break! Just as Chu Janga's heart was in despair, a cold voice rang out from Dugu Jian's mouth. As this voice fell, the blood-colored giant sword behind Dugu Jian suddenly bloomed with incomparably blazing divine light, and a terrifying energy fluctuation rippled out from the sword. Under the impact of this energy fluctuation, the shocking sword awnings that Chu Janga had chopped out instantly collapsed away, turning into countless fine points of light that dissipated into the void. At the same time, Chu Janga only felt an irresistible huge force attacking him. His body was like being struck by lightning, and he flew out violently backwards, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the blood-colored giant sword behind Dugu Jian transformed into a wave of blood-colored energy that followed his arm and did not enter the long sword in his hand. At that instant, the long sword emitted a dazzling blood-colored divine light, and the sword body gently trembled as if it had given birth to a consciousness, emitting a piercing sound of sword chirping that was straight from the heart. Shura sword chop. Solitary sword gripped his long sword tightly. A flash of stern color flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and instantly appeared above Chu Janga's head. Raising his hand, he chopped out a sword. This sword, seemingly light and fluttering, contained endless overpowering sword intent and terrifying might, as if it could cut through the sky and extinguish all things. Wherever the sword chi passed through, space crumbled inch by inch, revealing a deep spatial crack that swallowed everything around it. The already dilapidated mountain range below was instantly turned into a ruin under the impact of this overpowering sword chi, and everything went up in smoke. If the crowd hadn't fled ahead of time, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Chu Janga only had time to raise his head to look at it before he was completely overwhelmed by this overwhelmingly powerful sword aura, unable to make a counterattack and subconsciously swinging his sword to fend it off. However, after the breakthrough, Dakin was no longer on the same level as him, taking Duga's sword's powerful strike head-on. Chu Janga's entire body was like being struck by a heavy hammer, and once again flew backwards, blowing up dozens of mountains on the way, and then smashing down heavily on the ground thousands of miles away. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Chu Janga's mouth, staining the ground in front of him, and his face instantly became as pale as paper. His breath wilted to the extreme, obviously suffering a heavy blow. Chu Janga lost? How is this possible? Chu Janga is the most outstanding sword cultivation genius of the Heavenly Void Sect's current generation. How could he lose so easily to Dugu Jian? The Dokuro sword who broke through the realm is too strong, isn't he? His strength has at least increased by more than tens of times. Seeing this scene, the crowd watching the battle stared in disbelief. Their eyes filled with disbelief, and murmurs rose and fell. How could they not have expected that this pinnacle duel would end in this way? As the most outstanding sword cultivation genius of the Heavenly Void Sect's current generation, Chu Janga's strength had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Yet at this moment, in front of Dugu Jian, he had been defeated so completely. With such a scene, even the group of Heavenly Void Sect executives, including Daoist Spirit Void, froze on the spot, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As the senior figures of the Heavenly Void Sect, they were naturally clear about how terrifying Chu Janga's sword Dao talent was. That was an unparalleled genius that the Heavenly Void Sect hadn't encountered in a million years. However, at this moment, this supreme genius had lost in the hands of a person of the same generation, and had lost so completely. How could they accept this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was true even if they were beaten to death. But when they associated it with Dokuro Sword's awakened cultivator bloodline, they suddenly fell silent again. The Shura race was a taboo-like existence in the divine realm,
and the strength of its racial talent was comparable to the top divine beast races such as the true dragon divine phoenix.
It seemed reasonable that Dugu Jian, who had awakened the Shura bloodline, would be able to defeat Chu Jianga, the heavenly void sect's supreme genius who hadn't been encountered in a million years. After all, the Shura clan was a terrifying race that had once produced countless supreme beings. Old ancestor. A heavenly void sect elder looked toward Taoist spirit void with an inquiring look on his face, as if asking how to deal with this matter next. After all, Chu Jianga was their heavenly void sect's divine son. More than that, it's their hope. Taoist spirit void took a deep breath, forcibly calming the shock and palpitations within his heart, and said in a deep voice, "This battle is a fair duel. The winner has already been decided, so there is no need to say more." As he said that, his figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Chu Jianga, reaching out to help the latter up, and after giving him a healing pill, he asked with concern, "Jianga, are you alright?" Chu Jianga slowly stood up under the assistance of Taoist Lingshu, and after simply adjusting his breathing, he raised his head to look at Dugu Jian in the distance, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. There is resignation, shock and admiration. "Thank you for your concern, old ancestor. Disciple is fine." Chu Jianga took a deep breath and tried to calm the emotional fluctuations within his heart as he bowed to Taoist spirit void. "It's okay." Taoist spirit void nodded and said, "Victory and defeat are commonplace. You don't have to take it too much to heart, not to mention that you're still young, and there are infinite possibilities for the future." "Yes, disciple understands," Chu Jianga respectfully answered. In the sky above this blood-filled battlefield, 4 figures stood in the air, exuding powerful aura fluctuations like 4 gods descending into the world, causing people to not dare to look directly at them. These 4 people were none other than Yun Tianduan, Lu Xiaoyang, Bailey Yan, and Dugu Jian, who had just defeated Chu Jianga. The 4 top-tier powerhouses stood side by side, their gazes sweeping the entire field, the invisible pressure emanating from their bodies causing everyone present to feel a palpitation and depression, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on their chests, causing countless people to be unable to catch their breath. Even those divine palace realm powerhouses didn't even dare to breathe a single breath for fear of attracting the attention of these 4 terrifying existences. "Gentlemen." Right at this moment, Yun Tianwan's voice boomed in the ears of the crowd. "I, the War God Palace, will be entering the Eastern Heavenly Immortal region, and I hope to live in peace with all of you. But the ugly words have to be said up front. My War God Palace doesn't cause trouble, yet it's not afraid of trouble either. If anyone dares to engage in any unseemly tricks behind the scenes, I, the War God Palace, will never show mercy either." As he said that, the aura pressure of a Median true god was violently released from Yun Tian dust, sweeping across half of the eternal immortal region. Under the shroud of Yun Tianduan's pressure, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning, including those who stood in the air. All without exception were pressed down to the ground, unable to move. Even Mingkong and Chu Jianga, who were in the pseudo-god realm, couldn't help but stagger and almost didn't stand still. "So strong," someone exclaimed, and everyone was horrified. "This son is actually a Median true god?" The Haotian Dao ancestor whispered in horror, disbelief written all over his face. Chapter 170, Haotian Dao ancestor looking for death. Ancestor Haotian Dao really couldn't figure out how someone could break through to a true god in a forsaken place like the heavenly realm. Why would a newly risen battle god palace gather so many demonic geniuses? Can't it be that it's all related to that abandoned land? Thinking like this, Haotian Dao ancestor secretly concluded that that piece of land must be hiding some kind of unknown mystery. Suddenly, the Haotian Dao father associated with a possibility. That supreme treasure that had set off the ancient war. It was hard to believe that it was in the hands of this battle god hall. If not, it was really impossible to explain the speed of the rise of this war god temple. If he could obtain that supreme treasure, not to mention a small immortal domain, dominating the divine realm in the future would not be a problem. Almost subconsciously, the sharp gaze of Taoist ancestor Haotian landed on Yun Tianduan, a hint of hidden killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes, but it was more of greed. Yun Tian Dust's gaze condensed, instantly locking onto the Haotian Dao ancestor in the crowd, and in the gazes of countless puzzled people. The Haotian Dao ancestor, who was regarded as the first strongest person in the immortal region, was lifted up through the air by Yun Tian Dust as if he was lifting a small chicken. The sudden change of events made the whole place dead silent and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone didn't know why this terrifying hall master of the war god hall had suddenly struck out at Taoist ancestor Haotian, and even Lu Xiaoyang and the others didn't know the reason. The only 2 people on the scene, Yun Tian Dust and Bailey Chunkong, clearly felt the flash of killing intent of the Haotian Dao ancestor. Old ancestor. Everyone in the eternal divine hall's face changed wildly, wanting to stop but realizing that their bodies couldn't move in the slightest. "Your Excellency, what are you doing?" Confined in midair by Yun Tian Dust, Taoist ancestor Haotian questioned with an iron face. He was the strongest ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, and now he was being publicly humiliated by a junior. How could he endure this? Your Excellency, what has my Eternal Divine Hall offended? Why did you suddenly strike? A senior member of the Eternal Divine Hall couldn't help but ask. That's right, even if your battle god palace is strong, you can't be unreasonable, right? Why don't you hurry up and release my faction's ancestor?
My Eternal Divine Hall has dominated the immortal realm for countless years and is not made of clay.
The crowd was unable to move, but the threatening words kept coming.
The major forces on the scene were also in a state of confusion.
Not knowing why Yun Tianduan had suddenly struck out at the Haotian Daofather.
Only Kong Mingfeng and a very few other old antiquities who understood the person of the Haotian Daofather vaguely guessed what was going on, but none of them had the intention to intervene.
Noisy! Hearing the death-seeking threatening words of the Eternal Divine Hall crowd, Yun Tiandust coldly bellowed,
and a few of them who had screamed the loudest exploded into blood mist on the spot,
not even having time to react.
Such a scene really shocked everyone.
For a while,
the whole room was silent,
and no one dared to gabble anymore. Hall Master Yun, please still calm down. Yet at that moment,
a gentle voice suddenly boomed in everyone's ears.
Immediately afterward,
a white-clothed young man was seen slowly walking out from the Eternal Divine Hall camp. The youth was as plump as jade, with a dusty temperament and a spring-like smile on his face.
He, precisely, was the divine son of the Eternal Divine Hall, San Lingchen. San Lingchen, divine son of the Eternal Divine Hall. Meet Hall Master Yun. Coming closer,
San Lingchen arched his hand at Yun Tiandust.
If there is anything that I, the Eternal Divine Hall, have offended, I would ask Hall Master Yun to make it clear. I, the Eternal Divine Hall, am willing to make compensation, but there is indeed something wrong with what you are doing, so please release my sex-old ancestor first and everything will be negotiable. After seeing the terror of Yun Tianduan and the War God Hall, San Lingchen always acted politely.
Coldly sweeping his eyes at San Lingchen,
Yun Tianduan was unmoved.
Junior, how dare you insult this seat like this?
Do you think my Eternal Divine Hall is easy to bully? Hao Tiandao ancestor's tone was low, and he wanted to break free, but he realized that his entire body's power had been sealed, so he could not help but be appalled and fearful. As one of the strongest men in the immortal region, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Old fellow, I've only just said not to make small moves behind my back, and you dare to show your killing intent towards me?
Yun Tiandust gazed calmly at Taoist ancestor Haotian, his indifferent tone not containing a trace of emotion.
You don't want to spit blood. Hao Tiandao ancestor sniffed and couldn't help but feel his mind tighten. He had only flashed a thought just now. How could it have been captured? At this moment, the Hao Tiandao ancestor was scornful of Yun Tianduan like never before, but he couldn't admit it, or else he would really be looking for death. In the midst of his thoughts, Haotian Taoist ancestor denied it and said righteously, this seed has no grievances with you, so how could it show killing intent towards you? This statement was recognized by many. After all, with the strength displayed by the War God Temple, there was indeed no reason for Taoist ancestor Haotian to seek his own death. No offense?
Yun Tiandust looked at Taoist ancestor Haotian with a smile on his face and asked rhetorically,
then do you know who it was that your Eternal Divine Hall was chasing after more than a decade ago? Hearing these words from Yun Tianduan, Taoist ancestor Haotian's gaze condensed, suddenly having a bad premonition as he asked in a deep voice, what do you mean by that? Humph, still pretending to be crazy here.
Then you old thing can listen carefully. Then let me tell you what exactly is your grudge against my War God Palace.
Before Yun Tianduan could speak, Bailey Yan snorted out coldly,
his stern killing intent,
locking Hao Tiandao ancestor in a complete lock,
his cold words spreading throughout the entire arena.
17 years ago, my elder brother stepped into the immortal realm not long ago, and even more so,
he had no grudges with your Eternal Divine Hall.
But you old thing, for the sake of your unspeakable secret,
you sent Song Xianyu and the others to capture my big brother.
Do you still remember that? What? You're the asshole. Hearing this, Hao Tiandao ancestor's face changed drastically.
His eyes glared round, and he shut up instantly in the middle of his words.
How could he not remember? Back then,
it was he who sensed the chaotic body appearing in the immortal realm and sent the 12 ancestors,
Song Xianyu and the others, to try to capture it alive and return it to the Eternal Divine Hall. As a result,
not only did they not wait for the chaos body,
but Song Xianyu and Mo Yuan and the others all went to their deaths without return.
The mysterious murderer and the chaotic body,
on the other hand, have since disappeared.
He had never dreamed that the chaotic body that had caused the Eternal Divine Hall to suffer heavy losses was the same person as the mysterious expert that had killed Song Xianyu and the others. What made Taoist ancestor Haotian feel even more fearful was that the other party would transform into the high and mighty lord of the Battle God Temple after 17 years.
Han Yuzhenren and several other great ancestors, hearing Bailey Yan's words, also thought of the events of that year. Song Xian Yu and Mo Yuan and the others all ended up dead because they were trying to capture that chaotic body, while the murderer was never heard from. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't have thought that the battle god palace master in front of them was actually that chaotic body from back then. Thinking about this, the Eternal Divine Hall's group of executives such as realist Han Yu and venerable Cheng Su were all ashen. In that case, there really was a blood feud between their Eternal Divine Hall and the War God Hall. When the major forces in the arena heard this, they also thought of the strange deaths of many of the Eternal Divine Hall's top echelons, such as Dao Father Mo Yuan, more than a decade ago. It was also because of this matter that the Eternal Divine Hall at the time was unable to find the true culprit, and even pointed the finger at the Buddhist sect, forcing the Brahma Zen Academy to hand over Minkong. In the end, it was only when their major powers stepped in that they were able to quell the matter. For a time, all the major powers looked at the Eternal Divine Hall crowd, their expressions becoming odd. Chapter 171 Arrogant Sikong Xian. Crazy Provocation. After knowing that there was indeed a grudge with the War God Temple, the Eternal God Temple's group of executives were all fearful and speechless for a moment. Even the originally hardened Haotian Dao ancestor was like an eggplant beaten by frost at this moment, his aura completely gone. Between the shifting of his face, the Haotian Dao ancestor softened in public, expressing his willingness to turn the war with the Battle God Palace into something else. What? Scared? Yun Tian Dust was filled with disdain. His gaze was like a torch as he looked straight at Taoist ancestor Haotian, as if he wanted to see through the heart of this so-called immortal region's #1 powerhouse, and he was not the least bit impressed. From the moment this Haotian Dao ancestor revealed his killing intent, he didn't intend to make good, so he might as well take this opportunity to take this Eternal Divine Hall as an example to others. The corners of Taoist ancestor Haotian's mouth twitched fiercely, but he didn't know how to reply and fell silent on the spot. Cloud Hall Master. What happened back then was all a misunderstanding. Seeing this, the Hongyu real person on the side finally stood out stiffly, his expression not quite natural. Dare I ask Hall Master Yun, aren't you fine now? On the contrary, my Eternal Divine Hall has suffered heavy losses. Now that the misunderstanding has been lifted, why don't both of us just clear the air? What do you think? Humph, old thing, you say too clear? As realist Han Yu's words fell, a cold humming sound suddenly exploded, and he saw Sikong Xian step out in the air and arrive in the middle of the field. A hegemonic aura that dominated the world swept out from him, shocking realist Han Yu and the others backward. What a strong overlord's aura. Is it hard for you to be? Realist Han Yu exclaimed out in shock, a trace of horror flashing in his eyes. The hegemonic chi in this person's body was even purer than Song Lingchen's Song Tian hegemonic body. This instantly made him think of a possibility. Other than the indestructible hegemony body, there was no other physique in the heavens and earth that could emit such a strong and overwhelming hegemonic aura. However, after carefully sensing it, this person gave him a strange feeling that he didn't seem to be a true undying overlord body. Sikong Xian proudly rose above the sky as he glanced at realist Hongyu, disdain and mockery in his tone. When you do something wrong, you should pay the due price. Such a simple truth. Your Eternal Divine Hall has dominated the immortal region for so many years. Is it still unclear? Then what do you guys want? In the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, an elder of the Divine Palace at the 7th step coldly spoke out, his face unsightly. Instead of being a shrinking violet, he preferred to die with a bang in battle. Sikong Xian swept the man's face expressionlessly and ignored him. He flashed to the side of Yun Tian Dust several people, and while communicating with their divine thoughts, he also didn't forget to slant his eyes at Song Lingchen, with anticipation written all over his face, clearly scheming. Yun Tian Dust and the others glanced at each other and couldn't help but look odd. Good lord, the same routine as the Dakan? After receiving Yun Tian Dust's approval, Sikong Xian's sharp gaze swept over Song Lingchen as he said with a haughty expression, how about this? My War God Temple emphasizes on convincing people with virtue, so let's give you and the others a chance. What do you mean? Realist Han Yu subconsciously inquired. He always felt that the other party did not have good intentions. Sikong Xian's eyes were deep as he said nonchalantly, how about a battle to determine the winner? Upon hearing Sikong Xian's words, Venerable Cheng Su's face instantly turned blue. He subconsciously glanced at Yun Tianwan and Lu Sheyang and the others, his heart secretly bitter but more angry. The strongest Haotian Dao ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall had been easily taken by the other party. Who else would they be an opponent? Song Lingchen, who was carrying that Song Tian hegemony body, was certainly not weak, but he didn't see how he could defeat the Haotian Dao ancestor, and he would be even less of a match for the Battle God Hall. The other side was obviously amusing them with sarcasm. Your Excellency, you, the War God Palace, have not gone too far in bullying people, have you? Hardly able to suppress the anger in his heart,
Venerable Ching Su said with a sullen face.
Old man. I didn't say anything about you.
Si Kongxian glanced at Venerable Chang Su with a look of contempt.
What's more, with your meager strength, you're not worthy of my hand. Si Kongxian didn't even look squarely at Venerable Chang Su,
the dignity of the second ancestor of the Eternal Divine Hall, who was at the ninth step of the Divine Palace, was being rubbed on the ground.
At this moment,
Venerable Chang Su's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water.
You what you? Do you dare to fight me to the death?
Venerable Chang Su was just about to speak, but was mercilessly interrupted by Si Kongxian again.
Si Kongxian's eyes revealed murderous intent,
coldly uttered a voice. The overriding murderous intent completely locked the Qingshu Venerable One, frightening the latter to unconsciously take a few steps backward. Furious, but Frozen did not dare to put in a harsh word, seeing that the other party was simply too arrogant.
Song Lingchen,
as the person involved,
finally stood out.
Your Excellency, if you humiliate my Eternal Divine Hall in such a manner,
aren't you afraid of dishonoring the great reputation of the War God Hall?
Song Lingchen dashed out and bowed his hand to Si Kongxian as he said in a condensed voice. Although his tone was still polite, there was a stern aura rising from his body, and it was obvious that he had also been moved to true anger. It was because he always felt that Si Kongxian was coming for him, and the result was just as he expected.
Seeing that he stood out,
Si Kongxian stopped paying attention to Venerable Ching Su and the others, his gaze looking straight at him as he said in a deep voice,
Song Lingchen, right?
It's not impossible for you to quell this matter, but it depends on whether or not you have that strength.
What do you want? Song Lingchen raised his eyebrows slightly and inquired in a deep voice. It's simple. You fight me.
Si Kongxian spoke in a low tone with a confident expression.
If you win,
the War God Temple will no longer pursue the Eternal God Temple's pursuit of my elder brother,
and both sides will be cleared from this point on. Then what if I lose? Song Lingchen asked after him. If you lose,
the Eternal Divine Hall will submit to the feet of my War God Hall and surrender 70% of its resources.
Si Kongxian stated his purpose.
It's ridiculous. Hearing Si Kongxian's words, Song Lingchen's face instantly turned ironic as he gazed at Si Kongxian and said coldly, Are you proposing such an unfair bet? Are you taking me, the Eternal Divine Hall,
to be so easy to bully?
His voice revealed intense anger,
clearly feeling extremely dissatisfied with Si Kongxian's proposal.
Ha! Si Kongxian laughed out coldly, and in the face of Song Lingchen's questioning, he responded unapologetically, Your Eternal Divine Hall is just good at bullying, so what do you think?
Si Kongxian's words were filled with provocation and disdain,
as if he was stating a well-known fact. You, Song Lingchen and everyone from the Eternal Divine Hall choked on Si Kongxian's arrogant words,
their anger overflowing.
They, the Eternal Divine Hall,
had dominated the immortal region for countless years. When had they ever been so humiliated? But before Song Lingchen could respond, Si Kongxian continued to provoke. Or is it that you,
the divine son of the Eternal Divine Hall and the head of the Hall's 10 young kings,
still don't dare to fight a nobody like me? While saying that, Si Kongxian's face was filled with mockery. The moment these words came out,
the surrounding crowd revealed odd expressions.
You're a nobody?
The people at the scene had all witnessed the image of Si Kongxian decapitating the Blood Demon General, and had long since gained a profound knowledge of his strength.
In their opinion, Song Lingchen would never be a match for this person. Song Lingchen himself knew that his Tsung Tian hegemony body was certainly not weak,
but it had no advantage in front of the undying hegemony body.
If he wanted to kill the Blood Demon General, he had to use the power of a divine weapon, and none of them were that easy to succeed,
while the person in front of him was able to kill the Blood Demon General with his own strength.
From this, it seemed that the other party's strength was definitely above his own. Chapter 172, Crushing on All Fronts. Si Kongxian's disappointment. Song Lingchen pondered in his heart, and his face became cloudy. If he refused to fight, then all the prestige of his life would be ruined today. But if he answered the battle and lost, wouldn't he be pushing the Eternal Divine Hall into the abyss?
The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant for a moment, as everyone turned their gazes towards Yun Tiandust and the others,
seemingly waiting for their decision. Sensing this subtle change in atmosphere, Yun Tiandust coldly swept his eyes at the Haotian Dao ancestor, who was imprisoned in mid-air,
and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
Lingchen, promise him.
Sensing the killing intent that Yun Tianduan was deliberately releasing,
Taoist ancestor Haotian's face changed slightly,
and he hurriedly spoke out to persuade him.
The Haotian Dao ancestor,
who had lived for countless years and controlled the power of life and death, was also even more life-thirsty at this moment.
Upon hearing the voice of Taoist ancestor Haotian, Song Lingchen took a deep breath, knowing that he had no retreat to choose from. He gazed into Si Kongxian's eyes and said in a deep voice, Good, I agree to your challenge. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura rose from Song Lingchen's body, and it was clear that he was ready to go all out. Seeing this, Shen could not help but grin as he moved his muscles, his bones crackling. Following that, with a flash of his body, he arrived at the center of the battlefield, facing Lingchen from a distance. As the two men's auras continued to climb, the air around them became heavy. A solemn killing intent filled the battlefield, causing everyone to feel their hearts palpitate. They knew that what was to follow would be an earth-shattering duel. Battle! Lingchen let out a low gulp and took the lead in launching an attack. His figure was like electricity, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Shen's body, blasting his fist at his opponent's chest. Above his fist, the power of the 9 divine palaces was condensed, making the power of this punch extremely astonishing. However, it was as if Shen had already anticipated his line of attack, easily sidestepping the punch while slapping a backhand palm at Lingchen's back. Bang! A muffled sound came. Lingchen only felt a huge force coming from his back. His internal organs shook, and his entire body involuntarily lunged forward. Lingchen was secretly startled and hurriedly stabilized his stance. Turning to look at Shen with a look of gravity on his face, he realized that his previous judgments seemed to have been a bit off. This Shen's strength was unexpectedly much stronger than he had imagined. What? Is that all you're capable of? Shen looked at Lingchen with a playful expression, his tone filled with provocation. If that's the case, then this battle, it's a bit too boring. Don't get cocky, come again. Lingchen snorted coldly as his figure moved once again. He transformed into a residual shadow and moved around Shen at high speeds, while his hands continued to wave, sending out a blazing attack. However, no matter how fierce and tricky Lingchen's attacks were, they were all neutralized by Shen one by one. Each of his attacks failed to harm Shen in the slightest, causing Lingchen to feel very stifled. Is this the strength of the Tian hegemony body? What a disappointment! Shen shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. I thought that you could bring me some surprises. It seems that I overestimated you. Hearing Shen's belittling words, Lingchen's face became even more ugly. He felt as if he had been completely seen through, unable to escape the other party's grasp. This feeling caused him to feel unprecedented anger and despair, and completely galvanized the rage in his heart. Ah! Lingchen roared. His body's aura surged up, and he steeply bellowed. Don't underestimate this divine son. Take another move from me. Ascended heaven's robbing light. He made a seal with both hands, and the power of the 9 divine palaces within his body instantly erupted out at the same time, transforming into a radiant beam of light that suppressed towards Shen. This strike contained all of his power and will, as if he wanted to completely destroy Shen. Finally getting real? In the face of Lingchen's strike, Shen remained calm and collected. His eyes flashed with golden light, and his figure advanced instead of retreating, taking the initiative to meet him. It's a bit more interesting, but isn't enough. Spitting out a sentence in a soft voice, an aura that was strong to the extreme likewise erupted from Shen's body, and the power of the 9 divine palaces was also completely activated by him at this moment. Boom! The two powerful forces collided together fiercely in the air, erupting into an earth-shaking roar. Terrifying energy shockwaves spread out in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble, and spatial cracks surfaced one after another, only to close quickly. In the midst of this powerful energy shockwave, Shen always stood firmly in place, not moving at all. As for Lingchen, he was sent flying hundreds of thousands of meters on the spot, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his face turning as pale as paper. Tian hegemony body, nothing more than that. Sharp eyes gazing at Lingchen, Shen coldly spat out a few words, his face filled with disappointment. If this is the only thing you have, then today's battle will end here. With that, he turned around and was about to leave, as if he had lost interest in continuing the fight. However, the moment Shen turned around, an even more powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lingchen's body, shaking the space and causing the mountains and rocks to sway. No, I haven't lost. Lingchen's eyes were as red as blood, as if he had fallen into madness, as he exerted all his strength to launch a deadly attack on Shen once again. This time he no longer reserved any power, nor did he care about any consequences. He only wanted to completely crush this enemy in front of him, even if it cost him more. He would do it. Hegemony is only mine. The wrath of the heavens. With this roar from Lingchen, his figure instantly became taller, his muscles bulging like gnarled dragons, his veins bulging out, and his skin all glowing with a faint layer of golden radiance. At the same time, the speed of his hands sealing was also as fast as it could be, and the power of the 9 divine palaces continuously surged into his body, ultimately converging in the center of his palm to form a bright and dazzling ball of energy light. This ball of light contained a destructive power, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world into it. Go! Song Lingchen let out a low gulp and violently slammed the ball of energy light in his hand towards Si Kongxian. This strike was already the strongest killing move he could currently execute. Because it was a fair fight, Song Lingchen did not use his divine weapon, but he was convinced that even someone like Si Kongxian would definitely not dare to take this move from him. However, in the face of this raging strike, Si Kongxian remained calm and collected. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and an aura that was strong to the extreme erupted from his body as well. Not bad. This strike, it's kinda interesting. It qualifies me to use my full power, Si Kongxian coldly voiced out, and then his figure flashed as he took the initiative to meet them. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, he violently swung out a fist and directly smashed it onto the ball of energy light. Boom! A deafening roar came, and a terrifying energy shockwave spread out in all directions once again. This collision was several times more intense than any of the previous ones, as if it was going to completely destroy this space. In the midst of this powerful energy shockwave, the crowd could only see that Si Kongxian's figure was still standing firmly in place, while that ball of energy light had already been blown apart by his fist, transforming into countless fragments that splashed out in all directions. As for Song Lingchen, he was once again sent flying hundreds of thousands of meters away. His figure fell to the ground in a sorry state, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his face had turned as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, obviously not expecting that his best effort strike would still not be able to injure the other party in the slightest. You, defeated. Si Kongxian looked at Song Lingchen with an indifferent expression, his tone filled with disappointment. He had thought that the battle with the Song Tian hegemony body would be the opportunity for his breakthrough. However, he did not expect that this guy was so useless that he did not even have the qualifications to force out his bottom card. Hearing Si Kongxian's words, Song Lingchen only felt a surge of qi and blood in his heart, and he almost couldn't hold back another mouthful of blood. Chapter 173, A Strange Change Arises. Blood Demon King arrives. Being crushed by Si Kongxian on all fronts caused Song Lingchen's Dao heart to nearly shatter. He thought that he might lose, but he didn't expect to lose so completely, and he didn't even force out the other party's bottom card, which made him lose confidence in both himself and the Song Tian hegemony body. At this moment, Song Lingchen, the entire person was disheveled, no longer having the same spirit as before. Looking at Si Kongxian's disdainful departing back, Song Lingchen's eyes were lifeless, as if he had lost all his fighting spirit. His heart was filled with frustration, and he even began to doubt his own strength and talent. On the contrary, Si Kongxian, because his idea of using Song Lingchen to inspire his own breakthrough fell through, the entire person was depressed. He had thought that this battle would be an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough, but he didn't expect that Song Tian hegemony body to be so unbearable. The crowd looked at the disappointed Si Kongxian, and then at the disheveled Song Lingchen, and could not help but feel pity. Si Kongxian's move was nothing short of murderous. Any pride that had once proudly looked down on his peers, suddenly being so crushed by a genius of the same realm, must not be able to accept it, right? What's more, Si Kongxian's reaction was simply too exasperating, not to mention Song Lingchen himself. Even they, the onlookers, were a bit unable to look away. It was then that it occurred to the crowd that there was a wager on this sparring match. Now that Song Lingchen had lost, wouldn't it mean that the Eternal Divine Hall, the overlord of the immortal region, would have to submit to the Battle God Hall and surrender 70% of its resources? The crowd's faces showed complex colors, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but begin to speculate about the Eternal Divine Hall's next move. Will the agreement be honored or will it be reneged upon? Everyone in the immortal region knew that the Eternal Divine Hall had always been overbearing and accustomed to being domineering, but they had never seen them soften and bow down to another power. Everyone wanted to know how the Eternal Divine Hall would choose when facing the even more powerful War God Hall. Anyway, I'm afraid it's going to be a good show. However, before the two sides could begin to negotiate, a sudden change occurred. The entire sky over the Eternal God's temple was covered with sorrowful clouds, and the earth trembled with them. In the next instant, several strong auras emanated from the abyss of the necropolis, and were rapidly approaching. The aura was so powerful that the rules of the immortal realm became a bit unstable and began to tremble. What the hell is going on here? Someone spoke out in horror. Everyone was horrified. Just feeling that aura caused countless people to lose their minds and hearts. This aura, it's the Blood Demon Clan. I don't know who opened their mouths in a trembling voice, and countless people's faces revealed a look of fear. The Blood Demon race was the mortal enemy of the immortal domain. Even more brutal and murderous, the previous 10 million troops had been annihilated, and the one that came now was surely an even more powerful existence. Before the crowd had time to react, the blood cloud instantly covered them. In just a dozen breaths of effort, 11 figures stepped out from the blood clouds, their might shaking the heavens. especially that leading blood demon race. The terrifying aura was hundreds of times stronger than the blood shadow demon monarch that had been killed earlier, and it was feared that it was not much better than the divine king of the divine realm. That means the blood demon king himself has descended? But the strange thing was that the other party was not suppressed by the rules? Take the ancient times. If a strong person from the god realm were to descend into the immortal realm, their cultivation would be suppressed to the true god realm. Those so powerful that the rules couldn't suppress them would have to cut off their own cultivation in order to descend to the immortal realm. And why wouldn't the blood demon race, which was comparable to a divine king, be suppressed now that it had appeared in the immortal realm? Could it be that it was because of that great battle in the ancient past, which broke the rules of the immortal world and completely changed them as well? At this moment, many people in the immortal region had confusion in their eyes, yet more fear and despair. With the blood demon king's sudden appearance, monstrous might swept across the entire eternal immortal region, the 10 strongest blood demon race members following behind him. 9 of them had an aura that was not weaker than that of the 3 great demon monarchs, and it was clear that they were all demon monarch level experts as well. Yun Tian Dust could already tell that below that blood demon king, there was a person who emitted an aura that clearly surpassed that of a demon monarch, and was known as a great demon monarch among the blood demon race, with a strength equivalent to the heavenly god realm of the divine realm. Seeing this scene, everyone's face was like ashes. In the face of such a strong person, the vast majority of people didn't even have the heart to resist, because the gap in strength was just too great, and it wasn't something that could be made up for by numbers anymore. This incoming attack by the blood demon race was a deathly havoc for the entire immortal region. At this moment, even the allied forces of the heavenly realm and the people of the war god temple couldn't help but show anxiety and fear. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Yun Tianduan. It was because the aura displayed by these individual blood demon races was simply too strong, and had become so powerful that it caused everyone to despair. As for the Eternal Divine Hall and the Immortal Domain's major top-tier power martial artists, they were all like frosty eggplants, with fear spreading in their hearts. Among the crowd at the scene, Yun Tian Dust and Bailey Yen were the only ones who always behaved calmly and did not have the slightest bit of fear, and were even a bit unimpressed. Especially Bailey Yen, with his own grandfather at the level of Big Brother here. What is he afraid of? Although he didn't know what realm his grandfather was in. But a figure who could be elected as the Darkness God Clan's clan chief would not be simple. One must know that the Darkness God Clan was in existence that even the Heavenly Demon Clan had to be afraid of. And this blood demon race, which was nothing more than a subordinate branch of the Heavenly Demon race, did not yet have the capital to clamor in front of the top 10 ancient divine races like the Dark Knight Divine race. Yun Tian Dust was also relying on Bailey Changkong. Otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. After all, with his current strength against that blood demon king, he would only be crushed. As for Lu Shiyang, he had long since noticed Bailey Changkong not far away, although the old man in front of him did not show a trace of breath, but gave him a sense of unfathomable. And see Yun Tian Dust and Bailey Yin face and no change in expression. He knew that the big brother is bound to have something to rely on. Think it is the mysterious old man in front of him. Because of this, Lu Xian was not worried about the next development of the situation and just stood quietly watching. On the contrary, Du Gujian, who was beside Lu Xiang, clearly looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Dongfang Yu and Yun Wuhan and the rest of the Battle God Palace were also prepared to fight to the death. A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they provoke my blood demon race's authority? They are simply looking for death. The leading blood demon king looked at the corpses of his fellow generals all over the place. His cold gaze swept across the field, and slowly spat out a few words. Kill them all for this king, not one of them will be left behind. His words were cold and cruel, as if he had sentenced everyone in the immortal domain to death. Everyone run. I don't know who shouted out. Countless people fled in fear, but in the face of absolute strength, escape also ended up being a luxury. With that blood demon king's order, the 10 blood demon race powerhouses behind him struck out at the same time, directly sealing off tens of millions of miles of space in a radius. All of them were shrouded in it, with no hope of escaping, and the fear of death spreading in the bottom of everyone's hearts. It was also at the time when those individual blood demon race powerhouses were preparing to begin their slaughter feast that a middle-aged elder of the divine palace at the 5th step trembled as he stepped out from the crowd of the eternal divine hall. Under the gaze of countless stunned people, that middle-aged elder directly knelt down and shamelessly begged for forgiveness. Please calm down all the blood demon race's lords. I have something to say. Chapter 174, The Eternal Divine Hall Rebels. Seeing this, the leading blood demon king waved his hand to signal the crowd to stop for the time being, and said with interest, "There's no hurry. Let's see what this mole cricket has to say." Yes, the blood demon race powerhouses responded in unison and did not say much. That middle-aged elder saw that the other party gave him the opportunity to speak. Instantly relieved, immediately bowed deeply to that blood demon king, full of respect. "Many thanks, My lord, what I said is absolutely true. This time the murderer who caused the blood demon race to be wiped out by the entire army is this force called the War God Hall. Even the blood shadow demon monarch and the other 3 lords, they all died in the hands of the War God Hall's lord, Yun Tian Dust. There's also your blood demon race's 10 million strong army, which was also basically killed by the Battle God Palace. It has nothing to do with us. It's this person. He's the one who killed the 3 demon lords. Speaking of this, that middle-aged elder pointed at Yun Tenjuan, attempting to save his own life by directing all of the blood demon race's anger towards Yun Tenjuan and the War God Temple. Song Yun, you. In the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, Han Yuzhenran and a small number of other senior members were also looking at that middle-aged elder with stunned faces at the moment. Their faces clouded with uncertainty. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, their Eternal Divine Hall would be the first to show up as soft bones, which made them all feel disgraced. But when one thought about it, compared to lives and the future of the Eternal Divine Hall, nothing would matter. The situation at hand, how to stay alive, is the top priority. If the Blood Demon clan really pointed their spear at the War God Temple, it might still be a ray of hope for them. With this thought, none of the Eternal Divine Hall's top brass had any intention of stopping it. On the contrary, the bloodthirsty martial artists present were also cursing the Eternal Divine Hall in their hearts for their cannibalism, which was simply worthy of the immortal domain hegemony's prestigious name. When that leading blood demon king heard this, he regaled that middle-aged elder in front of him through the air and asked sorrowfully, "Griffin, tell us everything you know, and this seat may be able to spare your life." Obviously, he had become slightly interested in both Yun Tianduan and the War God Temple. "Back to your excellency. I would never dare to hide it. The matter is like this." That middle-aged elder subconsciously glanced at Yun Tianduan and the others again before adding to the story. He described in detail things such as Yun Tian Dust decapitating the 3 great demon monarchs with his own strength, how the War God Hall had massacred the Blood Demon clan's army, and so on, and didn't forget to emphasize the fact that their Eternal Divine Hall had once been the hegemon of the immortal region, but had never really stepped up to the plate, attempting to use this to exonerate himself and the Eternal Divine Hall and gain the trust of the Blood Demon race, thus saving his life in front of the cruel and murderous Blood Demon race. After hearing that middle-aged elder's words, the 11 people led by the Blood Demon King all fixed their gazes on Yun Tianduan and the War God Hall crowd, revealing cold and bloodthirsty killing machines, as if they were going to break them into pieces, bloodthirsty and terrifying. However, what surprised them was that the human molecule called what's his name, Yun Tian Dust, didn't even show a hint of fear when he saw them. Is this ignorance, or is it just a matter of having something to fall back on? This person was only a mediate true god, and he was able to kill the Blood Shadow and the other 3 great demon monarchs, so he must be hiding some kind of undercard. But no matter what, in front of a Demon King level powerhouse, all means would be futile, and death would be the ultimate luxury of any ant that dared to provoke the authority of the Blood Demon race. "My lord, will you spare my life?" That middle-aged elder trembled out. His face showed a color of hope, as if he saw the dawn of life. The general begging of the harpy dog. "I am willing to serve you all, and I will do whatever I have to do to get out of the fire." In order to stay alive, he had completely abandoned his dignity and bottom line, even if he was left to languish and be scorned by 10,000 people. But in his case, as long as he lived, he had a chance. Everyone's face changed drastically when these words came out. In the crowd of the Eternal Divine Hall, countless executives looked at each other in dismay and were speechless for a moment. However, when they once again looked at the powerful Blood Demon King, quite a few of them began to be moved. Or perhaps they had no choice, because these individual Blood Demon clans in front of them were too strong. Even that what's-his-name Cloud Heavenly Dust and the Battle God's palace under him could never be a match for this group of Blood Demon race powerhouses, especially that person in the lead. The aura was so strong that I'm afraid it was already comparable to a divine king, and no matter how strong Yun Tian Dust was, he was only in the true god realm, and even if he was the invincible chaos body of the ancients, he would still not be able to escape this fate. In such a situation, the only way for them was to submit to the Blood Demon race, or else all that awaited them was annihilation. "Very well." Under the gaze of countless gazes, that Blood Demon King spoke sorrowfully. "If what you say is true, then your Eternal Divine Hall does have the qualifications to be my Blood Demon race's dog." At the same time he said that, his cold gaze swept across the entire field, and then he said in a loud voice, "Then what Eternal Divine Hall ants listen, this king can give you an opportunity to submit to my Blood Fiend race right now, or else, die." His voice was cold and cruel, as if he was being merciful, with an air of superiority. "Humph, since you're not willing, then this king will have to go on a killing spree." Only hearing a cold snort, that Blood Demon King was about to give the order. After Hong Yuzhenjin and Qingshu Venerable, several people looked at each other, and then stood out one after another. With a respectful face, We are willing to submit. And the eternal divine hall will henceforth look forward to all of you with the orders of your lords. The moment they uttered these words, a strong unwillingness arose in their hearts, thinking that they, the eternal divine hall, had dominated the immortal region for countless years, but ultimately ended up in such a situation. It was really a case of destiny. Who would want to be a parasite if they could? But in order to be able to live, they could only choose to compromise. A good death was better than living, and they also believed that as long as they were able to live, they would one day get back to Dasein in dignity. And even without the appearance of the blood demon race, I'm sure that the war god palace wouldn't let them have a good time. Since this was the case, submitting to the blood demon race was not something unacceptable to them. Moreover, listening to that blood demon king, they would still be able to control the immortal region in the future. Even though they were only puppets of the blood demon race, it was still better than being overthrown, right? With the successive statements made by the great ancestor and second ancestor and other high-ranking individuals, the rest of the eternal divine hall had no choice but to follow suit with a stiff upper lip. Even though they are all upset as well, there is nothing better to do. Seeing this scene, even the Haotian Dao ancestor, who was controlled by Yun Tian Dust, had a glimmer of hope in his heart, because he always had a feeling that even without the sudden appearance of the blood demon race, Yun Tian Dust would never let him go. So it would be better to submit to the blood demon race in this regard, and that would be his chance to live. Thinking of this, Taoist ancestor Haotian also spoke. My lords, I am the eternal divine hall's word bearer, and it was I who gave the order for everyone not to kill your blood fiend race's army. Everything is the sin of this Yun Tian Dust and the war god hall. As long as all of you lords can spare my eternal god hall, we are willing to offer 10 true divine artifacts and look to the blood demon race from now on. Taoist ancestor Haotian had a prayerful face. Although Yun Tian Dust had imprisoned his body, he had not sealed all of him. Of course, he's only free to talk. At this moment, no one was more entangled than Song Lingchen. Although he hated Sikong Xian and the war god hall, he was not ashamed of this action of the eternal god hall. So after seeing such a bad side of those esteemed old ancestors, his entire beliefs collapsed. A thick tangle flashed across Song Lingchen's face, and he couldn't help but glance at Sikong Xian, who ultimately chose to stand behind the eternal divine hall's many executives. He always kept his head silently bowed, afraid to meet the eyes of Akira and the others. Chapter 175, Crazy Choice. Death Chaperone. The eternal temple of God backfired, and 10,000 people spat and cursed. Those disciples who had once been proud of the eternal divine hall felt ashamed at first, but as time passed, the shame in their hearts was gradually replaced by a kind of indifference. It's a truism that has been around for ages. In front of such a powerful blood demon race, those who cursed them would eventually be unable to escape death, and they were too lazy to bother with a group of dead people. My lord, save me. In the midst of the crowd's curses, Taoist ancestor Haotian suddenly voiced out for help. His voice was filled with trepidation and helplessness, as if he had grabbed the last straw to save his life. When that blood demon king heard that, he turned his head to look in the direction of Yun Tian Dust, a cruel smile on his face. Humph, even if it's a dog of my blood demon clan, it's not something any trash can move. Saying that, he probed out his large hand and was about to grab Hao Tian Dao ancestor back. Seeing this, Taoist ancestor Haotian was overjoyed, and a sardonic smile flashed across his face, not forgetting to reveal a cold killing intent towards Yun Tian Dust. In his opinion, as long as this Yun Tian Dust died, he would be able to operate in the dark, and there was a great chance that he would be able to obtain the supreme treasure that had set off the ancient war, and he would certainly be able to use this to get rid of the control of the blood demon clan, and it would be no problem for him to ask for the top of the martial arts path in the future. However, just as Taoist ancestor Haotian fell into a beautiful fantasy, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Die. Only an indifferent word rang out as Yun Tian Dust didn't give that blood demon king a chance to save his life, only to see a seal fly out from his brow, directly penetrating through Hao Tian Dao ancestor's brow. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the Haotian Dao father only had time to stare at his pupils wide open before his body and soul were already dead. Old ancestor. Looking at the falling corpse of the Haotian Dao ancestor, a shocking roar erupted from the crowd of the eternal divine hall, and countless disciples were furious, but they didn't dare to make the slightest movement. What everyone did not expect was that Yun Tianwan dared to behead Taoist ancestor Haotian in front of the blood fiend race's strongest members. This was simply a provocation to the blood fiend race, and he simply did not know how to die. Griffin, you are looking for death. That blood demon king's large hand grabbed an empty hand, and he was instantly enraged, hitting the dog. This mole dared to kill the dog he was trying to save in front of him. It was simply a provocation to his majesty. Yes, Yun Tian Dust was always as calm as water, as if everything was under control. For him, killing the Haotian Dao ancestor was as simple as stepping on an ant. What about the blood demons? Deep and calm eyes gazing at the blood demon king, Yun Tian Dust's voice was like thunder. If you want to fight, then fight. What do I, the war god palace, have to fear? With Bailey Chung Kong, the big brother, Yun Tianduan's bottom line was very strong. And looking at the people of the war god palace, they were all a little alarmed. Upon hearing Yun Tianduan's words, all the blood demon race powerhouses, including the blood demon king, were also burning with rage, not knowing how to die. This king will let you know the consequences of angering me. Scarlet bloodshot eyes gazing at Yun Tian Dust, the blood demon king's words were as cold as ice. Each word seemed to carry an endless killing intent. Kill. Leave no one behind. This king wants this mole to watch with his own eyes as everything he holds dear is destroyed in front of him. As the blood demon king gave the order, the blood demon race powerhouses beside him moved out one after another, killing towards the battle god temple crowd. Humph. Seeing the 10 experts of the blood demon race killing, Bailey Ching-Kong snorted coldly and was about to strike to solve the trouble when he was stopped by Yun Tian Dust's voice transmission. A hint of doubt flashed under his eyes as Bailey Ching-Kong transmitted his voice in a deep voice. Yun kid, what do you want to do? Bailey Ching-Kong did not rush to make a move. After all, he was also curious to know how Yun Tianduan was going to deal with the situation at hand. Glancing at the 10 experts of the blood demon race whose fury was overwhelming, Yun Tian Dust took a deep breath and spoke in a low tone. Elder, please also help us watch over that leading blood demon king, and we'll take care of the rest ourselves. Although his voice was low, it revealed a firm conviction. Yun boy, are you sure? Bailey Ching-Kong thought that he had misheard and subconsciously inquired out loud. After all, in his opinion, it was impossible for the chaotic body to be stronger than a heavenly god with the cultivation of a median true god. Normally, 10 mediate true gods joining forces would have a hard time dealing with an upper true god, and above the upper true gods, there were also extreme peak true gods. The higher up you went, the more difficult it became to fight across realms. Taking the extreme peak true god as an example, even if 100 mediate true gods joined forces, they would not be a single match for the extreme peak true god. The heavenly god, on the other hand, was an existence that could easily crush an extreme peak true god. Because of this, Yun Tian Dust had actually asked him to help watch over that blood demon king, which was really a bit generous. Yun Tian Dust nodded his head without moving and solemnly transmitted his voice. There is one more thing that Senior wants to ask Senior. Say. Bailey Ching-Kong faintly spat out a word, turning his head to look at the war god temple crowd and a pair of sons and daughters behind him. Yun Tian Dust spoke in a calm tone. I'll trouble you, Senior, to help me preserve everyone when their lives are truly in danger. As he said that, the aura of his intermediate true god was abruptly released, and he turned to look at the crowd of blood demon race that had broken through the air, and his substantial killing intent shot up into the clouds. Good. The old man promises you. Looking deeply at Yun Tian Dust, Bailey Ching-Kong nodded slightly, even though Yun Tian Dust's move was really unwise. After all, the cultivation gap was there. Wasn't this taking everyone's lives as a child's play? If it had been anyone else, he would never have agreed to such an ignorant request. But the Yun Tianduan in front of him always gave Bailey Ching-Kong a feeling of being unable to see through him, and might even be able to bring him a surprise. There was also this group of people from the war god's palace. None of them were idle either. Perhaps it was also because of his presence that Yun Tian Dust dared to use the blood demon clan as a life and death chaperone for everyone. Without further thought, after Bailey Ching-Kong cast Yun Tianduan a reassuring look, his divine thoughts were slowly released, silently enveloping the entire eternal immortal region. No trace of it should escape his senses. Thank you, Elder. Yun Tian Dust did not move to transmit his voice. Then he looked at Lu Xiaoyang's several people and the many senior members of the War God Palace behind him. His voice like a bell. War God Palace, follow me in battle. As soon as the words fell, Yun Tianduan shot out explosively like an arrow off the string, chaotic divine light permeating around him, setting him off as divine and extraordinary. War. Lu Xiaoyang and the others understood Yun Tianduan's intentions for a second, and they instantly opened fire, taking the initiative to meet those incoming blood demon race powerhouses. The opponents were certainly powerful, but they were undaunted. This was because they knew that this was not only a great opportunity to hone their strength, but it was also building up prestige for the War God Palace. Great Sun God Fist. Only a bellowing cry could be heard as Lu Xiang's body was shrouded in the Sun God's radiance as he blasted out an overwhelming punch at one of the blood demon monarchs. The bright and dazzling fist aura was like a round of blazing sun, carrying an unparalleled might as it fiercely blasted towards a blood demon ruler. At the same time, Dawkins also unfolded his domain. Sure hell. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to be plunged into a blood-colored purgatory, in which countless hideous Shura phantoms roared, frantically tearing apart the blood demon clan's warriors. The Dark Realm. Bailey Yen. On the other hand, transformed into darkness as his figure instantly disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only a cold, murderous streak as he quietly approached the other blood demon monarch. The three of them, Lu Shiyang, were instantly on fire and met Yun Tian Dust right after him, engaging in a fierce battle with the blood demon race powerhouses. Yun Tian Dust's eyes glowed with cold light as he directly killed the great demon monarch who was comparable to a heavenly god. His body was filled with chaotic divine light, as if the ancient god of war had descended, and with endless battle intent, he rushed towards the strongest enemy. Chapter 176. Looking for death. Seeing that this group of mole crickets dared to take the initiative to strike at them, the 10 great demon monarchs of the blood demon race, including that great demon monarch, also showed disdain, and their blood-colored fury shot up to the sky. Their scarlet eyes flashed with a cruel and bloodthirsty light, obviously ready to go on a killing spree. Bang! Resounding roars swept across the heavens as Yun Tian Dust was the first to engage the great demon lord. After the explosion, Yun Tian Dust retreated a few steps backward, and the battle spirit on his body became even more intense. On the contrary, that great demon monarch powerhouse was blasted out tens of thousands of meters on the spot, clearly underestimating Yun Tian Dust and being caught off guard. Nonetheless, this scene still shook everyone in the room. And even Bailey Chinkong couldn't help but stare straight into his eyes when he saw this, because he could see that this punch of Yun Tian Dust's was 1 billion pounds of huge force. One must know that an average lower heavenly god's pure physical strength was only 500 million pounds, which meant that Yun Tianjin's physical body was already comparable to that of a heavenly god. Among them, the one who was most shocked was none other than the great demon lord who had fought with Yun Tian Dust. Feeling the agitated chi and blood in his body, he was completely incredulous that a mere median true god in the district would erupt with such power. How is this possible? That great demon monarch stared at Yun Tian Dust with wide eyes, unable to return to his senses for a long time. He wasn't considered the top genius in the blood demon race, but he was still ranked, even against human heavenly deity realm. He could be steadily suppressed. At this moment, to be blown away by a single punch from a human who was a median true god was simply a strange shame. Yun Tian Dust, however, remained unchanged and only looked at him coldly, as if to say, "Great demon monarch? It's nothing more than that." That blood demon king who was watching the battle from the sidelines couldn't help but feel murderous when he saw this. Until this moment, he finally believed that the deaths of Blood Shadow and the other 3 demon lords were all related to this person, but he wasn't ready to make a move. He didn't think that a human mole of a median true god would be a match for a great demon lord powerhouse. However, as that blood demon king took a closer look, his brows unconsciously tightened as he sensed an unusual aura from the human in front of him. This human, it seems, is not as simple as it seems. However, in the next moment, that blood demon king completely froze. The other 9 devil monarchs also fought with those human ants, and to his disbelief, 2 of the devil monarchs were seriously injured in just one look. The blood demon king's pupils shrank. What did he see? 2 demon monarchs that were comparable to human true god realms were heavily injured by human molecules of the divine spirit realm in a single glance. This was simply unimaginable. The ones who had heavily injured the 2 great demon lords were naturally Lu Shiyang and Bailey Yin. Both of them were at the peak cultivation of the divine spirit realm, and they were also of the Sun Saint body and the Dark Knight King bloodline respectively, so it was naturally impossible for an ordinary true god realm martial artist to be their opponent. Although Dakan had already condensed his godhead, he had yet to undergo the divine tribulation, and he would be completely out of his league if he faced a demon monarch powerhouse on his own. But even so, Dogu Jian had no intention of retreating. He pointed his sword at the sky. His body was covered in sword chi, as if he wanted to cut through this heaven and earth. As for the rest of the battle god palace, they all joined forces against the enemy. However, the difference in cultivation level was ultimately too great, and hard contact was not an opponent at all. Just like Sikong Xian and Black Tiger, the 2 of them teamed up to fight against a demon monarch. Black Tiger's huge tiger body was directly slapped into the ground by that blood demon monarch and suffered a not-so-light injury, and Sikong Xian was easily slapped away, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Ahem! Sikong Xian coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood but struggled to stand up. An unyielding light flickered in his eyes. Again, there are only souls who die in battle in the battle god temple. The district is just the blood demon race. What do I, Sikong Xian, have to fear? The hegemon is invincible and majestic. Sikong Xian shouted coldly and violently, and a hegemonic aura that was countless times stronger than before emanated from him, shaking the void and causing thunder to roar. When Song Lingchen saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Obviously, Sikong Xian had hidden too much of his strength when he fought against him. At this moment, Song Lingchen's fists were clenched together in death. His eyes flashed with jealousy, but also hid a hint of killing intent. As the same hegemony body, He didn't believe that the Song Tian hegemony body was really that weak. One day, he would definitely trample Sekom Shen under his feet and do justice to himself and that Song Tian hegemony body. Just as Song Lingchen was thinking this, he suddenly felt a slight change in his body. This is, subconsciously looking within himself, Song Lingchen couldn't help but freeze. This was because the last 3 divine palaces in his body that had yet to be fused had fused into one without any warning. What took its place at the moment was clearly the Godhead, strongly suppressing the vibrations within his heart. Song Lingchen motionlessly glanced at Sekom Shen, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a slightly imperceptible arc. Regarding Song Lingchen's change, no one else at the scene had noticed except for Bailey Chenkong. It was because everyone's attention was focused on the bloody battle between the War God Palace and the Blood Demon race in the middle of the Void battlefield. The crowd saw the scene in the Void and once again gained a new perception of the strength of the War God Temple. Putting aside the 4 great God Realm powerhouses such as Yun Tian Dust, everyone in the War God Palace performed brightly. On one side of the battlefield, Dongfang Yu and Yun Wuhan teamed up to deal with a Blood Demon Monarch, and both of them suffered considerable injuries, because Dongfang Yu had intentionally or unintentionally shielded Yun Wuhan behind him. He had taken relatively more and was injured relatively severely. On the other side, Lu Ning Yue, Yun Xier and Mo Feng combined their efforts against the enemy, and after a fierce clash, all 3 of them flew out backwards at the same time, with Mo Feng being the most injured. Nonetheless, they did not take half a step back, because in their minds, backing up means death. Other than Bailey Yan and Lu Sheyang, the others didn't know that Bailey Chenkong was a hidden big brother, so they started out with the attitude of fighting for their lives, the kind that didn't leave themselves a way back. Sinful animal, die for me dash. As the bellowing voice came, a Blood Demon Monarch's body surged with bloodlight and blasted out a large blood-colored handprint at Little Nine, who had transformed into his real body, but it failed to harm Little Nine in the slightest. On the contrary, that Demon Monarch powerhouse was shaken back dozens of meters on the spot before he was able to stabilize himself, his face filled with disbelief. The crowd couldn't help but be staggered when they saw how strong Xiao Jiu was. This battle god's palace is really full of perverts. Ow dash. The crowd was still in shock when a dragon roar shook the sky. The golden dragon incarnated by Long Zhantian teamed up with Night Frenzy Cloud to similarly take on a Blood Demon Monarch, and was suppressed to death. Among them, Night Frenzy Cloud had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. But that wasn't the worst of it. The combined efforts of Lang Wuxie, Lin Tianqi and Sol Wuyan all struggled to block a single strike from a Demon Monarch powerhouse, and all 3 paid a heavy price, especially Lin Tianqi, who had taken a strike from a Demon Monarch powerhouse head-on and had already lost his fighting strength. Nonetheless, both Lang Wuxie and Sol Wuyan were still struggling to hold on and had no intention of retreating. When the crowd at the scene saw such a brazen battle god's palace, the shock within their hearts knew no bounds, and their mouths were so wide open that they could stuff down an egg. What kind of faith does it take to be so united? Does it mean that they are not really afraid of death? Chapter 177, Support from All Sides. Great Chaos. The crowd at the scene was so shocked to see such a humongous battle god's palace that they couldn't speak, but they were all breathing heavily. They had never seen such a united and courageous force before, and the wariness and determination displayed by the War God Palace was awe-inspiring. Even Bailey Chenkong, who had always been calm, couldn't help but be stunned at this moment, as he looked deeply at the people of the War God Palace, secretly praising them in his heart. These little fellows, they're really shocking, Bailey Chenkong muttered, his gaze revealing a few moments of praise. At the same time, the Blood Demon Clan's 10 great demon monarchs were also shocked by the Battle God Palace's bravery. They had originally thought that this battle would easily resolve this group of ants, but they hadn't expected to encounter such tenacious resistance, especially that Battle God Hall Master, whose strength was surprisingly comparable to that of a heavenly god, causing them to feel the pressure. The Blood Demon King scanned the battlefield with cold eyes, anger burning in his heart. His scarlet eyes turned to Hong Yuzhinjin and the other Eternal Divine Hall executives and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Go and exterminate the rest of the Battle God Hall." "Yes," Realist Hong Yu and the others answered in unison, and with a single movement of their bodies, they were about to rush towards the War God Hall. However, just as they made a move, Mingkong and Shui Linglong, who had finished healing her wounds, dodged and blocked the front of the War God's palace. After Mingkong clasped his hands together and proclaimed a Buddha's name, his cold voice spread throughout the entire room. "Amitabha Buddha, all the Eternal Divine Hall's monks, if you don't turn back to the shore, you'll end up falling into hell for all eternity." Shui Linglong also spoke without showing any weakness. If the Eternal Divine Hall wants to take advantage of people's danger, it has to ask if the sword in my hand agrees. As soon as the words fell, Li Haoren also dashed and flew beside Mingkong and the two of them, his body emanating a vast holy light as he coldly scanned the Eternal Divine Hall's crowd, the killing intent in his eyes undisguisedly exposed. Son Ling Chen, we were wrong about you. Li Haoran's voice revealed deep disappointment and anger. Immediately afterward, Chu Jianga, Puyang Chini, and Beidue Ofom also stood out, standing side by side with Mingkong, Shui Linglong, and Li Haoran, and together they blocked the front of the Battle God Temple, confronting the Eternal God Temple. From the moment the Eternal Divine Hall defected to the Blood Demon race, it had become a target. The Eternal Divine Hall crowd was riding a tiger. They originally thought that they could take advantage of the opportunity to pick up a bargain, but they didn't realize that the Battle God's Hall was so tenacious. Now that they were stopped by the Immortal Domain's various powerhouses, for a while, no one dared to make a move easily. When the Blood Demon King saw this scene, his heart became even angrier. A powerful to the extreme baleful aura of his was released, and he coldly and violently shouted, "Those who don't do it again will die." His voice exploded in the ears of the crowd like a hellish killing god, causing the hearts of the crowd from the Eternal Divine Hall to flinch. They knew the Blood Demon King's ruthless methods, and at this moment, they didn't dare to have any more hesitation. The Eternal Divine Hall's executives looked at each other, secretly grumbling in their hearts. Realist Hong Yu knew that he would surely die if he didn't make a move. He immediately said coldly, "Kill, avenge Dao Ancestor." As he spoke, the aura of the 9 steps of the Divine Palace was violently released from his body. With a single movement of his body, he went straight in the direction of the Battle God Palace and the Heavenly Realm Army. "Kill, avenge the old ancestor." After having Realist Hong Yu take the lead, the disciples of the Eternal Divine Hall chanted slogans in a group and responded to the call to kill towards the Battle God Hall's army. "Stygian, hold them back." Li Haoran let out a long whistle before his body was shrouded in a vast holy light and took the initiative to kill Venerable Qingshu. His actions were swift and decisive, showing his great strength and determination. Puyang Chini and Shui Linglong and the others were no longer hesitant, and all of them struck out as well, each of them looking for an opponent to start a fierce battle. For a while, the battlefield was filled with swords and energy, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. On the contrary, Mingkong had no intention of making a move. However, his gaze always fell on Song Lingchen's body and did not move away. If Song Lingchen made a move, he would not hesitate to strike. Perhaps it was due to some scruples. Song Lingchen likewise did not have the intention to make a move. He always stood quietly in place, observing the situation on the battlefield. In the void battlefield, Yun Tian dust was bathed in chaotic divine light, just like a war god descending into the world. He flipped his hand and smashed out an extreme punch, the wind whistling like a fierce dragon coming out of the sea, directly swinging through the 9 heavens. The great demon monarch he was fighting against had a hideous face, only to hear him bellow out, his body covered in bloodlight, as if he was a demon summoned from the depths of hell. He summoned a huge blood-colored wolf head from the void. The fangs of that wolf head were exposed and its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light as it ferociously tore at Yun Tianduan. Rumble a loud sound. In the instant of the fierce collision between the fist shadow and the wolf's head, both of them collapsed at the same time, turning into a sky full of light points dissipated in the air. Both sides were concurrently sent flying by the powerful impact, and this fierce exchange showed an even balance of power. Such a shocking scene left the entire audience dumbfounded. They had never seen such a thrilling battle before. The exchange between the War God Palace and the Blood Demon race seemed to set this void ablaze. "Griffin, you have completely angered this sovereign." After that great demon monarch stabilized his stance, a hideous smile appeared on his face. He felt that he had lost face. He was instantly enraged. His body's fury aura skyrocketed by several times, and he let out a long whine. "Demon God transformation. Blood Sea Sky Burial." As his words fell, a dense blood-colored mist suddenly surged up in the heavens and earth and quickly spread out, as if it was going to swallow the entire void. In a blink of an eye, the sea of blood churned in the void, as if the end had come, and an aura of solemnity filled the air, causing one's heart to unconsciously tremble with fear and trembling. At this moment, the great demon sovereign seemed to have transformed into a true demon god as he controlled the power of the blood sea, intending to bury all living beings in this sea of blood. However, in the face of this earth-shattering move, Yun Tian Dust was not the least bit afraid as he took a deep breath and the berserking avatar was secretly cast out, only to see the light on his body grow even brighter, and his battle power instantly soared by as much as 3 times. Chaos opens the sky. Yun Tian Dust lightly drank. His entire body's divine power condensed on top of his fist as he violently slammed out an extreme punch. When the fist force came out, it was as if it was going to break this void. Wherever the wind of the fist passed, the void distorted, and even time was suspended at that moment. Boom! Another deafening roar came from the extreme power of the chaotic divine fist, setting off a storm that filled the sky and collided with the blood sea canopy, creating an even more terrifying energy storm. This storm ravaged the entire void battlefield, swallowing everything around it.
Even those numerous immortal domain martial artists who were far away from the battlefield also felt this terrifying fluctuation in their aura, and they were able to use their energy to fend off the aftermath. When the storm dispersed, the crowd fixed their eyes and saw Yun Tian Dust and the great demon monarch standing opposite each other, both of them slightly in a state of distress, but their aura was not reduced at all. It was clear that neither of them had taken advantage in this heated exchange, and again, it was an even result. Such a result really shook everyone in the room. Chapter 178, Full Outburst. Demon Lord falls. Such a shocking scene was caught in the eyes of that Blood Demon King, who also couldn't help but flash through thick consternation. He had not expected at all that an intermediate true god's molecule would be able to erupt with such strength and battle a great demon lord to such an extent that it was simply appalling. In his perception, even the topmost heavenly pride among their blood demon clan would never have such terrifying battle power at the same realm. This son must not be retained. The Blood Demon King's heart was full of killing intent. He knew that if he allowed Yun Tian Dust to continue to grow, he would definitely become a great danger to their Blood Demon clan's heart. However, just as the Blood Demon King was about to personally strike and completely obliterate Yun Tianyuan, he suddenly felt an unprecedented great terror descending upon him. "You'd better not move." A few simple words came into his ears, and although his voice was light, it seemed to contain endless majesty and killing intent. The Blood Demon King subconsciously looked around, trying to find out the source of the sound, but he could not probe anything around him except for the vast emptiness and the warring crowds. But what he could be sure of was that the owner of that voice was by no means idle, and if he wanted to kill himself, he was afraid that he would only need to move his head. At this moment, the Blood Demon King completely froze. He couldn't figure out how such a strong person could be hidden here, and from the tone of the other party's voice, it was clear that they just didn't care to make a move against him. In this situation, the Blood Demon King didn't dare to make even the slightest movement. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would provoke that terrifying existence hidden in the dark, thus triggering unforeseen consequences. On the other side, after several extreme collisions, the Demon Monarch powerhouse who had fought against Bailey Yen had been seriously injured. Bailey Yen seized the opportunity. He took a deep breath, and the Dark Knight Dharma body was suddenly exerted. The whole person instantly merged into the darkness, and his aura skyrocketed several times, only to see that above the dome of the sky, the originally bright starry sky suddenly became dim, as if it was blocked by some huge object. Immediately afterward, a dark aura as vast as the sea descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield in an eternal darkness. Dark Knight Dharma body, eternal night, fierce light. Bailey Yan's icy voice echoed in the darkness, as if it were a death sentence. In the next moment, a brilliantly arcing sword uncut through the darkness and chopped at that demon lord with lightning speed. The speed of that sword blade simply transcended the boundaries of time, making it impossible to react. Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, that demon lord's figure instantly collapsed under the sword, turning into a blood mist that dissipated into the darkness. With this strike, Bailey Yen had directly killed a demon lord. Such a terrifying battle power shook everyone. They cast horrified gazes as if they were looking at a monster. However, Bailey Yen did not continue to strike. His cold gaze stared at the entire field, ready to strike at any time. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Xieyang also displayed an astonishing battle power. After seeing that Bailey Yen had all but resolved the battle, he didn't hesitate to utilize his Sun Saint body vision, only to see a great sun that had been left behind suspended behind him, emitting a blazing solar divine radiance. The intensity of that divine radiance was as if it could even melt the void. Lu Xieyang's aura also climbed upwards, as if he had transformed into a blazing sun that shone over the entire battlefield. Under the illumination of his sun divine radiance, everyone present felt a burning heat and discomfort, as if they were placed under the scorching sun. Avatar, Wrath of the Burning Sky, Lu Xieyang bellowed, his hands forming a seal and thrusting forward. Instantly, a round of blazing fireballs roared out, smashing into the other Blood Demon Monarch with a devastating momentum. That Blood Demon Monarch was shocked at the sight, and he hurriedly revolved his demonic energy in an attempt to ward off this terrifying strike. However, under the scorching of the sun god's radiance, his demonic aura was quickly evaporated, and he was unable to form an effective defense at all. Ah! Another miserable scream rang out, and that Blood Demon Monarch instantly turned into ashes under the fireball's blast. With the power of a single strike, he directly killed a powerful demon monarch in seconds, and the entire process was clean, without any half-hearted procrastination. The entire audience was once again in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying battle power displayed by Lu Xieyang and Bailey Yen. On the other hand, the pseudo-god Realm's Dekuro sword was ultimately too reluctant to take on the demon monarch powerhouse on his own, and at this moment, he was already bruised and battered, but he still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. But at this moment,
The pairing that attracted the most attention was Dongfang Yu and Yun Wuhan, only to see Dongfang Yu's body battle aura overflowing. That monstrous battle aura formed substance, as if an undefeated war god, standing on the battlefield of blood and fire. People unconsciously gave birth to a sense of awe. Even though his entire body was bathed in blood and his battlesuit was shattered, he grew more and more courageous with each swing of his battle halberd, tearing apart large swaths of the void. Deicide strike, Dongfang Yu roared. The heavenly desolate war halberd in his hand swung out, a brilliant halberd cut through the sky. The might stretched for millions of miles in a circle, and struck the opposite side of the Blood Demon clan's demon ruler directly. Dongfang Yu's all-out strike contained all of his battle intent and determination. The halberd was like a dragon, as if it was going to tear apart this heaven and earth. However, just when that radiant halberd aura was about to touch the Blood Demon race demon monarch, the other party merely smiled contemptuously and stretched out a finger, gently pointing it. Bang! The halberd of the heavenly desolate war halberd instantly collapsed, turning into countless fragments that scattered and splashed in all directions. At the same time, a powerful force of recoil surged and struck Dongfang Yu's chest. Put! Dongfang Yu was like being hit by a heavy hammer. Blood spurted out wildly, and the whole person instantly flew out backwards, falling heavily to the ground. His battle clothes were shattered beyond repair, his body was covered with various wounds, and his breath instantly withered. Uncle Dongfang! Yun Wuhan exclaimed in shock, and hurriedly dashed to Dongfang Yu's side, helping him up. Extreme anger flashed in his eyes, obviously not expecting Uncle Dongfang to be injured so badly. However, also at this critical moment, Yun Wuchen suddenly felt an unprecedentedly powerful force surging within his body. It was as if the bottleneck of his divine palace 8 steps had been triggered by some mysterious force, and the realm bottleneck began to loosen. Break! Yun Wuhan let out a low gulp as the bottleneck of the divine palace's 8th step shattered, and the aura on his body instantly skyrocketed several times, emitting an endless chaotic aura as if he wanted to engulf this heaven and earth into it. Although Yun Wuhan's strength at the moment was enough to crush a strong person at the 9th step of the divine palace, in front of the opposite blood fiend clan demon lord, he still looked so small and completely unbeatable, only to see the demon monarch let out a cold laugh, stretching out a blood-colored palm and grabbing violently at Yun Wuhan. Blood devil hands! As that demon monarch let out a cold cry, a huge blood-colored palm appeared out of thin air, carrying endless might and killing opportunities, striking directly at Yun Wuhan. A hint of determination flashed in Yun Wuhan's eyes as he gripped his long sword tightly and chopped violently at the blood-colored handclaw. This sword contained all of his strength and will. However, when the sword collided with the blood-colored palm, it instantly collapsed and dissipated. A powerful force of recoil came violently, and Yun Wuhan was instantly sent flying, crashing down a dozen clouds of mountains on the way, and was heavily injured on the spot.